He was just an ordinary film and television editor, yet at the cross-century gaming competition, he abandoned all dazzling special effects, chose the least appealing historical simulation. Everyone called him a show-off, until the game started and that heart-wrenching roar echoed. The entire exhibition center fell into a dead silence. On the screen, blood-red characters loomed large, December 13, 1937, Jinling. When everyone's arms were shattered by artillery fire and their skulls pierced by bullets, even a 50% reduction in pain tolerance proved unbearable. They were horrified to discover that behind the nickname and the casualty notification, there was a string of numbers indicating birth year, death year. My name is Fang Yu, a film editor who has traveled to a parallel world with highly advanced technology and bound with a gaming system. At this moment, he was standing on the final stage of the China Millennium Game Design Competition. The original owner of this body died from overwork for a competition, so I decided to fulfill his dream. The competition rules are strict. Participants must independently complete the creation of a game within a single day, with both the audience and judges jointly determining the scores. My golden finger, the Blue Star's #1 gaming system, has been activated. It allows me to earn emotional value through game development to exchange for content creation. In the system's creation module, I saw the Battle of Jinling under historical simulation. Images of people being massacred and predecessors fighting bloodily instantly flashed through my mind, making me deeply moved. I decided to use the game to make the world remember this history of blood and tears. Today is the 200th anniversary of the victory in the War of Resistance. History should never be forgotten. I quickly compiled the materials and faithfully incorporated the brutal truth of the Battle of Jinling, including the deaths of over 300,000 people, into the core framework of the game. The game features 4 difficulty levels, ranging from coward to the hidden historical mode. Each level simulates the player's pain and equipment to varying degrees. In the historical mode, death results in permanent deletion of the save file, with no option for resurrection. I even included a complete roster of all the heroes who participated in the war at that time and set it so that upon a player's death, their birth and time of death are displayed, with the additional rule that nicknames cannot be reused, as a sign of respect for the predecessors. Game presentation and impact. Amid the anticipation and disappointment of the audience and judges, the works of the other contestants received lackluster responses. The guest judge Professor Luo Chuan, popular streamer Su Yuan, and chief editor of Burning Star Games Yu Zishu all showed expressions of disappointment. Amidst the crowd's dissatisfied curses, I, as the final contestant, calmly uploaded a copy of my work, The Defense of Nanjing. All judges and audience members put on their virtual helmets. The view instantly turned dark, and crimson characters emerged, December 13, 1937, Nanjing. The next second, a deafening roar erupted as bombers screamed past, reducing Jinling to ruins. Immediately, the cruel atrocities committed by the invaders, machine gun shootings, bayonet stabbings, live burials, and burnings vividly unfolded before their eyes. The real massacre footage plunged the entire gaming exhibition center into deathly silence. Luo Chuan's gentle smile vanished, his eyes turning icy with anger. Su Yuan's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Yu Zishu clenched his fists tightly, his pride completely shattered. The online users outside the venue also stopped their discussions. My system notifications kept ringing, and emotional points were accumulating. In the silence, the perspective turned black again, and blood-red words reappeared. The predecessors of that era exchanged their blood and lives for land and peace, yet many people today have forgotten them. If the history of that time were to repeat itself, what would you do? The battle begins as crimson characters ignite everyone's emotions. Without hesitation, they chose the highest difficulty level, Hell Mode, with neither the intention nor the qualification to select any other. The screen darkens once more. Prologue, the Battle of Chunhua Town, early morning of December 6, 1937. Players receive their mission, fortify the hills around Chunhua Town and hold back the enemy's eastern advance for 48 hours. Everyone entered the trenches, feeling bewildered and helpless as they faced the simple rifles, scarce ammunition, and heavy machine guns. A violent tremor rang out as countless artillery shells exploded like hail. Agonizing cries immediately followed, even though the pain simulation was reduced by 50%. This immersive suffering was still unbearable for players accustomed to peace. Yu Zishu couldn't react in time, had his arm blown apart, and was then shot through the head. Blood-red text appeared before his eyes. Yu Zishu 19151937. He rejoined the battle. Su Yuan avoided the first wave of attack, but seeing severed limbs everywhere, tears welled up in her eyes. She fired with a Zhongzheng rifle, missed one shot due to unfamiliarity with the weapon's operation, and before she could react, was mowed down by the crooked handle machine gun. Before her eyes appeared, Su Yuan 19181937. She chose to continue. Professor Luo Chuan, leveraging his extensive knowledge of military history, quickly assembled a small team of fewer than 30 people. Command everyone to counterattack during the enemy's firepower lulls. After firing one shot, everyone must immediately change positions. The squad precisely targeted the enemy machine gunners and mortar crews, greatly boosting morale. I looked at Luo Chuan's tactics and smiled faintly, knowing clearly in my heart, this is only the prologue to Hell Mode. The battle will be far more difficult than he imagines. Chapter 4, Tanks. December 6, 1937, Chunhua Town Front. Professor Luo, this tactic is brilliant. Much better than just mindlessly dying like before. Indeed, Professor Luo really knows his stuff, no wonder he's a history professor. Su Yuan and Yu Zishu rejoined the battlefield and integrated into Luo Chuan's squad, gradually adapting to the enemy's fire patterns and shooting techniques under Luo Chuan's guidance. Luo Chuan also encouraged other players to spontaneously form small squads, engaging in relentless guerrilla warfare to continuously eliminate enemy forces. Guerrilla hit-and-run tactics seem to be the winning formula for this battle. This works. While casualties still occur with this tactic, it's far better than before. Professor Luo is amazing, he really knows how to find solutions. Rumor has it Professor Luo trained with the military to hone his skills, though I can't confirm if that's true. This hell difficulty doesn't feel so hellish after all, you can even respawn. Back in the day, the veterans only had one life. You know, maybe there's a hidden difficulty mode. That's ridiculous. Hell mode is terrifying enough already. Adding a hidden difficulty would practically require me to get a new heart. I've already taken out several minions. After getting used to the gun's aiming and recoil, this simulation game is actually pretty fun, though the ammo is way too scarce. A smug look flashed across Su Yuan's face. She'd mostly acclimated to the war environment now, and her gun handling was becoming increasingly smooth. Truly, this game is exceptionally well made. Not only are the scenes and effects hyper-realistic, but the NPC's lifelike behavior is top tier. Yu Zishu watched the NPCs conversing nearby. Their lifelike, flesh and blood presence felt exceptionally authentic. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. But as time passed, the group sensed something was off. The enemy's fire seemed to be closing in. Stay put. I'll find a chance to check. Luo Chuan signaled his squad to toss a grenade to the left to draw fire, then quickly peered over the trench wall. The next second, his expression changed instantly. A Type 97 medium tank, accompanied by countless infantry, steadily advanced toward their position. The scorched earth, charred black by artillery bombardment, cracked like spiderwebs under the crushing tracks. The feed chain of the front machine gun slid with a crisp clatter, and the air thickened with the pungent smell of engine oil. This medium tank's primary armament consisted of a Type 97 57mm short-barreled cannon, capable of firing high explosive and armor-piercing shells. It also carried two Type 97 77mm heavy machine guns and featured substantial armor thickness. The trenches constructed for this campaign proved highly effective against infantry assaults, yet they lacked anti-tank obstacles and a depth defense system. What's going on, Teacher Luo? Yu Zishu noticed Luo Chuan's grim expression and quickly inquired. Nothing serious. A tank showed up. It's a bit tricky to handle. Luo Chuan's tone remained calm, trying not to let the others sense the pressure. Yet the mere mention of tank sent a chill through everyone. They were well aware of the formidable reputation of this relic from history. One of the primary weapons of land warfare, possessing direct fire capability, off-road capability, and armor protection. The only land weapon whose importance surpasses that of wheeled armored vehicles. Tanks? So what if they have tanks? Su Yuan wiped the black soot from her face, her small hand gently plucking a grenade from the captured spoils. With a smug expression, she declared, I refuse to believe all these grenades won't teach them a lesson. Ahem, Miss Su Yuan, after this evaluation, I suggest you go back and brush up on your military history. Luo Chuan remarked, somewhat speechless. Ha? Did I say something wrong again? Ignoring Su Yuan, Luo Chuan studied the hopeful gazes around him, his expression growing grave as he pondered. Tanks today may not be as indestructible as those in later eras, but they still can't be destroyed with just heavy machine guns and standard grenades. Everyone, hand me 6 grenades. Just as Luo Chuan and the others were pondering, a voice called out. Everyone turned in confusion to see NPC platoon leader Di Yong. Though unsure of his purpose, they swiftly complied with Di Yong's request and produced 6 grenades. Without further explanation, Di Yong tore off a strip of cloth from his leg bindings and swiftly bundled the 6 grenades together. Watching his movements, Luo Chuan seemed to realize something. It was cluster grenades. This involved binding multiple grenades together as explosives. The combined quantity would exponentially increase the blast's destructive force. Though it had the drawback of inconsistent detonation times, it seemed like a sound method for the circumstances. It would certainly be sufficient to destroy the light tanks common in this era. Everyone watched with curiosity and admiration as Di Yong bound 6 grenades together with leg wrap cloth. After a moment, Di Yong weighed the cluster grenade in his hand and smiled. You must learn this method. It's highly effective for destroying tanks and bunkers. Leaving those words behind, he scaled the side of the trench and vanished. Outside the trench, the roar of tank engines grew ever closer. Watching the senior soldier's resolute figure vanish into the darkness, everyone clenched their fists. Fire cover. Before Luo Chuan could finish speaking, a line of Type 77 rifles and a few heavy machine guns were swiftly mounted along the trench. The 7.92mm bullets from the Type 99 rifles sparked against the tank's armor, drawing most of the enemy's fire. But the enemy infantry were simply too numerous. De Yong couldn't get close to the tank anytime soon. Seeing this, Luo Chuan gritted his teeth, grabbed a grenade, and climbed out of the trench. "Teacher Luo, you can't go," Su Yuan cried out anxiously. With so many enemy troops still present, recklessly climbing out of the trench to advance was essentially suicide. Luo Chuan seemed oblivious to her warning, charging toward the infantry formation in front of the tank with the grenade in hand. "Cover Teacher Luo." Before Su Yuan could finish her warning, multiple bullets pierced Luo Chuan's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. "Teacher Luo." Su Yuan covered her mouth in a gasp. Intense pain surged through his entire body as consciousness began to fade. Luo Chuan forced himself to stand, pulled the pin from the grenade, and charged toward the advancing Japanese soldiers. He couldn't let his seniors see him fail. With a smile, he spoke just a second before the explosion. A deafening explosion echoed as Luo Chuan took out the dozen or so Japanese soldiers in front of the tank along with himself. A line of blood-red text appeared before his eyes. Luo Chuan 1897137. Shall you continue to confront the history of that year? Seizing the momentary gap created by the explosion, De Yong sprinted forward, precisely wedging the cluster grenade bound with 6 individual grenades into the tank's track gap. In an instant, 5 bloody blossoms erupted from his back, yet he did not fall. Using his last ounce of strength to throw himself in front of the tracks and pull the fuse, the Type 97 tank's tracks crushed De Yong's body. The sound of shattering bones mingled with the roar of the diesel engine. Platoon leader. Senior. Many soldiers witnessed this scene, tears streaming down their faces like beads from a broken string. The air hung heavy for 3 seconds. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the Type 97 tank toppled into the trench like an elephant with severed legs, its left track fragments slicing through the locust tree above. 5 crimson characters appeared before everyone's eyes. Tank destroyed. Salute to our forebears. Salute to the heroes. Well done, veterans. China was fortunate to have you back then. They died without a second chance. That's the true grit of our forebears. Viewers wearing VR headsets outside the arena could no longer hold back as they bid farewell to the heroes. Emotion level 10. Emotion level 16. Emotional value 19. Charge. Avenge our seniors. Back then, our predecessors had only one chance, yet they dared to fight the enemy to the death. We have countless opportunities to revive. How can we possibly retreat? Witnessing this, the soldiers could no longer hold back. With a spirit of defiant resolve, they charged out of the trenches. Many had even exhausted their ammunition, climbing out of the trenches to engage the enemy in bayonet combat. Seeing the players' frenzied eyes, the commander on the Little Day's side began to panic. Now their tanks were destroyed, their infantry suffered heavy casualties. And most critically, morale had plummeted. He had no choice but to order a full retreat. Charge! Don't let them escape. But the bloodthirsty players had forgotten everything. The deaths of their comrades seemed to have unlocked their latent power. One by one, the Japanese soldiers fell, their blood staining the earth around the trenches crimson. The remaining Japanese soldiers, seeing the dire situation, could only raise their hands in surrender. Before their surrender could be uttered, a flash of cold steel pierced their chests, blood splattering everywhere. Sorry, we're neither qualified nor worthy to forgive you on behalf of our fallen comrades. All players, blood streaking their faces, stared coldly at the fallen enemy and spoke with icy resolve. Game Expo Production Center. Fang Yu glanced at the time. Nearly 12 hours had passed. And the prologue mission, construct makeshift trenches and machine gun emplacements in the hills surrounding Manhwa town to halt Zairizhi's eastern advance for 48 hours, was already 1/3 complete. At this pace, the truly critical phase of the battle was approaching. The battlefield situation would become even more dire from here on out. Chapter 5, Night Raid on the Artillery Observation Post. Damn, this gets my blood pumping. I wish I could join them. Apologies for my earlier trash talk. This game is exceptionally well made. I can't wait. When does this game release? I'm going to wipe out every last one of those bastards. This tournament is producing some serious talent. I bet countless companies will be trying to poach them after it ends. The live stream chat for the off-site Game Expo was about to explode. Manhwa Town, Northern Front. After securing a temporary victory in the defense, Luo Chuan led his squad to piece together the remains of their fallen platoon leader. They tried countless times, yet couldn't fully reassemble the body. All players stared blankly at the platoon leader's incomplete remains, leaning against the earthen wall of the trench. His right hand remained frozen in the act of pulling the fuse, the blood on his fingers now dried into a dark brown crust. In the refracted light of the setting sun, it glinted with a sickly brilliance. Beneath the locust tree, they dug a grave roughly 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, carefully lowering the platoon leader's remains into the earth. Wait! Su Yuan was sorting through the platoon leader's belongings when she noticed something tucked inside his worn uniform. She rummaged through the inner pocket and pulled out a yellowed photograph. A swaddled infant sat in a wicker chair, smiling brightly and adorably. Turning the photo over, she found a line of text written on the back, 1935, taken at Jinling Photo Studio. Su Yuan covered her mouth, fighting back tears. What's wrong, Miss Su Yuan? Luo Chuan noticed Su Yuan's troubled expression and approached her. He immediately noticed a charcoal drawing inside the platoon leader's uniform pocket. He took the uniform for a closer look and discovered it was a diagram showing how to bundle a grenade, with an arrow pointing to the track. Then he noticed the yellowed baby photo and his brow furrowed deeply. Sacrificing their own families for the greater good, that's the spirit of our Chinese heroes. Who knows how many soldiers like him gave their lives for the nation back then? Luo Chuan said with profound respect. Everyone, listen, our predecessors never retreated, even unto death, because behind them lay the lights of countless homes. Now, what we must do is hold this position to the death. Is that clear? Salute to our predecessors. We shall not fail them. Everyone shouted with unwavering conviction. As Luo Chuan led the men in clearing the battlefield, a voice carried over. Professor Luo, we just observed through binoculars the enemy has reinforced their ranks significantly and brought in more artillery. Tomorrow's defensive battle won't be easy. A scouting player reported after observing through binoculars for some time. Luo Chuan paused mid-motion of collecting bullets, falling silent for a moment. I understand the situation. We can't just sit here and wait for disaster now. Let me think. His tone remained calm. The relentless demands of prolonged command had drained his physical strength, leaving only sheer willpower to keep him going. The last rays of sunset faded, the sky tinged with faint shadows as the clouds deepened to a heavy gray. At that moment, a lean man with thick eyebrows and large eyes approached. Perhaps due to prolonged combat, his face bore traces of malnutrition and exhaustion. Captain Li, what brings you here? Luo Chuan addressed him politely. He recognized this soldierly Changhe, a company commander from the 10th Battalion of the 51st Regiment. I have a night raid plan targeting the Zayarizi frontline artillery observation post. It can be executed tonight. If successful, it could effectively delay tomorrow's offensive. Artillery observation post? Luo Chuan took the binoculars and peered through them. 2 kilometers away, the flickering lights of the artillery observation post reflected faintly on the lenses. Artillery observation posts are command centers where artillery officers and their units observe the battlefield and direct fire. They form a deep, staggered, dispersed, and concealed network of observation points, prioritizing key directions. Simply put, they were the hubs for precision strikes. In recent days, several heavy machine gun positions near the trenches had been destroyed by accurate fire from these observation posts. Destroying these observation posts severed the enemy artillery's field of view and command links, preventing them from providing effective fire support and thereby weakening their overall combat capability. Luo Chuan nodded and began discussing specific tactics and personnel for the night raid with the company commander. Roughly half an hour later, a preliminary plan took shape. December 7, 1937, evening. With 36 hours remaining until the 48-hour deadline to halt the Japanese advance on the Eastern Front. Moonlight was obscured by dark clouds as the company commander led roughly 30 NPC players around the southern flank of Chunhua town, bypassing the Japanese positions. Rags wrapped around bayonets to prevent glare. Someone whispered a warning. Once everyone was ready, they began crawling around the trenches to approach the Japanese positions. One player suddenly froze. His right hand seemed to have touched something. A foul, bloody stench hit him as he saw a rotting, severed limb. He forced himself to ignore the nausea and flung it away. After about an hour, the group approached their destination. Watching the last supply truck depart the observation post, the company commander signaled with his eyes to begin infiltration. Everyone advanced in a zigzag pattern along the trenches, each step taken with extreme caution, not even daring to breathe loudly. Holy crap, this is killing me. I'm sweating bullets just watching. Honestly, I've never been this nervous even when cheating on exams. My heart's in my throat. Friendly reminder, you can breathe, folks watching at home. Why isn't Professor Luo participating in this night raid? Professor Luo is getting on in years. Though he's still in decent shape, constantly commanding and fighting non-stop would wear down even an Iron Man. Company Commander Li, who had been advancing, suddenly signaled a halt. Everyone stopped instantly, staring at a massive barbed wire fence that appeared ahead. A trap. The company commander whispered to one of the players. With a series of sharp snaps, sections of the barbed wire began to fall. The air thickened with the mingled scent of rust and blood. Following the scent, the sight of severed limbs and entrails caught on the wire caught everyone's attention. Many players clenched their fists. Just as the group held their breath, waiting for the company commander to cut through the fence, a sentry from the nearby outpost yawned as he approached from 20 meters away. One player panicked, attempting to rise and strike first. The moment he rose, the company commander slammed him back down. Are you out of your mind? Trying to get us all killed? The company commander growled in a low, furious voice. Everyone stay hidden. Don't move. We only get one shot at this plan. Don't act rashly. He deftly drew his bayonet from the cloth sheath, gripping it reverse hand, and waited silently as the Japanese sentry approached. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Everyone held their breath. Chapter 6, Discovery. 3 meters. Just as the sentry approached within 3 meters of their hiding spot, the company commander gripped his dagger tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the sentry's path. As the sentry passed in front of them, the company commander sprang into action, rising swiftly from behind him. His left hand clamped over the sentry's mouth before a sound could escape, while his right hand drove the bayonet, held in reverse grip, forcefully into the neck. The cold steel pierced the Shaori Z sentry's carotid artery in an instant, blood spattering everywhere. A player reacted quickly enough to catch the falling Type 38 rifle, but he was still a fraction too slow. The butt struck the ground with a faint thud. Damn, we're probably busted. What a piece of junk. Can't even hold a gun properly when it counts? The captain moved so fast, no hesitation at all. Too bad it still made a sound. Hope we don't get caught. Holy crap, that blood splatter. True-to-life simulation cutting a carotid artery in real life wouldn't look any different. Can you guys be more reliable? Is it that hard to coordinate with the company commander? Oh no. Some players began to groan. Others lay concealed on the ground, covered in blood but too afraid to wipe it off, dreading the slightest sound. After a long moment, a night breeze swept through. The observation post issued no alerts. Clear. The company commander murmured. Everyone exhaled deeply, their hearts finally settling. Attention. This is a crucial hub for the little days. It's definitely equipped with alarms. When entering the observation station, keep your eyes peeled and ears open. Stay alert. Everyone nodded in agreement, following the company commander step by step into the interior of the observation post. After evading roughly 3 patrols, they finally reached their destination. First to catch their eyes was a water tower about 15 meters tall, seemingly hastily constructed from reinforced concrete. The tower offered sweeping visibility, making it ideal for reconnaissance and directing artillery strikes. Shaori had set up a makeshift camp beneath the tower, surrounded by numerous gasoline drums. Inside the camp, wooden tables and chairs held steering wheels, FM radios, and M13 binoculars. Several artillery staff officers appeared to be verifying campaign coordinates, the occasional crisp rustle of paper drifting through the air. Silence. The company commander gestured, glancing at his pocket watch. The hands were fixed at midnight. Check the explosives. A player pulled a blanket-like bundle of explosives from his gear, breathing slightly harder. This explosive primarily consisted of black powder and nitroglycerin, though Cho's explosive was sometimes used. It was mostly powdery, lacking a solid block form. To ensure compactness and ease of transport, the explosive packs were typically bundled into blanket shapes. Captain, it's been checked. All clear. You two, come with me. The company commander nodded, signaling to proceed as planned. The 2 players followed him as they slowly circled around the perimeter of the observation post, preparing to attach the explosives atop the water tower. The other players remained concealed around the observation post, ready to provide backup and handle any unexpected situations. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. 3 meters. Damn it! Just as the 3 were about to approach the water tower, a sudden, furious shout erupted from nearby. An observer in the camp, who seemed to have just stepped out to relieve himself nearby, spotted the trio preparing to plant explosives near the water tower. The player on the left froze instantly. Though they'd simulated this scenario before, the reality felt completely different. Cold sweat trickled down his back. The extreme tension left his mind blank, and he forgot what to do next. The other player beside him snapped out of it, swiftly drawing the bayonet wrapped in cloth and turning to act. But the company commander was faster. A cold bayonet slid from his sleeve. The instant he turned, he gripped the hilt and thrust it violently toward Shaori Z's heart. The player on the left snapped out of his paralysis, spinning to pin Shaori Z's legs. Though the action was relatively swift, it was too late to prevent him from screaming. Shaori Z's agonized scream echoed through the entire observation post. Immediately, an alarm blared. Damn it! What rotten luck discovered at this moment. Fang Yu, you deserve to die. No way, what a coincidence. I bet the developers did this on purpose. No clue what this guy's doing. Got caught and just froze up. It's just a game, what's the big deal? Total loser. Let me handle it. The company commander's got his hands full with you lot. I'm amazed you always screw up at the crucial moment. Seeing the plan exposed, the surrounding soldiers abandoned their cover and charged forward, guns drawn. The Japanese artillery officer hadn't even started running before he was riddled with 7.92mm bullets from the Zhongjing rifles. There was no other option. A teammate and I would go to the tower top to set the explosives. You hold the perimeter at all costs, don't let a single enemy climb up. The company commander bellowed. Yes, sir. We'll get the job done. Within 3 minutes of the observation post's alarm sounding, waves of heavy footsteps echoed around us. Under the cover of night, they sounded like the relentless footsteps of a grim reaper. The Japanese reinforcements have arrived. Listen up, everyone. We don't have many bullets this time, but every man has a bayonet. If you run out of bullets, fix your bayonets. Under the water tower, an NPC squad leader bellowed. The dense clatter of footsteps grew ever closer, punctuated by the distinctive click-clack of Type 38 rifles being loaded. Everyone fixed their gaze on the perimeter of the observation post. The enemy is closing in. Open fire. Bang. Bang bang. The deafening clatter of Type 38 rifles mingled with the roar of Type 96 rifles pierced the night. Each gunshot echoed like the defiant cries of restless spirits, golden-yellow shell casings flying relentlessly from the rifle bolts. Just as the battle reached its most intense phase, a distinct rattle echoed through the air. The reconnaissance team leader glanced over and saw 3 Type 92 heavy machine guns outside the encirclement had formed a triangular crossfire network. Bullets struck near the water tower, spattering in blinding sparks. Squad leader, the Japanese crossfire is in place. Squad leader, I'm out of ammo. Me too. I've only got 5 rounds left here. The ammunition shortage compounded the already perilous combat situation. The squad leader wiped blood from his face, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so remaining fighters. He bellowed. What did I just say? No bullets? Fix bayonets. I'll be damned if those bastards' bullets are tougher than our bones. The company commander had nearly finished rigging the explosives, just this final tremor remained. At this critical moment, anyone who faltered would be shot on the spot. Yes, sir. Chapter 7, Destruction. Snap. Snap. The sound of bayonets slamming against rifle barrels echoed relentlessly. Every soldier's gaze was unwavering, prepared to use their own flesh and blood as the final barrier to successfully blow up the observation post. Way to go, squad leader. Let those little bastards see the backbone of the Chinese people. That campaign back then was brutal. The equipment gap was bad enough, but the ammunition supply couldn't keep up either. Gave me goosebumps. This is intense. Everyone, follow the squad leader into the charge. Fix bayonets. Charge. As Night's Veil lifted, clouds gradually dispersed and silvery moonlight spilled across the ground, illuminating a dozen shadowy figures. Little ones, Grandpa will teach you what close quarters combat means. Charge. The squad leader's booming voice rang out as he charged first from beneath the observation tower's water tank, the other soldiers following close behind. Instantly, the battlefield transformed from gunfire to a savage, bloody melee. Forgetting their fragile bodies, forgetting the pain, forgetting the enemy's firepower, only one thing remained in their minds: to charge, to withstand the enemy's bullets with their flesh and blood. Clang! 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 The clanging of bayonets and rifle butts echoed relentlessly. Thud! The squad leader's bayonet pierced the chest of the first enemy soldier who charged near the water tower. The enemy soldier, still struggling with the bayonet lodged in his chest, was riddled with 4 or 5 Type 38 rifle bullets in the next instant. The squad leader swung his rifle butt hard into Xiao Rizi's leg, a crisp crack of breaking bone echoing. Others also made kills, but several players had already fallen to Xiao Rizi's machine gun fire. Squad leader, there are too many enemies. They're closing in from all sides. The scout assessed the situation before finishing his sentence, but a burst of Type 92 machine gun fire swept across the area. He dove for cover, but his right arm still took a hit. A piercing pain shot through him. He forced himself to his feet, watching the enemy soldiers charging toward them, now less than 10 meters away. The squad leader was still locked in combat with 3 enemy soldiers, clearly at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he grasped his bayonet with his free hand, determined to join the fight. The next instant, a flash of cold steel appeared in his vision, the bayonet-mounted barrel of a Type 38 rifle. Before he could react, the blade plunged into his chest. Perhaps adrenaline kicked in. Though excruciating, he gritted his teeth and endured. Seizing this precious moment, he took a step forward. The Type 38 bayonet instantly pierced through his body. Yet, seemingly oblivious to the agony, he clutched the bayonet and drove it viciously into the neck of the grinning Japanese soldier. Blood spurted onto his face, trickling down his cheeks. The next second, he collapsed with a thud. He felt life rapidly draining away, his breaths growing shallow, his consciousness fading. That final strike drained his last ounce of strength. 1 Yunfei 19171937. Seeing the blood-red line of text on the screen, he smiled. Senior, I gave it my all. I didn't disgrace China. This is the kind of player we should all look up to. Trading one life for another like that, now that's true grit. That's how the veterans did it back in the day. Trade one life for a fight, trade 2 for 1, trade 3 for 2. It's just a game, what's there to fear? With infinite lives, just go for it. Easy for you to say from the sidelines. Try enduring 50% pain on the battlefield. Oh no, the squad leader seems to be in trouble. East of the observation post, staring at his own body pierced by 3 bayonets, the squad leader didn't show a single trace of pain. Instead, he smiled. Killed over a dozen today, that's a hell of a profit. You bastard Japs, I'll send you off properly. He swiftly tore open his tattered uniform. The last grenade was strapped to his chest, its cap already open, the white pole pin exposed. With his last ounce of strength, he pulled the pin. The crackling sound of the fuse burning echoed like a death knell. Several Japanese soldiers, sensing trouble, tried to retreat, but the bayonets embedded in their bodies held them fast. The squad leader's blood-stained teeth clamped down on the collar of a Japanese soldier. Boom! Four bodies were torn apart by the grenade, their flesh splattering into a wall of blood. Fragments of the red five-pointed military emblem danced in the wind, resembling an ink painting before it had dried. Observation post atop the water tower. Click! The click of an old kerosene lighter echoed through the tower's night air, igniting a sliver of flame. The cold air made the acrid smell of gunpowder sting the nostrils. The company commander stared at the explosives placed at the tower's apex, drawing the last cigarette from his pocket. 5 minutes earlier, below the water tower. You go first. We need someone to bring back the full report. I can handle planting the explosives alone. No, Captain. We came together, and we'll leave together. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I ordered you to get back with this information intact. That's an order. The next second, the company commander raised his Mauser pistol and pressed it against the soldier's temple. Seeing the unquestionable resolve in the captain's eyes, the player's nose stung. He lowered his head to wipe away tears, his voice choked with emotion. Take care of yourself, Captain. I'll get the intel back. The fuse was lit. The acrid smell of sulfur mixed with gunpowder smoke assaulted his nostrils. The company commander's fingertips trembled slightly as he watched the white fuse dance wildly atop the tower. In a daze, he recalled scenes from childhood New Year celebrations. The memory was vividly red lanterns and decorations hung everywhere, the whole family gathered together, laughter and joy filling the air. The pungent smell of firecrackers mingled with the aroma of cured pork sizzling on the stove, leaving black trails across the white snow after each explosion. Now, he stood alone, no family by his side, only the sounds of gunfire and bullets. Watching the fuse so similar to firecracker wicks twist and crawl, he let out a puff of smoke from the cigarette clenched between his teeth. A faint twitch played at the corner of his mouth, a trace of resignation flickering in his eyes. Boom! The explosion sent the water tower's support columns twisting violently. The observation deck at the top shattered instantly, cracks spreading across the tower's surface as water gushed from the fissures. The next second, the 15-meter colossus collapsed. Ruptured water mixed with concrete debris from the explosion scattered outward in all directions. Professor Luo, the company commander and the others seemed to have succeeded. A player stationed at the Chunhua outpost to monitor the operation exclaimed excitedly. Really? Hand me the binoculars. Let me see. A flicker of excitement crossed Luo Chuan's face as he took the binoculars from the scout and peered toward the observation post. Impressive. As expected of a veteran, clean and decisive. When he returns, I must learn how he applies these tactics so flexibly. After observing for less than a minute, Luo Chuan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Go spread this good news to all the soldiers now. I'll wait here for their triumphant return. Chapter 8, Return. Teacher Luo, what succeeded? Su Yuan had fought guerrilla battles all day, dying multiple times along the way. Her body was utterly exhausted. She had barely lain down to rest for 2 hours when the scout's excited voice roused her. Approaching the base camp, he observed Luo Chuan's agitated expression and asked with puzzlement. Oh, Miss Su Yuan, how's your rest going? I barely slept for 2 hours. Ugh, I'm so tired. I rarely stay up late outside, it's bad for my skin. Su Yuan said with a pout. Sigh, Teacher Luo, you've been working so hard for so long. You really should get some proper rest at night. This game is terrifyingly intense. I was so exhausted that the moment I lay down, my mind just shut off. Yu Zishu also stirred from his sleep, yawning as he spoke. Waking everyone up must mean good news, something crucial for tomorrow's battle. Seeing most players awake, Luo Chuan rubbed his bloodshot eyes and spoke with excitement. What good news could there possibly be in the middle of the night? I'm exhausted. Yeah, Professor Luo, we worked our butts off all day. Now that we finally get some rest at night, you wake us all up? That's just cruel. Exactly. Who can handle this non-stop grind? My eyes feel like they're glued shut. Those old-timers were seriously tough. The enemy must be retreating. I'm about to laugh out loud with joy. Damn, you're serious? They really retreated? No way, you actually believe that? If they'd retreated, the mission success notification would have popped up ages ago. Watching the players around him chatter excitedly, Luo Chuan didn't interrupt. After a long day, letting them vent and liven up the atmosphere was probably good. After a moment, Luo Chuan raised his hand to signal for quiet. His voice carried a hint of excitement as he spoke. Yesterday, our scout spotted a bunch of field guns reinforcing the Japanese rear lines. Our 51st Regiment Company commander and I have planned a night raid to blow up their artillery observation post. Ha? Why didn't you say so sooner, Professor Luo? Is it too late to sign up now? I'm wide awake. My ass. You were the one complaining loudest about being tired just now. I'm going instead. I'm in top form right now. Step back, everyone. I took out over a dozen of those little Japs today. When it comes to marksmanship, I'm the one for the job. Hold on, calling 10 kills impressive? I took out over 20. If you're going by that logic, you should step back first. Luo Chuan's words instantly ignited the players' excitement. For some reason, they were incredibly drawn to this kind of night raid style operation. Even Su Yuan's almond-shaped eyes widened at the plan, a sly gleam flashing in them. Teacher Luo, I want to go too. I promise to listen to the company commander and follow orders perfectly. She blinked her watery eyes and spoke in a voice sweet enough to make one sick. Then threw in a crooked military salute for good measure. Wow, Goddess Yuan's salute is so unorthodox, but it's adorable. My Goddess Yuan, so responsible and dependable, love it. Are you all out of your minds? Do you really think this mission will succeed with her on it? You bunch of womanizing fools. This is a military operation, not a game of house. Shut your brainless mouths, you're pissing people off. Alright, everyone calm down. The mission is over. The platoon led by the company commander successfully blew up a little Japanese artillery observation post. I woke you all up so we could welcome our heroes home. Luo Chuan watched them scrambling to volunteer, then sighed wryly. Ah, the mission's over? No way. I really wanted to join. What, no chance now. Teacher Luo, next time give us earlier notice. We'll definitely live up to your expectations. It's fine. Though I didn't participate, the mission's success is what matters. Once the company commander returns, I'll definitely ask him how he came up with such a brilliant tactic. Exactly. Success is what matters. We'll wait here for them to come home. As time ticked by, the trenches remained utterly silent, devoid of any sound or footsteps. Many players fought off drowsiness, their eyelids heavy, yet they stubbornly held their ground. Professor Luo, something feels off. It's been nearly an hour since the observation post was destroyed. By now, they should be back. The scout who had delivered the earlier report spoke in a low, trembling voice. Alright, the battlefield situation is ever-changing. Any speculation before the outcome is decided shows disrespect to our comrades. Let's not jump to conclusions. Luo Chuan spoke with a calm expression, though a hint of worry still flickered in his eyes. Half an hour later, a rustling sound echoed through the air, instantly rousing everyone from their daze. See? I told you not to jump to conclusions. Everyone, follow me to welcome our heroes. The anxiety vanished from Luo Chuan's face as he spoke with a hint of a smile. Thank goodness, they're safe. The scout who delivered the report breathed a huge sigh of relief. After a moment, a figure limped into view before the group. His left leg was missing below the knee. The mud-caked bandage used to staunch the bleeding dragged through the dirt with every step, leaving a trail of crimson behind him. As the others gathered around, they realized his breath was so faint it seemed like every gasp was an effort. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone. What happened? Take your time, no rush. But we succeeded, right? Where's the company commander and the others? Why are you the only one back? Did they encounter enemy ambush on the way back? I'll go organize the remaining brothers to rescue them immediately. Seeing only one man return, the others spoke anxiously. When we reached the observation post, the Japanese spotted us. The company commander he ordered me to return and report the situation while he was setting explosives. I refused to leave, but he held a gun to my head. What about the rest of them? Yeah, what about the rest of the brothers? Even if they died, they should have been revived by now. I don't know. My leg was hit by mortar fire during the retreat. It was a struggle just to make it back. Luo Chuan's expression shifted from initial surprise to calm, and now tears welled up unnoticed in his bloodshot eyes. Triumph? He silently mocked his own naivety. The artillery observation post, one of Zairizzi's most crucial positions for battlefield surveillance and fire control, wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Game Expo Center. Tomorrow marks the final day of the defense battle. I hope you can hold out. By then, the first round of the production competition should also be drawing to a close. Fang Yu glanced at the emotion value, now over 10,000, then looked at the progress of the defense battle. Calculating the time, he spoke. Chapter 9, The Last Sun. December 7, 1937, dawn, Chunhua Town front. The eastern sky gradually turned the color of a fish's belly, a faint red tinge appearing on the horizon. Clouds glowed golden in the morning light, forming a stark contrast to the smoke and bloodshed shrouding the Chunhua Town battlements. The once peaceful and serene atmosphere of Chunhua Town had vanished, transformed into a hellscape shrouded in blood and gunpowder. Wow, this December weather is really freezing. You bet, I feel like the sun being out makes no difference at all. Achoo! Damn right, it's freezing. This uniform offers zero warmth. Ugh. I've never suffered like this in my life. Conditions back then were truly brutal. Hang in there, it seems like the last day. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Perseverance is victory. The biting wind stung the faces of every soldier guarding Chunhua Town. Many players were jolted awake by the bitter morning air and began grumbling among themselves. After a day and night of fierce fighting, the Chunhua Town frontline was utterly devastated. Shell craters and bullet holes littered the landscape. Charred corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the trenches. Exhaustion etched itself onto every face, not just the players, but the NPC soldiers of the 51st Division as well. Though their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, their eyes still burned with unwavering resolve. The NPC soldiers knew that Jinling City lay directly behind them. There was nowhere left to retreat. While the players understood this was history repeating itself for the second time, they could not fail their predecessors. Luo Chuan stood behind a shattered bunker in the trenches, peering through binoculars at the swarming enemy forces advancing in the distance. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, his brow furrowed. Today marked the final day of the stalemate. He knew Zayarizi would stop at nothing to fight them to the bitter end. Teacher Luo, how was your rest last night? Ugh, I finally feel like I'm alive again. Su Yuan stretched comfortably, a sweet smile touching her lips as she spoke. Her worn military uniform hung loosely on her frame. Professor Luo, today is the final day, right? Great. To be honest, since becoming a game director, I've never seen a game crafted with such realism. Every detail is flawless. It's truly broadened my horizons. Who on earth is this Fang Yu? Did he really come from a small company? Hey, Editor Yu, I wonder who was just dismissing it as a small company's work. And had no expectations? Changing your tune so quickly? Ahem, that was a misunderstanding. But speaking of which, Su Yuan, aren't you the same? Saying people were wasting time, just trying to make a splash at the competition? What? That's not right. You're making things up. I only said those things because you led me astray. Oomph. Su Yuan's sweet smile vanished instantly as she began defending herself anxiously. Enough, both of you. With Zayarizi's army bearing down on us, do you really have time for idle chatter? Luo Chuan watched them still arguing over game development and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Sorry, Professor Luo. My bad. My apologies, Professor Luo. I just woke up today and my mind isn't quite clear yet. Please proceed with the important matters first. Take a look through the binoculars yourselves. Luo Chuan said no more, handing over the binoculars he held. Yu Zishu took the binoculars. The moment he held them, a familiar rumbling vibration shook the ground. The next second, Su Yuan wore an utterly exaggerated expression as she watched Yu Zishu dive into the trench at lightning speed, landing in a dog-eats-mud position. Ha, what's gotten into Director Yu? All Fang Yu's fault now, he's given the director PTSD. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Sigh, the director's really suffering. Hope he's okay. With such a weak heart, why even play the game? Let me take his place. I'm dying to charge across the battlefield with the veterans. Countless shells rained down like hailstones, exploding around the trenches. But compared to yesterday, the accuracy of these shells was significantly lower. There were no mass casualties. And most heavy machine gun positions remained intact. Director Yu, are you a mouse? One artillery barrage scared you this badly? Didn't Teacher Luo say yesterday? The company commander blew up their artillery observation post. So the accuracy of their shells has dropped considerably. Can't you show some backbone? Su Yuan watched Yu Zishu crouched in the trench, a mocking smile curling his lips as he sneered. I'm just dodging shells. Is that called being scared? It's called avoiding unnecessary casualties. What do you know? Scared? Just admit it. What are you pretending for? You're just a stubborn old duck. If Director Yu died on the battlefield, he'd probably be all limp except for his mouth. Ha! He was the first to die in the first round yesterday, and now you're kicking him while he's down. Surrounding players, spotting the opportunity, rose to fire while teasing Yu Zishu. Enough with the jokes. I see 2 tanks from the southern position, no clue where they got them, charging right at us. A scout spoke anxiously. 2? Are you kidding me? Yu Zishu had no time to protest. Grabbing the binoculars that had been pressed against his chest and scanning the southern position. Sure enough, 2 iron beasts similar to yesterday's were slowly advancing toward them. Japanese infantry, shielded by tanks, were charging toward the southern flank of the Chunhua position like ravenous wolves. Only this time, the tanks seemed considerably smaller than yesterday's. Where's Professor Luo? Yu Zishu addressed the scout. After the last artillery barrage ended, a scout reported that a player killed in action last night had returned. Professor Luo went to inquire about the details. Alright, hold the line for now. You go report the current situation to Professor Luo. Chuncheng Town position, west flank. Luo Chuan glanced at the players who had participated in last night's night raid squad and spoke calmly. Speak. What happened? Why did you only return to the battlefield now? Professor Luo, you have no idea how intense this night raid was. The atmosphere and pain simulation in Fang Yu's game are so realistic, I was really struggling to handle it. Yeah, dying this time gave me a headache that lasted forever. Got stabbed through the head in a bayonet fight with Xiaori felt so real it's making me hesitant to jump back into the fray. After we died, we temporarily disconnected from the virtual helmets. Thinking we'd take a break. The pressure is just too much. And this is only 50% pain simulation. I can't even imagine how the veterans back in the day endured it. Watching them return to the battlefield with dark circles under their eyes and bloodshot eyes, Luo Chuan said nothing more. War had been absent from Blue Star for so long now. Expecting these new recruits to match the standards of those veterans was unrealistic. The fact that you've made it back proves you still have spirit. The final battle is about to begin. Prepare yourselves, you must hold the Chunhua position at all costs. Professor Luo, we're in trouble. Little Day has brought 2 more tanks pushing up from the southern position. Before Luo Chuan could finish speaking, the scout's voice echoed from outside headquarters. Chapter 10, 2 tanks? The power of cluster grenades. Morning, December 7, 1937. Chunhua Town Headquarters. What? Tanks? Luo Chuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Hearing the scout's report, a rare flicker of disbelief crossed his face. 2 tanks, accompanied by a significant number of infantry. However, these tanks appeared smaller than the ones encountered previously. Smaller than the last ones? Luo Chuan rubbed his forehead, forcing himself to calm down and begin strategizing. Last time, the platoon leader destroyed a Type 97 tank. These tanks were slightly smaller than the previous ones. If the scout hadn't misidentified them, they should be Type 95 tanks. This smaller tank entered service in 1936, officially designated the Type 95 light tank. With a relatively tall overall profile and a turret position slightly to the left. It was armed with 137mm short-barreled cannon and 2 Type 97 6.5mm machine guns, with armor only 12mm thick at its thickest point. Due to its diminutive appearance, it was nicknamed the Bean Tank. Despite its small size, however, its firepower was not to be underestimated. It was not something their equipment from this period could easily destroy. Luo Chuan pondered for a long while but concluded that the platoon leader's previous method was still the most effective. And in the current situation, no other equipment could match the cluster grenades for convenience and efficiency. Having made his decision, Luo Chuan addressed the players who had returned to the campaign yesterday. You lot, go retrieve the grenades we've captured these past few days. I'll head to the Chunhua position first to assess the situation. Yes, sir. Chunhua position, southern flank. The tracks of the Type 95 tank crushed the edge of the trench, cold earth crumbling down intermittently. The yellow earth trembled under the onslaught of war, the acrid smell of gunpowder mingling with the fuel fumes of the tanks in the air. Many players couldn't grip their rifle stocks in the bitter cold, exhaling puffs of white vapor to warm themselves. We can't hold out much longer. This little guy's gone mad. We're completely overwhelmed. Yeah, 1 tank was tough enough. Now they've sent 2. Talk about adding insult to injury. Artillery, tanks, and heavy machine guns on those tanks. Fang Yu really is treating us like cannon fodder. I remember the platoon leader teaching us how to use cluster grenades last time. Should we try them? Let's wait until Professor Luo Chuan arrives. You guys are completely useless. By the time Professor Luo arrives, we'll have lost the position already. I already learned how to make cluster grenades last time. Watch closely, all of you. Su Yuan pulled out the remaining 6 grenades, tore off a strip of leg wrap cloth, and prepared to bind them together. As the cloth wound around her fingertips, the grenades were barely held together. But when she lifted them, they came apart again almost immediately. Is this the result of your training? Loose grenades? No big deal. It's normal to be rusty at first. Just take it slow. You actually have the nerve to show off? Even I, just watching, figured out how to make these. Give me a few minutes and I'd have them ready. Honestly, sending her into battle is practically a joke. Forget it. She keeps coming back after dying multiple times. She's just a girl, don't expect too much. It's unrealistic. An artillery shell exploded near the trench, sending dust flying as a tank shell knocked over the machine gunner's nearby cover. He scrambled into the trench, but it was too late. Shrapnel splattered across his face, leaving bloody streaks. Everyone take cover. We need to weather this wave of fire first. Luo Chuan arrived on the battlefield with the reconnaissance squad. Get me 6 grenades. Luo Chuan addressed the group. Teacher Luo, I have some here. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yuan picked up the partially assembled cluster grenade she'd just crafted and handed it to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan frowned at the unfinished grenade Su Yuan had made. His bloodshot eyes swept over the group, lingering especially on Su Yuan, as he spoke sternly. Everyone, come over and learn how to make cluster grenades. First, the core principle is to position the projectile outward and the wooden handles inward, crossing them and securing them with cloth straps or rope. The binding must be secure to prevent the grenades from separating mid-throw or mid-walk, and at least one grenade's pull pin must be left intact for triggering. As Luo Chuan spoke, he demonstrated the process. In under 3 minutes, a perfectly standard cluster grenade was assembled. Professor Luo, the enemy tanks are advancing from both flanks of the trench. You 2 come with me first. We'll take out the tank on the left. The rest of you provide covering fire as needed. Luo Chuan glanced at Yu Zishu and Su Yuan. Ha? Me? Oh, got it. Professor Luo, remember to pick me a good feng shui spot. Ha, Miss Yuan's words carry that feeling of dying before achieving victory. Check out Director Yu's expression classic, the wind howls cold over the Ishuwei River, the warrior departs never to return. Hilarious. Director Yu dodged a barrage just now, only to turn around and charge back toward the tank. Careful now, don't let my electronic pet get tortured offline. Luo Chuan led Su Yuan and Yu Zishu around the edge of the trench, now less than 20 meters from the Type 95 tank on their left. Meanwhile, the players who had returned to the position after last night's raid arrived with the remaining grenades from the main base. Most players kept their eyes glued to the battlefield to cover Luo Chuan's movements, while the rest began deftly assembling cluster grenades. On the southern flank, the players' rifles and heavy machine guns drew significant enemy fire. Luo Chuan, leading Su Yuan and Yu Zishu, was advancing step by step toward the tank from the left flank. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The commander of the Japanese forces seemed to have spotted them, and the tank's gun barrel abruptly swung toward the left flank. The Type 97 machine gun, which had been sweeping the rear, instantly redirected its barrel. Tank shells screamed toward them. Boom! The 37mm short-barreled cannon exploded around them. Yu Zishu, standing too close, instantly lost a leg. A familiar sensation washed over him. The next second, bullets from the Type 97 heavy machine gun also flew toward them. Luo Chuan swiftly pulled him aside. The bullets struck near the cover, sending sparks flying. Alright, stay put here for now. Su Yuan, you take care of Su Yuan first? Luo Chuan turned to see a petite figure crouched low, sprinting from the trench's side toward the tank's rear left flank. Damn it! Everyone, provide covering fire. Seeing Su Yuan nearly reach the left tank, the surrounding players and NPCs abandoned all caution. All leaping out of their trenches. The rattling of Type 96 rifles echoed continuously, while heavy machine guns switched from burst fire to full auto, drawing nearly all of the enemy's firepower. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan clutched a cluster grenade and edged closer to the tank's tracks. But the sudden clatter of machine gun fire overhead abruptly halted her movement. Blood gushed uncontrollably from her mouth as she collapsed to her knees. Chapter 11, Feint and Strike? Su Yuan refused to give up. Her bloodied teeth clamped down hard on the grenade's pin, and with her last ounce of strength, shoved it into the gap between the track and the road wheel. You little bastards, we Chinese aren't pushovers. Even if I die, I'll take you all down with me. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Su Yuan recalled the senior comrade who had passed away earlier. The platoon leader and company commander possessed no immunity to pain. Life is given but once, yet they sacrificed everything for the land and soul of China, leaving their most precious lives behind on this land. They too had families, they too felt fear, yet for the sake of the homeland and the happiness of over 1 billion people, they marched onto the battlefield without hesitation. Veterans, you did so well, you are the pride of every one of us. Now, it is our turn to give everything. Boom! The blast wave tore up a meter of frozen earth. The tank's right track snapped clean off with the blast, sending shards of metal flying into the chests of nearby soldiers, staining the yellow earth with fresh blood. Suxiouan 191911937. Rejoined the battle? No way! My goddess Yuan, you're too brave. Not bad, shows some courage. So courageous, truly a woman who can hold her own against any man. Well done, but a bit impulsive. Could you discuss with your comrades before acting next time? At the Game Expo Center, Fang Yu electronic ID 10 on her chest watched her steadily rising emotion value balance, 43330, 43342, 43350. He had just seen off a contestant who came to inquire about his background. He wasn't the only one approached since the game's live broadcast began. Numerous competitors had inquired about which gaming company's prodigy he was, or which tech university he graduated from. He brushed them off with a few terse replies. He had no time for small talk now. Judging by Luo Chuan's team's progress, the preliminary battles would likely conclude by the end of the first round of finals. The subsequent battles like the Rainflower Stone defense and the Guanghua Gate campaign were simply unrealistic to complete after the first round. His body couldn't handle it. It was time to explore other campaigns within the system. Preparations for the future were essential. Fang Yu opened the system, deftly accessing the creation module. His fingers glided across the virtual screen as he resumed searching for historical simulation content. As his fingers moved, the 4 characters Battle of Shanghai came into view. The Battle of Shanghai, also known as the August 13th campaign or the Second Battle of Shanghai. This was the first major decisive battle between Huaxia and the Little Days in the war, and also the largest and most brutal campaign throughout the entire resistance against the Little Days. Approximately 1 million troops from both sides were engaged in the fighting, which lasted 3 months. The Japanese committed 9 divisions totaling 220,000 soldiers, suffering over 90,000 casualties. The Chinese forces committed 73 divisions totaling over 700,000 troops, suffering casualties exceeding 250,000. The Battle of Shanghai forced Japan to shift its strategic focus, shattering its 3-month plan to conquer China. Had this battle been produced, its popularity would likely rival that of the Battle of Nanjing. But glancing at the staggering 100,000 emotion points, he averted his gaze for now. No rush. Fang Yu was confident that after this competition, the popularity of the Jinling defense game would generate ample emotion points for him. Noon, December 7, 1937. Chanhua defensive position. As the sun gradually rose, the biting cold eased considerably. The roar of tanks echoed, their tracks grinding the earth around the trenches with a shrill rumble. With only one tank remaining, all firepower shifted to the right flank of the position. Luo Chuan spoke, his body weary, as he picked up the cluster grenade the player had just crafted. Professor Luo, you really should rest. It's been a full day and night, your body simply can't hold out like this. Yes, Professor Luo, health is the foundation of revolution. We can handle this last tank. Trust me. I've got a solid tactic here, Professor Luo. Trust me, Xiao Ri won't stand a chance. Luo Chuan wanted to say more, but seeing the unwavering resolve and death-defying courage in the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, he set down the grenade. My old bones really can't keep up anymore. You must proceed with utmost caution. Professor Luo has been pushing himself too hard, those dark circles under his eyes are practically panda-like. The bloodshot in his eyes is getting worse. It's been nearly 2 days and nights without proper rest. I feel like there's something off with Fang Yu's game, aren't there just too few NPCs? But this is hell difficulty. If there were more NPCs, wouldn't it just mean all the veterans from back then are fighting for you? What's the point of that? Exactly. The whole point is for players to relive the hardships our predecessors endured. Why make them suffer all over again? I have a plan, feint east, strike west. A scout pulled everyone aside to discuss tank destruction tactics, his expression serious. How do we execute it? Spill the beans. Lay it out. Feint east, strike west? That tactic seems familiar, it feels easy to spot. True, and the enemy isn't stupid either, their infantry was practically walking right alongside the tanks this time. After hearing the scout's plan, many soldiers voiced their disapproval. Hold on, this isn't a simple bluff. Both times we blew up tanks with cluster grenades, right? This time, the little Japanese are definitely fixated on the cluster grenade carriers, that's our breakthrough point. South of Chihuahua's position, the Japanese infantry was advancing step by step alongside their tanks toward Chihuahua's defenses. The next instant, several grenades exploded near the tanks, instantly tearing a gap in the enemy infantry formation. The enemy commander swiftly waved his sword, signaling the tanks to turn. Just as the 37mm short-barreled cannon completed its turn, 2 scouts suddenly appeared near the trench. Clutching cluster grenades, they swiftly flanked the tank from both sides. Meanwhile, the Zhongzheng rifles and heavy machine guns flanking the trenches were already laid out in 2 rows. Instantly, waves of bullets struck the tank's surface, sending sparks flying. But the Japanese forces were clearly prepared. The scattered infantry quickly formed 2 squads, encircling the tank from both sides. The 2 scouts seemed to want to retreat, but the tank gun and Type 92 heavy machine gun had already locked onto them. Boom! Rat-tat-tat! Under the relentless fire from the tank gun and Type 92 machine gun, both scouts were instantly killed. Just as Commander Littledays smiled while wiping his military sword beside the tank's tracks, preparing to order the tank forward, he suddenly spotted an unfamiliar face in Japanese military uniform on the tank's side. Their eyes locked instantly. The next second, Commander Littledays saw what the person beside him was holding. A cluster grenade. Before he could react, the man had already shoved the grenade into the tank's tracks. As he pulled the pin, he flashed a smile at him. As the pin was pulled, the hissing sound echoed like a death knell. Damn it! Chapter 12, Living Up to Expectations. Wait, how did we end up locking eyes again? Look at that look on the officer's face, it's hilarious. This feint was seriously awesome, both the east and west were fakes, only the rear was real. Where did they even get those Littledays uniforms? When those 2 scouts died earlier, my heart nearly stopped. This is so well planned. I feel like this defense has a real shot. December 7, 1937, south of the Chunhua defensive position. Bastard! With a furious roar from the Japanese commander, his command saber flashed coldly as he swung it at the scout flanking from behind. The scout sidestepped the blow, tearing off the yellow dogskin coat in one swift motion. The infantrymen beside the tank reacted instantly, aiming their rifles at him. But the next second, the familiar roar of an explosion echoed. The right track of the Type 95 tank snapped like a severed stick insect, white smoke billowing from its underside as Commander Littledays cursed incessantly. The scout who had planted the cluster grenade was already nowhere to be seen. The familiar words reappeared in everyone's view, tank destroyed. Great! We wiped out all of Littledays' tanks. Indeed, unity is strength. Littledays? You'd better crawl back to your own doghouse. Veterans, we haven't disgraced you. There are still some infantry left on the southern flank, let's finish this quickly. The moment the tank tracks exploded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The exhaustion from 2 days and nights vanished in the surge of excitement. Luo Chuan watched the rising sun illuminate the entire land, its radiance as brilliant as the current prosperity of China at its zenith. He closed his bloodshot eyes, a faint smile touching his lips. This year marks the centenary of our nation becoming the world's strongest power. Yet who could have imagined that centuries ago, we shed so much blood and tears to protect our homeland? Returning to the battlefield, Su Yuan stared at the tank with its destroyed tracks, her gaze trembling slightly. She clenched the hem of her uniform tightly, yet tears of emotion still welled up and spilled over. Yu Zishu, dragging a severed leg, gazed blankly at all the players and warriors. Their beaming smiles like winter sunlight scattered across battlefields where veterans had shed blood, warm and captivating. Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Some finalists were discussing the match situation. I think the outcome is already decided. There's no need to watch the first round anymore. Just what kind of monster came out of that Game Development Academy? The Magic City Tech Game Development Academy? Or the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Game Development Center? I tried to talk to Fang Yu during the break, but he was tight-lipped, couldn't get anything out of him. Feels like he's from a different world altogether. I'm also curious about the company he joined. Could it be that Director Yu, after years of preparation, planted someone from launching inside this game? Even the CEO of Burning Star couldn't make it. While Fang Yu's previous games were decent, they were just solidly above average. But in the finals, it was like he'd unlocked some hidden potential. He'd been hiding his true capabilities all along. This is insane. I've seen that historical segment before, but seeing it and experiencing it are worlds apart. The level of detail, the visual quality, and the realism of the NPCs, I'm truly humbled. I thought Contestant 7's cultivation game was pretty interesting too. Are you guys really so sure he'll win in the first round? Contestant number 9 scratched the back of his head, seemingly unconvinced by Fang Yu's game's quality. Before he could finish speaking, the surrounding murmurs abruptly fell silent. Everyone turned to give him a cold, dismissive glance. No, my cultivation game is only decent within its genre. It really can't compare to Fang Yu's game. Did you pull strings to get into the finals? Just look at how long the audience and judges have been stuck in your game. This flawless recreation of history, no exaggeration, even Wanqing's game details and quality pale in comparison. Just wait until it launches and you'll see for yourself. December 7, 1937, afternoon, Chunhua Front. With both tanks destroyed, Xia Rize's combat advantage plummeted precipitously. Players and NPCs alike had grown accustomed to the intense firepower of the little days. With most of that firepower now gone, their morale soared. Luo Chuan estimated the Japanese force's final artillery barrage would conclude shortly. End this quickly and expand our advantage. A resolute expression crossed his face as he gave the order. Click. Click clack. The sounds of bullets being chambered in bayonets fixed on Type 96 rifles echoed from the Chunhua positions, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Bullets, grenades, bayonets all ready. Not a single unnecessary word was spoken. It seemed as though they had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Charge. That single word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The moment it left his lips, Luo Chuan charged forward first, his Zhongzheng rifle raised, the other players and soldiers following close behind. The heavy machine gunners beside the trenches had already prepared their cover fire. The dense, crisscrossing barrage forced the enemy to keep their heads down, bullets raining down on the remaining infantry like hail. Bodies fell across the battlefield, the roar of battle echoing for miles. It's almost over. Just one more night, everyone, hold on. We've endured 3 bows and 6 prostrations, just one last shudder to go. Hold on. Wow, everyone's amazing. Professor Luo's command skills are incredible, Goddess Yuan is so brave, and Director Yu drew most of the enemy fire. The other players are incredible too. If our seniors in heaven could see this, they'd smile and say, this carries on our legacy. Final night, we must succeed. Let the enemy know China's territory is inviolable. Several surviving Japanese infantrymen hid behind tank wreckage, attempting a last stand. A scout charged into the smoke. A flash of cold steel, several Japanese soldiers, bayonets fixed on their Type 38 rifles, lunged at him. He rolled toward the nearest wrecked tank and tossed 2 grenades in his backhand. Boom! With the explosion, the last few Japanese infantrymen fell. Job done. Damn it all, finally over. Now for the fun part, looting. Ha! Guys, come clean up the battlefield, we've got a good haul this time. I'm about to pass out. Fang Yu, you're buying us dinner when we get out of here. The setting sun dyed the shattered Japanese military flag crimson, while the scattered corpses of Japanese soldiers strewn across the battlefield were a sight to behold. Attention all. The final night of defense is nearly over. Hang in there, everyone. We'll divide the remaining men into groups for night patrols. Don't screw this up. Luo Chuan watched as the last rays of sunset faded, the sky gradually shrouded in a faint veil of darkness. His voice turned stern as he spoke. Chapter 13, The Final 12 Hours. December 7, 1937, night. 12 hours remained until the end of the Chunhua town defense battle. Damn it, why do I feel more nervous than they do? This is the final battle. We have to hold out. Brothers, last night, let's do this. I'm skipping my exam tomorrow to cheer on the brothers. I'm bailing on my date tomorrow too. Wake up, you don't even have a girlfriend to stand up. At this moment, the Chunhua stronghold, silhouetted against the night sky, resembled a bottomless lake, drowning out the day's battle cries. Mr. Luo, just wait for me a sec. I'm practically falling apart from exhaustion these past few days. Su Yuan shook her twin ponytails, pouted her lips, and addressed Luo Chuan. Tonight is the final battle. Xiaori will likely pull some other stunt, so we must ensure the patrol is thorough. If you're tired, go rest first. Luo Chuan paused before replying. Got it, Teacher Luo. Hearing Luo Chuan's words, Su Yuan's expression turned serious as she carefully scanned the trenches for any suspicious infiltrators. 2 hours later, the second patrol team began their rotation. Remember, don't overlook a single detail. Any carelessness could lead to the failure of this operation. Don't worry, Professor Luo. Don't you trust us? This is top-tier defense-grade patrol. You can rest easy. The scout who had destroyed the tank earlier wiped down his bayonet, flashing Luo Chuan a reassuring smile as he spoke. Good. Luo Chuan yawned softly, preparing to head back to headquarters for a rest. Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. I feel like Fang Yu hasn't left the studio since finishing the first round of the game. Sure, the facilities inside are top-notch, but doesn't he get bored staying in there all the time? Ha, you live by the sea, yet you're so nosy. Maybe he's thinking about how to make the next game. After such a strong start, if the next one's quality drops too much, it'll disappoint both the judges and the players. You're not his girlfriend, why are you so concerned? Better focus on strategizing for the final 12-hour defense. True, tonight's defense battle should be pretty tough. Front row selling sunflower seeds, drinks, and peanuts. Any takers? Get lost. Can we have something fresh for once? December 8, 1937, 1:30 a.m. The scout on patrol gazed into the silent night and yawned softly. This defense should be over soon, he thought. He muttered to himself. The next second, a piercing explosion and the roar of engines filled the air. Damn it, they won't even let us rest in peace. The piercing sound abruptly shattered the stillness of the night over the Chunhua position. Looking up, bomber after bomber circled overhead like black vultures hovering over the Chunhua position. Everyone, retreat to the bunkers. Hide from the Japanese bombing run first. Luo Chuan was jolted awake by the bomber's roar and barked at the still sleeping men. Before his words faded, rows of bombs screeched through the air, crashing into the Chunhua positions. The deafening explosions sent black smoke billowing across the battlefield. Huge craters were blasted into the Chunhua positions as earth and rock flew everywhere. Soldiers who hadn't made it into the bunkers were instantly killed. Holy crap, I'm seriously impressed. Aren't tanks and artillery enough? Now they're throwing bombers into the mix? This is supposed to be a forward campaign. Hell, difficulty is a bit much, don't you think? Fang Yu's been holding back, guys. I checked the history back in the day. The old-timers had bombers during the daytime battles, and bunkers couldn't stop them anyway. This final battle is way too hard. A whole fleet of bombers in the dead of night, and no weapons to counter them? The gap between us and the enemy is just too huge. Seriously, this is ridiculous. No way when this game comes out, I'm playing on easy mode. Just watch me wipe them out. You're just trying to fool yourself. That's how history played out, it can't be changed. That's why we should cherish the peace we have now. A happy, peaceful life really isn't something to take for granted. Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Holy crap, Fang Yu really went all out. Those bombers, that scene's simulation, it's terrifying. This game's difficulty feels like the toughest I've ever played. Was the gap really that big back then? You guys really need to brush up on your history. Let me tell you, despite China's current technological prowess and status as the world leader, back in 1937, we were still an agrarian nation with a relatively weak industrial base. Calling our fight against Japan attacking Iraq with an egg wouldn't be an exaggeration. So how did we win in the end? Through our forebears' fearless spirit and sheer numbers, of course. Oh, and our flexible tactics. While a few nations aided us later, we stood alone at the very beginning. December 8, 1937, 2 a.m. Professor Luo, what should we do now? We have no weapons to counter their bombers. You're right. We thought tanks and artillery were bad enough, but now they've brought out bombers too. Next thing you know, they'll drop an atomic bomb. What kind of game is this? And there aren't nearly enough bunkers to shelter everyone. This final night is brutal. The constant drone of those bombers is splitting my skull. Alright, everyone, calm down. We just need to weather this wave of bomber fire. Their fuel consumption is extremely high, they can't sustain prolonged combat. Luo Chuan spoke calmly, observing the group's near collapse. But as time passed, some bunkers shattered under the relentless bombardment, concrete fragments scattering in all directions with each explosion. The deafening roar of the bombers finally faded after a full hour. Professor Luo truly lives up to his reputation as a history professor. Without him, we would have lost this position countless times. I decided when I get back, I'm going to thoroughly study our history and culture. Not knowing anything really shows how much I've suffered from my lack of education. Time crawls by so slowly. This defensive battle is truly agonizing. I'll never complain about my own hardships again. Our predecessors endured far worse suffering. As the bombers departed, soldiers began emerging from the bunkers one by one. Many rose hastily, their uniforms still unbuttoned. We have less than 4 hours left. Hold on as long as you can. Try to rest near the bunkers. There's a high chance the enemy will return. The moment you hear engine noise, head straight for the bunkers. Got it? Luo Chuan scanned the surrounding soldiers and spoke calmly. Hold the position. Fight to the last man. All players shouted in unison, their eyes gleaming with resolve. Chapter 14, Return. December 8, 1937, Chunhua position, 4 a.m. The boundless darkness still shrouded the Chunhua position. After another wave of bombing, the last few remaining bunkers were shattered by bomber shells. The remaining soldiers lay panting on the ground. Professor Luo, I really can't take it anymore. I just want to go home and get a good night's sleep. Me too. My eyelids feel like they'll droop even with toothpicks propping them up. I'm dead tired. Now that the bunkers are gone, we're just flesh and bone against the shells. I'm about to snap. Another day full of hope, everyone, hang on a little longer. This is unbearable. Not only has the frequency of the Little Day's bombardment increased, but they've started coordinating with the artillery in the rear. With each passing second, a new wave of bombardment commenced. December 8, 1937, Chunhua Front, 5 a.m. Blood dripped drop by drop along the trenches. Formations of Type 96 bombers tore through the clouds, their engines roaring closer and closer as they commenced a new wave of bombing. Luo Chuan forced his bloodshot eyes open, staring at the bodies of fallen comrades piled throughout the trench. NPC soldiers could not be revived. Players could be revived, but many were crushed again by the Japanese bombers immediately after respawning. For days, Luo Chuan had fought off exhaustion, but now he could hold on no longer. His consciousness began to blur. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with sulfur filled his nostrils. Surveying the battered positions around him, he let out a bitter laugh. What a spectacle for our predecessors to witness. Boom! As the bomber's shells exploded, a line of crimson text appeared on the screen. Luozixian 19001937. Warning! Warning! All personnel killed. Return to battle function disabled. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Prologue mission: construct makeshift trenches and machine gun emplacements along the hills surrounding Chunhua town to halt Sayaraizi's eastern advance for 48 hours, concluding the Jinling recapture position operation. Mission status: failed. Difficulty: hell. Defense duration: 47 hours. Enemy casualties: 1,945. Tanks and armor destroyed: 3 units Type 97 Tank X1, Type 95 Tank X2. Our casualties: 6,532. Enemy to friendly casualty ratio, approximate 1 to 3. Overall rating, achievements, 1, fight to the death, battle to the last breath. Gained crucial time for Jinling's defenses. 2, human explosive, sacrificed myself with cluster grenades to take the enemy tank down with me. 3, deadly decoy, destroyed the enemy's last tank using a feint tactic. 4, unbreakable resolve, with ammunition exhausted, engaged the enemy in close quarters combat. 5, night raid counterattack, successfully destroyed the enemy artillery observation post, drastically reducing their shelling accuracy. It's over? That was heart-pounding. Even though we lost, everyone held their ground. Awesome. The final hour. The final hour. Fang Yu, you deserve to die. Look at history, this battle failed in reality too. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the Nanjing massacre. Wait, after all that effort, you're telling me this was just the opening battle? Are you kidding me? This is brutal. Those bombers were practically flying around freely at the end. How are we supposed to play? I'd forgotten this isn't even the main battle yet. Holy crap, how are we supposed to fight the rest? I can't take it anymore. I'm so exhausted. They fought for 48 hours, so I'm going to sleep for 48 hours. The second round starts in 3 days. Can't wait to see what happens next. Online spectators watched this heart-pounding prologue come to a close, voicing their regret one after another. Gaming Expo Center, Player Lounge. Is it over? From their perspective, it looks like the battle results screen has already appeared. Looks like it's over. What a tragedy. The power gap in that final battle was just too huge. They did remarkably well to even put up that kind of fight. Let me tell you, the real situation back then was far worse. Little Days even deployed poison gas, something called mustard gas, I think. Our non-combat casualties were too high, we simply couldn't fight. Defeat was inevitable. That historical campaign ended in failure too, but our predecessors managed to hold them off for so long. They were truly remarkable. I recall the real Battle of Nanjing followed next, far more brutal than this. Wonder if they'll expand the story there. This round, Fang Yu taking first place is well deserved, no arguments there. Now we should focus on what game to make for the second round. Game Expo Center, circular holographic stage. The 3 judges and the audience below gradually disconnected from their virtual reality headsets. Silence fell over the crowd, still seemingly immersed in the game's aftermath. They watched helplessly as Sayaraizi's artillery and bombers unleashed a furious barrage overhead. The dazzling sea of light, mingled with thunderous applause and cheers, vanished entirely, a stark contrast to the initial blaze of brilliance. A deathly silence descends upon the stage. Even the host, holding the holographic microphone, wore an awkward expression, unsure what to say. After a brief silence, many in the audience began to quietly sob. Luo Chuan remained silent for a long moment before slowly rising to his feet. With precise military precision, he rendered a salute. As he moved, everyone around the stage rose to their feet and saluted in unison. Salute to all the heroes who sacrificed their lives defending our homeland. Watching this production competition, I finally understand what our predecessors used to resist the Japanese invasion. Remember history, cherish peace. Our happy lives today came at such a heavy cost. Our predecessors shielded us from every calamity. Wah, I can't take it, this made me cry. Damn it, Fang Yu, you bastard. Why make the game so damn realistic? This is the kind of game we should be playing now, remembering how hard One Piece is, opposing war, and long live peace. I'm done with games where you tear Japanese soldiers apart with your bare hands. Now I finally understand what the reality back then was like. The host stood silently, waiting for the audience and judges to compose themselves. Touching the holographic microphone's power button, they attempted to speak in a low voice. Alright, everyone. The final presentation of the first round in the cross-century game development competition has concluded. Now, let's invite all the audience and judges to score. What do you think? How many points should Fang Yu's first round game receive? I feel like it's over 9 points. Even though the competition rules prevent a perfect score, I think the game he made is essentially perfect. This seems to be just the prologue he made this time. I'd say it's definitely a 9, and the final score might be even higher. Ha! Looks like the scores are already out. No way, that fast? Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted toward the 4 matrix screens on stage. Chapter 15, Fracture leads, first round of finals concludes. Blue Star, China Gaming Expo Center, holographic stage. As the numbers on the matrix screens flashed continuously, all spectators and judges began scoring through the virtual electronic system. With Blue Star's current technology, scoring had evolved beyond the need for slow manual tallying. All one needed to do was tap a contestant's number in the virtual system to display the contestant's personal information and the name of their game. Beside this was a red scoring icon. Clicking it revealed a dragable virtual progress bar, starting at 1 and ending at 10. However, once dragged past 99, it becomes unmovable. This is a competition rule. Perfect scores are not permitted. After about 3 minutes, the numbers on the matrix screen gradually stabilize. 95. 96. 98. 99. Finally, the score for the Jinling defense battle settled at 99 points. Faced with this highest score in history, none of the judges or audience members who witnessed this battle felt particularly surprised. However, some viewers who missed the live broadcast due to prior commitments and game tech production training academies, including game development companies, were instantly abuzz. What the hell? 99? That's gotta be the highest score in the history of game development competitions. Are you kidding me? I've never seen such a high score in my life. Even if it weren't a cross-world game production competition, I've never seen a score this high. Convert that to a percentage, and it's higher than my blood pressure. Absolutely insane. Holy crap, this must be from our Magic City Tech Game Production Academy. Ha, our seniors are so awesome. No offense, but does your academy even have any shame? Everything must come from you guys, right? This level of detail-obsessed game style. I'd say it's definitely from our imperial capital's Huaxia Game Development Center. Seriously, forget about the second best, forget about saving face altogether. This level of polished game production style couldn't possibly come from a training academy. It must be the work of China's top game company, Ruanqing, or their equal, Yuxinking. At that moment, Yu Zishu, the game director of Ruanqing on stage, couldn't help but twitch his lips as he read the comments flooding the screen. Our work? If we had a genius like that in our company, I'd put him on a pedestal. Why would they even enter a production contest? With this level of detail and emotional depth, I could just kick back and relax for the rest of my life. And the realism in this game is downright unreal. I'd rather die than recall how many times I actually died in Chunhua Town. Yu Zishu grimaced inwardly, silently ranting to himself, unaware that Su Yuan and Luo Chuan beside him had been staring at him for quite some time. Director Yu, what's with that expression? Are you dissatisfied with this evaluation? Yeah, Teacher Luo, look at him, his mouth's practically twitching up to his forehead. He must have died dozens of times in the game and now he's sulking about it. What a petty grown man, oomph. Resentful? I'm not. I was just ranting about some bullet comments. Teacher Luo, his expression totally gave him away. Let me tell you, it's because they at Ruanqing boast the title of China's top game company. But not a single one can make a game that matches Fang Yu's quality. Jealous much? Ha? Me, jealous? What exactly am I jealous of? I'd even want him to join our company. Don't you dare flaunt your status as China's top gaming influencer with over 100 million followers, strutting around in front of me and slandering my good name out of thin air. Yu Zishu Huangwen's face stretched into a long line as he argued without a shred of dignity. Oh, you're getting worked up. Alright, both of you calm down. Arguing in the judges' seats looks terrible. Luo Chuan stepped in to smooth things over, then addressed the host. Before the closing ceremony of the finals begins, is there still a 2-hour break? And could I ask which game studio Fang Yu is in? I'd like to take this opportunity to meet him. Yes, Professor Luo, there are 2 hours of break time. Based on his assigned number, Fang Yu should be in Studio 10. I can take you there immediately. Alright, thank you for your help. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Chuan followed the host toward the contestants' game development studios. Professor Luo, wait for me. I've been streaming for so long. And this is the first time I've encountered a game so meticulously detailed. It's also the first time a game has made me cry. And I want to meet the person who took both my firsts. Seeing Luo Chuan head toward Fang Yu, Su Yuan grew anxious and hurried after him, her twin ponytails bouncing behind her. She too was deeply curious about this contestant number 10. Despite having an unremarkable resume. From a very ordinary small company, without any formal training from a professional game development institute. So why were his game development skills so exceptional? Professor Luo, I'd like to go too. I feel like his talent is being wasted at that small company. Someone with his skills definitely deserves a better place to grow. Ahem, let me tell you, I happen to know a game company that'd be perfect for him. Put. How shameless. If you two keep arguing, neither of you is going. I'm here to consult this candidate about his game development ideas and specifics. Is this how you behave, bickering like this? Luo Chuan halted his stride and addressed Su Yuan and Yu Zishu sternly. Teacher Luo, I know I was wrong. Please take me with you. Ahem, I'm actually curious too. And frankly, a game of this quality would be tough for our company to pull off. And the level of detail absolutely can't compare to his. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Guys, I need to get my eyes checked at the hospital. Something's definitely wrong with them. No way, man, 99 points? Is this even humanly possible for a game's quality? Holy crap, I need to see an eye doctor too. I keep feeling like we're just cannon fodder in this production contest. Brother Fang Yu, call it quits. We really can't keep up. I want to try making this type of game he created next round. Maybe I can advance too. I'd advise against it. Once you've seen the ocean, no other water will do. If your game falls short in lighting, building textures, NPC realism, or any detail compared to his, you're guaranteed to lose. Thud. As footsteps approached, the contestants in the discussion room instinctively fell silent, peering curiously toward the entrance of the game exhibition. Professor Luo Chuan, Goddess Yuan, and Game Director Ranqing. Everyone instantly turned around, their gazes meeting for a split second. Their pupils nearly bulging with astonishment. Only after the trio and the host had walked far away did everyone's expressions return to normal. My nearsightedness seems to have gotten worse. What are they doing here? What do you think? What were they doing here? So hard to guess. Chapter 16, I'm just an ordinary person. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu had just woken up and was connecting to the brain-computer interface editor to refine the course of the upcoming battle. As a landmark achievement of Blue Star's technological advancement in 3049, the brain-computer interface editor could construct game scenarios through the creator's thoughts. Paired with the core framework generated by the AI system, a game's basic structure was nearly complete. The 360-degree surround projection in the room continuously displayed various scenes from the game. If the creator noticed any production or detail issues while watching, they could make immediate adjustments using the brain-computer interface editor. Of course, Fang Yu needn't worry about such matters, as the system automatically refines details and game quality for him. His sole focus now is bringing the game to life. After conceptualizing the next game scene, Fang Yu removed his neural feedback gloves, sat down in the floating chair to rest, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the current game development process. Knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Ha! Not another contestant coming to ask some strange question. Come to think of it, the first round of game development should be wrapping up. Wonder how the results turned out. Fang Yu pondered as he walked toward the door. As he unlocked the precision electronic door's virtual security lock, he saw the host and judges standing at the entrance. A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. Why would the judges and host be at his studio? Ah, the judges. What brings you here? Is there a problem with my game? The next moment, Fang Yu looked at the four people at the door and spoke with a hint of confusion. Ahem, well, you guys continue talking. I need to go verify the closing remarks for the first round finals. So I won't disturb you any longer. The host, noticing Fang Yu opening the door, spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Go ahead and get back to it. Luo Chuan glanced at him and replied politely. Well, it's awkward standing out here. If you need to discuss something, come inside. Alright, you two wait outside for a moment. You can also chat with other contestants about production experiences. Ignoring the expectant gazes of Yu Zishu and Su Yuan, Luo Chuan spoke indifferently. What's with that? Teacher Luo is being so stingy. It's not like it's classified information. What's wrong with us listening in? No one else's game is as interesting as Fang Yu's. Wah! As the precision electronic door closed, Su Yuan puckered her lips and pouted indignantly. I guess so. But Professor Luo must be blown away by the game we're making this time. Probably wanting to discuss some historical and gameplay details. By the way, every time I die, a string of numbers and letters pops up on the screen. What does that even mean? I have no idea. Why don't you go ask Fang Yu when you get inside? Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu looked at Luo Chuan, pondering while drawing on the original host's memories. His hair had a touch of gray, and he looked older. This must be Luo Chuan, the special guest judge for this competition. Having judged over 1,000 game development competitions, he possesses immense experience in evaluation. And apparently also a history professor. Hello, Judge Luo. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. To be honest, what I'm most curious about is which game development academy you attended. Well, I never attended any game development academy. I was just the director at Toyu Games, just an ordinary person who loves games. Fang Yu's gaze remained as still as an ancient well as he looked at Luo Chuan and spoke calmly. An ordinary person? Luo Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment as if something occurred to him. If you're worried about your secrets being leaked, you can rest assured. I guarantee with my position as a special guest judge and history professor that I will keep my mouth shut. Ha! Fang Yu's pupils contracted slightly, feeling deeply unsettled. Just like those contestants yesterday, asking all sorts of nonsensical questions. He's just an ordinary person, why won't anyone believe him? Professor Luo, everything I've said is true. Well, believe it or not, that's entirely up to you. Luo Chuan gave a slight nod. Though skeptical, he respected Fang Yu's choice not to elaborate. By the way, I noticed the story development and attention to detail in your game are exceptional. Surpassing any game I've ever seen. Have you done deep research into ancient history? Well, I do have a profoundly etched impression of that period of history. After all, it's a pivotal chapter in our nation's history of resisting foreign invaders. Is there any way we can alter the outcome of that historical period in the game? Luo Chuan's eyes shifted, his lips trembling as hope flickered across his face. He looked at Fang Yu and asked, alter the outcome of history? On easy or normal difficulty, it's relatively straightforward. But on hell difficulty, it would require players to play countless times. Gaining a profound understanding of the historical context and the circumstances faced by our predecessors back then. To have even the slightest chance. That's a whole different level of challenge. Of course, Professor Luo, this game still holds many undiscovered details. Keep exploring. Fang Yu didn't tell him about the game's hidden difficulty. Back then, clearing the difficulty unlocked a hidden reward, the smiles of those who came before. Wait, why isn't Professor Luo coming out yet? Waiting outside is so boring. I rushed out too quickly just now and didn't even get a good look at contestant number 10. Our big internet celebrity Sue is getting impatient now. Why haven't I seen you care so much about contestants before? It'll be hilarious if they don't let you in later. Yu Zishu seized the chance to start mocking. What a joke. What do you mean interested in the contestants? I'm just curious, he's from a small company with an unremarkable resume. How did he manage to create such a high-quality game? What do you know, you old married man? Wait, what does my marital status have to do with anything? Huaxia Game Expo Center, Studio 9. Can you guys move back a little? You're crushing me. Did you hear that? My sonic collector's acting up. All I get from outside is choppy, intermittent sounds. This eavesdropping won't get us caught, right? What's the big deal? We're not eavesdropping face to face. Who's going to notice? I'm outta here. Looks like you guys ate too many red beans daring to eavesdrop on the judge's gossip. I caught it, director. You mentioned something about caring deeply for the contestants. And Su Yuan muttered something about what a married old man could possibly understand. I haven't heard Professor Luo Chuan's voice yet. The air froze for 3 seconds. What? Su Yuan cares about Fang Yu? Then she called director you a married old man? Wait, this is a lot to process. Did you hear that right? If this got out, it'd be a bombshell. Seriously? From the way he's talking, it sounds like Fang Yu and Su Yuan have more than just a passing relationship. Holy crap, stop listening. If I hear any more, I'll lose it. This is way too intense. Chapter 17, Rotating Consultations. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. If you have any questions or want to discuss anything, feel free to go in. But if they won't let you in, there's nothing I can do about it. Luo Chuan stepped out of the studio, ignoring Su Yuan's face full of resentment and grievance, and addressed both Su Yuan and Yu Zishu. Me. I'll go first. Su Yuan was so impatient she wanted to stomp her feet. If you're going in, just go in. Can you stop jumping around like that? Don't you care if the contestants see you? You've got zero image left. Yu Zishu's mouth twitched in exasperation. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yuan had already entered. Hello, Judge Su Yuan. What can I do for you? Fang Yu watched the second judge enter. She had a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Adorable twin ponytails framing gentle almond-shaped eyes that seemed to effortlessly trigger a man's protective instincts. Fang Yu made her judgment internally. It must be Su Yuan, currently the hottest game streamer in the country, boasting over 100 million fans across all platforms and specializing in role-playing games. Fang Yu, how did you make this game so realistic? How was it produced? It just shattered the highest score record in the cross-century game development competition. Oh, and why do your NPCs seem to have self-awareness? And also, what do the letters and years mean after losing consciousness in your game? Oh, and are you really just the director at Tuoyu Games? I've never heard of that company. Watching Su Yuan fire off questions like a curious little kid, Fang Yu couldn't help but cover his ears. Judge Su Yuan, could we discuss these questions one at a time? The first round of the production contest is over now, so we have plenty of time. No rush. Sorry, I just got so excited. You wouldn't believe it. Most games I play these days are just variations of titles developed ages ago. It's been ages since I've seen a game this innovative and high quality. I'm the director at Tuoyu Games, a small, unknown company. It's perfectly normal if you haven't heard of us. You, the director of this little-known company, seem far more capable than some directors at self-proclaimed top domestic game companies. Achoo! Yu Zishu outside the studio sneezed. Strange, I feel like I might be catching a cold. Guess I need to bundle up more. By the way, which game development academy did you graduate from? Again? I've never formally studied at any game development academy. I'm just an ordinary person. Fang Yu looked at her and spoke calmly. But the very next second, Su Yuan's eyes lit up with curiosity. Her watery peach blossom eyes fixed on him as she drew closer. Her twin ponytails hanging over her shoulders, a sweet yet slightly scrutinizing smile playing on her cheeks. Fang Yu's frame was lean and straight, his profile clean and sharply defined. A silver pendant necklace against his healthy, tan skin. His gaze was calm and detached, a hint of wildness lingering between his brows. Even as Su Yuan drew near, his gaze remained utterly still, not a flicker of change. Ugh, boring. Why are you acting like a block of wood? Judge Su Yuan, if you have any other questions regarding game production, I can answer them. If not, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave. Oomph. You have no idea how many people outside try to get close to me, and I couldn't care less. And you dare to look down on me? Fang Yu glanced down at her without further comment, then rose to open the electronic door and see her out. Hey, come on, that's a bit much. Su Yuan grew impatient, stamping her foot before storming after him. Can I just ask one last question? Do you really have to kick me out? Seeing the hurt look in Su Yuan's eyes, Fang Yu sighed softly. Go ahead. Really? Can you tell me if your next round will be another historical simulation game? Su Yuan's expression changed instantly, all traces of hurt vanishing from her face. That's right. The next round won't be a prologue anymore. The real defense battle begins. Yu Zishu watched Su Yuan emerge from Fang Yu's studio with a distinctly resentful air, seemingly muttering curses under her breath. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. So, did you get what you wanted to know? Nope, got kicked out. Put. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just remembered something funny. What was it? My wife is about to give birth. Su Yuan stared at Yu Zishu's face, a mocking smile spreading across her own. She stomped her foot in anger. Then she glanced at Fang Yu, who had locked the electronic door to Studio 10. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her lips twisted. Oomph. Heartless jerk. I'm done with you. Seeing Su Yuan's resentful gaze, Yu Zishu's face burned with gossip-hungry curiosity. But given that Su Yuan currently resembled a ticking time bomb, he wisely decided not to tempt fate. Staring at Fang Yu's locked electronic door, Yu Zishu mentally rehearsed his words before deciding to try poaching talent. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu had just seen Su Yuan off and was about to sit down on the floating chair to rest, when a firm knock echoed through the room. Sigh, being a contestant really is a tough life. He rose from his chair and walked to the studio door for the third time, facing the final judge standing outside. Wearing black half-rimmed glasses. His hair slicked back in a sharp pompadour, his brow bone sharply defined, and his hands bearing the telltale marks of frequent use with gaming neural feedback gloves. If his memory served him right, this must be Yu Zishu, the game director at Burning Star, currently the largest gaming company in the country. With decades of industry experience, he'd developed countless hit games and possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of all game genres. Hello, Director Yu. Any questions regarding game production are welcome. Upon entering Studio 10, Fang Yu looked at Yu Zishu and spoke in his usual calm tone. Ahem, contestant number 10, hello. Haven't we met somewhere before? Oh, I remember now. No wonder you looked so familiar. Did you participate in other types of game development competitions before? Yu Zishu immediately started trying to strike up a conversation. Ha? Excuse me, Director Yu. I've been recalling all the production competitions I've entered before, and I don't believe we've met. Where exactly did you see me at a production competition? After pondering for a moment, Fang Yu showed no mercy, delivering a brutal blow to Yu Zishu's pride. Ahem. I believe it was a production competition about 10 years ago. You probably didn't recognize me then. I was the executive producer for that event. And I saw your work backstage. It truly caught my eye. Is that so? Director Yu, then, what was the name of the game I made back then? Chapter 18, Second Round Finals. Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10. Yu Zishu awkwardly wiped the sweat from his face. Summer had long since ended, yet he unexpectedly felt a bit warm. 10 years ago, I was only 16. I wasn't a game director yet, and I certainly hadn't participated in any game development competitions. Does Director Yu have any other questions? Fang Yu paid no mind to Yu Zishu's expression as he spoke casually. Well, how are the benefits at your current company? Are you considering moving to a better place? What do you mean? Yu Zishu fell silent for a moment. Fang Yu, the game you developed, The Battle for Jinling, demonstrates exceptional creativity and potential. Something I've rarely seen in competitions over the past few years. As you know, Ruanqing is currently the top game company in China. And we've always been dedicated to discovering and promoting outstanding game works and talent. I believe Ruanqing can provide a broader platform for your talent to shine. He finally understood Fang Yu wasn't one for beating around the bush. He cut straight to the point. So you're basically telling me to jump ship and join your company, right? Fang Yu summarized his words with brutal honesty. If that's how you see it, you're not wrong. Yu Zishu admitted outright that it was worth losing face to recruit such a high-potential game developer. As he finished speaking, he thrust an electronic storage card into Fang Yu's hand. This is a custom collaboration proposal tailored for you. If you join us, you'll have an independent creative team. We'll fully support your continued development and refinement of Jinling Defense, along with similar titles. And subsequently participate in the promotion of various large-scale game projects. This is an absolutely golden opportunity for your career development. Yu Zishu fixed Fang Yu with an earnest gaze. I'm sorry, Director Yu, while I've long admired your company's reputation. But I currently have no intention of casually switching to another company. Fang Yu declined the electronic business card he offered. If you have any other questions regarding game development, I'd be happy to address them individually. But if not, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave now. I need to focus on designing the scenes and details for the next final game. Watching Yu Zishu leave in frustration, Fang Yu fell into deep thought. He had no interest whatsoever in job hopping. Setting aside his current position as director at a company. Jumping ship right after gaining fame from the game development competition would surely ruin both his reputation and the game's goodwill. Moreover, even if he were to resign outright, he had no desire to join any other company. Why not leverage these games from the system to strike out on his own? China Game Expo Center, circular holographic stage. The host, still clad in a burgundy suit, wore a beaming smile brimming with enthusiasm. Addressing both the live audience and the virtual cameras on stage. Dear audience members and viewers at home. The first round finals of Huaxia's once-in-a-century cross-decade gaming tournament have concluded flawlessly. We will now announce the scores for each company's creators and the start time for the second round of finals. First, congratulations to our first round champion, contestant number 10, Fang Yu. Game director at Tuoyu Games, whose title is Defense of Nanjing. Though he was the last contestant to present, he rose to the top. Securing a commanding lead over all other competitors, truly the dark horse of this competition's first round. The moment the announcement ended, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Many spectators rose to their feet, shouting Fang Yu's name. Familiar applause mingled with cheers, filling the entire game exhibition center. Well deserved, man. No one else could have taken first, it had to be Fang Yu. Honestly, right from the prologue, I knew this game was going to be something special. I watched the first round of finals with my family. Fang Yu's Jinling defense campaign brought tears to all of our eyes. Our predecessors truly had it rough back then. This game is exceptionally well made. Let me tell you, if a game of this caliber doesn't take first place, I'm reporting it to the Gaming Competition Oversight Bureau. Honestly, there's nothing to criticize. The game's attention to detail, the historical accuracy and emotional impact are off the charts. Domestic game companies should take notes. Instead of endlessly churning out self-indulgent games where you tear Japanese soldiers apart with your bare hands, they've forgotten history. Alright, coming in at number 2 is our contestant Nan Zhao, the lead editor from Yushinking Games. You've surely heard of this company. A company that can go toe-to-toe with China's top game developer, Ruanqing. Their game, Immortal Path Simulator. A cultivation simulation game of exceptional quality. Oh, and by the way, the games created by our contestants will typically be released after the competition concludes. Anyone interested is welcome to give them a try. Alright, we've covered the contestants' scores and rankings. Now, regarding the start time for the second round of finals, considering the significant energy expenditure involved in game development, we've decided to grant all contestants a 3-day break. The second round of finals will officially commence after these 3 days. The game development period for the second round will be the same as the first round, which is 1 day. But you can use these 3 days to carefully plan the type of game you will create for the second round. Finally, let's give another round of applause to all the participants in this game development competition. They've come a long way from the preliminary rounds to this stage. Regardless of their final results, everyone has done an outstanding job. The thunderous applause from the audience continued as the first round closing ceremony concluded. Most attendees began leaving the Game Exhibition Center, chatting about the competition's developments as they walked. Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Security Office. You mean there's still a group of people who don't want to leave? What do you mean? The head of security for the expo sat resting in a hover chair, a look of confusion crossing his face as he spoke. They're clamoring to see Fang Yu, wanting to talk with him. Nonsense. The finals aren't over yet. How can we just let them meet the players? Go tell them they can meet their favorite players, but only after the competition ends. Otherwise, what if something goes wrong? Got it. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Game Studio 10. Fang Yu glanced at his results, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. But it vanished quickly as he marveled at how versatile this system truly was. He began pondering where to send players next to experience the hardships their predecessors had endured. After the prologue concluded, the outlying defenses of Jinling fell. Xiaorizi launched a massive assault on Jinling City, with particularly fierce battles raging at Guanghua Gate, Yuwatai, and Purple Mountain. Guanghua Gate, Yuwatai, and Purple Mountain. Fang Yu frowned and thought. Which battle should he choose? Chapter 19, The Bloody Battle of Guanghua Gate. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu sat in a levitating chair, reviewing the post-prologue content of the Jinling defense battle within the system module. Guanghua Gate, Yuwatai, and the Battle of Purple Mountain. Each campaign selection triggered corresponding cinematic scenes playing in his mind like a film reel. After pondering for a while, Fang Yu decided the Battle of Guanghua Gate would best capture the audience's emotional response. Guanghua Gate, one of the 13 gates within Jinling's inner city walls, stood in the southeastern sector of Nanjing's fortifications. To its west lay Tongji Gate and Zhonghua Gate, known as Zhengyangmen during the Ming Dynasty. It was then called the National Gate of the Ming Dynasty. It was a compound bailey with defensive walls both inside and outside, providing dual protection for the city and its surroundings, a unique innovation in the history of Chinese city wall construction. Outside the gate lay a moat spanned by bridges. After the Battle of Shanghai, Japanese forces advanced directly toward Jinling. As a crucial southeastern stronghold of Nanjing's Ming-era city walls, Guanghua Gate became a primary target for Japanese assault. The Chinese defenders comprised multiple units including the Training Corps, the elite German-equipped 87th Division, and the Military Police Regiment. They fortified their defenses using the 13-meter-high city walls, the moat, and 5 layers of barbed wire. They must withstand the fierce assault of the Japanese 9th Division's 36th Regiment Wakizaka unit, armed with heavy artillery and tanks. The equipment in this battle will be significantly superior to that in the prologue, and the NPC's individual combat capabilities are also very strong. The Training Corps served as the model unit for the Huaxia Army, equipped with a fully German-armed main regiment, a directly subordinate artillery battalion, and an anti-tank gun company. The 87th Division, a core unit of the Central Army, was reinforced to over 7,000 troops after the Battle of Shanghai and equipped with German-style light weapons. Though non-regular forces, the military police were well-equipped and responsible for core city gate defenses. After reviewing all the materials, Fang Yu began meticulously inspecting the core architecture generated by the simulation AI system. Now that the groundwork was thoroughly laid, he could perform better and faster once he entered the production arena. Approximately 4 hours later, everything was ready. All that was missing was the east wind. With time to spare, Fang Yu began pondering if the same difficulty arose as before. Might other problems have surfaced? After all, it was only a 70% simulation. What the heck, I'll just try it myself and find out. He wasted no time, connecting the virtual helmet according to the core architecture forming in his mind. The next second, darkness enveloped his vision, and familiar text appeared. 1937, Jinling City, Guanghua Gate, following the defeat at the Battle of Chunhua Town. A towering city wall came into view, the deafening explosions of howitzers and heavy artillery reverberating through the air. The roar of countless bombers filled the sky as they dropped bomb after bomb. The 150mm howitzers and heavy artillery of the 36th Regiment, 9th Division of the Imperial Japanese Army relentlessly pounded the walls of Guanghwaman Gate. Bricks shattered under the relentless assault, tearing several gaps in the 13-meter-high wall. This was a simulation recreating the difficulty of the Battle of Guanghwaman back then. So utterly authentic it felt like stepping back in time. Fang Yu almost pressed pause, convinced he'd traveled through time once more. The ground trembled with each shell explosion, fragments of Guanghwaman's walls flew through the air. And the acrid smell of gunpowder in the surrounding air felt intensely real in the cold atmosphere. Fang Yu pinched his own cheek. Rip. The pain was excruciating, far worse than anything in hell mode. I wonder how players will react when they clear hell difficulty and discover there's still a back-in-the-day mode waiting for them. With 70% pain simulation, getting hit by artillery or bullets. Just as Fang Yu pondered how players might join different factions during the Battle of Guanhua Gate. Xiao Ri's infantry cannon shells flew over. Watching the shell trace an arc through the sky, Fang Yu closed his eyes. Well, no use dodging now. Might as well test out that pain simulation. At that critical moment, the platoon sergeant beside him reacted swiftly, tackling him to the ground. Boom! A mangled corpse collapsed to the ground. Staring at the squad leader who had sacrificed himself to protect him, Fang Yu froze. Is this really an NPC? This is clearly the senior from back then, brought back to life. The next second, bullets from Type 92 machine guns and Type 38 Arisaka rifles flew in. Bang! Fang Yu made no attempt to dodge, watching as the machine gun bullets pierced through his body. No problem. Consider it taking a bullet for the soldiers of the past. Pain surged like a tidal wave, blood pooling on the ground. His body's primal survival instinct kicked in. He began taking deep breaths he couldn't control, but his consciousness was already fading. Then the screen began to darken. All personnel killed. Mission failed. Restart campaign? Blood-red characters appeared in the center of his vision. Since he was the sole player in this campaign, death meant instant termination. Had it been a multiplayer engagement? The biggest difference from the hell difficulty back then was that death meant permanent deletion, no resurrection, no revival. Irrecoverable, no resurrection possible. After death, one could only watch whether nearby players could turn the tide. And the game ended if all players perished. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu removed the virtual reality headset with a flutter of his heart. As his consciousness began to fade just moments ago, his heart began pounding violently and hadn't calmed down yet. He examined the core architecture generated by the AI system. Settings and scenarios flashed through his mind. And he felt the difficulty of the old mode was still a bit beyond expectations. He hoped they could hold out. Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Player Lounge. So, Nanzhao, have you figured out how to turn this around? If Fang Yu still comes out on top in the second round, we might as well call it quits on this whole competition. Exactly. Your company, Yushinking, is on par with Ruanqing. And you're the player most favored by your company's editor-in-chief, Nan Muyuan. The pre-tournament favorite to win it all. Losing now would be a real problem. You're right. This dark horse is way too dark. Our company director just messaged me asking what's going on. Hearing the other contestants' comments, the contestant named Nanzhao flashed a smile and spoke gently. If I'm outclassed, there's nothing more to say. If I lose, I lose. I thought this cultivation-themed game would suffice for the first round. But now it looks like I'll have to bring out the game I prepared for the third round finals early. Let me tell you, yesterday I already had our company's data collection team look into Fang Yu's background. Just you wait until I expose every last detail about him. Well, that's impressive, but what good will digging up every last detail about him do? Based on his data, I had our tech team use AI algorithms to predict the most likely game he'll develop for the second round. Then what? Target him? Then we'll avoid his strengths. The air hung heavy for 3 seconds. Damn it, after all that, I thought you were going to do something. Could you please stop taking such deep breaths when you speak next time? Screw you, I thought you were going to pick a fight with him. What a waste of my emotions. Forget it. I'm going back to strategize for the next match. What's the rush? We still have 3 days, right? Remember when you were in school? Did 3 days of vacation ever feel long enough? Chapter 20, The Battle for Jiling heats up. China, Imperial Capital News Media Headquarters. So, what's the buzz? I heard the first round of this cross-century gaming tournament has wrapped up. Any noteworthy trends? The media editor-in-chief inquired of the staff member responsible for compiling daily trending data. Yes, editor-in-chief. There is, and it's massive. A guy named Fang Yu has practically flooded the feeds with this tournament's highlights. Tell me about it. According to my data, Fang Yu is merely the game director at Top Yu, an obscure small company. He comes from. Keep it simple and to the point. In the first round of finals, Fang Yu, a director from a small company, defeated prodigies from major game companies, even trampling underfoot Nanzhao, the top contender from Shanghai's Yushinking Games. And he dominated with a record-breaking score of 99 points. The live chat and audience atmosphere nearly exploded. Another employee beside him, who had been gathering materials, spoke up calmly, clearly having prepared for this moment long ago. Alright, you'll be responsible for drafting this news article and editing the video footage. And remember to include footage of the contestants' gameplay. The media editor glanced at the second employee, nodded approvingly, and said, Got it, editor-in-chief. You won't be disappointed. Headquarters of Huaxia's short video platform. You mean a massive wave of traffic is about to hit? What, did Burning Star Games win the first round? Oh, I almost forgot. They've had internal conflicts this year and haven't resolved them yet. Probably won't have any contestants. What? To Huayu Games? I know all the top 10 domestic game companies, there's no such name. The main operator of Douyin was listening to the data analyst explain the results of the first round finals of the cross-century gaming tournament. A director from a small company? With an unremarkable resume? Champion of the first round finals? Outclassing Yushinking Games' top seed by a landslide? And they broke the cross-century tournament's scoring record. Hold on, let me collect myself. This is too much information to process all at once. 3 minutes later. The lead operations manager dialed the back-end development department via the virtual holographic communicator. Algorithm engineer? This is Chief Operations Officer Jing Tu. Optimize the recommendation algorithm immediately. Ensure all trending topics from the first round of the cross-century gaming championship finals are pushed to the top. Especially that Fang Yu, he's the ultimate hotspot. Some forum. An ordinary small company director defies fate and changes destiny. The Huaxia cross-century gaming tournament scores hit an all-time high. Fang Yu dominates the competition by a landslide. Such headlines flood the entire webpage. Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Studio 1. Nan Zhao lay on his bed, contemplating the details and creative direction for the next round of the game. When the virtual holographic communicator's alert jolted him awake. His expression darkened instantly upon seeing the name Nan Muyuan on the caller ID. Reluctantly pressing the answer button. Sis, what's up? The first round finals nearly killed me. And you won't even let me rest for a moment? What? Oh, the first round results? They're okay. What about the second round? Second. Nan Zhao. Tell me what's going on. You're a top-tier genius from Magic City Tech Academy. Not only have you gone through all these rounds of systematic training, and you've independently developed over 100 games at the company. Before the competition, our editors-in-chief and even the director brainstormed ideas for you collectively. And you tell me you came in second? And get this. Ruanqing Company didn't even enter this time due to internal conflicts. Meaning your strongest rivals weren't even in the running. This was your best shot at the championship. And you come back with second place? Tell me, what the hell were you thinking? Huaxia, Imperial Capital, Yushinking Games Company, 9th floor. A woman in an OL uniform walked toward the office holding a virtual communicator. Her tailored blazer accentuated her elegant shoulder line. Paired with a simple yet sharp white blouse, its collar slightly open to reveal delicate collarbones. Black stockings hugged her long, straight legs, their smooth texture catching a soft sheen under the lights. High heels perfectly elongated her legs, while the vivid red soles added a touch of ultimate allure. Her makeup was refined yet commanding, with willow-shaped brows and almond-shaped eyes forming sharp contours. And topped off with a sleek high ponytail, her entire demeanor radiated the decisive competence of a career powerhouse. Yet her mood seemed far from cheerful at that moment. Furrowing her brow as she scolded the virtual holographic communicator. Still arguing with me? What genius gamer? Clearly your own mindset is the problem. Thinking you're unbeatable after making 100 games, huh? Forget it, I won't say more. You lost in the first round of the finals. Just wait till I get back, you'll see how your old man deals with you. I'm not holding back. What do you mean? Just play the game he made and you'll see. You really think I'm an idiot? Let me tell you, I've been a director for years. I've played and seen at least 8,000 games. What kind of game haven't I seen? You've got to be kidding me. Beep. Before she could finish, Nan Zhao on the other end had already hung up. Nan Muyuan stared at the call log, letting out a soft sigh. She didn't want to put too much pressure on her younger brother. But this cross-century gaming tournament was absolutely the perfect opportunity for Yu Tianqing, a convergence of timing, location, and support. First, it was the largest production competition in all of China. Second, their strongest rival, Ruanqing, hadn't even entered the competition yet. Her brother had just returned from completing his studies at Magic City Tech Academy. Finally, before the competition, she had leveraged extensive connections to enlist game editors across genres and even directors from other companies to brainstorm ideas for Nan Zhao. It seemed like every possible advantage was stacked in her favor. She had assumed victory was as easy as taking candy from a baby. But the results of the first round of finals delivered a harsh slap in the face. Fang Yu? A small company? 99 points? Watching the replay of the Cross-World Gaming Championships closing ceremony, and couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity about this contestant and the game he created. What kind of game could achieve such a dominant lead? She began searching various media platforms for Fang Yu's first round final entry, only to find his name dominating the top spots on every major platform she casually opened. The battle for Jinling? Nanmu thought for a moment and realized it was likely a historical simulation set during the period of 1937. Typically, such works carry strong anti-war messaging and can ignite our national spirit. Of course, such historical simulation games are a double-edged sword. With historical accuracy and attention to detail being paramount, any shortcomings would invite a barrage of criticism from players across the internet. How did he score 99 points? Driven by intense curiosity. Yuan located the game within the first round contestants library. Let me see what makes this game so extraordinary. Chapter 21, the second round finals begin. China Game Expo Center, day after the first round finals, Studio 1. Nan Zhao was sound asleep on the studio couch when the familiar chime of his virtual holographic communicator jolted him awake. He jolted awake, glanced at the caller ID, and in sheer panic immediately hung up. But less than a minute after hanging up, the familiar voice rang out again. With tears welling up, he answered. Hello? Sis, what is it now? I've got the second round of the production competition in 2 days. If you don't let me rest properly, what if I don't perform well and end up second again? What? What do you mean? What happened to Fang Yu? Calm down, tell me slowly. Huh? You want me to poach someone? You're not joking, right? Hearing his sister's unusually anxious voice over the communicator, urging him to poach Fang Yu, she fell silent for a long moment before slapping herself across the face. Am I still half asleep? That stings. No, why? Did you play the game he made yesterday? Oof. You didn't believe me, so I'm not going. You threw the boomerang, go pick it up yourself. Imperial Capital, Yushinking Game Company, 9th floor. Nan Yuan's face flashed with anxiety as she spoke into the virtual holographic communicator. The next second, the disconnect tone sounded, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Time rewound to the day before. The moment Nan Yuan connected her virtual helmet, she was stunned by the scenes of the Nanjing massacre on December 13, 1937. The bombing and the piercing roar of explosions seemed to be right before her eyes. The scene's details, including the invaders' atrocities against the people of Nanjing, felt utterly lifelike. The subsequent stalemate at Manhwa town, the weight of the Zhongxing rifle, the suffocating sense of death. Even the emotional states and behaviors of the NPCs made her question whether this was truly a game. Not long into the trial run, he realized that this time, Yu Tianqing might truly be in for a fall. Nan Zhao hadn't lied. But a talent like this Yushinking absolutely must secure him. As she pondered what terms might lure Fang Yu over, her attention was drawn to the presence of Yuzishu, game director of Ranching, among this year's judges. Nan Yuan instantly panicked. That old fox would never pass up such a demonically gifted prodigy. She made an immediate decision, contacting Nan Zhao via the virtual holographic communicator, instructing him to secure Fang Yu at any cost. But now a problem had arisen. Nan Zhao had hung up the communicator outright. And Nan Yuan, growing frantic, bombarded him with repeated calls. Yet on the other end, Nan Zhao only responded with relentless mockery. Oomph. Forcing me to play my trump card, huh? The next second, Nan Yuan bit her red lips slightly, abandoning attempts to contact Nan Zhao, and instead connected the virtual communicator to Nan Yuan, the CEO of Yushingking's gaming company. The same device belonging to her and Nan Zhao's father. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Didn't I tell you? You just don't understand human speech, Dad. How come you have time to contact me? No way. Just a bit tired, didn't get enough rest. How could I ever disrespect you? Alright, I promise to complete the mission. 3 days later, Huaxia Game Expo Center, Player Studio 10. The host seems to be instructing us to gather at the holographic stage. Upon receiving the notification that the second round of finals was about to begin, Fang Yu had just stepped out the door, only to find a contestant standing before his studio door, smiling as she addressed him. He wore a creamy white knit cardigan over a white cotton crew neck t-shirt and light blue straight leg jeans. Casual yet refined. A minimalist silver watch adorned his wrist, with naturally straight brows and rounded peaks. His sunny smile radiated warmth as he spoke, giving off a gentle and approachable vibe. Fang Yu glanced at the blue electronic number on his chest, where a large one caught his eye. If he remembered correctly, this man should be a top-tier player from the Yushinking Gaming Company. Nan Zhao, who had scored 75 points in the previous match with a simulation cultivation game, placing second. A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. He and this man hadn't interacted much since the preliminary rounds. So why was he greeting him before the second round finals? Still, out of courtesy, he responded indifferently. Thanks, but I already knew about this. No problem. I just came to remind you. If you already know, that's great. Let's head over together. He spoke gently, his smile unchanged. Fang Yu gave him a strange look and nodded slightly before heading toward the game exhibition center. Today marked the start of the second round finals. Many spectators had risen early, waiting outside the convention center. Fang Yu's game had taken the internet by storm, drawing many new faces. Many carried virtual electronic signs bearing Fang Yu's name. Huaxia Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Everyone knew this year marked the 100th anniversary of Huaxia becoming the strongest nation in history. And this tournament's prize pool is the most generous yet. Of course, it's not just about the money. The champion's fame would guarantee them a position at any gaming company in China. The host was already on stage, speaking eloquently to build excitement before the second round finals began. Today he wore a sleek cropped jacket with built-in light emitting strips. which flash and shift in sync with the music or the crowd's energy, creating a dynamic visual spectacle that delivers a powerful impact to the audience. Alright, our judges are now all present. Please welcome them with a round of applause. First up is our special guest judge, Luo Chuan, who has served as a judge for over 1,000 game development competitions, bringing extensive judging experience to the table. But he is also a professor with a passion for military history. With all attendees, judges, and contestants now present, I hereby declare the second round finals of the Huaxia Cross-Century Game Development Competition officially open. The rules remain unchanged from the previous round. Now, please proceed to the game development studios and complete your projects as quickly as possible within 24 hours. Your work will then be tested and scored by both the live audience and the judges. Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu double-check the core architecture of the battle for Guanghua Gate, ensuring the AI system generated flawlessly. While the system would refine details, the overall framework still required his personal touch. Next up, physics engine parameters, environment generation systems, and NPC behavior trees. While Fang Yu was still busy figuring out how to perfectly generate virtual materials in the game, many players had already completed most of the game's framework and were refining the details. In terms of game development proficiency, Fang Yu definitely lagged behind these elite contestants from major companies. It seemed everyone's thinking had broadened significantly these past few days. 3 contestants had already started direct production. The host shifted the virtual camera to the contestants' workshop, beaming as he announced. Chapter 22, Hidden Cards Revealed, Doubts Emerge. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Teacher Luo, do you think more contestants will surprise us in the second round of finals? Su Yuan spoke with her signature sweet smile. She'd changed her hairstyle these past days. Her chestnut curls now shoulder-length with slightly inward curled ends, adorned with a pair of pearl bow hair clips that made her look even more adorable. This production competition consists of 3 rounds. Fang Yu has already secured the top spot. While hiding his true abilities in the first round might be understandable, but if they hold back again in the second round, they'll likely not make it to the third. So the second final should bring us more surprises. Luo Chuan frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking softly. Indeed, the second round was always the most thrilling part of the competition. With someone dominating the first round, the pressure on the other contestants was immense. If their scores remained low in the second round, even a perfect score in the third wouldn't matter much. Yu Zishu nodded in agreement toward Luo Chuan before speaking. But you know, after seeing Fang Yu's game from the last round, I'm still most excited about his game. Su Yuan gently rubbed her chestnut curls, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she addressed the Studio 10 contestant. As time ticked by, inside Studio 5, the contestant from Tianyuan Games had already shut down the brain-computer interface editor and the surround screen projector. It seemed they had finished. Someone's already done? Looks like number 5? Tianyuan Games is known for their wildly imaginative concepts. I hope they surprise me this time. Yu Zishu yawned, her voice tinged with anticipation. Alright, everyone. The efficiency of the finalists in round 2 is impressive. We already have contestants who finished their game creations. The host watched as the first place finisher appeared, his excitement palpable. The LED strips adorning his streamlined jacket flickered and shifted with his movements. As contestant number 5 stepped onto the stage, all spectators and judges prepared their virtual reality headsets. After a moment, contestant 5 raised a hand, signaling the game upload was complete. Future Gene Evolution Lab? Nice name, quite creative. Wonder how playable it is. 2 hours later. I think it's pretty good. Playing the chief scientist of a biotech company is quite interesting. Creating and manipulating lifeforms in a virtual lab, synthesizing and reconstructing DNA to design entirely new organisms. But the lab equipment and environmental lighting feel too rough, lacking realism. Yu Zishu disconnected from the virtual link and offered his initial assessment. It's genuinely impressive. You can even deploy these organisms to planets across the cosmos, guiding their evolution and civilization building. That's quite innovative. The flaws are obvious though. The gameplay mechanics and the details of the lifeforms still need polishing. Luo Chuan nodded in agreement, generally satisfied with contestant 5's second round game creation. What about Su Yuan? She seemed completely immersed in the world of lifeform creation. Ah well, let's wait a bit longer. As time passed, Su Yuan and the audience gradually disconnected from the virtual link. Teacher Luo, you were absolutely right. This second round game is seriously impressive. Controlling and constructing lifeforms is so fascinating. Su Yuan rubbed her hands together excitedly as she spoke to Luo Chuan. Alright, all judges and audience members have now finished testing contestant number 5's game. Please proceed to the comprehensive scoring area. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the judges and audience began discussing. The final composite score landed at 78 points, a rather impressive result. Subsequently, more contestants began disconnecting from the production studio, shutting down their brain-computer interface editors and surround screen projectors to showcase their creations, none of which were lacking in quality. In any ordinary competition, these games would undoubtedly be the grand finale champions. After testing several rounds of games, Yuzishu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, many had been holding back their true capabilities in the first round. What about Fang Yu? He seems to still be deep in thought? I'm most excited about Fang Yu's work. That prologue he made earlier was short but flawless. Can't wait to see how he develops the story. You want to see more of such a high-quality game? Didn't you notice Fang Yu only made the prologue? Do you expect someone to create a full-scale battle at Guanghua Gate within the final round's 24-hour time limit? How could they possibly maintain that level of quality? Why do I feel like he used up all his creativity in the first round and is running on fumes now? Could it be his company squeezed every last drop of creativity into that opening game just to make a splash in the first round of finals? Even if he loses later, at least he's gained fame. Ha! Now that you mention it, that sounds plausible. I rewatched the first round finals. Did you notice how clumsy his game-making technique seemed? I mean, how could one person create a game with such perfect details and quality in such a short time? Probably borrowed a pre-made framework from the company before the competition. I've also heard that some small companies pre-build frameworks and details for large-scale games just to create buzz, letting contestants use them directly in competitions. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Contestant Studio. You guys all did surprisingly well this time. You were hiding your true potential. No choice. If I hold back any longer this round, I'll be completely out of the game later on. I'll just have to bring out my third round showstopper now. Why does Fang Yu seem so hesitant? Is he still brainstorming ideas? To be honest, his game in the first round was undeniably top-notch. But after calming down and thinking it through, I wonder if they just brought out a polished piece their company had prepped in advance. But what about that 99-point score? That's a record breaker. His game's quality and attention to detail were truly impressive, and he skillfully used historical simulation to engage the audience emotionally. But have you considered that the finals only lasted 24 hours? It's simply impossible to achieve such high-quality craftsmanship and meticulous detail in such a short time frame. Honestly, it feels highly likely they prepped it beforehand. As a small studio, they probably poured everything into this competition, polishing the game extensively well in advance. The most crucial point, his first round only featured a prologue lasting 48 hours. He calculated that judges and players would be utterly exhausted after 48 hours of gameplay, making it highly unlikely they'd test the subsequent story. He cunningly exploited the time rules. Another thing, his game development techniques were quite amateurish. Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu spent ages sifting through various materials before finally selecting the right scene assets for the Battle of Guanghua Gate. Little did he know he was already caught in a whirlpool of doubt. Chapter 23, Only Contestant 10 Remains. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Alright, now let's welcome our first contestant to showcase his work. Contestant number 1. I believe many viewers, and even our judges, are familiar with him. His company currently holds about 50% of the market share for popular games. And he was also the runner-up in our first round of the production competition. After 18 hours of the production competition, Nanzhao also presented his work. At this point, only Fang Yu has yet to complete his work. Nanzhao? If I recall correctly, he's a competitor from your longtime rival, Yushinking Games. And he performed quite well in the last round. Luo Chuan glanced at Yu Zishu and smiled as he spoke. This kid's got some real talent. He trained at the Magic City Game Development Academy. Many of Yushinking's hit games were created by him. His sister, Nan Muyuan, is also an outstanding student at the China Game Development Center. Both siblings have immense potential for the future. I thought Nanzhao would win this competition for sure, but a dark horse emerged unexpectedly. Yu Zishu nodded at Luo Chuan, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. Oh? Is that the guy who made the cultivation simulation in the last round? I think I remember him. The game was genuinely fun, but it still felt like a significant gap compared to Fang Yu's work. Su Yuan twirled a strand of hair around her finger, tilting her head as she tried to recall before speaking. Watching Nan Zhao on stage raise his hand to signal his game had uploaded successfully. Luo Chuan and the others stopped chatting, donned their virtual reality headsets, and began testing. Self-Shadow Theater? What a strange name. Wait, why is this game so empty? Is this even a game? That was the unanimous first reaction of all players and judges upon entering the game. A blank expanse met their eyes, and the surrounding scenery was equally void, nothing at all. But as time passed, some began to realize this game might not be as simple as it seemed. The blank game scenes could transform based on each person's thoughts. Players were no longer passive participants but became protagonists of their chosen stories, freely deciding their profession and the role they would play. Is this The Sims? Holy crap, this feels pretty cool. Now I get why it's called Self-Shadow Theater. It means everyone is the protagonist of their own life. The freedom looks incredible. I'm genuinely excited for this game. Though the details still feel a bit lacking and many NPCs come across as robotic. The competition time is obviously insufficient. If you made every NPC a fully independent personality, who knows how long it would take? As time passed, many people let go of their virtual connections. How to describe this game? It feels like a bold creative endeavor, though the scene design and NPC quality fall short of realism. But given the time constraints, it's understandable, truly worthy of King's top contender. Yuzishu was the first to disconnect his virtual helmet after a few hours of play. It's genuinely impressive. Everyone is the protagonist of their own life, and the game offers tremendous freedom. For a project completed within 24 hours, it's truly impressive. Probably felt the pressure and pulled out their trump card. After disconnecting from the simulation, Luo Chuan's face also flashed a look of admiration. Wow, it felt like stepping into a virtual, self-controlled dream within this game. It's truly magical, a far cry from those tired, overused game tropes. Just polish the details a bit more. Some scenes and NPCs still feel too mechanical. Su Yuan spoke excitedly, as if she'd discovered a treasure. After waiting another 2 hours, all spectators disconnected from the virtual link. Alright, everyone is now disconnected. Contestant 1's gameplay demo has concluded. Now, let's invite our 3 judges and the audience to score it together. Numbers began flashing rapidly across the matrix screen on stage. And the final result that stabilized left the other contestants stunned. 90. The blue electronic font appears before everyone's eyes. Wow, that's second only to Fang Yu's first round final score. This game doesn't seem that special. How did it get such a high score? This kind of production is pure muscle flexing, demanding players to have flexible creativity and thinking, plus it's incredibly labor-intensive to create. Looks like all the other contestants have finished their presentations. Only Fang Yu remains. I bet he's more anxious than we are right now. Setting the bar so high in the first round will only raise the audience and judges' expectations. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. Damn it, Nanzhao's been hiding his true potential all this time. His average score across both rounds is definitely the highest. After all, he's the genius from King Games. And he just finished his advanced studies at the Magic City Game Technology Academy. Not to mention how many connections he is helping him brainstorm ideas. His innate talent is already top tier. Sigh. I always thought I was the genius, but coming to this production competition today, seeing Fang Yu and Nanzhao made me realize how insignificant I am. Truly terrifying. Fang Yu? Who knows? We were discussing it earlier, and the more we talked, the more off it felt. How could a director with zero experience suddenly hit his stride in the first round of finals like he'd unlocked some hidden power? He scrambled to finish his second round entry just 4 hours ago. He must have known he was screwed this round. You'll see when he comes out. Honestly, his craftsmanship doesn't match someone who could create a game like Jinling Defense with such meticulous detail. It's too clumsy. Just wait until someone else pulls out an even more extravagant, longer, and more meticulously detailed campaign, then see how you'll react. Ha, Fang Yu, hang in there. Just don't end up with a 0 score, that'd be hilarious. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Luo Chuan watched the remaining production time dwindle to less than an hour, his palms sweating for Fang Yu. He'd seen the comments in the livestream, people saying small companies prep in advance or just use the first round for hype. But he refused to believe the rumors. He'd talked extensively with Fang Yu that day. And it was clear Fang Yu wasn't that kind of person. Fang Yu must have pulled out his ace in the hole, the PC planned for the third round. Mr. Luo, the first round production time is almost up. Why hasn't Fang Yu shown up yet? His games are just so high quality. But why does he always take so long? I'm dying of anticipation. Su Yuan twirled strands of chestnut hair between her fingers, her voice tinged with impatience. What do you think Fang Yu will make this time? Honestly, I'm really looking forward to him continuing the campaign after the prologue. I didn't even get my fill of killing little days last time. Sigh. But he probably won't have enough time to finish the main campaign finale. Yuzishu adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and spoke with a hint of regret. Indeed, there's simply no way to complete it in time for the finals. Even if we manage to finish the subsequent campaigns, the quality would likely fall short of the previous one. No worries, he already did his best in the last round. So it's perfectly reasonable to just make a passable game for this round as a stopgap. Hey! Looks like he's done. I see him disconnecting the brain-computer interface editor. Chapter 24, Prologue ends, main story begins. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. After one final meticulous check of the game's settings and chapter content, Fang Yu disconnected the brain-computer interface editor. He couldn't help but marvel at how convenient this system was. The game's storyline was already generated. All he needed to do was build the framework, design the core gameplay, and tweak the settings. He didn't have to worry about details or NPC authenticity at all. With a sigh of relief, Fang Yu removed his neural feedback gloves. Alright, they must be getting impatient by now. This time, the real battle of Jinling begins. I hope you can hold out. The memory of the final massacre of 300,000 innocent civilians tore at Fang Yu's heart like a knife. Remember history, never forget our original aspirations. He spoke softly before stepping out of Studio 10. Huaxia Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Less than 20 minutes remained before the second round finals concluded. As Fang Yu disconnected his brain-computer interface editor and walked toward the stage, every audience member who had witnessed the previous Jinling defense battle erupted in excitement. Cheers echoed relentlessly from the crowd below. Alright, let's welcome our final contestant to showcase his work. Regarding this participant, I'm sure everyone has seen him trending across media platforms these past few days. The first round champion of the Genesis Game Tournament Finals, who achieved a staggering 99 points with just the prologue of Jinling defense, leaving all other competitors far behind. What kind of surprise will he bring us this time? Now, please welcome contestant number 10 from Tuoyu Games to present his work. The moment the host finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Wow! Fang Yu finally finished the game. Seriously, making us wait this long, I was getting so sleepy. I wonder what kind of simulation it is this time. Su Yuan excitedly tugged at her skirt hem, her watery peach blossom eyes instantly turning into starry ones as she stared at the stage and exclaimed. TSK TSK. You're supposed to be the hottest game streamer around, yet look at yourself now. Where's your dignity as a judge? Your eyes are practically dripping with drool. Someone might mistake you for being here to find a date. Yu Zishu adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and began teasing Su Yuan as she got all worked up. The chat outside the stage grew even livelier. Nu! My goddess Yuan, don't let Fang Yu sweep you off your feet. My heart is breaking. Goddess Yuan, don't turn into a fangirl. I miss your rebellious, untamed self. Let me tell you, Fang Yu definitely cheated in the first round finals. He used a game his company pre-made. His true colors will show in the second round. Hope the judges keep their eyes peeled and don't get fooled. Exactly. After the first round ended, it just didn't add up. How could a director from a small company possibly create a game with such high quality and attention to detail in just 24 hours? Why didn't they prepare it beforehand? I suspect his company has been polishing this game for ages and just handed it to Fang Yu for the first round. This round's game is bound to be subpar. I'm not buying it. A bunch of idiots who couldn't even make it through the preliminary rounds got called back? Do you even understand game development? Do you have any idea how much imagination and mastery of game simulation systems it takes to perfectly simulate all those scenes and NPCs, even with a creative concept? If you don't know, shut up. How could the strict vetting of this game development contest possibly let you bring a finished product? China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. Hey, our first round final champion finally showed up. With less than 20 minutes left before the second round deadline, I thought you'd forfeit. Can't keep up the act anymore, huh? Seeing him scrambling around like that makes me want to laugh. Guys, come out and watch the show. I'll go get the few guys still resting. Everyone come see this and capture the glory of our first round champion's second round performance. Ha, you're such a jerk. Just imagining the media's two-faced reversal in the news makes me laugh. Nanzhao, what kind of game do you think he'll make this time? I'm not interested in your conversation. I'm going to rest first. Ugh, boring. Huaxia Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Finally finished. I was sweating bullets for him. If Fang Yu can deliver the same quality as before this time, I wouldn't mind reporting to the competition organizers to make an exception and give him a perfect score. Luo Chuan watched Fang Yu leisurely uploading the game, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he half-jokingly remarked. Professor Luo, you're thinking too small. Why not say he's recreating the Battle of Shanghai, the Defense of Wuhan, the Battle of Shuzhou, the Battle of Changsha, or even the D-Day Normandy landings from World War II all at the same quality as the first round? I'm telling you, I'll quit wanching on the spot to work under him as his assistant. I mean it, ha! Yuzisha chimed in with a joke of his own. Ha? What do you mean? Is that not possible? I'm telling you, what if Fang Yu actually pulls it off? Su Yuan rubbed her sleepy head, her voice tinged with confusion and irritation as she addressed Yu Zishu. Streamer Su Yuan, I suggest you actually learn about game development. You probably don't even know what a brain-computer interface editor or neural feedback loves do. Stop thinking about playing all day like a child. Yu Zishu shot her a glance and began mocking her without mercy. Ha? What do you mean? I'm telling you. Su Yuan was about to retort, but when she saw Fang Yu raising his hand to signal the judges and audience that the game had finished uploading, her words vanished instantly. Finally uploaded. Fang Yu, you're the one I'm rooting for the most, don't let me down. Su Yuan instantly turned to face Fang Yu, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with anticipation as she spoke, then casually picked up the virtual reality headset. As Fang Yu raised his hand to signal the game's completion, everyone, especially the audience who had witnessed the first round of the production competition finals, excitedly donned their virtual reality headsets. As the game loaded, the screen instantly went black for everyone wearing the headsets. This feels so familiar, huh? The next second, several blood-red characters slowly emerged in the center of the pitch-black view. Prologue end. Main story begins. Chapter 25. Wasn't he supposed to have prepared for the first round in advance? China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. A line of striking red text appeared in everyone's field of view. Prologue ends, main event begins. As these words materialized, the audience who had witnessed Fang Yu's first round of the finals erupted in excited cheers. Here it comes, the real thing is finally here. The defense battle officially begins. I knew you could do it, Fang Yu. Holy crap, that was insane. Ha, this ticket money was well spent. Fang Yu is the best. Meanwhile, the newcomers watched the others cheer in bewilderment, their small eyes filled with huge confusion. Who said Fang Yu used the company's prepared work in the first round? Then what's going on in the second round? Come out and explain. 24 hours? Seriously? Can it actually simulate the entire subsequent history? Listen up, we haven't even entered the game yet. What's with all this premature celebration? Popping champagne at halftime? Wait till we see the actual quality inside. Watch your faces. Probably just forcing a start. No clue what they're still struggling with. The next second, the familiar difficulty options popped up. Without hesitation, everyone selected Hell. The crimson text at the center of the screen began to shift. December 9, 1937. The defense of Manhwa town failed. The second line of defense was breached. Nanjing City, Guanghua Gate. The perspective shifted. An immense city wall loomed before them. The deafening roar of howitzers and field guns filled the air, while the thunderous rumble of countless bombers echoed overhead. Many newcomers' faces were etched with terror. The acrid smell of gunpowder and the deafening explosions triggered an instinctive fear. Several pinched their arms, doubting whether they had truly traveled through time. Mission: defend Guanghua Gate. Utilize Jinling city walls, moat, and available equipment to prevent the Japanese forces from breaching the city. The enemy's 9th Division aims to blast through Guanghua Gate by demolishing the city walls. Listen up, everyone. Behind us lies Jinling City and its 300,000 citizens. We have nowhere left to retreat. Even if it means dying, we will use our bodies to withstand the enemy's artillery. Let the Japanese see, are their bullets harder, or our bones? A thunderous roar erupted. The next instant, every player's view switched to first-person perspective. They were now playing as infantrymen of the Huaxia 87th Division, poised for action near Guanghua Gate in Jinling City. Also known as the German-equipped reorganized division, the 87th was a core unit of the Central Army. All soldiers wore uniform gear, standard German M35 steel helmets painted olive drab, with leather neck protection at the back. Riflemen were uniformly equipped with Zhongxing Type 24 rifles, while machine gunners carried Czech-made light machine guns, no longer the outdated Hanyang Type 24 rifles in uniform seen at Chunchu Town. The total number of players and NPCs approached 4,000. As soon as Luo Chuan completed the perspective shift, he began surveying the surrounding terrain. He found himself positioned on the ramparts of Guanghua Gate, where the surrounding buildings had been reduced to shattered ruins by Xia Rizi's artillery and bombers. Below the ramparts, buildings lay reduced to charred ruins, their once clean surfaces now pockmarked with craters of varying depths. The thick, acrid smell of gunpowder and smoke mingled with the scent of blood, making one feel nauseous. The constant din of explosions, bomber roars, rifle fire, and machine gun bursts filled the air, occasionally punctuated by curses in various Chinese dialects. Every NPC bore a distinct facial expression. Some eyes were dull and weary, others held a trace of fear, but most were fixed with a resolute gaze. The NPC's intense realism compelled every player to compare Fang Yu's creation with those crafted by other contestants before. Truly a world of difference. Who just said they'd go check the quality inside, then came out staring me down like that? You little bastard. Hand over your face to me. Seriously, is this even human? I thought the prologue battle in Chunhua Town was Fang Yu's peak, but it turns out that was just the beginning. Unbelievably awesome. The scene design, the NPC's facial expressions and demeanor, the visual quality tell me, how is this any different from being on a real battlefield? Wait, I remember someone complaining loudly before, saying they were forcing themselves to make an opening. Why aren't they complaining now? Besides, this is what the company prepared, you moron. They actually made the campaigns after the prologue. Wah, Fang Yu, I love you forever. When the full campaigns come out, I'm buying them all. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. The air was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Fang Yu's historical simulation, which felt even more real than the prologue battle. Forget the scene's material realism and lighting details this time, NPC numbers reached several thousand. And they weren't just generic robots, they looked like the veterans of yesteryear returning to the battlefield. A silent slap echoed across every competitor's face. Some flushed crimson, unable to bear watching any longer. Is this real? One contestant finally broke the silence, his voice trembling slightly. Ugh. Looks like we've really picked a fight with a tough nut this time. My confidence is completely shattered. No way. I've competed in so many tournaments and always judged people accurately. How did I end up kicking this steel plate named Fang Yu? I was wrong. This is the real deal. Brother Fang Yu, can I quit my job and follow you from now on? Just as everyone began gathering their boomerangs, contestant number 9 started packing his things. Instantly, all the contestants stared at him in utter shock. I don't want to play games anymore after I get back. Those simple words felt like 1,000 pounds of weight crushing down on everyone. Many players approached him to persuade him, saying it was just one competition, no need to be so downhearted. Everyone experiences failure sometimes. But when someone is truly set on leaving, there's no stopping them. Watching contestant number 9 pack up and begin leaving, the pressure on the remaining contestants intensified. Is Fang Yu even human? He's practically a monster. Over 7,000 NPCs, each seems to possess its own distinct personality. I'm genuinely curious how he managed to imbue every single one with individuality within just 24 hours. Some people have remarkably rich neural networks. When creating games, they not only think dynamically but can also multitask effortlessly. Honestly, if he took aptitude tests at the Huaxia Game Development Center in the capital or the Magic City Game Technology Academy, what level would they even rate him at? I'm also curious to create a game of such terrifying quality within 24 hours, and to imbue thousands of NPCs with independent personalities. Is this even a human brain? December 9, 1937, Nanjing City, Guanghua Gate. All participants who had fought in the first round of the campaign were experienced. They swiftly began inspecting their weapons and ammunition, then surveyed the city walls and buildings near Guanghua Gate, strategizing which spots would be easy to defend and hard to attack, places where enemy artillery fire would struggle to reach. Su Yuan excitedly flicked the bolt of her rifle. The brand new Zhongxing-type rifle gleamed with a deep, lustrous black polish. Holding it, she felt its substantial weight and couldn't put it down. Teacher Luo, the quality of these weapons is incredible. After getting used to such harsh conditions, this gear feels almost unfamiliar. She looked at Luo Chuan excitedly. Luo Chuan glanced at her but remained silent, instead mentally cataloging all the 87th Division's equipment in battlefield conditions. The anti-tank gun company was equipped with 37mm anti-tank guns. The armored units were equipped with German Type A tanks, each armed with 2 MG-13792mm machine guns and boasting armor thickness of 713mm. The heavy machine guns were water-cooled Maxim models. Terrain advantages included a 13-meter-high city wall with a moat below. The defensive positions included anti-tank trenches and barbed wire. Chapter 26, Shelling breaches the city walls. December 9, 1937, Nanjing City, Guanghua Gate. Damn, how do you even use this gun? It's ancient. Why don't we have bombers? How is a few dozen bullets supposed to be enough for anyone? And machine guns need water to cool down after firing for a while? And these uniforms? They don't even have any special features. Some newcomers to the audience seemed a bit hard-pressed to accept the primitive firearms used in the Jinling defense battle, launching into a tirade of complaints. This is a historical simulation, not a place for you to tear Japanese soldiers apart with your bare hands. Cut back on those mindless futuristic shooters and read more history books. If you're unfamiliar with that era and missed the prologue battle livestream, I won't blame you, just take your time adjusting. But if you can't handle it, disconnect now. Don't let the veterans of that era down. Players who participated in the first round of battles spoke up. Enough bickering, the enemies at our doorstep. Time for infighting? If you're struggling, take a moment to acclimate to the battlefield. It's nothing special. Our predecessors endured far harsher conditions back then and persevered. I believe you can too. Luo Chuan's gaze swept over the new players as he spoke in a deliberately gentle tone. After mediating the player conflict, he began analyzing the nature of the Battle of Guanghua Gate through historical recollection. Though featuring elements of street fighting, this battle wasn't a classic urban skirmish. It primarily centered on the siege of city walls, later evolving into localized street combat. The immediate priority was to leverage the wall's defensive advantage against the enemy's artillery barrage. As Luo Chuan pondered, the ground began shaking violently once more. That familiar sensation returned. The second wave of artillery barrage from the Japanese forces had commenced. Boom! Flames shot from the muzzles of field guns and howitzers at the enemy positions, accompanied by a dull roar as shells flew toward the outskirts of Jinling City. The sections of wall flanking the city gates bore the brunt of the assault. As the flashes of explosion faded, cracks began to appear in the thick brickwork, and debris of blue bricks and stone fragments started to fall. Yet thanks to the wall's protection, the soldiers suffered almost no casualties. This barrage is terrifying. Jinling City must hold out. Hold firm. Perseverance is victory. Why do I feel like Fang Yu secretly ramped up the difficulty for them? This battle's outcome is clear now. With walls this thick, I'll be damned if they break through. If you drop another ING flag, I'll have someone deal with you. The second wave of artillery ended, and cracks began appearing in Jinling's wall. Small breaches emerged, but the walls hadn't been torn open. The Japanese forces had a clear objective: to weaken the wall's structure through sustained bombardment and breach through the torn openings. At that moment, an NPC dressed in standard German military uniform and leather boots approached from the rear of the formation. He surveyed Luo Chuan and the other players. Newcomers, huh? First, help seal the cracks in the city walls near Guanghua Gate. See those sealing materials? Use those. He paused briefly, pointing toward a warehouse-like structure within the city walls where sandbags and timber were stored. Probably due to insufficient time for proper crafting, the sandbags bore irregular shapes. Some of the timber had been charred black by the flames of battle, emitting a faint, acrid smell. Luo Chuan glanced at the soldier's insignia, a gold plate with a triangular star emblem, the rank of brigade commander. They were currently positioned on the right flank. If he remembered correctly, this was Brigadier General Manhwa of the 87th Division. This brigade commander had entered the Whampoa Military Academy's third class of the Military Police Department in 1924. After graduation, he served successively as platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, and regiment commander. He participated in the Northern Expedition and the January 28 Shanghai War against Japanese aggression. In 1937, he fought in the Battle of Shanghai, leading the 87th Division in the assault on the Zairizi positions in the heart of the city. His troops inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy, earning him promotion to Major General and command of the division's 259th Brigade. After the order to withdraw from Shanghai in November, he directed his forces into the defense of Nanjing, commanding the right flank of the Zhonghua Gate sector. Luo Chuan began recalling Manhwa's career based on his historical knowledge, and a deep sense of admiration welled up within him. With this professional brigade commander from the Whampoa Military Academy as his backup, he breathed a huge sigh of relief, no longer needing to work non-stop. Teacher Luo, it seems like our numbers have dwindled considerably. By the way, where is Director Yu? Su Yuan observed the soldiers busily hauling sandbags and timber, noticing the apparent shortage of personnel. A hint of confusion touched his voice as he spoke. He must have chosen another branch. There were many options for this campaign: armor, engineers, signal corps, medics, artillery. I think you'd actually be well suited for the medical corps. Huh? Really? I could give it a try. Su Yuan gave a slight nod, then wiped the sweat from her face only to smear it into a messy smudge. Jinling City, anti-tank artillery company position. Indeed, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. No more infantry for me, artillery suits me best. Yu Zishu stood before the 37mm anti-tank gun, a confident smile spreading across his face as he spoke. The anti-tank gun company was directly subordinate to the artillery battalion of the training corps, integrated into the Guanghua Gate defense system. It comprised 3 platoons, each equipped with 2 German-made 37mm anti-tank guns. TSK, just look at Director Yu's smug face. Last round he stubbornly denied being scared, but now he's showing his true colors. What a shameless guy. I'll bet you 50 cents his hit rate will be the lowest. Hell mode doesn't have assist aiming. I think he's celebrating too soon. Wait till he's trading fire with Little Day's field guns, let's see how he handles that. True. Once this artillery position is exposed, Little Day's will definitely target it. Hope we still get to see Director Yu's defiant attitude then. December 9, 1937. Nanjing City. Guanghua Gate ramparts. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with scorched earth permeated the entire gate. Crumbling bricks mixed with gravel rained down. An NPC soldier loosened the hemp rope strapping his half-meter-tall sandbag, its weight bending his spine like a drawn bow. Come help! He called out in a weary voice. Instantly, 2 players jogged over, took the sandbag, and stuffed it into the crack in the city wall. But they soon realized one sandbag couldn't fill the gap completely, yet the remaining space was too narrow for a second one. The NPC warrior beside him seemed to have understood something. He pointed to a charred piece of wood on the ground. Just wedge this piece in at an angle. He addressed the 2 players in a calm tone. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the familiar rumble of the ground shook the air. The sandbag just wedged into the crack tumbled out, kicking up dust that stung the eyes shut. Forget it, let's just dodge this round of fire first. The NPC warrior beside him addressed the players still busy plugging the gap, and soon everyone set down their tools and retreated to the safe zone. But no one noticed that the original crack had begun to widen under the relentless bombardment. Chapter 27, Initial Clash. December 9, 1937, Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. The skies above Jinling were shrouded in gloom and smoke, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder. Bombers screeched overhead with a piercing roar, dropping bombs that left countless craters in the Guanghua Gate position. The thunderous roar of field artillery echoed incessantly, pelting the city walls like a torrential downpour. Explosions sent showers of bricks, stones, and dust flying. As the third wave of bombardment struck, further damage and cracks appeared in the walls near Guanghua Gate, though no major breaches emerged. The sheer force of the explosions sent shivers down the spines of many spectators who hadn't participated in the first round of the crafting competition. Their primal fear of artillery fire made each heartbeat feel suffocating. Many players who had earlier complained about the game's outdated equipment now dared only to cower within the safety of the inner wall. Their survival instincts compelled them to flee this artillery-ravaged position. What a bunch of wimps. Scared already? If you guys had been defending back then, Guanghua Gate would have fallen ages ago. Some of you aren't even as good as Director Yu. He may be scared, but he didn't just hide in the safe zone without moving. Why are you guys such show-offs? Your holographic goggles can't compare to the real thing. Try playing the first round of Fang Yu's prologue, the Chunhua Town Stalemate, and you'll learn humility. Speaking of which, didn't director Yu choose an artillery company this time? Why not use cannons to fight back? Seems you haven't studied the history either. Do you know how precious cannon shells were back then? No exaggeration, they were more valuable than human lives. True. Cannons were only used as a last resort. We can't hold out much longer, Captain. The Japanese field guns and air support are coordinated. We can't even seal the cracks blown open in the city walls. A scout who had participated in the first wave of the Chunhua Town battle quickly reported the issues to the NPC company commander after assessing the frontline positions. They now had to seal the breaches in the city walls while simultaneously guarding against the bombers overhead. Although the 87th Division had constructed defensive works around and within Jinling City, such as the Fuqua positions, which could withstand the Japanese assault while offering some anti-aircraft protection, and had even dispersed troops and supplies to minimize losses by avoiding concentrated attacks from enemy bombers, they still couldn't completely avoid air raids. Don't panic. Stay calm until the enemy's fire ceases. Engineer platoon, gather more men to prepare sandbags and timber. As soon as this wave of enemy fire ends, move at top speed to seal the breaches. The company commander watched the enemy shells rain down like hail, lowering his head in thought before speaking. This barrage is far too intense. At this rate, the city walls truly are in grave danger. You bastard who made that bold claim yesterday, just you wait. Pray the walls hold this time, or I'll hunt you down. Damn, come on, bro. Who could have predicted a 13-meter wall wouldn't hold? Honestly, something feels off here. Anyone familiar with this historical period, explain what's going on. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate defensive position on the city wall. Luo Chuan peered through binoculars at the enemy positions, howitzers, field guns, even 10 tanks, and thousands of infantry. He could sense this defensive battle would be far tougher than the stalemate at Chunhua Town. Near Guanghua Gate, Japanese reconnaissance troops kept harassing the defenses intermittently. Teacher Luo? What's wrong? You look so worried. Don't fret, we'll all pull together as one. We'll hold Guanghua Gate without fail and won't let our predecessors down. Su Yuan, holding a Type 56 rifle, was about to chamber a 7.62mm round when she noticed Luo Chuan's unusual expression. A relieved smile spread across her face as she spoke. At that moment, the NPC company commander stationed on the city walls approached. The Japanese scouts have been prowling outside the city for nearly half a day now. I've been watching them closely. They come around every half hour or so. The other platoons stay hidden. First platoon stays here. When you see my signal, get up and take them out. The company commander barked orders in his thick dialect to the surrounding soldiers. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Luo Chuan, Su Yuan, and the other players. You newcomers, right? You can either help the engineer platoon haul sandbags and lumber, or stay here and learn how to take down those little bastards. Luo Chuan, Su Yuan, and some other players chose to stay. The remaining soldiers began descending from the city walls to assist with moving sandbags and lumber. After a while, Luo Chuan glanced at his pocket watch. Time to go. It should be about right now. The next second, sure enough, he saw the company commander give them a signal almost simultaneously. Click, click, click. The sound of rifle bolts being cycled echoed through the air. A dozen gleaming black Zhongjing rifles and a Czech light machine gun were raised from the battlements of Guanghua Gate. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets from the Zhongjing rifles and Czech light machine gun erupted like tongues of flame, howling toward the Japanese reconnaissance troops. Bastards! Before the words had even faded, 2 corpses of Japanese scouts lay riddled like honeycombs about 50 meters ahead of Guanghua Gate. Bright red blood pooled on the ground, adding a fresh splash of color to the charred earth. Nice work! That familiar feeling was back. You know what? This old-school bolt-action rifle actually feels pretty satisfying to use. Truly, the texture of this gun feels incredibly authentic. The weight and the barrel sheen are just like the real thing. I remember everyone raving about Fang Yu's game during the first round. I was skeptical at first, but now that I've tried it, I see it really lives up to the hype. Absolutely. Perfectly recreated. The 3-point alignment shooting technique is classic. Only the ammo supply feels a bit tight. As the Japanese scout fell to the ground, all the spectators participating in the game started buzzing with excitement. But the next second, that familiar ground tremor hit again. Damn it, the Japanese artillery shells are coming way too fast. Everyone, retreat to the safe zone immediately. The NPC platoon leader reacted instantly upon feeling the tremor, bellowing at the soldiers on the city walls. Retreat first. Don't take unnecessary damage. Little Japan's already losing his cool this fast? Just because they killed 2 of our grunts? Ha, I'll be damned. I bet these bastards are trying to blast a hole in the wall to break through. We'll need to speed up sandbag and timber transport soon. Indeed, I feel like this relentless shelling would wear down even steel. Chapter 28, The Breach, A Tug of War. December 9, 1937, afternoon. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds, bringing a faint warmth to the bitter winter, though fierce gusts of wind still lashed the air intermittently. Following the fourth wave of howitzer and artillery barrages from the Japanese forces, sections of the city wall near Manhwa Gate appeared precariously damaged. Especially the southeast corner, where larger cracks appeared and bricks crumbled. Hold your positions, everyone. Hurry and bring over the sandbags and timber, we need to shore it up for a while. Something's wrong, Captain. This barrage isn't sweeping the entire wall, Little Days is targeting the sections with the biggest cracks and corners. Indeed, the concentrated fire clearly wasn't targeting the entire position. All units, listen up. First platoon, monitor the vulnerable sections of the wall and report any issues immediately. Second platoon, work with the engineer platoon to seal the cracks in the wall as quickly as possible, starting with the larger ones at the weak points. Everyone else, be ready to counter any collapses at vulnerable points. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, southeast corner of the city wall. A new player in the campaign worked alongside the engineer platoon, stuffing sandbags into the southeast corner's cracks under enemy artillery fire. These sandbags were mixed with glutinous rice mortar, enhancing their blast resistance. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, flinging the sandbags still in mid-air from the cracks. The engineer's lifting motions froze mid-motion. The next second, continuous shell explosions erupted near the southeast corner. Rustling. The sound of bricks, stones, and dust tumbling down filled the air. The small blackened cracks in the wall widened relentlessly as splintered bluestone fragments flew everywhere. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the precariously swaying southeast corner of the ramparts. Get back and report. The southeast corner of Guanghua Gate is collapsing. At the engineer platoon soldiers' shout, 2 scouts from the first squad reacted, sprinting toward the city at top speed. Damn, this really won't hold much longer. No way, this is terrifying. Concentrating firepower on one spot even with modern nanomaterial reinforcement, this wouldn't hold. I just checked, the wall is 13 meters high, 713 meters wide at the top, built with Ming Dynasty fired bricks. Each brick is 40 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, 10 centimeters thick. That was top-tier material back then, but it can't withstand sustained cannon fire. Do those little guys have unlimited ammo? How can they fire like this? Let me tell you, just on December 9th alone, the Japanese fired 500 shells. The gap in national development back then was simply too vast. Inside Guanghua Gate, Jinling City. We will leverage the 13-meter high terrain advantage of the city walls, deploying heavy machine gun positions along the battlements to establish a crossfire network. The 2nd Regiment of the Training Corps will garrison the gate towers. Begin by stacking sandbags into makeshift bunkers at the crenellations, deploying 1 Czech light machine gun every 50 meters. Ensure the 6 Maxim heavy machine guns on the gate tower are fully operational. Reinforce the area behind the gate with additional sandbags. For now, we need not worry about tank assaults at Guanghua Gate, as an anti-tank trench has been dug directly in front of it. The paramount task is to hold the city walls and gates. Is that understood? Major General Ianhua was deploying the defensive lines inside Guanghua Gate, assigning crossfire positions. His instructions were abruptly interrupted by the anxious voices of 2 scouts. Captain! The southeast corner is about to collapse. The platoon leader from the engineer platoon just ordered us back urgently to report on the southeast corner of the city wall. It's under concentrated artillery fire from the little Japanese bastards and is about to collapse. The 2 scouts ran over, panting heavily, and began their urgent report without pausing to catch their breath. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate. Everyone turned toward the sound. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, dust filled the air. The Japanese artillery had torn a massive breach in the southeast corner of the city wall. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, southeast corner of the city wall. As the southeast corner of the city wall was torn open by Japanese artillery fire, the platoon leader of the nearby engineer platoon was knocked to the ground by the blast wave. His body was struck as if by a boulder, sending him flying sideways. The sandbag in his hand flew from his grasp, crashing onto the ground below the wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Platoon leader! Platoon leader, are you okay? Platoon leader! New players nearby stared in disbelief at the large bloodstain on the platoon leader's uniform, charred black by the shelling. Blood gushed from his chest, instantly staining the ground crimson. What do I do? What should I do? His mind went blank. The brutal scene, unlike anything he'd ever witnessed, sent his heart racing as he gasped for breath. Watching the platoon leader struggle to rise despite his severe injuries, his eyes widened in horror. Suppressing his panic, he dashed through the artillery fire and helped the gravely wounded platoon leader to his feet. Medic! Where's the medic? Someone's hurt. Hurry over. He dragged the platoon leader to a safe area with all his strength, shouting hoarsely. Blood trickled from the platoon leader's mouth. He opened his lips as if to speak, but no sound emerged. His pupils began to dilate and lose focus. He tried to search for the medic, but it was already too late. With his last ounce of strength, the platoon leader pointed at the sandbags on the ground, flashing him a determined smile. Then his pupils lost focus, his arm fell limp, and all life left him. Witnessing this scene, his heart ached as if being sliced apart piece by piece, tears welling up in his eyes. Staring at the fallen sandbag and the gaping hole in the southeast corner, he gritted his teeth, forcing back his tears. Rising, he picked up the sandbag and began filling the breach. Wu, platoon leader, always the platoon leader. Why must it be so tragic? Sigh, I was right after all. The city walls couldn't withstand the relentless artillery barrage from the little Japanese. Fang Yu, you're such a pain. Sand's getting in my eyes, ugh. Wait, why didn't they reinforce these spots with more sandbags and timber earlier? So weird. Actually, most of the sandbags and timber are behind the city gates. You probably didn't know, but the gates are the weakest point compared to the walls. Thousands of sandbags are stacked at the gate entrances. If the gates fall, the losses would be far greater. At least the walls can hold out a little longer. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, southeast corner of the city wall. The brigade commander arrived with reinforcements, watching as shells blew a 5-meter wide gap at a 30-degree angle in the city wall. He sighed softly. Oh no, oh no. Teacher Luo, what do we do? This gap is going to be our downfall. Su Yuan stared at the breach in the city gate, her voice tinged with urgency as she addressed Luo Chuan. I don't think patching the breach is the priority right now. We need to fortify the walls first. Little Days blew a hole in the wall, they'll definitely send in demolition troops to widen it. Luo Chuan said little, instead approaching the brigade commander to present his proposal. Chapter 29, Escort your comrades on their final journey. December 9, 1937, afternoon. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. I believe the immediate priority isn't filling the breach, but fortifying the city walls first. The enemy blew a hole in the wall, they'll definitely deploy demolition troops to widen it. After hearing Luo Chuan's suggestion, Yanhua pondered briefly before agreeing. Reconnaissance team, intensify surveillance near the city gates. The 2nd Regiment of the Training Corps will garrison the watchtowers. Open fire immediately upon spotting any suspicious individuals. The rest of you continue filling the breach with sandbags and timber. Yes, sir. We'll get it done. After performing a brief check for breathing and pulse, the medic shook his head helplessly. The platoon leader's pupils had already dilated and lost focus. Bright red blood stained the ground beneath him, and there was no sign of life left. Why? Why couldn't you come sooner? Why? The platoon leader could have been saved. What were you doing? Why did it take so long? The second wave of players who had just joined the battle had been staring blankly at the platoon leader's fallen body. Seeing the belated medic arrive, their emotions erupted instantly, erupting in furious shouts. Honestly, that medic has zero sense of responsibility. What the hell were they doing? Honestly, in that situation, even if the medic had been there, saving him with the medical equipment available back then would have been next to impossible. Whether he could have saved him or not is one thing, his tardiness is another. Sigh, it's breaking my heart. It hurts so much. Watching our seniors sacrifice themselves feels suffocating. Medical personnel were a scarce resource back then. The 1937 defense battles were fought primarily in complex terrain with frequent casualties. Training medics took years, required advanced skills, and couldn't be replenished quickly. Indeed, military medical units were incomplete back then. Not only were there insufficient professional medics, but medical equipment and supplies were also severely lacking. This is the reality of war, there's no other way. Strength of arms is the only truth. Have you heard the saying, truth lies only within range? Wipe away your tears and carry on with the platoon leader's will. I believe you can do it. Luo Chuan looked at the platoon leader lying on the ground and the new player who had just joined the game standing nearby. He walked over and spoke calmly. The player who had joined the battle in the second wave rubbed his eyes, silently accepting the platoon leader's sacrifice. He then picked up the Zhongjing rifle lying on the ground, his gaze gradually turning cold and resolute. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate Fortress Wall. Teacher Luo, how did you know the Japanese demolition team would come to widen this breach in the city wall? Su Yuan flicked the bolt of her Zhongjing rifle, her eyes glinting with curiosity as she addressed Luo Chuan. First, the walls we're defending in Jinling City are tall and thick, easy to defend, hard to breach. And look at the crossfire positions along the ramparts, a Czech light machine gun every 50 meters, plus 6 Maxim heavy machine guns on standby. The defenses are impenetrable. A frontal assault would result in heavy casualties even if successful, so they'll have to find another way in. So the enemy will definitely start with a barrage of fire, then send out scouts. Their goal is to identify the areas with the most cracks, the weakest points, gather intel, and concentrate artillery fire on those vulnerable sections of the walls. Once a major breach appeared in the walls, it would spell trouble. The enemy could then concentrate their demolition efforts to break through the gap, largely avoiding frontal fire. So now, it wasn't just about patching up the breach, more importantly, it was about preventing demolition teams from creating an even larger gap. Judge Luo truly lives up to his reputation as a history professor, his knowledge is profound. Professor Luo is truly knowledgeable. Without him, I doubt we could have held out even a day in the Chunchun siege during the prologue. Sigh, I know I shouldn't say this, but back then, the gap in firepower was simply too vast to bridge with manpower or tactics alone. Holding the line was as hard as climbing to the heavens. Damn it, you're such a killjoy. You just ruined my good mood. Damn you. Is that so? Professor Luo, so our main goal now is to hold the breach in the city wall and prevent the Little Days demolition squad from widening it, right? Exactly. Luo Chuan watched the scout patrolling the ramparts, surveying the ground below, and sighed softly. His deep understanding of this historical battle kept his nerves perpetually taut. This time, they could only do their absolute best. The Little Days are coming. Less than 200 meters from the walls. The demolition squad's here. Everyone, prepare to fire. The scout's voice snapped Luo Chuan out of his thoughts. The next second, he raised his Type 56 rifle and scanned the southeast corner of the city wall. Sure enough, he spotted several enemy soldiers carrying explosives, closing in on the ramparts. Click. Click clack. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed. The Makarov heavy machine gun loader had also prepared the magazine and water for the cold start gun. Everyone, don't let a single enemy get through. Open fire. Bang. Rat-a-tat. The next second, machine gunners on the city walls instantly pulled the triggers. Dense crossfire from Czech and Maxim guns rained down like hellish meteor showers upon the Japanese demolition team, while nearby infantrymen periodically hurled grenades to provide covering fire. Instantly, a hellish fireworks display erupted before Guanghua Gate. Many Japanese soldiers, hit by bullets, still struggled toward the southeast corner of the wall, only to have their knees blown apart by precise bullets from other soldiers' Zhongjing rifles the next instant. Blood flowed across the ground into the anti-tank trenches, staining the earth around the ramparts a vivid crimson. Under the intense crossfire, the entire demolition squad fell instantly, not a single one surviving. Reporting, it seems they're all dead. It's over. All eliminated. You guys rock, I knew you could do it. Hey! You machine gunner on the left. Those little Japanese bastards are already riddled with holes like a beehive. Stop firing. Do bullets cost nothing? I understand your frustration, but this is a critical moment. Conserve your ammo, those little Japanese bastards don't deserve our bullets. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a burst of fire streaked toward them from the distance, and the deafening roar of explosions echoed overhead once more. Everyone! Retreat from the city walls immediately. But time seemed to be running out. Howitzer shells and field artillery shells flew in, while bombers overhead commenced yet another round of bombing. Who knew how many by now? Boom! Dozens of shells exploded along the ramparts, instantly killing NPCs and players who couldn't dodge in time. Many NPCs were torn apart by the blast waves, left with only one arm and a leg, while others were literally blown in half. Ah! The excruciating pain tore at their hearts, forcing them to cry out in agony. Medics! Where are the medics? Su Yuan watched the warriors writhing in agony on the ground, her heart clenching in pain. Kill me, I beg you, kill me. At that moment, an NPC whose exploded intestines and stomach spilled across the ground looked at her with eyes filled with despair. With his last ounce of strength, he spoke to Su Yuan. Beside him, another NPC, his arms and legs mangled by artillery fire, also rolled over with his last ounce of strength and pleaded with her. Please give your comrades a final send-off, end their suffering. At that moment, a line of blood-red text appeared in the center of her vision. Chapter 30, Suicide Squad? Anti-Tank Artillery Company activated. December 9, 1937, afternoon. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. Please give your comrades a final farewell and end their suffering. The crimson characters appeared in the center of her vision. Su Yuan clamped her hand over her mouth, her mind going blank as she froze in place. Her nose stung, tears streaming uncontrollably. Seeing the agonized expressions and pleading eyes of the soldiers around her, her arms began to tremble. The Zhongjing rifle she once handled with ease now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, impossible to lift. No, I can't do it. I just can't. Su Yuan covered her mouth, her lips trembling as she spoke in broken whispers. Why, I can't take this. This is way too real. No, seniors, hold on just a little longer, the medics are almost here. There's no choice. In this situation, bringing medics would only prolong their agony. Sigh. Damn these little bastards. This is unbearable. I seriously want to jump into the game and slaughter them all. Who could bring themselves to do that? Damn Little Days. I'm smashing every single one of those damn Little Day products in my house right now. Hold on, bro, keep your cool. That's money. Just remember history and stay patriotic. I can't take it anymore. I'm heading to the Chuncheon campaign in the prologue to kill some little bastards. Anyone want to team up? Let's go together. Watch me beat them to a pulp. Teacher Luo, what should I do? I really can't bring myself to do it. Su Yuan watched Luo Chuan return after tending to the other wounded soldiers. Her body, propped up by sheer willpower, finally gave out. She slumped against the wall and crouched down. It's okay. You go down first. I'll handle this. Gazing at the charred limbs mingled with burning bricks atop the city wall, the crimson blood pooling everywhere, Luo Chuan's expression froze. His lips trembled as he forced himself to remain calm, urging Su Yuan to leave first. Kill me. Please, it hurts too much. Shoot me. Shoot me. Just end this for me. Watching the senior roll on the ground, he could no longer control his expression. His lips trembled as tears fell one by one from the corners of his eyes. In a daze, he recalled the words spoken earlier that morning to the new players joining the campaign. Firepower reigns supreme. Truth lies only within range. Wipe those tears. I believe you can do it. After a long moment, Luo Chuan wiped away his tears, revealing a self-deprecating smile. He'd been preaching to others about staying composed, yet when it came to himself, he couldn't control his emotions either. He picked up the Zhongjing rifle in his hand. The glossy black barrel bore a smear of blood. Relying on muscle memory, he slowly pulled the bolt. At that moment, the rifle in his hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Click! The sound of the bolt sliding echoed as Luo Chuan slowly closed his eyes. I never dreamed I'd one day point a gun at my own comrades. Bang! 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 As the gunfire echoed, Luo Chuan stepped out from the top of the city wall. He never had the courage to look back again. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. This scene, these details, this environmental close-up, you're telling me this was actually done within 24 hours? You've got to be kidding me. Seriously, you're still judging game quality? I'm already transported back to that era of China. Our predecessors were incredible, they literally forged every inch of our nation's land with their blood and flesh. Modern life has made many of us forget history, forget the hardships our predecessors endured. And firing on our own people? Who could bear that? Maybe we really need to reflect on our own mindset. A creator with such deep historical grasp, how could he possibly cheat to win the championship? Truly, I suspect his mental processing power must be several times greater than ours. To simulate thousands of flesh and blood NPCs in such a short time, I wonder how much his brain has been developed? December 9, 1937, afternoon. Nanjing City, Guanghua Gate defensive position. This can't go on. With bomber and artillery cover, the enemy will eventually breach the gap and advance. Colonel Xie Qingrui of the Training Corps watched the Japanese artillery barrage and began contemplating the strategic advantage of the wall's high ground. Colonel, the Japanese seem to be concentrating their fire on the city gates. I see several shells heading toward the gate. The Japanese have shifted their fire coverage point. Have they changed tactics? The scout beside him observed the Japanese fire coverage points shifting and immediately reported the change. Thousands of sandbags are piled behind the city gates. Even if they blast them to pieces, the enemy won't be able to breach them quickly. Plus, the gun emplacements on the gates are well protected, and there are anti-tank trenches near the base. They shouldn't change tactics so easily. Luo Chuan began analyzing the situation based on his careful observation of the surroundings. They're trying to feint east and strike west. If reinforcements from the southeast corner come over now, they'll definitely have a chance to enter Jinling City directly. Xie Qingrui glanced at Luo Chuan and nodded in agreement. Report. Commander, the southeast corner can't hold out much longer. The enemy keeps sending waves of infantry, reckless, suicidal troops who don't even flinch at our machine gun fire. Just as Xie Qingrui was about to speak, he was interrupted by the frantic voice of a scout stationed at the southeast corner of the city wall. If I'm not mistaken, it's Ito Yoshimitsu's suicide squad. Wake up the mortar positions and the anti-tank gun company inside the city, we've got a job to do. You lot head to the coordinates outside the southeast wall immediately. Be precise. Then relay this directly to the anti-tank gun company and mortar battery commanders, teach Ito Yoshimitsu a lesson. He pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. Yes. Finally, the heavy weapons are coming in. Mortars and anti-tank guns aren't just for show anymore. It's been tough, ammunition was so scarce back then. Those little Japanese bastards threw shells and bullets around like they were free, while we had to ration every single one. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. Let me in. I'll be the shell they fire. I'll risk my life to make those little Japs suffer. This one's a heavyweight contender. If only we had intercontinental missiles and railguns back then, we'd have taught them a lesson in minutes. Jinling City, anti-tank gun company position. Yu Zishu was meticulously polishing the 37mm anti-tank gun. This low-risk position offered little action, so he'd been stationed here learning coordinate identification and anti-tank gun operation from NPCs. Wake up, everyone. We've got work to do. A shout interrupted his thoughts. Everyone, coordinates, outer perimeter of the southeast gap at Guanghua Gate. The suicide squad on Xia Rizi is attempting a forced breakthrough into the city. Laid down direct fire. Chapter 31, Reinforcements arrive. Countering the night raid. December 9, 1937, afternoon. Southeast corner of the city wall at Guanghua Gate, Jinling City. A bitter cold wind blew, and the shadow of war hung over the entire city. The walls of Guanghua Gate and the buildings within Jinling were already scarred and battered. Captain, the Japanese suicide squad is still charging the breach. We can't keep up with the water cooling for the Maxim guns, and our remaining ammunition is running low. When will reinforcements arrive? Damn it, that little bastard's gone mad. Throwing his life away? Well, we'll throw ours too. Let's see whose guts are tougher. Everyone listen up. Even if we run out of bullets, we won't let those bastards in. The bayonets on our rifles aren't ing decorations. Bang! Luo Chuan racked the bolt of his Type 56 rifle, glancing down at the breach in the city wall. Spotting a horde clad in khaki uniforms and steel helmets. Their snarling faces flickered in the smoke as they surged like a tidal wave toward the breach. Recalling this historical detail, they were likely the human demolition squad from the Japanese 36th Regiment's Inoue unit. Each soldier carried a 20 kilograms explosive pack, their limbs bound with anti-slip ropes, their sole purpose being to widen the breach in the city walls. Many Japanese soldiers had their legs torn apart by Czech-made light machine guns, yet they still bit open the detonators with their teeth, choosing to go down with the sandbag fortifications. This can't go on. I hope the anti-tank artillery company and mortar positions can provide support sooner. Luo Chuan watched Xiao Rizi recklessly push toward the southeast corner of the city wall, beginning to consider other options. Teacher Luo, there are just too many of these suicide squad bastards. We can't hold them off. My hands are about to fall off from pumping the bolt, and we're running low on ammo. What do we do? Su Yuan shook his hands, reddened from repeatedly cycling the bolt of his Zhongjing rifle, and wiped sweat from his forehead with his uniform sleeve. With a hint of determination, he addressed Luo Chuan. It's okay. The scout who was verifying the coordinates just finished checking them here. They should be here soon. Hang in there a little longer. Luo Chuan glanced at Su Yuan and replied calmly. Seriously? Is it really that slow? Why the hell is firing a shell taking so damn long? Don't you think we fire shells recklessly? Just blasting away without coordinates? We're not some amateur squad with hundreds of shells to waste. Can you chill out while watching the livestream? Seriously, I'm freaking out. I can see the enemy suicide squad almost breaching the gap. If that gap gets blown open, we're in real trouble. Alright, what good does freaking out do? Just sit tight and watch how it plays out. I feel like it should be happening soon. Haste makes waste, you know? Shells were genuinely scarce back then, more precious than soldiers' lives. Confirming coordinates to avoid waste was essential. Taking extra time was perfectly justified. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, anti-tank artillery company. All units, coordinates, outer perimeter of the southeast breach at Guanghua Gate. Suicide squad on the small hill preparing to force their way into the city. Laid down direct fire. After two scouts reported the situation at the Guanghua Gate ramparts, the anti-tank artillery and mortar positions within Jinling City finally began moving. Coordinates, 100 meters outside the southeast corner of Jinling City and the moat area. Load. Fire. Boom. At the company commander's command, dozens of 37mm Pak 35-36 anti-tank guns roared in unison. Shells streaked across the sky like meteors. Carrying the fury and unyielding spirit of the Huaxia soldiers, hurtling toward the Japanese suicide squad near the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate city wall. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, mortar battery. Report. By order of Colonel Xiechenrui, the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate city wall has been breached by the little Japs field guns and howitzers. They've now deployed suicide squads to blow up the wall and widen the breach. Requesting mortar support immediately. The scout who had participated in the first round of the Chunchu Town prologue battle spoke breathlessly. To ensure the southeast corner received support as quickly as possible, he had sprinted over at top speed. Copy. Report exact coordinates. Coordinates, 100 meters outside the southeast corner of Jinling City and the moat area. Got it? Coordinates, 100 meters outside the southeast corner of Lingchang and the moat area. Provide covering fire. December 9, 1937, afternoon. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, southeast corner of the city wall. Captain, my platoons are nearly out of ammunition. What should we do? Same here. Zhongjing rifles are running low on ammo. The Czech light machine gun has a few magazines left, but it won't last more than a few bursts. Should we fix bayonets, Captain? I reckon reinforcements won't arrive for a while. Let's break through the breach and fight the little devils head on. Will artillery support really come? Sigh. Soldiers of this era knew well that artillery shells were more precious than life itself. They wouldn't be used until the very last moment. Yet none of them showed a trace of fear. They were all ready to fix bayonets and make a final desperate stand against the enemy. Boom! 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 The familiar sound echoed, triggering reflexive ducking among many soldiers. Some immediately racked their bolts and stood up, determined to take out a few more enemies before the enemy artillery struck, trading their lives for a final blow. Long-term bombardment had dulled their senses. They failed to recognize the sound as coming from the anti-tank artillery company and mortar positions. The next second. Boom! Shells exploded in front of the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate's ramparts. The immense blast hurled Japanese suicide squad members into the air, scattering severed limbs and spraying blood blackened by gunpowder smoke. Flames painted the earth crimson as thick smoke billowed upward, creating a scene like an ink painting of gunpowder smoke and enemy blood. The infantry company stationed on the ramparts froze at the sight. How long had it been? How many times? They hadn't heard the sound of their own anti-tank artillery or mortars. Even when they did hear explosions, they assumed they were Japanese shells. In that moment, tears began streaming down the faces of many soldiers. Enough! Wipe your damn tears. Reinforcements arriving is good news. Your grown men stop crying. Don't you feel ashamed? The company commander fought back, tears welling in his eyes, his lips trembling as he spoke with a flicker of emotion. Some surviving Japanese suicide squad members even trampled over their comrades' corpses to keep charging forward, only to be instantly obliterated by the second wave of shells. The enemy's been wiped out. Get back immediately. Order the anti-tank gun company and mortar positions to cease fire support. Don't waste ammunition. Yes, sir. December 9, 1937, Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. You mean the Japanese are highly likely to come tonight to widen the breach? I've considered that too. If they dare to fight so desperately during the day, they'll definitely come at night. Xia Qingrui pondered Luo Chuan's suggestion for a moment before speaking. I know the method you suggest. There are still plenty of gasoline drums at the Ming Palace Airport fuel depot. Have them move more to the city walls later. If those bastards dare come tonight, I'll make them understand what it means to be reduced to charred corpses. Chapter 32, Gasoline Drums, Luring the Enemy into the Trap. December 9, 1937, Jinling City, Guanghua Gate Defenses. Night's curtain fell silently, enveloping all in stillness. Only faint flickers of light lingered around the Guanghua Gate position. On the southeast corner of the city wall, Luo Chuan frowned, deep in thought about how to fight tonight's gate defense battle. Given the Japanese's reckless tactics during the day, they certainly wouldn't pass up such a prime opportunity at night. Teacher Luo, why the long face? I'm overjoyed we wiped out the Japanese suicide squad today. I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. Su Yuan bounced her legs cheerfully as she passed by Luo Chuan. Seeing his furrowed brow, she couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Ah, never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway. Go join the reconnaissance patrol for now. Tonight won't be peaceful. Luo Chuan frowned at Su Yuan and replied indifferently. What's the big deal? I was just asking. Honestly, seeing the little Japanese suicide squad torn to shreds by artillery fire reminded me of our comrades who fell on the city walls before. Finally, we've avenged them. That's what you call an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Oomph. Wait, torn to shreds by artillery fire? Fire? I've got it. Overhearing Su Yuan's words, Luo Chuan conceived a clever tactic, lure them into the trap. As for materials, bullets and grenades could serve as ignition sources. For fuel, the Ming Palace Airport fuel depot still held plenty of gasoline drums perfect for blocking the Japanese night assault. Have the engineer battalion roll the gasoline drums into the breach, then throw grenades to ignite the fuel, forming a firewall to seal off the tactical gap. Gasoline burns extremely fast. The enemy wouldn't have time to react, and even if they did, they'd be powerless to extinguish the flames condemned to burn to death. Moreover, since the battle occurs at night, the burning fuel drums and enemy positions will make the battlefield situation much clearer to our troops. Good. Having made up his mind, Luo Chuan walked from the southeast corner of the city wall toward the temporary command post. He found Regiment Commander Xia Qingrui and fully explained his plan, earning the NPC commander's approval. Damn, tonight's gonna be wild. They probably know our Chunhua town night raid tactics. Let's just wait for them to come and execute a counter-encirclement. This bait-and-switch tactic is solid. Professor Luo's sharp, no wonder he's a history scholar who's dug deep. Mainly because it aligns perfectly with the commander's thinking. What do you call that? Great minds think alike. Grilled Little Days sounds pretty good. I'm seriously curious to see this. Who knew one line from Goddess Yuan would spark Professor Luo's ideas? Su Yuan is the best. Seriously, enough already. Everything has to be connected to her, right? What's going on? Why the sudden order to assemble at the Ming Palace Airport fuel depot? We don't even have any bombers here. What's the point of gathering gasoline barrels? You talk too much. Just do what you're told. If the commander says it, he has his reasons. Moving gasoline barrels at night? It's obvious. I bet we're burning something tonight. Guess what it is? There are two types of people I despise most in this life, those who only tell half the story. So what's next? That's it? That's exactly what I meant. Alright, cut the nonsense. Given how things went today, the enemy will definitely launch a nighttime demolition raid tonight. Why even think about moving the gasoline drums? We'll just grill them over charcoal. Players at the Guanghua Gate position began discussing as they moved the gasoline drums to the southeast corner of the city wall after receiving orders. Jinling City, Ming Imperial Palace Airport. First to catch the eye was the 800-meter-long gravel runway. After two expansions in 1929 and 1936, the runway had been upgraded from its original dirt surface to an 800-meter gravel strip capable of handling the then mainstream DC-3 passenger aircraft. As an open-air facility lacking effective air raid shelters, Mingang Airport suffered severe damage from Japanese artillery fire, leaving the site littered with craters of varying sizes and shrapnel fragments from shell explosions. The acrid smell of gunpowder lingered, particularly pungent on a winter night. The eastern section of the airport served as the flight zone, offering a relatively spacious area. To the west stood a cluster of structures. The cement apron and hangars built from mixed materials came into view, along with the control tower, maintenance department, and other buildings. We'll proceed from here. The NPC company commander leading the group paused briefly, glancing at the surrounding structures devastated by the enemy. With a hint of disappointment, he addressed the others. Following the commander's lead, they headed toward the western side of the airport. Soon, in a concealed spot, they spotted a cluster of low-rise reinforced concrete structures. The glaring red "no smoking or fire" sign at the entrance snapped everyone into alertness. Following the battalion commander into the fuel depot, the metallic sheen of spare ammunition and dozens of pitch-black gasoline drums came into view. Luo Chuan took a quick look around and spotted the ventilation shaft on the roof of the fuel depot. The fire suppression system in the western corner appeared to be failing. "Alright, everyone get to work. Start moving the gasoline drums to the southeast corner of the city wall. Oh, and take half of these spare ammunition crates too." The battalion commander paused briefly before addressing the group. December 10, 1937, early morning. Jinling City, southeast corner of the city wall at Guanghua Gate. Wake the hell up, everyone. Tonight is critical. All patrols, be extra vigilant. I know you're exhausted, push through it. The battalion commander, responsible for organizing patrols, clapped his hands as he surveyed the weary faces of his soldiers, his voice booming with conviction. Regimental Commander Xie Chungrui glanced at his pocket watch. Midnight had passed. The winter night was pitch black, and the area around the southeast corner was deathly quiet. Wait. Did you hear something? Luo Chuan had been observing the defensive works outside the city gate when a faint disturbance interrupted his thoughts. As his words fell, everyone snapped to attention. Everyone, quiet down and listen carefully. Regimental Commander Xie Chungrui made a shushing gesture to the surrounding soldiers and spoke in a low voice. Instantly, all sound vanished from the ramparts as the soldiers strained to hear the rustling noises below. After a moment, everyone saw a large mass of shadowy figures creeping stealthily toward the city walls. Hold your fire. Wait until they get closer. Engineer Battalion, stand by. On my signal and command, push the gasoline barrels over the edge. Everyone else, prepare for combat. Start with grenades. Drawing on his extensive combat experience, the regiment commander mentally calculated the approximate time the enemy would reach the southeast corner. 100 meters. 60 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Fire. Chapter 33, Armored Tanks Approach Final Assault? December 10, 1937, early morning. Jinling City, southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. The sky hung like a vast gray cloth over the slumbering earth. Stars flickered faintly through the gaps in the clouds, and the bitter cold made every soldier shiver intermittently. At this moment, on the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate city wall, Type 96 rifles and Czech light machine guns were ready. Some experienced grenadiers had already pulled the pins on their grenades. All eyes were fixed on the Japanese suicide squad slowly advancing toward the breach in the city wall. Here they come. Another thrilling night of defense, hope they don't let me down. I'm a bit nervous. Do you think Xiao Ri will spot the ambush and just pull out? Even if they know about the ambush, they'll probably force their way through. Forgot how they were during the day? They don't care about their lives. Damn, this is perfect. Just imagine them getting burned to ashes, the thought alone is thrilling. Stop talking, you're making me nervous. Every time the veterans pull off these night ambushes, I'm on the edge of my seat. Fire. Watching the enemy approach the city walls, calculating the optimal engagement distance, Colonel Xie Chungrui signaled to his men and gave the order. At the commander's signal, the nearby engineer battalion instantly pushed the pre-positioned gasoline drums over the ramparts. The pitch-black drums tumbled down the 13-meter-high southeast corner of Guanghua Gate, scraping against the blue bricks and sending blinding sparks flying. Crack. Snap. The sound of bolts being cycled echoed from the Type 24 rifles, Maxim heavy machine guns, and Czech light machine guns. Fire. The moment the regiment commander's order echoed, several grenades flew over the ramparts. Grenadiers who had been waiting nearby sprang into action the instant they heard the command. Their index fingers pulled the pins on grenades whose caps had been twisted open long ago, aiming them at the gasoline drums the engineer battalion had pushed over the wall. Boom. The sound of exploding oil drums echoed. The grenade blasts ignited the drums, sending blinding flames skyward. The roar of explosions reverberated beneath the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate's ramparts. White smoke and the blaze from the exploding barrels illuminated the area around the city wall as bright as day. The acrid smell of burning gunpowder and gasoline mingled with the scent of scorched flesh wafted through the air, its pungent stench intensified by the cold. The raging inferno from the burning gasoline barrels swept toward the Japanese troops. The cotton uniforms of the Japanese suicide squad instantly charred to carbon, their skin scorched. They writhed in agony on the ground. Some desperate soldiers tried to jump into the moat to extinguish the flames, only to be crushed by the surging crowd behind them, unable to escape. Wails and cries of agony rose in waves. Tap! Bang! Immediately, riflemen and machine gunners from the training corps on the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate's ramparts opened fire. The dense crackle of rifles mingled with the roar of machine guns, creating a hellish symphony that sent sparks flying along the base of the southeast wall. The exploding gasoline barrels provided them with excellent illumination. The remaining members of the Zayarizi suicide squad, untouched by the burning barrels, found themselves trapped under the machine gunners' intense crossfire. They collapsed to the ground before even reaching the city wall. Damn, this is intense. It's getting my blood pumping. The veterans still know how to handle things. Little Days thought he could pull off a night raid like us? He better practice for another 2 years, ha! I never understood what the commander meant by carbonizing corpses before. Now I get it. Ha! Truly satisfying. Little Days, scream even more pitifully the more miserable you are, the happier I am. This tactic really works. Combining gasoline drums with grenades creates explosions that ignite everything, no place to hide. Not only that, the explosion's flash provides cover for riflemen and machine gunners on the ramparts to lay down crossfire, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. This is fascinating. Our predecessors truly understood maximizing resource utilization. Watching this trap and the scorched earth tactic against Little Days has completely lifted the gloom from my first finals round. Given the extreme adversity of their wartime conditions, it's no surprise they mastered resource utilization. But I never imagined Professor Luo would devise the same strategy. Wasn't there some rumor that Professor Luo isn't just a history professor, but also trained in some military unit? Not sure if it's true though. Compared to Professor Luo, Fang Yu is the truly terrifying one. Don't forget he created this entire game, including every single NPC. This game's production values completely blew my mind. When you play Fang Yu's games, do you get that feeling of being immersed in a live-action movie? You're right, I hadn't even noticed. His game really does feel like an immersive movie. It's so incredibly realistic, every NPC seems alive. Do you think he might have been a director or editor before making games? That's ridiculous. Game editors and directors without professional training from specialized academies couldn't possibly create a decent game, let alone something like this. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu watched the scene of the burning village, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He hadn't expected Luo Chuan to come up with such a tactic. Still, they probably couldn't change the game's ending at this stage. Images of Jinling City's fall and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people flashed through his mind, and he clenched his fists tightly. He hoped that someday in the future, the challenges of that era would be overcome. By then, this history would surely be deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Emotion value 8. Emotion value 12. Emotion value 10. It seems the audience is quite satisfied with this historical simulation. The emotion value in his mind began rising steadily once more. Glancing at the 100,000 emotion value reading, Fang Yu's face broke into a faint smile as he spoke softly. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Sis, I told you, he won't even acknowledge me. What am I supposed to do? What do you mean, make me pester him? I'm telling you, I waited right outside his studio door when the second round finals started, but he acted like he wanted to keep strangers at arm's length. The way he looked at me was weird. That's it for now. I'm done talking. If you're so capable, come find him yourself after this competition ends. I really can't help you anymore. The second round finals exhausted me. I'm not even sure if there'll be a third round. I'm going to rest now. Yushin King Game Company, 9th floor. Nan Muyuan secured her high ponytail with a hairband, biting her red lips as she watched Nan Zhao disconnect the call. Find him myself? Not impossible, but... oomph. He's utterly unreliable. I'll see just how unapproachable he really is. December 10, 1937, early morning. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. Commander, it's bad. The Japanese tanks are advancing in coordination with infantry right in front of the city gate. After losing so many Suicide Squad members yesterday, do they still have the strength to launch a frontal assault? How many tanks are there? 5 tanks. How many? Chapter 34, Tank Assault Ido Yoshimitsu's Suicide Squad. Early morning, December 10, 1937. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. The eastern horizon glowed faintly as brilliant crimson dawn clouds rolled in, staining the entire sky. Yet beneath the southeast corner of Jinling City's Guanghua Gate walls lay charred corpses, a stark contrast to the serene beauty of the morning. The night's defensive battle had dragged on too late, leaving everyone with little sleep. Today, every soldier felt even more exhausted, many fighting off dark circles under their eyes and constant yawns. You mean 5 tanks and a significant number of infantry are advancing toward the Guanghua Gate position? At the Guanghua Gate command post in Jinling City, Colonel Xie Chengrui looked at the scout reporting the battlefield situation with a hint of panic and asked in surprise. Yes, Commander. Xiao Ri probably realized flanking attacks weren't working, so this time they're going straight for fire suppression. The scout composed himself before speaking. After last night's battle, his once neat uniform was now soot-stained from the firefight, torn in places by flying debris. Looks like everyone did a great job last night. The enemy's clearly getting desperate. Their panic means we're putting the pressure on them. Don't panic yet. Follow my orders. Have the 1st Battalion check our remaining ammunition first, make sure our firepower stays up to par. The training corps will continue holding the southeast corner of the city wall. Crossfire positions must be set up strategically, but be ready to adapt on the fly. The rest of the men will guard the city gates and other sections of the walls, ready to provide reinforcements at a moment's notice. Regimental Commander Xie Chengrui began assigning tasks to each company. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to think of something and addressed the reconnaissance soldier. Go notify the self-propelled anti-tank gun company and mortar positions to prepare for reinforcement. Those Japanese beam-powered tanks can't withstand our self-propelled anti-tank guns. Yes, sir. Boss fight time again, this time with 5 tanks. This is terrifying. They're panicking. The little Japanese are really panicking. They've sent a huge force. Is this the final assault? The little Japanese fought all day yesterday and still couldn't take the southeast breach. They must be desperate. I feel like our ammo supply is about to run dry. Seriously, defending is constantly draining our ammunition with no way to resupply. We can't even leave the city gates to scavenge the Japanese equipment. This is brutal. Absolutely. Every day, whether bullets or shells, each shot fired means one less. We can't keep this up. Boom. The familiar rumble echoed through the air. The little bastards probably want to lay down concentrated fire before moving in. Tell all the fighters to take cover. Give me the binoculars I need to assess the battlefield. The moment the battalion commander issued his order, the enemy's artillery barrage began. He took the scout's binoculars and scanned the battlefield. Ha! Yoshimitsu Ito? He spotted a familiar figure among the Japanese troops advancing in the southeast corner. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate city wall. Luo Chuan also held binoculars, observing the battle raging below the southeast corner. He saw Ito Yoshimitsu, commander of the 1st Battalion of the Japanese 36th Regiment, leading hundreds of Suicide Squad members advancing toward the breach in the southeast corner. Many Japanese soldiers had even shed their cotton jackets, each carrying explosives strapped to their backs. Professor Luo, have the Japanese lost their minds? Why are they stripping off their clothes in the middle of battle? It's truly painful to watch. I'm speechless. Su Yuan took the binoculars, frowned in disgust after a glance, and promptly handed them back to Luo Chuan. Probably trying to steal their resolve to take that gap. But if they dare strip down, we'll send them some warmth. There's still a bit left in yesterday's gasoline drum, just enough. Seriously, Little Days has lost his mind, hasn't he? Now he's pulling this stripping stunt. Does he think clothes could give them extra cushioning? Probably some toilet-inspired nonsense from their side again. Looks disgusting, but since they dared come, let them get another round of charcoal. Ha! This leader of theirs seems pretty capable. Better be cautious. Plus, they've got tanks for cover. Doesn't look like an easy fight. No worries, we've got an anti-tank artillery company. If it comes down to it, I think we can hold our own. Professor Luo, are those tanks? How can there be 5 of them? Some newly joined players began turning pale. Though they'd never seen tanks before, they were well aware of the destructive power of such armored vehicles from the first prologue battle. Gazing at their Zhongjing type rifles, a wave of instinctive dread washed over them, an unshakable fear born from the sheer disparity in firepower. And that 50% pain simulation wasn't something to be taken lightly. Professor Luo, do you have any ideas? A solution? If the anti-tank artillery company and mortar positions fail to destroy the tanks, we'll have no choice but to trade lives in a human wave assault. You saw in the first round that cluster grenades can disable the Japanese Type 94 tanks, but getting close is extremely difficult. Luo Chuan knew all too well that back in the day, their predecessors had also relied on human wave tactics to bridge the equipment gap. During the Battle of Nanjing, the casualty ratio was 7-1. It took 7 lives to take down a single enemy soldier. This game made new players acutely feel what cruelty, reality, and despair truly meant. Did any of you who died notice the letters and dates in the center of the screen? Even the names above your heads are different now. Luo Chuan calmly addressed everyone, including those who had participated in the first round of the campaign. The moment he finished speaking, every head snapped up. They had indeed noticed the difference. Any player who had died once now bore a changed name. Want to know why? I asked Fang Yu back then, but he didn't seem to acknowledge me. Su Yuan's lips curled slightly as she spoke with a hint of grievance. The rest of the group fell silent, their eyes fixed on Luo Chuan, waiting for him to explain. The letters after each death represent your names, echoing the roster of our predecessors from that year. The dates following signify the span from birth to death. As for why the names change with each resurrection, it's because those predecessors never got a second chance. Each death signifies a new identity. The moment Luo Chuan finished speaking, a deathly silence fell over the southeast corner of the city wall at Guanghua Gate, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Many warriors clenched their fists, the fear and timidity in their eyes fading to cold, furious glances. Su Yuan rubbed her reddened eyes, fighting back tears. Therefore, I shall reiterate what I have said before. Truth lies only within the range of cannon fire, and dignity rests solely upon the edge of the sword. You may choose not to wield them, but you cannot afford to be without them. The weak will be beaten. National strength is the foundation of everything. Luo Chuan remained silent for a long moment, then spoke with unwavering resolve to the men gathered at the southeast corner of the city wall. Chapter 35. The Suicide Squad approaches the breach. December 10, 1937, morning. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. Truth lies only within the range of cannons. Dignity rests only upon the edge of a sword. You may choose not to wield them, but you cannot afford to be without them. Falling behind invites punishment. National strength is the bedrock of everything. As Luo Chuan spoke, every pair of eyes grew calm and resolute. The outcome of history could not be altered, but the current era of peace and prosperity could be preserved. After all, present-day China had become the strongest nation on Blue Star, maintaining that status for a full century. Professor Luo is right. Today's peace was bought with the lives of our predecessors. Without strength, we will be bullied. We may not initiate war, but if anyone dares invade our land, we will not let them off. Back then, as an agricultural nation, we were no match for industrial powers like Little Days. Yet we never gave up. Even if it meant dying, we would bite off a piece of flesh from them. Our forebears risked their very lives to confront those industrial powers. We've only 50% simulated pain and can even revive. What have we to fear? Let's do this. Smash them. The homeland our forebears guarded with their lives as their descendants, we must fight with our own spirit. Everyone, don't let our forebears down. We swear to defend the Jinling position to the death. The unified shout echoed as the rhythmic racking of Zhongjing rifles filled the air, their resounding voices carrying to every corner of the Jinling stronghold. Luo Chuan watched as the newly arrived players finally summoned the courage and fighting spirit of the Chinese people. A satisfied smile touched his lips. This is the very soul of our nation. Teacher Luo, I finally understand what those letters and ages mean. Fang Yu, you're not human. Every time we play a game, you make me cry. Understanding the letters and dates, Su Yuan could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears welled up in her reddened eyes, falling one by one. She gently wiped them away with her military sleeve, her voice trembling as she spoke. Holy crap, so the letters after death are everyone's name abbreviations, and the dates mean years of birth and death? This level of detail, is there anything left to nitpick? And no one noticed that everyone's nickname changes after death? Is it mainly because of the pinyin? Fang Yu is a true master of detail. Honestly, everyone's so immersed in the story who's paying attention to nicknames? I'm sold. This game's a must-buy when it drops. Absolutely killer. This is way more thrilling than any immersive movie. I've seen tons of films where people tear Japanese soldiers apart with their bare hands, way too exaggerated, like some sci-fi nonsense. This game could easily be adapted into an immersive film. It'd be a great way to educate everyone about history and cherish peace. Where do you think Fang Yu will go after this tournament? I bet Yushinking, Ronching Games, and the other top 10 domestic game companies are all on edge. Alright, everyone listen up. First, bring over the remaining gasoline drums from yesterday. Let's light the first fire for Little Days. Luo Chuan surveyed the players brimming with fighting spirit and began issuing commands. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate's ramparts. The training corps fixed their gaze on the Japanese suicide squad slowly advancing toward the city walls. Crossfire from Czech light machine guns and Maxim heavy machine guns had been ready the moment they spotted the enemy. Little Japan's artillery barrage was nearly over. They'd likely use tanks to cover their infantry advance. Everyone, prepare for combat. The battalion commander beside him declared in a resonant voice. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, anti-tank artillery company. No worries, I got it. The brigade commander just emphasized this too. Rest assured, if their tanks want to get close to Guanghua Gate, they'll have to get past US first. The anti-tank artillery company commander gave the reporting scout a reassuring smile as he spoke. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, mortar battery. Rest assured, reinforcements will arrive without fail. Just wait and see the shattered remains of those little Japanese bastards. Outside the Guanghua Gate position, Captain Ito Yoshimitsu of the 36th Regiment's 1st Squadron was organizing his elite suicide squad to advance toward the breach in Guanghua Gate. After a day of relentless assault, including a night raid failing to seize the southeast breach, he was growing impatient. This time, he personally led the assault. With tanks and infantry drawing fire at the main gate, the suicide squad split into two groups. Their objective was to widen the breach without fail. He signaled for the tanks at the main gate to cover the advancing infantry and draw fire, while he and the suicide squad moved from the flank to blow up the city wall. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate Position, Anti-Tank Artillery Company. Time was running out. It was time to send the little bastard on his final journey. Coordinates, 200 meters in front of Guanghua Gate's main entrance. Check your ammunition. Everyone, get ready. Upon seeing the scouts' hand signals atop the city wall, the company commander addressed the soldiers of the anti-tank gun company. Yuzishu received the order and began rotating the barrel of the 37mm anti-tank gun alongside the nearby NPC. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate Position, Mortar Battery. Confirmed. The coordinates are locked in the area ahead of the southeast corner of the city wall. All units, fire. As the Zayarizi suicide squad and tanks closed in, the battalion commander barked the order. Boom! Before the bullets arrived, 82mm mortar shells and gasoline barrels pushed down by Luo Chuan's infantry exploded in blinding flashes before the breach in the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with white smoke wafted through the air. Some Japanese suicide squad members, clad in nothing, were scorched black and writhed in agony on the ground. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. Crossfire from the training corps on the ramparts soon followed, leaving the Japanese defenders on the front lines utterly defenseless. But no one noticed that Yoshimitsu Ito, who had just been leading the charge at the front, seemed to have vanished. In the blind spot of the breach in the outer city wall, several soldiers were slowly approaching the other side of the gap, each carrying a 20 kilograms explosive pack and using hemp ropes to bind their straw sandals for traction, preparing to climb up. Professor Luo, the Japanese used a diversion tactic. Our firepower was concentrated on the front, and a suicide squad is nearly at the gap side. A scout who spotted the enemy while throwing a grenade urgently reported. By the time he realized, the enemy suicide squad was already less than 30 meters from the city wall. Hold your fire. Gather a few dozen players and come with me. It's too late to notify the battalion commander now. Luo Chuan forced himself to calm down, his voice steady. Damn it, what do we do now? Those bastards are just too damn annoying. Ugh. This breach is impossible to defend. It's not the thieves we fear, but their persistence. Xiao Rizi has been watching this gap. It was bound to fall sooner or later. It's fine. I trust Professor Luo, he must have a plan. Alright, stop pressuring Professor Luo. He barely rests whenever he logs into the game. Wait, look at that player who witnessed the engineer platoon leader's sacrifice. What's he planning with that cluster grenade? Chapter 36, Life for Life, the Anti-Tank Artillery Company's preparations. China Gaming Expo Center, Player Lounge. Nanzhao, what's wrong? You look downcast. Feeling bummed that this tournament's championship might slip away? Listen, it's fine. With Fang Yu's skills, even watching would have to bow down. You're absolutely right. Everyone here has witnessed Yushin King's prowess firsthand. You're absolutely on par with Ruanqing. Sure, their game quality might be slightly higher, but their market share can't hold a candle to yours. But no one could have predicted this tournament would spawn a monster. This world never lacks geniuses. Heroes are as common as fish crossing the river. No wonder. I bet after the finals, game companies will be lining up at his door. And it won't stop there. The Academy of Game Development will likely send representatives to recruit him. After all, this kind of talent is truly unheard of. Seeing Nanzhao's gloomy expression, the other competitors around him began offering words of consolation. After all, he was the top seed for this championship. Since the competition date was announced, his company had made meticulous preparations. Now, a game director from an unknown small company had snatched the victory away. I'm not just whining about Fang Yu's game here, its quality speaks for itself. My real frustration lies with the man himself. After hearing the other contestants' words, Nanzhao instinctively retorted. Trying to poach Fang Yu was incredibly difficult. During their brief chat in the second round finals, Nanzhao had already noticed how carefully Fang Yu chose his words. He wasn't someone you could easily approach. My main frustration stems from his personality. The moment his words fell, the previously bustling contestant lounge fell silent. Nanzhao's statement echoed relentlessly in every participant's mind. Something's off here. Is this what I think it is? Could there really be that kind of relationship between them? No way. When did this start? How come I never noticed? I think I saw it during the second round of the finals. Cough. Back then, Nanzhao seemed to be waiting for Fang Yu in Studio 10, smiling so brightly. Whispers began spreading among everyone, and the gossip fire ignited in the contestants' production room. Thankfully, their communication room wasn't live-streamed. If the outside audience and media found out about this, tomorrow would surely be another major scandal waiting to explode. I can already picture the headlines for them. The heir to Yushin King Games has a secret affair with men. Shocking. The untold secret between first-round champion Fang Yu and runner-up Nanzhao. The runner-up of the first finals round wasn't troubled by his ranking, he was consumed by thoughts of someone else. Nanzhao glanced at the strange stares from fellow contestants around him, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. But he didn't dwell on it. The most important thing now was how to lure Fang Yu into Yushin King. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate Stronghold. The scouts summoned dozens of players at top speed. What's the rush? The skirmish up front isn't even over yet. Yeah, the previous battle isn't over yet. What's the rush? Enough chatter. Something new must have happened. As the group began chattering in a flurry of discussion, the scout cut straight to the chase, briefly outlining the surprise attack on the city wall's flank. The moment he finished, everyone's expressions froze, and they instantly quickened their pace. Damn it, if they really blew it up, we're in deep trouble. Those bastards are as sneaky as ever. If those bastards blow open a breach and pour in en masse, we'll be stuck in urban combat, and that's no walk in the park. Enough chatter, hurry up and get moving. Jinling City, southeast flank of the Guanghua Gate position. Luo Chuan had only one grenade left. Seeing the remaining enemy forces approaching the city walls from the flank, he clenched his fist, determined to leap down with the grenade. Professor Luo, we're here. A voice interrupted his action. Dozens of players had arrived at the southeast corner of the city wall's flank. Many were panting heavily from the intense sprint. Alright, no time for chit-chat. Load up your ammo and follow me. Looking down again, they saw the enemy climbing up the ramparts. The scout spotted the lead enemy scaling the wall and swiftly drew his Zhongjing rifle. Click! Bang! The crisp sound of a bolt being racked echoed. The next instant, a flaming bolt of lightning streaked toward Zayarizi, who was scaling the wall. Put! A muffled groan followed as blood seeped through Zayarizi's khaki uniform. The body plummeted from midway up the rampart, landing with a crisp crack of shattered bones. Nice shot, kid. You've got quick reflexes, no wonder you're a scout. I've been through 2 rounds of campaigns now, so my weapon proficiency is bound to be higher. The current situation is a bit complicated and tricky to handle. Luo Chuan watched as dozens of enemy soldiers reached the base of the wall. His brow furrowed as he contemplated his next move, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden movement. What are you doing? Get back here. Seeing a player charge straight over the city wall with a cluster grenade in hand, he immediately shouted to stop him, but it was too late. The grenade's pin had already been pulled. Whoosh! The sound of the fuse being pulled echoed, the acrid smell of gunpowder mingling with the scent of smoke filling his nostrils. Watching the player who had killed the engineer platoon leader before his eyes now leap off the city wall clutching the cluster grenade, a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. The moment he plunged from the ramparts, scenes from the past began playing like a film reel in his mind. The images were drenched in crimson. The platoon leader's uniform was splattered with bloodstains blackened by artillery smoke. Blood gushed from his chest as he mustered his last ounce of strength to point at the sandbags on the ground, flashing him a resolute smile. His pupils lost focus, his arm fell limp, and all life left him. The barrel of the gun is the ultimate truth. Truth lies only within range. Wipe away your tears and carry on with the platoon leader's will. I believe you can do it. I think I did it, platoon leader. Professor Luo, did you see? Boom. A look of release spread across his lips as the cluster grenade detonated along the southeast wall. The suicide squad, poised to scale the ramparts and already partially ascending, was instantly engulfed in the explosion's blaze. Blood and severed limbs fell beneath the walls, adding a fresh splash of color to the winter outskirts of Jinling City. Consciousness began to fade as crimson characters appeared in the center of his vision. Wangming 19151937. Rejoined the battle? Yes. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, anti-artillery battery. How's it going? What's the situation? After our first wave of fire support, plus the anti-tank trenches outside the city, the enemy main force dares not approach. But 3 tankets are still charging toward the main gate like they're out of their minds. Yu Zishu paused briefly upon hearing the company commander's inquiry before summarizing the situation. Not bad. Though you're new, you're picking things up fast. Keep listening for the scouts' report on the optimal firing coordinates, then we'll turn those little Japanese tanks into tofu. Chapter 37, Feint East, Strike West. The breach is about to fall. December 10, 1937, afternoon. Southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position, Nanjing City. Boom! As the cluster grenade detonated, the scout saw only a blinding white light pierce his pupils. The blast wave ripped through the air, instantly engulfing the suicide squad, some already scaling the wall in flames. Fragments of blue-glazed bricks rained down, carrying the mingled stench of blood, gunpowder, and smoke. NPC soldiers and other players at the southeast corner reacted to the explosion, rushing to provide support. Ah! The platoon leader's death must have left a deep shadow on him. Though it was his first campaign, he held his own against the other players. No big deal. Since he joined this defense battle, these kinds of things were bound to happen sooner or later. Better to get it over with quickly than suffer a prolonged ordeal. Professor Luo had once told him that truth lies only within cannon range, and dignity rests only upon the sword's edge, right? He must have been influenced by that. Still, it was truly brave rolling off the city wall to take out a dozen or so suicide squad members from the enemy faction along with himself. Just thinking about it hurts. But honestly, who hasn't died in this campaign? Have you noticed some players can't handle the sensation of losing consciousness? After death, they disconnect their headsets. It's rare, but it happens. This game is just too real. Reporting on the flank engagement, what's happening? A sharp voice cut through their discussion. An NPC guarding the southeast corner of the city wall approached and addressed them. Luo Chuan briefly explained Xiao Rizi's plan to split forces for a flanking ambush. More of Xiao Rizi's men were still moving toward the breach below the walls. One company will remain to reinforce the flank. The rest will return with me to defend the southeast breach. After briefly assessing the situation, Colonel Xie Qingrui addressed the group. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the remaining men swiftly established crossfire from their positions along the city walls, wielding Zhongxing-type rifles and Czech light machine guns. Instantly, the crackle of rifle fire mingled with the rattle of light machine guns, ruthlessly clearing out the last remnants of the enemy lurking beneath the ramparts. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate main entrance. Brigade Commander, 3 enemy tanks have bypassed the anti-tank trenches and are approaching. Strangely, they show no intention of advancing. It's unclear what they're waiting for. A scout, observing the 3 motionless tanks at the main gate, flashed a look of confusion as he reported the situation to the brigade commander. You say they're stationary? Just outside the gun's effective range? Not exactly outside the ATG's range, but they're not in the optimal firing zone either. Weren't there 5 tanks this time? What about the other 2? Right. I was focused on the tanks bypassing the anti-tank trench since we were nearing Guanghua City's main gate. I hadn't noticed the other 2. Damn it. They're feinting east to attack west. Send 2 men immediately to the anti-tank gun company and mortar position. Monitor the city walls, especially the southeast breach. If you spot anything, signal the anti-tank gun company and mortar position for covering fire via radio the instant you see it. This time is different from last time, no hand signals. Roger. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate. The deafening roar of bomber engines above made everyone's eardrums ache. Bombs fell from their racks, screeching as they streaked toward different sections of Jinling City. Soon after, the familiar rumble of explosions echoed from the ground. Seriously, is this ever going to end? Little Day is just disgusting. Every time they can't win, they resort to these bombers and field artillery. I'm really fed up. But this barrage feels kinda weird. What's weird about it? Doesn't Little Day always fire artillery at the Jinling City positions at fixed times? The bomber and field artillery coordination is just disgusting. This time it feels like they're covering something. Haven't you noticed their fire coverage is way too wide? It's like some random, nonsensical bombing. Changed tactics, huh? Honestly, I don't get it either. Who knows what's going through their heads? Just when it rains, it pours. Everyone, take cover. Dodge the Japanese fire. Damn it, do they think shells are free? Bombing us day after day. The battalion commander guarding the southeast corner cursed under his breath. Colonel Xie Qingrui, who had been in charge of the southeast sector, had rushed off to check on the situation at the main gate of Guanghua Gate after hearing reports of trouble there. But as this round of bombardment ended, he stared at the battle below the walls and froze. 2 of the little Japanese bastards Type 94 tanks had crept closer and closer to the southeast corner of the city wall without anyone noticing. Damn it, you like playing dirty, don't you, little bastards? Everyone, use everything you've got. Don't let them get any closer. Reconnaissance soldier, radio the anti-tank gun company and mortar positions immediately. Coordinates, 100 meters ahead of the southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. Provide covering fire. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the scout began relaying the message via radio to the anti-tank gun company and mortar positions. But time seemed to be running out. Boom! Rat-a-tap-tap. The Japanese tank guns, supported by Type 92 heavy machine guns, began suppressing the southeast corner of the city wall. Under the assault of 2 tank guns, the breach in the wall widened steadily. The sound of splintering bluestone bricks and the clatter of falling rubble and dust echoed through the air. Clustered grenades. The battalion commander roared at the NPC ammunition supplier. To prepare for such situations, they had stockpiled numerous cluster grenades, intended for critical moments like this. Damn it, you lot, remember this: if I go down, make sure you get me plenty of sweet potato liquor. Machine gunners, provide covering fire. Captain, don't go. Reinforcements are almost here, just hold out a little longer. Look at that breach, it's about to collapse. If we get stuck in street fighting, we're done for. Shut your mouths. Then we're going with you. Seeing the battalion commander's resolute determination to face death head-on, the 2 players steeled themselves. Fine. Let those bastards see just how tough the bones of our Chinese people really are. Jinling City, southeast corner of the anti-tank gun company's position. Company commander received radio message. Seems the little bastards have 2 tanks using fire support and frontal diversion to approach the southeast corner of the city wall. Requesting fire support. Coordinates, 100 meters ahead of the southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. Got it. Everyone, head to 100 meters ahead of the southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. Provide covering fire. Oh, and get me an gun. This time, I'll handle it myself. Chapter 38, Tanks Destroyed, Breach Collapses. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate position. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat. The roar of tank cannons mingled with the rattle of Type 92 heavy machine guns echoed from near the southeast corner of the city wall. Crash! The shockwaves from explosions shattered bricks from the breached southeast corner, sending fragments tumbling down as the wall beneath trembled violently. Fire cover! As the battalion commander's roar echoed, all machine gunners and riflemen sprang to their feet. With the rhythmic racking of bolts and the constant ejection of golden-hued casings, bullets screamed toward Zayarizi like bolts of lightning. They struck the suicide squad and infantry, sending fragments of entrails flying with the shockwave. When they hit the tanks, they sparked blinding yellow sparks. But the Japanese tanks and machine gunners reacted swiftly. Tank barrels swiveled, and shells began firing toward the crenellations of the city walls. Sections of the wall's embrasures were instantly blown apart, and machine gunners and riflemen who couldn't dodge in time were blown to bloody pieces. The Type 92 heavy machine guns followed suit, suppressing the defenders on the ramparts with bursts of 3-round fire, covering the assault teams around Ito Yoshimitsu as they scaled the breach. The Japanese tanks prioritized striking conspicuous fortifications, while machine guns covered blind spots, aiming to establish a cycle of artillery bombardment, suppression, and infantry assault. Damn it all to hell! When did this bastard slip around the front gate? Ugh, disgusting. Something feels off about our defense. The focus suddenly shifted to the main gate. 3 tanks at the main gate of Guanghua Gate, supported by hundreds of Japanese infantry, have already started bypassing the anti-tank trenches. If we don't focus on the main gate now, we're practically inviting them to walk right in. How did those 2 Japanese tanks vanish? Honestly, I didn't even notice. With flanking attacks from the southeast corner, bomber support, and field artillery fire, there are just too many fronts to watch. We're already understaffed, and NPCs don't respawn when they die. There's no way we can cover everything. Exactly. Between planes, tanks, suicide squads, and artillery, who knows how those 2 tanks snuck into the southeast corner? It's infuriating. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate. The battalion commander and his 2 players had now reached the base of the city wall. Xiao Zi's tank hadn't spotted them yet. Damn it, Little Days has really pissed me off. You two, stay calm. Wait for the right moment to strike. Hand me the cluster grenades. The company commander's face had already twisted with rage the moment he saw the southeast corner of the city wall where infantry and machine gunners were pinned down by the Japanese tank S-cannon and Type 92 heavy machine gun, unable to lift their heads. Understood, Captain. We'll lie low through this barrage first, then reassess. You've got a long road ahead. Survive. Live for me. And remember to send me some sweet potato liquor every year. Battalion Commander? Don't joke like that. We still have to kill those little Japanese bastards together. Exactly, Captain. We came down here together, we'll die together. The battalion commander watched as machine gunners and infantry at the southeast corner of the city wall were mowed down by the Japanese tank's artillery. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the cluster grenade, the rough palms of his hands already raw and bleeding. The bodies of fallen comrades strewn haphazardly across the ramparts hardened his resolve. He addressed the 2 players, "Mark my words, as long as a single Chinese soldier stands, we will never allow the Japanese invaders to seize an inch of our land." The next instant, he twisted open the pin on the cluster grenade and charged down from the ramparts. Fire cover! The 2 players followed the battalion commander's charge, bellowing at the remaining riflemen and machine gunners on the ramparts. Instantly, everyone braced against the Japanese tank's cannon fire and Type 92 heavy machine gun barrages, rising to their feet and unleashing a frenzied hail of fire. Experienced grenadiers aimed their grenades precisely at dusty, rocky areas around the tanks, obscuring the vision of surrounding tanks and infantry. Jinling City, approximately 100 meters in front of the southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. The thunderous rumble of tank tracks crushing gravel shook the ground. The crimson tongues of fire from Type 92 machine guns dyed the twilight scarlet, and the air thickened with the pungent, acrid smell of gunpowder. The battalion commander watched as 2 players approached the tanks under cover of the smoke. Seeing them follow, he sighed softly without saying much. They were now about 50 meters from the tanks, the critical distance. All right, hold your positions. Spread out and approach individually. Don't stay together. The battalion commander glanced at the distance, his voice hushed. The smoke from the tank shells, mingled with dust, stung his eyes, but he forced himself forward. The group then fanned out, advancing in a zigzag pattern between shell craters and smoke plumes. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. They were closing in on the tank, but the nearby Japanese infantry spotted them. A mocking snarl erupted from their ranks. The tank's tracks screeched with a sharp grinding sound as its main gun barrel and Type 92 machine gun barrels swiveled toward them. Sparks flying from the tracks illuminated the shell holes on the tank's side. "You little bastard, talk to my grenade." Realizing they'd been spotted, the battalion commander cursed, yanked the pin from his pre-prepared grenade, and rolled expertly toward the tank, dodging most of the fire. Still, several bullets tore into his back. Rolling toward the tank, and the gunfire had drained the battalion commander of all his strength. He had no energy left to shove the cluster grenade between the tank's tracks. Boom! The violent explosion sent the small caliber infantry surrounding the tank flying backward in the blast wave. Limbs and entrails splattered across the ground, but the tank remained operational due to the explosion's placement. Two nearby players attempted to seize the moment and shove the cluster grenade into the tank's tracks. However, the second tank and surrounding infantry reacted swiftly, instantly unleashing a dense crossfire that engulfed the area. Intense pain surged through them as consciousness faded. Their final vision was of the suicide squad securing explosives on the city walls. The Japanese infantrymen grinned savagely at their corpses. But the next second, the ground shook. Boom! The anti-tank gun shell roared through the air, its whistling echoing as it exploded around the tank. The tracks were severed, instantly throwing the tank off balance. It toppled to one side. The grins on the surrounding Little Days soldiers hadn't even faded before they vanished along with the Type 94 tank. As the first shell exploded, followed by the second, third, and countless more detonating before the southeast corner of Guanghua Gate's ramparts, Shaorizi's two tanks were reduced to dust by the roar of the anti-tank guns. But it was too late. The Japanese suicide squad had already rigged their explosives. As the detonations echoed, the battered southeast wall trembled violently, unable to hold any longer. Fragments of bricks rained down in torrents as the 13-meter-thick wall collapsed like molten metal, revealing the wooden beams buried deep within its rammed earth core. Chapter 39, Major Companies Stand Ready. December 10, 1937, dusk. Southeast corner of Guanghua Gate, Jinling City. Flaming clouds formed intricate patterns, while golden beams pierced through gaps in the clouds, dancing across the earth like the scales of swimming fish, coating all things with a golden hue. The southeast corner of Guanghua Gate was now unrecognizable. Fragments of city bricks rained down in abundance. The 13-meter-thick city wall collapsed like a fluid mass, revealing the wooden beams buried deep within its rammed earth layers. Despite 2 days and nights of arduous defense, the wall still couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment of the Little Days. Up there! Don't let them escape! Every player and NPC warrior atop the ramparts now had bloodshot eyes. Fueled by grief and rage over fallen comrades, they charged at the remnants of Zairizi's suicide squad. The Maxim machine guns on the wall, used to cover the soldiers, were so hot their water cooling systems were nearly failing. Damn it, wipe out these bastards! I can't take this anymore. The battalion commander risked his life to hold this breach, so why did we still fail? What the hell is the anti-tank artillery company doing? Why are they so slow? It's infuriating to watch. Is wireless telegraph transmission really this slow? That thing isn't easy to operate. We usually use Morse code machines, controlling the flow of electricity through switches to generate dots and dashes. Before use, Chinese text must be converted into numerical codes from standard codebooks. And to prevent intelligence leaks, we typically use cipher books for secondary encryption. Good grief, that sounds incredibly complicated. But is encryption really necessary? Absolutely. If the little bastards intercepted crucial intel, we'd be in deep. Plus, after receiving a signal, you need a receiver to tune into the right frequency, pick up the electromagnetic waves, and convert them back into electrical signals. So don't blame the anti-aircraft artillery company. I'm so ready to fast forward to when the Eagle Lady taught Little Japan a lesson with 2 atomic bombs. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Sigh. This is brutal, seniors. We've held off the little bastards this long with sheer passion and human wave tactics. We're running out of bullets. The reserve ammunition in the Ming Palace Airport fuel depot is nearly depleted. I can't even imagine how we'll fight on. It feels like every round of ammo we gave the soldiers back then was traded for their lives just to buy time. There's absolutely no logistical support, and the medics seem completely useless. Yeah, where are the medics? I haven't seen a single one in all this time. It's weird. Haven't you noticed that when veterans get injured, they usually trade blows with the enemy 1-for-1? Many critically wounded couldn't hold out until medics arrived, so they chose to go down fighting. Minor injuries? No need for medics, they just grit their teeth and endure. As the saying goes, minor wounds don't need treatment, major wounds can't be saved. So it's no wonder you don't see them around. Fang Yu, you're a true monster. After the tournament ends, I really need to seek him out for lessons. How did he manage to polish the game's quality and details so well in such a short time? And he even gave thousands of NPCs unique personalities. If you can still see others after the competition ends, count me defeated. Do you really think the top 10 game companies in the country aren't waiting at your doorstep? And let me tell you, can you even compete with Nanzhao? Their connections are no joke. Yushin King Game Company, 9th floor. Dad, you saw the live stream, right? I guarantee you, no one has ever achieved this level of game quality in just 24 hours, not even in past cross-century development competitions or any other major or minor game development contests. I even pulled strings to check with Shanghai Tech Game Academy and Huaxia Game Development Center. No one named Fang Yu exists. His resume only lists Tuoyu Games. This perfectly normal scenario feels deeply suspicious. Could he have studied abroad before? With such airtight records, he's likely hiding another identity. What do you mean? Don't worry, Nan Zhao is already on it. But his skills are pretty useless, probably won't cut it. I'll handle this myself. I think we'll have a lot in common. After all, no one can resist the charm of the daughter of the CEO of Yushinking Game Company and an outstanding student from Huaxia Game Production Center. A magnetic, mature voice echoed from the 9th floor of Yushinking Game Company. Nan Muyuan, still dressed in her professional OL uniform, gently disconnected the call. She rubbed her weary forehead before gliding toward her office in red-soled heels. Watching the second round of the game tournament livestream had only heightened her anxiety these past few days. Fang Yu's abilities displayed in these 2 rounds were truly terrifying. It wasn't just their company, top-tier domestic game development firms were likely all eyeing Fang Yu. When the time came, she had to be the first to make her move. Ranshin Games, 20th floor. What's going on? Yu Zishu's methods were always reliable in my experience. How could he fail to secure even a game director from a small studio? Did he pocket kickbacks from the offer I made to Fang Yu? A middle-aged man in a suit spoke with an air of authority. He was Li Xing, one of the vice presidents of Burning Star Games. Mr. Li, you can't say that. Taking kickbacks? Is my son that kind of person? Right after the first round of the competition ended, Yuzi told Fang Yu in detail that we support him continuing to develop and refine Jinling Defense and similar games. He'll have an independent team, and later he can participate in the promotion and marketing of various large-scale game projects. Yu Feng, standing nearby, couldn't sit still upon hearing this and urgently interjected. He was also a vice president at Burning Star Games and the father of Yu Zishu, the company's game director. Then tell me what's going on. Could it be that Fang Yu's demands are too excessive? This can't continue. The terms we've offered are already extremely generous. Have Yu Zishu inquire in detail about Fang Yu's demands. Given his demonstrated capabilities, I believe any terms are negotiable. I'll consult with the chairman again. We absolutely must secure Fang Yu after the competition concludes. Wind and Cloud Games, 5th floor. Yes, that's the one, contestant number 10. We must secure him by any means necessary. This is our best opportunity to surpass Burning Star and Yushinking. China Game Expo Center, player number 10 studio. Fang Yu stared at the 100,000 plus emotion points on his interface, contemplating his path after the competition, utterly unaware he'd already been swept into the vortex of rivalry among major game companies. Chapter 40, Close Combat, Edo Yashimitsu, Die. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate Fortifications. Ito Yashimitsu led his suicide squad to complete the demolition mission. He flashed a savage, mocking grin toward Jinling City, preparing to retreat from the city walls under tank cover. Boom! But in the next instant, the anti-tank gun roared. The tank tracks, which he had always believed invincible, were instantly severed. With a shrill metallic snap, the tank lost its balance and toppled beneath the southeast corner of the city wall, sending a shower of debris and dust flying. The infantry surrounding the tank were instantly torn apart, their bodies crushed by the shell and scattered into the trenches and moat. Almost simultaneously, another tank before them was destroyed by the anti-tank gun. The tanks that had just moments ago been arrogantly providing cover now lay as 2 lifeless steel corpses. Retreat! When the barrage ceased, he realized the situation was dire and began issuing orders to the surrounding squad members and the few remaining infantrymen near the tanks. Think you can get away? Think again. Light machine guns on the city walls opened fire, providing cover as all players and NPCs charged forward. Watching Ito Yashimitsu attempt to command the remnants of his unit to retreat, they spoke coldly. Snap! Snap! The sound of bayonets being fixed echoed as all eyes fixed on Yashimitsu Ito and his last few men. Charge! Kill these bastards! An unknown NPC roared, and instantly all the warriors charged like wolves smelling blood. Their pupils turned crimson as the bayonets on their Type 87 rifles flashed coldly, lunging toward Ito Yashimitsu and the remaining infantry stragglers. Put! Thud! The sound of bayonets piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The young samurai from the suicide squad, who had just placed explosives on the city wall, was the first to fall. He stared in disbelief at the 3 gleaming bayonets embedded in his body, his form collapsing like a crumpled piece of paper. Thud! Bayonets were pulled from the young man's body, blood spattering as the sight of red ignited the emotions of more warriors. All other thoughts vanished from their minds. Only one thing remained: kill them, slaughter every last one of these bastards. Instantly, the position before the southeast corner of the city wall transformed into a hellish tableau of blood, screams, and chaos. No stirring BGM like in war films, no flashy moves from action games or other final battle role-playing games. Only the most primal slaughter remained: stabbing, slashing, blocking, colliding. Occasional screams pierced the air as life and death were cast entirely aside. Come on, little punk, I'll teach you a lesson. We're all just worthless lives, what do I have to fear from you? Come die. I'll fight you to the death, you bastards. Think you're so clever playing dirty, huh? My bayonet hasn't seen blood in ages, you'll be the first course. Clang! Clang! Snap! The dense clatter of metal echoed from the southeast corner of the position. A sickeningly thick stench of blood hit the air, spreading rapidly and mingling with the acrid smoke and gunpowder, making it even more pungent in the cold atmosphere. This is exhilarating. That's why you need bayonets. Watching it makes your blood boil. Damn it, you little bastards blew up the city walls and think you can just walk away? You get all the good stuff? I recall a classic saying, cultivate your spirit, but toughen your body. That's what we should be witnessing. All you softies die. Only bayonet charges ignite our fighting spirit. The battlefield demands real steel. We can't lose our momentum. Sigh, what a shame. The walls can't hold anymore. Guess we're stuck with street fighting now. Even more trouble. Hope they can hold out. Luo Chuan and several other players joined the bayonet charge, their Type 96 rifles in hand. Spotting a Japanese soldier attempting a flanking ambush, he halted mid-stride and swung his rifle but with all his might, smashing it into the enemy's waist. Snap! The crisp sound of breaking bone echoed. The nearby scout reacted instantly, whipping around and driving his bayonet into the Japanese soldier's carotid artery. Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering Luo Chuan's face. Before Luo Chuan could wipe the blood from his face, the remaining enemy soldier lunged at him. The cold gleam of a Type 38 rifle bayonet flashed as it thrust toward Luo Chuan's abdomen. Damn it, another dirty trick. Professor Luo, you go first. The nearby scout soldier, seeing there was no time to intervene, tried to shield Luo Chuan with his own body. But at that critical moment, clang! A large machete with a red ribbon swung through the air, deflecting the fatal bayonet thrust. Regimental commander? You're here too. My apologies. I was delayed while assessing the situation at Guanghua Gate's main entrance with the brigade commander. Regimental Commander Xie Qingrui addressed the assembled soldiers. No sooner had he spoken than he swung his heavy broadsword at the Zayarizi infantryman who had just attempted the ambush. His technique was devoid of unnecessary flourishes, only the simplest, cleanest horizontal swings and cleaving strikes. Splatter! With two unadorned swings of the blade, the arm and leg of the sneaky little infantryman were severed. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as gushing blood spurted forth. Nice, the commander's here. Seeing that massive broadsword just fills me with a sense of security. The red ribbon on the hilt is so damn cool. Only the commander could pull this off. That blade work is so clean and precise, truly terrifying. It feels like he's returned to the essence of combat. Ha, you make it sound like some immortal cultivation. To me, it's just the commander's immense strength and mastery at exploiting weaknesses. Simple yet profound. Damn it, slaughter them. This bunch of leftover grunts still clinging to life is pissing me off. Hold up, something's off with Yoshimitsu Ito. Look, this bastard's no ordinary foe. The live stream chat erupted with discussion once more. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate frontline, left flank. Ito Yoshimitsu slashed down a player who had approached him with his katana, a faint, inexplicable maniacal grin curling his lips as he let out a growl. This was already the third warrior he'd killed. The nearby warriors and players sensed something was off, exchanging glances to signal they should focus their fire on him. Take down the king first. A voice rang out. The players who had just exchanged glances instantly charged forward, their Type 56 assault rifles raised. Ito Yoshimitsu swung his katana in a sharp arc, aiming to stab the throat of the first player charging at him. But the other players nearby had already reacted. For cold, gleaming bayonets thrust toward Ito Yoshimitsu's throat, heart, and abdomen, forcing him to dodge the first wave of attacks. Before he could catch his breath, a large machete with a red ribbon slashed horizontally toward his neck from behind. In desperation, Ito Yoshimitsu attempted to counter with his katana, aiming for a one-for-one exchange. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as the squad leader swung his broadsword horizontally, blocking Ito Yoshimitsu's strike aimed at his neck. The instant collision of metal sent sparks flying. Players nearby seized the opening, thrusting 5 or 6 gleaming bayonets forward. Ito Yoshimitsu couldn't dodge in time, his arm and thigh pierced by the blades. Instantly incapacitated, his face contorted in rage as he tried to spin around, gripping his katana reverse hand to counter. But the commander wouldn't give him that chance. Thud! Splatter! A simple, unadorned horizontal slash severed Ito Yoshimitsu's head like a. Other players didn't hesitate to deliver finishing blows. 5 or 6 bayonets ripped open his abdomen with forceful thrusts, spilling blood and fragments of entrails as a hellish tableau formed once more. Chapter 41, Additional System Functions, Street Fighting begins. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate position. As Ito Yoshimitsu's head flew off like a, the surrounding soldiers and live stream viewers erupted in fury. That bastard was a pain in the ass to kill. His mouth never shut, spouting nonsense all day long. He deserved to die ages ago. Hearing his damn whining gives me the creeps. I'd love to rip his vocal cords out with my bayonet. This little bastard's got some skills, no wonder he's the regiment captain. Still, he's got a long way to go compared to the battalion commander. That coordination just now was truly impressive. The brothers' support and timing were spot on. Huaxia Game Production Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu's heart fluttered with excitement as he glanced at the nearly 200,000 emotion points. Once this tournament ended, he'd unlock a ton of new campaigns. Emotion points snowballed. The more games he released, the more he earned. After activating the room's privacy function, Fang Yu began scrutinizing the modules displayed on the system interface, searching for any additional features. He opened the creation module, and the familiar virtual electronic panel appeared before his eyes. Blue virtual text began to materialize: literary masterpieces reimagined, immortal cultivation simulator, infinite evolution, and countless other games spanning every conceivable genre. It could be said that if he could dream it up, the system could make it happen. Was game creation truly its only function? After examining every corner of the system's existing creation panel, Fang Yu spoke up. He discovered there seemed to be only one game creation module. He casually swiped to the bottom of the virtual panel and spotted several different blue electronic fonts. Unlocked modules. Ha! Unlocked modules? A flicker of curiosity crossed Fang Yu's face. What was this? Unlike the existing game module, this one was grayed out. His finger tapped it with no response, exactly like the display for unlocked game equipment in his previous life. Scrolling further down, he spotted what appeared to be a question mark. Clicking it brought up a virtual electronic instruction interface. Collect 5 million emotion points to unlock additional creation modules. That simple sentence sent Fang Yu's heart racing. Other crafting modules? That meant he could create other things later on, not just games. What could it be? Movies? Music? This system was terrifying. Was it trying to make him build an all-encompassing entertainment company? But glancing at the system showing his current emotion points barely 200,000, his earlier excitement cooled instantly. He'd almost forgotten the road ahead was long. Focusing solely on games was perfectly fine, but after all, the more skills you have, the better. Right, he needed to check the progress of their current defense battle. Judging by the time, they should be approaching the street fighting phase. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Yu disabled the privacy settings in his room and activated the 360-degree projection screen to monitor the progress of the Guanghua Gate defense game. Seeing Ito Yoshimitsu's head fly off like a kite with a broken string and his abdomen sliced open by 5 or 6 player bayonets, he chuckled. Seems many players are finally getting a taste of the hardships their predecessors endured. The breach was destroyed, now it was time for the street fighting. The pressure was immense. Surviving the hellish difficulty of urban combat would undoubtedly strengthen their mental fortitude. Keep it up. Fang Yu estimated the game's progress in the Guanghua Gate defense battle and offered a word of encouragement. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. Is everyone accounted for? Colonel Yanhua addressed Colonel Xie Chenrui with a stern tone. Reporting to the brigade commander, all personnel are present except for those who fell in battle or are too severely wounded to attend. Good. I'll briefly outline potential changes and developments in the upcoming battles. Everyone has worked hard these past days. Many comrades have paid with their lives to fill the gaps in our city walls. But as you all witnessed, Zayarizi resorted to extreme measures today. The southeastern wall gap is now irreparable, making this breach extremely difficult to defend. Therefore, we must prepare for subsequent urban combat. Yanhua spoke in a calm tone, careful not to place undue pressure on the soldiers. December 10, 1937, evening. Guanghua Gate position. Teacher Luo, long time no see. How have you been lately? Have you evolved yet? I saw you join the bayonet fight today. You were incredible. Su Yuan radiated her usual energy. Though the acrid smoke had blackened her normally fair complexion, she paid it no mind, her voice laced with a sweet smile. Su Yuan? It's been ages. Did you choose a different branch? Yep, Teacher Luo. I took your advice and joined the medics. Heh, what do you think? Didn't see that coming, did you? But the medical facilities back then were really terrible. There were so many things I'd never even seen before. I've been learning how to use them all the time. Back then, there weren't many medics to begin with, let alone proper equipment. Choosing this branch is a good move, it'll toughen you up mentally. Luo Chuan looked at Su Yuan with a hint of approval. Professor Luo, what exactly does the brigade commander mean by urban warfare? I've never heard of it before. Just as Su Yuan was about to respond, other players' voices interrupted her. Street fighting? Since everyone's gathered here, let me briefly explain. Street fighting is characterized by complex terrain, close proximity between enemies and allies, and sheer brutality. First, combat positions are typically in complex terrain like streets, alleys, buildings, and high ground. Look at Jinling City, it has many intricate structures. You must constantly be ready for attacks from any direction, often resulting in close quarters combat. In such combat, concealment is a vital skill. You never know how many enemies lurk within a building you're searching, creating immense psychological pressure. Thus, the ability to respond to sudden situations is equally crucial. You mean we'll be fighting inside Jinling City? Then why not just block them from entering? We could hold out when the breach was small and our ammunition was plentiful. But now the southeast wall has collapsed. It's untenable, the breach is too large. That's why the brigade commander said to prepare for street fighting. Is that so? Understood. Alright, everyone continue intensifying patrols tonight. Report any anomalies immediately. Luo Chuan frowned as he spoke. Yes. Chapter 42, Large Caliber Howitzers Hanging by a Thread. Early morning, December 11, 1937. Guanghua Gate Position, Nanjing. The December air was bitterly cold. Dawnlight fell upon the collapsed southeast corner of Guanghua Gate's ramparts, offering not a shred of warmth. Professor Luo, did you rest well last night? After the suicide squad was wiped out yesterday afternoon, there wasn't a sound all night. Indeed. Everyone probably got some decent rest last night. Not a trace of the little Japanese was spotted. Could it be they're scared? Yes, Professor Luo. It seems our close quarters combat yesterday really shook them up. They stayed quiet all night. Several reconnaissance soldiers who had taken turns patrolling all night without encountering anything unusual spoke to Luo Chuan with a hint of excitement. You didn't spot a single enemy last night? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Chuan's face as he looked at the patrolman in surprise. Forget the little devils, even the field guns and bombers were unusually quiet last night. It felt like they never showed up at all. Something's off. The southeast corner of the city wall collapsed yesterday. Logically, the little bastards wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. Could it be that the little Japanese are running low on ammunition? Or do they have other plans? Luo Chuan stared at the gaping hole in the southeast corner, lost in thought. If they weren't rushing to attack the breach, then thinking backwards, the little bastards should have sent infantry to infiltrate during the night. The absence of infiltration could only mean something more crucial was at play. What could be more important than infiltration? Other arrangements? No way. I have this bad feeling. Damn little days, always pulling this. Xiao Ri must be up to some sneaky little scheme again. Damn treacherous bastard, keeps me on edge. Can't be anything good. Just gotta see what the brigade and regiment commanders decide. But getting a night's rest was nice, everyone's recharged. Today, we'll meet force with force, water with earth. Why'd my goddess Yuan end up as a medic? Haven't seen her in ages. Feels awful, ugh. Damn it, get this guy out of here. What time is it to be thinking about your goddess? Has she ever even looked at you? You clown. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate Position. Boom. With the muffled cannon blast, the Guanghua Gate Position shook violently. This time, the sound and sensation felt different from before. The tremors were noticeably stronger, the noise louder. What's going on? Is the enemy starting another barrage? But why is it so much louder this time? Many soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. No, wait, look at the city walls. Did I see that correctly? At that moment, the southwest and northwest corners of the city wall were pelted by shells, sending bricks and stones flying and raising clouds of dust. All the soldiers witnessed this scene, their index fingers clenched tightly around the bolts of their Zhongjing rifles, knuckles turning white from the force. Watching the southwest and northwest corners of the city wall sway precariously like flickering candles in the wind under the enemy's bombardment, everyone's spirits plummeted instantly. The moment Luo Chuan heard the sound, he pulled out his binoculars to observe. Upon seeing the weapons at the enemy position, he fell silent, acutely aware of the immense difficulty of this battle. Originally, the enemy relied on 150mm howitzers and 100mm field guns for their barrage. While these shells posed a threat to the walls, their caliber was insufficient to breach the defensive line swiftly. But what he had just spotted through his binoculars was the enemy's newly deployed 240mm howitzers. Luo Chuan recalled that this caliber was over half larger than the previous guns. With a barrel length of 47 meters and a muzzle velocity of 196 times the caliber, a single shell could produce 1,800 to 2,300 fragments. Its lethal radius reached 58 meters, accompanied by a powerful explosive shockwave. Compounded by the cracks appearing in the city walls from Xiao Rizi's relentless bombardment over the past few days, he estimated the southwest and northwest corners wouldn't hold much longer. This is hopeless. If 2 more breaches open up soon, we're done for. How can the equipment gap be this huge? How the hell did the enemy even get upgraded gear? Damn it, no wonder they didn't infiltrate last night, they were swapping gear. I'm speechless. How the hell are we supposed to defend against this? Their new howitzers have over twice the caliber of the old ones. We're screwed. No way around it. That's just how things were back then. You can't fool yourself. Playing too many tear apart the Japs games now makes you realize some companies will throw all dignity to the wind for profit. True. The gap is glaring now. What is a real battlefield? I can't fathom what domestic companies have been doing these past years. They're utterly outclassed. Honestly, holding the city walls now seems pretty hopeless. Better start figuring out what to do once the enemy gets in. The brigade commander called it right, this is gonna turn into full-on urban warfare. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate Position, temporary medical station. The first sight was a derelict floor of a ruined building, overgrown with weeds and scattered rubble. It looked long abandoned, yet served as an excellent hiding spot perfect for a makeshift medical station. The floor was strewn with tattered military uniforms and simple fabrics, covered with wounded soldiers. The air was occasionally pierced by agonized moans. Given the extremely limited conditions, the only option was to set up the medical station within an abandoned floor in Jinling City. Su Yuan and several NPC medics were swiftly treating the gruesome wounds of nearby soldiers. With severely limited medical supplies, no anesthetics or sufficient bandages, only basic disinfectants like alcohol and iodine, each wound treatment was accompanied by agonized shrieks. Boom! A deep, thunderous cannon blast abruptly halted Su Yuan's movements. She watched as a meteor-like shell, trailing a lone plume of black smoke, hurtled toward the Guanghua Gate city wall, erupting in a deafening explosion. The once solid ramparts trembled violently under the barrage of 240mm howitzers, bricks shattering and stone fragments flying everywhere. What's happening? Why does this shell sound different, and why is the ground shaking so violently? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Yuan's face as an intense sense of foreboding rose within her. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate defenses. Everyone prepare the remaining sandbags and timber to patch the gaps in the southwest and northwest corners. If that's not enough, use the remains of those little Japanese bastards to fill the holes. 1st Battalion Scouts, go verify the coordinates of the little Japanese howitzer positions. The anti-tank gun company has limited shells left, but destroying their positions shouldn't be too much of a problem. The regiment commander watched from the Japanese forces flying over the periphery of Guanghua Gate. After pondering for a moment, he addressed the soldiers. Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than bricks began shattering and tumbling from the southwest breach. The wall surface below cracked extensively, trembling violently. Chapter 43, 3 Breaches, Artillery Duels. Warning, December 11, 1937. Guanghua Gate position, Jinling City. The moment the regiment commander finished speaking, bricks began shattering and falling from the southwest corner breach of Jinling City's walls. The wall surface below cracked extensively, trembling violently. Everyone, first use sandbags and timber to plug the breach in the southwest corner. If materials are insufficient, pile the corpses of those little Japanese bastards on top. Firepower on the ramparts must also adapt to the situation. First, concentrate fire on the breaches in the southwest and northwest corners. Watching the precarious southwest wall, the regiment commander began issuing orders. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Damn, this vibration simulation is genuinely terrifying. Even with my holographic goggles on, I'm getting scared. Xiaori is really going overboard here. The 240mm howitzer is dead set on tearing holes in the walls. I feel like I'm going numb. Every time Fang Yu pulls something new out of his hat, just when you think he's reached his limit, he lands another unexpected blow. Even as a spectator, I can feel this vibration simulation. It's ridiculous. Nanzhao, do you think we stand a chance? Forget this third round, let's just pack it in and head home. We've already lost one, what's another? Damn it, you're stirring up these negative vibes again. Can't you show some backbone? I'm not giving up. I'll fight to the bitter end no matter what. You're so noble, so high and mighty. How many points did you score in the second round? Even if you pulled out all the stops, you're still way behind them, right? I bet your company will send you a memo telling you to quit after the second round. What's that supposed to mean? It'll probably be, hey, number 5, stop messaging me, I don't want Fang Yu to get the wrong idea. Damn it. Alright, cut the chatter. Just focus on watching the game. Learn from others' production details and quality. Why not improve by learning from their strengths? Nanzhao interrupted their conversation, lost in thought. What could a genius like Fang Yu possibly lack? December 11, 1937, morning. Guanghua Gate defensive position, Nanjing City. As the battalion commander's orders echoed, all players and soldiers immediately began filling the gap in the southwest corner with sandbags and timber. But the breach was terrifyingly wide, and with dwindling supplies, it was impossible to seal it completely. Come on, everyone. Help shove the little Japanese bastards' corpses into the wall. The battalion commander, overseeing the player reinforcement efforts, seeing the wall's condition, began directing both players and NPC soldiers to stuff the bodies of fallen Japanese soldiers into the cracks. But with another round of howitzer fire from Little Days, the southwest corner of the wall began to shake violently. Rustling. Pebbles mixed with dust began falling, the settling dust blinding nearby soldiers. The next second. Boom! Accompanied by the howitzer's roar, the southwest corner of the city wall could no longer hold. Like the defiant roar of a battle-hardened warrior in its final moments, fragments of bricks rained down in abundance. The wall began to collapse like a fluid mass, scattering fragments of blue bricks, freshly stacked sandbags, and timber across the ground. Several infantrymen nearby, unable to dodge in time, were buried beneath the debris. You lot, go rescue them first. Scout, get back and report to the regiment and brigade commanders the southwest corner of the city wall has fallen too. Yes, sir. Jinling City, northwest corner of Guanghua Gate. As the southwest corner crumbled, Zaireizi's 240mm howitzers concentrated their fire on the northwest wall. Already struggling to withstand scattered bombardment, the wall now teetered precariously under Zaireizi's concentrated assault. After a while, the northwest corner wall began to collapse in a fluid-like manner, just like the southwest corner, sending a chill through every soldier's heart. Let's pull back temporarily, out of the howitzer's range. Wait for the brigade and company commander's orders. Staying here will only cost us men for nothing. Zairiz's artillery barrage just finished. They shouldn't advance so quickly. The battalion commander defending the northwest corner issued orders and began signaling reconnaissance troops to return and report the situation to the brigade and regiment commanders. This is truly disastrous. 3 breaches at once. How can we possibly hold? With the enemy's current firepower, spreading our defenses is untenable, yet concentrating forces on the other 2 gaps leaves us vulnerable. The brigade commander and others must have anticipated this. Didn't they say last night to prepare for urban combat? They probably guessed the current situation. Even without the other 2 gaps, the southeast corner alone is tough to defend. It's collapsed. Ugh. This is rough. Suddenly don't feel like watching anymore. If the enemy comes in waves, this defense will be brutal. Every veteran we lose is one less. If they all fall, I doubt the remaining players stand a chance. The more I watch, the angrier I get. I'm heading back to the prologue in Chunhua town to kill a few more little days and blow off some steam. Damn little days, I'll make you taste the J20 on easy mode. Holy, you're seriously losing it. Wait, where'd that J20 come from? Did you hack? Can't take it anymore. I'm just gonna use a cheat code to teach them a lesson. Feels so damn satisfying. This guy's beyond help. He's totally immersed in this fantasy world. When he gets old, we should sell him health supplements. Jinling City, temporary command post. Regimental commander, brigade commander, the southwest corner of the city wall has fallen. The Japanese howitzer's barrage is overwhelming. The walls simply couldn't hold. A scout rushed over, his voice urgent. Brigade commander, the northwest corner has also fallen. There are now 3 breaches in the walls. What should we do? The battalion commander is awaiting your orders. Before the scout beside him could finish, another frantic voice cut in. No problem. Tell all comrades at the breaches to hold their positions if possible. If it's untenable, fall back temporarily. The self-propelled artillery company is pinpointing the exact coordinates of their howitzers. Prepare for urban combat given the current situation. Roger that. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Player 1 Studio. Nanzhao stared at the dozens of messages his sister Nan Muyuan had sent him on his virtual holographic communicator, inwardly amazed. Never before had he seen her so preoccupied with anyone. She'd even inquired about Fang Yu's hobbies and what type of person he liked. What type of person he likes, huh? Nanzhao suddenly recalled the scene from the first round of the finals when Su Yuan and Yu Zishu were talking. He remembered Fang Yu and Su Yuan staying in the room for quite a while back then. Could it be? But without evidence, he dared not speculate. He could only try to describe Su Yuan's personality to his sister. Sweet, proactive, clingy, lively and adorable. He casually typed a few keywords and sent them to Nan Muyuan via the virtual holographic communicator. The thought of his sister rejecting every single one made him chuckle. Chapter 44, Tuoyu Games Corporation, Nan Muyuan's preparations. Blue Star, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City. Residences with blue tiles and white walls lined the riverbank. Watermarks glistened on the stone steps of the revetment. Narrow, winding stone alleys wound through the city. As dusk deepened, the evening glow painted the canal crimson, and fishing boats returned to shore. Above is heaven, below are Suzhou and Hangzhou, no mere jest. At this moment, in the heart of Suzhou City, stands a building that seems utterly out of place with its surroundings. A 10-meter-high dynamic dome rendered the skies of all the company's game worlds in real time, while heat maps on the circular walls displayed player ratings for the games. Inside the production studio, quantum computers rendered complex scenes and simulated physics in milliseconds, while numerous employees wore brain-computer interface editors and neural feedback gloves to modify game scenes. Approaching the building, the first thing that catches the eye is the projection of the company's name, Tuoyu Game, in massive blue electronic letters on the roof. Boss, this is the current popularity ranking of all games on the market. With top-ranked titles predominantly from the cross-century gaming tournament, particularly Prologue, Defending Jinling and itself Shadow Theater. On the 3rd floor of Tuoyu Games, a suit-clad assistant-like figure was briefing Yang Yu, CEO of Tuoyu Games, on the recent game popularity trends. Is that so? Wait. Fang Yu? Did I see that correctly? Our company entered the competition? The top-ranked game developer is our company's director, Fang Yu? Yang Yu froze instantly upon seeing Fang Yu's name as the top-ranked game creator. It took him 3 seconds to process the information before he addressed the assistant with utter disbelief. How is that possible, boss? Fang Yu never entered the competition. And our previous competition strategy focused on futuristic sci-fi innovations. There was no mention of the battle for Jinling at all. There's also a subsidiary under Wanqing called Tuoyu. It's probably just a coincidence of the same name. Most importantly, Fang Yu has been with us for years without producing any results. When I told him to enter the competition before the event, he claimed he had some field research or other commitments. And flat out refused. He has zero sense of collective honor. I suspect he's scared after all. The games he's made these past years have been lackluster in both popularity and profit. If someone like him could create the most popular game in the finals of the cross-century game competition, I'd jump off the third floor of the company building. He probably wouldn't even make it past the preliminary rounds. Assistant Wang Xian's words instantly poured cold water on Yan Yu's enthusiasm. I thought someone from our company was competing. We've been so swamped with the new game's development phase these past few days that I haven't even had time to watch the live streams. But since no one from our company is competing, maybe it's better I didn't watch. The gap is too huge. What good would it do to watch and just add to my troubles? After pondering for a while, Yang Yu agreed that winning first place in a competition of this scale was nothing short of a pipe dream for anyone from their company. He let out a wry smile and muttered to himself with self-deprecating humor. Honestly, boss, Fang Yu's games over the past few years have been pretty lackluster. Just look at the numbers. Our annual profits are declining both quarter over quarter and year over year. I genuinely believe it's time to replace the game director. Assistant Wang Xian displayed the company's financial reports from recent years on a virtual electronic system. The data clearly showed continuous losses. Yan Yu sighed softly as he looked at the deficit-ridden financial statements. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu watched the steadily rising emotion value like a snowball gathering momentum and thought it might be worth exploring other large-scale game simulations. As his finger slid across the blue virtual screen, he saw two simple yet weighty characters. World War II. Recalling history briefly, this conflict was arguably the largest and most far-reaching global war of the 20th century. With the most far-reaching impact, involving the vast majority of nations worldwide. Forming two major military alliances centered around the Allies and the Axis powers. As vivid, cinematic scenes began to unfold in his mind, Fang Yu was stunned by what he saw. This conflict encompassed not only the Blitzkrieg, Operation Barbarossa, and the Normandy landings, but also the attack on Pearl Harbor and China's war of resistance against Japanese aggression. The sheer scale was staggering. However, after glancing at the emotional energy required to experience World War II, Fang Yu temporarily abandoned the idea. As the Normandy landings alone demanded millions of emotion points, who knew how much a full-scale World War II would cost? Ah well, no rush. I'll take it slow. My emotion points keep growing anyway. So one day, I'll conquer every game in this place. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Yu began mapping out his future path. Imperial Capital, Yushin King Game Company, 9th floor. Sweet, proactive, clingy, lively and adorable. Nan Muyuan's delicate brows furrowed fiercely as she stared at the message from Nan Zhao. Her teeth clenched tightly against her lips and her sharp, almond-shaped eyes turned icy. She swiftly picked up the virtual holographic communicator and initiated a connection request. China Game Expo Center, Player 1 Studio. What do you mean, sis? Didn't you ask me yourself? Now you're accusing me of messing with you? What can I do if you don't trust me? Did you just realize you're not even flustered by any of my tactics? Nan Zhao's face flushed crimson as she fought back a smile, clenching her jaw to stifle the laughter. Then tell me how you knew. The Magic City Game Technology Institute must have taught you that. Everything needs evidence, right? A long silence hung over the virtual holographic communicator before a cold, magnetic voice of a mature woman came through. Let me tell you, we were right there in Contestant 9's production studio. You know Su Yuan? That super popular game streamer? She and Fang Yu were in the studio for ages. Unfortunately, they had privacy mode enabled, and no live stream cameras dared to film it. But I think it speaks volumes. You've seen Su Yuan's streaming style. You should recognize her image and personality, right? I'll believe you this once. If I catch you lying later, you're dead meat. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Click. 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 After hanging up the virtual holographic communicator, Nan Muyuan walked in high heels to the makeup mirror. Studying her reflection, a tailored suit and blouse, a sleek high ponytail. Her almond-shaped eyes and willow-shaped brows radiating a style completely opposite to Su Yuan's. She sighed softly. Wait, why am I sighing? It's like I'm about to confess to him. It's all that dead Nan Zhao's fault. Nan Muyuan snapped, her frustration boiling over. Noon, December 11, 1937. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position. With 3 breaches now wide open in the city walls, Xiaorizhi's main force began advancing in 3 columns toward the gaps at Guanghua Gate. Reporting to the company commander, reconnaissance is complete. 314 kilometers directly ahead of the Guanghua Gate wall position lies the Japanese howitzer battery. The brigade commander orders its destruction. Roger. But we're running low on ammunition. Chapter 45, Heavy Artillery Position Destroyed, Japanese Forces Penetrate the City. December 11, 1937, afternoon. Guanghua Gate Position, Nanjing. Anti-Tank Artillery Company. Fire. At the company commander's command, the anti-tank guns roared deafeningly. Shells like tigers bursting from their barrels tore through the smoke-filled sky, hurtling straight toward the Japanese howitzer positions. 314 kilometers ahead of the Guanghua Gate position in Jinling City. At this moment, over 3,240mm howitzers were positioned in a circular depression. On the scorched earth churned by tank tracks, spent shell casings piled up like small mountains. The air was thick with the mingled scent of diesel fuel and gunpowder smoke. The artillery staff officer of the Little Days was still directing soldiers in operating the howitzers, relentlessly pouring shells onto the defensive lines near Guanghua Gate in Jinling City. After noon, Zayarizi unleashed a full-scale barrage of howitzer fire, supported by aerial bombardment from bombers, subjecting all structures within and outside Jinling City to relentless, indiscriminate bombing. The very second the artillery staff officer directed the final barrage at Guanghua Gate, a rumbling vibration shook the ground. Instantly sensing something was terribly wrong, he tried to order the surrounding gunners to evacuate the position, but time simply wouldn't allow it. The anti-tank guns roared, their shells streaking toward the Japanese howitzer positions like shooting stars. Boom! Flames shot skyward, deafening explosions reverberated, and the Japanese howitzers were blown to pieces. Some gun barrels twisted and deformed, rendered useless. Ammunition boxes detonated, igniting raging fires. Instantly, the acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the stench of burning flesh filled the air. You think you can just fire away? Well, you think you're the only ones with shells? You like to blast things up? Well, how about this? Ha! They should have been blown up ages ago. Seeing those little bastards jumping around here is infuriating. Still a bit late. 3 huge gaps have already appeared in the city walls near Guangwamen. But honestly, there was no time to react. That little bastard secretly swapping out the howitzer caliber at night was truly disgusting. What's this? No return fire is impolite. But by now, the anti-tank gun company and mortar positions are probably running low on shells. Wonder if they have any bullets left? Once it's gone, it's gone. We can't just stand by and watch them keep pushing forward. The city walls have already been blown open in several places. If we don't counterattack soon, I don't know how we'll hold out. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, temporary command post. Regimental commander, brigade commander, the enemy's heavy howitzer positions have been destroyed. However, according to reconnaissance reports, the enemy has now split into 3 columns advancing toward the breaches in the Guanghua Gate defenses. After the ATG battery destroyed the enemy howitzer positions, reconnaissance troops surveyed the entire battlefield and began reporting. The training corps should continue holding the breach in the southeast corner of the city wall. The rest of the personnel should be divided into 2 groups to reinforce the southwest and northwest breaches respectively. The anti-tank gun company and mortar positions should remain on standby. Oh, and are there any remaining sandbags and timber? If so, go fill the gaps first and see if we can reinforce them. Make full use of the surrounding terrain advantages and adapt as needed. The regiment commander and I will head to the southeast and southwest corners respectively. After hearing the scout's report, Division Commander Manhwa furrowed his brow slightly. After pondering for a moment, he issued his orders. Yes, sir. Evening, December 11, 1937. Southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position, Nanjing City. Professor Luo, I recall we still have something we haven't deployed yet. If not now, then when? Yeah, I saw it when I first joined the game. We seem to have tanks too. I'd been wondering why no one mentioned them. Exactly. Why not just roll out the tanks and exchange fire with the enemy? Some nearby players, noticing the tanks at Guanghua Gate, turned to Luo Chuan with puzzled expressions. What you're thinking, others have thought too. First off, our tanks are German Type A models, equipped with only 2 MG-13792mm machine guns and armor just 713mm thick. Forget the logistical nightmare of getting them out before breaching the city walls. The critical issue was that our tanks lacked main armament. With only 2 machine guns and thin armor, deploying them would be utterly ineffective. Luo Chuan rubbed his bloodshot eyes. The player's concerns mirrored his own. The armored vehicles at Guanghua Gate would be no match for the Japanese field guns and howitzers once deployed. Damn it, no tank guns? Is this some stripped-down version of a tank? Ugh. Might as well be a decoration. There was no other choice back then. Our development lagged behind other nations, and our economic capacity couldn't keep up. This was the best armored tank we could field. Seeing all these nuclear weapons and ICBMs now, it's hard to believe how backward our nation was back then. It gives me a headache. When will we finally witness the little Japanese surrender? Guys, I just had a blast slaughtering the little bastards in the Chunhua Town campaign. Easy mode is so satisfying, finally got to vent all that pent-up anger. Doing this self-deception again? Don't you find it tedious? You vented your anger on easy mode, but who avenged the sacrifices of our forebears back then? Jinling City, southwest corner of Guanghua Gate stronghold. Any materials left to reinforce the walls? None left, Captain. We've exhausted all timber and sandbags. I wonder if we can still use the bricks from the city walls blown apart by the enemy's shells. That's definitely not possible. Not only are many bricks shattered, but more importantly, they can't be secured at all. Another shell from the enemy would just blow them apart again. The regiment commander and soldiers discussed filling the breach, but the collapsed section of wall was now completely ruined, making full repair impossible. Jinling City, northwest corner of the Guanghua Gate position. Several soldiers were straining to stuff the Japanese corpses into the breach. With no sandbags or timber left, they had to improvise with whatever materials were at hand. But after hoisting the last corpse, a rustling sound drifted over. "Captain, something's wrong. There's noise outside. Could it be the enemy infiltrating?" "What? Everyone drop what you're doing and assemble at the breach immediately." The moment the battalion commander's order was given, everyone rushed over, rifles at the ready. Click. Click. The sound of bolts being cycled echoed through the air, the barrels of the Zhongjing rifles gleaming black under the moonlight. Prepare for combat. If the scout spots anything unusual, head to the southeast corner immediately to call for reinforcements. The battalion commander spoke to the assembled troops as he cocked the bolt of his box mag pistol. As the sounds drew nearer, every nerve was on edge. Sizzle. The sound of a fuse being lit echoed through the air. Chapter 46, The Breach Crisis. Jinling City, northwest corner of the Guanghua Gate position. Sizzle. The crackling sound of a fuse being lit echoed through the air. Explosives. Everyone, hit the deck. The moment the camp commander heard the burning fuse, he reacted instantly, bellowing orders to the surrounding soldiers while simultaneously tackling a bewildered rookie soldier near the city wall. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, sending debris flying from the breach in the city wall. The bodies of the small-time thugs used to block the gap were torn to shreds by the blast shockwave, instantly widening the breach in the northwest corner of the wall. The next second. Swish! 3 Type 38 rifles, their bayonets gleaming, thrust through the breach in the northwest corner. However, the explosion had forced all the soldiers to retreat to their rear positions and take cover, so no casualties were inflicted. The soldiers snapped upright from their prone positions. The scout, who had already prepared his grenade while prone, saw the gleaming bayonets of the enemy soldiers and immediately pulled the grenade pin, hurling it toward the gap. Prepare for combat. As the scout's grenade exploded, the battalion commander barked orders to the surrounding soldiers. Click. Click. The familiar sound of bolt actions being cycled echoed through the air. All eyes fixed intently on the breach in the northwest corner of the city wall. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement outside the breach. "Commander, I'll go check the situation." The scout beside him, having observed the silence for some time, addressed the battalion commander. No sooner had he spoken than he detached the bayonet from his Zhongjing rifle. Crouching low, he crept toward the breach under the cover of night. The area near the wall was eerily quiet. As he drew closer to the breach, his heartbeat quickened, and he strained to stifle the sound of his own breathing. Here we go, time for the tense reconnaissance segment. When do you think Little Days will show up? Following horror movie logic, they usually show up when you least expect it and often from behind. Logically, after blowing up that makeshift breach, the little bastards should be swarming in. This is baffling. If they show their faces, make them scram back home. Just seeing Little Days in that drab yellow outfit makes me sick. He looks like a mangy mutt. Exactly. Seeing so many veterans fall to them just makes me angrier. Go die already. At the northwest breach of Guanghua Gate, the scout reached the end of the gap and still detected no movement. He silently breathed a sigh of relief and began to retreat. But the instant he turned, the little bastards on both sides of the breach shot out like ghostly shadows. Hearing the movement behind him, the scout instinctively ducked only to have 2 cold, gleaming bayonets pierce through the space above his head. Seizing the moment, he rolled twice on the ground and shouted to the soldiers inside the city wall to prepare to fire. The battalion commander watched as the scout rolled over the outer wall, followed by a swarm of small figures, some already behind the scout. He instantly raised his box magazine pistol and pulled the trigger at the approaching figures. Bang! 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 The 2 Japanese soldiers who had pursued him into the city were the first to fall. The pistol shots rang out crisply in the silent night. Bullets whistled toward the heads and bodies of the 2 leading Japanese soldiers, while a stray bullet struck a fragment of the city wall's blue-glazed brick, sparking a blinding flash. The nearby soldiers reacted swiftly, raising their Type 96 rifles and opening fire on the Japanese soldiers. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the first wave of invaders collapsed instantly, becoming fresh material to fill the breach in the northwest corner of the city wall. Jinling City, southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. Professor Luo, with breaches now in 3 sections of the wall, do you think the Japanese might concentrate their forces on attacking one breach while only lightly harassing the other 2? I agree. Given the enemy's cunning tactics, they're likely planning another underhanded maneuver. Right now, they're probably looking for an opportunity to infiltrate the city directly. I suggest we keep some mobile units ready to reinforce wherever the enemy shows overwhelming numbers or firepower. After nearly an hour of holding their positions, the surrounding players, seeing no movement at the southeast corner, began chattering about the current situation. Your points are valid, but since Little Days hasn't launched their assault yet, we should stick to the brigade and regiment commander's orders, evenly distribute forces across all positions first, then adapt based on the situation later. Luo Chuan listened to the surrounding players' discussions and briefly explained the troop deployment plan. Bang! 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 Just then, the crackling sound of box magazine pistols echoed out. Everyone turned to look in that direction and saw fighting had apparently broken out at the northwest corner of the city wall. Regimental commander, it looks like fighting has broken out at the northwest corner. Should we send reinforcements? Hold your fire. Send scouts to assess the situation first. Report back immediately if there's trouble. The regiment commander set down his large broadsword adorned with a red ribbon, glanced toward the northwest corner of the city wall, and spoke. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, northwest corner. Everyone, first strip these bastards of their rifles, ammunition, and grenades. Ammo's running low, conserve every round. After looting them, pile the Japanese corpses back onto the breach in the city wall. Surveying the dozens of Japanese corpses scattered about, the battalion commander ordered nearby soldiers to begin looting the enemy's supplies. Buzz! Before he could finish speaking, bombers screeched overhead with a piercing roar, followed by bombs hurtling toward them. Damn it, this never ends! Everyone, take cover! Amidst a deafening roar, everyone scrambled for cover. Jinling City's buildings and walls were once again ravaged by the Japanese artillery. NPCs and players who couldn't dodge in time lost consciousness instantly. Seeing the blood-red characters rejoin battle reappear in the center of their view, the fallen players felt a faint sense of helplessness. The gap in equipment was mentally draining, and the primal fear before death made their fingers tremble slightly. But recalling how their predecessors had endured battle conditions 10 times harsher than theirs, surviving with only one life, they gritted their teeth and clicked yes in the center of the screen. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate. Brigade Commander, these bombers just won't stop. I suspect this barrage is meant to cover other movements. The outer perimeter of the southeast corner must be swarming with enemies by now. The scout dodged this wave of bombing, emerging from a damaged building. Seeing the large gathering of enemy troops outside the southeast corner city wall under the moonlight, he addressed Yanhua. Chapter 47, The Southeast Corner Breached. December 11, 1937, Jinling City, southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. The scout sighed, watching the shadowy figures outside the southeast corner walls under the moonlight. The enemy is closing in. Prepare for battle. The brigade commander turned and instantly addressed the remaining soldiers of the training corps at the southeast corner. Thump! 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 No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of footsteps from the enemy troops outside the southeast corner reached their ears. The training corps soldiers, who had just dodged a round of enemy bombardment, quickly emerged from nearby cover. Accompanied by the distinctive clicking sound of Type 38 rifles being loaded, the dense footsteps grew ever closer. Riflemen leveled their loaded Zhongjing rifles, while machine gunners positioned their checkmate weapons toward the breach in the city wall. All eyes were fixed on the breach in the southeast corner of the city wall. Boom! 2 grenades flew through the breach, exploding the instant they landed inside the city walls, sending fragments of stone flying. Immediately afterward, the main force of the enemy streamed through the southeast breach. The enemy poured through the breach and opened fire immediately. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening roar of Zhongjing rifles mingled with Czech machine guns echoed through the night, golden-hued shell casings flying relentlessly from the bolt actions. Many Japanese soldiers fell dead on the assault path, but others quickly found cover and hid once inside. Brigade Commander, we can't suppress their fire. There are too many of them. Some have already infiltrated other buildings. The scout watched as several enemy soldiers used their comrades as cover to dash toward the abandoned building nearby, reporting to Yanhua. Head to the southwest corner for reinforcements. We'll hold this position. The enemy's likely concentrating their assault on the southeast corner tonight. Their numbers are clearly disproportionate. The brigade commander ordered while firing at the enemy at the breach in the city wall. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate position. Regimental commander, something's off at the southeast corner. I'm hearing not just Zhongjing rifles and Czech-style weapons, but also Japanese Type 99 and Type 38 rifles, and the fire is incredibly dense. There's no one guarding our breach. Do you think the Japanese might have concentrated their forces at the southeast corner? 2nd and 3rd battalions, move to reinforce immediately. The rest remain on standby. The regiment commander paced back and forth, listening intently to the gunfire from the southeast corner before addressing the soldiers stationed there. Professor Luo, what should we do? The Japanese have infiltrated. I warned you long ago to prepare for urban combat. There's no choice now. Gather the players. This is where we step up. This kind of street fighting requires deploying specialized teams. Sigh. We've defended Jinling City for so long, and now it truly feels like it's about to fall. This is precisely why we must remember history and oppose war. If we can't hold it even with resurrection, how did our predecessors back then manage? They could only sacrifice their lives. Luo Chuan glanced at the crumbling southeast corner and sighed. Is street fighting really upon us? After holding out this long? Ugh, no choice. We're truly short on manpower and ammunition now. There's no other way. Do you understand what 3 breaches mean? Our forces are spread across 3 locations. The little bastards could concentrate their forces at any one point and break through immediately. Professor Luo seems to be organizing players into combat squads again. Guess we're switching to guerrilla tactics. All we can do now is try to wipe out every enemy that slips into the inner city. I think the Guanghua Gate campaign is nearing its end. Once the enemy infiltrates the city, it's nearly impossible to completely eradicate them. The city offers too many hiding spots. If they start coordinating attacks from inside and outside, it'll get even more complicated. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate position. Boom! Rat-a-tat. Reinforcements arrived from the southwest corner. Several grenades exploded at the breach in the city wall, instantly knocking the enemy soldiers attempting to break through to the ground with the blast wave. Their entrails mixed with blood flowed down the wall's rubble. Czech and Zhongzheng rifles nearby weren't idle either, unleashing fire directly at the remaining enemy soldiers in the breach. Brigade Commander, how's the situation? The regiment commander sent us to reinforce. As a voice like heavenly music rang out, every soldier in the southeast corner instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Some of the enemy forces have already infiltrated. The top priority now is to seal the breach. Manhwa addressed the reinforcing soldiers beside him. Yes, sir. Phew. Finally finished repelling this wave of the Little Day's attack. Teacher Luo, I'm back. Ha. So, did you miss me? I hear we're going to use that Chunhua Town tactic again, right? Sigh, these city walls still aren't sturdy enough. Su Yuan, now clad in standard German military attire, ran toward the player-composed squad with her signature sweet smile. Ahem, Professor Luo, I'm back too. The anti-tank artillery company is running low on shells. We don't need that many people anymore. I'm back. Are we still using the same tactics as in Chunhua Town? Yu Zishu had also switched roles, transitioning from artillery in the anti-tank battery to infantry. Yo! Rare guest. Isn't this our cowardly director Yu? The anti-tank artillery company doesn't need that many people anymore, so you're the only one who came out. Didn't you do much, huh? What kind of talk is that? Coward? I blew up every single Type 94 tank and howitzer position the little Japs had. That's called being useful, okay? Ha? Played a role? You blew up those tanks and mortar positions all by yourself? You must have been bored stiff hanging around in the rear, practically growing lice by now. Here we go again. That familiar feeling of the Chunhua Town campaign. Director used quite the character, clearly scared out of his wits but refusing to admit it, stubborn as a steel pipe. Is the classic player squad finally back in action? But the current situation isn't looking good. Still, guerrilla tactics hold an advantage in urban combat. If this keeps up, we'll run out of ammo and supplies in less than 2 days. Sigh. Fang Yu, you're inhuman. Watching this defensive battle has left me mentally unstable. Seems like it's finally nearing its end. Sigh. Hope everyone can escape this misery soon. Every time someone on our side falls, it makes my heart skip a beat. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. This battle will end by December 13th at the latest. The enemy's infiltration will only accelerate. It's simply unsustainable. Tomorrow's street fighting will be even tougher and our ammunition is running low. But that's only natural. This battle was always a bloody chapter in history, hard to change. Fang Yu watched as the enemy infiltrated the city walls from the southeast corner and shook his head. The Battle of Guanghua Gate would conclude in 2 days at most. The defensive failure would culminate in the massacre of 300,000 civilians. Then, the judges, audience, and players would witness the blood and tears of that era once more. Chapter 48, Guerrilla Warfare, Yu Zishu's Luck. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanghua Gate fortifications. Enough bickering. Do you really have time for this now? Use that time to kill a few more enemy soldiers instead. Luo Chuan watched Yu Zishu and Su Yuan exchange barbs the moment they met, his brow furrowing deeply. Rest assured, Teacher Luo. I'm not the same person I was back then. Killing those little bastards? It's a piece of cake. Su Yuan picked up the gleaming black Type 56 rifle beside him, deftly gripping the bolt with one hand. A confident smile touched his lips as he addressed Luo Chuan. 1st Battalion, begin inspecting the building complexes near Guanghua Gate in waves. Remember, never act alone. Your comrades beside you are the only ones you can trust. The rest of you remain stationed at the breach. No unnecessary movement. No sooner had Su Yuan finished speaking than the brigade commander's orders echoed through the air. Teacher Luo, let's team up. I've never done urban combat before. Sounds pretty interesting. Yeah, fighting in these buildings feels different. We'll just search each one systematically. Is it really that difficult? Doesn't it just mean driving the enemy out of the buildings and eliminating them? I advise you to abandon that notion. Don't underestimate the little bastards. The greatest danger in urban warfare is the element of surprise. You never know what lurks inside a building. As the brigade commander's orders were issued, all the players got a little excited and started discussing tactics for the street fighting. You head to the buildings on the left side of Jinling City. We'll take the right. Remember what the brigade commander said, allocate your forces wisely. Never search a building with fewer than 2 people. Stay calm if you encounter anything. Luo Chuan surveyed the surrounding buildings and began assigning personnel. With so many buildings around, it'll be impossible to find the enemy hiding in the dark. Given how pitch black it is, shouldn't we wait until dawn? Don't be ridiculous. Wait until daylight? By then, the enemy will likely have infiltrated our lines from within and without. We'll be completely overwhelmed. Searching slowly will take forever. Plus, who knows how the other 2 gaps are holding up? The enemy rotating their forces for concentrated attacks feels impossible to defend against. Our reinforcements are running themselves ragged, shuttling back and forth. Alright, let's focus on Professor Luo and Su Yuan's group. With Professor Luo leading, I think we can hold our ground. Jinling City, southeast corner of Guanhua Gate, right side building complex. The buildings, ravaged countless times by the little days howitzers and aircraft, resembled corpses torn apart by beasts, covered in wounds of every kind. Once intact structures now bore gaping holes of varying sizes from artillery fire. The air thick with the choking stench of gunpowder, smoke, and blood. Howitzers, bombers, tanks, field guns, such relentless barrages would crush even iron-walled structures. Luo Chuan couldn't help but sigh as he led the group of players to inspect the buildings on the right. Form groups of 2 or 3. Start searching the surrounding buildings in a scattered pattern. Be careful no one goes alone. All players began searching the surrounding buildings in small groups, moving through the pitch-black night. Teacher Luo, look at that house over there. It seems relatively intact. Should we go inside and take a look? Su Yuan was surprised to discover a building that hadn't been reduced to rubble like the others, despite the relentless bombardment of little days. She spoke as she walked over. Yu Zishu and Luo Chuan quickly followed suit. Su Yuan pushed open the door of the visibly aged structure. Squeak! The creak of the ancient wooden door echoed jarringly in the silent night. Under the shroud of darkness, only faint traces of discarded timber and shrapnel from artillery strikes were visible. Sigh. How could there not even be a single light source? Seeing the pitch-black interior, Su Yuan nervously patted her chest and muttered to herself. After several deep breaths, she gathered her courage and stepped inside. Luo Chuan stood at the doorway, holding an old-fashioned battery-powered flashlight. He stared in astonishment as Su Yuan walked straight inside. Wait, hold on. What do you mean there's no light? You have a flashlight and you're not using it? Ha? Flashlight? What's that? Professor Luo, I've never seen one before. Ahem. Professor Luo, to be honest, I've never seen a flashlight either. What era is that from? Seeing Su Yuan and Yu Zishu staring at him with puzzled expressions, Luo Chuan froze for a moment. After a few seconds, he realized it made sense they hadn't studied much history and wouldn't know about flashlights. After all, the world today had no use for such things. Here. Without further ado, Luo Chuan flipped the plastic switch on the flashlight. Instantly, a blinding white beam of light erupted. The pitch-black room was flooded with the blinding white light, causing Su Yuan to instinctively shield her eyes. Not bad. Pretty bright. Su Yuan's courage surged as she watched the flashlight's beam. But she didn't notice that after entering, the door to an inconspicuous little room on the left of the first floor had quietly closed. There doesn't seem to be much to see on the first floor anyway, just scattered wooden furniture and building debris shattered by little days shells. Teacher Luo, shall we check out the second floor? After roughly surveying the room's layout, Su Yuan addressed Luo Chuan. Yeah, Teacher Luo, the first floor feels pretty small and there's not much to see. Luo Chuan had intended to examine the surroundings more carefully, but upon hearing Su Yuan and Yu Zishu's voices, he reconsidered. If the little days were here, they would have shown themselves by now. No one noticed the inconspicuous little room tucked away in the left corner. The second floor rooms were slightly larger, furnished with a few worn wooden pieces. Yet, likely due to long disuse, a musty odor hung in the air. Yu Zishu's eyes flickered with curiosity as he spotted the wooden cabinets and chests arranged in the room's center. He walked toward a chest of drawers about as tall as a person. Wait a minute. The moment Luo Chuan shone his flashlight on the cabinet, something felt off. The small cabinet beside it stood wide open, yet the large wooden cabinet remained tightly shut. Clang! The words barely left his mouth when 2 Type 38 rifles, gleaming coldly, instantly pierced through the cabinet door, stopping mere inches from his nose. Yu Zishu, having been out of close combat for so long, found his mind blank. Staring at the bayonets mere inches from his face, an instinctive fear washed over him. Bang! Luo Chuan snapped out of it and fired his Zhongjing rifle at the cabinet door, but Zayaraizi had already smashed through the door and emerged. Yu Zishu finally snapped out of it and tried to fire, but it was too late. A cold, gleaming bayonet pierced his abdomen. Splatter! The bayonet pierced through his body. Damn it, why is it always me? Yu Zishu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chapter 49, Large-Scale Invasion, Full-Scale Street Fighting begins. Jinling City, Guanhua Gate position, southeast corner, right-hand building complex. Put. Damn it, why is it always me? The bayonet pierced Yu Zishu's body, followed by a burst of curses. Bang! Su Yuan stifled a chuckle as he fired at another enemy beside Yu Zishu. The bullet struck the man's knee, sending him crashing to his knees. Luo Chuan promptly followed up with a shot to the head. The two then raised their guns, aiming at the thug who had stabbed Yu Zishu in the chest with a bayonet. Seeing the situation turn against him, the nearby thug yanked out the bayonet, hoisted Yu Zishu up, and held him as a shield in front of himself, spewing incomprehensible gibberish. No one stays unlucky forever unless his name is Yu Zishu. I think we should give Director Yu his own title or achievement, Battlefield Lucky Star. Ha, Director Yu, rest easy now. It's fine, the pain is fleeting. Teacher Luo and Goddess Yuan, hurry up and shoot. Damn it, you've snatched all the bamboo shoots from the mountain. Look at Director Yu's pale face, can you really stand to see that? I sure as hell can. See? He started talking tough and now karma's served. Didn't you Director say he wasn't afraid to die? Now's your chance to prove it, show them. I was actually feeling pretty down watching this fight, but you guys just made me laugh out loud. I can't take it anymore. Jinling City, Guanghua Gate position, southeast corner, right-hand building complex. Su Yuan's face flushed crimson as she watched Yu Zishu held at gunpoint by Xiao Ri. She was truly helpless now. Shooting was out of the question, yet not shooting meant the standoff would drag on indefinitely. Yu Zishu stared at the wound Xiao Ri had stabbed through him. Blood gushed down his uniform, a searing pain piercing his body. Damn it, I'll take my chances. Better to suffer a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out agony. After a moment's hesitation, he slammed his head backward with all his might. Xiao Ri, distracted by his own injuries, had been focused on Luo Chuan and Su Yuan. He never expected Yu Zishu to deliver such a brutal blow at this critical moment. Thud! The sound of bone striking bone echoed loudly in the silent night. Xiao Ri staggered from the impact, his nasal cartilage severely damaged. Blood trickled down his cheeks, making him look rather comical. Luo Chuan and Su Yuan seized the moment, immediately pulling the triggers of their Type 56 assault rifles. Bang! Bang! With two gunshots, Little Day collapsed to the ground. Oh, Director Yoyu, not bad. Proved yourself in the clutch. But what happened to that wound? So careless. Look at all that blood. Su Yuan delivered her customary teasing remark. But despite the teasing, her hands never stopped moving. She swiftly tore off a clean piece of leg wrap cloth and began expertly bandaging Yu Zishu's wound. Just be thankful I was a medic. Otherwise, you'd be lying here waiting for someone to finish you off. Oomph. Yu Zishu had no strength left to retort. The force of his earlier impact had caused the bayonet wound to reopen, the pain turning his face ashen. Enough of this useless chatter. Su Yuan, finish the bandaging quickly, we need to move to the next building. Director Yu, you're in no condition to continue. You should head to the temporary medical station to rest first. Yu Zishu gave Luo Chuan a weak nod, tacitly agreeing. Just as Luo Chuan turned to leave, he sensed something amiss. A new shadow appeared in the beam of the flashlight cast upon the wall. The shadow, bayonet in hand, flashed cold steel and lunged toward Su Yuan's throat. It was too late to fire a shot. In that split second, Luo Chuan lunged to grab the bayonet thrust toward Xiao Rizi. Thud! The bayonet pierced through his palm, blood dripping from his open hand. Su Yuan, standing nearby, turned instantly at the sound. Seeing Luo Chuan's palm pierced by the sudden attack from the Little Day soldier, she froze in shock. What to do? Grabbing her gun now was impossible. The next second, illuminated by the flashlight, she saw the ground littered with shards of rock shattered by artillery fire. Before the enemy soldier could make his next move, she swiftly grabbed a large, sharp stone from the ground and thrust it with all her might toward the enemy's neck. Though not as sharp as a bayonet, the pointed stone could still pierce the enemy's vulnerable neck. Thud! Blood spattered instantly. Luo Chuan seized the moment, tossing the nearby Zhongzheng rifle to Yu Zishu with his free hand. The distance was perfect for a shot. Bang! Yu Zishu had been ready the moment he saw Luo Chuan pick up the rifle. He caught it, aimed directly at the Japanese soldier's chest, and fired. Already severely wounded, the soldier collapsed instantly under the second shot. Phew! That scared the hell out of me, Teacher Luo. Where did that little bastard come from? He was completely silent. Now you understand why urban warfare is so brutal. You never know how many enemies lurk in a building or how they'll ambush you. Sigh. I hope they can hold the breach a little longer. Once those bastards breach the city gates, it'll be hell to fight them. Luo Chuan gritted his teeth against the pain in his palm, his voice tinged with resignation. Jinling City, northwest corner of Guanghua Gate. Captain, do we have any remaining ammunition? Myself and the other soldiers are completely out. The scout beside him addressed the battalion commander. Their ammunition was truly running critically low. There's barely any ammunition left in all of Jinling City now. If it comes down to it, we'll fix bayonets. I'll die here at this breach in the city gate if I must. Everyone listen, as long as we have breath left, we fight to the bitter end. Yes, sir. We will complete the mission. All the warriors shouted in unison. No sooner had the words left their mouths than another wave of enemies began breaking through the breach. Those with bullets, fire them all. Those without, charge with me. The company commander bellowed in a thunderous voice, leading the charge toward the enemy infantry at the breach. Every soldier's face was set with resolve, prepared to use their very bodies as a shield to defend the breach in Guanghua Gate. Clang! Put! The clang of bayonets against rifle butts and the wet thud of blades piercing flesh echoed relentlessly. Yet the Japanese weren't here to fight. Many simply burst through the breach and sprinted into the surrounding buildings. Commander! The Japanese aren't engaging us in close combat. Many have already slipped into the surrounding buildings. We're outnumbered and can't handle them all. Damn it! That bastard Littledays only knows how to use these dirty tricks. Deal with the ones at the breach first. We'll clean up the infiltrators later, one by one. Chapter 50, the day before the conclusion of the Guanghua Gate campaign. 3 a.m., December 12, 1937. Guanghua Gate position. Smoke hung low in the night sky. Every soldier's eyes were bloodshot, legs heavy as lead, each step feeling like dragging sandbags. Ears, battered by relentless artillery, buzzed incessantly. Vision blurred so severely that distant flames appeared as mere flickering patches of color. Guanghua Gate position, southeast corner of the city wall. Hold on, everyone. As long as one of us remains standing, we'll fight the little bastards to the bitter end. If they want to take Jinling City, they'll have to step over our dead bodies. The brigade commander leaned against the southeast wall, gasping for breath. His fingers, stiff from prolonged trigger holding, were blistered at the web, and his face and body were smeared with blood. Brigade commander, the breaches at the southeast corner, southwest corner, and northwest corner have all been breached. Enemy infantry have already infiltrated Jinling City, and our soldiers' ammunition is nearly depleted. The reconnaissance soldier beside him began reporting the latest battle situation and recommendations for the defense. The brigade commander surveyed the soldiers around him, their spirits drained to the absolute limit, and clenched his fist. No! I really don't think we can hold it anymore. Damn it, I'm going to the front lines. With so many infiltrating the city now, it's truly hopeless unless reinforcements arrive or some game-changing weapon appears, but that's pure fantasy. This defense feels like it's nearing its end. Fang Yu has truly taught us a lesson, making us understand the cruelty and reality of history. This campaign is much larger and more comprehensive than the Chunhua Town battle. Hopefully Fang Yu will release a game compilation soon, with other campaigns added as updates later. Every inch of land, every drop of blood. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. Defeat isn't terrifying. Everyone gave their absolute best. You're all heroes. As the defensive battle neared its end, all spectators outside the field began discussing the brutality of the fight. You go with the others to clear out the light infantry in the city's buildings. I'll stay here with the remaining fighters to hold the breach. At the southeastern breach of the Guanghua Gate position, the brigade commander wiped his bloodshot eyes with his sleeve. With a resolute expression, he gave the order to the remaining force of less than 100 men. Yes, sir. Guanghuaman position, southeast corner wall complex. Bang! With a crack of gunfire, the bullet shot out like a fiery tongue from the barrel, streaking toward the chest of the last Japanese soldier in the room. Blood spurted from the soldier's mouth. Clutching his rifle barrel, he collapsed with a look of bitter resignation in his eyes. Teacher Luo, why do I feel like there are more and more of these little bastards in the city? That house just now had 5 of them hiding inside. Su Yuan cycled the bolt of her Type 56 rifle, ejecting a golden-hued shell casing to the side. Her face clouded with confusion as she turned to ask Luo Chuan. How much longer do you think the soldiers at the breach in the city wall can hold out? What do you mean? With each veteran we lose, our numbers dwindle. We're already short-handed and running low on ammo. How fast do you think the little bastards will infiltrate the city? Is that so? I see. Then we can only try to clear out as many of those little devils from the buildings as possible to ease the pressure on the front lines. But I'm running low on bullets now, so I'll have to switch to their guns. By now, many breaches have likely devolved into bayonet fights. Using these is already pretty good, right? Guanghuaman position, northwest corner breach. Thud. As the sound of a bayonet-piercing flesh echoed, the battalion commander beside him widened his bloodshot eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain of the bayonet piercing his own body, he yanked the bayonet from the muzzle of his Zhongjing rifle. With a backhand thrust, he drove it into the Japanese soldier's skull with every ounce of strength left in him, letting out a final, furious roar. Damn it, I've killed 8 of those little Japs in the past few days. This makes my life worth it. Thud. Before his words faded, several cold steel Type 38 bayonets pierced his chest. A searing pain shot through him as blood dripped from his uniform. His eyes flashed with defiance, yet he did not fall. Even in death, I'll stand tall. The battalion commander knelt upon the soil of China. His pupils began to dilate as blood stained the earth beneath him. Until his last breath, he never retreated a single step. Battalion commander. No. Damn it, sands in my eyes again. This is what it means to build a nation with flesh and blood. This is it. Damn it, this happens every time. Fang Yu, come out and die. My family's running out of tissues. Stop stabbing me, I'm too fragile. Sigh. There's no way around it. It's too hard to defend. Our predecessors poured their blood and passion onto this land, yet it couldn't bridge the gap in equipment. Reality is truly brutal. It's okay, veterans. Your sacrifices are etched in our hearts and minds. China is now the strongest nation on Blue Star. We won't let you down. Guanghua Gate Stronghold, Southwest Wall Breach. Put. The familiar sound of a bayonet-piercing flesh echoed. The enemy soldier attempting to breach the gap was impaled through the heart by the bayonet of a Zhongjing rifle. A broadsword with a crimson ribbon flashed coldly as the regiment commander severed the infantryman's head. Looking at the dwindling number of soldiers left, he sighed silently. Now they had no bullets left, and their numbers were dwindling. He had no idea how the battles at the other two breaches were faring. December 12, 1937, 4 a.m. Southeast corner of the Guanghua Gate position. The roar of engines jolted most of the soldiers awake. The sound of Japanese Type 94 tanks. Brigade commander, Japanese tanks seem to have reached the outer walls. The scout beside him reacted first, reporting to the brigade commander. All men, hear my order. Form 3-man assault squads, each trio armed with broadswords, entrenching tools, and firearms, and use our last resources to defend Jingling City. Surveying the 100-strong force around him, Brigade Commander Manhwa issued his final orders. Commander, I still have one last bundle of cluster grenades. Cover me, I'll jump straight off the city wall. The battalion commander of the 1st Battalion addressed the remaining soldiers with a resolute expression. Commander, let me go. My entire village was slaughtered by the Japanese. I'm alone now, let me go. A young soldier who looked barely 22 gathered his courage, his voice trembling slightly. Though death held an instinctive terror for him, he set everything aside for the sake of his homeland. How old are you? Send you? You still have to get married and start a family, you've got a long road ahead. Besides, do you even know where the explosives are? Let me go. An old sergeant from the engineer platoon cut him off. You bastards think you can defy orders? I said let me go. Shut the hell up. The battalion commander roared with a hint of resolve, while the other soldiers were already weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 51, Sacrifice, Tanks Enter the City. December 12, 1937, 4:10 a.m., southeast corner of the city wall. You bastards think you can disobey orders? I said I'm going. Shut the hell up. The company commander's roar echoed out, while the other soldiers were already weeping uncontrollably. Let the battalion commander go. You all compose yourselves. There's a tough battle ahead. Stop arguing. The brigade commander, suppressing his grief, addressed the remnant force of fewer than 100 men. Seeing the brigade commander speak, the other soldiers fell silent. Their lips trembled slightly, and began wiping the bayonets attached to their Zhongjing rifles. Boom! The roar of tanks grew louder as they approached the city walls. Every soldier's gaze hardened, steeled for a final, desperate stand. The battalion commander concealed himself on the southeast corner of the city wall. The tank's roar pierced the silent night, sounding all the more jarring. The cold air carried the mingled scent of engine oil and gunpowder. He exhaled a puff of white vapor and rubbed his hands together. Then he gripped the last bundle of cluster grenades in his hand. The cap on the tail grenade had long been removed, exposing the white pull tab and fuse, waiting only for Zairizzi to drive the tank through the breach in the wall. Boom! The tank's roar seemed close at hand, yet the soldiers below the walls hadn't given the signal. The 13-meter-high wall was, frankly, a gamble, a high chance of instant death. Thud! The battalion commander's heartbeat quickened. In a daze, he seemed to see the scene from the day he left home. As his mother stuffed 3 hard-boiled eggs into his bundle. He sniffed hard, but the scent of eggs vanished. All that filled his nostrils now was the acrid smell of gunpowder and smoke. Charge, everyone! A fierce roar and the blare of the charge horn snapped him back to reality. It's time for me to move. The battalion commander watched as Shaori's Type 94 tank reached the breach. Its gun barrel and Type 92 heavy machine gun swiveling relentlessly in search of targets. Boom! Rat-a-tap-tap. The sound of tank fire synchronized with the Type 92 heavy machine gun echoed. Now! He pulled the pin on the cluster grenade and leaped from the southeast corner of the city wall. Thud! The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thankfully, he wasn't dead on the spot. A relieved smile touched his lips. Yet the searing pain of shattered bones and internal injuries made the battalion commander suck in a sharp breath. He was only holding on now thanks to the adrenaline kicking in. Gritting his teeth to shove the cluster grenade beside the tank's tracks. The moment he completed the action, his consciousness began to blur and his breaths grew shorter and shorter. You coward! Get up and feed the ammunition chain. His platoon sergeant's furious roar from basic training flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. The solemn promise he made before deployment to take his daughter sightseeing after this battle would surely go unfulfilled. Now he couldn't even make out the color of the nearby artillery fire. But he had no regrets. For the nation's territory, for the safety of 300,000 people, his sacrifice was worth it. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward. The powerful blast wave hurled mud, Sand and rocks in all directions, the shockwave reverberating painfully through the eardrums of nearby soldiers. The blast's shockwave struck the tank's tracks directly. The track links instantly disengaged, connecting pins shattered, gears spinning freely at the fractures, emitting a shrill, grinding screech. Success! The battalion commander sacrificed his life to delay the Japanese advance. The later stages of the defense battle were brutal. Everyone was trading their lives for every inch of Chinese soil. Honestly, what moved me most was the battalion commander's line, "You bastards think you can disobey orders, huh?" He ordered all soldiers to retreat, then single-handedly traded his life for the enemy tank. This round of the production contest has already decided the winner. No need to say more. This kind of soulful, vibrant NPC already blows everyone else out of the water, let alone the level of detail and quality. Seriously, Fang Yu, what kind of god are you? This game feels like the spirit of a master returned to create it. But this constant losing is driving me to the brink. Whether it's the prologue at Chunhua Town or the defense of Guanhua Gate, this feeling is just too painful. A game that stays true to history is a great game. Historically, we lost this defense battle too. But even in defeat, we stood tall and fought with honor. Let the little bastards know that Chinese people aren't to be trifled with. December 12, 1937, early morning, southeast corner of the city wall. Colonel, I have a bad feeling. If tanks have breached this gap, could the same happen at other gaps? Enough. That's not your concern now. The Japanese tanks are destroyed. Take your men to clear the battlefield and resupply ammunition. Anhwa leaned against the wall, dark circles under his eyes, resting briefly. The night of commanding operations had left his body utterly exhausted. He now lacked even the strength to utter another word. Guanhua Gate, southeast corner wall complex. Bang! The whistling of Type 38 rifle bullets filled the air. Luo Chuan shook his head as he watched the death notifications for Yu Zishu and Su Yuan flash by. Teacher Luo, how many buildings is this already? My head's spinning. This street fighting is way too tough. Plus, the respawn time seems longer now. Ugh, this is so annoying. Su Yuan blinked sleepily after respawning, her lips curling in a pout as she spoke with a hint of grievance. Resurrection itself defies common sense. The longer respawn time is probably tied to the number of deaths. So be more careful. Remember the Chunhua Town battle? Total casualties meant game over. This feels the same to me. But this time, there's an extra stronghold right in the middle of Jinling City during the defense battle. Did you guys notice it? Stronghold? Oh, I saw it on the map. I know how these work. Based on my experience playing over 10,000 games, once it's captured, we're probably screwed. Based on my years as a game director, you've actually gotten one thing right. The game rules actually mention it too. Yu Zishu studied the stronghold at the map's center and nodded in agreement with Su Yuan. Guanhua Gate stronghold, southwest corner breach in the city wall. Splatter! Another Japanese soldier's arm was severed by a sharp machete. The regiment commander's uniform and blade were drenched in blood, looking as if he'd just emerged from a slaughterhouse. The blade's hue seemed to merge with the crimson ribbon tied to it. Hold the line. Dawn is breaking, visibility is improving, stay focused. Once the Japanese wave ends, clear the battlefield immediately, we're desperately short on ammunition. Clang! The machete slipped from his grasp. The commander felt darkness pooling before his eyes as he collapsed to his knees. The aftereffects of relentless night combat had caught up with him, but now was no time for rest. Boom! Just as he struggled to rise, a piercing roar erupted near the breach. Chapter 52, Bombers Drop Surrender Letters. December 12, 1937, dawn. Southwest corner of the city wall. The December weather mirrored the spirits of Nanjing's defenders, bitterly cold and piercing. Blasts of frigid wind swept across their cheeks, stinging like knife cuts. Boom! A shrill roar erupted near the breach. Damn it, that sound was all too familiar. The regiment commander by the city wall cursed under his breath at the sound of the tank's roar, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Everyone! We've got work to do. That sound? Definitely the Japanese Type 94 tanks prowling outside the walls. We're out of shells now, no artillery support. We'll have to resort to the most primitive methods. Are you scared? We'll defend our homeland to the death. As the regiment commander's words fell, all the remaining soldiers roared with unyielding faces. Clang! SSSSH. The next instant, an unexpected sound reached them from beyond the breach in the city wall. The tank had stopped. Ha! The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Could the little Japanese buggies have run out of fuel? That's ridiculous. How could that be? I reckon their battle plan changed. Maybe they're waiting for something else. Damn it, stop talking. I'm getting nervous. If they're gonna come, let them come already. I'd rather die taking a few of them with me. Whether they come or not, I'm dying of exhaustion. Why all this fancy nonsense? Players nearby began murmuring among themselves. Everyone, get ready. Those who picked up Xiao Ri's grenade earlier, use this time to assemble a cluster grenade as fast as you can. Adapt to the battlefield situation. The squad leader pondered for a while but couldn't figure out what Little Days was up to. He decided to have the fighters get combat ready first just in case. Boom! The bomber roared overhead with a shrill screech, filling the air with the acrid stench of gunpowder. Damn it, I knew it! ING bombers launching another sneak attack. Getting tricked every single day, but each time it's different. My patience is wearing thin. This is so damn annoying. Don't they ever get tired of pulling this crap? I'm seriously fed up. Let's find cover fast. Hearing the familiar sound of bombers approaching from afar, all players instinctively cursed in unison before swiftly seeking cover, every movement seamless and coordinated. The bombers circled the sky a few times before dropping only bundles of paper. As the packaging unfurled mid-air, snowflake-like sheets of paper cascaded down, fluttering and drifting in the biting wind. Some landed on shell-scarred buildings, others covered unburied soldiers' corpses, white paper with black ink pressing down on stiffened fingers. The bomber dropped something that didn't look like bombs this time. The scout beside him noticed the bomber dropping a pile of paper scraps covered in writing and asked curiously, "Ha? Did Fang Yu mess up the game design? The bomber's dropping the wrong stuff. Is the game glitching? Bombs turned into paper. Something's off. This game's details are usually flawless. How could they mess up here? Maybe he was too rushed at the end and didn't have time to polish the details, causing this glitch. Fang Yu, did you think the players in combat were too bored, so you added some gimmicks? China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Is this a bug or intentional plot? I'm confused. Such a basic error shouldn't happen, but now the tanks aren't moving and the bombers are dropping paper scraps. So weird. Even the wisest make mistakes. With the deadline looming, they likely didn't have time for a thorough final check. This kid finally slipped up and it's a fatal one. Wonder how this'll ripple through the plot. Hey! Finally, a glimmer of hope. I was ready to pack up and leave after this round. Ha! Just imagine how many points he'd lose if the plot got stuck here. Some players picked up the papers dropped by the little life bomber with a hint of curiosity. The first thing that caught their eyes was the 3 large characters at the top, surrender notice. All players froze in shock. Many rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things from staying up too late. The ultimatum demanded the surrender of the Huaxia forces, stating that if the Huaxia forces continued to resist, Jinling City would be engulfed in flames, its millennia-old cultural essence destroyed, and a decade of painstaking efforts reduced to nothing. Commander Kobayashi, representing the Japanese military, demanded the Chinese forces peacefully surrender Nanjing according to the stipulated procedures. Prisoners would be treated humanely, but resistance would be met with lethal force. And it was deliberately written in Chinese. After reading the contents above, all players were instantly consumed by rage. The Japanese had actually dropped surrender ultimatums by bomber. Almost the moment they finished reading, everyone tore the papers to shreds in their hands, erupting in furious curses. Some NPCs, unable to read, fell silent after players explained the contents. Weariness vanished from their eyes and faces as they gripped their Zhongjin rifles tightly. Comrades, if the little Japanese want us to surrender, they'll have to step over our dead bodies. Their cherry blossoms will be drenched in our blood sooner or later. The regiment commander picked up one of the Japanese surrender letters. After staring at it for a long moment, his pupils began to fill with blood. His fingers trembled, and in the next second, he used his blood-soaked machete to cleave the surrender letter in two. He then addressed the soldiers. We'd rather die standing than live on our knees. The remaining soldiers shouted in unison. You bastards, I thought the game had glitched, but it turns out your brains are glitched. Surrender? Look at what you've done. I can't take it anymore. We were already fighting with rage boiling inside us, and now you come here with this in your face taunting? We'd rather die than take a single step back. Fang Yu, come out and die. How are we supposed to stomach this plot twist? Damn you, Little Days. Just wait till this game launches, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Sigh. Feels like a faint sense of helplessness. The walls are breached, and Little Days infiltrating is one thing, but now they're messing with our heads? Too sneaky. Guanghua Gate, southeast corner of the city wall. Everyone, calm down. This is just the little bastards trying to disrupt our battle focus. Ignore them. After reading the Japanese surrender ultimatum, the brigade commander remained expressionless, his demeanor unchanged. But his lips trembled slightly, and his tightly clenched fingers had dug deep into his palms. His inner turmoil didn't match his outward calm. Brigade commander, the northwest breach is now unmanned. The battalion commander was killed in close combat with the little bastards while defending the gap yesterday. Brigade commander, a Type 94 tank has also halted at the southwest breach, though it hasn't breached yet. The scouts' reports came one after another. Chapter 53, Final Phase of the Defense. December 12, 1937, morning. The southeastern corner of the Guanghua Gate wall complex. Whoa! It looks like snow is falling from the sky. Wait, no, what is this? Su Yuan watched as white objects drifted down from the sky, a flicker of excitement crossing her face. Then she realized it wasn't snow. Picking up a piece of white paper that had landed beside the buildings, she examined it curiously. 1 minute later. Rip. Crinkle. The sound of paper tearing echoed. Su Yuan's face flushed crimson with anger, her eyes burning with intense resentment and stubbornness. Ha! What's the matter? Did it expose some little secret of yours? Yu Zishu watched Su Yuan tear into the papers dropped by the bomber with reckless abandon, her chest heaving as she muttered curses under her breath. You still have the nerve to laugh? Take a look yourself. Uncharacteristically, Su Yuan didn't mock him back. Pointing at the scattered white papers on the floor, her voice crackled with fury. What's the big deal? It's just some white paper being dropped. If you hadn't torn it up, I'd have thought Fang Yu's game production had a glitch. What's so interesting about it? When he saw the 3 characters surrender appeal printed on the paper, Yu Zishu's smile froze instantly. His mind went blank for a moment. What was this? He wiped his eyes with the clean sleeve of his military uniform. After confirming he hadn't misread it, his heart skipped a beat. Remembering the veterans who had fought and bled, the surrender letter in his hand felt like a hard slap across his face. Surrender? That. The more I read this surrender letter, the more pissed off I get. Rip. Rip. The familiar sound continued. Yu Zishu folded the surrender notice in half and began tearing it apart, scattering the pieces like ashes while cursing under his breath. What the hell are you doing? Got nothing better to do? Luo Chuan, fresh from revival, watched Su Yuan and Yu Zishu shredding paper beside the buildings and frowned deeply. The next second, he realized something was off. Where the hell did Jinling's stronghold get paper? What is this? Let me see. Yu Zishu remained silent, continuing to tear at the paper until only a sliver remained. Su Yuan, noticing Luo Chuan's return, picked up a relatively intact surrender notice from the warscarred, charred ground and handed it to him. 1 minute later. This is Xiao Rizi's psychological warfare ploy. Even if we surrendered, they'd still wipe us out completely. Don't let this surrender letter sway you too deeply. Steady your resolve and fight the final battle. Luo Chuan didn't lose his composure. As a history professor, he understood the little day's motives. Yet to say his resolve remained entirely unshaken would be untrue, though he could control himself. Sorry, Director Yu, you really made me laugh out loud. I know I shouldn't be laughing in this situation, but damn it, I just couldn't help myself. You're a real talent. What do you call this? A boomerang doesn't hurt until it hits you. Look at him now, can he even manage a smile? Honestly, I've been thinking if it means staying alive, maybe surrender isn't such a bad survival tactic. Better to live like a dog than die with dignity. Might as well throw in the towel now and figure out how to turn things around later. Surrender my ass. You're a ing beast. Our elders died defending this land, and you say like that? Better not let me find out where you live. Do you really think surrendering will spare you? You're being naive. I was just speaking off the cuff. Why are you guys so worked up? It's true, if we die, we lose everything. Surrendering doesn't mean we won't have chances later. Guanghua Gate, southeast corner of the city wall. The brigade commander stared at the sky and fields blanketed in paper, listening to the scout report one grim tiding after another. A shadow flickered across his eyes. Is there truly no way out? He asked himself. Inside the city, Xiao Ri's infantry had infiltrated the buildings en masse. Outside, field guns and tanks lay in wait. Even overhead, the rumble of bombers echoed intermittently. Enough. One step at a time. For now, just focus on doing what you can. The northwest corner had already fallen, and the enemy had likely infiltrated the city in large numbers. He decided to coordinate with the defenders in the buildings to clear out the enemy infantry that had breached the city walls. But the roar of the bombers drowned out the faint sound of tank tracks moving outside the city walls. Noon, December 12, 1937. Guanghua Gate, southwest corner of the city wall. Boom! Bombers screeched overhead with a piercing roar. Seeing the Huaxia forces refuse to surrender, the Japanese forces began relentless aerial bombardment. Clang! Amidst a piercing metallic clang, the Type 94 tanks at the breach in the southwest corner of the city wall started up. Commander, it seems there's more than one tank this time, 4 of them at once, damn it! The scout on the ramparts watched as the turrets of 4 Type 94 armored vehicles and their Type 92 machine guns swiveled relentlessly outside the walls, signaling a concentrated assault. His voice trembled as he reported. It was clear that while the bombing had paused to drop surrender notices, the enemy hadn't attacked, they'd simply concentrated all their firepower. Damn it, they really think we're made of steel. We can't fight them head on now. Let's head to the buildings and look for an opportunity. All the soldiers in the northwest corner have been killed. We can only use urban warfare to flank them now. Gripping his machete with its red ribbon tightly, the regiment commander issued orders to the few remaining soldiers around him, his voice thick with bitter determination. At the southeast corner of the city walls near Guanghua Gate, the brigade commander and the remaining soldiers were clearing out the last of the enemy infantry within the building complex. Bang! The crack of a Type 38 rifle echoed. Hidden behind a wooden door, Xiao Ri covered his bleeding wound as he collapsed to the ground. Struggling to retreat, he reached for the grenade strapped to his waist. But the nearby soldier didn't give him the chance, plunging a knife directly into the Japanese soldier's heart. Damn it, the little Japanese bastard really had a lot of bullets, but this Type 38 rifle feels like a curse to use. You should be grateful to have a gun at all, and you're still being picky. The street fighting did indeed provide them with a fair amount of firearms and ammunition. Whoa! Do you smell that? It's like gasoline, a really strong gasoline smell. Wait, what's that sound? It sounds like tank tracks. No way. You've got to be kidding me. How could tanks get into the city this fast? The two soldiers beside the building complex exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of unknown fear in the other's eyes. Outside the southeast corner of the buildings, 3 tanks' tracks crushed the war-scarred earth, kicking up clouds of dust. Type 92 machine gun belts slid rhythmically as tank guns mechanically swiveled, searching for targets. Chapter 54, Street Fighting, Flanking Assault. December 12, 1937, afternoon. Guanghua Gate, southeast corner city wall complex. Clang! 3 tanks' tracks crushed the war-scarred earth, kicking up dust. Type 92 machine gun belts slid, while tank cannons mechanically rotated, searching for targets. The clatter of metal tracks on the ground mingled with the shrill roar of tank engines, while a thick smell of gasoline wafted through the air. Damn it, we're screwed. These must be the little Japs' armored cars, and by the sound of it, there's more than one. I really can't figure this out. We hadn't gone far, so how did the little Japanese tanks get here so fast? Could it be that the little Japs had already concentrated their tanks and infantry when dropping those surrender leaflets by bomber? Now they're just pushing through the breach. This is it. I'm done for. How am I supposed to fight a tank-supported street battle? I'll be wiped out the moment I show my head. Guangwaman position, southeast corner, right-hand building complex. Professor Luo, there's a large building nearby with at least a dozen Japanese inside. They're defending it with 2 Type 92 machine guns. The crossfire is too dense. We've tried several times but can't break through. The scout beside him was reporting to Luo Chuan about the difficulties clearing the building complex. Su Yuan, Director Yu, the nearby buildings are almost cleared. Let's go check it out together. Guided by the scout, they quickly took a shortcut path to approach a damaged 3-story building. The first thing that caught their eye was a gaping hole nearly 2 meters wide on the top floor's side, blasted open by the enemy's 75mm field guns. The charred walls were riddled with dense clusters of bullet holes, and each floor had a large footprint. However, due to the artillery bombardment, the floor slabs had tilted to the left, and the bases of some concrete columns were fractured. Why don't we charge in together and check the situation inside first? We don't know what's inside right now. Rushing in would be dangerous. True, having too many people inside isn't ideal. Director Yu, you go in. The group of players hiding beside the building began chattering excitedly. Alright, check the map. There's a well-concealed house in the alley to the right on the flank of this building. Plus, machine gun fire has blind spots. Learn to use them to your advantage. As soon as Luo Chuan approached the building, he instinctively scanned the map, speculating where Little Day might be holding advantageous firing positions inside and which surrounding structures could be exploited. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a house on the flank that was quite close to the building in front of him. The scout and I will go check it out first. Everyone else, hold your fire. From the gap in the adjacent building, Luo Chuan used his binoculars to spot some of the enemy infantry positions and the location of their Type 96 light machine guns in the flanking house, though he couldn't see the entire layout. He considered the situation. The enemy's firepower was likely concentrated on the main entrance, evident from the direction of the 2 submachine guns. This meant a flanking assault from the side building had high potential for success. However, a direct flanking assault was impossible. Someone needed to draw fire at the main entrance. If they charged from the side, they would be spotted by the enemy infantry without fail, rendering the ambush point useless. Luo Chuan mentally mapped out a fairly detailed battle plan. Director Yu, I'm entrusting the feint at the front to you. I only assign such critical missions to key personnel, though of course, you won't be going alone. Ha, Director Yu, rest in peace. We'll miss you. Don't worry, it's just drawing fire. You won't necessarily die. Battlefield Lucky Star skill activated. Honestly, I can't think of anyone better suited for drawing fire than you. Ugh. This is brutal. Hope he's okay. No worries. Just stir things up on the front lines, no need to actually engage the enemy. Main entrance of the 3-story building in the southeast corner, right side of the complex. Yu Zishu, the scout, and several other players began preparing at their pre-assigned positions. The scout crawled forward to the main entrance, then rolled swiftly from the left side of the door to the right. Bang! 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 Rat-a-tat! Crossfire from rifles and Type 96 light machine guns instantly detected him. A volley of bullets erupted from the building, striking the damaged blue bricks at the doorway and sending blinding sparks flying. The scout snatched a grenade from the corpse of Little Day and tossed it into the first floor of the building. As the explosion echoed, the crossfire inside intensified. Not enough. To prepare for a frontal assault, the scouts signaled to Yu Zishu and the other players. They began approaching the building from both sides, bayonets fixed on their Type 38 rifles. The next second, 6 Type 38 rifles with bayonets appeared from both sides of the doorway. Several players charged in, bellowing loudly while firing a few symbolic shots. Xiao Rizi, seeing 6 rifles appear at the doorway and hearing the shouts from outside, focused his attention almost entirely on the entrance. Luo Chuan and the others, seeing Xia Rizi's firepower drawn to the front, began slowly approaching the 3-story building from the wooden floorboards of the flanking structure. The floorboards, surviving the bombardment, were riddled with cracks and splinters. Everyone treaded carefully, fearing the floorboards might snap at any moment. The scout reached the rooftop first, observing a dozen or so little days below, their eyes fixed on the doorway as players created distractions in various ways. Within a minute, the rest of the team joined them on the rooftop. Listen up, the main crossfire from the enemy comes from those 2 Type 24 machine guns. We take out the gunners first, then execute the inside-outside coordination we planned. Roger. The 2 players on the roof with the sharpest aim slowly began targeting the enemy machine gunners. Sights aligned, breath held, trigger pulled. Bang! Bang! The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. Both Xiao Rizi machine gunners were struck in the head, tumbling headfirst from the rooftop. The Type 92 machine guns and their bodies crashed onto the first floor pavement, producing a jarring clang of metal and a dull thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. Xiao Rizi's attention had been focused entirely on the main entrance below. The sudden gunfire from the rooftop startled them. The riflemen, snapping back into action, prepared to return fire at the rooftop. But the rooftop players, experienced, tossed 2 grenades toward the densely clustered Xia Rizi infantry. You made your bed, now lie in it. Boom! Before they could retaliate, some infantry were instantly wounded. A few Little Days soldiers tried to pick up the machine gun on the ground to fight back, but the warriors who had been harassing them at the entrance had already launched a full-scale assault. Caught in a pincer movement from inside and out, the enemy's numbers dwindled rapidly. However, many of our players were also taken out by the enemy's desperate last stand. Yuzishu watched the successful raid unfold and breathed a silent sigh of relief. This time, he'd finally survived unscathed. Bang! The next second, a Type 38 rifle bullet struck the wall near him, sending sparks flying and splattering his face. The acrid smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Damn it! Chapter 55, Tank Invasion. December 12, 1937, afternoon. Huanghua Gate, southeast corner of the city wall complex. A Type 38 bullet struck the wall near Yuzishu, sending sparks flying and splattering his face. The acrid smell of burning flesh instantly filled his nostrils. Damn it! Oh my! Our battlefield lucky charm truly lives up to his name. Look at this, what do you call it? That's reputation for you. Director, you will definitely be famous after this cross-century gaming tournament. That's why I usually avoid hanging too close to unlucky people. Playing games with Director you makes me fear blood splattering on me. Every mission ends with me either dying instantly or barely clinging to life. This time his luck held, though he only suffered a few scrapes. Director, you should just sit this battle out. Otherwise, my sense of humor and moral compass are going to be in a constant state of conflict. Truly the chosen one, even sparks from bullets ricocheting off walls can burn his face. Can you think of anyone unluckier? Of course there is. Don't forget the cabinet incident at midnight. That bayonet really had me in stitches. Ha, Director, you gotta admit this is the epitome of shamelessness. Seriously, first time I've seen someone get burned by bullet sparks on their face. Talk about luck. Su Yuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh hysterically at the scorched, asymmetrical patch of skin on Yuzishu's face. The other players nearby pretended not to notice the burn on Yuzishu's face. They turned their heads away, staring at the shattered stone on the ground. This rock is seriously tough. Enough already. Drawing attention at the main gate was dangerous, okay? Now I'm injured, and you're just standing here making snide remarks. Can you just be a decent human being? Sorry, Director, but that wound of yours? I'm just saying. This is never ending. Come help clean up the mess first. We got quite a haul this time. Luo Chuan sighed softly at Su Yuan's almost maniacal grin. For some reason, whenever the judges got together, trouble was bound to follow. Teacher Luo, Little Days got way too much ammo. We've already looted over 100 rounds from a dozen bodies, plus a dozen grenades. After finishing the search, Su Yuan set down the Type 38 rifle and happily weighed the bullets seized from the Little Days in the building complex in her left hand. Little Japan's bomber and field artillery shells were practically free. What's a few bullets and grenades? The gap in national development back then was just too vast. There was no way around it. But whatever, it's fine. Luo Chuan almost pointed out that even tons of ammunition wouldn't change the current battle situation, but seeing the players' excited expressions as they hauled away mountains of supplies from the Japanese soldiers, he held his tongue. Clang! A jarring clang of steel shattered the soldiers' excitement. Su Yuan peered curiously outside the building. Yuzishu's hand trembled, and the Type 38 rifle cartridge clattered to the floor with a sharp metallic clink. Luo Chuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Teacher Luo, something seems to be approaching outside. Could reinforcements be arriving? That sound isn't reinforcements. Quiet. Let me listen carefully. Something's wrong. That sound. Damn it. It's definitely the Japanese Type 94 tank. Damn it. By the sound of it, there's more than one. The soldiers guarding the breach in the city wall are most likely all down. Everyone, get ready. Players inside the building began discussing the situation. While this turn of events was somewhat expected, it still caught them off guard. The brigade commander and regiment commander have regrouped with the remaining fighters in the alley next door. Professor Luo, we should head over too. The breach is untenable now, we've got to make one last desperate stand. Just then, a scout burst through the doorway, panting heavily. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. The final stage of the defense battle had arrived. Veterans, you've done truly remarkable work. You show me what it means to bury bones in one's hometown when mountains of green are everywhere. Though he'd witnessed it countless times in simulations, Fang Yu still felt an overwhelming sense of reverence each time he saw the veterans fighting tooth and nail for Huaxia's territory. He silently cheered them on in his heart. At the same time, he marveled at how incredibly realistic this flesh and blood detail system had been crafted. December 12, 1937, afternoon. Guanghua Gate. An unmarked building within the alleyway adjacent to the southeast corner of the city wall complex. Colonel, conservative estimates indicate at least 6 tanks have breached the city walls and entered Nanjing, likely more. Additionally, nearly 1,000 Japanese infantry have entered through the breach, coordinating with the tanks in a combined arms assault. Our only option now is to use the building complex for cover against tank attacks and employ hit-and-run tactics, but it's incredibly difficult. The scout beside him briefly reported the current situation. Our numbers are dwindling. All soldiers must spread out. Concentrating forces risks devastating concentrated fire. Maximize the advantage of high ground and employ guerrilla tactics. Everyone has fought hard these past days. This is a critical moment for Jinling City's survival. I urge you to hold out until the very end. There is no shame in giving your life for this land. The brigade commander, hearing the roar of tank engines echoing through the surrounding alleys, issued his final order. Defend our homeland. Fight to the death. All remaining soldiers and players roared in unison, their voices booming. Teacher Luo, is it truly impossible to hold the line? The brigade commander's words make me want to cry. You already know the answer in your heart. There's no need to ask me. This defensive battle is a near impossible mission. Hold out until the very end, that's all that matters. Luo Chuan's brow furrowed. He had known from the start how difficult this battle would be. Holding out could only delay the enemy's advance, but forcing them to retreat was a mission bordering on impossible. Guanghua Gate position. The relentless roar of tank cannons and Type 92 heavy machine guns echoed ceaselessly, punctuated by the Japanese soldiers' distorted screams. All players watched helplessly as the dwindling list of NPCs vanished one by one. They could only relentlessly clear out the Japanese infantry to ease the pain in their hearts. Inside a building flanking the alley, the brigade commander and other soldiers were clearing out the last remaining infantry. The shrill roar of tank engines echoed intermittently through the alleyways. Brigade commander, the tank beside us seems to have spotted us. With the scout's warning, 2 Type 94 tanks appeared simultaneously, one blocking the left alley entrance, the other sealing off the rear exit. All retreat routes were cut off. Chapter 56, only the battlefield can solve it. Dying for the country, why bother with a horsehide shroud? December 12, 1937, afternoon. Guanghua Gate, alleyway to the right of the southeast corner city wall complex. The roar of tank engines filled the air, and the stench of gunpowder and engine oil hung heavy in the narrow alley. Colonel, the tank next to us seems to have spotted us. As the scout's voice rang out. Boom! Clang! 2 Type 94 tanks appeared, one at the left entrance, one blocking the rear exit, sealing off every retreat route within the alley. The clatter of metal tracks grinding to a halt echoed as tank barrels and Type 92 heavy machine guns whirred into position, scanning for targets. Everyone, scatter and take cover in the nearby buildings. A frontal assault is completely impossible under these circumstances. The brigade commander assessed the tanks flanking both sides and immediately issued his command. The moment his words fell, the soldiers nearby swiftly scattered, seeking cover within the cluster of buildings. Boom! In the next instant, the dull roar of tank fire echoed through the air. The second floors of 2 buildings on the right collapsed instantly under the tank shells, scattering debris and bricks across the ground. The dust from the explosions made the soldiers hiding on the first floor cough uncontrollably. Outside the buildings, over 100 enemy infantry emerged from both sides of the alleyway beside the tanks, beginning to systematically search each structure within the alley. The tank guns and Type 92 heavy machine guns at the alley entrance had already locked down every exit and entrance of the buildings, waiting only for the soldiers to be flushed out by the Japanese troops searching the buildings before opening fire. I can't watch this anymore. Those damn Japanese bastards, they're animals. What's the difference between this and shooting live targets? See? I told you to surrender first. At least you'd survive and get a chance to fight back instead of suffering like this. And honestly, is that old history really that important? We're still number 1 in the world now. Getting beaten by the little Japanese back then was just embarrassing. It makes me so damn angry. I'll put up 10,000 huaxia coins. Anyone willing to take out that bastard up there? Generous rewards guaranteed afterward. I'll add another 10 grand. Damn it, our forefathers fought bloody battles for so long, and you say it's a bit embarrassing? You're the one who's embarrassing. If you'd been on the battlefield back then, you probably wouldn't even have been able to stand. You've got some nerve shouting here. You're overestimating him. A guy like that would have been a ing rarity back then. Battlefield? Today I've truly seen the diversity of species. This guy wouldn't dare play the Jinling defense campaign even on easy mode with cheats. What do you expect him to do? Go home and check if your face is still there. What a disgrace to our nation. Inside the building on the right side of the alley, the brigade commander and several soldiers were observing the situation outside. The current circumstances had solidified his resolve. Thud. 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 A flurry of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Commander, are those reinforcements from other buildings? On the first floor, a soldier who looked barely 20 flashed a faint smile. After all, when he'd taken cover in the building complex, he hadn't seen the 100 or so enemy infantry at the alley entrance. Impossible. If soldiers from other buildings had come, they would have engaged the Japanese in firefight. Did you hear any gunfire? Besides, those heavy footsteps clearly indicate a large group. With our current scattered guerrilla tactics, it's impossible for so many to enter at once. True. My brain's been fogged by days of fighting. It must be the Japanese infantry starting their search. Sigh. What was I even hoping for? Hearing the brigade commander's words, the youthful face of the soldier beside him flashed with shattered hope. He understood everything, yet at 17, he still clung to childlike illusions in such moments. Fear of death is human instinct. The brigade commander glanced at his youthful face, a flicker of reluctance crossing his own. Hide up in the ceiling of the second level. Remember, no matter what you see or hear, don't make a sound. If you get a chance to survive, remember to help us finish the journey. Yes, you're still young unlike us old men. You have a long road ahead of you. I have a letter here. If you survive, bring it back for me. Tell my parents their son did not disgrace them, nor did he disgrace China. The other soldiers nearby nodded in agreement, all signaling for him to hide on the second floor. Seeing the encouraging looks in their eyes, his nose began to sting. Tears welled up and spilled over his eyelids. His legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to move. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Don't forget our letter. The other soldiers around him began urging him on, almost jokingly. Hide yourselves. Those with extra ammo, take out a few of the invaders first, seize some weapons and ammunition. Before leaving, try to take down as many of them as possible. After watching the soldier, barely 20 years old, ascend the stairs, the brigade commander addressed the troops scattered and concealed on the first floor. Squeak! No sooner had he spoken than several soldiers in khaki uniforms cautiously entered through the doorway and began searching. Bang! The brigade commander watched as the Japanese soldier farthest left on the first floor continued inspecting a side cabinet. Seizing the moment, he aimed at the soldier's head and swiftly pulled the trigger of his box magazine pistol. The soldier on the left collapsed instantly. The others, still searching elsewhere, reacted in a split second. A volley of Type 38 rifle bullets flew toward their position. But the other soldiers positioned in crossfire also reacted, returning fire at the Japanese soldiers. The next second, the rattling of the light machine gun at the entrance echoed. Over a dozen Japanese soldiers poured in, forming dense crossfire. The rumble of tanks also began approaching the buildings lining the alley. The sound of bullets tearing through flesh echoed constantly. Many soldiers fell in the firefight with the enemy, who replenished their ranks so rapidly that the defenders couldn't even collect the ammunition the enemy dropped. Thud! The brigade commander rose again to fire, but his attempt to return to cover was a split second too late. A bullet struck him in the waist. Drops of blood fell onto the floor covered in dust and gravel. Brigade commander! Commander, are you okay? The other soldiers nearby instantly paled, their voices filled with urgency as they tried to rush over. But the brigade commander raised his hand to stop them, reaching over to grab a grenade from the nearby corpse of a Japanese soldier. Watching the Japanese infantry slowly advance toward his cover, he closed his eyes. These past days, witnessing comrades slaughtered by the Japanese invaders and our homeland gradually occupied, he had long prepared himself. As the Japanese soldier's figure drew nearer, a flicker of release crossed the brigade commander's eyes. To die for one's country on the battlefield is enough. Why need a horsehide shroud to carry the body home? He shouted these words with his last ounce of strength, then slammed the grenade he held onto the ground. Boom! Chapter 57, Farewell, Seniors. December 12, 1937, afternoon. Guanghua Gate. An unmarked building in the alleyway to the right of the southeast corner wall complex. Boom! As the Type 97 fragmentation grenade detonated, the blast wave instantly sent shrapnel flying in all directions. 7 or 8 soldiers standing near the brigade commander were instantly engulfed by the grenade's shockwave and fragments, their blood flowing across the gravel-strewn, dust-covered ground. Fragments of the triangular star emblem fluttered in the wind, carrying the brigade commander's last hope. Brigade commander! Brigade commander! Damn it, you bastards, I'll go down fighting with you. Watching the brigade commander pull out a grenade to go down with his men, the other soldiers nearby felt their eyes burn with fury. Gripping their cold-bladed Type 38 rifles, they charged out from every corner of the building's first floor. At that moment, every soldier's emotion boiled over into seething fury. Clang! Put! The clang of rifle butts clashing and the wet thud of bayonets piercing flesh echoed relentlessly. Seeing the soldiers inside the building fighting with bloodlust, the commander of the Japanese forces began signaling his surrounding infantry to gradually retreat. Fueled by rage over their brigade commander's death, the soldiers followed the Japanese commander's retreat without hesitation, pressing forward until they had completely exited the building. Click! The feed chain of the tank's front-mounted machine gun slid with a crisp click, and the main gun began to rotate, its dark muzzle obscuring their view. Stop chasing! Fall back! The enemy tank is at the entrance! The soldier sprinting at the front finally regained his senses upon seeing the Type 94 tank in the alleyway swiveling its firepower toward them. He bellowed at the soldiers behind him. But it seemed too late. Boom! The last thing his pupils saw was a blinding white flash of fire, like the scythe of death slicing through the air. His body slammed uncontrollably into the wall. His arm was torn apart by the blast's shockwave, falling onto the first layer of gravel-strewn ground. Blood dripped drop by drop onto the floor, but he felt no pain. The entire world seemed engulfed in crimson, his breaths growing shorter and shorter as consciousness began to fade. The soldier beside him stared blankly at the horrifying state of the front-line warrior. Then his gaze shifted to the Type 94 tank outside the door, its gun barrel billowing white smoke, and the savage grin of the Zairizi infantryman beside it. Charge! Take one of them down, and we break even. Take two, and we gain one. Let's fight the Japanese to the death. With a furious roar, all the soldiers charged forward at an even faster pace. Now that their brigade commander had fallen and countless comrades lay dead or wounded, they would inevitably perish alongside the enemy sooner or later. Better to exchange lives directly with the enemy now. Rat-a-tat. Following the shelling came the relentless barrage of Type 92 heavy machine guns. The remaining soldiers, clutching their last grenades, charged headlong into the enemy fire, suffering heavy casualties in an instant. The surviving soldiers charged toward the tank, using their fallen comrades' bodies as cover. Boom! The sound of grenades exploding near the tank echoed, the blast wave instantly knocking the surrounding enemy infantry to the ground. The fiery explosion left scorched marks across the tank's surface. Each soldier bore a look of resolute determination on their face before falling. Now they had fulfilled their final mission. Salute to our heroic predecessors who died with dignity. Without you, there would be no present-day China. Farewell, comrades, you live forever in our hearts. Though the smoke of battle has cleared, your heroic spirits endure. With your flesh and blood, you built an iron great wall, safeguarding the eternal vitality of the Chinese land. Every inch of our splendid land is steeped in your devotion. Every moment of peace today crystallizes your sacrifice. We honor all who fell in the war of resistance. History will never forget, and the people will forever remember those who charged forward through hails of bullets, forging the future of China. No, elders. Don't leave us behind. Don't. Witnessing the brigade commander and his men make the ultimate sacrifice for Nanjing's soil, the entire audience began to mourn from the depths of their hearts. December 12, 1937, night. Manhwa Gate, the southeastern wall complex. Professor Luo, it seems there aren't many NPC soldiers left. The scout from the adjacent building complex glanced at the map data, noting only a handful of NPCs remained. With a heavy tone, he addressed Luo Chuan. It's fine. This outcome was expected. We must now prepare for our final, decisive battle against Ri. Luo Chuan fought back the grief welling inside him, forcing his voice to remain steady. Yet the trembling corners of his mouth and the tears he couldn't hold back betrayed his true emotions. Inside an unmarked building in the alleyway to the right of the southeastern gate complex of Guanhua Gate, a soldier with a youthful face crouched on the second floor of the building, clutching a Zhongjing-type rifle loaded with light bullets as if holding a dying child. As Ri's footsteps drew nearer, his lips trembled as he gripped the rifle's muzzle tightly, as if resolving himself to some decision. Thud! The sound of 3 bayonets piercing flesh echoed, along with the 10 letters from home pinned to his chest. Blood dripped slowly down the floor as a flicker of regret passed through his eyes. I'm sorry, seniors. I'm breaking the promise I made to you. Pale white paper fluttered in the wind, faint traces of blood visible among the different handwritings. Those days, the roar of guns and cannons made our ears ache. Comrades fell one after another beside us, yet not a single one retreated. Son, I fear no death. When the nation faces peril, every man has a duty. As sons of China, we must stand up now and drive the invaders out. Should your son fall on the battlefield, please do not grieve too deeply. To serve the nation faithfully and sacrifice for the people, this is what your son considers worthwhile. It is the greatest honor of his life. Should better days come and victory be ours, remember to visit our homeland for me, father and mother. See the land trampled by invaders, now reborn with life. The roar of guns and cannons never ceases, smoke filling every inch of the air. I know this letter may come late, causing you worry. Now I only pray for an early end to the war, so I may return to your side and fulfill my filial duty once more. Within an unmarked building in the alleyway to the right of the southwest corner of the city wall complex at Guanghua Gate. The blood-stained machete in Zhang's hands was already chipped, his body riddled with bayonet wounds, yet he still stood. Spotting the enemy infantry seeping through the doorway, he smiled faintly, deftly raising his blade once more to engage in another round of close combat. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu watched as nearly all the NPC warriors fell, silently mourning them. Luo Chuan and the others were helpless. The Guanghua Gate stronghold was simply too vast, and with limited player numbers, they couldn't cover every area. They could only hope the defenders would fight until the very last moment, bringing this battle to a perfect conclusion. Chapter 58, the second round of finals nears its end. Go all out. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Hey, shouldn't we pack up and get ready to leave? What are we waiting for? For the banquet to start? Honestly, inheriting the family business seems way easier than making games and way more free. What do you guys think? Do you think we'd have a shot at breaking into movies, novels, or music? We don't have to be dead set on game development forever, right? What, not my buddy? Damn it, if you're leaving, just go, don't ruin our dedication here, okay? You think we're messing around? Can you believe our company president is already trying to poach me? Honestly, I'm swamped with your stuff. Just entering a competition gets me buried in tasks. Players in the contestant lounge watch the Guanghua Gate battle draw to a close, beginning to discuss their next moves for the upcoming round. December 13, 1937, early morning. Guanghua Gate defensive position, Nanjing. Huaxia Game Expo Center, player studio number 1. TSK. What now, sis? You're watching the livestream, right? If you need anything, just say the word. I'm swamped right now. What? You say there's nothing to do now that the competition's over? Then mind your own business. I've got my own things to handle. Oh, and about that poaching business, don't rush it. I've got my own timing. Nan Zhao yawned at the pale blue communication link and started making things up. He'd never been fond of people like Nan Muyu who had such a strong need to control everything. Besides, the game studio wasn't afraid of her now. She couldn't just barge in, could she? December 13, 1937, early morning. Guanghua Gate position. After countless rounds of bomber strikes and artillery barrages over the past few days, the once bustling streets were now unrecognizable. The ground was pockmarked with countless craters. Shattered stone slabs and rubble piled up like mountains. Collapsed walls and debris swayed precariously in the acrid smoke, filling the air with the nauseating stench of gunpowder and blood. Corpses of soldiers littered the ruins, some blown to pieces with limbs strewn about, others charred beyond recognition by the fires. Professor Luo, the last NPC soldier, has fallen. The enemy forces are closing in on the Jinling stronghold. If they capture it, this battle will be over. The scout beside him spoke with an expression bordering on numbness. So now it's just us judges and spectators left, huh? Exactly. Most players are already pushed to their limits. Professor Luo, with the enemy's massive invasion, reinforcements seem our only hope. My legs are numb, I can't feel a thing. The scout stared blankly at the surrounding buildings destroyed by the little day's artillery and bombers, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. He vaguely recalled that at the start of the game, the buildings near Guanghua Gate hadn't been this devastated. All the warriors and NPCs had gathered to discuss how to better repel the Japanese forces' attacks, how to make Jinling City hold out longer. Back then, Jinling City had filled him with a profound sense of security. Now, everywhere he looked, he saw the corpses of his comrades and shattered buildings. Everything had changed. Color war and smoke now shrouded Jinling City's skies. It's truly nearing its end. The defense of Jinling City back then lasted until December 13th. When it became impossible to hold the line, orders came down for all warriors to retreat. Yet many veterans fought to the death for Jinling City, resisting the Japanese to the bitter end, leaving their most precious possessions behind on this land. I just heard Professor Luo mention their stronghold. I assume it's the very place they've been defending. Now that the enemy is closing in on it, once they fully occupy it, this defense battle will surely end. Looking at Jinling City today, I truly believe that battle was an impossible defense to win. It wasn't just the disparity in equipment and numbers, but something else too, though I can't quite put my finger on what it was. Are you implying a gap in command? The situation back then was quite complex, best not to speculate recklessly. Outdated equipment was the root cause. Our nation truly lacks nothing in spirit. What we lacked was gear. How much ammunition and equipment do we have left now? Standing atop a high building, Luo Chuan watched as waves of Zairizai infantry streamed through the breach in the city walls, one after another. His voice was calm. Barely any left. On average, each man has less than 10 rounds. After respawning on hell difficulty, we get no equipment. We mostly scavenge rifles, ammo, grenades, and such from the little days during street fighting. The worst part is how deadly the little days infantry tank coordination is now. Every tank shell explosion wipes out a bunch of our guys. Paired with those stupid Type 92 machine guns, it's basically unstoppable. And now those little bastards' tanks are smarter, they always come in packs to stop us from using cluster grenades to get close and take them down with us. Assemble all players. Grab the remaining ammunition and captured grenades. We're heading to the stronghold within Jinling City for the final stand. Luo Chuan's lips twitched. He glanced down at his blood-stained hands, reddened by the tight gun sling, then looked at the hellish scene of Jinling City with a hint of despair. He clenched his fists. December 13, 1937, early morning. Inside an unmarked building at the Jinling City stronghold. Teacher Luo, this is the final stage, right? I saw the game data showing all the veterans were sacrificed. Ugh, it feels like it was just a moment ago. We didn't even finish slaughtering those little bastards together. Su Yuan's face bore black streaks from gunpowder residue. She rubbed her bloodshot eyes, then stabbed the surrender notice fiercely with Zairizhi's Type 38 rifle before crying out. Ever since the Chunhua Town campaign, she had vowed to grow stronger, to show those veterans a different version of herself. Yet here she was, failing again. Though only a few short days had passed, the spirit of their bloody struggle was deeply etched in her mind. Witnessing their complete sacrifice was something she simply couldn't bear. Alright, wipe those tears. Don't let our predecessors see us like this. Since this is the final moment, we'll defend this stronghold with everything we've got. Let's give it our all and fight one last battle. Yes. December 13, 1937, early morning. Guanghua Gate Stronghold. Xiao Ri's forces pressed against the city walls. After searching every building complex, their focus shifted to the stronghold at the heart of Jinling City. Professor Luo, I see them. The Japanese have assembled all their infantry and tanks. At least 1,000 men in 7 tanks. The scout watched as countless Japanese infantry, supported by tanks, rapidly closed in on them and reported to Luo Chuan. Let them come. We'll bite a chunk out of them even if it kills us. Luo Chuan's eyes held a trace of resignation as he spoke calmly. Chapter 59, Yushin King's Early Intervention. Early morning, December 13, 1937. Inside an unmarked building at the Jinling City stronghold. As the enemy forces advanced in great numbers toward the central stronghold of Jinling City, all remaining players were prepared. Remember, fire a few rounds then move positions. The Japanese tanks, cannons and heavy machine guns aren't for show. Also, use the surrounding buildings for cover. Do your absolute best. Luo Chuan surveyed the surrounding fighters and the ruined, smoke-filled city of Jinling, and issued his final command. Teacher Luo, are we currently fighting the Japanese in a hit-and-run pattern within the stronghold? What if we respawn somewhere else after dying? Then push toward this area as fast as you can. Xiao Ri will definitely try to encircle the stronghold and intercept reinforcements. Simply put, it's a stronghold battle. Respawn times are long now, and we'd have to rush back. What if too many players die and can't keep up with Xiao Ri's pace of capturing the base? Then do your absolute best, just make sure you can face yourself. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Emotional value 9. Emotional value 10. Emotion level 9. Emotion value 12. Fang Yu stared at the trending topics on his phone, which were about to explode, and the steadily rising emotion values, beginning to plan the game content for the final round of the competition. By now, they had grasped the essence of the Jinling defense battle. The subsequent Purple Mountain campaign and Yuhua Stone campaign could be refined and released in full after the tournament concluded. For the next competition, they should switch to a different campaign, the most suitable being. Just as Fang Yu was staring at the dazzling array of battles listed in the system, paralyzed by choice, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Ha! Who could it be at this hour? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face, but he didn't want to risk missing anything urgent. The next second, he rose from his floating chair, shut down the blue virtual panel before him, simultaneously disengaging the room's privacy mode as he headed toward the studio door. As he unlocked the precision electronic door's virtual security lock, he caught sight of the person at the entrance. To be precise, it was a woman, a very beautiful woman. Her black business skirt fell precisely mid-thigh, accentuating her firm curves, while her black stockings tightly hugged her long, straight legs, giving them a pearl-like sheen under the studio lights. Her high heels elevated her height to just over 5 feet 7 inches. Her long black hair was gathered into a low bun, revealing a slender swan-like neck. Geometric silver earrings dangled from her earlobes, swaying gently with her movements. Her pupils were as dark as ink, the outer corners swept with cool silver-gray eyeshadow, her almond-shaped eyes forming sharp lines. Every gesture radiated an icy aura of command, evoking in Fang Yu the image of a corporate CEO from a past life. Fang Yu stared at the woman by the door, lost in thought for a moment. He definitely didn't recognize her. The next second, he shut the sophisticated electronic door, returning to the studio to sit in the floating chair and begin strategizing his next campaign's approach and content, while connecting to the brain-computer interface editor to practice his game development speed. Ha! He just shut the door on her? Outside Studio 10, Nanhwa face flashed an unusual look of disarray and irritation. She even pinched her own cheek, doubting if she was dreaming. As the daughter of the president of Yushengking Games, the only company in China capable of competing with Ruanqing and a top-tier student at the China Game Development Center, every outing was initiated by others. Unless it involved company interests. Many found meeting her as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. Add to that her face, a perfect blend of icy beauty and sensual allure, no exaggeration. The line of suitors who pursued her during her training at the China Game Development Center stretched from the north gate to the south gate of the academy. And these weren't just any ordinary individuals. And now she's actually been shut out by some small company's game director? Is there any justice left? Any law? This is absolutely intolerable. Ding! A series of knocks, much louder than before, echoed through the air, suggesting the person outside was in a rather foul mood. Fang Yu frowned, not only because he was deep in thought about the third round of the finals game development, but mainly because he had no interest in chatting with a stranger. As the knocking grew more frequent, he decided to go out and make things clear to the woman at the door. Hello, what is it? Fang Yu cut straight to the point without any hesitation. Are you Fang Yu, the game developer for Jinling Defense? A magnetic, mature voice echoed, sending a tingle through his ears. That's me. What's on your mind? I'm the director of Yushengking Games. There's something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Can we talk inside? Sorry, it's not convenient. Let's discuss it after the competition ends. Bang! The next second, the precision electronic door slammed shut. Wait, you? Watching Fang Yu shut the game studio door without hesitation, Nanhwa clenched her teeth in fury, strands of her meticulously coiled black hair falling loosely beside her crimson cheeks. Her once sharp almond eyes now brimmed with fury, lashes trembling violently into damp clusters. Deep purple eyeshadow smudged into chaotic streaks, while the peaks on her chest a stark contrast to Su Yuan's rose and fell sharply with her rapid breathing. It was no wonder she was this furious. Such competitions were, in principle, not meant to allow game company personnel to casually meet contestants. But she was the daughter of the CEO of Yushengking Games and a top-tier elite trainee at Huaxia Game Development Center. And just because ordinary people couldn't enter didn't mean she couldn't. Even so, it had cost her considerable connections and favors. And she even had to enlist her old man, Nanhwa, for help. Now, not only did they barely exchange a few words, they wouldn't even let her in the door. She'd never experienced such a cold reception in her entire life. Oomph. How ungrateful. A top-ranked game company like mine extends a goodwill offer to discuss collaboration. And you shut me out. Is winning the first round of finals really that impressive? Nanhwa stomped her high heels on the floor in fury, gritting her teeth as she spoke. The expensive silver chain around her neck linked sharply against her collarbone. But despite her complaints, she still desperately wanted to recruit Fang Yu to Yushengking. Otherwise she wouldn't have come personally. Looks like she'll have to find another way now. Wait. Which studio was Nanjing again? Got your own business to attend to, huh? You've got your own rhythm, huh? Constantly hanging up on me just to mock me, huh? Spending all day doing nothing but feeding me useless information, huh? Now she desperately needed someone to vent her anger on, and suddenly remembered her younger brother, Nan Zhao, was also participating in this production competition. Oomph. Chapter 60, Nan Zhao's Disaster. Early morning, December 13, 1937. Inside the fortified stronghold of Jinling City. Professor Luo, guerrilla tactics seem useless against these hordes of infantry and tanks operating in coordination. Plus, our numbers are too thin now. Respawn times are too long. If this keeps up, we'll never replenish our ranks in time. The scout inside the building began relaying real-time battlefield updates to Luo Chuan. With the enemy's overwhelming infantry and tank coordination, they couldn't even get close. What types of equipment do we still have? Essentially, besides the grenades, Type 38 rifles, and ammunition captured from the enemy, we have one last barrel of gasoline. A barrel of gasoline? Luo Chuan pondered, could gasoline and grenades be combined? Setting fire was worth a shot, but how to execute it? Against such a force, the flames would need to be massive. A single barrel of gasoline wouldn't stop the Japanese army's thousands of troops and several tanks. He needed to carefully consider what resources remained around the last holdout. China Game Expo Center, Player 1 Studio. Nan Zhao, wearing a virtual reality headset, was meticulously studying the intricate details of Fang Yu's Jinling defense scenario. Ever since the first round of the final competition concluded, he had developed considerable interest in Fang Yu. A small company, an almost entirely blank resume, no formal training at any game development academy, such a background achieving a landslide first place in the cross-century game development competition was enough to pique everyone's curiosity. And he was barely in his 20s. Well, he was in his 20s too, but Fang Yu's talent was truly jaw-dropping. Those self-proclaimed geniuses at Shanghai's tech game academies really ought to see what a true prodigy looks like. Genius is merely the threshold to his doorstep. Ahem. Getting sidetracked here. Weren't we supposed to be analyzing game mechanics? Nan Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment. Why was he so easily distracted lately? Just as Nanzhao settled into his floating chair to resume analyzing the Jinling defense battle's mechanics, his sixth sense triggered a powerful, ominous foreboding. He reflexively checked his virtual communication links. Finding no missed calls, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Heh, what a silly scare I gave myself. Tap. 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 The crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed through the room. Holy, what's going on? Hearing the deathly rhythmic sound nearly made Nanzhao jump out of his floating chair. He knew that sound all too well. It haunted him like a shadow. He must have misheard. How could that old maid possibly have time to come here? Beep. Nanzhao. Sis went to great lengths to come see you specially. Hurry up and open the door. Just as he thought it was all an illusion, a rhythmic knocking sounded at the door, instantly snapping him back to reality. Accompanied by a sickeningly sweet voice, Nanzhao instantly wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This is it. This is the end. That older single woman has lost her mind. Quick, think of a way out. Because whenever his sister used that sickeningly sweet tone, it meant she was furious. In Nanzhao's memory, such instances could be counted on one hand throughout his entire life. This old maid had truly lost her mind. Was it really necessary to come over just for a joke? Finally, after agonizing over his decision for what felt like an eternity, he dragged himself toward the precision electronic door at the entrance, his expression as grim as the wind howling over the Ishui River. The main reason was that he believed it was better to get it over with quickly. It definitely wasn't because the knocking at the door was growing increasingly urgent. Nanzhao's fingers trembled slightly as he reluctantly unlocked the sophisticated electronic door's virtual security lock. Outside, Nan Muyuan pulled out her diamond-encrusted wristwatch to check the time. Her red-soled heels tapped impatiently against the floor, and the pearl brooch pinned to her uniform collar trembled slightly with each hurried breath. The next second, seeing Nanzhao finally open the door, she flashed an overly sweet smile. Let me see, dear brother, what could possibly be keeping you so busy that it takes you this long just to open the door? Sis, I know I messed up. Is it too late to apologize now? I wasn't trying to brush you off, it's just that bastard Fang Yu. He's completely stubborn. Plus, it's weird for me to keep visiting him all the time. If anyone saw, they'd think I have issues down there. Oh, and sis, since you're here in person, why don't you go talk to him? I bet he can't resist your charm. Nanzhao started spouting nonsense. Better to shift the blame now and worry about the rest later. First, tell me what you've been up to these past few days. What have you been busy with? What terms did you discuss with Fang Yu? The moment Nan Muyuan heard him mention Fang Yu's name, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. When she heard him say something about irresistible charm, her temper instantly flared, and she cut him off. Well, actually. Seeing his sister suddenly interrupt him with that sickeningly sweet voice, Nanzhao instantly broke out in goosebumps. Cold sweat ran down his back as he began contemplating how to die with a shred of dignity later. What's wrong? Stuck for words? Or has my dear little brother been doing absolutely nothing lately? Not even negotiating terms with Fang Yu? You're still the same as ever. I asked you to make a game, and it's almost time for release, yet the progress is still at the stage of creating a new folder. Looks like it's been too long since I let you stretch your legs, making you this lazy. Nan Muyuan's voice turned icy as she stepped toward Nanzhao, her high heels clicking rhythmically across the studio floor. Sis, let me explain. I mean, hear me out. That Fang Yu is completely unyielding. Talking to him is like talking to a brick wall. He never lets on what he wants. No, don't embarrass me. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Wait. Did you guys hear that sound? Damn it, what kind of hex tech ears do you have? Everyone's watching Professor Luo's little date and you're distracted listening for other noises. No, I think the sonic collector picked up something earlier. There was an issue and we didn't have time to fix it. It only captured a few words before cutting out something about don't hit me in the face. What the hell? Playing so fancy. Something's off. Did you notice that after the first round of the tournament, Nanzhao and Fang Yu barely ever came to the lounge? What are you implying? Exactly what you're thinking. Riddlemaker, get out. Chapter 61, Third Round Content Decision. The Great Victory at Pink Singwon. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu pondered the type of battle to create for the third round of the finals. With the first two rounds campaigns seemingly destined for failure, continued setbacks could easily sap players' enthusiasm and confidence. Thus, the third campaign absolutely couldn't be another impossibly difficult one. So the Battle of Shanghai had to be put on hold for now. Instead, for the third round of the finals, he would select a historically victorious battle to boost their confidence. This approach of first suppressing then elevating would effectively amplify emotional engagement. After pondering for a while and deciding on the campaign type, Fang Yu activated the room's privacy feature and began examining the system's virtual production module. To boost morale, he needed a battle with lower casualties that strongly elevated fighting spirit. His finger slid across the blue electronic screen as he meticulously searched for a historic Chinese defensive victory against the Japanese invaders, preferably from the 1937 period. The Battle of Shanghai. The Battle of Changsha. Wuhan Campaign. The Battle of Taiyuan. As Fang Yu scrolled down the virtual screen, the words Battle of Taiyuan came into view. Wait! The Battle of Taiyuan? Fang Yu suddenly recalled the great victory at Pingsingwen during the Battle of Taiyuan, the first major triumph since the 86th Army's deployment. It was undoubtedly the best way to boost the confidence of both the audience and the judges. Moreover, the casualty ratio in this battle was terrifying, an astonishing 1 to 167. That was a truly horrifying figure. This battle marked the first time Huaxia had concentrated significant forces to ambush the Little Days. Commanded by 115th Division Commander Lin Biao and Deputy Commander Nie Rongjin, it fully exploited their strengths in close combat and mountain warfare. Acting on directives from the Chinese Military Commission, Division Commander Lin Biao led the 115th Division into battle under dire circumstances. They engaged in bloody combat against elements of the 21st Brigade of the Japanese 5th Division, commanded by the so-called Steel Army Commander Itagaki Taishiro and its supply convoy, securing this crucial initial victory. The results were substantial. The 115th Division effectively supported the defensive operations on the main front of the Second War Zone under Yin Shishan's command, delaying the Japanese strategic offensive and disrupting their plan to flank North China via the right wing along the Pingshui Railway. Of course, the most crucial point remains: if the campaign succeeds, it will unlock the historical difficulty level, revealing to all players and judges that a hidden difficulty surpassing even Hell mode exists. Many netizens have criticized the unrealistic nature of player revives. The Year of the Past difficulty perfectly addresses this issue, essentially recreating the exact path our predecessors once walked. It's bound to be another viral sensation. At this thought, Fang Yu's face lit up with excitement. The emotional value that the resulting buzz would generate would be absolutely staggering. It was truly killing three birds with one stone. Without hesitation, Fang Yu began tapping on the blue electronic virtual screen, selecting the Taiyuan campaign. The full Taiyuan campaign would require 100,000 emotion points, but the Pingsingwen victory would only need a few thousand. At this moment, Fang Yu found himself in a dilemma. Should he exchange it all? What if he needed emotional value later to create other games? Better to be frugal. Exchange for the Pingsingwen victory first. Every bit saved counts. Even if the audience and players replenish the emotional value later, it's always wise to play it safe. After making his decision, Fang Yu clicked the exchange button for the Pingsingwen victory on the blue electronic virtual screen. Ding! Taiyuan campaign side quest, Pingsingwen victory, redemption successful. The next second, historical records and battlefield footage began playing like a film reel in Fang Yu's mind. First came the historical context and background information. On July 7, 1937, the Marco Polo Bridge incident erupted. Despite the heroic resistance of the Chinese forces, they could not halt the advancing Japanese Iron Hoof. On August 13, the Japanese forces launched their assault on Shanghai, igniting the Battle of Shanghai. Seeking a swift victory, the Japanese forces deployed 300,000 troops, over 300 aircraft, and dozens of warships, aiming to force China's surrender within 3 months by seizing key urban centers. Faced with Japan's relentless assault and the nation's survival at stake, China's 86th Army and the nationalist forces joined hands to repel the invaders. On the 22nd, the Japanese launched assaults on key positions along the inner Great Wall, including Pingsingwen, Donpachi, and Tuanchenku, supported by tanks and aircraft. They encountered fierce resistance from the Second War Zone's defenders, the 73rd Division, the Independent 8th Brigade, and the 84th Division. To prevent the Japanese from breaching the Pingsingwen defense line, Yin Shishan ordered Fu Zui to lead 2 brigades in reinforcement and telegraphed the commander-in-chief requesting the 86th Army's coordination. Accordingly, the 115th Division of the 86th Army set up an ambush near Pingsingwen as instructed, firing the first shots against the Japanese invaders. Fang Yu studied the historical records, contemplating how to construct the overall framework and content, and how to set scene materials to appear more authentic. As the tactical textbook for the 86th Army's first complete annihilation of a Japanese unit in 1937, this battle greatly boosted the confidence of soldiers and civilians alike. It absolutely had to be done right. Early morning, December 13, 1937. Inside a fortified building at the Jinling City position. Well, Professor Luo, do you have a plan now? The scout beside him watched as the enemy approached the stronghold. His fingers, reddened from gripping his rifle stock, clenched tightly. His lips trembled as a flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. He turned to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan remained silent, calmly surveying the surroundings as he carefully considered how to maximize the use of the remaining ammunition and gasoline in the little time left. Suddenly, bottles densely packed inside a nearby building caught his attention. Simultaneously, he noticed the ivy covering the walls of another structure. Crucially, the ivy-covered building lay directly along Xiaorizi's inevitable path into the stronghold. If he could use the gasoline barrels to make Molotov cocktails and set fire to the ivy along the path Little Days must take, it might buy them a little more time in the defense battle. Have everyone go to the building on the left side of the front alleyway. Take the glass bottles inside and use gasoline to make Molotov cocktails. Yes. No sooner had Luo Chuan spoken than the others swiftly moved toward the building on the left. Within 3 minutes, they had gathered dozens of discarded glass bottles. Reconnaissance soldiers, already positioned nearby, carefully poured the last remaining barrel of gasoline into each bottle. A pungent smell of blood mingled with the gasoline fumes wafted out. The little Japanese bastards love dropping surrender leaflets, right? Well, we'll stuff those leaflets and their military uniforms into the bottlenecks as ignition sources. Let them taste the bitter fruit of their own sowing. Luo Chuan addressed the group preparing to seal the Molotov cocktails. The Japanese had scattered surrender notices everywhere, saving them the trouble of searching for ignition sources. A nearby soldier began tearing apart the Japanese soldiers' uniforms, soaking a piece in gasoline, twisting it together with a surrender notice, and stuffing it into the mouth of a glass bottle. Professor Luo, the enemy is less than 100 meters from our stronghold. Good. Wait until they get closer. Chapter 62, Life for Life. Early morning, December 13, 1937. Inside the stronghold building in Jinling City. Teacher Luo, why make so many Molotov cocktails? Wouldn't it be easier to just use the gasoline barrels directly? Su Yuan dipped the surrender notice and the military uniform torn to shreds by little days in gasoline, twisted them together, and stuffed them into the bottle's mouth as she asked Luo Chuan curiously. Molotov cocktails are more efficient and easier to deploy. In certain situations, they can deliver a surprise effect. Luo Chuan surveyed the withered ivy covering the building along the enemy's inevitable path. To leverage the ivy for spreading flames, they must lure the enemy inside. But with so many of the little days here this time, he could probably only lure in a portion. See that tallest building at the end of the alley? The ivy up there would make excellent kindling. Once it catches fire, the thick smoke alone would give the little days a run for their money. Instantly, all players' gazes followed Luo Chuan's pointing direction. In the middle of the alley stood a relatively well-preserved building. Perhaps due to its sturdy construction materials, it showed no major damage and retained its structural integrity. Professor Luo, are you planning to lure the little days into the building, then set the ivy outside ablaze with Molotov cocktails? What about the entrance? The little days will definitely try to escape. The scout glanced at the building Luo Chuan indicated, pondered briefly, and grasped his plan. However, they'd need another solution for the entrance. No problem. I'll lead some players to draw the little sun's fire. Once it's inside that building, you can use the remaining captured grenades to blow up the entrance. Trade lives for lives. A resolute expression flashed across Luo Chuan's face. This was an extreme situation demanding extreme measures. The defensive battle seemed hopeless now. Better to take down a few more of those bastards before we fail. This truly is our last desperate gamble. Reflecting on the current situation against the backdrop of past events feels utterly hopeless. Setting aside the hardships endured by our predecessors, watching the little bastards plunder our land literally makes my heart bleed. Honestly, this situation is beyond salvation. Enough said. Watching the live streams these past days has nearly driven me mad. Last night, my mom banged on my door, yelling if I'd lost my mind, screaming at me from outside. Honestly, a few buddies and I have been binge watching this game's live streams lately. We even teamed up to play the prologue's Chunhua Town battle. The visuals and details are flawless every time you die. It's an indescribable terror. Does the Molotov tactic actually work? I doubt a single barrel of gasoline can turn the tide. Ah well, probably just a life-for-life gambit. The Little Days tank is almost here. Meanwhile, inside the fortified stronghold of Jinling City. The group in the center will come with me to draw the little Japanese bastards' fire. Lure them into the tallest main building in the center. Remember, don't just stand there trading shots head-on. Our goal is to get them into the main building. Survival is key. The rest of you, once you see most of the Japanese troops inside the main building, the left flank throws Molotovs at the climbing vines in the main building, while the right flank blows up the entrance with the remaining grenades. Got it? Luo Chuan watched as the team began assigning roles according to the battle plan. There was only one chance. The respawn time was gradually increasing. If the enemy planted their flag at the center of the stronghold, the operation would fail immediately. Surrounding players sprang into action the moment Luo Chuan's orders rang out. The central group of fighters, armed with their meager ammunition, began following Luo Chuan out through the building's entrance. Outside the alley, the Japanese tanks and their infantry forces were steadily closing in on the stronghold entrance. The roar of tank engines mingled with the steady thud of Japanese infantry footsteps, growing ever louder. Professor Luo, I'll go check the situation first. The scout's words barely left his mouth before he poked his head out to glance down the alley. Bang! The crack of a Type 38 rifle echoed. The moment he peered out, his M35 steel helmet was knocked clean off his head. The remaining soldiers beside him clearly saw the bullet scrape a blinding spark from the helmet's surface. By sheer luck, the bullet veered slightly, grazing his scalp instead of piercing his skull. The scout exhaled a long breath as cold sweat dripped down his back. Without the helmet's protection, he would now be a cold corpse. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat. The next second, tank fire and heavy machine gun rounds erupted, pockmarking the alley entrance with craters and sending dust billowing into the air. Fortunately, they had shifted positions the instant the scout was hit. The situation was now complicated. The good news was they'd drawn the enemy's fire. The bad news was the enemy's alertness was too high, and their fire was incredibly dense. I still think luring them into the main building is too difficult. The scout sighed as he watched the spot they just occupied get obliterated by the barrage. The Japanese soldiers leading the charge out here probably weren't ordinary infantry. Their reaction speed was too fast. No problem. A large portion of them are already moving this way. We need to feign defeat under fire to lower their guard, then rush into the main building. How many we can save is up to fate. We're going for it. Once they reach the alley entrance, we'll send a few of them packing. Bang! 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 As the sound of Zaireizi's infantry tank coordination reached the alley entrance, several agile players nearby seized their chance. They fired a shot at the main Zaireizi force before rolling sideways at top speed. Rat-a-tat-tat! Dense machine gun fire erupted, bullets spewing like tongues of flame from the barrels, hurtling toward the players drawing the fire. One player rolled sideways too slowly, instantly riddled with bullets from the submachine gun and tank machine gun. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth as his body collapsed like a sack of rotten mud into a pool of his own blood. He lacked even the strength to pull out a grenade for a suicide attack against Little Days. His breaths grew shorter and shorter, his consciousness gradually fading. 1UO19151937. Rejoin the campaign? Due to reaching 10 deaths, rejoining requires a 30-minute wait. Staring at the blood-red characters in the center of his view, the player disconnected his virtual helmet and slammed his fist hard against his thigh. Damn it, this was a critical moment. How could he have been a step too slow? Never mind. Let's see how the others are doing. He forced himself to calm down and began watching the live feed on the matrix screen at the center of the stage through his virtual goggles. Chapter 63, Preparing to Seal the Gate. Early morning, December 13, 1937. An alleyway near the entrance to the Jinling City stronghold. Several players nearby watched their teammates get eliminated and began selecting more careful hiding spots. After several rounds of hit-and-run harassment, Little Life grew impatient. Tanks, supported by over 100 infantrymen, began advancing deep into the alleyways. Professor Luo, it worked. We've temporarily scattered some of the Japanese. Should we still lure them into the main building as planned? Proceed as planned. Now, all of us go out and open fire. Give them the impression we're numerous, then draw the fire of the frontmost Japanese units while moving toward the main building. After entering the alley, the Japanese suddenly saw over 100 figures emerge from the dilapidated building ahead. Click! Click! The sound of tank machine gun belts feeding ammunition and Type 38 rifle bolts being racked echoed instantly. Bang! Rat-a-tat! Tank and infantry fire instantly converged, unleashing a furious barrage on Luo Chuan's group. But Luo Chuan's squad didn't engage Shaori head-on. Instead, they used the alley's buildings for cover while returning fire. PSSST. PSSST. Some players, unable to evade the intense fire in time, were taken down by Zaireizi's coordinated infantry tank assault. Teacher Luo, we've already lost over a dozen players. We need to move closer to the main building quickly. Seeing that the fire diversion was nearly complete, the scout beside Luo Chuan urged, if we keep this up, we'll only lose more players. If we don't reach the main building, we'll all be toast. That'd be a huge loss. Hold your horses. The main building is a must-pass point for the Japanese anyway. We need to wait until the front group gets separated from their main force. Otherwise, it'll be tough to lure them into the main building. They're on a roll right now. The scout glanced back and saw the vanguard of the enemy closing in faster. A savage grin spread across his face as he eyed them like lambs led to slaughter. The combined firepower of rifles and machine guns fueled their boundless confidence. They pounded the building where Luo Chuan and his team were hiding into a sieve, sparks flying everywhere from shrapnel and bullets. After about 10 minutes of pursuit, Luo Chuan began signaling to all players to start moving toward the main building. Upon seeing Luo Chuan's signal, the players' escape routes gradually converged. Boom! At that moment, the familiar roar of bomber engines echoed through the air. Damn it, why the hell did it have to show up now? This is messing with my head. It's always like this. Honestly, I'm kinda used to it now. My mindset is solid, my ass. Plans just can't keep up with changes. Those bastards from Zaireizi never stop. Gotta ask Professor Luo if we should stick to the original plan. First, dodge this wave of bombing. Stay away from the main building. If it gets destroyed, the entire plan goes down the drain. Luo Chuan watched the bombers overhead and made his decision in under 3 seconds, better to take cover first. But no one noticed the swarm of Little Day's infantry closing in from the flank, their approach muffled by the roar of the bombers. Damn it, someone hurry up and check. The bastards on the left are practically right in our faces. Those bastards always use bomber noise to cover their movements and pull sneaky tricks. Honestly, it's disgusting. They always catch us off guard. What can we do? I told you to surrender first, but you wouldn't listen. This is so frustrating. A real man knows when to bend and when to stretch. It won't hurt a bit. How are we supposed to fight now? I say we disconnect everything. Seriously. I'm sick of this ing giant salamander. Shut your filthy mouth. All day long you just spout nonsense. Dare to give me your address? I'll send your whole family some warmth. Ignore this dog, it's pure trash. Our household register has only one page left. No one taught it manners growing up. Inside a building at the Jinling City stronghold. Professor Luo, I think the bomber sounds have stopped. Let's go out. Hold your horses. After all this time, we still don't know what's happening outside. Let's send out a scout to check the situation first. Luo Chuan stared at the eerily quiet exterior. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send the scout out to assess the situation before making a call. As Luo Chuan finished speaking, the scout slowly made his way toward the windows and doors. He too sensed something was off, it was far too quiet outside. After completing the second floor sweep, nothing unusual was found. He steadied his erratic breathing and peered outside the first floor entrance. The next instant, two bayonets gleaming with cold steel expertly thrust toward his head and torso. Thud. He dodged the first bayonet on the left with a burst of speed, but the one on the right still pierced his chest. Thud. Xiao Ri kicked him to the ground. Blood dripped down his uniform as excruciating pain surged through him. Glaring at the surrounding soldiers' savage grins, he clenched his teeth, gripped the grenade at his waist, and with all his might, yanked the pin and slammed it hard against the ground. Boom! The blast wave instantly knocked the surrounding enemies off their feet, sending debris from the first floor structure flying. Hold on, don't rush in. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain. Use the windows, there's a wooden plank outside. Luo Chuan urged the restless men around him, knowing they had more urgent matters to attend to. Meanwhile, inside a building near the main structure at the Jinling City stronghold. What's going on? It's been so long, with bombers and tanks outside. Could Professor Luo and the others have failed? The battlefield situation is ever-changing. Speculating before the outcome is clear shows disrespect to our comrades. Don't jump to conclusions. Remember what Teacher Luo said, don't jump to conclusions. Sigh. It's not that I'm jumping to conclusions, but the situation is getting complicated. If Professor Luo fails, we'll have to execute the backup plan. Enough arguing. I hear footsteps. The surrounding noise vanished instantly as all players lifted their heads to stare at the main building outside the window. There, Luo Chuan and the remaining few dozen players were using nearby buildings for cover, dodging the Japanese forces' fire as they rapidly advanced toward the main building. Trailing behind them was a large group of little days and several commanders, snickering and speaking incomprehensible gibberish. The rumble of tanks behind them grew ever closer. Professor Luo's group is here. Everyone, get your grenades ready. Once the Japanese troops are mostly inside, we'll blow up the entrance and seal it off. The player in command picked up a grenade from the ground and announced. Yes. Chapter 64, The Final Showdown. December 13, 1937, early morning. A building within the Jinling City stronghold. Prepare to seal the entrance. The player beside him watched as Luo Chuan and the remaining few dozen players, using the surrounding buildings for cover against the Japanese fire, rapidly advanced toward the main building. Professor Luo, we're almost there. Just 100 meters straight ahead to the main building entrance. There are still over 200 Japanese soldiers chasing us. Proceed as planned. Signal the players beside us to throw Molotov cocktails and detonate the entrance. Roger. Did you see Professor Luo's signal? Hold your fire for now, wait until the Japanese get inside. Got it. Leave it to us. By the way, I have a question, what if the little bastards get burned and escape through windows or other exits? All our hard work would be wasted. If you can think of it, chances are others have too. Look at that main building, the windows are mostly on the top floor. Falling from the 5th floor would kill them or at least knock them out of action. There are no other exits, so relax. It's not a big deal. Got to go. Xiao Ri's main force is already charging in. Signal the guys next to the main building who are throwing Molotovs. Tell them to get ready. Roger that. Main building, unknown alleyway, Jinling City stronghold. Professor Luo, we've lured little days in. They won't take the bait unless we trade lives for it. This is too tough. Indeed, it's life for life. But at least the little days are here. Now we just wait for the Molotovs and grenades to fire. Let's settle this right here with the little days. No big deal, just tasting a bit of the hardship our predecessors endured back in the day. It's not an exact replica, but it's still like fighting shoulder to shoulder with those veterans. Get ready with the last grenades and bullets, it's almost time. A resolute look flashed across the remaining players' faces. Within the Jinling City stronghold, a building adjacent to the main tower. Almost there. Over 100 little days following Professor Luo and his team have all entered. Everyone, get your grenades ready. Charge. As the player in command gave the signal, everyone pulled out the grenades they'd seized from the small days and began moving toward the main building's sole entrance. The main building was reinforced concrete. Its dilapidated entrance wall was riddled with bullet holes, looking ready to collapse. Everyone circled around to the side of the building. Ready, throw. The commanding player's deep voice barked the order. The moment the words left his mouth, the player beside him sprang up instantly, bursting out from behind the side cover. Clink! 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 The metallic clinks of grenade pins hitting the ground echoed as everyone slammed their prepared grenades against the wall. With all their strength, they hurled them toward the main building's sole entrance, sending arcs through the air. Boom! Boom! The next second, a deafening, muffled explosion tore through the silent night, a white gash in the darkness. The main building's sole entrance instantly became a pile of rubble. The blast wave twisted the once neat doorframe into charred scrap metal, while concrete fragments scattered across the alley entrance, pocketing the ground with craters of varying depths. A pungent smell of gunpowder wafted out, even more acrid in the winter night air. Success! Now it's up to the Molotov squad shouldn't be a problem. Watching the entrance sealed by reinforced concrete debris, the player in command shifted his gaze to the building on the left. Meanwhile, in the unnamed building to the left of the main structure. Everyone, stay alert. You heard that, right? I reckon the main building's entrance is sealed off now. Everyone get your Molotov cocktails ready, aim them at the ivy covering the side of the main building. Oh, and if there are any leftovers, just toss them inside the building. The next second, everyone split into roles, those less skilled at throwing handled lighting the bottle caps, while the skilled throwers prepared to hurl the Molotovs at the ivy. Pop! Boom! Molotov cocktails slammed into the ivy-covered wall of the main building, exploding instantly with a shattering glass sound as gasoline sprayed everywhere. Simultaneously, yellow flames erupted. The splattered gasoline ignited the dry ivy covering the building's side. The flames instantly spread around the top floor, with many tongues of fire creeping up the walls into the building, igniting the wooden furniture and textiles inside with a crackling roar. As most of the main building ignited, thick, billowing smoke began to rage through the structure. Players skilled in grenade throwing began tossing the remaining Molotov cocktails into the rooms one by one, adding fuel to the already raging inferno. A wave of violent coughing erupted from the main building, mixed with the piercing screams of Little Days as flames licked at her. Damn it, we should have done this sooner. Burn these bastards to a crisp, let them taste real charcoal grilling. Too bad about Professor Luo and the others. Looks like they're going down with Shaorizi. I can't shake the feeling this fire strategy has flaws. The main building is tall, Shaorizi could zigzag between floors to evade us. I think it's time to educate you on fire science. In building fires, carbon monoxide levels skyrocket within just 100 seconds, while oxygen drops to a mere 153. In air with 13% CO, 2 or 3 breaths cause unconsciousness, and 13 minutes of breathing leads to death. Yet smoke from common building materials burns with CO levels as high as 25%. Now you get it, right? Professor Luo was planning to use toxic fumes to take down Little Japan all along. Holy crap, there's a pro in the comments, they know all this? Impressive. Inside the main building of an unnamed alleyway within Jinling City's stronghold. The commander of the Japanese forces sensed something was wrong the moment he heard the explosion at the entrance, but it was already too late. The breach had been sealed, and the pursuers had vanished without a trace. Their only option was to find a way out from the upper floors. Less than a minute after the exit blast, the sound of glass bottles smashing against the walls echoed, followed by a crackling roar. Just as Shaorizi was scouting windows on the rooftop to escape this hellhole, the sound instantly alerted him to danger. The only exit was now engulfed in raging flames, leaving them trapped with no way out. As they debated their next move, more Molotov cocktails flew through the window, igniting wooden cabinets, knitted fabrics, and other furnishings in the adjacent room. Their options for escape grew increasingly limited. Moreover, most of the group was already dizzy and disoriented from the thick smoke. The nearly enclosed space caused the smoke to spread even faster. Professor Luo, you're the one with the solution. Chapter 65, Melee in the Main Building. Early morning, December 13, 1937. An unnamed alleyway within the Jinling City stronghold. Ahem, Professor Luo, you're the one with the solutions. But how do we proceed now? I'm starting to feel short of breath. Yeah, cough cough. Unfortunately, the scout player is already dead. We have no idea what's happening upstairs now. Good thing Professor Luo wisely had us hide on the first floor. Smoke rises, so the first level has the most oxygen. I bet that guy's having a rough time up there. With all this fire and smoke, he must be coughing like a consumptive. As the last player finished speaking, the one coughing nearby paused and shot him a glance. Ahem, misunderstanding. Not talking about you guys. Luo Chuan had instructed them early on to tear pieces of their military jackets to cover their mouths and noses, preventing them from passing out. Combined with their position on the first floor, they were all holding up relatively well. We're trading lives anyway. With the exit blocked, we can't get out. Might as well swap with the remaining survivors. Ahem, no more chatter, let's move. Luo Chuan organized the remaining players to grab the last remaining ammunition and grenades, then began moving upward through the floors. Amidst the inferno, some of the little bastards emerged wielding cold-bladed Type 38 rifles, like demons crawling from hell. Their khaki uniforms were scorched pitch black, and they bellowed incoherent Japanese curses. Their bodies bore scorched and charred marks, their expressions twisted in agonized fury. Bang! Thud! A bullet, long prepared, met him. A Type 38 bullet pierced his forehead with precision. The enemy slowly collapsed, blood and brain matter from his shattered skull pooling on the floor. This time, far too many of the creatures had entered. Some had been hiding in rooms untouched by the flames on various floors, and upon hearing the commotion outside, they charged out immediately. But as soon as Luo Chuan and his team spotted them, a grenade was tossed inside, instantly adding fuel to the fire engulfing the smoke-filled main building. As the second wave of creatures was dealt with, the remaining third and fourth waves emerged from every room, emitting agonized screams and bearing scorched, smoke-stained marks. Got any ammo left? I'm out. Scraping together even a little here is damn near impossible. Screw the details, bayonet time. I'm starting to feel dizzy myself. Probably the lingering effects of the smoke kicking in after all, these uniforms don't completely block it. Let's go all out against the little bastards while we still have time. Yeah, I'm feeling lightheaded too. Better to go down fighting than suffocate in this smoke. Damn it! My bayonet's not half bad either. Click, click. Watching the little bastards hiding in the rooms charge out like mad, the remaining players were spurred into a bloodlust. They immediately pulled out their bayonets and fixed them onto the barrels of their Type 38 rifles. Some even grabbed the entrenching tools they'd seized from the enemy. This was the final showdown. There was no retreat, only a fight to the death. The 5-story main building instantly transformed into the most primal, bloody bayonet battlefield. Go to hell! Players, drenched in sweat from the surrounding flames, raised their cold-bladed Type 38 rifles and entrenching tools, lunging madly at the little bastards. Players who had participated in the first round of the prologue campaign were well versed in close-quarters combat. Dodging the Japanese soldier's bayonet thrust with a sidestep, they immediately grabbed the rifle's stock, yanking it violently. The Japanese soldier crashed to the ground, rifle and all, as the cold-bladed Type 38 rifles and entrenching tools came crashing down on his head. Crack! Splatter! The sound of cracking skulls and bayonets piercing flesh echoed through the air. Awesome! Honestly, I love watching bayonet fights. This primal combat really ignites our primal bloodlust. The feeling of every cut sinking into flesh is so real. Honorable defeat indeed. Seeing so many players with such fearless resolve and the endurance to endure the agony of close combat, I reckon we'll crack this hellish defense battle sooner or later. What we need most now is a way to prolong the defense. The focus must be on the city walls. Once a gap opens wide enough for the little day's tanks to roll in, it's basically game over. Exactly. We can analyze our failures while watching, preparing for future victories. Ugh. 2 losses already. If Fang Yu runs another defense-style final round, do we stand a chance? Losing constantly is unbearable. Meanwhile, within the main building of an unnamed alleyway stronghold in Jinling City. As time passed, the Japanese soldiers' shouts grew fainter, and the number of players nearby dwindled. Less than 10 players remained, fighting back to back. As smoke and flames seared their senses, their consciousness began to blur. Their legs grew weak, and the Type 38 rifles and entrenching tools in their hands felt like tons. Each swing was a battle fought purely on instinct. Is it ending? I feel dizzy and disoriented. It's okay, I feel the same. This time, with the Molotovs in the main building, we took down at least 100 of them. Not a bad trade at all. Ugh. I'm so tired. I just want to go home and sleep for 48 straight hours. It'll be over soon. You can sleep right after. The beds in the rest area are waiting for you. No, I have to hold on. I can't let the fallen comrades see me fail. The remaining players' eyes were sunken and bloodshot, each clinging to survival by sheer willpower alone. Yet every body swayed precariously on the brink of collapse. Little life bursts out again. Hang on. Clang. Splash. The players began swinging their bayonets and entrenching tools with primal instinct. Both they and Little Days were in rough shape now. Luo Chuan gritted his teeth, watching the 3 remaining Little Days beside him. The 2 closest were locked in combat with other players. Seizing the moment, he mustered his last ounce of strength to grab the arms of 2 Little Days and leaped off the top floor. The 2 Little Days, distracted by their fight with other players, were dragged by the momentum and tumbled down with Luo Chuan. Thud! The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed. Luo Chuan could hold on no longer. Blood mixed with entrails spurted from his mouth as his consciousness began to fade. Lu Yunqian 18951937. Rejoin the battle? Due to reaching 6 deaths, rejoining requires an 18-minute cooldown. After dispatching the last remaining minion, the other players could no longer hold on. Their vision darkened and consciousness began to fade. The next second, blood-red characters appeared in the center of everyone's vision. Lianfei 191211937. Wangzhou 191911937. Would you like to rejoin the campaign? Due to reaching 10 deaths, rejoining requires a 30-minute wait. Rejoin the campaign? Due to 12 deaths, rejoining requires a 36-minute wait. Chapter 66, The Battle of Guanghua Gate concludes, the slaughter scene reappears. Early morning, December 13, 1937, within the Jinling City stronghold. The deafening explosions of familiar howitzers and field guns reverberated, while the roar of countless bombers filled the sky. Players clad in German military uniforms and M35 steel helmets lay scattered across the scorched earth and shattered ruins, their bodies strewn among the bombed-out ruins. I can't fall yet. I can still move. I can still switch positions. Inside the stronghold, a player with half an arm blown off by shrapnel lay in a pool of blood. Closing his eyes to endure the excruciating pain, he stripped off his tattered uniform and hastily wrapped it around the gaping wound on his severed limb, performing a crude but desperate attempt at stopping the bleeding. The intense agony made him grit his teeth as he collapsed to his knees, howling in pain. Now, nothing remained beside him, not a single comrade. His rifle held only one bullet left, but he could no longer lift it to aim. Similar scenes had unfolded over a dozen times within the Jinling city stronghold. Outside the arena, whether spectators in the stands or beyond, including all fallen players, watched with rapt attention as the last survivors fought for their lives against the relentless enemy. The harrowing spectacle caused most viewers to lower their eyes, tears welling up and trickling down their cheeks. Rejoin the campaign? Due to reaching 15 deaths, rejoining requires a 45-minute wait. Rejoin the battle? Due to 20 deaths, rejoining requires a 60-minute wait. As the defense battle entered its final stages, more and more spectators lost consciousness and were forced to disconnect their virtual reality headsets. Yet not a single one retreated to the lounge, all remained utterly transfixed, fixated on the unfolding battle within the stronghold. The last remaining players, bayonets fixed, stood back to back against the encroaching enemy, refusing to retreat. They used their bodies as shields to defend the heart of the Jinling city stronghold. All spectators clenched their fists, fixated on the respawn cooldown timer, determined to rejoin the fray the moment it ended. At the same moment, at the heart of the Jinling city stronghold, everyone listened. Even in death, they would not let the enemy plant their beastly flag on Chinese soil. A player standing near the left side of the stronghold center roared with his last breath before dying. Put. The next second, four cold steel bayonets from Type 38 rifles pierced his chest. Watching their comrades fall one by one, the remaining players showed no fear. They continued to defend the stronghold's center with their bodies, refusing to let the little days plant their flag there. After an unknown duration, the last three surviving players watched the relentless waves of enemy troops closing in. Wiping the blood from their faces, they smiled a smile tinged with acceptance and swung their bayonets with a final, resolute thrust. Warning! Warning! All personnel eliminated. Return to battle function disabled. The Guangwoman simulation battle concludes. All personnel will now exit. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The next second, the screen suddenly went black, but the connection did not automatically disconnect. Just as everyone was puzzled, the center of the screen flickered several times. Blood-red characters appeared. Defense battle failed. Jinling massacre recurred. Then, scene after scene began to unfold, images that ignited everyone's fury. Beneath Yijiang Gate, corpses piled like mountains. Countless civilians were herded here, bayonets on Type 38 rifles glinting coldly, their distorted, savage faces twisted in the firelight. After the gunfire, piercing screams rent the sky. One by one, the bodies of civilians fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, staining the cold, artillery-blackened earth a glaring crimson. Bang! A mother shielded her child beneath her body. A bullet belt erupted like a fiery tongue from the barrel, piercing her back as blood spattered. The young child, her face smeared with her mother's blood, cried out in terror. The next moment, the black muzzle of the gun was aimed at her. Thud! A piercing scream echoed as the tiny body collapsed lifelessly, clinging to her mother's corpse. Along the Qinhuai River, the once clear waters turned crimson and murky, their surface littered with countless corpses. Xiao Rizi ruthlessly pushed crowds of civilians into the river. Some struggled desperately in the water, grasping at their last chance for survival, only to be savagely stabbed by Xiao Rizi's bayonet. Blood stained vast stretches of the water. Dismembered limbs drifted with the current, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood and decay. We are not cowards. Let the Japanese see what the indomitable spirit of China truly is. One day, we will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. The scars of history run through our veins. Today, we rise to reclaim our dignity. China will wield its backbone as a sword, cleaving through every thorn on the path to triumph. The blood of our forebears has not grown cold, we have answered their call. Forging armor with technology, wielding wisdom as our blade, we shall write China's legend in the age to come. Remember this, all of you, we remember past suffering not to perpetuate hatred, but to unite our strength so China may stand taller and walk farther on this blue planet. Failure is not terrifying, what is terrifying is the fear to face it. In ancient times, there was sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall. Today, we ride the waves with unfurled sails. Believe in the strength of our Chinese nation. As the battle concluded, a stream of distinctive bullet comments appeared on the screen. Many came from senior figures and renowned professors at major game development academies, brimming with affection and encouragement for China. Meanwhile, at the main stage of the Huaxia Game Expo Center, as the massacre footage concluded, the stage fell into deathly silence. Many still held their ready positions, poised to rejoin the game, but it was too late. As the stage lights flickered on, the entire audience and judges remained frozen in silence. The atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. After a long moment, someone mechanically removed their virtual helmet, the lenses reflecting their bloodshot eyes. Others struggled to stifle sobs, tears winding their way down their cheeks. Some clenched their fists so tightly their nails dug deep into their flesh. Su Yuan had long since broken down, her shoulder-length chestnut curls trembling slightly as she frantically wiped the tears from her eyes. Suddenly remembering her vow to be strong after the Chunhua town battle, she froze for half a second before desperately trying to stifle her sobs. Yu Zishu's face flashed with utter disbelief at the data showing he'd died no fewer than 20 times and been wounded nearly 100 times. Am I just not cut out for this kind of battle? These death stats are ridiculous. He glanced at the stats and let out a bitter laugh, realizing he might truly be unsuited for this type of battle-oriented game. Luo Chuan had remained silent since the battle ended, hugging his head as if deep in thought. After a long moment, he stood up, his lips trembling. This isn't a game. This is history knocking on our souls. Chapter 67, Su Yuan and Nanmu Yuan. Holographic stage, China Gaming Expo Center. As the Battle of Guanghua Gate concluded, the game statistics panel appeared. Blood battle at Guanghua Gate mission utilized Jinling's city walls, moat, and existing equipment to prevent Xia Rizi from entering Jinling city. Mission status, failed. Difficulty, hell. Defense duration, 4 days, 20 hours. Xiao Rizi casualties, 3,216. Tank armor destroyed, 4 units, Type 94 Tank X4. Our casualties including revives, 11,723. Enemy to allied exchange ratio, approximate 1:4. Overall rating, guests achievements unlocked. 1. Fight to the last breath, all personnel persevered until the final moment, buying crucial time for subsequent operations. 2. Human explosives, achieved mutual destruction with enemy tanks using cluster grenades. 3. Stronghold center defenders, even with all personnel eliminated, the enemy failed to plant their flag at the stronghold's core. 4. Unbreakable resolve, ammunition exhausted, engaged enemy forces in close combat. 5. Precision strike, destroyed 2 enemy tanks and an artillery position using anti-tank guns. 6. Charcoal grilling technique, employed gasoline drums for fire attacks, carbonizing numerous enemy corpses. 7. Asphyxiation, within the main building in the southern alley, poisonous smoke was generated using Molotov cocktails and climbing vines, causing numerous enemy casualties from poisoning. 8. Surrender? You're dreaming, enemy bomber drops surrender leaflets fail to sway your resolve. 9. Final passage, end the suffering of our gravely wounded comrades and escort them on their final journey. The players watching the battle data shook their heads. The exhaustion from prolonged combat left their minds foggy. Though the rating was S, something felt missing. China Gaming Expo Center, Player Lounge. It's over, brothers. What do you say? Anyone ready to head home now? Let's go together, I'll cover your flight tickets, ha. Damn it, here we go again. Never ends, huh? Anyway, the tournament rules don't force early withdrawal just because the score gap is too big. What if? Stay put here. How about I go buy you some oranges? Think we're short on change for your measly plane ticket? Look at you, almost 30 and no one wants you. Now you've lost all dignity. If you want to quit, do it yourself. Seriously. Don't even think about quitting until the very last moment. If you sign up, at least do what you're supposed to do. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of contestant number 10's game concludes here. The second round of the cross-century gaming tournament has now come to a perfect close. Now, let's invite the judges and audience to score our contestant number 10. The host at center stage, now dressed in an impeccable black suit, addressed the judges and audience with exaggerated enthusiasm. The crowd below, still immersed in the virtual world of the Jinling defense battle, snapped back to reality at the host's voice and opened their virtual electronic systems. All spectators opened Fang Yu's number in the virtual system and began dragging the virtual progress bar. Many, still affected by the aftereffects of the simulated battle, found their fingers trembling uncontrollably. Those who finished scoring faster stared blankly at the numbers displayed on the matrix screen. 97. 98. 99. The live audience exchanged knowing glances and shared a knowing smile. After the second round concluded, the cumulative scores from both rounds began to stack up, and the ranking numbers started appearing on the matrix screen. First place, Fang Yu, total score 198, to Oyu Game Company. Second place, Nanzhao, total score 165, Yushinking Games. Third place, Lu Yunzhou, total score 135, Bongyun Game Company. All eyes fixed on the pale blue 198 at the very top of the matrix screen. The number seemed unremarkable, yet to the other competitors, it loomed like an immense mountain pressing down on them, leaving them gasping for air. Wow, the third round's already over? Things are moving pretty slow this year. Wonder which game won the judges' hearts again. Something's off. The total score for 3 rounds is 198. Are the judges being extra strict today? Though that's not unusual for the cross-century gaming tournament. Are you two out of your minds? This is only the second round, the third hasn't even started yet. What are you babbling about? You're making fun of Nyo-mo. Each round is worth 10 points max, telling him he scored 198 over 2 rounds? That's 99 per round, like cows flying. You're blowing it way out of proportion. Why don't you take another look at the screen? Who's joking? Play Fang Yu's game once and you'll understand. This guy is a freaking monster. He just shattered the cross-generation gaming tournament's centuries-old record. Damn it, I'm not going to the Magic City Tech Game Development Academy anymore. I'm going to apprentice under Fang Yu. Professor Luo, you made a bold claim before round 2, said if Fang Yu delivered another game of that caliber, you wouldn't mind recommending a perfect score to the tournament officials. Time to keep your word, huh? Director Yu, my word is my bond. Rest assured, I'll report this to the Game Tournament Oversight Bureau immediately. As for you, once Fang Yu releases those subsequent campaign games, don't forget to quit watching and become his assistant. Ahem, absolutely. Luo Chuan watched Yu Zishu wipe the sweat from his forehead repeatedly, smiling faintly. By the way, where's Su Yuan? China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu watched the tall, high-heeled, long-legged woman standing at the door and shook his head helplessly. His luck had been truly awful lately. This woman had knocked on his studio door countless times already. To make matters worse, his virtual communication device had been hacked by someone, flooding him with constant unknown connection requests impossible to guard against. Fine, let her in. Just get this over with. Come in. Whatever you need, please get to the point quickly. Fang Yu watched the elegant woman at the door, her face tinged with slight grievance, and shook his head helplessly. Nan Muyuan glared at Fang Yu's unruly brows and calm, indifferent eyes, clenching her jaw. She'd been coming 3 times a day for the past few days, memorizing every pattern on his door. She never imagined he'd be so cold-hearted, only letting her in after the second round of the tournament ended. Did she really look that pathetic? If it weren't for Yu Tianqing's future, she wouldn't have come here every day like a desperate puppy. Still, Fang Yu's profile and brow were undeniably distinctive, radiating a rebellious charm that instantly screamed genius. No, why am I putting a filter on him? I'm only seeking him out for the company's future. Forcing down the turmoil within her, Nan Muyuan stepped into the production room. Meanwhile, outside the studio, Su Yuan bounced cheerfully toward the contestant room. Ha! I'm the fastest this time. Fang Yu, you always make me cry during game development sessions. Just wait until I settle the score with you. Chapter 68, Yu Tianqing's Conditions. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Studio 10. Ever since entering Fang Yu's studio, Nan Muyuan had been surveying the room's layout and equipment. A brain-computer interface editor spewed blue electronic light and cascading code. A 360-degree projection screen replaying the Jinling defense battle, well-worn neural feedback gloves. A levitating chair, and a plush white bed that looked incredibly comfortable caught her eye. It seemed largely similar to Nan Zhao's room layout. The most notable difference being that Fang Yu's room was immaculately tidy and spotless, while Nan Zhao's room was a mess, no better than a dog's den. After a moment of observation, her gaze settled firmly on the brain-computer interface editor on the left side of the room. Fang Yu's brain-computer interface editor sparked a deep curiosity in her eyes. The framework and core content for developing the Jinling defense battle were all contained within that BCI editor. Nan Muyuan was confident that with the knowledge she had acquired at Huaxia Game Development Center, the top-tier game development academy, she could fully grasp the production methods and core content of Jinling Defense War. She could fully grasp the production methods and core content of Jinling Defense. At this thought, a triumphant smile spread across her lips. As Nan Muyuan pondered how to persuade Fang Yu to let her take the BCI editor, Fang Yu noticed the enigmatic smile on her lips, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. But he didn't press for details. Instead, he got straight to the point. Hello. If you have any questions, please state them promptly. I still need to prepare for the third round of the gaming competition. Fang Yu sat in the floating chair, the silver pendant necklace around his neck hanging slightly, accentuating his clean-cut profile. Hearing Fang Yu's cool tone, Nan Muyuan snapped out of her reverie. Ugh, what's gotten into me lately? This is completely at odds with my usual self, she thought with a hint of irritation. But she was here to recruit him anyway. Might as well reveal her identity and negotiate terms directly, no point wasting his time. Fang Yu, do you recognize me? Or rather, do you know who I am? No. Alright, let's try another question. Do you know about the Yushinking Game Company and the Huaxia Game Production Center? Nan Muyuan bit her lip lightly. Yes, I do. So what are you trying to ask? I'm the director at Yushinking Game Company and an outstanding trainee at Huaxia Game Production Center. A hint of pride flashed across Nan Muyuan's face, her magnetic older sister voice carrying a touch of confidence. Oh, and so? What does that have to do with me? Nan Muyuan bit her lip hard, her face etched with utter disbelief. Shouldn't a normal person be shocked at this? He must have some hidden identity. Could he have studied at Eagle's Imperial Academy? But that's impossible. Nan Muyuan spent 10 seconds regaining control of her expression. took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly, then produced an electronic card. Top-tier engine permissions, tens of millions in RD funding. Global distribution channels. Our Yushinking Group can provide the opportunity to make the Battle of Jinling a resounding success. She paused, her fingertip hovering over the bottom right corner of the digital contract. Along with the most crucial aspect for any game creator, full retention of the core team's credit rights. And you may voice any subsequent requests. These are the terms Yushinking offers you. Consider them carefully. As you know, Yushinking stands shoulder to shoulder with Ruanqing, currently China's top game company. And we can provide your game with a superior platform for exposure. Nanmu Yuan stared as Fang Yu presented an exceptionally generous electronic contract. The blue electronic font on the virtual screen stood out vividly under the warm yellow light. Wait, how come they're poaching talent before the competition even ends? As Fang Yu reviewed Nanmu Yuan's offer, memories of the director from Ruanqing Games attempting to poach him flashed through his mind. Frankly speaking, whether it was the offer from Burning Star Games or the one from Yushinking Games, were undeniably tempting. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. But for now, he knew little about this parallel world. And he was unwilling to sign a contract blindly without fully understanding the potentially problematic clauses. Moreover, he currently held the position of director at Tuoyu Games. And jumping ship before the competition ended would inevitably damage the game's reputation. Of course, the most crucial point was that he still valued his freedom. And rather than joining a company and being constrained, he'd prefer to start his own. Leveraging the system's existing game modules with their diverse content and the prestige of the game development competition would make success entirely achievable. With additional modules yet to be unlocked in the system, establishing a premier entertainment conglomerate holds immense potential for success. I'm sorry, Director Nan, but the terms Yushinking offered are indeed very favorable. But Ruanqing Company's offer isn't bad either. Please let me think it over some more. After pondering for a while, Fang Yu uttered a sentence that sent Nanmu Yuan's heart racing. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Fang Yu's lips. After all, there was still the third round of finals. Might as well play along and see what the highest tier game companies can offer. Just as Fang Yu casually uttered a remark he deemed inconsequential to satisfy his curiosity, Nanmu Yuan beside him felt his heart sink halfway. The sky truly had fallen. I knew it, those old foxes at Burning Star Games would never pass up a top-tier genius like this. Nanmu Yuan bit her lip hard. She was still a step too late. Yu Zishu had acted far too swiftly. But then again, he was serving as a judge for this competition. He was quick off the mark, as they say, first to the moon when the tower floods. Su Yuan patted her ample chest to steady herself. May I ask what terms Starburst Games offered you? Whatever they can provide. We can deliver. Whatever they offer you, we can match. Nanmu Yuan flashed his signature fake smile as he addressed Fang Yu. Sorry, that's confidential information I can't disclose. Fang Yu smiled faintly. You'll just have to figure it out yourself. Nanmu Yuan stared at the sly smile on Fang Yu's face. And felt intensely played for a fool. Yet she said nothing more. This Fang Yu really was just as Nan Zhao had described, completely unyielding. Wait, she still had an advantage she hadn't played yet. China Game Expo Center, corridor outside Studio 10. Fang Yu, let's see what you're up to now. Su Yuan bounced toward Studio 10, her chestnut curls bouncing along, her pink cherry lips pouting slightly. Chapter 69, so this is your type. Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, contestant room 10. Tap. 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 The rhythmic tapping of high heels echoed across the floor. Nanmu Yuan, wearing 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos, tied her hair into a high ponytail with a hair tie as she walked toward the inner part of the studio. She paused at the innermost workbench, leaning against it. Her legs crossed beneath black stockings, a well-tailored OL skirt tracing a curve that stirred the heart. The collar of her white blouse slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones. Her gaze swept over Fang Yu seated in the floating chair, her expression settling into calmness. Her previous irritable demeanor vanished, as if she were a completely different person. A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. Nanmu Yuan chuckled softly, her high heels clicking as she approached him. The scent of her perfume carried a faintly sensual aura that washed over him. I know what you're thinking, you want to start your own company and develop games independently, right? But let me tell you, independent game development and running a company are far more complex than you imagine. Funding, marketing, distribution channels, and then. She suddenly leaned in, her breath brushing against Fang Yu's earlobe. Company staffing and structure. You excel at game development. But do you know how to manage a company and coordinate team assignments? And do you understand the current game market? Do you know how to run a company quickly and efficiently? Nanmu's breath was as fragrant as orchids as she whispered softly into Fang Yu's ear, her voice magnetic, carrying that signature, irresistible allure of an older woman. Fang Yu's ears flushed crimson, and the overwhelming sensation on his back made him instinctively shrink back slightly. You don't need to tell me that I've already prepared for it. If there's nothing else, please leave, Director Nan. His Adam's apple bobbed as he forced his gaze upward toward the studio ceiling. Nan Muyuan ignored his words entirely, her fingertips sliding upward along his arm. Like you now clearly interested in me, yet forcing yourself to act like a proper gentleman. Doesn't that tire you? Her warm breath brushed against Fang Yu's neck, sending shivers down his spine. At Yushinking, you'll not only gain access to a top-tier technical team, massive funding, complete creative freedom, and... She deliberately paused mid-sentence, her sharp almond-shaped eyes softening to emit a unique, captivating allure. The personal protection of the Yushinking CEO's daughter. Director Nan's offer is indeed tempting, but I genuinely have no intention of switching companies right now. Are you worried about damaging your future gaming reputation? On that point, you can rest assured. We'll employ reasonable methods to secure your release from Tuoyu Games. Whatever challenges you face, Yushinking will be your steadfast support. Nan Muyuan spoke again in her gentle, water-like tone. Seeing Fang Yu still hesitating, she didn't press him too hard. Tap. 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 Nan Muyuan placed a pale blue electronic card on the studio desk. Then turned and walked toward the studio entrance in her high heels. Take some time to think it over, Director Fang. Yushinking welcomes you anytime, bring your talent, and... She glanced back with a faint smile. Her yearning for dreams. Outside Studio 10 at the China Game Expo Center. Su Yuan had arrived at the studio door long ago, originally planning a surprise visit. But she seemed to hear voices inside. Like you now clearly interested in me, yet forcing yourself to act like a proper gentleman. Doesn't that tire you? Driven by curiosity, she placed an ear against the studio door with her sound amplifier. Only to overhear a statement that left her utterly stunned. Su Yuan clamped her hand over her mouth, unable to believe what she'd just heard. Who was she? How had she gotten in? Why was she in Fang Yu's room? 3 question marks flashed through Su Yuan's mind. Then she thought, wait, what business is it of hers what others do? But why did it make her feel so upset? Damn you, Fang Yu. Making a game that made me cry was bad enough. But now you're secretly bringing people into the studio to do all sorts of unsavory things? Shame on you. Moisture gathered in Su Yuan's almond-shaped eyes. Unable to pinpoint the source of her unease, she blamed Fang Yu for everything. Beep. Just as Nan Muyuan was about to head toward the door, a knock interrupted her steps. She glanced back at Fang Yu, a flicker of confusion crossing her brow. Hey, why are you looking at me? How should I know who it is? I'll go answer the door. Fang Yu shot her a rather exasperated look before rising from the floating chair to answer the door. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Could it be another game company coming to negotiate terms? No way. I won't let you lay a finger on the person I've set my sights on. Watching Fang Yu approach, Nan Muyuan didn't bother checking the electronic peephole before flinging open the studio door. Ding! The virtual security lock on the precision electronic door emitted a sound before unlocking. If you're here to negotiate terms, I'm afraid I must decline. Fang Yu is already part of our Yushinking team. You'd better find another candidate. Nan Muyuan's tone shifted abruptly from the gentle coaxing she'd used moments before, growing cold and detached. As the director of Yushinking Game Company and an outstanding trainee at Huaxia Game Production Center, she certainly wouldn't give anyone outside her circle a friendly look. The next moment, she spotted Su Yuan standing at the doorway, easily a head shorter than her. The air hung heavy for 3 seconds. The two stared each other down, almond eyes versus peach blossom eyes, mature woman versus young girl. Sweet, proactive, clingy, lively, and adorable. Suddenly, Nan Zhao's earlier words about Fang Yu's preferences echoed in her mind. How interesting. So this is the type you like, Fang Yu? After a long moment of staring, Nan Muyuan spoke first. Her sharp, almond-shaped eyes flicked a faint glance toward Fang Yu, a flicker of unease crossing her face. You're Nan Muyuan from Yushinking? Su Yuan stared at the woman by the door, her jet-black pupils and sharp, slanted eyes radiating an icy aura. Her identity came to mind, prompting her to speak in a timid tone. As the most popular game streamer across all platforms, she had tried nearly every product released by major game companies, and had met numerous producers and directors from game companies. As a company that could rival Wanqing, she naturally recognized their game director. It's me. I wonder what Judge Su Yuan is doing visiting the contestants' studio so late. She vaguely recalled that Su Yuan's company, while primarily focused on live streaming, but also dabbled in game development. When it came to game production, she couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. I'm not. What business is it of yours why I'm here? I came to see Fang Yu. Su Yuan's lips turned down slightly, her almond-shaped eyes misting over as she spoke with a hint of hurt. Alright, Director Nan, you should leave now. I'll give your terms serious consideration. Seeing the situation was escalating, Fang Yu shook his head helplessly, stepping in to mediate the conflict. He couldn't fathom why Su Yuan always rushed over to him the moment a game ended. Alright, then I'll be waiting for Director Fang's good news. Chapter 70, The Academy Comes Calling. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Tap. 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 Nan Muyuan walked rhythmically out of the studio in her high heels. Fang Yu, why is the editor-in-chief of Yushinking Games visiting your studio? When did you two meet? What's your relationship? Su Yuan watched Nanmu Yuan's figure slowly disappear outside the studio. Her delicate white hands fidgeted with her ham before she finally gathered the courage to speak to Fang Yu. Ahem, Judge Su Yuan, don't you think you're asking a bit too much? These questions involve personal privacy and I can't answer them for now. Fang Yu watched her pouting lips and puffed up expression at the doorway. Suddenly recalling how she lowered her head completely when meeting Nanmu Yuan's gaze earlier, he couldn't help but chuckle. Listen, Fang Yu, don't you dare trust Nanmu Yuan. She's a complete and utter villainess. Every time their company releases a new game, she acts all sweet and innocent, asking me to test it out and drive traffic. But if the results don't meet expectations? That Ice Queen's mood swings are lightning fast. Last month, their company released a new game something like Immortal Cultivation Tales, though I might have the title wrong. I hadn't even been streaming for 10 minutes when she sent me an urgent communication request. And in front of millions of fans in the livestream, she started berating me, calling me things like left brain missing instruction set, right brain missing runtime library. She was as irritable as someone going through early menopause. And look at how she's treating me today. I've done so much for her company, yet she speaks to me with no courtesy whatsoever. It's like I'm competing with her for talent. What's with all the hostility? Oomph. Watching Su Yuan rattle off Nanmu Yuan's alleged offenses, Fang Yu rubbed his temples. Women arguing is such a hassle. If it were guys, they'd just pick a fight already. Judge Su Yuan, why didn't you say all this to her face just now? Fang Yu suddenly interrupted Su Yuan's torrent of words with a mischievous grin, his voice tinged with a perfectly calculated, scheming smile. I was afraid it might be wrong. I just didn't want our relationship to get too strained, you know? After all, our two companies still have a cooperative relationship. Saying these things in front of her, I was afraid it would hurt her pride. Yeah, that's right, that's exactly it. Su Yuan patted her chest, feigning composure with a confident smile as she defended herself. Oh, right, I almost forgot to ask. What brings Judge Su Yuan here to see me this time? Seeing Su Yuan stubbornly sticking to her story, Fang Yu didn't bother calling her out. Instead, he skillfully changed the subject. It's all that ice-cold guy's fault. He distracted me earlier, and now I've completely forgotten why I came to see you. Wait, let me think. Right. I wanted to ask, is there really any way we can win the game you're developing, Defense of Nanjing? You know what? I've played countless games, but none have ever left me with this gut-wrenching feeling after losing. This one is the first. The game's details and other aspects are beyond reproach, but the storyline is truly hard to swallow. We're the strongest nation on Blue Star now. Why must we carry such a tragic past? Su Yuan's previously sullen expression softened into one of deep sorrow. She bowed her head, her hands clenched tightly at the hem of her skirt. Her small lips trembled slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes filled with misty tears. You should know that the path to success is never paved with flowers and applause. During the tumultuous revolutionary era, our predecessors fought relentlessly for 28 years through bloody battles, finally securing national independence and liberation for the people. From the arduous land revolution, to the war of resistance against foreign aggression, to the final liberation war, each laid the foundation for China's rise as Blue Star's foremost power. So do you truly believe that being the strongest nation on Blue Star precludes such a tragic past? Hearing Su Yuan's words, filled with grief and unwillingness to accept it, Fang Yu remained silent for a long moment before recounting to her the history of blood and tears that preceded the founding of China. Behind every success lies the wise leadership of China's leaders, the relentless struggle of countless Chinese sons and daughters, and the enduring vitality of China's social system. I'm sorry. I'd oversimplified past wars and underestimated the suffering a nation endures to succeed. But knowing this still breaks my heart. Wah! It's okay. Take time to study history more in the future. Every page you casually flip through holds the epic lives of those who came before. Fang Yu looked at Su Yuan's tear-streaked face and offered comfort. Without experiencing that era firsthand, one could never truly grasp the hardships endured by the pioneers of that time. At the entrance of the Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, a colossal bronze-inspired gate-frame soared majestically, its surface shimmering with liquid metal luster. Suspended atop the frame, the dynamic seal script characters of China Game Expo Center shimmered, each stroke composed of countless microscopic light particles. Every detail showcased the perfect fusion of Eastern aesthetics and cutting-edge technology. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed through the space. Damn Fang Yu, he has zero taste. Actually liking that pale, petite, skinny type like Su Yuan? Doesn't he know cuteness is worthless compared to sex appeal? TSK. Su Yuan, if you want to steal our Tianqing, have your company's chairman first weigh his own worth. Leaving the studio, Nanmu Yuan grew increasingly furious, her heels tapping harder and harder against the floor. Forget it. Better head back to the company and discuss next steps with the old man. Xiao Huan was supposed to pick me up today, right? Why is she taking so long? Woo! A black business van slowly came into Nanmu Yuan's view, interrupting her thoughts. The vehicle's surface gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. tires crushed the pavement, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the car came to a stop, the driver stepped out briskly, unfurling a jet-black long-handled umbrella and carefully shielding the door with it. The magnetic doors slid open, revealing a figure gradually emerging from the warm yellow glow. Neatly cropped hair exuded efficiency, sharp eyes peered out from behind black-rimmed glasses, and loose casual attire gave him an overall sunny aura. Wasn't this the vehicle from Magic City Tech Game Production Academy? It was actually their vice dean, Zhou Ziming. What was he doing here? Nanmu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. Zhou Ziming, the youngest vice dean in the academy's history. At just 29 years old, his brain development had reached an astonishing 30%. He D-scored an incredible S rank in the Academy's creativity assessment, truly a genius among geniuses. Could he be here to poach Fang Yu too? Nanmu Yuan gave a wry smile. This was trouble. Chapter 71, one act follows another. At the entrance of the Huaxia Game Exhibition Center. Dean Zhou, is this dark horse of the competition truly that impressive? Worth you making a personal trip? His assistant looked at Zhou Ziming with a puzzled expression. As the youngest vice dean of Magic City Tech Game Production Academy, his eventual promotion to full dean was practically a done deal. Yet here he was, personally attending for a mere contestant. While the contestant's talent was undeniably exceptional, Zhou Ziming wasn't merely the academy's youngest deputy dean. He was also a prodigy whose brain development had reached an astonishing 30%, earning him a remarkable S grade in the academy's creativity assessment. He was unquestionably the academy's strongest prodigy, without rival. His only flaw, perhaps, lay in his personality, a tendency toward volatility and a lack of boundaries. In plain terms, he was a bit eccentric. Few knew this secret, however. Liang Yu, I believe I've told you before, true pearls lie deep beneath the sea, while those floating on the surface are merely fragile bubbles. Fleeting pride is like fireflies on a summer night. If you pause to chase them, you'll lose yourself in the vast expanse of the starry sky. My apologies, Dean Zhou. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I just felt this minor matter didn't warrant troubling you to come personally. Liang Yu's mouth twitched. Damn it, Vice Dean Zhou's pretentious literary phase is flaring up again. Can someone please rein him in? Let me tell you, Liang Yu, when you're young and lacking ability, you should work extra hard. After years of effort, you'll realize you're no longer young. Ahem. Dean Zhou, weren't we here to find Fang Yu? Let's not waste any more time. Here we go again. Daily madness time. Cold sweat dripped from Liang Yu's forehead. As Zhou Ziming's assistant, his daily stress outweighed that of a game producer. Boom! Just then, a deep engine roar echoed from the distant curve of the Huaxia Game Expo Center, cutting off their conversation. Another black business van slowly rolled into the entrance, its tires crunching across the pavement as the sound drew nearer. The moment the engine roar began, Nanmu Yuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. But the next second, the familiar gold-embossed emblem of the imperial capital on the vehicle made her gaze go blank. The official van of Huaxia Game Production Center. Despair flashed in Nanmu Yuan's eyes. It was over. Truly over. Heaven wasn't on Yuxinking's side. What could they possibly do now? How could they compete when these two major production academies were taking turns snatching up talent? Yuxinking was, at best, just a game company, a private enterprise. But the two major production academies were backed by official entities, essentially state-founded institutions. When it came to clout, they were no match. Now, their only hope was that Fang Yu would kick them out, refuse to join the production academy. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be them, every game company would be left sighing in envy at Fang Yu's success. A hand clad in black velvet gloves rested lightly on the alloy door handle. The emerald ring on her slender fingers sparkled in the sunlight, as mesmerizing as her deep, enigmatic eyes. As she stepped out of the car, the hem of her black fishtail dress flared elegantly. It was Bai Yu, the special grade mentor of Huaxia Game Production Center and professor of brain-based R&D. Nanmu Yuan tilted her head slightly, pretending not to notice her. This woman had been her mentor during her studies at Huaxia Game Production Center and her center's worst nightmare. Mu Yuan? Long time no see. How have you been? Your company, Yuxinking, has been growing at an incredible pace these past few years. I feel like it's almost overtaken Ranching. Just what she feared had come to pass. Nanmu Yuan cursed her luck inwardly. Isn't this Professor Bai? After all this time, you still look so young and beautiful. I missed you every single day while you were away. Nanmu Yuan clenched her teeth, forcing a bright, professional smile. Turning to face Bai Yu as she approached, she spoke, and instantly, a crisp, cool scent of cedar drifted toward her. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Judge Su Yuan, do you have any other questions? Fang Yu glanced at Su Yuan, who was still lingering in the studio, and shook his head helplessly. What? Trying to kick me out? Fang Yu, do you hate me? Or is it that you prefer bad women like Nanmu Yuan, mature and full of curves? Hearing Fang Yu's standard farewell words, Su Yuan's face flashed with hurt, and her watery peach blossom eyes began to mist over. Fat deposits? What does that mean? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. I mean my chest. It's all lumps of fat up there. I really don't get why you guys all like it so much. What's so great about lumps of fat? Su Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke angrily, her voice tinged with shyness. Put. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Fang Yu glanced at her flat chest and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't laugh. No, I just remembered something funny. At the entrance of the China Game Expo Center, the familiar sound of a car engine reached Nan Muyuan's ears. Instructor Bai, my company's car is here to pick me up. Let's call it a day for now. I'll head out first. Remember to come find me at Yushinking sometime. We'll catch up properly then. Ah, you're still so polite, kid. Don't worry, I'll definitely come visit when I have time. Nan Muyuan waited and waited, finally catching sight of his assistant's car. He let out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Nan, what's going on? Why is your mentor here? Ignore that old woman. She's such a pain. By the way, if she ever comes to Yushinking again, just tell her I'm not here. Tell her to come back next time. Watching Nan Muyuan's face twist with fury, Zhang Huanuan's eyes lit up with intense curiosity. Editor-in-Chief Nan had always been so composed in her memory, yet today, after leaving Huaxia Game Center, she seemed like a different person. What on earth had happened? Oh, what a rare guest. What wind blew Vice Dean Zhou this way? Oh, wait, Vice Dean Zhou. What's this? Found a production candidate who caught your eye? Bai Yu wiped her hands and turned to Zhou Ziming standing at the entrance of Huaxia Game Center, her face breaking into her signature gentle smile. Hey, isn't that Mentor Bai? What's this? No one wants you in your 30s, so now you're throwing caution to the wind? Poaching talent from our Magic City Tech Game Production Academy? Bai Yu's smile froze instantly. Oh no, we've run into each other again. Liang Yu's mind began racing. Magic City Tech Game Production Academy and Huaxia Game Production Center had always been fierce rivals. Every time they competed for top talent, they pulled out all the stops. Their methods were as mind-blowing as the most creative game concepts. Wonder if I'll make it back alive this time. Liang Yu sighed softly, deciding it was best to resign as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Third Round Finals. Hey, isn't that Instructor Bai? What's up? Can't get anyone in his 30s, so now he's throwing caution to the wind? Stealing our talent from Magic City Tech Game Development Academy? The moment Zhou Ziming finished speaking, Bai Yu's ghostly smile froze instantly. The air grew deathly quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Zhou Yu, the assistant beside him, twitched his lips and silently took 2 steps back. He was still young and hadn't prepared for an untimely demise. What did Vice Dean Zhou mean by that? Bai Yu's narrowed eyes crinkled slightly, her tone turning icy. What? Has Mentor Bai grown senile and can no longer understand human speech? Could it be that her menopause has arrived prematurely? Zhou Ziming spoke without restraint, his words sharp and uncompromising. Hearing the remark about early menopause, Zhou Yu felt the folds of his cerebral cortex instantly flattened, as if strolling through Norwegian wood or drifting across the Pacific in Sanya. His entire being dissolved into a pool of water, slowly flowing away, gradually calming. He silently took a few more steps back, beginning to ponder where he could find work after resigning. He swore never to be an assistant again, no matter how high the salary. He was genuinely curious how a vice dean of a top-tier game development academy could be so utterly ridiculous it was beyond human comprehension. Ha! Is Vice Dean Zhou only good at spouting empty rhetoric? What would contestants think if they heard your words? Do you truly care nothing for the reputation of your Magic City Tech Game Production Academy? Zhou Ziming's words made Bai Yu laugh in exasperation. She refused to waste any more breath on him and strode straight toward the entrance of the China Game Expo Center. Zhou Yu, let's go in too. How dare someone who schemes all day long accuse us of just talking big? China Game Expo Center, circular holographic stage. Alright, everyone. The finals of our second round of the game development competition have concluded perfectly. Contestants from major companies showcased their best work, each bringing their company's unique strengths in the gaming field. It was truly spectacular. However, the champion of the second round remains contestant number 10, Fang Yu. This dark horse sensation has racked up an impressive 198 points across both finals. As the game director of a small company, he has now won back-to-back championship titles. I wonder what surprises he'll bring in the third round. Securing second place once again is contestant number 1, Nan Zhao. His game, Self-Shadow Theater, offers high freedom of play and earned an impressive 90 points in the second round finals. If you're interested after watching the competition, feel free to give it a try. By the way, the total scores and rankings for both finals rounds are now available. You can view each contestant's final standings on the official website of the Cross-Century Game Development Competition. The host in the black suit continued his exaggeratedly enthusiastic tone as he introduced the second round to the live audience and virtual cameras. Before he could finish, a staff member whispered something into his ear. Oh, one more thing, contestant number 9 from Dark Realm Games, Li Yan, has withdrawn from the second round of finals. The third round will be considered a forfeit, and her results are invalid. Finally, following the conclusion of the second round finals, all contestants will have a 7-day break. The final round of the production competition will commence in 7 days. Please prepare accordingly. Any further changes will be announced in advance. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. As the second round closing ceremony concluded, most attendees began leaving the game exhibition center. The second round is finally over. What a nail-biting spectacle. But everyone persevered to the end. Well done, everyone. Our Vice Dean from Magic City Tech Game Development Academy has already gone to meet Fang Yu. Ha! A genius like him wouldn't fit anywhere else. Only at our academy can he truly reach his full potential. Give us a break. You'd think your academy is the best in the world. How about facing off against our Huaxia Game Development Center? Our strongest special grade mentor is already there. The outcome is far from certain. With Fang Yu's skills, I think he could compete in the Blue Star Game Creation Competition soon. Time is almost right. Hope he can represent China then. I'd say that's debatable. After all, the top game development academies aren't participating in this cross-century competition. Many so-called geniuses in game companies might not hold up in an academy setting. Once Fang Yu finishes his competition, he should take brain development and creativity assessments. There's still hope. No worries. The quality of his games is undeniable. I trust Fang Yu won't let us down. Is this guy even human? 2 rounds with 99 points? I seriously suspect foul play. Did he bribe the judges beforehand? I don't care. This needs to be reported. Are you questioning the integrity of China's most prestigious game development competition? I advise you to watch your words and actions. No one will bring you meals if you end up behind bars. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Well, Fang Yu, I'm leaving now. Remember, don't trust that scheming woman Nan Muyuan. She'll dump you the moment she achieves her goals, or if things don't go her way. She's cold-blooded to the core. Su Yuan reluctantly rose from the floating chair, then suddenly remembered something and warned Fang Yu. Oh, is that so? Then tell me, Judge Su Yuan, who can I trust? Well, ahem. In short, trust no one. With the talent you've shown, forget game companies. I'd say you'd easily get into either of China's top 2 game development academies. It's up to you. That's all. I'm off. Watching Su Yuan finally rise to leave the production room, Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This Studio 10 competition had truly kept him non-stop since it began. Beep. Another nightmarish knock echoed through the room. Are they planning to film a Midnight Ghost Knocks segment in my studio? This never ends. The familiar knock instantly made Fang Yu's temples throb. This was getting ridiculous. This was a contestant's studio, not a bustling market. Su Yuan, who was heading toward the door, froze and spun around instantly. Fang Yu? Who is it this time? No, don't look at me like that. How should I know? What's the difference between my studio and a market these days? Strangers keep showing up every day. Fang Yu sighed, slowly rising to his feet and walking toward the studio door, glancing at the electronic peephole as he went. Chapter 73, I'm not good at game development. Beep. As the nightmarish knocking echoed, Fang Yu rose from his floating chair and muttered curses under his breath as he made his way to the door. Glancing through the electronic peephole, he saw a short-haired man wearing black-rimmed glasses. His loose-fitting casual clothes gave him a sunny, approachable vibe. Beside him stood an older woman in a black fishtail dress, her hands encased in long velvet gloves. Her narrow eyes were half closed, a gentle smile playing on her lips. The smile softened her entire demeanor, making her appear as gentle as flowing water. Which company is this? 2 people at once? Never mind, have Su Yuan go out first. Ding! The virtual security lock of the precision electronic door emitted a sound before slowly opening. Hello, Fang Yu. This is Bai Yu from Huaxia Game Production Center. Bai Yu's face lit up with her signature gentle smile. But before she could finish her greeting, she spotted Su Yuan inside Studio 10. Her words caught in her throat, and the gentle smile froze on her face. You're Su Yuan? As a special mentor at Huaxia Game Production Center, she naturally recognized Su Yuan, the top internet celebrity. But what was going on here? Su Yuan and contestant number 10 were alone in the studio, and judging by the virtual halo floating inside apparently set to privacy mode, it seemed she had arrived at an inopportune moment. A cold sweat of embarrassment instantly beaded on Bai Yu's forehead. Wow! Are you instructor Bai Yu from the Huaxia Game Production Center? I've admired you for so long, and today I finally get to meet you in person. Su Yuan's face lit up with genuine delight upon seeing Bai Yu. Could she be here to meet Fang Yu? Fang Yu really is something else. Even a top-tier mentor from this elite academy sought him out, probably hoping to bring Fang Yu into the Huaxia Game Production Center for intensive training. Well, it's me. But honestly, I'm embarrassed to admit it. As a special grade mentor and professor of brain-based developmental studies at Huaxia Game Production Center, my information channels are surprisingly limited. How could I have missed news about you, an internet celebrity with over 100 million followers, starting a relationship? Bai Yu gave a light cough, a trace of awkwardness flitting across her face as she addressed Su Yuan. It seemed she'd interrupted the young couple's romantic moment, though thankfully not during their most intimate phase. A blessing in disguise, indeed. Ha? Dating? Who am I dating? I don't even know myself. Professor Bai, please don't joke like that. If others hear it, I'll have a hard time explaining myself later. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Su Yuan's face instantly flushed crimson, a faint pink tinge spreading to her ears. She lowered her head, strands of hair falling to partially cover her face, yet her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably like the fluttering wings of a startled butterfly. Glancing back at Fang Yu, she hurriedly explained. Ha? They're not actually dating? But that doesn't make sense either. What were they doing alone in a room with privacy mode activated? Surely they weren't just discussing game development. Bai Yu pondered this for a moment, her gaze fixed on Su Yuan. As Bai Yu's scrutinizing gaze fell upon her, Su Yuan hastily averted her face, her cheeks burning as red as freshly baked pastries. Bai Yu instantly concluded Su Yuan was lying. It's okay, Su Yuan. Everyone has secrets and things they find hard to talk about. I'll keep it confidential. But I don't have time to chat right now. I need to talk to Fang Yu about something. Could you step aside for a moment? Bai Yu adjusted her expression, returning to her signature gentle smile as she addressed Su Yuan. No, I'm not dating Fang Yu. Don't go spreading rumors. Look, I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Young people's little affairs we all understand. Aye. A blush crept up Su Yuan's neck, spreading across her fair skin like ripples on a lake in early spring. She lowered her head and hurried away. Fang Yu, right? I'm from Huaxia Game Production Center. Let's not waste any more time, Instructor Bai. By the time you finish introducing yourself, it'll be dark. Zhou Ziming cut her off abruptly. Bai Yu ignored him, determined to reveal her identity to Fang Yu. Got it. Come on in. Get to the point. Listening to Bai Yu and Su Yuan's conversation, combined with information he'd gathered online over the past few days, Fang Yu deduced their identities in under 2 minutes. Representatives from Huaxia Game Production Center and Magic City Tech Game Production Academy. Though their exact roles were unclear, their status seemed quite high. Fang Yu, the standing of Magic City Tech Game Production Academy speaks for itself. Zhou Ziming pushed his black-rimmed glasses up his nose, his fingertips tapping lightly on the production room table. Our academy needs top-tier talents like you, those who seamlessly blend visuals with narrative while achieving near-perfect attention to detail. As Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Game Production Academy, I guarantee this: if you join us, I will personally mentor you in game development. And you'll have unrestricted access to the Academy's cutting-edge, unreleased game development facilities. With just a little effort, your future achievements could easily rival mine. Before he could finish, the woman in the black fishtail dress to his right snorted derisively. Guidance on game development and access to cutting-edge facilities? Dean Zhou is being a bit stingy, or rather, Vice Dean Zhou. Fang Yu, I'm a special grade mentor at the Huaxia Game Production Center. Granted, that title isn't particularly impressive, it's fairly common. But I also serve as Professor of Brain Research and Development at the Huaxia Game Production Center. You should know the value of brain research and development. I can help you increase your brain development, raise your ability ceiling, and get you higher scores on the creativity test. Of course, we can also meet the conditions proposed by Vice Dean Zhou. Bai Yu tilted her forehead slightly, her voice carrying a confident yet gentle tone as she addressed Fang Yu beside her. Zhou Ziming abruptly stood up, his robe sweeping the neural feedback gloves off the table without him noticing. Bai Yu, don't forget how poorly your former students speak of you. Under the guise of enhancing brain development, do you have any idea how much suffering they endured? Vice Dean Zhou, I understand your urgency, but please calm down. I deeply respect individual choice regarding brain development enhancement. I would never force anyone unwilling to participate. Moreover, speaking like this in front of the contestants shows a lack of decorum unbecoming of a Vice Dean, don't you think? Bai Yu sneered, her mocking gaze fixed on Zhou Ziming's flustered expression. Sorry, seniors from the Production Academy. I'm actually not skilled at game development. I think I'll pass on joining the Production Academy after all. Chapter 74, A Polite Decline. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Sorry, seniors from the Production Academy, I'm actually not skilled at game development. Let's just forget about me joining the Production Academy. Just as Bai Yu and Zhou Ziming were locked in a heated argument over Fang Yu, a calm and detached voice drifted out from the studio. The tense standoff between them vanished instantly, replaced by an awkward silence. Wait, we've been arguing over you for ages, and now you're telling us you won't even join the Production Academy? What do you take us for clowns? And get this, the total score for the final 2 rounds of the cross-century game development competition is only 20 points. You scored a perfect 99 in each round, racking up 198 points and smashing the all-time high score record for the competition. This is the finals of the cross-century game development competition. Virtually every game company in all of China participates, it's the gold standard. You won both rounds, shattered the scoring record, and now you're telling me you're not good at game development? Look, Fang Yu, do you have reservations about our Magic City Tech Game Development Academy? Rest assured, as the Vice Dean, I guarantee you this. If you join our academy, not only will you receive the conditions I mentioned earlier, but your future decisions whether to stay or leave will be entirely up to you. It won't affect your ability to start or join any game company. If you choose to stay at the academy, you'll start as a mentor, and I'll offer you the highest available. Zhou Ziming sat in his levitating chair, his lips twitching slightly as he pondered whether Fang Yu had other reservations. After all, as a company's game editor-in-chief, he likely had unfinished business to attend to. Fang Yu, if you have any difficulties, tell your sister. As long as the sky doesn't fall, I can resolve it for you. Our Huaxia Game Production Center isn't afraid of corporate disputes or conflicts. As long as you're willing to join us, you needn't concern yourself with any minor details, we'll handle them. Bai Yu fell silent for a moment, twisting her hair into a bun. With her signature gentle smile, she addressed Fang Yu. I'm truly not skilled in game development, and I have little interest in the Academy's mentors at this time. You two seniors should focus on the other contestants. If you need anything, seek them out. Fang Yu observed the enthusiastic invitations from these two heavyweights of the Production Academy, but he didn't impulsively join them. He had his own considerations. For one, the games he created relied on the system to handle all the details beyond the core framework. Without the system, he was just an ordinary person when it came to game development. Moreover, he knew little about the Academy's mechanisms. From their hints, it seemed that joining would require undergoing tests for brain development and creative ability. If his test results showed a severe mismatch between his brain development and creative ability scores versus the quality of his games, or if someone discovered he knew next to nothing about actual game development, he could face endless experiments and all sorts of trouble. Moreover, becoming an instructor at the academy and climbing the rigidly formulaic career ladder seemed like a predictably dull profession, one he had no interest in pursuing. All things considered, Fang Yu concluded it was best to hold off on joining for now. But when these words reached the ears of the two heavyweights at the Production Academy, they took on a whole new meaning. This kid genuinely seemed uninterested in their two prestigious game development academies, a result they found hard to swallow. Two of China's most prestigious game development academies, their vice deans and top-tier instructors personally extending invitations, had been rejected outright? If word got out, other academies would laugh themselves silly. Fang Yu, are you truly not the slightest bit interested in joining a production academy? Or are you planning to join another game company? You're still young, and while you show remarkable talent in game production, your self-assessment of your abilities is lacking. How could any game company compare to a production academy? Zhou Ziming remained unconvinced, attempting one final appeal to sway Fang Yu. Fang Yu, I sincerely urge you to reconsider. What game companies can offer, our academy can provide. What they can't give you, we can. Please think it over carefully. Bai Yu rose to her feet, the air instantly filling with the crisp, cool scent of cedar. She drew closer to Fang Yu, her voice gentle as water. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. Did you see that? Bai Yu, the special grade mentor and professor of brain-based development studies from Huaxia Game Production Center, just walked into Fang Yu's studio. What's a special grade mentor? Didn't you see Zhou Ziming, Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Game Production Academy, here too? Now this is going to be a real show. Wonder which production academy Fang Yu will choose. What? That guy in the black-rimmed glasses is the Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Game Production Academy? He looks way too young. If you hadn't said it, I'd have thought he was Bai Yu's assistant. Ah, I really didn't have the chance to meet him before. They're poaching talent right at the Huaxia Game Expo before the competition even ends? That's outrageous. Doesn't that violate regulations? How old are you? Your understanding is still as blank as a sheet of paper. Rules are made for ordinary people. Wealthy and powerful individuals couldn't care less about your so-called rules. I'll take care of you. When will the Vice Dean of Shanghai Tech Game Development Academy and the special mentor of China Game Development Center invite me for intensive training? I'd gladly drive luxury cars and live in villas for that. You're freeloading and taking handouts, got any shame? Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10. Deputy Dean Zhou and Mentor Bai, could you give me some time to think it over? I'll give you an answer after the third round of competitions, but be warned it might not be what you want. Just so you know. As Bai Yu edged closer to him, Fang Yu abruptly stood up and addressed Zhou Ziming and Bai Yu. Seeing Fang Yu genuinely had no interest in the production academy, they could only sigh softly. Here's my digital business card with my personal contact details. Fang Yu, if you change your mind, reach out anytime. The terms we discussed earlier remain unchanged, and you can always bring up any additional requests. Zhou Ziming rose from his floating chair, handed Fang Yu the digital card, then headed toward the workshop entrance. As the vice dean of a top-tier production academy, his attitude had been exceptionally accommodating, including the terms he offered. And that was before even knowing the results of Fang Yu's brain development and creative ability tests. And my sister's card, make sure to keep it safe. Most people would struggle immensely to get my contact details, and even then, it might not be possible. If you have any other thoughts, feel free to reach out to me anytime via virtual communication. Bai Yu leaned close to Fang Yu's ear, her voice soft and gentle, carrying the unique warmth of a mature woman. Chapter 75, The Defense Battle Heats Up. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. After watching Bai Yu and Zhou Ziming leave, Fang Yu pressed his hand to his forehead. The sheer number of people seeking him out after the second round finals had left him utterly exhausted. China, Imperial Capital News Media Headquarters. I heard the second round of the production competition just wrapped up, right? Have you guys heard any breaking news? I've been watching the live streams non-stop. Remember Fang Yu, the champion from the last round? He created the prologue to the Battle of Chunhua Town back then. Everyone assumed he'd pulled his grand finale project forward. But I never imagined the prologue was truly just the beginning. In the second round, he expanded upon the prologue, creating a game several times larger in scale with a much longer storyline. Most importantly, despite the complexity of the scenes and environments, the quality of his game didn't just hold steady, it actually improved. I've seen it too. The game's quality and attention to detail speak for themselves. His NPCs are truly exceptional, so lifelike and fleshed out that they stand in a class of their own compared to other contestants. In all my years of gaming, I've never seen anything surpass his work. It's like the masters of yesteryear have returned to the battlefield. Don't forget this was created within a 24-hour time frame. Achieving such astonishing detail and NPC quality under such pressure is unimaginably difficult, yet he pulled it off. However, some online voices claim his campaigns always end in defeat, suggesting he deliberately distorts the military strength of ancient China. To those who haven't fully developed their brains, I say, keep your opinions to yourselves. How can you expect anyone who doesn't even bother to learn history to speak sensibly? Staff at the news media headquarters responsible for tracking trending topics began discussing how the hottest stories lately all revolve around the cross-century gaming tournament, with Fang Yu's exploits naturally dominating the spotlight. So, has anyone finalized the highlights for the second round of the production competition? Keep it concise, to the point, and free of fluff. The media editor-in-chief approached the workstation with a cup of coffee, yawning softly. With the second round of the production competition concluded, they were once again immersed in gathering trending topics. Working overnight and pulling all-nighters had become the norm. After all, news thrived on timeliness. Anything published too late was utterly meaningless. Of course, the biggest headline for the editor-in-chief was that Fang Yu's game had taken first place again in the second round, scoring a perfect 99 in both rounds, the highest score in the history of the cross-century game competition. Any other hot topics? Player number 9 from Dark Realm Games withdrew during the second round after viewing Fang Yu's work, claiming his Dao heart was shattered. Whether that was true or not didn't really matter, the withdrawal was real. Also, according to rumors, Nan Zhao, the top seed from Yishanking, has been frequently seeking out Fang Yu since the first round of the production competition. It seems the two have some kind of secret relationship. Put. A newly hired employee tasked with gathering hot topics overheard this and immediately spit out the coffee he was drinking. Are you okay? The media editor calmly sipped his coffee, thinking to himself that this new hire's mental resilience still needed work. Oh, editor-in-chief, just got word that Bai Yu from Huaxia Game Production Center and Zhou Ziming, the youngest vice dean from Magic City Tech Game Academy, have gone to the Huaxia Game Expo Center. No clue what they're up to though. Ahem. The editor-in-chief choked on his coffee, nearly spitting it out. What? This is the biggest scoop of the competition. Is that the vice dean who achieved a 30% brain development rating and earned an S grade in the creative ability test at Magic City Tech Game Production Academy? And the top-ranked special grade mentor and professor of brain research and development? Exactly. I need to report this to the editor-in-chief. Keep gathering related hot topics, especially the whereabouts of these two production center personnel at the Huaxia Game Expo Center. No sooner had he spoken than he set down his coffee and headed for the studio door. What do you think the two major game academies are doing at the Expo Center? I bet they're after Fang Yu. His games are so outstanding they're definitely there to poach him. That's possible, but let's not jump to conclusions until we have proof. They wouldn't make such a big move to poach talent while the competition is still ongoing. Could it be that something's wrong with Fang Yu's game? His scores in these last two rounds have been downright surreal. 2 rounds of 99 points. The Game Competition Supervision Bureau is bound to investigate. Alright, let's not speculate wildly until we have the facts. Headquarters of Huaxia's short video platform. War rages for 3 months. A letter from home is worth 10,000 pieces of gold. The Jinling defense battle takes you back to understand the cruelty of war. The scene shows the final stages of the defense battle, 3 bayonets piercing a young soldier's body, alongside 10 letters from home pinned to his chest. I'm sorry, veterans. I'm breaking the promise I made to you. As his words fell, white paper fragments fluttered in the wind, faintly revealing blood-stained characters in different handwritings. Comrades fell one after another beside him, yet not a single one retreated. A son fears no death when the nation faces peril, every man bears responsibility. Video total views, 10 million. 4 million likes. 1 million comments. 2 million shares. Is this really the China of the past? Why does it feel so backward? This equipment is just too crappy. What era are we in, still using weapons like this? Seriously? The comments section is pretty much the same. People are actually hyping this game? Might as well play World of Slaughter and experience the thrill of hacking away with a broadsword. Sigh, isn't this tank handling method way too primitive? Trading lives for victory? And that chicken leg-shaped bomb looks like it's from the Stone Age. Can't we use some more advanced weapons? What a bitter pill to swallow. This must be simulating ancient Chinese history. During the Battle of Nanjing, there were no advanced weapons back then. Don't you know anything about Chinese history? Seriously, what's the deal with this cross-century gaming tournament? The NPC quality is terrifying, and the details are insane. Every letter home has a different font. Shut up, you brainless idiots in the comments section. You know nothing yet you scream nonsense here. Chapter 76, Ripples. China, a certain video platform. I suspect the developers behind the Jinling defense game have ulterior motives, potentially even treasonous. This warrants a thorough investigation. Contestant number 10 created 2 campaigns for the finals, the prologue at Chunqing Town before the defense battle and the bloody battle at Guanghua Gate. After analyzing them, I found that in both campaigns, China suffered crushing defeats utterly inconsistent with our nation's current strength. Moreover, the firepower imbalance between the two sides is absurd. The enemy has planes and artillery, while we're stuck with primitive rifles and grenades. This is completely unrealistic. I agree, we're the world's top superpower now. How could we have been bullied like that by a tiny cherry blossom nation back then? The developers must be deliberately weakening our military strength to make the battlefield look pitiful and win sympathy. What are these game developers bragging about? Rifles and machine guns against artillery? Body-smashing tanks? Is this deliberate self-pitying nonsense even entertaining? Doesn't everyone know China is now the world's top power? Can they just make a game and try to cash in on that? Could you please stop polluting my eyes in the comments? Why not learn about the history of that era? Yes, China is the world's strongest now, but that strength was earned drop by drop with the blood of our predecessors. Your words here truly bring shame upon those who came before us. With that viral short video on Douyin, more and more people are editing and sharing clips of the Battle of Nanjing across the web. This has also led to some other voices appearing in the comment sections and bullet chats. Certain Forum. The champion of the first round of the cross-century gaming tournament has released a new work, a sequel to the Jinling defense battle, which has exploded in popularity. Its gameplay livestreams on Douyin have gone viral, but opinions on the game are sharply divided. Some praise its authentic historical recreation, while others accuse it of downplaying ancient China's military might and deliberately undermining its legacy. A viral post sits pinned at the top of the gaming forum homepage. Everyone can look up historical records from that era. I suggest we stop deceiving ourselves. Some people, blinded by China's current status as the world's top comprehensive power, refuse to face the past. A simple search reveals the true circumstances of the war of resistance against Japan. If you truly refuse to confront historical reality, I suggest leaving your glasses at home. You clearly won't be using them anyway. Spot on, right to the heart of the matter. Indeed, I watched the entire livestream back then. The NPC's authenticity blew away today's Ranching and Yushanking by a mile. Those awkward trolls are legends. Hold on. Are you a spy from the land of cherry blossoms? Why are you defending them so fiercely? Or are you just a devoted fanboy of contestant number 10? Did we not win that war? Now look at the 2 rounds of games he created. He deliberately made the little Japanese guy's gear insanely powerful. And us? Forget planes and tanks, we didn't even have enough bullets. We got utterly crushed from the start, and after 2 rounds, we didn't win a single game. Do you even know China's development level back in 1937? Do you understand how we achieved our current status as the world's top comprehensive power? Every opportunity for progress was bought with the lives of our forebears. Exactly. Some people just love jumping to conclusions. They only see that the enemy's gear is better than ours, but they don't see how our predecessors fought tooth and nail even with such a huge equipment gap back then. Ignorance of history is one thing, but selectively choosing what to see is another. Enough already. You guys start arguing over a game development contest before anyone else, not the judges, not the audience, even speaks up. Seriously, you're driving me nuts. From a certain blog. Jinling Defense explosive hit. Round 2 of the cross-century game competition concludes triumphantly. The sequel to Jinling Defense retains its top spot, racking up a staggering 198 points across both rounds and maintaining an unmatched lead. And the creator? The editor-in-chief of an obscure game company. Folks, who gets this? Making some crappy game lands you at the top of trending searches? My kid works so hard and can't even make the trending charts, is that fair? Nowadays, some companies will do anything for hype, they'll even buy trending spots. What's the point of making a great game if it just pushes meaningful topics off the charts? Wait, didn't Yushanking also enter this production contest? How come they didn't win first? Since Ranching didn't compete, I assumed Yushanking would take the top spot. I didn't even watch the livestream, now I really have to tune in. Are you people crazy? If a trending topic doesn't align with your preferences, you immediately accuse others of buying it. Yet when something good happens, you jump on it. If your brain isn't fully developed, could you please just keep quiet? It's genuinely infuriating to watch. I love your comment. Remember to turn off your private messages, you're so brave. But you, my friend, you're the real hero. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu paid little mind to the mixed reviews online. From his past life, he understood one truth: no matter how well you do something, you can never please everyone. After so many years of peaceful development on Blue Star, many have forgotten or refused to learn the history of the past. Influenced by modern games and films depicting heroic battles against invaders, they persistently believe Huaxia has sailed smoothly since its inception, always standing as the world's foremost power. Rather than squabbling with them and wasting breath, he'd rather focus on perfecting the third round's Pink Singwen victory, the 86th Army's first triumph, a battle that had dramatically boosted morale. Ding! Just as Fang Yu pondered the main framework for the Pink Singwen victory, a communication connection alert sounded. Fang Yu picked up his virtual holographic communicator. The pale blue electronic characters Wang Xin, assistant to the president of Tuoyu Games, appeared before his eyes. Was this the gaming company his original self had been part of? Why were they calling it this hour? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face as he tapped to answer. His memories of the original host's gaming company were sparse, likely an aftereffect of his transmigration. Fang Yu, have you died out there? You said you were gathering material, but how long has it been? If you don't want this job, I'll contact the chairman and HR immediately to replace the game's chief editor. Don't you know what the games you've made these past few years have been like? Tell me which metric, heat or profits, has met expectations. This is your final warning: if you're not back within 3 days, I'll broadcast your glorious deeds company-wide. If you don't want the job, there are plenty of others who do. Chapter 77, Recovering Lost Memories, Pink Singwen Victory Framework. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Tell me which one hit the mark, heat or game profits. This is your final warning: if you don't return within 3 days, I'll broadcast your glorious deeds company-wide. If you don't want the job, plenty of others do. Fang Yu frowned, but he didn't lose his composure under this barrage of verbal abuse. He'd heard this kind of speech countless times in his past life. Yet, maintaining his composure didn't mean he wasn't furious. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. He instinctively clutched his forehead and began taking deep, uncontrollable breaths. The next second, fragments of memories about Tuoyu Gaming began to merge. Fang Yu, you know I've always believed in you the most. Keep pushing forward. The game quality is solid. We've got a shot at going toe-to-toe with China's top 10 game companies. Why? Why did ETN Games release a game almost identical to ours? From the dynamic weather system to the NPC's intelligent interaction logic, everything is identical. Wasn't the core code on the USB drive handed over to the chairman for inspection by Wang Xin? How dare they? That game was the culmination of 2 years of our team's hard work. After a moment, Fang Yu snapped out of his fragmented memory recall and sorted through the fragments. Years ago, the game developed by his original self had been hijacked by this Wang Xin, the president's assistant. He never knew the exact method used, otherwise he would have reported it immediately. This experience had sapped most of the original owner's passion for game development, resulting in subpar quality for subsequent projects. Consequently, both popularity and profits remained stagnant. He knew that even games crafted with his heart and soul carried a high risk of becoming someone else's wedding gift. His later pretense of going out for research was merely a cover. Participating in the cross-century game development competition was his true objective. He likely intended to use this opportunity to make a name for himself and then address the theft incident from back then. Reflecting on this, Fang Yu let out a faint smile before speaking into the communication link. Wang Xin, you bastard. Not a single breathing soul left in your family, huh? Should I slap your left cheek first or your right? Your ancestors didn't even have a family tree. Maybe you should look for the reason within yourself? Fang Yu, you're insane. How dare you talk to me like that? I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Reflect on your actions tonight. After all, you won't have much time left to enjoy your freedom. Fang Yu finished his sentence, clicked hang up, and tossed the virtual holographic communicator aside in one fluid motion. Moments later, the communicator rang again. Seeing the pale blue text Wang Xin, assistant to the president of Tuoyu Gaming Company, he didn't bother with small talk. He hung up and blocked the number. After the tournament ended, he'd handle this matter. He might not care about others' dreams, but he at least possessed a basic shred of conscience. Alright, finally he could focus on creating the great victory at Pink Singwen in peace. Fang Yu stretched lazily, sighing softly at how eventful these past few days had been. He then retrieved the neural feedback gloves and brain-computer interface editor from his workbench, preparing to begin constructing the overall framework for the great victory at Pink Singwen ahead of schedule. First, the storyline must be authentic, grounded in the historical context. The Zayarizi 21st Brigade, having advanced from Shanhua to capture Guangling, Hanyuan, and other locations without significant resistance, had grown complacent. They were now marching directly toward Pink Singwen. Ping Xingwen, backed by Mount Hong to the north and Mount Wutai to the south, was flanked by steep, rugged mountain ranges exceeding 1,500 meters in elevation. These natural barriers provided ideal terrain for ambushes. At the time, Division Commander Lin of the 115th Division led the 343rd Brigade to arrive at Shanghai town near Pingxing Pass ahead of schedule. They then surveyed the terrain between Pingxing Pass and Lingqiu. Deputy Division Commander Nya arrived shortly after, and together they made the decision to deliver a decisive blow to the Japanese forces here. In this campaign, players assumed the role of the 86th Army within the 115th Division, exploiting Ping Xingwen's treacherous terrain to deliver a devastating flanking strike against the Japanese forces. Fang Yu studied the system, provided intelligence while using the physics engine and environment generation system to craft the terrain and battlefield setting. Spanning over 10 miles east to west across Ping Xingwen lay a highway flanked by steep, impassable mountainsides. The only access point to the hills lay at the gap in front of Laoyi Temple. By blocking the main road to cut off Japanese reinforcements, deploying a small force along the mountain slopes flanking the highway, and positioning the main force on the high ground at the gap, the Japanese troops below would be trapped like fish in a barrel. Fang Yu studied the Ping Xingwen map generated by the engine and environment system, naturally recalling the tactics employed by the 86th Army at the time. But talk is cheap, it was all just armchair strategy. Actual deployment would require adjustments based on real-world conditions, for battlefield situations are ever-changing. After a long day, Fang Yu opened his bloodshot eyes. Man, this is no job for humans. Fang Yu removed his neural feedback gloves and brain-computer interface editor, settling into the floating chair to rest his eyes. Beep. The nightmarish sound of knocking instantly gave Fang Yu a headache. Reluctantly, he rose and walked toward the door, glancing at the electronic peephole to see Su Yuan pacing anxiously outside. Today, Su Yuan wore a pale yellow knit top, its hem slightly gathered to accentuate her slender waist. She paired it with a beige pleated skirt, its fluffy hem swaying lightly with each step like a blossoming flower. Adorably, she wore a pair of white socks with pink bow decorations at the cuffs, revealing her slender calves. Judge Su Yuan, is there something you need? A hint of fatigue flashed across Fang Yu's face as he opened the door and spoke. Su Yuan stood nervously, shifting her feet at the doorway. Today, she had seen netizens' reviews of the Battle of Jinling across various short video platforms, many of which were filled with negative comments. She worried Fang Yu might be affected by the harsh comments, fearing it could impact his performance in the third round. After much hesitation, she finally gathered the courage to disturb him. For some reason, whenever she thought of Fang Yu's appearance these past few days or by Yu's earlier words in the studio, her heart would suddenly race wildly. It must be because she was worried that if Fang Yu's performance suffered, she wouldn't get to play those high-quality games later. Yes, that must be it. She was trying to reassure herself when Fang Yu's voice startled her. Ah, nothing. Just stuff people are saying on video platforms today. Don't take it to heart. Some folks have no clue what quality gaming really is, bunch of jerks. Are you okay? Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, she saw the bloodshot eyes of Fang Yu. A sharp pang of pain shot through her heart, and she hurried toward the studio. Thud. Just then, her loafers caught on the doorframe, causing her to slip and fall straight toward Fang Yu. Chapter 78, Gentle and Virtuous Nan Muyuan. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Ah. Su Yuan had intended to enter the studio to check on Fang Yu's progress, but she stepped on the doorframe and slipped unexpectedly. With a startled cry, her entire body tumbled uncontrollably toward Fang Yu. Fang Yu felt a soft, citrus-scented mass collide into his arms. Staggering half a step backward, his lower back hit the corner of the desk on the left side of the studio. By then, he had already wrapped his arms around the burning body in his embrace. Instinctively, he clasped Su Yuan's slender waist, his fingertips tracing the supple curve beneath her knit sweater. The citrus scent drifting from her hair mingled with the faint, elusive fragrance of a young woman. Like petals soaked in crushed morning dew, wrapped in the crisp freshness of a forest after rain, the scent spread freely throughout the studio. Wait, this scene feels so familiar. Fang Yu held Su Yuan's supple body close, muttering a mental complaint. Su Yuan, panicked since the moment she fell, had closed her eyes tightly. But the pain she'd braced for never came. Instead, she found herself tumbling into a warm embrace that carried the distinct scent of a man. Su Yuan's lashes fluttered open, meeting Fang Yu's deep, piercing gaze. His warm breath brushed against her flushed ears, leaving her mind blank. I'm sorry. After a moment, Su Yuan realized how compromising their position was and frantically tried to stand up. But she discovered her pleated skirt had somehow gotten caught on the buttons of Fang Yu's shirt. The more she struggled, the closer they drew together, her nose nearly brushing his jawline. Su Yuan's cheeks burned crimson, even her earlobes tinged with a cloud-like blush, tempting like ripe cherries. Don't move! Fang Yu inhaled the intensifying citrus scent, his gaze fixed on Su Yuan's flushed face as he spoke, then effortlessly separated the pleated skirt from the buttons. There! As Fang Yu's deep eyes fixed on her, Su Yuan blushed so fiercely she felt like she might bleed. She stood up, lowered her head, and dashed out of the workshop. Sigh. Why does everything always happen to me? Fang Yu frowned slightly but didn't dwell on this minor incident. After a brief rest, he resumed work on the third round of game development.
King Game Company, Game Experience Zone.
Nanmu Yuan sat on the sofa, her red-soled high heels casually hooked around her ankles. The black stockings gleamed with a cool sheen. As the virtual reality headset snapped into place, the collarbone exposed by her deep V neckline trembled slightly with each breath. She was immersed in the sequel to Jiling Defense, Fang Yu's second-round final entry, Bloody Battle at Manhwa Gate.
After an unknown amount of time. Bang!
The sound of a Type 38 rifle echoed, followed by a piercing pain that washed over her. Her consciousness began to fade into blurry haze.
Nanmu 19121937. Rejoined the battle? No way, dead again? Ugh. I quit. This is infuriating.
She curled her long legs clad in black stockings, pressing her knees against the sofa back. The leather miniskirt rode up half an inch, revealing a hint of her slender waist. A line of blood-red text appearing in the center of her vision sent her into an instant meltdown. She removed the virtual reality headset and tossed her long hair.
Among the cascading strands, her cat's eye earrings swayed slightly with each breath. Damn Fang Yu, why make the pain feel so real? Trying to kill me on the spot? Nanmu Yuan's willow brows knitted tightly as she spoke with displeasure. The moment Fang Yu's name surfaced, a sudden thought struck her. I wonder if those two from the production academy managed to poach Fang Yu. Sigh, talented people are always in high demand in this world. Fang Yu, couldn't you just give me a chance? What's so great about the crafting academy? The work is monotonous and tedious, advancement depends on seniority, and you spend your days researching useless things. With your performance at the crafting competition, what conditions wouldn't you get at a game company? Come to King, even if it meant serving tea and fetching water, I'd accept it. Nanmu Yuan disconnected her virtual helmet with a soft sigh. The thought of Fang Yu likely joining the production academy gave her a headache. Hold on, we can have Man Zhao check on Fang Xiaoyu's current situation. 7 days later, China Game Expo Center, Studio 10.
Upon receiving the notification for the third round of the production competition finals, Fang Yu set down his brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves, rising from his hover chair. After several days of intense effort, he had finally completed the framework and scene design for the Pink Singwen victory. This battle differed from the Jiling defense campaign, so materials, lighting, and other elements would definitely need replacing. Moreover, players would now assume the role of the 86th Army led by Division Commander Lin of the 115th Division, whose equipment and uniforms differed significantly from those in the Jiling defense. Just as he unlocked the virtual security lock on the precision electronic door, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Hey, Comrade Fang Yu, long time no see. Nanzhao stood at the doorway in loose-fitting black casual wear, his signature sunny smile lighting up his face as he addressed Fang Yu. Yet behind that smile lay a hint of bitterness, starkly contrasting with the unhealed wounds still visible on his face. Comrade? You didn't know? Because the Jiling defense war you created was so incredibly realistic, everyone thought you traveled back from that era. Plus, people called each other comrade back then, so the nickname just stuck. I think it fits pretty well. After hearing Nanzhao's explanation, Fang Yu gave a faint smile and said nothing more. Just a nickname. Oh, right, I've been meaning to ask. Why have you been waiting outside my studio after every final round? Is there something you need? Ahem. Comrade Fang Yu, to be perfectly honest, your performance in these 2 rounds of the competition has left us at King utterly speechless. Would you be interested in joining our company for mutual growth? And I could assist you. How about it? Let me tell you, though I may seem unremarkable, I actually studied at the Magic City Tech Game Development Academy. When Nanzhao mentioned the Magic City Tech Game Development Academy, his face lit up with a smile 10 times brighter than before, radiating pure pride. After the second round of the competition, he'd gone into full-on slacking mode, so he hadn't known that both the Magic City Tech Game Production Academy and the Huaxia Game Production Center had approached Fang Yu. Fang Yu smiled upon hearing the name Magic City Tech Game Production Academy but said nothing. Comrade Fang Yu, we're brothers, right? If you have any other conditions, just name them. If you're not interested in what I just offered, well, I actually have an older sister. Absolutely top tier in both looks and figure. She works right at King, gentle and kind-hearted, beautiful inside and out. How about I introduce you? Nanzhao's eyes flickered briefly before he addressed Fang Yu with unflinching composure. Gentle and virtuous, beautiful and kind-hearted. Ha! He nearly choked on his own words. He'd had more than enough of that violent, older spinster. If he could just marry her off, he'd finally have some peace. Chapter 79, the third round of the production competition begins. Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10. Ahem. Actually, I have an older sister. She's absolutely stunning, both in looks and figure. Plus, she works right here at King. Gentle and kind-hearted, beautiful and good-natured. How about I introduce her to you? Your sister, is she Nanmu Yuan? Fang Yu's calm statement instantly froze the gentle smile on Nanzhao's face. That's right, Comrade Fang Yu. It seems you already know my sister is Nanmu Yuan.
She's not only the chief editor of Yushinking Games but also an outstanding trainee at the China Game Production Center. So, what do you think? Feeling tempted? Nan Zhao was a master of emotional control, instantly reverting to his signature sunny smile. Sorry, I'm not planning to join any other game companies for now. Ha, no worries. Whether you join or not doesn't matter, let's just consider this a chance to make friends. Anyway, what do you think about my sister? The production competition is about to start, we should head over now. Oh, okay. Huaxia Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Good evening, esteemed judges, contestants, and all gaming enthusiasts here and watching online. Welcome to the thrilling final round of the game development competition. After fierce competition at every stage, the works that have conquered the battlefields of creativity and technology now stand before us. The stage lights are now ablaze. This is not only a contest of intellect and talent, but a moment when dreams come to life. Behind each creation lies countless days and nights of dedication from its creators, carrying their most passionate love for the gaming world. Now, let us hold our breath and witness this ultimate showdown together, immersing ourselves in the boundless charm of the gaming world. For the final round, the host, dressed in a sharp black suit, addressed the audience with the same palpable excitement in his voice and expression. As soon as the host finished speaking, the venue erupted in a tidal wave of applause. Audience members in the back rows rose to their feet, cheers and shouts rising in waves. People waved homemade electronic cheering signs, each adorned with distinctively styled game characters and contestants' names. The stage atmosphere ignited instantly. In the corner, several audience members who had attended the previous production competition excitedly adjusted their glasses, passionately discussing with their companions what kind of works would appear in this round. Meanwhile, some spectators in the front rows wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the stage entrance leading directly to the production studio, as if awaiting someone's arrival. This round drew such a massive crowd that many fans couldn't secure tickets. The primary reason? Fang Yu's utterly terrifying performance in the previous two rounds, where he scored near-perfect marks both times. Amidst the buzz generated by short video platforms, forums, and social media, many first-time attendees had come to witness the hype to see if Fang Yu's games truly lived up to their online reputation. Woohoo, the final round is here. I wonder if this round will bring me another surprise? Honestly, everyone else seemed to burn out by the second round. No wonder this kid is on another level. His game quality is fundamentally different from the others, especially his NPCs. So even giving it your all isn't enough to win? Word on the street is that representatives from Shanghai Tech Game Development Academy and China Game Development Center showed up at the competition venue. Not sure if it's true, but this has never happened before. Could they be here to poach Fang Yu? His performance these past rounds has been nothing short of genius among geniuses. I doubt it. Have you seen the online buzz about the Jinling defense war these past few days? There seems to be something off about Fang Yu's game. Could the two major academies be here to investigate? Only if the China Game Supervision Bureau shows up would it indicate a problem. Let's not jump to conclusions. Alright, since we have many new viewers today, let me briefly recap the competition rules. All contestants must create a game within 24 hours and upload it to the AI system at center stage. Our judges Luo Chuan, Su Yuan, and Yu Zishu, along with the audience, will then test play the games and collectively assign scores. All scores will be averaged, though judges' scores carry greater weight in the system's final tally. As they say, the best is saved for last. Let's see just how spectacular this final round will be. Please welcome our contestants to the stage. As the host's words faded, Fang Yu, Nan Zhao, and the rest of the development team walked onto the stage. Instantly, the entire game exhibition hall was engulfed in a sea of thunderous applause, cheers, and the glow of homemade electronic cheering signs. Fang Yu gazed at the cascading code display at center stage and the audience waving their homemade electronic cheering signs below. He couldn't help but reflect on how quickly he'd adapted from feeling utterly lost upon arrival to now taking it all in stride. People really do adjust to their surroundings fast. Comrade Fang Yu, come on over. We've saved the center spot for you. Nan Zhao, standing near the center, called out softly to Fang Yu. Seeing the contestants had saved the prime spot for him, Fang Yu smiled and walked over. A brief introduction of the contestants. Fang Yu, chief editor of Tuoyu Games, known for his work Jinling Defense. You've likely followed the online buzz these past few days. He's the biggest dark horse of this cross-century gaming event, currently leading with 198 points after 2 rounds. Nan Zhao, game producer at Yushinking Games, known for Self-Shadow Theater. Current score, 165 points, currently ranked 2nd, 3rd place. Alright, everyone, that concludes the introduction to the competition rules and the contestants. Next, please welcome the contestants to the production studio. They will have 24 hours to complete their final round of work. At that time, the cross-century gaming tournament will officially conclude, with the champion receiving a massive prize of 30 million Huaxia coins and the tournament's championship trophy. As the host's excited voice faded, all contestants headed toward the production studio with practiced ease. You tell me, do I still stand a chance? Is there any possibility of staging an upset and taking down Fang Yu? Here we go again, the king of hell slinging noodles and spouting nonsense? A person may lack skill, but they must never lack spirit. Believe in yourself, just push through to the very end. Fine, I tried my best then got knocked out with one punch. What do you suggest I do now? Did you really give it your all? Has your brain development increased over the years? Did you seriously study game development? Don't spout nonsense with your eyes wide open. Chapter 80, Why are you so fast this time? China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Mr. Luo, long time no see. Where have you been recuperating these past days? You look in great spirits. Looking well? Yu Zishu watched Luo Chuan's eyes, tinged with a hint of despondency, as if he'd aged several years overnight. The corner of his mouth twitched. Su Yuan, you really are a master of quick wit. Oh, I've been studying China's history from 1937, trying to find a way to win. The taste of failure is truly bitter. Don't worry, Teacher Luo. At least we fought until the very end. That achievement of never retreating in battle is the best proof. After all, the predecessors back then all failed. Achieving success will still take us a lot of time. Today, Su Yuan wore a white puffy skirt paired with a knit top. Her hair was pulled into two fluffy pigtails on either side of her head, the ends curling slightly. Her watery peach blossom eyes sparkled with tiny specks of starlight, and her delicate, jade-like nose glowed with a natural pink hue. A sweet smile played at the corners of her lips as she spoke. Indeed, Professor Luo, some things aren't easily changed. Look at how unlucky I was in the defense battle, yet I persevered. As long as we can face ourselves with a clear conscience, that's what matters. Yu Zishu looked at Luo Chuan's slightly troubled expression and offered comfort. It's fine. I've already adjusted my state of mind a few days ago. By the way, Professor Luo, what do you think about this third round of the competition? The third round is the decider. Many contestants, pressured by Fang Yu, unveiled their final pieces in the second round finals. But that doesn't guarantee Fang Yu the championship. If Nanjia from Yushinking Games or Lu Yunzhou from Fengyan Games still have trump cards up their sleeves this round, it could go either way, especially Nanzhao. If Fang Yu slips up with his entry this time, the championship is far from certain. Of course, I still have faith in Fang Yu. This competition has brought me so many surprises. Oomph. How could Fang Yu make a mistake? Teacher Luo, I'm his biggest supporter this round, he absolutely won't let us down. Su Yuan shook her twin ponytails, her watery peach blossom eyes fixed on Studio 10, a confident smile playing on her lips. Oh, Su the internet celebrity, you trust Fang Yu so much. Alright, I almost forgot about you vanishing after the second round finals. Did you go to Fang Yu's studio? Did you get the news early? Yu Zishua's face flashed with intense curiosity at Su Yuan's words. Why are you so nosy? Mind your own business. Oomph. What? Our goddess Su Yuan actually went to see Fang Yu alone? No way. I can't accept this. I refuse to approve this marriage. My beloved Yuan goddess, woe is me, don't treat us this way. Have you all lost your minds? Didn't you hear Director Yu? They're just asking about the third round of the production contest. What are you getting so worked up about? Even if they are dating, so what? What rule says influencers can't fall in love? It's not even nighttime yet, and you're already getting all emo again? China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Based on the game framework he'd simulated days prior, Fang Yu frantically adjusted scene materials, physics engines, and lighting effects within the AI system. After days of grueling late-night practice, his game development skills had grown increasingly proficient and his pace significantly faster. Since the scale and storyline of the Pink Singwen victory scene he was creating were much smaller than the Jinling defense battle, he completed a third of it in under an hour. Ha! Teacher Luo, I feel like a few contestants aren't really into making their games, they're just sitting there motionless. Su Yuan noticed that aside from the top 5 contestants like second place Nanxing and third place Lu Yunzhou, most had switched to coasting mode, working at a leisurely pace. Curious, she turned to Luo Chuan for clarification. It wasn't hard to guess why. Some contestants would need a perfect score in the third round just to surpass Fang Yu. They had no choice but to watch helplessly at the insurmountable mountain looming above them. Yu Zishu chimed in. Look at the audience in the front center section below the stage. The attendees for this third round are truly extraordinary. Luo Chuan said no more, merely casting a faint glance at the audience below. Ha! A flicker of confusion crossed Su Yuan's face as she looked down. Instantly, the slightly familiar faces below plunged her into deep thought. After a moment of recollection, she seemed to remember. The vice president of Burning Star Games, Yu Tianqing's? Ha! Nan Mu Yuan. The chief editor of Wind and Cloud Games. Virtually every top-tier game company's chief editor was here. There were also several unfamiliar faces whose names she couldn't place, but the gold insignia on their uniforms revealed their identities, representatives from Huaxia Game Production Center and Magic City Tech Game Production Academy. What's going on, Teacher Luo? While game companies were supposed to send representatives, we never expected so many heavyweights to show up. And why are the Xia Game Production Center and Magic City Tech Game Production Academy here too? Su Yuan watched the sudden influx of prominent figures at the third round of the production competition, her small head filled with big questions. Most of the game company representatives were chief editors. If I'm not mistaken, they're here to study Fang Yu's game production techniques and details, and... At this point, Luo Chuan paused. To poach talent after the competition. After all, Fang Yu's potential is undeniable to everyone. The Game Development Academy is likely doing the same, assessing his potential based on game quality and offering attractive terms for in-depth training at their academy. Professor Luo really hit the nail on the head, exactly what I thought. But I can't shake the feeling that this Fang Yu isn't someone to be underestimated. After the first round of the competition ended, I laid out so many conditions for him. Ahem, never mind. Yu Zishu blurted out before suddenly clamping his mouth shut as if struck by lightning. Oh, really? We all went to consult Fang Yu about his game development approach during the first round. Director Yu, you've got some nerve poaching talent. Ahem, what do you mean poaching? I was seeking collaboration opportunities with promising talents. Su, you're not an influencer, don't spout nonsense, okay? Su Yuan was about to retort to Yu Zishu's brazen words when she was interrupted by the movement from Fang Yu's studio, contestant number 10. Ha? Why is Fang Yu moving so fast this time? Watching Fang Yu remove the brain-computer interface editor from his head and the neural feedback gloves from his hands, Su Yuan's face lit up with excitement only for it to vanish instantly, replaced by deep concern. Could something have gone wrong with the game being finished so quickly? Chapter 81, the game is about to begin. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. How could Fang Yu be this fast? Could he have really exhausted all his prepared ideas? Watching him remove the brain-computer interface editor from his head and the neural feedback gloves from his hands, Su Yuan's excitement vanished, replaced by a trace of anxiety and deep concern. This shouldn't be happening. Is that kid Fang Yu planning to wrap things up with a mediocre game? Does he think the championship is already in the bag? The score gap between him and Yushin King isn't that huge. He could very well stage a comeback. Yu Zishu stared blankly at Fang Yu, who was the first to remove his brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves, a look of utter disbelief flashing across his face. Su Wanghong, what exactly did Fang Yu say to you in the studio that day? Something feels off about this. We didn't discuss the third round of the development competition that day. Hearing Yu Zishu's questioning tone, Su Yuan suddenly recalled her recent experiences in Fang Yu's studio. Her face flushed crimson instantly, a faint blush spreading to her ears, and even her speech faltered. Ha? You didn't discuss the third round of the production competition? Then why did you go see him that day? Yu Zishu was about to press further when he saw Su Yuan's flushed, blushing expression. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. Before the results are out, we shouldn't jump to conclusions. That's the basic respect we owe the contestants. Besides, even if Fang Yu doesn't perform well this round, the games he made in the first two rounds already prove his capabilities. Luo Chuan furrowed his brow, then offered a reassuring smile, skillfully concealing the hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Truthfully, development speed doesn't equate to game quality. But Fang Yu's development pace this time was markedly different from the previous two rounds. Such a stark anomaly naturally stirs a hint of anxiety among those anticipating his work. Holy crap, what's up with Comrade Fang Yu? Did he take something last night? He's been so aggressive in this third round final. Hope the game quality matches the previous rounds. Something's off. Didn't he always go last in the previous rounds? What's up this time? Hope he hasn't run out of ideas. What kind of quality game can he polish in such a short time? He's probably just slapping together a half-baked product to fool people. The story probably isn't even complete. Don't get your hopes up. After two rounds, Fang Yu's probably running on fumes. This quick third round entry likely means he knows he can't match his previous quality. He's probably just waiting to see if other contestants can seize this chance for an upset. Don't get cocky, Comrade Fang Yu. Pride comes before a fall. Even though you dominated the first two rounds, that guy from Nanjing was breathing down your neck. At least deliver a decent quality product. What overconfidence leads to defeat? He's clearly run out of ideas. No wonder there were rumors that the Academy of Game Development had already arrived at the China Game Expo Center. They probably uncovered some underhanded tactics Fang Yu used. Whether his first two rounds reflected his true skill remains a mystery. The Academy at most cooperates with the Game Supervision Bureau on content investigations. What exactly are you guys calling yourselves here? Read up on the rules of the cross-century gaming tournament. Fang Yu, I've always had high hopes for you. I came here personally to watch your match, don't let me down. Nanmu Yuan naturally spotted Fang Yu as the first to emerge from the production room. An unnatural flicker crossed her face in her memory. Fang Yu had always been the last to leave during previous rounds' livestreams. Why was he so quick this time? Whispers began among the game editors from other companies beside her. They'd intended to study Fang Yu's game development process, but now that he'd finished so quickly, a stark contrast to his previous pace, they suspected the quality wouldn't be up to par. At this thought, many game directors wore expressions of disappointment. The time they'd deliberately set aside seemed destined to go to waste. 4 hours into the third round of the production competition, at the Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10, Fang Yu conducted a final inspection of the game content. First, he ensured the overall framework was sound. Next, he reviewed the pink Singwin victory scene and its lighting and material effects. Finally, he checked all the game's various settings. Satisfied that everything was in order, he removed the brain-computer interface editor from his head and the neural feedback gloves from his hands, then walked toward the holographic stage. Holy crap, persistence really pays off. Is Fang Yu planning to give up this round? He finished in just a few hours? Something's off, definitely off. How could Fang Yu finish so quickly? Could this competition have a twist? Just as expected. Fang Yu must have completely exhausted his creativity. This time, he's probably just churning out some half-baked, feature-deficient mess, wasting the audience's anticipation for nothing. Could it be that the people from Huaxia Game Development Center and Magic City Tech Game Academy who came that day were investigating his game content? Did his company steal prototype samples from the academy? Watching Fang Yu step onto the holographic stage first, the expressions on the faces of some contestants in the production studio varied, some worried, some delighted, but most visibly relieved. After all, the pressure he'd put on them in the previous 2 rounds had been immense. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense development period, we've finally reached this thrilling moment. Contestant number 10 has brought his masterpiece to the stage. Some might worry about the game's quality given the tight schedule, but I say this: creativity knows no time constraints. Each contestant has used their passion and talent to create infinite possibilities within limited time. And the most crucial point remains: he is the 2-time consecutive champion of this cross-century game development competition finals. Now, let's give the warmest applause to contestant number 10, Fang Yu, as we witness his final round performance. As Fang Yu stepped onto the stage, the host in his black suit addressed the audience with his signature, intensely excited tone and expression. The audience erupted in a thunderous roar and shrieks. Having witnessed his creations in the previous 2 rounds, many spectators had already become devoted Fang Yu fans. After briefly acknowledging the host and the audience, Fang Yu began uploading his game to the system. Fang Yu, you're the one I'm rooting for the most, don't let me down. Su Yuan's watery peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Fang Yu on stage, her heart racing wildly, unable to stay calm. If you dare to just slap together some half-baked game to fool me, I'll never speak to you again. Chapter 82, Entering the Campaign. Holographic Stage, Huaxia Game Expo Center. All audience members, judges, and viewers watching the livestream fell silent as Fang Yu uploaded the game he'd crafted for the 3rd round of the production competition. Within 10 minutes, Fang Yu completed the upload. He double-checked the content and settings of the Great Victory at Pink Singwin within the AI system on stage, ensuring everything was flawless before waving to the host. Alright. Contestant number 10 has finished uploading their game. Now, please put on your virtual reality headsets, judges and audience, and experience the true value of this final round game. The host on stage watched Fang Yu's wave, then immediately launched into his exaggeratedly enthusiastic pitch to the audience and judges. Damn it, Fang Yu. If you dare to pull a fast one on me, just you wait. I'll never speak to you again. Fang Yu, I came here personally to watch your competition and play your game, don't let me down. Su Yuan and Nanmu Yuan silently vowed to themselves before joining the judges and audience in donning their virtual reality headsets. As the game loaded, the viewer's vision instantly went black, then several lines of large text appeared. After the Marco Polo Bridge incident, Zayarizi launched a full-scale invasion of China. Facing the Japanese offensive, the nationalist army suffered defeat after defeat. Within a mere month, Beiping and Tianjin fell one after another. At that time, the Japanese seemed invincible in many people's minds, like an unbeatable legend. But this campaign shattered that deeply ingrained perception. It was. As the text slowly faded, everyone's perspective shifted abruptly. First to enter everyone's field of vision was the ancient Great Wall, towering against the mountains. The slopes on either side were steep and rugged, and at the narrow pass between the 2 mountains stood a mighty fortress, built of blue bricks, blocking the path. The gate bore 3 large characters, Pink Singwin. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, instantly carrying the acrid smell of gunpowder and the pungent stench of blood into their faces. The perspective shifted once more, and the sound of charging bugles, intermingled with the rattling of Japanese Type 92 heavy machine guns, filled their ears. Every player instantly felt the yellow earth beneath their feet tremble numbingly. Only then did they realize they were positioned on the slopes flanking Pink Singwin. Below them, the highway stretched out, Japanese rising sun flags fluttering wildly in the artillery fire. The blast waves from grenade launchers sent 3 or 5 figures clad in khaki uniforms tumbling to the ground. This immersive simulation instantly sent chills down the spines of every participant witnessing the battle. The next second, the screen blackened again. Slowly, several blood-red characters materialized in the center of every player's vision. How dare invaders scorn heaven's might! At Pingxing Pass, victory's song resounds. Heroic soldiers guard the perilous pass, war drums beat as we rally in unison. 1937, the Pink Singwin ambush. A powerful sense of familiarity, identical to the opening of the Jinling defense battle, washed over the audience. Some who had participated in the previous 2 campaigns couldn't help but exclaim. This is a classic Fang Yu-style game opening. Holy, this feels so real. Fang Yu, if you're human, I'll eat you alive. 4 hours and you've already pulled off another massive one? Did you really take drugs last night? Why start this fiercely? Fang Yu, answer me. Are you seriously trying to eliminate the other contestants? I nearly had a heart attack just wearing the immersive goggles, Fang Yu. Look me in the eye, you bastard. My scalp is tingling, Fang Yu. Be human. Quit showing off your god-tier skills. It's fine, it's just the beginning. We'll see how the rest plays out. I'm keeping my judgment reserved. Who asked you? Your opinion is worthless like a sewer rat, nobody cares. Woo, Fang Yu didn't disappoint me. You heartless bastard, why rush through the final round so fast? You scared the crap out of me. Seeing that familiar high-quality opening, Su Yuan instantly switched into excited heart-trembling hands mode, tears nearly spilling from her watery peach blossom eyes. You truly haven't disappointed your big sister, little Fang Yu. You're not getting away. Once this production contest ends, I'll tie you up and drag you back to Yushinking myself. Reading this opening that pulled her right into the story, Nan Muyuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Days ago, she used her extensive connections to confirm Fang Yu had been taken by the academy, boosting her confidence. Her ultimate goal in joining this third-round competition was to pack him up and take him home. Good grief, the competition just keeps getting tougher. Fang Yu's game is still top-notch. Once this round ends, game companies will probably start lining up at his doorstep. Here's hoping Ranching comes up with a more reliable contender next time. Yu Zishu felt as if he were right in the thick of the battlefield, instantly reaching his conclusion. Even representatives from the China Game Development Center and the Magic City Tech Game Development Academy watched the opening of Fang Yu's game with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. September 20, 1937, Yuanping. Where are you headed? To the front lines to fight the little Japanese bastards. The little Japanese have such powerful planes and cannons, can we even beat them? Our 86th Army's rifles and grenades aren't pushovers either. You're just bragging. How can you fight the Japanese with a few blowguns and big knives? If you don't believe us, just watch us fight. As the scene before them gradually sharpened, everyone realized they had entered the game, now playing as the 86th Army's 115th Division engaging in dialogue with the southbound nationalist forces. Facing relentless Japanese offensives, the Nationalist Army had suffered repeated defeats, leaving morale at rock bottom. When confronted by the northbound 86th Army, they inquired briefly. Hearing that the 86th intended to ambush the Japanese with such meager equipment, the nationalist soldiers heading south shook their heads in disbelief. The players who had entered the game glanced around at each other, noticing their uniforms were not uniform. Most were made of coarse cloth in earthy gray or blue-gray, with some showing uneven dyeing. Moreover, their rifles were mostly ordinary Hanyang-type models, no standard Zhongjing rifles in sight. Ammunition was scarce, with only about a dozen rounds per soldier. Machine guns were even rarer, with barely one per 100 men. Instantly, a faint aura of despair spread through the air. Seriously? This is ridiculously underwhelming. No steel helmets either. Some newly joined players exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief as they addressed their comrades. Last time we lost even with better gear than this. How are we supposed to fight now? Players who had already participated in one round of battles shook their heads helplessly. Could they really win with such a gap in equipment? Teacher Luo, Fang Yu really didn't take this seriously, did he? This gear and clothing are just too ridiculous. Su Yuan puckered her lips, flicked the bolt of her old Hanyang rifle, and huffed indignantly. Luo Chuan surveyed the situation and fell deep in thought. If he remembered correctly, this battle was the Pink Singwin victory. The 86th Army they were portraying had inferior equipment compared to the German Waffen-SS from the start. Such mismatched gear and uniforms were perfectly normal. Alright, everyone, don't fret. This battle might just surprise all of you. It won't be nearly as tough as you imagine. Chapter 83, Marching to Pink Singwin. September 20, 1937, Yuanping. Alright, everyone, don't panic. This battle might just surprise all of you. It's definitely not as difficult as you imagine. Seeing the despair on the faces of both new players and veterans who had fought through one or two campaigns, Luo Chuan spoke with a hint of encouragement. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. Their current equipment was indeed inferior to the German-equipped divisions from the previous two rounds, so Luo Chuan understood the players' current state of mind. But this ambush offered excellent terrain advantages. Taking Xia Rizi by surprise wouldn't be difficult. Hearing Luo Chuan's words, the players temporarily ceased their arguments. Yet the disappointment etched on their faces revealed their lingering unease. They suspected his encouragement was merely meant to soothe their nerves. No way, why do these uniforms feel way rougher than before? Different troop types? The gear seems way worse than last time too. I told you so. With such a tight schedule, it's a miracle they even got the scenes and plot done. Forget about anything else, the uniforms alone tell the whole story. The experience is bound to be absolutely terrible. What could they possibly accomplish in such a short time? The plot might not even be complete. Fang Yu, we really can't afford to be careless. So why pop champagne halfway through? They probably poured all their energy into the environment. Wonder how the NPC quality turned out. Ah, overconfidence leads to defeat. Are they just handing victory to others? It's not like the final round is rushed, why not polish it more? I honestly don't get how you guys see poor game quality from inconsistent uniforms. Learn some history, will ya? The 86th Army's equipment was already a tier below German equipped divisions. Yet their combat effectiveness was no weaker than the German mechanized divisions, in fact, it often surpassed them. Luo Chuan began recalling historical details of the Pingsingwen ambush, searching for strategic advantages. Though history recorded a great victory at Pingsingwen, Fang Yu's hellishly difficult game left him daring not to be the slightest bit careless. After all, the previous 2 rounds had already given them a harsh taste of Shioli's offensive ferocity. Moreover, their current adversary was no ordinary foe, it was the Itagaki Division, famed as the Steel Army. The Itagaki Division was a class A division during Japan's invasion of China, one of 17 standing divisions before World War II broke out. Renowned alongside the Isegai Division, it was among Japan's most elite mechanized forces. Of course, the commander of the 86th Army this time, Division Commander Lin, was no ordinary figure either. As early as 1930, he had served as commander of the 4th Red Army. And within 2 months, his forces achieved victories at Maksinjio, Xinjie, and Shuangqia town, annihilating over 10,000 Japanese troops, restoring the base area's western borders south of Huang'an and Makang while expanding its northern reach to the outskirts of Guangshan and Luoshan. Their combat prowess absolutely matched Japan's most elite forces. According to reliable intelligence, a portion of the 21st Brigade from General Sakagaki's 5th Division, along with their supply convoy, will bypass Pingsingwen. Our objective is precisely this area to exploit the advantageous terrain on both flanks and strike them with a surprise attack. Division Commander Lin surveyed the assembled forces, a mix of player-controlled and NPC units, his voice carrying an air of absolute certainty. Luo Chuan recalled the campaign's core strategy, exploiting information asymmetry. The Japanese had gravely underestimated the 86th Army's speed, believing it impossible for them to cross the Yellow River so swiftly to reinforce the nationalist forces. Thus, maintaining the ambush's secrecy became paramount. Wait, we're here to fight the Japs, right? Why does this feel like a goddamn trek? Fang Yu, you slacker, you don't even know how to slack off properly. Exactly. How many days has it been? All we do is walk and walk. What the hell is this? Just enjoy yourselves now. When we actually face the little Japanese bastards, you'll learn what real suffering is. Here we go again. With all my FPS gaming experience, taking down the little bastards should be a piece of cake. I just don't get what's so hard about it. Heh, no worries. I've done 2 rounds of simulated campaigns myself. All I can say is, you can't reason with the damned. Remember, we picked hell difficulty. All players followed the main force under the division commander, advancing from Yuanping toward Pingsingwen. 2 days passed quickly, with many players suffering terribly and complaining bitterly along the way. After several days of grueling trek, they finally drew closer to Pingsingwen. September 23, 1937, Shanghai. Exhausted from days of grueling travel, all players and NPCs lay sprawled on the ground, resting. Teacher Luo, ugh, I'm so tired. If Fang Yu dares say he didn't slack off this time, I'll wring his neck. Seriously, couldn't the storyline have started at Shanghai? Why make us walk this far? Su Yuan slumped onto a green stone slab, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her cheeks like wilted petals. Her chest heaved violently, each gasp trembling. Sweat trickled down her neck into her collar, staining her back with dark pools. Seriously, every time Fang Yu treats us like we're on a little outing, after days of walking like this, my bones feel like they're falling apart. After all this walking, I still don't know what we're even doing. Did Fang Yu even plan any follow-up story? What kind of nonsense is this, making us just keep marching like this? Long marches were considered relatively easy back in the day, especially without enemy threats. It was the bare minimum requirement for soldiers after all. If you can't even handle the fatigue of walking, how can you expect to fight on the battlefield? Luo Chuan spoke calmly to the players, venting their frustrations alongside Su Yuan, though the sweat dripping from his face betrayed his own exhaustion. According to the telegram from the Jin Sui army, Zayaraizi's vanguard has nearly reached Bingxing Pass. We must prepare in advance. A telegraph operator hurried over and whispered a few words into Division Commander Lin's ear. Take a few men with me to scout the terrain near Bingxing Pass. After hearing the telegraph operator's report, Division Commander Lin addressed the assembled soldiers. His voice was full of vigor, showing none of the exhaustion the players felt after their long march. Let's go, Commander. I'm with you. This is nothing. I'm coming too. I'll tag along too. Some players who had participated in the first and second campaigns possessed strong mental resilience and adaptability. They quickly recovered and prepared to follow the division commander to survey the terrain around Pingsingwen. Among them was Luo Chuan. Phew, I'm exhausted. Are they made of iron? Don't they ever get tired? Su Yuan caught her breath. Even though it was already September, the weather remained sweltering, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened across her skin. Su Yuan, you want to compete with me for Fang Yu? Let me tell you, you're dreaming.
A cold voice suddenly cut through the air beside her. Su Yuan shuddered at the sound and turned to see a familiar face beside her. Nan Mu Yuan. Chapter 84, Terrain Advantage. September 23, Shanghai. Su Yuan, you want to compete with me for Fang Yu? Let me tell you you're dreaming. A cold voice suddenly cut through the air beside her. Su Yuan shuddered at the sound and turned to see a familiar face beside her. Nan Mu Yuan. Chapter 84, Terrain Advantage. September 23, Shanghai. Su Yuan, you want to compete with me for Fang Yu? Let me tell you you're dreaming. Nan Mu Yuan? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm competing with you for Fang Yu? Fang Yu is a person, not your personal property. I don't understand what you're talking about. Hearing this, Su Yuan shuddered in fright. She turned to see Nan Mu Yuan beside her and spoke in a tone laced with anger yet timid. And with so many people here, aren't you afraid others or the live stream viewers will hear you? Su Yuan, you really only know how to play games. Don't you ever read the game settings? I've activated the private chat function just for the two of us. What we say here can't be heard by anyone else, not the players on site, not the live stream viewers. Nan Mu Yuan watched Su Yuan resting on the stone bench. The blue-gray coarse cloth uniform of the 86th Army hung loosely on her slender frame. Paired with her large, watery peach blossom eyes, she couldn't help but evoke a sense of pitiable vulnerability. Our Su internet celebrity sure knows how to play the cute card. Wonder if Fang Yu actually falls for it. Your soft candy entertainment really went all out for Fang Yu. They actually sent you out there. Nan Mu Yuan. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean the company sent me out? If we're talking about being sent, weren't you the same? After the second round of the production competition ended, didn't you rush straight to find Fang Yu? You were even faster than me. I heard it all at the door. You were saying exactly what you're saying now. You're clearly interested in me, but you're just... Shut up. Hearing the shameful words she'd spoken to Fang Yu in the production studio earlier, Nan Mu Yuan's expression changed instantly. With lightning speed, she covered Su Yuan's mouth. Her black high ponytail drooped, obscuring the tips of her ears tinged with a faint pink. The icy expression on her stunning face softened slightly, a delicate blush spreading across her cheeks. Listen here, Su Yuan. If a fourth person finds out about what happened in the studio earlier, I'll make sure you learn about Yushin King's methods. Oomph. Who's afraid of who? If you keep spouting this nonsense, the moment the competition ends, I'll have people hang banners outside Yushin King's gates for all to see. Let's see what you can do about it. Su Yuan unexpectedly grew defiant, though her eyes still betrayed a hint of evasion. After all, eavesdropping on others' privacy with equipment was inherently disgraceful. You dare! Believe me, I'll cut out your tongue if you do. Hearing Su Yuan's desperate threat, Nan Mu Yuan's chest heaved with rage, a flicker of panic crossing her face. If this were exposed, her carefully cultivated image as an aloof ice queen would shatter. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Pink Singwen Pass, Luo Chuan and a group of over a dozen others followed Division Commander Lin as they steadily approached the Pingxing Pass gateway. Pingxing Pass, situated at the junction of Lingqiu County in Datong City and Fanqi County in Xinzhou City, Hadong Province, lies along the eastern stretch of the Hangshan Mountains. As a crucial pass of the inner Great Wall, its terrain dominated by gorges and mountainous landscapes formed a natural ambush battlefield. As they advanced, Luo Chuan explained Pingxing Pass's geographical position and topographical advantages to the group. The surrounding mountains lacked paths suitable for Japanese troops to maneuver around. The mountain ranges to the north and south acted as natural barriers, strictly confining the Japanese forces' operational space within the gorge. This impregnable terrain completely nullified the Japanese forces' tactical advantages based on mechanized equipment and infantry-artillery coordination, rendering their heavy weapons ineffective and leaving them vulnerable to passive defense. Professor Luo, this place really is quite advantageous. Look at this central gorge stretching from west to east. It's at least 10 kilometers long. Moreover, the cliffs on both sides are steep, with slopes exceeding 60 degrees impossible to climb. The road surface is also quite narrow, seemingly only wide enough for a single vehicle to pass at a time. Indeed. Crucially, the mountainous terrain on both sides is densely forested with pine trees, shrubs, and undergrowth, providing ideal conditions for concealed assembly. Setting an ambush from these heights allows clear observation of Japanese troop movements while remaining difficult to detect. As the group reached the Pingxing Pass checkpoint, some players began discussing the strategic advantages of the terrain. The exceptional geography reignited a glimmer of confidence in their ambush plan. Upon reaching the Pingxing Pass gate, a formidable fortress built of blue bricks came into view. 3 large characters were carved upon it, Pingxing Pass. This terrain design is seriously impressive. It instantly immerses you in that battlefield atmosphere. That kid Fang Yu must have spent ages picking out all these environmental textures. Holy crap, this terrain, this environment. Man, my fingers are itching to fight. We'd be crazy not to set up an ambush here. This ambush is going to be wild. Forget gear, just the terrain alone gives us a massive advantage. It's the perfect convergence of timing, location, and teamwork. Guys, have you ever seen reinforcements drop straight from the sky? Seriously, why does this battle feel like it's dragging on forever?
Making players trek for days, what's the deal? Is Fang Yu planning to make a game simulating the long march next? You know, you might be onto something, but I doubt it's practical. Just think of all the storylines and terrain they'd have to design. September 23rd, noon. Pingxing Pass area. Damn, we finally made it. It looked so close, but it nearly killed me walking here. You think this is tough? You haven't seen anything yet. If you'd fought in the Battle of Nanjing, you'd know what true despair feels like. Bullets piercing your skull, bayonets ripping through your body, shells shattering your limbs, death comes in every imaginable form. Compared to that, walking a few steps is a breeze. Honestly, the Battle of Nanjing left me with a lingering sense of hopelessness. With the firepower and equipment back then, holding the line was just too damn hard. In the eastern section of the gorge lies a high ground called Laoi Temple. Its terrain is relatively gentle, facing east with its back to the west, built against the mountainside. Lower in front and higher in the rear, it serves as the commanding high ground controlling the entire gorge. Securing this position allows for a dominant firing angle over Xiajizi, further compressing the enemy's operational space. Drawing on historical records, Luo Chuan recalled the pivotal point of this campaign, the battle for the Laoi Temple high ground. This location could be considered the Japanese forces' only potential breakthrough point. Everyone began grouping up to scout the surrounding terrain, focusing on identifying suitable ambush positions and the most likely breakthrough points the enemy might choose. After 2 hours, all gathered intelligence was consolidated. Surveying the NPC warriors and players around him, Division Commander Lin issued his first order since arriving at Pingxingguan. Yes, sir. Chapter 85, Reconnaissance and Positioning. September 23rd, noon. Pingxing Pass area. So, any good spots you found? Good question. This place seems to be full of damn good spots. Rig meter? Don't be so careless. Our gear this time isn't as good as what the German divisions had during the Jinling defense. We're relying purely on the terrain. If something goes wrong with the positions, we're screwed. Damn it, you still don't believe me? Look at the size of this pass, barely wide enough for a small car to squeeze through. The mountains on both sides are so steep the slopes damn near 60 degrees. You expect the little guys to just fly over? Damn it, you're way too overconfident. I recall Professor Luo mentioning a crucial vantage point nearby, something called Laoi Temple Heights, I think. Let's scout it together later. All NPC warriors and players began grouping up to scout advantageous positions near Pingxing Pass upon hearing the commander's orders. After roughly 2 hours of reconnaissance, the group began returning one by one. Alright, let's consolidate the findings. Everyone give a brief report on what you scouted, stick to the key points. Division Commander Lin and Political Commissar Nya, observing the weary but determined troops returning, spread out the topographic map and began planning ambush positions based on the terrain. The confirmed intelligence is that the enemy's main force is advancing toward Pingxing Pass. An ambush from this elevated position would be highly advantageous. The question now isn't whether to fight, but how to fight most effectively. This marks the first clash between our 86th Army and the invaders of the Little Days. The entire Chinese people are watching us. This battle must be fought well to give the nation a satisfactory account. Political Commissar Nia first reassured everyone, making them fully aware of the battle's critical importance. Alright, now report on the reconnaissance findings. The road before us stretched over 10 miles, running east-west across Pingxingguan. It was the Japanese forces' only route. The mountains flanking it were steep, with slopes of about 60 degrees impossible for the Japanese to climb. Laoi Temple sits on one side of Chiago, occupying higher ground with unobstructed visibility. Controlling the Laoi Temple high ground would grant us complete oversight of the Japanese forces' every move and enable effective fire suppression against them. The high ground near Shiozhai village allows flanking attacks against Japanese forces, creating a pincer movement with frontline troops to further constrain the Japanese forces' operational space. The valley's narrow terrain, surrounded by towering peaks, severely hampers Japanese aircraft conducting support missions. Low-altitude strafing runs and precision bombing become nearly impossible, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of air power. The only gap along the highway allowing the enemy to break through to the mountains is Lao Yi Niao. By blocking the front entrance, we can intercept enemy reinforcements. With some fighters ambushing from the hills flanking the road while the rest took up positions on the high ground at the Laoi Temple Gap, ready to trap and eliminate the enemy. The group began reporting their findings based on the recent terrain reconnaissance. It was midday, the sun blazing overhead. The rocks were scorching hot, not a breath of wind stirred, and the air felt as though it were burning. As they relayed their observations, every soldier couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows. Good work, everyone. We'll head back now to establish initial defensive positions. Tomorrow, the political committee and I will return to ensure no gaps remain. You've all worked hard today. Every drop of sweat we shed today is for the more successful completion of this campaign. Division Commander Lin watched the soldiers standing at the Pingxing Pass in their heavy uniforms, sweat streaming down their foreheads and cheeks. With a hint of encouragement in his voice, he spoke. Meanwhile, at Shanghai. I don't want to argue about this now. If you have the guts, go find Fang Yu yourself after the third round of the tournament. If he chooses to go to Yishanking, that's his freedom. Fine. The most crucial thing is that studio incident. If it gets out, I guarantee you won't be laughing during your livestream. Oh, and I almost forgot, do you have any evidence for that rumor you spread? Besides, I recall Fang Yu's studio was set to private mode at the time. How did you even hear it? Nan Muyuan suddenly remembered something, her expression hardening as her voice turned icy. She'd nearly been led astray by this little brat. Didn't you just admit it yourself? Why would I need to spread rumors? Su Yuan smiled at her aggressive expression. And thanks to you enabling the voice-only mode, I've already saved our entire conversation. Ha! You! Nan Muyuan clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Her long hair fell over half her stunning face, and the confident curve of her lips now tightened into a straight line of regret. Everyone, gather here. The terrain reconnaissance of Pingxing Pass is essentially complete. We'll now begin assigning personnel to each position. Just as Nan Muyuan was about to speak again, the division commander returned to the upper fort with the group and announced in a resonant voice. At the commander's order, all soldiers instantly ceased their chatter and began moving toward the makeshift camp. Division Commander Lin and Political Commissar Nye spread out the map and began deploying troops based on the reconnaissance points previously identified by the group. The 685th Regiment would approach from the east, while the 686th Regiment would advance from the west. They would lie in ambush along both sides of the highway and on the high ground at the Laoyinyao Gap. 4 heavy machine guns would be positioned at the front, with 3 light machine guns on each flank, 10 machine guns in total. This sole breakthrough point must be defended at all costs. The front intersection was defended by an entire Nationalist Army Corps. Our 687th Regiment would hold the hills northeast of Pingxingwan, specifically targeting enemy reinforcements. Proceed with these preparations for now. Further changes will be communicated as they arise. According to reliable intelligence, the enemy is expected to reach Pingxingwan around September 25. We will advance our defenses in anticipation. With time remaining today, all personnel should familiarize themselves with the terrain and key positions near Pingxingwan to ensure coordinated combat operations when the fighting begins. After prolonged deliberation, Division Commander Lin and Political Commissar Nye began allocating specific troop deployments across Pingxingwan's strategic positions. Yes, sir. Truly a master strategist, his battle plan is impeccable. I have high hopes for this campaign. After 2 consecutive defeats, woe is us. Can this finally give us some hope? Rest assured. This campaign combines favorable timing, terrain, and morale. It's absolutely unstoppable. The terrain here is absolutely crucial. If every position holds firm, victory is ours for the taking. Just reading your comments makes my heart race. Maybe hold off on the hype. If we lose, I'll be devastated. Sure, history says we won, but don't forget this time we've got tons of players involved. Not trying to be a downer, but victory's far from guaranteed. And don't forget they picked hell difficulty. Chapter 86, Deciding to Start My Own Company. September 23, afternoon. Shanzhe. Teacher Luo, do we really stand a chance in this ambush? This gear has us feeling pretty uneasy. Su Yuan, clad in a loose-fitting 86th Army uniform, weighed the golden bullets in her hand as she addressed Luo Chuan. This ambush operation didn't even have anti-tank guns, let alone mortars. Their only firepower likely came from those 10 machine guns. The massive disparity in firepower naturally made everyone uneasy. Moreover, the failures in the previous 2 defensive battles had inevitably affected their morale. As I said before, this campaign will be far easier than you imagine, nothing like the difficulty of the Jinling defense. And I'm not sugarcoating things, that was the reality back then. But this is hell difficulty with players of wildly varying skill levels, so victory is far from guaranteed. Luo Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed toward Pingxingwan as he spoke calmly. By the way, Professor Luo, this military branch we're playing as is new to us. Their equipment feels significantly inferior to the branches we used in the Jinling defense. Yu Zishu's face also showed a hint of curiosity as he looked at Luo Chuan. The military branch they were portraying this time, whether in terms of uniform quality or equipment quality, was indeed inferior to the German-equipped forces they had previously portrayed. Oh, you mean that? Last time we played infantry from the Central Military Academy's Training Corps, a German-equipped division reorganized and trained to German military standards, so naturally their gear was top-notch. But this time, we're portraying the 86th Army. This unit was one of the 3 main divisions of the 86th Army led by the Chinese Communist Party during the War of Resistance against Japan. Formed on August 25, 1937, from the 2nd Front Army of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, the 27th and 28th Armies of the Shanbei Red Army, the independent 1st and 2nd Divisions, the Chishui Guard Battalion, and a portion of the Red Army Headquarters Direct Command units. Having been newly formed, its equipment naturally lagged behind the Central Military Academy's instructional corps at the time. However, this unit's morale and combat prowess were in no way inferior to the German-equipped divisions. Indeed, they surpassed them. Relying on rudimentary gear, they still fought with their own distinctive flair. 86th Army? Any brothers familiar with this unit? Share what you know. Truth be told, I didn't even know what a German-equipped division was, let alone the 86th Army. Not a bro? Are you even Chinese? You don't know a single main force unit from the anti-Japanese war. I'm seriously impressed. Seriously, you should have your family tree check back 3 generations. Kid, did you even pay attention in history class during compulsory education? German-equipped divisions were elite nationalist forces trained by German advisors and armed with German weapons. They followed traditional military structures like divisions, brigades, and regiments equipped with Zhongzheng rifles, German machine guns, artillery, etc. Their tactics focused on positional warfare and large-scale core operations. The 86th Army was different. It primarily employed flexible guerrilla warfare and mobile warfare tactics. Its organization was more adaptable, relying heavily on captured or homemade equipment, which was relatively rudimentary. It fought the war relying on the strength of the people, emphasizing the integration of military and civilian forces, and representing the interests of the broad masses. See, this is what you call expertise, and it's the vast online community that truly understands. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. After extensive refinement, other contestants' works were unveiled, though they couldn't offer audience trials yet, all awaiting Fang Yu's piece to conclude. Fang Yu's campaign intro seems unusually lengthy this time. Who knows what's coming next, but that opening scene truly blew me away. Still, in game development, narrative completeness takes precedence over everything else. Judging by his style in the first 2 rounds, his polishing time shouldn't have been this short. If that's the case, did he awaken some new talent while making games in those 2 rounds? That's ridiculous. Why not just say he has a system in his head that automatically finishes the entire game for him? That would actually make more sense. Seriously, guys, you've taken absurdity to a whole new level. Systems? Ha! Let's just see how well the Pink Penguin victory battle scenes turn out. Those preview missions are probably meant to help new players acclimate to the battlefield first, so they don't die instantly and shatter their moral resolve. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu's face lit up with excitement as he looked at the Pink Penguin ambush battle, set to launch in just 1 day. Winning this ambush would unlock the year of the battle difficulty after Hell Mode, another guaranteed hit. He hoped the team could keep their cool. During the days after completing the overall framework for the Pink Penguin victory, he carefully recalled the work environment and atmosphere of his previous life, causing him to frown deeply. A company president who lacked any independent thought, acting like a puppet, a sharp-tongued assistant who loved stealing others' work, in a work environment so oppressive it felt devoid of any humanity. It was like having every negative trait stacked on top of each other. Now, armed with his system and hundreds of thousands of emotion points, plus his newfound fame from the development competition, why wouldn't he start his own game company? No, not just a game company. His system modules still had unlocked features. Though he didn't know what they were, Fang Yu could probably guess, likely something related to entertainment like film, television, or music. He could establish an entertainment conglomerate outright. In the early stages, he'd leverage the system's capabilities to continuously develop games and accumulate emotion points. Later, after unlocking other modules, he could diversify efforts across film, music, and gaming. His dream of becoming a director in his past life could easily be realized. Right now, there was no better plan. The possibility of becoming Blue Star's top entertainment company was definitely high. At this thought, Fang Yu smiled. His unexpected transmigration in the past life had truly been a stroke of luck. Thinking about his future life, he couldn't help but feel energized. As for the reputation concerns he'd previously worried about, he no longer fretted over them. After the competition concluded, he had his own methods to make Wang Xian spit out everything he'd swallowed before. Meanwhile, on the evening of September 23, Shanghai. After an entire afternoon of relentless practice, everyone had gained a solid grasp of the various hiding spots throughout Pingxing Pass. How about it? Everyone familiar with their assigned positions? Anyone still unsure of theirs? Luo Chuan surveyed the players around him. The key to this battle is surprise. Positioning and concealment are crucial. If you're exposed, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Professor Luo, rest assured. Our veteran players who've participated in the first and second rounds are leading the new recruits in groups and batches. There won't be any issues. Indeed. We just taught the new players how to use the Hanyang Type 2 rifle with 3-point support, plus how to assemble and disassemble cluster grenades. We'll have them practice again tomorrow, shouldn't be a problem. And the most crucial point, the high ground at Lao Yi Temple is equipped with 10 machine guns. Rock solid. Nan Muyuan, why did you choose to be in my group? Su Yuan watched Nan Muyuan cling to her like glue, stomping her foot in exasperation. Well, obviously I'm worried about our big internet celebrity's safety. Or could it be you're afraid I'll leak the studio's secrets? Chapter 87, all set, just need the right moment. September 24th, afternoon. Shanghai. Teacher Luo, it's just 1 day until the little one arrives, right? Su Yuan lay bored on the nearby bluestone slabs, swinging her legs as she addressed Luo Chuan. The sudden shift from the high-pressure environment of the Jinling defense to this relaxed setting left her feeling somewhat unsettled. The battlefield situation changes in the blink of an eye. No one knows the exact time little Day will arrive here.
Still, I suggest you use this time to familiarize yourself with your assigned position to avoid mistakes later. Luo Chuan watched Su Yuan sprawled out on the stone slabs near Shanghai, his brow furrowing slightly.
On the battlefield, a scattered mindset would inevitably hinder performance.
After all, survival on the battlefield hung by a thread. Maintaining constant vigilance during combat allowed one to push beyond physical and mental limits at critical moments, unleashing unexpected strength.
Teacher Luo, I only came over because I saw you resting here. What do you mean by that?
Su Yuan covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders shaking violently as she stifled her laughter. She glanced at Luo Chuan resting near the base camp, where strands of his graying hair glistened with sweat in the sunlight.
Luo Chuan's utterly dumbfounded expression was too much for Su Yuan to contain. You're just messing with me. I went over every key position with Commander Lin and the others yesterday. Besides, I'm an old man now, I can't keep up with you youngsters. TSK. First time I've seen Professor Luo get flustered.
Serves him right, his own words came back to bite him.
Ha! Su Yuan is truly a goddess, she'll say anything. Look at Professor Luo fuming and glaring. Hilarious. Honestly, forget them, even I feel off.
Anyone who watched the first round's Chungqing Town stalemate and the second round's bloody battle at Guanghua Gate knows what I mean.
The rhythm just feels off. Starting to get nervous.
As the saying goes, before a big battle comes the resupply.
This time, Little Japan's most elite mechanized forces are arriving.
While they do have the terrain advantage, this is hell difficulty, anything could happen. Fang Yu, you better not tell me there's nothing coming after this and make us wait here for days.
If you do, I'm taking control of you. Just wait till the tournament ends, I'll come find you with a knife. By the time the tournament ends, the game company will VE snatched you away.
What chance would you have?
Ha! September 24th, afternoon. Pink Singwin area.
Division Commander Lin and Political Commissar Nie Zhang were reviewing each location scouted by soldiers the previous day. This time, they were accompanied by regiment officers and reconnaissance personnel. Just as they reached the 1/3 mark in their verification, the weather shifted. The azure sky gradually faded, as if gently veiled by a sheer gauze. Along the distant horizon, layers of inky black clouds piled up. The sunlight dimmed beneath the cloud cover, and the world, which had been bright and dazzling moments ago, was now shrouded in a dull, yellowish gloom.
Finish up quickly. Rain is coming.
Division Commander Lin addressed the surrounding regiment cadres and scouts, and the group immediately accelerated their pace of exploration and investigation. Yet as time passed, the clouds grew thicker, the air thick with dampness, and the branches near Pingxing Pass rustled in the wind. A flash of lightning split the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder. A downpour poured down, soaking the entire group. After another hour of thorough investigation, they finally secured all key positions.
Evening of September 24th, Shanghai.
The group returned to base camp soaked to the bone, but Division Commander Lin paid no mind.
He gathered all commanders and issued orders, departed midnight on September 24th and entered the pre-established ambush positions before dawn.
At the temporary headquarters, Division Commander Lin circled Pink Singwin heavily on the map with a red pencil. The creases on the map seemed to transform into billowing smoke in the dim light. Over 20 regiment and battalion commanders sat huddled around the earthen stove, their boxer pistols gleaming coldly in the night air.
Finally, let me reiterate some key points.
Our primary strategy for this ambush is to exploit the information gap. The Sakagaki Division doesn't know we can reach Pink Singwin this quickly. Therefore, until the enemy appears, all commanders must fulfill their duties without revealing our position. Hide thoroughly where concealment is possible, and refrain from action when it is not warranted. The Japanese convoy's journey from the lead vehicle's entry into the gorge to the section near Laoyi Temple would be their final resting place.
The signal for action would come naturally when the time was right. Due to Pink Singwin's terrain, I had prepared some signal flares for this operation. His fingertip traced the contours of Chiago on the map. Commissioner Nie also took a pencil and traced the map, the paper rustling softly in the silence. The enemy is well equipped, but we have 3 trump cards: surprise, encirclement, and swift victory. All units must reach their positions before dawn and trap the devils in the ravine. Time is short. Have the soldiers prepare. Check weapons and ammunition before marching. Depart promptly at midnight. Those needing rest should do so now. Here it comes, finally. Brothers, it was worth the wait. Fang Yu's been treating us like kids, but hopefully this battle will be our big win. Fang Yu, at least let us win one round. This is too cruel. We already know how tough our predecessors had it back then, but we've lost 2 rounds in a row now. I'm kinda scared to watch this. Damn, I just checked the battle intel, turns out the enemy sending in their strongest mechanized force this time. They're even more brutal than the little bastards in the Jinling defense. Fang Yu, do you think we still have a chance? If we lose this time, it'll be 3 straight defeats. As the saying goes, you can lose once or twice, but not 3 times in a row. You can't let us lose 3 games straight. It all depends on how Commander Lin and the political commissar lead. Command is crucial in this Pink Singwin campaign, but honestly, our chances aren't great. The Japanese have brought elite troops this time, and the 86th Army's equipment is still too inferior. This is our chance to shatter the myth of Zairizi's invincibility. Success means seizing massive weapons and military supplies. The whole nation is watching you. I believe you can do it. Chapter 88 Ambush. Midnight, September 24th, Shanghai. The torrential rain gradually ceased as the night mist began to dissipate, leaving behind the earthy tang of damp soil in the air. The time was nearly right. Commanders at all levels began directing their comrades toward Pingsingwen Pass. Upon arrival, they would assume their pre-assigned positions. Division Commander Lin glanced at his pocket watch. The hands pointed to 11:30 p.m. and addressed the commanders surrounding headquarters. Yes. All units prepare. We're moving out for Pingsingwen now. Take your assigned positions from yesterday's deployment, conceal yourselves, and wait for the enemy to arrive. Dusk swallowed the last sliver of daylight. Dim campfires illuminated the soldiers' darkened faces. Some veterans and NPCs meticulously cleaned their rifles, their barrels gleaming coldly beside the faint flames. The veteran squad leader distributed ammunition while instructing, use it sparingly. Every bullet must eliminate an enemy. All NPCs and players nodded solemnly, tucking the ammunition carefully into their chests as if it were not cold metal but the very hope of victory. Some younger soldiers ran their fingers over grenade pins, a flicker of tension crossing their eyes before being replaced by other expressions. Afraid? A youthful-looking NPC soldier, his straw sandal laces tied and retied, heard the commander's voice echo overhead. A flicker of anxiety crossed his immature face, but then, as if remembering something, the tension faded, replaced by a resolute expression. I'm not afraid. Fighting the Japanese devils means avenging my parents and the entire village. They burned our village to the ground, splattered the villagers' blood across my face. I'll chop off every last one of those beasts' heads to pave the road for my parents and the whole village. The blood-red scene from his memory seemed to reappear before his eyes. His lips trembled as he clenched his fists tightly, his thoughts drifting back to that night 3 months ago, a night he never wanted to recall. That day, the Japanese soldiers' horses trampled the stone path at the village entrance, their bayonets forced open the wooden gate to his home. He would never forget the sky-high flames that erupted from his mother's blue cotton blouse as she was pushed into the fire. He remembered his father charging at the enemy with a sickle, only to fall in a pool of blood, never to rise again. The entire village was reduced to scorched earth, the cries of his loved ones echoing through the mountain hamlet. Good lad, you've got my old spirit. You'll need that fierceness later. Give those little bastards a good whack. Here, I'll give you extra ammo. Aim carefully when the time comes, ha! The one-eyed veteran's eyes flashed with encouragement as he slammed the ammunition pouch onto the young soldier's shoulder. The clinking of spent casings against his shoulder made the boy tremble as he accepted this gift, a bond shared only between comrades in arms. We brothers in arms will always be your allies on the battlefield. Those bastards left 3 holes in me, but I'm still standing strong. After we win this fight, I'll treat you to a proper meal. A full belly makes for a happy soldier. The machine gunner, his face caked in dust, casually pulled open his shirt to reveal the gruesome scar on his chest. He patted the still healing wound and smiled at the young soldier. We can even have some sweet potato liquor then, ha! 1 sip and you'll forget all your troubles. I've got some stashed away after we win at Pingsingwen, I'll bring it all out. The one-eyed veteran also flashed the youth an encouraging smile, promising to treat him to a proper feast after their victory in the Pingsingwen ambush. Fang Yu. Something feels off. That bastard Fang Yu is up to no good again. Sigh, those were truly tragic times for Huaxia. Villages were slaughtered without warning, sparing neither children nor the elderly. Boys were forced to take up arms before they were even grown. How many young lives were destroyed in that war? If the war ended and this young soldier somehow survived, how could he face the empty village? Those bastards truly deserve to die. That's war for you, a pack of demons in human skin devouring their own kind. War is utterly reprehensible, bringing nothing but harm. As that classic saying goes, I don't know what weapons will be used in World War III, but I know World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. After brief preparations, the group advanced in orderly formation toward the Pingsingwen area under the cover of the silent night. A silver-gray serpent of bayonets wound its way up the mountain path. Some soldiers touched the letters from home tucked against their chests, their last connection to family. Many others gripped their Hanyang-type rifles tightly. A single glance exchanged with their comrades spoke volumes. They all understood that this pre-dawn ambush would be an exceptionally grueling battle. After an hour of arduous trekking, the familiar sight of the imposing, blue brick fortress came into view. Alright, everyone check your ammunition one more time. Then at the Pingxing Pass entrance, form up into groups and move sequentially to the pre-designated hiding spots. The resonant voice of Division Commander Lin echoed from the Pingxing Pass gate. Teacher Luo, how many rounds did they give you this time? I only seem to have 18? Su Yuan pulled the bolt of her old Hanyang type rifle and casually loaded a shiny bullet into the chamber. Click! With a crisp metallic click, the bullet slid smoothly into the chamber. Su Yuan closed one eye, beginning to familiarize herself with the rifle's aiming mechanism. 18 rounds? That's about right. The 86th Army's equipment was inferior to the German-equipped divisions to begin with, and ammunition has always been scarce. I'm in much the same boat as you. Don't sweat the small stuff. Hey, focus on your aim, but eject the bullet first. If you shake and fire by accident, this ambush is ruined. Luo Chuan watched Su Yuan practice aiming with the loaded rifle and hurriedly cautioned. Heh, just kidding, Teacher Luo. The moment you started talking, I already ejected the round. You just didn't notice because my technique is so smooth. How could I possibly practice aiming with a loaded rifle? You nearly gave me a heart attack. On the right flank, the machine gunner wiped the barrel of the heavy machine gun with an oil-soaked cloth. Gripping the handle, he pulled back with a flick of his wrist. The bolt slid back, the feed block rattling as it moved. Brass casings inside the canvas ammunition belt reflected a cold gleam. About 10 minutes later, the entire squad had their gear organized. After inspecting their gear, everyone moved toward their respective combat positions, their footsteps light yet determined, as if afraid of disturbing the sleeping night. Upon reaching their positions, all soldiers and players swiftly took cover, waiting silently for the signal flare marking the assault. Moonlight glinted off the steel rifles, their cold gleam mirroring the intense heat in the fighters' eyes. Chapter 89, The Battle Begins. Early morning, September 25th, Pingsingwen area. The twilight cast an iron-gray hue over the mountains of Pingsingwen. Soldiers of the 115th Division, 86th Army, had long since taken up positions along the ridges on both sides. Teacher Luo, what time is it? I'm so tired and sleepy, it's unbearable. Is little Day scared? Oomph. Good to know they're aware of our strength. Su Yuan stood motionless atop a peak on Pingsingwen's left flank, though prolonged standing made her legs tremble slightly. They'd been waiting here nearly 3 hours, not a peep from little Day, not a sound at all. Buzz. And the mountain mosquitoes were swarming so thickly they felt like they were biting into her flesh. She kept swatting at her face. Stay calm. Little Day could appear any moment. Just hold on a little longer. Luo Chuan watched Su Yuan swaying left and right on the mountain, his brow furrowing as he spoke sternly. Oh. Our internet celebrity Su is finally experiencing the hardships of life, huh? What, can't hold it anymore? Well, you could always disconnect, right? It's not like it's forbidden. Nan Muyuan, seeing Su Yuan's restless state, couldn't help but start teasing her. Ah, Director Nan, you're still alive? Haven't seen you in days, thought you'd already disconnected. Ha! Let me tell you, I never disconnected during the Jinling defense battle, and that was on hell difficulty. Wonder if Director Nan tried hell difficulty in the Battle of Guanghua Gate after the second production competition? Su Yuan spun around without a shred of politeness to fire back. Of course I've played it. After all, Fang Yu is joining our company soon. I need to familiarize myself with his games beforehand. I've always held high expectations for Fang Yu's work, no need for reminders from the big internet celebrity Su. Director Nan, you've got no shame left. The competition isn't even over yet, and you're already trying to hand Fang Yu the job? No need for your concern, Ms. Internet Celebrity. Early morning of September 25th, Pingsingwen Regional Temporary Command Center. Division Commander Lin and Political Commissar Nye were stationed inside the command post. Beside them sat a telephone, while an open map lay spread across the desk. Both men peered through binoculars, scanning the distant horizon. This time, Zayarizi had arrived with supply trucks. Their nighttime lights would be highly conspicuous, and the rumble of the engines was impossible to conceal. Time ticked by. Guards, signalmen, and buglers stood mere steps from Commander Lin, all waiting silently in the still night. The pre-battle quiet felt unbearably long. Damn, this is killing me. Is little Day even coming? I'm getting moldy waiting. Look, Commander Lin's binoculars are practically burning a hole through the mountain pass, and little Day still hasn't shown up? If this battle has no follow-up, that'd be a real masterpiece. What if Fang Yu hasn't made the sequel yet? What if he makes up some excuse after the competition, blaming Professor Luo and the others for scaring the little guy away, preventing the plot from triggering? Then he could just edit and upload the game content he's been working on these past few days while they're out of the picture. Holy crap, you're a ING genius. Listen to yourself, does that even sound like a reasonable argument? Do you think the technical judges at this competition are just sitting around? They won't give you a chance to fix and upload anything. If a contestant's game has issues, they'll run hundreds of tests on the spot. If they find you've submitted an unfinished product, they'll disqualify you immediately and all your hard work will be for nothing. Relax, Fang Yu's got this covered. Have you all forgotten the games he made before? The more intense the pressure, the more pumped I get. This is seriously exhilarating. Thank goodness the game world's time flow is different from ours. Otherwise, we'd be waiting forever. September 25th, 8 a.m. Temporary Command Center, Pingsingwen Sector. The little days are here, everyone buckle down. Colonel Lin barked the order with a hint of exhaustion in his voice. After a full night of staking out, he was starting to feel the strain too. The others in the temporary command post followed Lin's gaze. A small red dot appeared ahead and to the right of the highway, slowly advancing. Behind it, a dense mass of figures stretched out, accompanied by the rumble of vehicle engines in the air. Watching the target steadily approach their ambush perimeter, Lin considered ordering his men to strike now. But after assessing the range of their concealed firepower, he held back. His gaze remained fixed on the advancing column to the right front. That red dot grew ever closer to their ambush position, visible with the naked eye even without binoculars. Thud! The vanguard Japanese soldier advanced along the highway, holding aloft the rising sun flag. About 20 infantrymen followed in formation behind it. About 10 meters behind the flag, 3 columns of Japanese troops marched in formation. The bayonets on their Type 38 rifles glinted in the morning sunlight. Behind the main force trailed numerous vehicles, some transporting infantry, others hauling mountain guns. The entire column moved with a lazy, indifferent air, seemingly unconcerned about any possible ambush at Pingsingwen. Division Commander Lin remained unhurried, watching motionless as the Japanese forces gradually entered the ambush zone. However, others in the temporary command post were perplexed, constantly signaling to him with nervous glances, their hearts tightly wound. Meanwhile, at the Pingsingwen ambush site, the one-eyed veteran company commander stared at the ticking hands of his pocket watch. Each second hand's movement felt like a steel needle piercing his heart. The dust haze rising from the distant highway grew thicker and thicker. The roar of the Shaori convoy's engine shook their chests, yet the ironclad order forbidding fire held his taut nerves in a vice-like grip. The young soldier following the one-eyed veteran watched the main force of the little days approach from afar, his lips trembling slightly. Memories of the slaughter his parents and village had endured played like a film reel in his mind. Suppressing the urge to fire, he prepared to pull the bolt of his Hanyang-made rifle, his fingers numb from the cold metal. As he waited, his gaze instinctively sought the one-eyed company commander. Yet the sun-darkened face bore no expression, only the knuckle of the index finger resting on the trigger had turned white, as if awaiting something. The other soldiers around him held their breath, even the faintest sound of a bolt grinding magnified to deafening volume. The machine gunners ambushing from Lewei Temple had long since positioned their weapons at optimal angles, the burlap sacks beneath their barrels soaked through with cold sweat. They counted the approaching vehicle silhouettes, throats parched with pain, desperate to pull the trigger immediately. But orders were orders, and they could only watch as the Zayarizi trucks crept closer and closer, their impatience and rage nearly bursting from their chests. Time ticked by. Only when the enemy command post neared the old temple did Division Commander Lin signal the start of the battle with a flare. Bang! Bang! Red and green flares streaked across the sky, their two colored streaks twisting and colliding mid-air, sparks flying like two burning flowers exploding in the heavens. Damn it, the signal's finally here. Everyone, fire! As the flares shot up, someone shouted the order. Instantly, a hail of gunfire erupted from all sides. Bullets flew from the barrels like tongues of fire, whistling toward the enemy positions. Chapter 90, High to Low, Fire. Early morning, September 25th, Pingsingwen area. The faint light of dawn emerged, shrouded in a white mist. A hint of blue gradually seeped from the eastern ridge, gradually turning into the pale light of dawn. Bang! Bang! As a ray of sunlight suddenly pierced the clouds, the sound of two signal flares shattered the silence on the mountains near Pingsingwen. Damn it, finally got the signal. Everyone, fire! As the flare shot skyward, an unidentified voice bellowed the command. Instantly, a hail of gunfire erupted from all directions. Bullets flew from the barrels like tongues of flame, whistling toward the Japanese soldiers. The one-eyed veteran had already locked his sights on the Japanese soldier carrying the white flag at the front. His pale index finger instantly pulled the trigger of the Hanyang-made rifle. Bang! The crack of the Hanyang-made rifle echoed as the bullet streaked toward the head of the Japanese soldier bearing the red and white flag. Put! The sound of the bullet piercing flesh echoed. The Japanese soldier's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. His body twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground. Brain matter and blood flowed out in all directions, filling the air with a thick, pungent stench of blood. The flag, clutched tightly in his hand, instantly fell to the ground, clattering sharply upon impact. Damn it! Did I tell you to carry that damn flag? When you meet your dog-like ancestors in hell, ask them why they let you set foot on Chinese soil. The one-eyed veteran company commander's eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth in fury. The young soldier, his face still bearing traces of youth, reacted swiftly upon hearing the signal flare. Yet lacking combat experience, his movements lagged half a beat behind the veterans. Gazing at the dense mass of enemy soldiers on the road below, he recalled the village's devastation months prior. He bit his lip hard, his eyes fixed on the advancing enemy column. Then, raising his Hanyang-made rifle, he aimed at the Japanese infantry behind the rising sun flag using the three-point alignment technique the one-eyed veteran had taught him and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out of the barrel like a fiery tongue, whistling toward the enemy. The recoil of the Hanyang rifle sent a numbing shock through his shoulder. But as expected, the first shot missed its mark, the bullet striking the road beneath the enemy's feet and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the one-eyed veteran had taught them to shoot, they could only practice with empty rifles. He had never truly experienced the sensation of firing live rounds. The 86th Army's ammunition was far too scarce and precious to waste. After 2 rounds of the Jinling campaign, veterans like Su Yuan, Luo Chuan, and Yu Zishu had grown intimately familiar with every battlefield environment, their rifle skills honed to perfection. They aimed smoothly just ahead of the enemy infantry, made slight anticipatory adjustments, and pulled the trigger with perfect alignment of fluid, seamless motion. Bang! 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 As the gunfire erupted, more than half of the dozen or so Japanese infantry near the rising sun flag instantly collapsed. Under the hail of bullets from the 86th Army, the front ranks of the Japanese suffered heavy casualties. The command sword of 21st Brigade Commander Miura Toshimitsu froze mid-air. The convoy, which had been moving lazily through the valley moments before, suddenly erupted into chaos. Bastards! An ambush! Veins bulged on Miura's forehead as he scanned the scene of fallen Japanese soldiers, pinpointing the source of fire. Within seconds, he spotted the 86th Army concealed on both flanks of Pingsingwen Pass. 1st Regiment, fan out. Heavy machine guns suppress the high ground on both flanks. Mortar crews, prepare grenade launchers, be ready to reinforce at any moment. As Japan's strongest mechanized force, the Sakagaki Division was no pushover. Miura instantly recognized the ambush and ordered a counterattack. The Japanese soldiers, clad in steel helmets, scattered like a swarm of stung hornets, scrambling for cover as they counterattacked up the hills. However, the overwhelming terrain advantage rendered their counterattack as futile as a mud cow entering the sea. It couldn't stir up much of a wave. Ha! Look at this road, narrow and steep. The Japanese motorcade is all bunched up, unable to turn around. They're sitting ducks for the 86th Army. The little Japanese couldn't even use their weapons properly in this mountain terrain. Their guns couldn't get the elevation they needed. Ha! They didn't stand a chance. Pingsingwen's terrain is tailor-made for ambushes. With the Japanese supply columns concentrated here, they're completely exposed. A few grenades thrown in, and it'll be utter chaos. As the saying goes, strike from high ground against low ground, beat the fools. Even the Japanese cavalry is useless here. The roads are too narrow for horses to gallop, leaving them trapped alongside the infantry. Rough words, but true. Though damn, that's some harsh talk. This terrain really gives the little Japanese bastards a run for their money. Wonder how long it'll take them to spot that one mountain path up to Laoyi Temple. Pingsingwen, 685th Regiment's position. Alright, Professor Luo, I forgot to ask, how exactly does this high to low advantage play out? Yeah, I recall them saying absolute terrain advantage accounts for most of the success, but I only know the higher ground offers better visibility and makes it harder for the enemy to hit us. Beyond that, I'm clueless. Yeah, Professor Luo, tell us. I'm also curious about why you said this campaign, despite inferior equipment, was significantly less difficult than the Jinling defense. Surrounding players engaged Ziazizi in ambush while addressing Luo Chuan. Ahem. First, firing downhill from elevated positions extends the range and coverage of bullets, shells, and other weapons. For instance, when you throw grenades from high ground, they hit targets faster and more accurately, increasing lethality. Moreover, firing from elevated positions offers more favorable bullet trajectories, allowing rounds to penetrate deeper into enemy formations and inflict more effective casualties. Take the machine gun emplacement near Laoyi Temple. Its field of fire spans up to 270 degrees, significantly expanding the high ground's fire coverage. Second, the terrain is easier to defend than to attack. By utilizing rocks, trees, and other natural features to build makeshift fortifications, we occupy inherent cover. Enemy forces attempting to assault from lower ground gain little advantage and instead become sitting ducks for our fire, significantly increasing the difficulty of their advance. By relying on the terrain, we minimize our exposed area, reduce the risk of attack, and effectively preserve our strength. Luo Chuan watched the retreating enemy forces scrambling along the Pingsingwen Highway, a faint smile touching his lips as he spoke. At the same time, on the western slope of Pingsingwen, at the 686th Regiment's position. Huff! After firing that shot, the young soldier's fingers trembled uncontrollably. His first time on the battlefield had him nervous, and he began taking deep breaths. Hey, you okay? You're holding up better than I did on my first day. Back then, I was too scared to even lift my head out of the trench. The old squad leader dragged me out and gave me a good talking to. No need to be nervous, kid. The little Japanese bastards can't cover our position with their firepower. The one-eyed veteran patted the visibly tense young soldier on the shoulder, his smile easing the pressure. Seeing the encouraging smile on the company commander's dark face, the young soldier felt his pressure ease considerably. He steeled his resolve, raised his Hanyang-made rifle, and pulled the bolt. Click! As the golden shell casing flew out from the side of the bolt, its gleam reflected the young soldier's resolute face. Chapter 91, The Charge. September 25th, morning, Pingsingwen. The enemy forces, hindered by the formidable terrain from deploying their equipment effectively, began scattering in search of cover. Some, hearing the gunfire, immediately charged toward the hill directly ahead. However, the road at Pingsingwen was far too narrow for the crowd to disperse. Meanwhile, at the temporary command post in the Pingsingwen area. Ha! Commander Lin truly commands with skill. Our hearts were in our throats just now, fearing those little devils might break out of the encirclement. Indeed, when those enemy flags approached from afar, we dared not even blink. This ambush was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, miss it, and it would be gone forever. Rest assured, Commander Lin personally scouted these positions in the rain yesterday. He knows every inch of this terrain. Everyone, put your minds at ease. Just look at the results of this ambush, no further explanation needed. The men gathered around Division Commander Lin, praising his masterful command of the ambush. The enemy formation was now in disarray. Sound the advance and charge. Order the 686th Regiment to press down from both flanks of the mountain and establish a fire network. General Lin observed the once neat Zayarizi formations now completely disintegrated, with soldiers scattering for cover. Judging the timing right, he smiled and issued the order. Ping Xingwen, 685th Regiment position. Teacher Luo, what do you think? My aim's pretty decent, huh? That little bastard thought hiding behind the car would save him, but his leg was still sticking out. Our line of sight is way better than theirs, heh? Su Yuan closed one eye, leveled her Hanyang-made rifle, and aimed at the little bastard infantryman hiding behind the car hood. A loud bang echoed as the bullet shot out, trailing sparks, straight for the little bastard's calf and knee. The bullet shattered his knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Instantly, a hail of bullets rained down on him. Not bad, but use them sparingly. You don't have many bullets. What do you mean, Teacher Luo? What do you mean I don't have many bullets? How many do you have? Not many, maybe 100 rounds. Why? Ha? Wait, why? Where did you steal the ammo from? Doesn't everyone get 100 rounds? Ask Directors Nan and Yu if you don't believe me. Yeah, we all got 100 rounds. Su Yuan, you're using them up so fast. Liar. I only got 18 rounds back then. When I asked you, you said everyone had about the same amount. Su Yuan's composure instantly shattered. Watching Luo Chuan, Nan Muyuan, and Yu Zishu firing bullets like they were free, she was completely dumbfounded. Probably uneven ammo distribution. Don't sweat the small stuff, Su. It doesn't matter, killing those little bastards is what counts. Besides, 18 rounds force you to be more careful. Unlike us, we can't afford to be cautious. Nan Muyuan flicked the bolt, sending golden casings flying from the rifle's action. Seeing Su Yuan's utterly bewildered expression, she couldn't help but crack a smile. Honestly, maybe you killed too many enemies during the last round of the Jinling defense battle. You performed well, so this time Fang Yu secretly gave you a little extra boost. Ha! Yu Zishu, however, had no such reservations. After enduring Su Yuan's constant taunts, he now laughed unrestrainedly. Alright, enough joking. Historically, this campaign was crucial for crushing the little Japanese bastards' morale and boosting the Chinese people's confidence. The higher-ups specially allocated ample ammunition. Guess their hand must have slipped when distributing yours, huh? Ha! I don't need this much, I'll share some with you. Luo Chuan smiled at Su Yuan's aggrieved expression and spoke up. Tap. Just then, the Japanese machine gunner swept fire toward their hilltop position, instantly raising a cloud of dust across the battlefield. Ahem, Teacher Luo, are you okay? Ah. My eyes. I can't see. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, Yu Zishu clutched his eyes and began wailing. Oh, the battlefield lucky charm strikes again. How many times has this happened to Director Yu? Has anyone kept count, huh? Seriously, hearing Director Yu's screams makes me want to laugh. Anyone else get that crazy clash between moral duty and the urge to laugh? Ha! Seriously, whenever something happens, Director Yu is the first person I think of. Damn, it's become a conditioned reflex, really. I saw it clearly just now. His eyes weren't hit by Little Day's machine gun at all. He just crouched down a split second too late. The dust and pebbles kicked up by Little Day's bullets hitting the ground flew right into his eyes. Seriously, how unlucky can someone get? Did Fang Yu plant some kind of curse on Director Yu that keeps him in this non-stop bad luck spiral? Seeing Yu Zishu squatting on the ground in agony, Su Yuan couldn't wait any longer. She pulled a white gauze pad from her pocket. Director Yu, how are you? Hey! Seeing the dust covering Yu Zishu's eyes, she couldn't hold back any longer. Fang Yu, I'll never forgive you. Ding dong! At that moment, a piercing bugle call tore through the battlefield's chaos, echoing through the valley like a bolt of lightning splitting the frozen front lines. Players and soldiers on both sides of the front froze at the familiar sound. The next second, everyone lying in ambush on both sides of the mountain leaped out from behind the green curtains and rocks. Warriors roared as they charged from cover, surging like a tidal wave toward Zayarizi below. Gunfire, battle cries, and explosions intertwined. On the hillside, the bugler's cheeks bulged crimson as beads of sweat rolled down his face. The brass bugle gleamed coldly through the smoke, its stirring call becoming an invisible battle flag, guiding the warriors forward with fierce determination. 1 minute earlier. Upon receiving Division Commander Lin's order to prepare the charge and advance signals, the 686th Regiment descended from both flanks of the mountain, establishing a fire network. Hearing the command, the bugler instantly drew the polished military horn from his waist. His fingers trembled slightly, but his gaze was resolute. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and pressed the mouthpiece firmly to his lips. Da da da. Charge! The 686th Regiment, holding the high ground, pressed down on Zayarizi from both flanks of the mountain, forming a dense fire network that instantly threw Zayarizi into chaos. Vehicles collided, soldiers jostled, and the bellowing of horses mingled in the chaos. In desperation, Zayarizi deployed their 88mm heavy artillery, but the terrain severely limited its effectiveness, preventing the guns from unleashing their full power. The 86th Army's advance bugle call never ceased. The Japanese forces began desperately searching for a breakthrough. Suddenly, the gap at Lao Yimiao on the highway's flank came into Miura Toshimitsu's sight. Chapter 92, The Breach at Lao Yimiao. Morning of September 25, Pingsingwen area. Ding dong. Su Yuan, Luo Chuan, and the others froze upon hearing the bugle call. This sound, etched into their very bones and souls, stirred an irresistible urge to charge forward regardless of the cost. Even Yuzishu, upon hearing the bugle call, stopped rubbing his eyes. He felt the blood surge through his body, only realizing 3 seconds later that dust still clung to his eyelids. The next second, a sharp, stinging pain shot through his eyes. Ah! He crouched down again, frantically rubbing his eyes with clean gauze. Hey, Director Yu, what's up? You just stood up and now you're crouching again? A mischievous smile flashed across Su Yuan's lips. She'd developed a conditioned reflex seeing Yuzishu's flustered state automatically triggered her mocking mode. Oh, and Teacher Luo, I've never heard this sound before, but the moment it plays, I instantly feel like some mysterious force is propelling me forward. Nothing scares me anymore. Ahem, Director Yu, this condition requires wiping with a damp gauze to be effective. Su Yuan poured water from the kettle, soaked the gauze, and handed it to Yuzishu while addressing Luo Chuan. The history of horns is quite ancient. In ancient warfare, a rapid, continuous blast signaled the launch of a full-scale assault, spurring soldiers to charge forward with courage. While a lone, drawn-out blast signaled retreat, prompting orderly withdrawal from the battlefield. The horn enabled efficient command and coordination on the battlefield, greatly enhancing combat effectiveness. The bugler now sounded the charge. Though its tone differed from ancient times, its essence remained unchanged. From ancient times to the present, this sound has been etched into our very bones. That's why when we hear it, we feel a mysterious force propelling us forward. The 686th Regiment's assault must have commenced. We must first secure the southern high ground, intercept the vanguard of the enemy forces, and prepare to cut them off. Luo Chuan listened to the stirring bugle call, watching the soldiers of the 686th Regiment roar as they leaped from their cover, surging like a tidal wave toward Zayarizi below. Instantly, the blood in his veins felt ignited. Yet they could not charge downhill just yet. The 685th Regiment's primary mission remained holding the Pingsingwen defensive positions. Holy crap, this is intense. Hearing that sound actually makes me want to cry. Some magical force is pushing me. I can't help but want to charge with them. This is the power of the bugle call. When the horn sounds, we stand tall. It's the voice etched into the DNA of the Chinese people. The power of the bugle truly transforms into sound waves that pierce through time and space. This isn't just the horn sounding, it's the beating hearts of countless wartime heroes. It's the mission etched into the very bones of the Chinese people. Every note pounds against my chest, the pain making me want to charge out with them. The bugle call is China's roar in its darkest hour, shattering all cowardice and fear. It lets me see the backbone of 1,000 armies, the unbreakable spirit of a nation. I can't take it anymore. Anyone up for joining me to fight the little Japs in the Chunhua Town and Jinling defense battles? Hearing this horn's call, I just can't hold back. I don't even want to go to class tomorrow. You kid, you'll say anything to skip class. Ha, just kidding, I'm in. Any Chinese person hearing this call would feel compelled to charge into battle. Major Miura, the 86th Army has charged down from the southern highlands along the Shuzhai village front at Pingsingwen. What should we do? The Japanese scouts saw the 86th Army buglers on both sides of Pingsingwen's mountains continuously sounding the charge, while other soldiers charged toward them like madmen with rifles. For a moment, they were at a loss. They began reporting the battlefield situation to Miura Toshimasa. The moment that brass horn blared, the enemy poured out of their trenches. Even the cooks came out wielding cleavers. The look in their eyes wasn't about killing us, it was about dying alongside us. Miura Toshimasa was already overwhelmed. Their pre-battle plans hadn't anticipated the 86th Army arriving so swiftly, nor had they foreseen the ambush near Pingsingwen Pass. Just as he pondered how to break through, the gap at Lao Yimiao on the highway flank came into Miura Toshikatsu's view. The terrain around Lao Yaomiao sloped from low in the south to high in the north, with Lao Yaomiao Ridge further north forming a commanding high ground. Controlling this position would grant the initiative on the battlefield. 2nd Regiment, concentrate your forces and advance toward that gap. Miura Toshikazu, having finally found an ideal breakthrough point, was instantly energized. He waved his military sword, directing the charge toward the gap at Laoi Temple flanking the highway. Meanwhile, at the temporary command post in the Pingsingwen area, Commander Lin's foresight was truly uncanny. The enemy has concentrated the 2nd Regiment's forces to break through toward Lao Yimiao. Ha! We've prepared a grand surprise for them this time. I wonder if they'll be able to handle it. Other commanders nearby watched as Xiao Rizi discovered the breach at Laoi Temple and prepared to push through, a faint smile spreading across their faces. I think we need more reinforcements. This spot is the most critical part of the ambush. If the enemy concentrates their firepower to break through here, it'll be tough. Have Deputy Regiment Commander Yang Yong lead the 3rd Battalion of the 686th Regiment to attack first. Simultaneously, reinforce flanking firepower to fully support the 3rd Battalion's charge. The 2nd Battalion should follow closely behind. Rest assured, we've specifically prepared a major firepoint near Laoyi Temple. It'll give Xiao Rizi a taste of his own medicine. Others began chiming in with their own suggestions. Ping Xingwen, near the Old Master Temple area. The commander of the 2nd Regiment of the enemy forces was directing his infantry toward the Laoyi Miao breakthrough. Yet he sensed an unnerving stillness in this sector. While the adjacent battlefields roared with fire, this area remained eerily quiet, and it was Ping Xingwen's sole breakthrough point. There was no other option now. With their forces trapped in an encirclement below the mountain, heavy firepower was useless. Laoi Temple was their only breakthrough point. They had to go all in. As his men drew closer to Laoi Temple with no ambushes in sight, his guard gradually lowered. Clickety-clack. The next second, a black heavy machine gun suddenly appeared on the hillside beside him, its dark muzzle aimed straight at him. The sudden appearance of the muzzle blanked his mind, leaving only the echo of his own pounding heartbeat in his ears. Before he could order the surrounding infantry to retreat, he saw the yellow flames spewing from the barrel. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling his nostrils. He lowered his head to glimpse the blood blossoming on his chest, and then his consciousness began to fade. Whoosh! As the first machine gun opened fire, the surrounding gunners all sprang to their feet. A dense, overlapping crossfire was rapidly taking shape. Chapter 93, The Fire Network. Noon, September 25, Ping Xingwen, near the Laoi Temple area. The dust-covered machine gun command post had been ready the moment they spotted the Japanese flag. Their position at Laoyi Miao was the most critical breakthrough point, so they couldn't reveal themselves prematurely. Watching the Japanese advance toward them, the knuckles of the fingers gripping the rifle bolts had long since turned white. Rounds were already loaded, waiting for the Japanese to breach the Old Master Temple. When he spotted the infantry of the Japanese 2nd Brigade advancing toward them, he knew the moment to fire had arrived. His gaze locked onto the captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Little Days marching at the front. He raised the heavy machine gun and slammed his white knuckles hard against the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. As he opened fire, the 86th Army machine gunners lying in ambush all sprang to their feet, forming a dense network of heavy and light machine gun fire. Yellow flames danced from the muzzles as the Japanese 2nd Regiment's infantry fell one after another. Blood instantly stained the ground near Laoyi Miao red, and the air filled with the mingled stench of blood and gunpowder. Damn it, this is a fire network of 10 machine guns. A bunch of bastards trying to break through here? Dream on. Everyone remember, this is the lifeline of Xiao Rizi's breakthrough. Don't hold back on bullets, shoot hard. Beside him, a machine gunner with a face caked in dust watched the Japanese soldiers fall one after another. He snorted derisively and addressed the other ambushers scattered around. Meanwhile, at Ping Xingwen, the ambush zone of the 686th Regiment. As the bugle call echoed relentlessly, the 686th Regiment concealed in the mountains began closing in on the enemy forces below Xiao Rizi, gradually forming a vast encirclement. The two ambush routes of the 686th Regiment on the mountain pierced into the enemy's main force like two sharp daggers. To maximize their tactical advantage, every soldier was equipped with a generous supply of grenades. The moment the charge commenced, grenades rained down on Xiao Rizi mountain like hailstones. Instantly, earth-shattering explosions echoed along the highway below Ping Xingwen Pass. Ha! Kid, where'd you toss your grenade? Trying to use the blast wave to suck all the oxygen out around Xiao Rizi? Make him suffocate to death? The one-eyed company commander watched the young soldier pull the pin from his grenade and toss it onto the open ground beside the road below, where it exploded near the enemy. He chuckled and spoke up. Ahem, sorry, Captain. This is my first time in combat. I'm a bit nervous, and I've never actually practiced live grenade throwing before. The young soldier's inexperienced face flashed with frustration when he realized he'd thrown the grenade off target. Hearing the one-eyed company commander's words now, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Grenades were already scarce, and he'd just wasted one. Watching, kid? Is this how you use a grenade? The one-eyed company commander didn't continue his mockery. Instead, he hurled another grenade toward the transport vehicles below Xiao Rizi Hill, landing it right near the fuel tank of a military truck. Boom! As the explosion echoed, the fuel tank of the transport vehicle was engulfed in flames and instantly detonated. The surrounding soldiers were caught in the fire and blast wave, letting out agonized screams. The air thickened with the acrid smell of burning flesh. A ring of Xiao Rizi soldiers perished in the inferno caused by the fuel tank explosion. Surveying his impressive results, the one-eyed company commander said little, merely casting an encouraging glance at the young soldier. Holy crap, that grenade must have hit the little bastard's main artery dead on. No wonder he's a company commander that accuracy is intercontinental missile level. Did he actually calculate the distance for that throw? That's insane, bro. Why charge down the mountain? Wouldn't it be better to stay high ground and trade kills without taking damage? I'm really confused. Dude, this is an ambush. What were you doing up on the hill? Waiting for the enemy to weather this fire and then run?
We're ambushing here because the terrain is perfect. Wear them down first, then close in. Meanwhile, at position 685.
Nan Mu Yuen. Do you even know how to use a rifle? Look at you, 10 shots fired, how many hits? Wasting all those bullets. Su Yuan watched Nan Mu Yuen's reckless firing and instantly lost her temper.
Her own ammunition was scarce, forcing her to conserve every round.
Seeing Nan Mu Yuen waste bullets hurt worse than if she'd been killed. Mind your own business, Su Yuan, you internet celebrity. This is a battlefield. The enemy isn't static targets. How am I supposed to hit every shot? Nan Mu Yuen didn't back down, turning to fire back verbally. So you can't hit moving targets? Watch closely, Nan Mu Yuen.
I'll show you how to take down moving enemies. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, she raised her Hanyang rifle, aiming at Little Days, who was retreating behind the car hood. Out of habit, she aimed one body length behind him.
Bang!
The bullet erupted from the barrel, tracing an arc through the air toward Xiaorizi's midsection.
Put!
Xiaorizi, dodging the fire, collapsed instantly, clutching his bleeding abdomen and letting out a wretched scream.
Su Yuan turned and shot Nan Mu Yuen a look that said, "Practice more."
Wait, this doesn't count the trial run at the company. This is my first actual battle.
What are you so smug about? Seriously. Nan Mu Yuen felt a bit flustered.
She couldn't pinpoint when it started, but seeing Su Yuan's smug expression made her emotions hard to control.
Did you guys hear that? Goddess Su Yuan and director Nan from Yushinking seem to be trading barbs. I totally heard it. So weird. Weren't their companies partners before? Why would they be sniping at each other?
I remember every time Yushinking released a new game, they always had Goddess Su Yuan do the promotional playthroughs.
Has director Nan forgotten her roots? What if there's some other conflict?
Like internal company disputes, or personal beefs. Maybe they both like the same guy or something. What nonsense are you spouting?
Do you even know their statuses?
Su Yuan is the top-ranked game streamer online, beautiful, sweet-voiced, over 100 million fans. I won't even get into that, it's common knowledge.
Director Nan is the daughter of Nan Yuan, CEO of Yushinking Games. She's also a top-tier trainee at the China Game Development Center.
Rumor has it that during her training there, suitors lined up from the south gate to the north gate of the academy and she turned them all down.
You're telling me these two powerhouses would turn on each other and forget their roots over some guy? Give me a break. Why are you getting so worked up? It's just a reasonable guess. Someone uninformed might think you're related to them. Pingxing Pass, temporary command post. Commander, the enemy has clearly detected something amiss.
Look, their main force is converging on the old temple area.
Shouldn't we deploy additional reinforcements?
The reconnaissance officer beside him had been monitoring Xiaori's movements. Upon noticing their formation shift, he immediately reported to Commander Lin. We've surrounded a brigade over 4,000 men. They're too large a force to swallow whole in one bite. When I ordered the assault earlier, I directed the 686th Regiment to split the enemy into segments as they charged down the highway.
And I dispatched an additional battalion to seize the old Master Temple. By leveraging that strategic high ground, we can trap the enemy in the ravine and starve them out.
Division Commander Lin surveyed the battlefield before speaking calmly.
Meanwhile, at the Pink Singwen position.
The Pink Singwen position was already shrouded in smoke and deafening explosions. Soldiers from the 3rd Battalion of the 686th Regiment crawled and rolled through the smoke, finally storming the highway. The moment he received the order, Regimental Commander Li decided to remain at the command post to direct operations personally, while the rest of his men were deployed to the camp to bolster firepower. Watching the Japanese forces launch counterattacks under the cover of their tanks, the 3rd Battalion commander began directing his men to block the road ahead, ensuring the enemy couldn't escape via the highway.
Miura Toshimasa was still tearing his hair out over the 2nd Regiment's complete annihilation when he suddenly turned and saw the 86th Army climbing onto the highway. Charge! Chapter 94, Close Range Firefight, Japanese Reinforcements. Noon, September 25th, Pink Singwen Front.
Battle smoke billowed beyond the mountains.
The once smooth highway was now pockmarked with craters. Near the old temple, numerous transport vehicles lay destroyed, their post-explosion flames raging along the roadside.
The sickening stench of blood mingled with gunpowder hung heavy in the air.
Teacher Luo, about this battle's troop deployment, it feels a bit chaotic to me? Su Yuan blinked, watching the Xiaorizi forces near their position begin concentrating troops for a breakthrough.
She turned to Luo Chuan with a look of confusion.
Disorganized?
This ambush, the 685th Regiment occupies the southern high ground along the Guangou to Laoyimiao line to intercept the enemy's vanguard. That's the head-on strike.
The 686th Regiment occupies the southern high ground along the Laoyimiao to Shaozhai village line, executing a central assault to sever the enemy advancing along the highway, then pushing east toward Paochi, cutting the enemy's supply lines. The 687th Regiment would occupy positions along the Kaijiayu, Shigo village, and Dongha South town line to sever the enemy's retreat route, cutting off the rear. So it only seems chaotic to you. Overall, the divisions are quite clear. After briefly considering Division Commander Lin's earlier deployment, Luo Chuan addressed Su Yuan. By the way, Professor Luo, I heard Xiao Ri's forces this time are his strongest mechanized units. But it feels like they're not living up to their reputation. They're traversing such treacherous terrain without even sending a few scouts ahead to reconnoiter. A hint of curiosity also flashed across Yuzushu's face. The Japanese have had an uninterrupted smooth advance with minimal resistance, naturally breeding overconfidence. Crucially, they failed to anticipate the 86th Army's collaboration with the nationalist forces and the speed of that coordination. Setting aside other matters, look at the 686th Regiment. They've already launched assaults around the Japanese forces, apparently preparing to divide the battlefield at close range. Our 685th Regiment has only encountered a small vanguard of the Japanese forces. The main body remains engaged with the 686th Regiment, tasked with attacking the Japanese forces' flank. Meanwhile, at the 686th Regiment's position, the young soldier listened to the relentless bugle calls signaling the charge, following the main force of the 686th Regiment down the mountain. Minutes earlier, when the sudden bugle call pierced the air, his body trembled. He felt blood surging somewhere within him. Watching the veterans around him leap recklessly from the mountain defenses and charge downhill, he instantly knew where his strength came from. Seeing some veterans already charging into the supply convoy on Zayarizi Highway under the cover of gunsmoke, he quickened his pace and followed. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! Near the highway, the enemy used transport trucks as cover while returning fire with Type 38 rifles and Type 93 machine guns. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bullets whizzed past the young soldier like tongues of flame, emitting a series of sharp, fleeting whistles. He froze for a moment. Had he just been a hair's breadth away from death? But then he recalled the scene, his mother being pushed into the flames, his father charging at the enemy with a sickle only to fall in a pool of blood, and the entire village reduced to scorched earth. All fear vanished instantly. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. Good lad, you haven't disappointed me. Back when I first hit the battlefield, bullets whizzing near the trenches made my legs go weak. I couldn't move. Then a comrade elbowed me awake. The guy holding the rifle was shaking like a leaf. Ha! The one-eyed veteran company commander watched the young soldier hesitate briefly before summoning his courage to charge forward. With a hint of admiration in his voice, he spoke. Hearing the company commander's voice, the young soldier glanced back at him, a faint smile playing on his youthful face. Ping Singwan, the highway battlefield. Half of the 3rd Battalion's forces surged onto the highway like a tidal wave, engaging in a firefight with the enemy hiding near the vehicle fronts. As soon as Miura Toshimasa spotted the 86th Army approaching the highway, he began directing his infantry to concentrate their firepower, aiming to eliminate the 86th Army on the road first. At close range, the accuracy of the bullet exchange increased dramatically, resulting in almost equal casualties on both sides. Rat-a-tat! Bang! Under Miura's organization, the enemy formed a fire network with light machine guns and rifles, suppressing the 86th Army on the highway. But the 86th Army didn't retreat under the barrage. This time, the enemy had brought substantial supplies. If push came to shove, they could hide behind vehicles and wage guerrilla warfare, their specialty. After roughly 10 minutes of intense fire, the 86th Army on the highway suffered heavy casualties. Xiao Rizi's force was simply too overwhelming this time. Just as Miura Toshimasa relaxed his vigilance, preparing to disperse his forces to deal with the 86th Army charging down the mountain, his pupils contracted sharply. 2 grenades arced through the air, growing ever clearer in his vision. He could even hear the hiss of the pins being pulled. At that critical moment, nearby Japanese infantry reacted, tackling Miura Toshimasa to the ground. Boom! A piercing screech filled the air as the grenades detonated near the front of the transport truck. The explosion sent a 3-meter-high cloud of dust billowing from the nearby road, while 3 Japanese soldiers near the cab were instantly thrown into the air. Clatter! But it wasn't over. The blast's shockwave shattered the windshield, sending shards flying toward the faces of the Japanese soldiers huddled inside. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from inside the vehicle. Damn it! Those little bastards moved fast. Otherwise, Miura would have been finished this time. Unlucky. A hint of regret flashed across the 3rd Battalion commander's face. He planned to slip past the smoke and deliver a surprise blow to the commander of the Japanese forces, but his attempt had failed. He'd have to make other plans. Everyone, fix bayonets. The 3rd Battalion commander barked at the remaining 86th Army troops surrounding him, then drew a machete from his back, long-bladed, thick-backed, adorned with a crimson ribbon. At this range, bullets were no longer as threatening as cold steel. Click, click. The steady clatter of bayonets being fixed echoed across the field. Their cold gleam intensified under the sunlight. Every remaining soldier of the 86th Army fixed their eyes with unwavering resolve, preparing for close-quarters combat with the enemy. Seeing the resolute, death-defying gazes of the surrounding 86th Army soldiers, Miura Toshikatsu had no choice but to disperse his concentrated forces. The majority would hold off those charging down the mountain, while the remainder would defend against those already reaching the road nearby. The 86th Army is still fierce. Though their equipment can't match the German-equipped divisions, their combat prowess is absolutely unmatched. Fight when you must, fix bayonets when you must. The conditions the 86th Army faced back then were far harsher than those of the nationalist forces. Without genuine capability, how could they have earned their reputation? I'm rooting for the 86th Army. Hope you don't flip-flop if the campaign fails, kid. Jokes aside, the 86th Army's conditions back then were undeniably the harshest, no denying that. Hey, look at the 687th Regiment's position. Japanese reinforcements seem to be arriving. Chapter 95, Bayonet Charge on the Highway. Noon, September 25, Ping Singwon, 686th Regiment's position. Fix bayonets. With the company commander's thunderous roar, the remaining soldiers of the 3rd Battalion fixed their pre-prepared bayonets onto their Hanyang-made rifles, preparing for a final showdown with the little Japanese bastards. Clang! The 3rd Battalion commander charged forward, gripping the handle of his machete adorned with a crimson ribbon with both hands. He swung at the Japanese soldier near the vehicle's front. The long blade gleamed with a blinding cold light under the sun, striking the barrel of the Japanese soldier's Type 38 rifle. Instantly, a shower of dazzling sparks flew. Japan's elite mechanized forces were no joke, their reflexes were lightning fast. The Type 38 rifle was swung sideways, deflecting the 3rd Battalion commander's deadly strike. The next instant, a Japanese commander nearby reacted, swinging his command sword in a sideways arc aimed at the 3rd Battalion commander's head. Whoosh! The sharp sword sliced through the air, cutting a piercing whistle. Battalion commander, behind you! A nearby soldier spotted the Japanese sneak attack and urgently shouted the warning. The 3rd Battalion commander snapped to attention, raising his machete to block the Japanese commander's ambush. Damn cowards, only good for sneak attacks. Everyone, charge with me! The other soldiers of the 86th Army, witnessing their commander ambushed, were instantly consumed by rage. They charged forward, bayonets gleaming, toward the Japanese commander. The Japanese commander saw 5 or 6 bayonets thrusting toward his chest. He tried to dodge, but his retreat was completely cut off. Thud! The sound of bayonets piercing flesh echoed through the air. Unable to evade in time, the Japanese commander was stabbed through the heart. Thud! With the death of one commander, more Shaori forces surged from near the supply train. The relentless stomping of footsteps filled the air. Instantly, the clang of bayonets clashing, the wails of the wounded, and the sickening thud of blades piercing flesh painted a hellish tableau. The dense clang of metal echoed near the Ping Singwon highway. A sickeningly thick stench of blood assaulted the senses, spreading rapidly through the air. Mixed with the acrid smoke and gunpowder, it became even more pungent. The battalion commanders got something special. That machete work is nothing short of masterful, feels like it rivals Colonel Xie from the Jinling defense. After watching all this time, close-quarters combat is still the most thrilling. That primal bloodlust just gets unleashed. Absolutely. At that point, every organ in your body goes numb. Only your arms move on muscle memory and primal instinct. It's kill or be killed, or go down together. Right now it's pure numbers game, heart-wrenching to watch. You never know if that swing you're about to make won't get you stabbed through the heart from somewhere else. Come to think of it, this battlefield division feels kinda off. Shouldn't the 686th Regiment's 3rd Battalion be getting reinforcements? They're practically swapping out with the Little Days unit. Meanwhile, near the highway, the young soldier followed the one-eyed company commander, finally dodging the Japanese troops' hail of bullets. Watching the veterans fix bayonets and engage in close-quarters combat, sweat beaded on his palms. This brutal, up-close clash of cold steel felt like a meat grinder, triggering an instinctive revulsion. Ahem! What's the matter? Scared? If you're scared, just remember how your parents and your village folk were brutally slaughtered by the little Japanese. Cowards aren't in short supply on the battlefield. If you're afraid, you'll be the first to die. Summon your courage to wrest a sliver of survival from the enemy's grasp. The one-eyed company commander roared at the cowering young soldier. He recalled his own first battle. When enemy fire pelted the trenches, he dared not lift his head. His squad leader elbowed him, then dragged him to his feet. Staring across at the enemy positions, he saw the black muzzles of their guns fixed on him. He'd been scared out of his wits back then, frozen in place by the squad leader's grip, tears nearly welling up. But later he learned the squad leader had only been testing his mettle. Back then, the enemy fire had been drawn elsewhere, leaving no time to spare for an insignificant figure like him, hidden away. Those black muzzles weren't even aimed at him, they were aimed at his comrades. The squad leader taught him this lesson: without courage, a soldier on the battlefield is no different from an ordinary person, or worse. At least ordinary people don't waste the ammunition and uniforms issued to them. Inside his uniform lining, he always carried a tattered scrap of military fabric, something he would never part with for the rest of his life. Now, the tables had turned. It was his turn to teach the new recruits the vital importance of courage on the battlefield. But the current battle situation was different from before. He couldn't create conditions for the young soldier. All he could do was remind him to think more about how the people around him had been brutally killed by the little days. Put. Suddenly, the sound of bayonets piercing flesh echoed from nearby. The one-eyed company commander looked in the direction of the sound. An 86 model soldier, surrounded and outnumbered by the enemy, had been stabbed through the neck by a sharp bayonet. Blood gushed out, splattering the young soldier. The young soldier, who had heard the one-eyed company commander's voice and was gathering his courage to attach the bayonet to his rifle, froze at the sudden turn of events. Red. All he could see was red, warm, pulsing red. The next second, the thick, pungent smell of blood made him feel sick. Fighting back the urge to vomit, he darted to the side, but the enemy had already spotted him. Damn it! With a furious roar, 2 Japanese soldiers leaped off the road. The one on the left, his bayonet glinting coldly with blood, thrust it straight at the young soldier's chest. The young soldier watched the enemy leap from the road, grinning savagely as he aimed the bayonet at him. His mind went blank. Just as he clenched his teeth, gripping the bayonet still unmounted on his own rifle, preparing to trade blows with the enemy. Thud! A wave of pain washed over him as his body slammed into the ground. Opening his eyes, the young soldier saw that the one-eyed company commander had thrown himself on top of him at the last possible moment, saving him from the soldier's deadly thrust. Oomph! 2 bastards! Bullying a kid? What kind of skill is that? Come fight me. I'll show you what real bayonet fighting is. The one-eyed company commander rose to his feet, sneering at Zayarizi's savage grin. Wielding his machete adorned with a crimson ribbon, he charged toward them. Ping Singwen Frontline, Kaijiayu, Shigo Village, and Dongha Southtown defensive positions. 687th Regiment Ambush Location. Regiment 687's ambush along the Kaijiayu to Donghinan town line aimed primarily to cut off the retreat route of the Japanese 21st Brigade's supply column and to block any reinforcements that might come from the Lingqiu direction. But the prolonged wait seemed to make some of the newly joined players restless. Chapter 96, the 687th Regiment's position and new player's nightmare. On the afternoon of September 25, the frontline positions at Kaijiayu, Shigo Village, and Dongha Southtown, the Ping Singwen 687th Regiment's positions. The 687th Regiment's mission was to lie in ambush along the Kaijiayu to Dongha Southtown line, severing the retreat route of the Japanese 21st Brigade's supply column and blocking potential reinforcements from the Lingqiu direction. Many newly joined players were assigned to the 687th Regiment's position, the route the Japanese forces took when advancing on Ping Singwen. With the main battle raging ahead, their primary role now was to ambush any retreating Japanese troops. Man, this is so boring. All the other regiments are out there slaughtering the enemy, while we're stuck here guarding the Japanese retreat. Do they even look like they're planning to retreat? Is this what they call the brutality of war, experiencing suffering? How come I feel like I don't have to do anything? Just my legs are a bit sore from standing too long. This is so boring. I was hoping for something new and exciting, just to join the hype. I paid a fortune to scalpers for tickets to the final round of the production competition, and this is what I get? Damn it, give me my money back. We're just sitting here doing nothing. When we leave, the spectators outside will probably gossip about this forever. Strange as it may seem, I feel the task distribution in this battle is downright unreasonable. The 686th Regiment is risking their lives to carve up the battlefield, while we're here collecting paychecks for doing absolutely nothing. You guys are still too green. Every ambush point serves a purpose, it's just a matter of timing. Just watch this battle unfold. You'll see not a peep from anyone. New players nearby began discussing the Ping Singwen battlefield situation. Since their primary role was to cut off the retreat route for the Japanese 21st Brigade's supply column and block potential reinforcements from the Lingqiu direction, they hadn't engaged in significant firefights with the Japanese forces initially. Wait, look over there on the highway. Some of the little Japs seem to be pulling back. Ha! Finally! I was worried about wasting my bullets, but now they're practically delivering themselves to us. A new player manning the binoculars spoke up with a hint of excitement. No sooner had he finished than the others scrambled to join him. Ha! The heavens have eyes, the little Japs are finally breaking. Brothers, get ready to move out. Finally. After waiting this long, I'll see if Fang Yu's game is tougher than his fans' big talk. After all this waiting, persistence has paid off. This time we're feasting on the crumbs left by the champions of the first 2 cross-century tournaments. Less than 100 little days? Will that be enough for us? Ha! Load up! At the rear of the 687th Regiment's ambush position, 2 figures switched to private chat mode. There are tons of games on the Chinese market and I've played plenty over the years. But honestly, I've never seen one that truly caught my eye. Judging by what's been shown so far, this game's detail quality is pretty solid. But combat is the core hope. The battle simulation doesn't let me down. Only you folks from the Huaxia Game Development Center would dare say that. You call this level of detail pretty good? It still hasn't made your eyes pop? Let's not even get into it. Even our top students at the Magic City Tech Game Development Academy couldn't pull off NPCs like this in such a short time, and that says a lot about other aspects. For this type of defense ambush gameplay, combat realism is the primary scoring metric. I'll concede that domestically, no one can currently achieve this level of NPC detail in such a short time frame, but NPCs aren't the most critical scoring factor. TSK. Whatever floats your boat. If you knew the terrifying creative prowess required to pull off this level of NPC detail within 24 hours without compromising overall game quality, I wonder what your reaction would be. Standing at the very back of the battlefield, the potential scout from Magic City Tech Game Development Academy couldn't help but curl his lip at this remark, muttering a silent complaint to himself. But right now, the most important thing is to experience for yourself the authentic battlefield and pain simulation created by Fang Yu. Damn it, what's wrong with this rifle? Only one shot? Encountering a bug right off the bat. And where's the aim assist reticle? There's nothing. A new player froze after firing a single shot. What's wrong with this rifle? It misfired after one shot, and there's no aiming reticle at all. Mine too. No reticle at all, and it jammed after one shot. And what's up with this recoil? It's insane. One shot and my thumb and shoulder are numb. What kind of crap is this game? It's not fun at all. Why can't the weapons be upgraded? What about the newbie starter pack? Is that gone too? No aim assist, and you expect weapon upgrades? What a joke. China's already the world leader. Releasing a game like this is just courting failure. Pure traffic bait. Other new players nearby chimed in with agreement upon hearing this. Earlier, their bullets had scattered wildly, hitting the sky, the roadside, even their own teammates, kicking up dust. And after firing a single shot, they realized they couldn't burst fire. They just stared at each other in confusion. Put. The next second, the sound of a bullet hitting flesh echoed. The player who had just been complaining about the game's quality instantly felt a warm sensation on his face. Wiping his hand, he saw it covered in red, and the pungent smell of blood made him instinctively want to vomit. He reflexively turned his head and froze in place. First to enter his vision was the viscous mixture of red and white fluid oozing from the exploded skull, like bloody porridge spilling across the surrounding ground. The stench of blood and the foul odor of brain matter continued to assault his nostrils. He rubbed his eyes, then pinched his arm hard. The sharp pain made him wince. This wasn't a hallucination. The player who had just been discussing game quality with him now lay on the ground, his head shattered by Xiao Rizi's rifle bullet. Red blood and white brain matter flowed across the floor. Some of it splattered onto his own clothes. A wave of nausea washed over him. He covered his mouth, forcing himself not to look at his comrade's corpse. But the next second, a yellow-flamed bullet tore through his chest. Gah! Gah! The tearing agony in his chest made him gasp for breath, but the bullet's cavity effect had already shredded his lungs. The more he struggled to breathe, the worse it became, and his consciousness began to fade. Is this what death feels like? It's too painful. He murmured, feeling life rapidly slipping away. A line of blood-red text appeared in his vision. Liangfei 19151937. Rejoin the battle and confront the history of that year? Chapter 97, The Weight of History, Academy Potential Predictor. Look at this. This is what happens when you disrespect history. Back when Professor Luo was teaching them how to use the Hanyang-made rifles, not a single one of them paid attention. They didn't even know the most basic stuff, like needing to pull the bolt after every shot. If you don't die, who will? Still asking about assist aiming? Anyone who picks up a gun and glances at the rules wouldn't say such things. Did you expect this equipment to give you a red dot sight or holographic sight back then? Or maybe an 8x scope? Didn't you say it was boring at first? How about now? Still bored? Ha, what a waste of ticket money. I fought forever to get mine, and they got theirs for free and don't even appreciate it. What a bummer. First time watching a live stream of the cross-century gaming tournament. Who made this game? The details are too realistic, grossly realistic, honestly. Seeing blood and brain matter mixed together made me physically sick. No worries, you'll get used to it. This game is called Pink Penguin Ambush. It was made by Fang Yu, the champion of the last two finals. Trust me, anything Fang Yu makes is top-notch. Just watch. Should I rejoin the battle and confront history head-on? The newly joined player stared at the crimson characters appearing in the center of the screen before realizing he'd been killed. Cold sweat poured down his back as the suffocating sensation of bullets piercing his organs lingered, leaving him trembling with fear. Rejoin? Cough cough. He muttered to himself, hesitant. The aftereffects of battlefield death truly terrified him. The immersive suffocation and agony still lingered in his mind. The sight of comrades' blood and brain matter splattered across the ground made him want to vomit even now. Suddenly, his gaze flickered upward. He saw the electronic banner above the stage celebrating China's 100th anniversary as the planet's most powerful nation. Recalling the images of veterans fighting bloody battles within the game, he clenched his fists. He studied the game rules in detail, learning about that tragic chapter of history. The horrifying atrocities committed by the enemy made his brow furrow, his blood boiling within him. This time, Fang Yu had added a little something to the game's design. Upon death, the player's perspective would automatically pop up historical records from that era. These records not only detailed the suffering endured by the veterans back then but also included instructions on how to use various firearms. This design was meant to ignite players' fighting spirit and combat prowess. Only after learning the history could they rejoin the game. Our predecessors sacrificed their lives to secure China's peaceful development. I merely benefited from their legacy, yet I grew arrogant, believing myself invincible and spouting nonsense in the game. How could I possibly face those who came before me? After reading the historical materials, the new player clicked the blood-red icon in the center of the screen without hesitation. When his vision cleared again, he found himself back on the ambush battlefield of the 687th Regiment. Only after re-gripping his Hanyang-type rifle did he grasp the true weight of history. With such primitive weapons, those veterans had driven the Japanese invaders from our land, paying with their lives, inch by inch. Having just studied the game rules in detail, he finally grasped how to use the rifle. It was hard to imagine that China, now the world's most powerful nation, had relied on such weapons so many years ago. Tap. No sooner had he entered the game than Japanese infantry preparing to retreat unleashed a barrage of fire near the trenches. He quickly crouched down, dodging the Japanese fire, and began recalling the firearm techniques Fang Yu had left behind. Click. After a moment, the gunfire ceased. Seizing the chance, he instantly stood up, racked the bolt while leveling the Hanyang rifle, aimed at a Japanese soldier near the left side of the road down the hill, aligned his sights, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A pale yellow tongue of fire streaked toward the enemy soldier, whistling through the air. The bullet struck the enemy's leg, sending a small but distinct spatter of blood flying. Yes, hit. A flicker of excitement crossed his face, a sensation no other game could provide. But this was only the beginning. The veteran NPCs beside him had already killed countless Japanese soldiers. Their faces showed no trace of excitement, only a deep-seated hatred for the invaders. At the rear of the 687th Regiment's ambush position. Oi, you've died once now. How does it feel? Any sense of realism, comrade? The potential predictor from Magic City Tech Game Academy let a smirk touch his lips. He glanced at the pale-faced potential predictor from Huaxia Game Development Center beside him, who had just been resurrected, and remarked casually. I underestimated this game. It's got something special. The death simulation isn't just realistic, it even taught me a bit of history. Impressive design. The frantic breathing and fading consciousness before death? Absolutely professional grade. This guy Huaxia Game Development Center is definitely getting him. I'm reporting this to my mentor immediately upon returning. We've found a promising prospect. You're so confident he'll come with you? Maybe he's not interested in your place at all. That's the worst joke I've heard today, no, this year. Seriously, Zhang Zixin, you've got to know when to stop. The China Game Development Center is the top school for game developers in the entire country. Where else would he go? At this point, he paused abruptly, his expression darkening as he shot a glare at Zhang Zixin beside him. What's that, my senior by E? Has your academy become too small to accommodate this great talent? Zhang Zixin, hearing his words cut off mid-sentence, looked at him curiously. Zhang Zixin, you want to poach my talent? Bai Yi suddenly remembered that besides the Huaxia Game Development Center, there was another equally renowned development academy. And the talent scout from that academy was standing right in front of him. His expression instantly changed. Damn it, you think I'm saying I'm poaching your talent? Well, I might have had that thought, but bringing it up here is pretty pointless. The competition isn't over yet, and there's no rule saying we game development academies can't poach each other's talent, right? Compared to Bai Yi, Zhang Zixin remained far more composed. They had always disdained the practice of poaching talent, an unspoken rule within their game development academy. While Fang Yu's game-making abilities were undeniably extraordinary, and his creativity test likely placed him in the S-tier. But he'd seen S-tier creative talent before. What truly mattered was brain development potential. Could Fang Yu's brain development possibly surpass that of their vice dean Zhou Ziming? At most, they'd consult his intentions after the competition. Not worth the effort to rant. Honestly, this is the first time we've encountered such a standout talent in all our time out here. Do you think the China Game Development Center or your Magic City Tech Game Academy folks have already tracked Fang Yu down? Your Huaxia Game Production Center probably has. But our academy has a monster of a vice dean, he wouldn't stoop to such things. Chapter 98, Dividing the Battlefield, World-Class Game Development Competition. Ping Xingwen, high ground south of the line from Leiwei Temple to Shuzhai Village, 686th Regiment's position. Oomph. Two bastards. Bullying a kid is no big deal. Come fight me. I'll show you what real close combat looks like. The one-eyed company commander sneered at Little Day's ferocious expression, swinging his machete adorned with a red ribbon as he charged toward them. Clang! The gleaming bayonet collided with the heavy machete, sparks flying in golden bursts as a shrill metallic clang echoed. The captain swung his heavy machete horizontally, blocking the deadly thrust aimed at his waist from the left side Little Day, while simultaneously sidestepping the horizontal thrust from the right side Little Day. After a flurry of combat, the Japanese soldiers' coordination began to falter and their bayonet thrusts grew erratic. Seizing his chance, the company commander grabbed the butt of the rifle in the left soldier's hands. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the machete handle tightly with his right hand, then swung it viciously at the Japanese soldier's throat. Splatter! The carotid artery severed, blood gushed like a fountain, spraying in all directions, filling the air with a thick, pungent stench of blood. But the one-eyed company commander had no time to wipe the blood splattered across his face. He already heard the swish of bayonets cutting through the air. And Zayarizi seized the moment to thrust his gleaming bayonet toward his chest. There was no way to completely dodge it now. Bang! Just as the one-eyed company commander gritted his teeth, gripping the handle of his machete to strike back with his life, the crack of a Hanyang rifle shattered the tense standoff. The young soldier had been waiting for an opening while the one-eyed captain and the two Japanese soldiers were locked in combat. The right-hand Japanese soldier's attempt at a sneak attack slowed his movements, creating the perfect opportunity. Holding his breath, he aligned his sights using the three-point sighting method. The moment he confirmed his aim, he pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out like a fiery tongue from the barrel, striking the Japanese soldier on the right in the lower back. His ambush attempt halted abruptly as he collapsed to his knees. Thud! The next instant, the platoon leader reacted with lightning speed. Gripping his machete with both hands, he swung it in a single fluid motion as he turned. The blade flashed coldly, severing the enemy soldier's head. It hit the ground with a dull thud before rolling toward the young soldier. The young soldier watched the head roll to his side. Though his pupils were already unfocused, his face still bore a trace of unwillingness. Blood dripped along the rolling path like scattered plum blossoms in winter. Thud! He kicked the head to the side of the road and grinned at the one-eyed company commander. Ha! Serves little day right. I wouldn't even touch those bastards' heads, they pollute the environment. Well done, Captain. The young soldier stepped up when it mattered. Damn, that was satisfying. Little Japan's sneak attack from behind nearly scared me to death. I thought the company commander was done for. Fang Yu, you finally acted like a man. The young soldier finally got his revenge. Though it's just the beginning, there will be plenty more opportunities. Hope he truly grows from this. Thankfully the young soldier reacted in time and shot Little Day. Otherwise, after the one-eyed company commander's sacrifice, it's hard to imagine how the young soldier would have handled things. The company commander is his pillar of strength now. Seeing him ambushed, he had to step up. Ping Singwen, high ground south of the Guan Gorge to Laoi Temple Line, 685th Regiment position. Rat-a-tat. Bang bang. The shrill whine of machine guns mingled with rifle fire filled the air as Regiment 685 suppressed the vanguard of the Zayarizi column with grenades and machine gun fire. The smoke from exploding grenades brought tears to many new players' eyes. As first-time participants in the campaign, they struggled to adapt to the smoke-filled battlefield. Rat-a-tat-tat. Just as everyone prepared to continue suppressing the enemy, a stirring bugle call sounded. Professor Luo, latest orders, after breaking through the Japanese vanguard, continued deep penetration to assist the 686th Regiment in disrupting the enemy's command structure. A scout who had participated in 2 previous campaigns rushed over to report to Luo Chuan after hearing Colonel Yang's orders. In short, they were to assist the 686th Regiment in dividing the battlefield along the highway, severing the Japanese forces' front-rear communications. Watching NPC Unit 86, having received orders, scramble out of their mountain ambush positions and gradually converge toward the highway, Luo Chuan picked up his rifle and looked at Su Yuan, Yuzishu, and the others. What are we waiting for? Let's go together. Teacher Luo, wait for me. Watching Luo Chuan dash out of the position the moment he finished speaking, Su Yuan, Yuzishu, and the others followed closely behind. Rat-a-tat-tat. The moment Yuzishu scrambled out of the position, a hail of concentrated fire struck the ground beneath his feet, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. He froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and continued charging down the mountain road alongside Luo Chuan and the others. As the stirring bugle call echoed across the terrain, the 86th Army soldiers lying in ambush leapt to their feet and poured down the mountain ridge. Whoosh! Bullets whistled past their ears as the Japanese machine guns raked the slope, sending sparks flying from the rocks. Yet no one slowed their pace. Kill! The roar of battle erupted from every soldier, drowning out even the deafening rattle of the machine guns. As Luo Chuan followed the main force, nearing the very front of the charge, he suddenly stumbled. For crimson blossoms bloomed across his chest, staining his blue-gray uniform red. Professor Luo! Professor Luo! Some players saw Luo Chuan hit and wanted to rush to his aid, but the situation was impossible. Every soldier was charging forward. Stopping would make them sitting ducks. Luo Chuan refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the tearing agony in his chest to rise, only to be knocked down again by another bullet. The familiar haze of consciousness enveloped him. The next second, blood-red characters began to appear in the center of his vision. Just as Luo Chuan clicked to automatically rejoin the battle, digital historical records popped up in his field of view. First to catch his eye were several lines of pale blue electronic text, roughly stating that upon first death, players must review the historical records before continuing in the game. This feature was well designed. The records included not only text but also relevant historical videos and even firearm tutorials, making one marvel at the developer's thoughtful design. China Gaming Expo Center, Player 10 Studio. Fang Yu was reviewing data on all gaming companies across Blue Star and the requirements for establishing a company on his electronic device. The information was largely similar to the world he knew before his transmigration. He also came across some interesting news items. For instance, despite China being the world's strongest nation in terms of overall national power, it wasn't actually the global leader in game development. Furthermore, some older generations still viewed games as a waste of time and talent, constantly reporting various games and related industries. This aspect was remarkably similar to his previous world. Fang Yu clicked his tongue. Suddenly, one news item caught his attention. The Blue Star Creative Competition, a world-class game development contest held once every 100 years, would commence in 1 year. It would gather over 10,000 game companies from more than 100 countries worldwide to compete. Among them were the world's top game companies, Heaven Game World, Snowfall Games, and Empire Microtech Games. Domestic companies like Burning Star Games and Yushinkin Games were also on the list. Chapter 99, The Final Decision of the Little Life. China Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10. Fang Yu glanced at the Blue Star Creative Competition flyer and shook his head. This world-class production contest? Let whoever wants to go participate. From the preliminary rounds to the finals, it'd probably be exhausting. Better to focus on setting up the company first. With that, he resumed reading the company formation guidelines and procedures on his phone. Ping Singwen, high ground south of the Guan-Go-to-Leoi Temple Line, 685th Regiment's position. As the bugle sounded the charge, soldiers surged onto the highway, engaging little days in close-quarters fire. A mass of khaki figures grew ever closer in everyone's sight. Bayonets on. The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 685th Regiment, wielding a machete adorned with a red ribbon, roared at the soldiers behind him. Instantly, all players and NPC soldiers fixed their gleaming bayonets and charged toward the Japanese forces. But the Itagaki Division was the Japanese Empire's strongest mechanized force. They wouldn't stand idly by. They began to gradually spread out their formation, providing mutual cover to block the 86th Army's advance. Meanwhile, the commander of the Japanese vanguard began telegraphing for bomber reinforcements. You think you can lord it over others' territory? Did I invite you here? The 3rd Battalion commander gripped his heavy machete with both hands and swung it at the nearest Japanese soldier. The soldier couldn't dodge in time, and the machete severed part of his arm. Blood gushed instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the commander delivered another blow to the soldier's head. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. The battalion commander wiped the blood from his face, his eyes bloodshot, and continued his assault on Zayarizi. The sight of blood in the bayonet charge ignited the warrior's bloodlust. All men raised their Hanyang-type rifles with bayonets fixed, engaging Zayarizi in a close-quarters bloodbath. Splatter! Splatter! The sound of bayonets piercing flesh echoed around them, accompanied by waves of agonized screams. The stench of blood mingled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, making the air even more pungent. A new player joined the fray, spotting the enemy soldier tangled with the 86th Army near the left front of the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed for a brutal stab from behind. But this was his first time on the battlefield. Unaware that bayonet thrusts were the most effective, he prepared to deliver a horizontal slash at Zayarizi's neck. However, another Zayarizi beside the truck head reacted in time, blocking his strike with the butt of his Type 38 rifle. Clang! A shrill metallic clang echoed through the air. Seeing his sneak attack blocked, he froze, utterly at a loss. The slight numbness in his right hand's web from the impact reminded him that this game's realistic simulation was no joke. Put! While he was still in a daze, Zayarizi had already reacted. A coldly gleaming Type 38 bayonet plunged straight into his chest. In disbelief, he looked down to see the gleaming bayonet piercing through his chest. Instantly, excruciating pain tore through him. Gah! Gah! The excruciating agony made him want to scream, but no sound could escape his throat. He could only gasp desperately for breath to ease the searing pain in his chest. The next second, another gleaming bayonet entered his field of vision. Wanshu 19131937. Have I died? The new player who had just joined the game stared at the red text appearing on the screen, muttering to himself with lingering fear. The next second, a blue electronic virtual screen containing historical data popped up. At that moment, the 685th Regiment's position was painting a hellish tableau. Damn it, come on! Cut through them! You, come and meet my bayonet! The air was thick with curses, the clang of metal, the thud of bayonets piercing flesh, and the thump of rifle butts striking targets. Chaos and bloodshed played out in full force across the positions. Many new players, overwhelmed by the constant scent of blood in the air, retched uncontrollably. The scene's quality and detail were painfully realistic. Man, newbies are holding us back. Get used to the battlefield and fight alongside them already. This is driving me nuts. Dude, you're just talking tough from the sidelines. Try getting in there yourself. This is over 80% real battlefield simulation. Look at the horrified expressions on everyone's faces before they die. It hurts just watching. It's perfectly normal for new players to struggle to adapt quickly. Plus, most people's reaction times just can't keep up with those battle-hardened veterans. Don't forget the difficulty they chose, that's hell mode. If this game didn't have respawns, I'm telling you, we'd fail within half a day. The difficulty is insane. Expecting untrained civilians to pick up guns and fight in peacetime is a joke. They can't even navigate the terrain. Exactly. What's the solution? We can't just deploy China's special forces units. That would defeat the whole point. Ping Xingwen, high ground south of the line from Laoi Temple to Shuzhai Village, 686th Regiment position. Reporting, Major. The 685th Regiment of the 86th Army has engaged our advance unit. They're attempting to form a large encirclement, aiming to divide the battlefield and swallow us whole. After receiving the telegram, the junior officer beside him began relaying real-time battlefield updates to Miura Toshikazu. Miura Toshikazu's brow furrowed deeply. Though they had numerical superiority, they couldn't withstand such attrition. Were there any other breakthrough points? Only one, the area around Lao Yi Miao. Its terrain offers significant advantages. Towering mountains and dense forests flank both sides, while deep ravines and narrow paths lie in the center. If we seize that high ground, we can control the entire gorge passage, directly threatening the 86th Army's flank security. With reinforcements arriving then, we could even counterattack. But the 2nd Regiment had scouted that route. The crossfire was intense, with roughly 10 machine guns. Upon hearing the scouts' report, Miura Toshikazu pondered. When he had previously dispatched the 2nd Regiment to reconnoiter the site, they were instantly wiped out by the 86th Army's crossfire network. Thus, he temporarily shelved the plan to break through at Lao Yi Miao. But now, with neither the front nor rear of the entire brigade able to break through, they had no choice but to force their way through the gap at Lao Yi Miao. Order the vanguard and rear units to concentrate their forces and seize control of Lao Yi Miao at all costs. Yes, sir. Chapter 100, Bomber, tell me who to bomb. Ping Xingwen, southern high ground along the line from Lao Yi Miao to Shuzhai Village, 686th Regiment's position. Put. Clang. The sounds of bayonets piercing flesh and machetes clashing echoed as the 3rd Battalion of the 686th Regiment continued their fierce struggle against the enemy. The 3rd Battalion commander swung his heavy machete, maneuvering between 3 enemy soldiers. His technique appeared simple and unremarkable, yet each strike was clean and precise, without a single wasted motion. On the battlefield, only techniques that effectively eliminate enemies were considered good. He constantly sought openings in the enemy's movements as they swung their Type 38 bayonets, relying solely on the simplest horizontal swings and downward chops. Clang! One Japanese soldier on the left failed to dodge in time, his arm severed halfway by the machete. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Witnessing this, nearby soldiers from the 86th Army immediately closed in for the kill. 2 gleaming bayonets pierced the Japanese soldier's chest. Put! Spattered blood stained their uniforms crimson. Before the other 2 Japanese soldiers could react, the 3rd Battalion commander raised his blood-stained machete again, swinging it toward the forehead of the Japanese soldier on the right. Holy, the 3rd Battalion commander is insane. Taking on 3 of them with ease? That's why he's a battalion commander forged in the crucible of death. He's got something special. Damn it, slaughter these bastards. Just looking at them pisses me off. The 3rd Battalion commander advanced like a whirlwind, claiming 3 heads in the blink of an eye. But just as he finished off the last enemy, disaster struck. 2 bayonets stabbed fiercely at him from different angles behind his back. The one-eyed company commander nearby saw this and swiftly swung his broadsword to block the fatal thrust aimed at the battalion commander's neck. But the other bayonet's cold gleam was already near the commander's chest, too late to stop it. Thud! Hearing the sound behind him, the battalion commander reacted swiftly, shifting his position just in time. Though he couldn't dodge the blow entirely, he managed to avoid the fatal thrust aimed at his heart. The bayonet pierced the company commander's right arm. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he turned and seized the heavy machete with his left hand. In that instant, he swung it viciously at the Japanese soldier's head. The machete sliced through the air, striking Littleday's face and cleanly severing half his head. Damn, that cut felt so satisfying. The battalion commander is awesome. Taking down Xiao Rizi is like slicing through melons. Too bad he didn't dodge completely. That little bastard is truly disgusting. Now the battalion commander is injured. This fight's gonna be tough. Damn it, this is killing me. Every time this happens, something bad always goes down. Meanwhile, on the southern high ground along the line from Laoi Temple to Shuzhai Village, at the 685th Regiment's position. Boom! Bombers screeched overhead with a piercing roar, carrying the acrid stench of gunpowder through the air. Those damn Japanese bombers! Take cover! Damn it, this is killing me! Every time these little bastards pull this bull, they resort to wind and moon tricks when they can't win. Damn it, where the hell are we supposed to find cover now? Not a single shelter on this highway. I'm done for. Screw it, no hiding. Let's go toe-to-toe with Little Day. One life for one life, I'm not losing out. Players who'd fought in both the first and second rounds heard that familiar voice and started losing their cool, cursing under their breath. Wait, Nan Muyuan, how can you stay so calm? Aren't you scared? Su Yuan glanced at Nan Muyuan beside him, his expression unreadable. Why don't you take a look at our current position, Su Internet celebrity? What do you mean? We're right in the middle of the Japanese forces. If bombers come, who do you think they'll target? You've played so many games, yet you don't understand AoE damage? If the Japanese bombers dare to drop their payload now, they'll be the ones suffering the consequences. Forget that these surrounding little days are the strongest mechanized troops meticulously trained. Just the heavy weapons on their vehicles alone are a huge strategic asset. If they explode, everything's ruined. If you were the little days commander, would you order the destruction of all these strategic assets? No, with your IQ, you'd probably just order indiscriminate attacks, making us all go down together. Nan Muyuan's lips curled into a cold sneer as he taunted Su Yuan. Everyone, don't be afraid. The little Japanese's bombers are just a gimmick. We're tangled up with them now, and with all this strategic material around, they absolutely won't dare drop bombs. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment before realizing the situation, then shouted to the surrounding players and other fighters. Meanwhile, on the other side, Major Miura, the bomber command, sent a telegram stating there are friendly forces and supply convoys within the bombing coordinates. Direct strikes are impossible. Moreover, General Sakamoto will be furious about this intelligence oversight. Damn it! Miura Toshimasa was so furious he flung his command sword across the room. However, a second confidential message from General Sakamoto had just arrived. Colonel Kurihara's 2 infantry battalions, having encountered nationalist resistance and failed to breach the Great Wall, could now come to our aid. Miura Toshimasa silently picked up the sword from the floor. Seriously, this abstract? Fang Yu's NPCs are seriously messed up. I'm dying laughing. Damn it, I thought I was watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but Miura Toshimasa just pulled off a Chow Chow rice bowl. Picking up the sword now, is that like taking back the rice bowl? Miura Toshimasa, pick up that sword. Pick it up, damn it. Ha! Our sole objective now is seizing the high ground at Lei Temple. Have the infantry from other regiments withdrawn? We need to concentrate our firepower. Reporting to Colonel Miura, our vanguard attempted to withdraw, but the 86th Army's 685th Regiment wouldn't let us. They charged right onto the highway and engaged our advance unit in close combat. We managed to pull back some forces. Most of the rear infantry withdrew, though a small group is still locked in a fight with the 86th Army's rearguard. The reconnaissance soldier beside him continued reporting the battlefield situation. That's sufficient. When Korabayashi arrives with reinforcements, instruct them to eliminate the rear guard of the 86th Army without delay. Now, concentrate firepower to destroy the 86th Army's fire network. Miura watched the infantry units steadily withdrawing on both flanks, pondered for a moment, then issued his order in an unquestionable tone. Yes, sir. Pingsingwen, Lei Temple Heights. The first sight to meet the eye was a narrow pass, constricted like a bottleneck, as if fate had long ago scripted its destiny as a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Chapter 101, The Lao Yinyao Meat Grinder. Pingxing Pass, Lao Yinyao Heights. First to catch the eye was a narrow bottleneck, shaped like the neck of a bottle, as if fate had long ago scripted its bloody destiny. At this moment, the machine gunner commander, his face caked in dust, was intently scanning every vantage point below the old master temple. As the highest strategic point on the entire battlefield, the temple's importance was self-evident. Thud! The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, instantly heightening the machine gunner's alertness. He held his breath, ensuring not a sound escaped him, then rose silently to glance down the slope. Instantly, a vast expanse of figures wearing steel helmets and khaki uniforms filled his vision. Clatter! Small stones near the mountainside were kicked loose by the approaching footsteps, tumbling down the slope with a clatter. Hearing the Japanese soldiers' footsteps steadily drawing nearer, the machine gun commander remained unhurried. He waited for them to reach the optimal firing position. 400 meters. 200 meters. 150 meters. Fire already. You're killing me here. For heaven's sake, don't let him get too close, it's asking for trouble. Alright, are you telling the 86th Army how to do their job? They're letting them get close on purpose, they've got their own rhythm. Stop rushing them. Holy, how many of those little bastards are coming this time? Looks like they'll stop at nothing to take Lao Yaomiao. Is this place really that important? Guess why Division Commander Lin set up a fire network near Lao Yi Temple. It's the commanding height overlooking the narrow valley from Dongbagwago to Donghanan village northeast of Pingsingwen. Can't you see high ground dominates low ground? Tap. As the enemy approached optimal firing range, the machine gunner, his face caked in dust, jumped to his feet and unleashed a furious barrage on the lead infantryman. Comrades! The enemy's charging. Follow my lead and hit them hard. We absolutely cannot let them seize the old master temple. The machine gun commander bellowed to his men while unleashing a furious barrage. The other fighters concealed nearby sprang into action the moment they heard the first shots. Clang! 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 In the next instant, the bipods of light and heavy machine guns and the barrels of Hanyang-made rifles were mounted on the high ground flanking the old master temple. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense network of light and heavy machine gun fire erupted simultaneously, bullets raining down on the charging Zayarizi troops, forcing them to duck and cover. But the Little Days, having been scouted by the 2nd Regiment, knew this area was heavily defended and remained composed. Though temporarily halted by the hail of bullets, they quickly regrouped. Forming small squads, they advanced in alternating waves of assault, using rocks and trees for cover as they steadily pushed forward toward the old temple position. Thud! Thud! The sound of bullets striking flesh echoed relentlessly. Rows of bodies tumbled down the mountainside, thudding heavily against the ground. The air thickened with the acrid smell of gunpowder. But the Japanese forces were simply too numerous. No matter how many fell, they continued charging up the mountain with reckless abandon, their frenzied shouts echoing relentlessly. Meanwhile, the enemy machine gunners weren't idle either. After pinpointing the positions of the Lao Yi Miao machine gunners, they unleashed relentless suppressive fire. Boom! Seeing the situation turn dire, the dust-covered machine gun commander immediately tossed 2 grenades. A Japanese officer, brandishing his sword and bellowing orders for his men to charge, was knocked flat by the sudden blast wave, tumbling down the slope. Seeing this, other soldiers nearby also pulled out grenades and hurled them down the slope. The booming explosions of grenades echoed continuously from the old temple position, temporarily suppressing the Japanese soldiers charging uphill. But grenade supplies were limited, and sustained suppression was impossible. Within minutes, the machine gunners had nearly exhausted their grenades. Moreover, some of the 86th Army's heavy machine guns had been firing continuously for too long, their barrels now scorching hot. Put! Suddenly, after emptying a magazine, one machine gunner failed to dodge in time and was struck in the chest by a Japanese light machine gun. Blood gushed from the wound in his blue-gray uniform. He gasped for breath to ease the pain, but the bullet's hollow point effect had already torn apart his internal organs. Blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth. Glancing at the last magazine beside him, he summoned his final strength, gritted his teeth, and stood up. Rat-a-tat. He frantically pumped the trigger toward the Japanese soldier, determined to empty the last magazine. The next second, a Japanese grenade entered his field of vision and detonated instantly. Boom! His body was torn apart by the shockwave, leaving only fragments of golden 5-pointed stars drifting down the mountainside. Report to the division commander immediately. The little Japanese are concentrating their forces for an assault at Laoyi Temple. We need reinforcements. The machine gunner, his face caked in dust, saw the enemy fire was now overwhelming. He barked orders to the radio operator beside him. Damn it, man! This place is so crucial, why didn't they send more troops? Damn it, that's a fire network of 10 heavy machine guns. I haven't even counted the rifle fire yet. It's not enough. Are you saying we should abandon all other ambush positions and wait here with everything? I hate armchair strategists like you. You know everything, huh? Don't you understand how unpredictable the battlefield is? If we deploy too many men here and the enemy concentrates fire on the 685th Regiment's position, what then? Will you start screaming again? Some people just love to yell when they don't understand. Ignore them, it's a waste of time. Pingsingwen, Laoi Temple Heights. The battle had reached its most intense phase. The machine gunner's trigger finger had turned white from constant firing, yet he dared not cease fire for a moment. If the barrage stopped now, the enemy could overrun us at any second. Meanwhile, at the temporary command post in the Pingsingwen sector. Reporting to the division commander. The enemy has concentrated forces and launched an assault on Laoyi Miao Heights, deploying human wave tactics. Our machine gun fire network is struggling to hold. A commander, having received the urgent telegram, rushed toward Division Commander Lin and reported. I see. Order the 686th Regiment to reinforce immediately. Hold Lao Yao Miao Heights at all costs. Pingsingwen, Lao Yao Miao Heights. Reporting, I'm out of ammunition. Reporting, me too. I've only got one clip left. The dust-covered machine gunner commander stared at the last empty magazine, drew a deep breath, and stood up. This is the most crucial high ground. The division commander assigned me to defend it, that's his trust in us. Now, fix your bayonets. Even if we die, we'll die on the Yamyao Temple position. Yes, sir. Seeing the fire cover weaken, Zayarizi below the mountain reorganized his forces and charged madly up the slope. The machine gun commander drew a heavy machete with a red ribbon from his back. Watching the enemy steadily advance, he roared and charged out of the ambush position. Machine gunners and soldiers still loaded with ammunition provided frenzied covering fire. Those without bullets followed closely behind, gripping their bayonet-equipped Hanyan-type rifles as they charged out of the ambush position. Chapter 102, Loss of the Position. Pingsingwen, Laoi Temple Heights. The dense, rapid fire gradually ceased, replaced by the clanging of bayonets slamming against rifle barrels. Even in death, they would die on the ground of Lao Yi Miao. With a furious roar, the machine gunner, his face caked in dust, led his men charging out from the Laoi Temple position. The vanguard of the Japanese forces had just climbed up from the base of the hill. Put! Xiao Rizi, leading the charge, was the first to fall, his waist severed by a gleaming machete. Seeing the danger, the nearby Japanese soldier instantly shifted position, thrusting his gleaming bayonet at the machine gun commander from different angles. The machine gun commander, experienced, rolled backward, evading the Japanese soldier's thrust. Other soldiers from the 86th Army rushed over to provide support. The clanging of blades clashing echoed continuously. Holy, another bayonet fight. Why are there so many bayonet fights in this battle? Ha, haven't you noticed we're mostly tangled up with the little Japanese? Close quarters fire like this naturally favors bayonet charges. If we let them get too far, the little Japs bombers will be here in no time. Close quarters combat neutralizes their artillery and air power. The machine gunner gripped his heavy machete tightly, slashing relentlessly at the charging Japanese soldiers. Meanwhile, at the rear of the formation, a new player joining the battle watched in stunned silence as seen straight out of a war movie unfolded before his eyes. No flashy moves, no swelling background music, only the primal clash of cold steel and the raw roar of battle. The scattered mangled corpses on the ground made his grip on the Hanyang rifle tremble slightly. The thick stench of blood made him wrinkle his brow, unable to take that first step forward. Can't even handle a rifle properly, yet you want to charge into bayonet combat, he thought bitterly. That's just a fool's fantasy. He muttered self-mockingly, painfully aware of his own cowardice. Don't be afraid. It's just a game. Just a game. Watching the warriors around him and little days covered in blood, he forced himself to stand despite his fear. The gleaming bayonet on the Hanyang rifle's muzzle sparked a flicker of courage within him. He forced himself to stay calm while searching for an opening. His gaze shifted slightly, and the little soldier on the left, currently locked in combat with the 86th Army, caught his attention. The kid had his back turned, this was his chance. He steeled his resolve, glanced at the bayonet in his hand, and charged forward, teeth clenched. Thud! The sharp sensation of piercing flesh shot through his palm, sending a shiver down his spine. The next instant, he saw the kid collapse to the ground, howling in pain. Had he succeeded? He spoke without thinking, completely unaware that another cold steel Type 38 rifle had already been thrust toward his throat. Clang! Thud! At that critical moment, the back of a machete adorned with a red ribbon blocked Xiao Rizi's thrust. As the machete wielder spun, a kick slammed into Xiao Rizi's thigh. Then, with a swift swing, severed the lying figure's carotid artery. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining his blue-gray uniform and coal-black face crimson. Holy crap, that was so badass. No wonder he's the machine gunner's company commander. That whole sequence was as smooth as silk. New players, step up. Don't let the veterans down. You can respawn anyway, just throw caution to the wind and go for it. Alright, for a first-timer, this is impressive. Staying on your feet in this hyper-realistic environment is no small feat. Where's the 686th Regiment's backup? If they don't show up soon, we're in real trouble. I just spotted Colonel Lee leading reinforcements, should be here soon. The young soldier and the one-eyed company commander are with him. The machine gunner wiped blood from his face as he commanded, panting slightly. The bayonet charge had drained his stamina, but he could still hold on for now. Bang! The next second, a Type 38 rifle round flew over from the hillside, striking his shoulder. An excruciating pain instantly radiated out. Clutching his shoulder, he crawled toward the cover on his left, dodging the Japanese soldiers' follow-up fire. Captain, how are you? Can you hold on? Another soldier from the 86th Army, witnessing the company commander's wound, slammed his rifle butt into the legs of the Japanese soldier he'd been grappling with. He scrambled behind cover, tore off a clean piece of cloth, and began bandaging the commander's wound. No big deal, damn it. One bullet won't break me, I'm not made of mud. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, the company commander stood up. He glanced at the wound oozing blood, his brow briefly furrowing before he forced it back. Grabbing the heavy machete beside him, he prepared to return to the fray. Captain, the enemy has sent hundreds more reinforcements. We're out of ammo and supplies, and more of them keep charging in. We've got barely any men left. The scout beside him, clutching his wounded arm, reported the current situation to the company commander. It's fine. Didn't I tell you? The division commander ordered me to defend Old Master Temple. That's his trust in us. Even if we die, we'll die on the Old Master Temple battlefield. Regimental commander, it's less than 2 kilometers away. With a fire network of 10 light and heavy machine guns plus numerous rifles, the enemy won't break through that quickly. The scout soldier shouted to Li Tuan while running alongside him. You're still too naive. Unless it's absolutely critical, they wouldn't call for reinforcements. The situation must be dire. Everyone, pick up the pace. Commander Lee really gets it. 86th Army soldiers only call for reinforcements when they're truly at their limit. As long as there's a shred of hope for victory, they won't ask for backup. True. Everyone has their own sectors and missions. Reinforcements can't just show up anytime, only when they're truly overwhelmed. Sigh, the 86th Army suffered terribly back then. They'd trade their lives for victory rather than call for support. Often, they lost not only their lives but their positions too. Pingsingwen, Laoyimio Heights. A broken Hanyang-made rifle lay at an angle in the scorched earth, its bayonet still clutching half a piece of blood-stained khaki uniform. 30 meters below the Lao Yimiao position, an 86th Army soldier remained frozen in a charging stance. A bullet had pierced his left chest. The wound on his back had congealed into a purplish black clot. His curled fingers clutched the half-burned fuse of an unignited grenade. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the pungent stench of blood and decay, permeating the entire battlefield. A dozen or so corpses lay scattered haphazardly beneath the shelters surrounding Lao Yimiao, their steel helmets rolled away in all directions. Even in death, they would die on the battlefield. The machine gunner, his face smeared with blood, surveyed the dozen bayonet wounds piercing his body. He could hold on no longer. Collapsing to the ground, he drew the final line on this blood-soaked land. Chapter 103, Reclaim the position at any cost. Pingsingwen, Lao Yaomio position. Thud. Amidst the sound of rapid footsteps, the figures of the 686th Regiment gathered under the sunlight, drawing ever closer to the Laoi Temple position. Halt! Something's wrong. Regimental Commander Li shot a wary glance at the Laoi Temple position before halting the advancing soldiers. As far as the eye could see, enemy corpses lay scattered haphazardly in the ravine. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the stench of blood, signaling that a fierce battle had erupted here not long ago. Yet now, an eerie silence hung over the surroundings. He pulled out his binoculars to survey the area around the position. On the hilltop of the old temple, the Japanese flag flapped in the wind like a bone stuck in the throat. Shifting his gaze slightly, he saw the dozen wounds on the corpse of the machine gunner. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the binoculars. Everyone! Prepare for battle! Li Tianyu pressed the binoculars to his chest, his rough voice tinged with blood and an unmistakable edge of authority. The moment his words fell, every soldier sprang into pre-battle preparations, wiping bayonets, loading bullets. The only sound in the silence was the faint clink of metal. After that life-and-death battle crossing the highway, the young soldier had now acclimated to the battlefield environment. He flicked the bolt of his Hanyang rifle and glanced at the one-eyed company commander beside him. The one-eyed company commander pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. Inside the cover was a photo of his wife. His dark face softened into a smile as his fingertip gently traced the gentle smile on her face. He snapped the cover shut, burying his longing deep within his heart. Regimental Commander Li pulled a crumpled battle map from his pocket, confirming each operational node. All ready, he demanded. 1st Battalion, you lead the way to reconnoiter. The rest follow behind, ready to adapt to any situation. Machine gunners, prepare to provide covering fire. Alas! We still arrived too late. The machine gunners' machetes were already sparking from overuse. What a pity! There's no right or wrong on the battlefield, too many variables. This kind of situation can't be predicted or intervened in by humans. The 686th Regiment just finished a bayonet fight with the little bastards on the highway and rushed straight here to reinforce us. They've been going non-stop. True. It just goes to show how blindingly fast the Japanese reacted, pouring massive forces into assaulting Lao Yimiao Temple wave after wave. We've exhausted all our ammunition. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Lao Yimiao position. Teacher Luo, what's going on? Why are we heading to the old temple position? Su Yuan watched as they drifted further from the 685th Regiment's position and turned to Luo Chuan with confusion. Didn't you hear the reinforcement telegram for Lao Yimiao? Our most critical position has fallen. We must retake it before the Japanese can commit overwhelming forces to fully occupy it. Although the enemy has captured Old Temple, their forces up there are still thin. Once they deploy large numbers, it'll be tough. Luo Chuan explained as they marched on. Rat-a-tat. Bang! As the 1st Battalion of the 686th Regiment descended from the foot of Laoi Temple Hill, they came under suppressive fire from Japanese machine guns, rifles, and grenades. The soldiers in the vanguard couldn't dodge in time and were struck down by Japanese machine gun fire, collapsing mid-charge. From behind the shrubbery on the left mountainside, the first firing position, one Type 92 light machine gun. Behind the central stone bunker, the second firing position, one Type 92 heavy machine gun. The battalion commander silently noted the machine gun positions in firing sequence as the Japanese opened fire. He then ordered the surrounding soldiers to retrieve their grenades and follow his instructions. The frontline soldiers began forming squads as directed by the battalion commander, providing mutual cover as they advanced toward the old temple position. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Japanese soldiers' first firing position opened fire. The 86th Army soldiers at the front were already prepared. One rolled to evade the blast, while the battalion commander and two other grenade throwers, who had grenades ready, pulled the pins and hurled them toward the Japanese soldiers' first firing position. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. The Japanese machine gunner, unable to dodge in time, was thrown by the blast wave, tumbling down from the old temple position and landing at the mountain's base with a dull thud. Impressive coordination, no wonder they're the 1st Battalion. This one has real substance. Based on the enemy's firing sequence, they can respond swiftly. Isn't trading lives for fire points a bit unfair? It feels like we're shortchanging the 86th Army who's drawing the fire. No way. Who talks about fairness on the battlefield? Is it fair that we use Hanyang-made rifles while the little Japanese have planes and cannons? Can you stop being so naive? Tell me then, how do we take Laoyi Temple without drawing fire? By your logic, is it fair to the parents and families of our veterans to send them into battle? Who wants to fight? If every Chinese person thought about fairness before acting, could we have won that war? I understand your feelings, but this is war. Sacrificing lives for tactical advantage is unavoidable. If you refuse to make that sacrifice, the enemy will force you to. Then you'll lose both your land and your lives. Center sector of Lao Yi position. The young soldier followed the one-eyed company commander as they advanced cautiously. Lacking combat experience, he stayed toward the rear of the column. The two obvious firing positions have been cleared, but there are likely many more ahead. Stay alert and don't let your guard down. The battalion commander addressed the surrounding soldiers. Clink, clink, clink. The moment his words faded, the metallic clink of pulled pin rings echoed across the battlefield. Grenades! Down! The one-eyed company commander beside him heard it too, bellowing at his men to hit the deck. Boom! 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 The moment he finished speaking, explosions erupted across the old temple position. Thick smoke billowed, debris flew everywhere, and several 86 soldiers who hadn't had time to take cover were blown to pieces by the grenade's shockwave. Blood slowly trickled down the hillside. Bang! As the grenade's echo faded, over a dozen Type 38 rifle barrels emerged above the position. Bullets rained down on the still-prone 86th Army soldiers. Lying low in the high-to-low terrain, they were sitting ducks. The battalion commander reacted fastest, rolling twice into the nearby bushes to evade this wave of fire. He then ordered the other soldiers to find cover. Damn it, those little Japs' ambushes are like a sow wearing a bra one after another. Disgusting. Speaking of which, what about Teacher Luo and the others? Weren't they rushing over earlier? Haven't they arrived yet? Damn. By the time they show up, the chrysanthemum flowers will be cold. That 685th Regiment doesn't seem to have done much. Whoa, you can't just say that. They held off the Japanese vanguard and blocked their advance route. Didn't you see that burning truck at the front of the road? That was blown up by the 685th Regiment on purpose to stop the Japanese from breaking through under fire. Plus, didn't you see them supporting the 686th Regiment and the Japanese in close quarters combat to split the battlefield? Chapter 104, The Last Lesson, A Pocket Watch with Warmth. Pingsingwen, Laoyi Temple position. Rat-a-tat. Boom. The Japanese suppressed the advancing 86th Army with concentrated fire. The one-eyed company commander sidestepped a tree blown down by a grenade and dashed toward another nearby bunker. 2 Type 92 light machine guns, 1 Type 92 heavy machine gun, and roughly 40 Type 38 rifles. This was indeed a tricky situation. Hiding behind a stone bunker, the 1st Battalion commander listened to the Japanese barrage and began strategizing a way out of the predicament. The Type 92's rate of fire was roughly 500 rounds per minute, matching the Type 92 heavy machine gun. Both carried 30-round magazines. Calculating the time, the Japanese fire should be winding down. The battalion commander retrieved a grenade from behind him, opened the cap, and the white fuse was exposed. After waiting about 3 seconds, the Japanese fire gradually subsided. Above the Lao Yi Niao position, the Japanese machine gunner smirked at the 86th Army soldiers, who were too busy covering their heads to respond. He casually tossed the empty magazine down toward the old temple position, signaling to the ammunition handler beside him to reload. Clunk! The Type 96 light machine gun magazine landed below the old temple position with a sharp clatter. The Japanese reloader prepared to stack the ammunition bridge, a specialized device for loading firearms, compatible with the Type 38 rifle, into the funnel-shaped feeder atop the Type 96 light machine gun. SSS-level. Suddenly, the crackling sound of a fuse burning filled the air. He looked up to see a small, dark, drumstick-shaped dot rapidly expanding in his field of vision, hurtling straight toward his forehead. The Japanese loader froze in shock. How could a grenade appear out of thin air? And with such perfect timing, arriving precisely as he changed magazines. Boom! The next second, the grenade exploded before even hitting the ground. Xiao Zi's machine gunner and loader were instantly launched into the air. Their bodies flew skyward like balloons before crashing back down, smashing into pieces upon impact with the Laoyi Temple position. Wait, what the hell was that? A double kill? Double fly? Trying to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my Huabe? Ha! Seriously, I didn't even see how that happened. When did the battalion commander throw that grenade? This is insane. Battalion commander, sorry, you started it. I'm skipping the act and going straight to tech. Remember that empty magazine the Japanese machine gunner tossed down? I kind of feel like this is connected. Flashback to 1 minute earlier. The battalion commander, hearing the Japanese firepower wane, was debating whether to go out. Though their fire had lessened, it didn't mean their machine guns were out of ammo. Click. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a Type 96 light machine gun magazine hitting the ground echoed. Magazine? The moment the sound hit his ears, the battalion commander realized rifles don't use magazines. And the Japanese light machine gun's fire had just stopped, they must be reloading. This was the perfect opportunity. Fortunately, this light machine gun position was directly above his bunker, a perfect convergence of timing, location, and opportunity. As he peered out from the left side of his cover, he swiftly pulled the white fuse on a grenade and hurled it straight toward the Type 96 machine gun position. The other riflemen beside him were suppressing the remaining 86th Army units. They only caught a glimpse of half a figure in blue-gray uniform emerge before it vanished swiftly. By the time the enemy soldier reacted and tried to fire, it was already too late. Holy, that skill, that speed, unbelievable. What the hell? He just flashed by. Holy, how many battles does it take to hone skills like that? See? That's why they call it the 1st Battalion. That's why he's the battalion commander. These guys are hardened veterans who've tasted blood. No words. Though the 86th Army's gear might not match the Nationalists', their tactical coordination and individual skills are truly second to none. Only the harshest battlefields forge elite warriors. But whether Nationalist or 86th Army, they're all soldiers who risk their lives for China. Let's not pit them against each other. Indeed, the wise appreciate the foolish compare. When the Japanese machine gun fire was neutralized, the 86th Army's pressure eased considerably. They took cover behind barriers to evade the remaining Japanese fire while peeking out to counterattack. After the close-quarters combat on the highway, the young soldier had become proficient with his slightly rusty old rifle, though his aim still needed work. Bang! Pale knuckles tightened around the trigger. A yellow tongue of fire shot from the muzzle, streaking toward the chest of a Japanese soldier above the old temple. A dust-colored corpse tumbled down the hillside, landing beside the young soldier. The one-eyed veteran watched the signs of growth in the young soldier beside him and smiled with satisfaction. Wait! What was that sound? The one-eyed company commander, honed by years of combat, was acutely sensitive to the sounds of weapons. He had clearly heard the distinct thud of a grenade hitting the ground, and it was very close. He whipped his head around to see the earth-colored corpse beside the young soldier suddenly raise its head. A savage grin twisted its mud and blood-stained face as the Type 97 grenade in its hand struck the ground, releasing a puff of white smoke. The young soldier beside him froze, his mind going blank. He'd never seen anything like this before. Thud! The one-eyed company commander beside him reacted instantly, tackling the young soldier to the ground. Boom! The next second, the Type 97 grenade in the corpse's hand detonated. Countless shrapnel fragments flew out from within the grenade, embedding themselves into the one-eyed company commander's body, already mangled beyond recognition by the blast's shockwave. Remember this, kid. Never let your guard down around anything. This is the last lesson I'll ever teach you. The one-eyed company commander gazed at the pale-faced young soldier beneath him, mustering his last ounce of strength to speak. Dirt mixed with warm blood splattered onto the young soldier's face. He stood rooted to the spot, a growl like a trapped beast rising from his throat. The commander's remaining eye remained wide open, as if still fixed on the smoke-filled battlefield ahead. His dark face, now stained crimson with blood, took on a grotesque, blood-red hue. Gazing at the captain's mangled corpse, the young soldier felt something inside him shatter. He curled up in agony behind the bunker, unable to face the bloody reality. Ah! He let out a sudden, guttural roar, digging his fingernails deep into the earth. Never let your guard down. Those words carved themselves into his heart like an invisible blade, causing unbearable pain. Suddenly, he noticed the company commander's hand frozen in mid-motion, still clutching the outer pocket of his blood-soaked blue-gray uniform, as if reaching for something. Right. The pocket watch. The young soldier scrambled to his feet and fumbled the still-warm pocket watch from the company commander's pocket. The photograph inside the watch cover was stained with blood, and even that smile had blurred into a hazy shadow amidst the smoke from the recent explosion, as if trying to convey something. Chapter 105, The Bloodstained Blade, Reinforcements Arrive. Damn it, I knew it. You bastard Fang Yu. Get out here. I'll find someone to deal with you. Oh man. This is too much. That damn Fang Yu keeps sending knives all day long. I'm crying so hard, tissues are everywhere on my bed. Honestly, it was foreshadowed earlier, like him looking at his wife's photo in the pocket watch before battle, or promising the young soldiers a feast after this fight. True, these kinds of flags usually guarantee a sacrifice. Who knows how many veterans said goodbye to their wives and children forever in this war. Pingsingwen, Leoi Temple position. Company commander, the regiment commander just sent a telegram. Reinforcements from the 685th Regiment have arrived. He and the 685th's reinforcements are coming immediately. Good. This is truly a timely rescue. We'll now counterattack from our positions, minimizing casualties as much as possible. We'll wait for the regiment commander to arrive before launching the final assault. Yes, sir. Hearing the battalion commander's words, every soldier breathed a sigh of relief. Reinforcements had finally arrived. In a situation where the enemy held pure terrain advantage, the only options were to fight them head-on with heavy weapons or sheer numbers. Now, I truly have nothing left. The young soldier snapped back to reality, staring at his company commander's corpse. He clenched the battered Hanyang rifle in his hand, his eyes bloodshot and devoid of emotion as he looked at the blood-stained machete beside the body. Professor Luo, I recall this old temple position was equipped with 10 light and heavy machine guns. How could it fall? This is terrifying. Yu Zishu felt a flutter of unease in his heart as he approached the old master temple position. No position is impenetrable. Failure to breach it stems from insufficient firepower or manpower. Though the old temple's terrain offers significant advantages, how can you hold it when you've exhausted your ammunition? And these aren't ordinary infantrymen we're facing this time. My guess is Director Yu's scared. If you're afraid, just stay down below. No one's gonna blame you. Heh, you wouldn't make much of a difference up there anyway. Su Yuan flashed a mocking smile. Such fierce aggression, no wonder she's the internet sensation Su. She's showing Director Yu no respect at all. Director Yu's already warming up. Expect another dazzling performance soon. You dare criticize my battlefield lucky charm? He's my only redemption after shedding so many tears. You didn't spare him either. Company Commander Colonel Lee and his men have arrived. They've brought a large contingent from the 685th Regiment. A flicker of excitement crossed the scout's face. Thud. No sooner had he spoken than a dense mass of figures began appearing behind him. Some of the new recruits wore expressions that stood out from the others' composure, leaving the 1st Battalion commander puzzled. Regimental commander, there were originally 3 exposed firing positions, 1 Type 92 heavy machine gun and 1 stoneman. We just coordinated to take out 1 stoneman, leaving 2 remaining. Good. We're not far from the topmost position at Old Master Temple now. Stick to the old method, draw fire, provide concentrated cover, and advance step by step. Having endured 2 rounds of combat, the players knew exactly what to do without a second thought. Everyone began checking their ammunition and forming squads based on individual strengths and preferred positions. Boom! 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 Just as Zayarizi was wondering why the offensive fire had ceased, a dozen grenades flew over from behind the bunkers on the mountainside. The dust and debris kicked up by the explosions made them hesitate to peek out and assess the situation. Seizing this opportunity, hundreds of soldiers from the 86th Army formed squads and began charging toward the positions above. But Zayarizi quickly reacted, setting up light and heavy machine guns and unleashing a furious barrage of fire down the slope at the 86th Army. The vanguard, however, comprised seasoned veterans. Spotting Zayarizi's machine guns, they immediately sought cover. After a wave of suppressive fire, the 86th Army's casualties weren't too severe, but Zayarizi's firing positions were now fully exposed. Wow, Teacher Luo, this 86th Army seems pretty skilled at guerrilla warfare. Su Yuan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the veterans skillfully dodge the Japanese fire by utilizing the surrounding cover. Guerrilla warfare was their specialty, the 86th Army's most proficient tactic. Yet in this terrain, it served only to pinpoint the Japanese positions. True effectiveness would come later, when grenade firepower followed up. Oh, and Professor Luo, to take out the little Japanese's heavy machine gun positions, I made a cluster grenade. The scout beside him produced an item instantly recognizable to all players who'd participated in the first and second campaigns. Holy crap, chicken legs aren't enough anymore, we're going straight for the big chicken legs now. What a massive chicken leg. But isn't this a bit of a waste? Doesn't feel worth using it here. As long as we win, I don't care about the cost. We're using this heavy artillery to teach those little bastards a lesson. Ping Xingwen, Leoi Temple position. You try getting close enough to throw it later. If you can't land it, watch your back after this tournament ends. Watching the scout pull out a cluster grenade, Luo Chuan rubbed his forehead. These players' minds really work in mysterious ways. Boom! Boom! While Luo Chuan and his men were still talking, a series of violent explosions erupted, making the yellow earth beneath their feet tremble. After pinpointing the Japanese forces' firing positions, the 86th Army launched a grenade barrage. Dozens of grenades rained down toward the summit of Lao Yinyao like a torrential downpour. Were they planning to level the little Japanese positions to the ground? Yu Zishu watched the grenades rain down on the enemy positions, his mouth forming an O. The next second, a chunk of earth kicked up by the grenade's blast flew straight into his mouth. Instantly, a dry, gritty sensation exploded on his taste buds, accompanied by the earthy smell of soil. Put. Put. Ugh. Seriously, dude? This is your move? Ha. That's too much, Fang Yu. This kid must have planned it. Feeling bad for Director Yu for a second. Whoa. Looks like our battlefield lucky charm struck again. This time he ate dirt. Director Yu is guaranteed to be famous after the final round. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. You guys think Fang Yu has some beef with Director Yu? Like maybe he tried to join Burning Star Games before and got rejected or something. Are you kidding or serious? Have you ever seen anyone get this unlucky? I sure haven't. No way. Even if there's bad blood, sabotaging someone in game? That's just low. Did Director Yu rig the competition against Fang Yu before? That'd explain why his consistently high-quality work never gained recognition all these years. Who knows? But one thing's for sure, Ranshin Games is about to get famous. Really famous. Chapter 106, Cluster Grenades, The Young Soldier Strikes. Pink Singwen, Lao Yi Miao Position.
Dozens of grenades unleashed a barrage of firepower, sending dust and debris flying above the old temple position.
Zayarizi couldn't lift his head under the relentless shelling.
Looking out, he saw a vast expanse of soldiers lying prone across the old temple position.
Seize the moment.
Seeing the fire above Zayarizi's position wane, the battalion commander leaped forward and charged up the mountainside. Charge! The rest of the men followed close behind.
Well, if it isn't our esteemed director Yu Tianqingnan. Why are you panting so heavily? Seems being a bit too large isn't always an advantage. Truly, you've worked hard carrying that load. Watching Nan Muyuan panting heavily, Su Yuan's lips curved into a smile. She'd long disliked Nan Muyuan's mountainous figure. TSK. Jealous because you don't have it yourself, huh?
Su, the internet celebrity slandering others isn't something the top-rated streamer should do.
Aren't you afraid of your reputation crashing?
Nan Muyuan puffed out her chest, completely unfazed by Su Yuan's words.
What's so great about being big?
You can barely walk straight, you're like a cow.
TSK. Getting flustered already? Su, the internet celebrity, your mental fortitude needs work. Click.
The battalion commander watched as Little Days repositioned the Type 92 heavy machine gun. He darted behind cover, and the next second, a dozen bullet holes appeared where he'd been standing, sending dust flying. Now, if they could just destroy the little Japanese bastard's machine gun position, they could basically take the old temple position.
Their grenades weren't running out either.
But there was a crucial problem. Ever since their old-style machine gun was blown up, the little Japanese had become extremely cautious. Their firing patterns had grown erratic. One section would go silent only for another to take over, and they'd constantly pull back, leaving no openings. Damn it, are the little Japanese playing tactical games now? If you ask me, we should just charge headlong. Let's see how many bullets they've got left.
Oldly, look at you, always so impatient. Do you really think charging headlong will solve anything in war? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?
True. Right now, the main objective is to take out the damn heavy machine gun nest on top of the old temple first. That Type 92 heavy machine gun was as tough as a steel turtle. One grenade wouldn't even dent it. On the hillside, every soldier's bloodshot eyes fixed on the positions above the old master temple.
Rifles and machine guns were clenched tightly in their hands, waiting for their chance. Captain, I've got something here that could really make a difference.
Hearing the NPC soldiers discussing how to destroy the strongpoint, the scout immediately perked up.
He pulled out his homemade cluster grenade and rushed over. Whoa, are you new here? Not just anyone can make this thing. Where'd you learn it? Well, I'm not exactly a rookie either, heh. An old platoon leader taught me this method. After making a bunch of them, I got the hang of it.
The scout stared at the grenade in his hand, his mind drifting to the platoon leader who had fallen in the Chunhua town battle. His expression went blank for a moment before he spoke.
Damn, talk about a godsend.
Oldly, look at this. That's the kind of quick thinking we need from our young soldiers. We just mentioned taking out the Jap's heavy machine gun nest, and he's already whipped up a cluster grenade.
War's tough, but don't worry, as long as our morale stays strong, solutions will always outnumber the problems. You're babbling on, and I don't understand a word. Are you picking on me just because I'm illiterate? Forget it. What's the point of explaining to a thick-skulled oaf like you? We've got a plan now. Later, we'll take a few men to draw fire, letting our new young recruits shine. We old fogies are useless now. Why didn't you just say we're going to do the dirty work? All this useless chatter. Let's go. Tap. As the 86th Army suddenly surged from the hillside, the Type 92 heavy machine gun's fire instantly swept over them. Two soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly cut down. 15 rounds. 10 rounds. 5 rounds. 3 rounds. The scout dodged the Japanese fire while calculating the remaining rounds based on the intermittent rattling of the Type 92 heavy machine gun. After a sustained round of fire, the 30-round magazine now had only 3 rounds left. His chance had come. He rolled out from behind cover. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. Yet in the next instant, several yellow flames streaked toward him like lightning. The rifle and another Type 92 light machine gun opened fire the moment he rolled out from cover, clearly having been waiting for him for some time. The scout soldier was hit in the arm and chest. The cluster grenade fell onto the mountainside as he rolled back behind cover, gritting his teeth against the pain. True to their reputation as elite Japanese forces, they'd become this cautious after losing one of their Type 96 light machine guns to an explosion earlier. Luo Chuan watched the scout get hit inside. The Japanese had seen through this tactic of drawing fire. Wait, Teacher Luo, look over there. Ha! Luo Chuan followed the call and saw a figure, bloodied and wielding a machete, suddenly dart from behind a rock. He picked up the cluster grenade from the ground, pulled the white pin at the bottom, and instantly hurled it toward the Japanese Type 92 heavy machine gun position. The entire sequence took less than 10 seconds. The enemy soldiers at the old temple position, having spotted the wounded grenade thrower, focused their attention on the veteran soldier leading the diversionary charge, utterly unprepared for this chain of deceptions. Holy, I thought this mission to destroy the heavy machine gun position was doomed. Who knew the young soldier had this up his sleeve? That bloodstained machete on his back, it must belong to the one-eyed company commander. He's clearly determined to carry on the commander's legacy. Look at his eyes, utterly devoid of emotion. Terrifying. His parents were killed by Zayarizi, his village massacred, and now even the one-eyed company commander who always looked out for him is gone. His heart must be dead. So tragic. The scout hiding behind cover watched the scene unfold and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd already opened the cap on the cluster grenade's handle, otherwise, just unscrewing it would have taken precious time. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion erupted. Even the veteran at the front instinctively covered his ears at the deafening roar. The blast from the cluster grenade was overwhelmingly loud. The fiery blast instantly engulfed the Type 92 heavy machine gun emplacement. The barrel snapped upward like a broken branch, the receivers shattered into pieces by the shockwave, and scorching metal fragments flew everywhere. Several Japanese soldiers nearby were caught in the blast wave, instantly reduced to chunks of flesh. Their blackened steel helmets rolled clattering down from the old temple position, emitting a sharp, metallic clink. Chapter 107, Reclaiming the Position. Pingxing Pass, Laoi Temple Position. Clang. Several soldiers were caught in the blast shockwave, instantly reduced to chunks of flesh. Blackened steel helmets rolled down from the Laoi Temple position with a series of sharp clangs. Yuzishu stared at the helmet that rolled to his feet, his anger flaring instantly. Thud. He kicked the helmet lying on the ground. Every time he fought in a battle against the enemy, his luck was this terrible. Now, just seeing anything related to the enemy annoyed him. What's up with Director Yu? Why's he picking a fight with a helmet? Ha, this is hilarious. Some people get so worked up over a little battle. Enough already. I feel for him, Director Yu. It's okay, we'll always be here mocking you from behind. Ding dong. The next second, a rousing bugle call interrupted Yuzishu's movements. Convey the commander's orders, the enemy's heavy machine gun fire has been neutralized. All units follow the commander in a charge. Teach those little devils a lesson they won't forget. Everyone, charge. The moment the words left his mouth, a dark mass of soldiers emerged from behind their cover, many with faces caked in mud and sweat. Bullets whistled past their ears, but the soldiers paid no heed. The machine gunners covering them frantically pulled the triggers, the Czech light machine guns spitting angry tongues of fire toward the positions above Lao Yinyao. Nanmuyuan's hands gripped the Hanyang-made rifle so tightly that sweat beaded on his palms, knuckles turning white from the pressure. He watched as a new player, a short figure, leapt from cover only to be knocked down by a bullet. The soldier's blue-gray cap arced through the air like a withered leaf torn by a fierce wind. This was her first hard-fought battle since joining the campaign. The distant rat-a-tat-tat of Japanese machine guns echoed in her ears, each shot like a hammer blow to her taut nerves. She hadn't felt nervous when they were ambushing from above the highway just moments ago. Why was she so tense now? She bit her lip, watching Luo Chuan and Su Yuan ignore the Japanese fire as they followed closely behind Colonel Li. Her resolve hardened. Whoosh! The sharp whistling of bullets streaked past her ears. Nanmuyuan felt a searing pain in her right arm, but she couldn't afford to check. The wound stopping meant becoming a sitting duck. The charging soldiers of the 86th Army fanned out in a wide arc, advancing while firing. The battalion commander and regiment commander led the charge at the forefront, their box-type pistols firing short bursts. Each shot felled a Japanese soldier with deadly precision. Follow me. The regiment commander's roar cracked like a split log, his throat feeling as if it were clogged with grit. The ground beneath their feet was periodically torn up by the Japanese Type 97 grenades. The soil, mixed with dark red bloodstains, felt sticky and slimy underfoot, each step like treading on the edge of a blade. Grenade! Down! Someone shouted the warning, and Yuzishu instinctively hit the ground. Boom! The blast wave hurled dirt onto his back. Two soldiers from the 86th Army lay in pools of blood, but the others around them sprang to their feet and charged forward without pause. Click! Bang! Following the regiment commander, battalion commander, and Luo Chuan, Su Yuan deftly cycled the bolt of her Hanyang rifle. With each shot fired, enemy soldiers fell like dominoes. No wonder she's the streamer with the highest gaming talent. That reaction speed and rifle accuracy are seriously unbeatable. I bet after the first and second tournaments, Su Yuan secretly practiced in the game herself. There's no way she could have reached this level just from those two battles. Teacher Luo isn't slacking either. His accuracy is spot on, almost catching up to goddess Su Yuan. Wait, are you trying to turn the tables here? Professor Luo actually trained with the military. Sure, he's a bit older, but he's not someone streamers can just casually diss. Probably just trolling. Got too much free time on his hands. If you're really bored, come help me clean my bathroom. Bang! Rat-a-tat. Just as Su Yuan fired another shot at Little Day's position, the machine gun from Little Day's tilted rifle opened fire on her. Whistling bullets whizzed past her earlobe. Su Yuan instinctively dodged, but a bullet still sliced open a bloody gash on her shoulder. She had no time to tend to the wound as she continued charging forward with the regiment commander and the others. Yet the searing pain in her shoulder came in waves, blood staining her blue-gray uniform crimson. We're here. The battalion commander leading the charge gazed at the old master temple position now within reach. A flicker of excitement crossed his smoke and blood-stained face. Clink. The sound of Type 97 grenades clattering against the ground echoed, followed by 4 or 5 wounded enemy soldiers rolling directly toward the charging 86th Army troops. The enemy's trying to use human bombs. Everyone, fall back. Spread out to the left and right. The battalion commander bellowed, drawing his box-type pistol and firing at the enemy. But targeting rolling bodies proved difficult. The remaining 2 wounded soldiers, still unharmed, continued tumbling toward them. Like playing this game? Then I'll play along with you. Luo Chuan watched the enemy soldiers rolling toward him, pulled the white fuse from his grenade, and charged straight at them, using his own body as a speed bump. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions echoed as mangled corpses tumbled down from the old temple position, staining the muddy hillside red. Professor Luo! Holy, that was insane! If not for him, we'd have lost at least a dozen more soldiers. That guy up front just showed us what real reaction speed looks like. No wonder he was trained in the military. He charges in without hesitation. The regiment commander watched the unfolding chaos, his gaze growing icy as he drew the machete with its crimson ribbon from his back. Follow me. Let those bastards learn what it means to pay with their lives. Ding dong. The bugle call sounded again. No, it had never stopped this time, its pitch rising several decibels higher. A young soldier with an almost childlike face charged forward first, the blood-stained machete gleaming coldly at his back. Clang. Splatter. The young soldier swung his blood-soaked machete, severing the arm of the first Japanese soldier to charge. His youthful face splattered with scalding blood, yet his movements carried a ruthlessness beyond his years. His face remained utterly expressionless, his gaze cold as ice. Other fighters followed closely behind, engaging in close-quarters combat with the Japanese soldiers. Pink Singwon Pass, Laoi Temple position. Grayish-yellow clouds hung low, carrying the stench of blood and gunpowder into every inch of air. Bodies lay tangled in irregular shapes across the ground. Some bayonets remained embedded in the Japanese soldier's chest, while others clutched broken rifle butts in their right hands, their left hands still desperately gripping the Japanese soldier's collar. The 3-piece national flag lay skewered in a shell crater. Its red circle was slashed by savage gashes from a machete, the fabric drenched in dark brown bloodstains. Fluttering in the mountain wind at the Lao Yi Miao position, it emitted a faint, ragged rustle. Chapter 108, How does Fang Yu compare to your cadets? Pink Singwon, Lao Yao Miao position. Smoke still swirled among the ruins of Lao Yao Miao Temple. Soldiers of the 686th Regiment cheered, trampling Japanese steel helmets beneath their feet. Machine guns that had just spewed fire now leaned against the shattered temple gate. The battalion commander's leg bindings still oozed blood, yet he threw open his arms to embrace the charging soldiers. His rough palms slapped them hard enough to make them cough. See that? The little Jap's rising sun flag, we've trampled it to shreds in the mud. Well done, everyone. Once this battle's over, there'll be plenty of sweet potato liquor to go around. A flicker of approval flashed in the regiment commander's eyes as he addressed the soldiers, their bodies caked in mud and blood. Ha, Commander, you said it yourself. We won't hold back when the time comes. You're right. This battle was exhilarating. I'm downing at least 2 pounds of moonshine when I get back. Whoa. Oldly, you haven't even had a sip yet, and you're already bragging about downing 2 pounds? When the Li family's cows fly to the sky, I bet it'll be you blowing smoke on the ground. Damn it, who do you think you're talking down to? Let me tell you, back in the day. Luo Chuan and Su Yuan saw the 86 soldiers enjoying themselves, genuine smiles spread across their faces. Who'd have thought, Nan Muyuan? Underestimated you kept fighting even with a bullet in your arm. Not bad. Rarely without her usual sarcasm, Su Yuan spoke to Nan Muyuan with a hint of sweetness in her voice. Ha? What do you mean? Just a bullet in the arm? Should I hide somewhere? You think a minor injury like this could stop me? Are you kidding me? Nan Muyuan spoke, his face pale. His arm, left unwound for too long, had bled profusely. You're pretending despite the pain turning your face white? If you don't bandage it soon, you might bleed out. Let me see the wound. I was a medic for quite a while, after all. You'd be that kind? Nan Muyuan bit his lip, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. Well, what can I say? I'm just a softie. I only helped because you're injured. If you weren't hurt, who'd bother with you? Oomph. Su Yuan curled her lip, pulled out white gauze, and walked toward Nan Muyuan. Frontline positions at Kjiayu, Shigo Village, and Dongha Southtown 687th Regiment's defensive line. Boom! The roar of car engines caught the attention of the 86th Army garrisoned here. Commander, it sounds like vehicles are approaching. A scout hiding behind a bunker sensed something was amiss and called out to the regiment commander. The commander followed the sound and looked over. On the yellow dirt road beyond the pass, a dark mass of vehicles surged along the ruts. Leading the way were 3 sidecar motorcycles. The crooked bar machine guns in the sidecars swayed with the bumps, while steel helmets glinted coldly in the fading sunlight. 12 trucks followed in quick succession, their canvas tarps flapping in the wind. A faint, earthy yellow could be glimpsed within the cargo beds, while the bayonets stood like inverted wolf's teeth. Last to come into view were the Type 92 infantry guns mounted on the trucks, their wheels churning up a spray of gravel and dust as they traversed the mud. The air thickened with the acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with earth. At the column's head, a Japanese officer raised his binoculars, scanning the surroundings with wary vigilance. Damn it! Just when I cleared out the bastards pushing in from inside, reinforcements from outside are ing showing up. What a stroke of bad luck! The regiment commander spat, watching the Japanese troops slowly approach along the road as he released the safety on his box-type pistol. At least a battalion. Damn it, the Japanese reinforcements are moving fast. Beside him, the battalion commander's Adam's apple bobbed as he began cursing under his breath. Damn it, how come the enemy showed up right after we captured the old master temple? Do you think Fang Yu set up a rare event in the game? Someone must have tipped them off. No way, if that's how it works, we'll probably get hacked to pieces by spectators the moment we step outside after the match. Relax, it's not that big. Prepare for battle. The voice of the 687th Regiment commander echoed from the ambush position. Wingmen silently adjusted their firing angles. The faint metallic clinks of bullets chambering echoed in succession as the Czech machine gun barrels began slowly pivoting toward the opposite flank. The enemy clearly hadn't anticipated the 687th Regiment's ambush here. The truck continued advancing at normal speed, with soldiers even leaning out to wipe their goggles. Open fire, damn it! The moment the commander gave the order, several seasoned veterans beside him, already prepared, expertly pulled the pins from their grenades and hurled them toward the lead troop carrier of the enemy convoy. Boom! Boom! The grenades exploded like a mountain collapsing. The front and rear tires of the Japanese vehicle took the brunt of the blast, instantly rendering the troop carrier useless. 2 more grenades arced through the air, heading straight for the truck's fuel tank. A deafening roar erupted as flames shot up from beneath the vehicle. The Japanese soldiers inside the cabin were thrown by the blast wave, screaming as they hit the ground. Commander, the lead troop carrier is on fire. It's blocking their advance. Ha! Nice work. Now bring the rifle and machine gun fire. Want reinforcements? Dream on, you bastards. There's only one narrow road here. I'd love to see where you'll send your reinforcements from now. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang! 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 The soldiers' rifle fire poured down like a sudden downpour. Bullets tore through the canvas of the rear truck, instantly ripping dense clusters of holes. Droplets of blood seeped out through the fabric's tiers, blooming like a vast expanse of crimson flowers. But the Japanese reacted swiftly. The machine gunner on the motorcycle rolled to the ground, his Type 92 machine gun immediately spitting fire. Infantry from the troop transport began leaping out rapidly, preparing to return fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Machine gunners on both sides exchanged fire, bullets striking the surrounding rocks and mountain soil, sending up showers of dirt and gravel. PSSST. PSSST. The sound of bullets striking flesh echoed continuously. But the 86th Army held absolute terrain advantage. The Japanese counterattack fizzled out like a stone sinking into the sea, costing them over 100 men in no time. Meanwhile, at the rear of the 687th Regiment's ambush position. So, i.e., how's the Hanyang rifle handling? Winning the first and second rounds of the competition proves they have something special. The scene design, weapon realism, and battlefield simulation are all solid. So far, have you spotted any glaring flaws in the details? How does it compare to the work of your Huaxia Game Development Center students? Zhang Zixin, you're relentless, aren't you? I clearly misjudged this time. I doubt we can recruit contestant number 10 now. Once I return, I'll inform our mentor Bai Yu with her on board, success is guaranteed. I'd advise you to bring in a heavyweight mentor too best to get your Vice-Dean involved as well. Bai glanced at Zhang Zixin and remarked calmly, a student of this caliber would be a treasure to any academy. With proper professional training, they'd easily reach level 1 mentor status. Chapter 109, Reinforcements? Not a chance. Pingqing Pass, Kaijiayu, Shigo Village, and Dongha Southtown frontline positions 687th Regiment's defensive line. What? The Vice-Dean? Bai, are you kidding me? If you think it's a joke, that's fine. Do as you please. I'll bring whoever I can, no matter how high level they are. This game really gives me this feeling of being unable to see through it. Come on, you don't have to exaggerate like that. Don't forget our Vice-Dean Zhou Ziming is a powerhouse. His brain development level is a staggering 30, and he scored an astonishing S rank in the creative ability test at Magic City Tech Game Design Academy. Hold up, that's not even your achievement. Why are you getting so worked up? Forget it. Let's just wrap up this battle first. Once this tournament ends, the real show will begin. Boom! Clatter! The second company's grenades rained down like hailstones onto the Little Days convoy, exploding among the trucks. The fiery flashes spread across the narrow road as chunks of flesh and vehicle parts rained down from the sky. Hideyuki Korihara watched the 86th Army suddenly emerge from the hillside and instantly sensed disaster. They were now at an absolute tactical disadvantage. Moments ago, he'd clung to a sliver of hope that the ambushing 86th forces wouldn't be too numerous. But the next second, a storm of suppressive fire forced them to duck. The lead troop carrier was blown apart instantly, blocking the only passage on the narrow road. And enemy grenades rained down on them like hailstones. This level of firepower coverage was clearly beyond what a small force could muster. Boom! Another troop carrier was destroyed. Hidehisa Ryan instantly lost his composure and ordered his men to bring out the 88mm heavy artillery. This is hilarious. Look at Hideyuki's expression, it's priceless. Holy crap, the little guy's panicking bringing out the heavy artillery. Heavy artillery won't do any good in this terrain. Besides, do you think the 687th Regiment will give them that chance? Heavy artillery can't even maneuver in this narrow terrain. Think they're attacking a city gate? Forget hitting anything, one landslide could bury the whole unit. And unloading those guns takes forever. Regimental commander, the little bastards are preparing to deploy heavy artillery. Damn it, are you kidding me? Heavy artillery in this terrain? Is Little Day still asleep? Just keep your eyes on Little Day's transport vehicles. Wherever they go, you fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Boom! Watching wave after wave of infantry collapse as they try to retrieve the heavy artillery from the transport vehicles, Fang Yu's face flushed crimson. With the artillery still unloaded and the 86th Army holding absolute terrain advantage in the front. After pondering for a long moment, he made his decision: retreat. Under these circumstances, retreat was the only option. Delaying any longer would mean handing over his entire 1,000-man column along with all supplies and equipment on the trucks to the enemy. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, and they held absolute terrain superiority. The heavy weapons on the trucks were useless. Our casualties were severe. Retreat first. After sending a secret telegram to General Itagaki, Hideyoshi Kurihara commanded the remaining defeated troops to withdraw swiftly, without a moment's hesitation. The losses this time were simply too great, his heart was bleeding. Ha! The little guy's already bolted, scared stiff by the beating. He turned and left, as if resolved to something, never daring to glance back at the 86th Army again. Miura Toshikazu? Hey buddy, you're just waltzing off like that? What about me? What buddy? Are we that close? I didn't do a damn thing, and we lost hundreds of men. What do you have to say about that? Answer me. Ha, Commander, the little Japanese got pushed back by our firepower. Should we pursue? Pursue my ass. Forget whether this is the little Japanese bastard stalling for time who knows how many lurk beyond the highway. And don't forget our primary mission, holding this position to prevent the little Japanese bastards inside from escaping. Have you all lost your minds fighting one by one? The regiment commander's got the right head on his shoulders. Hey, why didn't the little bastards call in bombers for backup this time? You think bombers are cabbages, just rolling in for backup? And even if they did come, what could they do? We'd charge down the hill and get tangled up in close combat with the little devils. Who the hell would they bomb then? Damn, the regiment commander really sees things clearly. Enough chatter. Head to the exit and make sure none of those little Japs slip through. High ground south of the line from Laoi Temple to Shujai village. 686th Regiment ambush position. What? You're telling me the reinforcements withdrew? What the hell happened? Miura Toshimasa exploded upon hearing this shattering news, yanking the communications officer's khaki uniform and bellowing. Major Miura, we received a secret message from General Itagaki. Major Kirihana encountered massive resistance from the 86th Army while moving from Lingqiu toward our position, at least 1,000 troops. They hold absolute terrain advantage and have blown up a troop transport to block the only access route for reinforcements. Colonel Koriai instantly lost hundreds of men and over a dozen military vehicles. If they don't retreat now, they'll likely all perish at the Pink Singwen Pass. The messenger spoke with a hint of despair in his voice. Bastard! Miura Toshimasa flung his sword aside, masking his inner panic. Reporting, Major. Urgent dispatches have arrived from the Lao Yimio position. Miura Toshimasa's expression eased slightly. Though reinforcements hadn't arrived, they had captured the crucial Lao Yimiao position. The messenger stationed at the Lao Yimiao position sent an urgent message half an hour ago, reporting that the 686th Regiment, reinforced by the 685th Regiment, had stormed our occupied Lao Yimiao position. I just sent a coded message inquiring about the specific battle situation, but there has been no response. Miura Toshikazu's slightly eased expression instantly froze. Holy, is this what they call good news coming in one after another? ING frequent good news, you got to be kidding me. Miura Toshiji must be losing his mind right now. He waited forever for reinforcements only to have them run away on the spot. And the old Master Temple position he finally captured? We took it. He probably won't be laughing anymore. Honestly, out of all the games Fang Yu has made, this one's my favorite. Not only is the storyline rich, but there are so many distinctive NPCs. True. Fang Yu has always excelled at game narratives and NPC development. I played many of his games, including the Battle of Guanhua Gate and the Prologue's Battle of Chunhua Town.
No denying his games are top tier.
Meanwhile, at the 86th Army's temporary command post. Now that the Leoi Temple position is secured, we should start wrapping things up. Division Commander Lin surveyed the assembled commanders and spoke calmly. Indeed, it's time to recall the 685th and 687th regiments for reinforcement. Let's finish this quickly. Chapter 110, Preparing for the Final Assault. Ping Xingwen, 86th Army Temporary Command Post. The 686th Regiment now holds the commanding heights of Lao Yiniao Hill, dominating the terrain from two sides. The enemy has nowhere to hide, and the Japanese will surely regroup their forces to desperately try to retake it. Reporting to the division commander, a Japanese reinforcement unit approached the positions held by the 687th Regiment, but after encountering our firepower, they have now retreated beyond Ping Xingwen Pass. Ha, good. Withdraw the 687th Regiment from the Kaijiayu, Shigo Village, and Dongha South Town Line. Surround the Japanese from the rear. The 685th Regiment will advance from the southern high ground along the Guango to Lao Yaomia line, closing in on the Japanese remnants. Coordinate with the 687th and 686th Regiments to finish the job. It's indeed time to wrap things up. Delay could lead to complications if we wait for the Japanese reinforcements to arrive. Retreating will be tough. Holy crap, is this a double-sided sandwich? 685th pinching from the front, 687th pinching from the rear. This isn't just dumplings anymore, it's a full-on meat sandwich. Damn, now we're even talking about sandwiching cheese and bread. You guys are ING geniuses. Damn it, you're making me hungry. We're just watching a gaming tournament, why are you posting this crap? Seriously though, I'm worried about the reinforcements from the 687th Regiment turning back. If they come back, we're in trouble. They don't have the 86th Army to support them from behind. If those reinforcements return, we'll be attacked from both sides. There's no such thing as a foolproof tactic in warfare. Seriously, no one can guarantee a strategy will work. Every move carries risk. Their job is to minimize that risk and maximize the odds of success. Ping Xingwen, Lao Yaomio position. Reporting to the commander, we've received a confidential message from Division Commander Lin. The Japanese reinforcements have been cut off by the 687th Regiment. We must now hold the Lao Yimiao position at all costs, awaiting the 685th and 687th Regiments to encircle and finish them from both flanks. Hearing the messenger's words, Colonel Li's eyes blazed as he stared intently at the entrance to the Leoi Temple position below. He began calculating how long it would take the enemy reinforcements to arrive. Now that Miura Toshimasa had learned of the failed reinforcement attempt, he would undoubtedly throw everything he had at seizing the strategic vantage point of Lao Yimiao. It was his only sliver of hope, otherwise, he would be doomed to wait for death right where he stood. Teacher Luo, the old Master Temple position is now secured. Should we hold it to the death alongside the 686th Regiment, or withdraw to the 685th Regiment's position first? Su Yuan addressed Luo Chuan while changing Nanmu Yuan's bandages. Su, sometimes I seriously doubt if you even think before you speak. Ouch. Easy there. Trying to cripple my hand? Before Nanmu Yuan could finish speaking, Su Yuan's pressure on the wound intensified, causing her to wince in pain. Director Nan, could you please not talk while I'm treating your wound? It's really distracting. See? Now I can't gauge the pressure properly. Su Yuan flashed an innocent smile as she addressed Nanmu Yuan. We've secured the most advantageous position. If you were Shao Ri's commander, what would you do? Luo Chuan remained silent for a moment before speaking calmly. After hearing Luo Chuan's words, Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded with a look of half-understanding. Indeed, if Little Days wanted to seize the position, descending the mountain now would be like handing them a gift. Ha! That's hilarious. Goddess Su Yuan is just too adorable, still thinking about returning to the 685th Regiment. Goddess Su Yuan's marksmanship has improved a lot, but her strategic thinking still needs work. Her thought process is a bit unique. Seriously, what time is it now? Still thinking about going back? She just doesn't think. Good thing she's not a commander, otherwise, I can't even imagine how badly a good hand could be played. Su Yuan's just a streamer, why the high expectations? She's not a dedicated commander. Her marksmanship is impressive enough. Received urgent message from Division Commander, reinforcements for Little Days have been cut off by Regiment 687. They're now completely isolated. With their backs against the wall, Little Days is making a desperate last stand to seize the old temple position. Regiments 685 and 687 have now encircled the enemy from front and rear. Our task as Regiment 686 is to hold the Lao Yimiao position. Is that understood? Yes. Meanwhile, below the old Master Temple position, beside the highway. Damn it! That incompetent fool, Hideyoshi Korehara, was routed by a mere detachment of the 86th Army. Rally the remaining infantry and seize the Lao Yimiao position within 1 hour. Miura Toshimasa wiped the black smears from his face, his bloodshot eyes flashing with fury. With a hint of rage in his voice, he declared, reinforcements have failed to arrive. We're isolated and cut off. Our only hope is to seize the old master temple position and cling to a sliver of survival.
The young messenger standing beside him dared not breathe a word, silently returning to relay the orders and call for backup. Little Days is genuinely panicking. Look at the look on his face.
He's completely broken. And he still has the nerve to mock his comrades? Hilarious. He's the one who got his ass kicked and routed, yet he has the gall to criticize others, especially when they came to reinforce him.
That's Xiao for you. All smiles normally, but the moment trouble hits, it's you all around.
Classic move.
Look at them now, wasting massive forces on Lao Yi Temple.
That's suicide. He has no choice.
From the moment he learned the reinforcements failed, he knew there was no other way. If he doesn't fight, the 86th Army will still encircle them from both sides and wipe them out.
Better to fight tooth and nail for Lao Yamiao. With the terrain advantage, we can stall them longer. Maybe reinforcements will arrive. Pingsingwen, Lao Yamiao stronghold.
Soldiers of the 686th Regiment lay prone on the old master temple positions, eyes fixed on the entrance at the mountain's base.
Rifle barrels pressed tightly against the rocks, their blue-gray uniforms soaked through with sweat. Su Yuan's arm trembled slightly as she held her Hanyang rifle.
Earlier during the charge, a Japanese rifle had pierced her shoulder. She'd only managed a makeshift bandage with gauze, which couldn't stem the bleeding.
The wound throbbed with tearing pain at regular intervals.
Beside Luo Chuan, the scout soldier continuously popped the caps off grenades, placing them within reach, ready to provide covering fire at any moment. The white fuses dangled limply on the ground, resembling the wicks of firecrackers.
Yu Zishu held his Hanyang rifle with utter nonchalance.
Since joining Fang Yu's game, he'd seen just about everything.
Clatter!
The sound of falling rocks shattered the silence at the old temple position. The regiment commander looked in the direction of the noise and spotted a large group of earth-colored figures rapidly approaching the old temple.
Prepare for battle.
Click, click. The words had barely left his mouth when row after row of Hanyang rifles were raised from the old temple positions. The sound of bolt actions being cycled echoed incessantly. Reconnaissance soldiers gripped their grenades, index fingers hooked on the white pull tabs, ready to unleash a hail of fire at any moment.
Chapter 111, Holding the Line, Xiao Rizi's Human Ladder. Damn it, Little Days, taste this big chicken leg I prepared for you. Company Commander Chang of the 1st Company charged forward, yanking the pin on his grenade and hurling it straight down the mountainside. Boom! The blast wave instantly rippled across the hillside, sending mud and debris flying everywhere. Yet, there was no sign of the little bastards. Damn it, he's testing us, trying to lure our firepower?
Heh, well, you better have the time for that.
We're in no rush. Just wait a bit longer, and the dumpling wrappers will be coming your way.
Seeing his grenade miss its mark and Xiao Ri still nowhere in sight, the company commander chuckled, unconcerned. Xiao Ri, stall a little longer.
Reinforcements from Regiments 685 and 687 are on their way. We've got all the time in the world. Something's off. Way off.
Why's Little Day acting so timid?
They're in a critical situation now. This doesn't make sense.
They've lost their nerve after getting beaten by the 86th Army.
They know it's suicide and won't even come over.
That's pure bull. If the enemy were always like this, it'd be a piece of cake. Our wars back then wouldn't have dragged on for so many years.
Teacher Luo, what's with these little guys? They come and go, playing house on the battlefield? Su Yuan watched the enemy's movements, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes.
Probably trying to wear down our ammo reserves.
But they probably don't realize what we have in abundance right now is time. See? They couldn't hold back any longer and came up.
Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the entrance at the foot of the mountain.
Bang! Su Yuan had been waiting for this moment.
A stream of scorching bullets erupted from the barrel, streaking toward the lead enemy soldier.
Put!
The bullet struck his chest, blooming into a vivid crimson flower.
With that single shot, the other fighter's firepower instantly followed suit. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang! Bang!
The cacophony of Czech submachine guns and Maxim heavy machine guns blended together as bullets rained down on the enemy. The sound of rounds tearing through flesh filled the air, mingling with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. The scout, clutching a grenade with its pin already pulled, fixed his gaze on the battlefield. Spotting a machine gun or other heavy fire, he hurled the grenade directly at it. Below the old temple position, the explosion sent shards of rock flying. But Little Days ignored their fire suppression entirely, charging madly toward the old master temple position. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly at the mountain's base, machine gun barrels scorching hot from sustained fire.
Holy, has Little Days gone completely mad?
They're literally charging forward with sheer numbers now.
There's something unsettling about this. I don't know why, but Little Days used to attack in waves with cover fire. Now they're just charging head-on. Screw it, just shoot them down. I don't believe they can fly.
As casualties mounted, the Japanese began weaving a hail of fire from their Type 96 light machine guns at the mountain's base. Bullets whistled into the loose soil of the old temple position, sending clods of mud mixed with dust splattering onto the faces of the 86th Army soldiers. The battalion political instructor was struck in the leg bindings by a ricocheting bullet. Blood seeped through his blue-gray uniform.
Gritting his teeth, he pulled 2 grenades from behind and hurled them toward the Japanese fire network. The blast wave sent 2 steel helmets flying. Fire suppression. Don't let the little bastard seize the opportunity. He bellowed hoarsely, forcing himself to stand despite the tearing pain in his leg. Luo Chuan watched the Japanese troops surging forward in the front ranks, charging recklessly without any tactical discipline or order, and gradually sensed something was amiss. Check the rear mountain. Though the slope is too steep for climbing barehanded, don't rule out the Japanese using tools to force their way up. Luo Chuan ordered the nearby reconnaissance soldiers and Yu Zishu. Got it. Pingxing Pass, the defensive line stretching from Kjiayu to Shigo village in Dongha South Town. Charge. At that moment, large numbers of the 86th Army from the 687th Regiment were rapidly advancing toward the Lao Yaomiao position. Squad leader, why are we suddenly heading to the Lao Yaomiao position? Are we abandoning this sector? A player who had just joined the 3rd round of the game ran up, panting heavily, and asked the squad leader with a hint of confusion. The timing is perfect. We've repelled the Japanese reinforcements. It's time to close the net. The 685th Regiment will encircle them from the front while we strike from the rear. We'll trap them like fish in a barrel. Is that so? Then we'll head to the 686th Regiment's position to provide support. What if the Japanese reinforcements return? Never mind that we've already repelled the Japanese reinforcements. The only passable road is now blocked by a vehicle. Clearing it alone could take ages. Besides, we've left men behind. If anything else happens, we can always rush back. On the battlefield, don't ask so many questions. Just execute the orders. Yes, sir. Pink Singguan, rear of the Laoi Temple position. Yu Zishu cautiously surveyed the situation from the mountaintop. Looking at the steep slope, he felt considerably more at ease. Climbing up this terrain would be laughable. Honestly, you'd need wings to climb this. The slope's just absurd. Yu Zishu was unusually excited about this rare reconnaissance mission. Don't get careless, Little Day is desperate now. He'd do anything. Be extra vigilant while observing. The scout carefully scanned the hidden spots along the edge of the position while looking down the mountain. Honestly, you've been a scout too long. Your nerves are too tense. After a campaign, it's essential to relax. With terrain like this, Little Day has no chance of climbing up. The next second, his expression changed instantly. Several rows of earth-toned figures forming a human ladder entered his field of vision. Damn it! How the hell did you guys keep coming back like ghosts? And using this method? Yu Zishu's nerves were fraying. No sooner had he spoken than Zairaizi, the foremost soldier on the rear slope, had already lunged onto the cliff's edge. His blood-stained hands gripped the rock face as he scrambled upward, eyes glowing crimson with fury. Seriously, Director Yu isn't just the battlefield's lucky charm anymore, he's become its jinx. This is ridiculous. Concept God, you have no idea how nervous I get every time I see him on a mission. Ha! Seeing that grim face of his just cracks me up. It's pure entertainment. Damn it, Shaori actually dared to use a human ladder to climb up. So terrifying, like a ghost. Clang! The scout instantly reacted to Yu Zishu's shout, his bayonet slicing through the air to smash against Little Day's steel helmet, sending a blinding shower of sparks flying. Put! The other soldiers nearby snapped to attention, drawing their machetes from their backs and hacking at the human ladder. The sound of bayonets and blades tearing into flesh echoed through the air. Director Yu, get back and report the situation. We'll hold them off here. Chapter 112, Human Ladder? Tell that to my grenades. Director Yu, you must return and report the situation. We'll hold them off here. Hearing the scout's frantic voice, Yu Zishu took off running without a moment's hesitation. Dude, you're running way too fast. Someone might mistake you for a deserter, ha! Seriously, not a second of hesitation, Director Yu. I suspect he was itching to bolt all along. Heard the scout say report back, and he seized the chance. Seriously, Yu Zishu's performance on this competition show has been absolutely killer. His popularity on short video platforms has even surpassed our goddess Su Yuan. No way! My goddess Su Yuan is #1 in the world, no one can surpass her. Another gamer who's fried his brain. Parents, if you can afford it, go ahead and have another one. Clang! As Little Day peeked out from behind the hill again, the scout swung his rifle but and smashed it against the glint of Little Day's steel helmet, producing a jarring metallic clang. This won't do. They're constantly sending up reinforcements via that human ladder. We need to destroy their base structure below. The veteran squad leader, observing the steady stream of soldiers climbing up the cliff face, spoke with seasoned expertise. Destroy their foundation? Got it. The scout pondered for a moment, then pulled several grenades from his back. Their bottom caps were already open, white fuses dangling out. Boom! PSSST. The veteran squad leader swung his rifle, the scorching muzzle flash erupting as bullets struck the enemy soldiers scrambling up the adjacent slope. They've built 4 human ladders now. Let's take out the ones on the left and right first, those in our blind spots. The remaining 2 are in one spot, making them easier to suppress. The scout nodded, swiftly collecting the soldiers' grenades. He pulled the white fuses back and tossed them toward the 2 separate human ladders. Boom! The grenades hissed through the air, exploding in a white flash at the center of the human ladder. The ladder, painstakingly built by the enemy, collapsed instantly like a snake with its spine removed. The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed up, and blood and flesh scattered across the cliff below. What a rush! Taking out 2 ladders at once really eases the pressure. Old Sergeant's thinking is sharp. He immediately recognized the need to destroy the foundation first. The scout did well too, executed quickly. The old squad leader mentioned undermining the foundation, and he immediately reacted, using grenades to strike at the root. Seeing that little bastard's face caked in mud and blood makes me sick just like a sewer cockroach. That little bastard really has a dog's brain. How did he even think of using this method for a sneak attack? There's nothing you can think of that little day can't pull off. Ping Singwon, Leoi Temple position, frontline battlefield. Rat-a-tat. Bang bang. Machine gun fire from both the 86th Army and the little bastard's sides clashed furiously. Bullets struck nearby rocks and branches, sending showers of dust and wood chips flying. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with smoke filled the air, making the third wave of newly joined players wrinkle their noses. Click! Su Yuan pulled the bolt of her Hanyang rifle, ejecting a golden shell casing from the side. Just as she prepared to aim down the mountainside again, a sound behind her caught her attention. Su Yuan whipped her head around and spotted a panting figure sprinting toward them from the rear hillside. Instantly alert, she froze. Other players nearby also heard the sound. All simultaneously swung their guns, aiming toward the rear mountain. Don't shoot! It's one of us. Yu Zishu had been pondering how to briefly report the situation on the hillside. But the moment he looked up and saw a dozen black muzzles trained on him, his expression changed instantly. He shouted urgently. Dying by friendly fire would be the ultimate joke. This is hilarious, Director Yu. Please don't quit the game, you're my daily source of joy. Honestly, I kinda hope to see Director Yu get shot by his own team. I'd make a short video out of it and post it online, it'd go viral for sure. Honestly, you don't even need to. Just posting this clip alone would go viral. That's the power of the ultimate showman. It's all unnecessary. After the competition ends, Director Yu won't even need to do anything, just stand there, and everyone will laugh just looking at him. Director Yu? What's going on? Where's everyone else? Could little Day be sneaking up from the back mountain? Seeing their own comrade approaching, all the 86th Army soldiers lowered their weapons. Luo Chuan, standing nearby, noticed only Yu Zishu had returned and asked with a hint of urgency in his voice. Not huffing and puffing, listen to me, huffing and puffing. Slow down. Forget it, give him a moment. What kind of physical fitness is this? He's panting like a work team donkey after just a few steps. Su Yuan watched Yu Zishu panting heavily, her expression tinged with disdain. The little Japanese have built several human ladders on the back mountain, planning to sneak attack our front lines from the rear for a pincer movement. The scout sent me back to report the situation. He and the others are still holding off the Japanese advance on the back mountain and need reinforcements now. After a moment, Yu Zishu's heartbeat steadied, and he gave a brief report. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Everyone, grab your weapons and follow me. The company commander of the first company, standing nearby, instantly cursed upon hearing Yu Zishu's words. He shouted toward the soldiers of the first company still locked in fierce combat with the Japanese forces at the front of the position. Oomph, I'm going too. What do you say, Director Nan? Scared? Your wound doesn't look healed yet. Maybe you should sit this one out. Is Su Wonghon looking down on me? A little scratch like this? When do we move out? Nan Muyuan's temper flared instantly at Su Yuan's provocative expression. Su Yuan, both you and Director Nan are injured. You shouldn't go. The main firepower is concentrated at the front. There shouldn't be many little days in the back mountains. Luo Chuan sighed helplessly at the two who couldn't stay quiet even while injured. Ping Singwon, Leiwei Temple position, back mountain. Bang! Bullets from the Hanyang made rifles streak toward the Japanese infantry climbing up the cliff face, but the Japanese soldiers used the bodies of their fallen comrades along the cliff edge as cover, blocking the deadly fire. Damn it, the human ladder we just destroyed is being rebuilt, and the Japanese are climbing faster and faster. Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? A new player watching nearby felt his heart clench as the Japanese soldiers steadily climbed up the cliff. They had planned to stand at the cliff's edge with bayonets and machetes, waiting to cut down each Japanese soldier as they climbed. But the Japanese were desperate. They grabbed the leg bindings of the 86th Army soldiers, dragging them and their rifles down the cliff, trading lives for lives. With their reconnaissance force already thin on the back mountain, they had no choice but to change tactics, falling back to a rear position to lay down suppressive rifle fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Just as the squad leader pondered how to prolong the fight, the next second, the sound of Czech light machine gun fire shattered his thoughts. Chapter 113, Reinforcements arrive, final assault imminent. Ping Singwon, Leo Yimeo position, rear hills. Rat-tat-tat. Just as the squad leader pondered how to stall for more time, the next second, the sound of a Czech light machine gun interrupted his thoughts. Thud. A cacophony of heavy footsteps mingled with the rattle of Czech light machine guns filled the air. Two soldiers who had just scrambled up the cliff face bore the brunt of the assault. Barely steady on their feet, they were immediately pinned down by the machine gun fire and tumbled back down. 86th Army, come on, brother, get up. You actually got up? Sit down. Who gave you the guts? CACO3, little days, you calcium should go settle down. Seriously, guys? Playing so abstract? I'm impressed by your creativity. All I can say is holy crap. Squad leader, backup's here. Finally. Ha! The new player who joined the battle in the third wave shouted excitedly beside him. Alright, got it. Why are you yelling so loud? Go clean up those stragglers who slipped through earlier. The squad leader frowned at the new player shouting beside him and snapped back. Ahem, Captain, let me quickly explain the situation. Little bastard built 4 human ladders, 2 from the same direction and 2 from different directions. Our scout just used grenades to take out the 2 different ladders, but now the little bastard won't give up and has built them again. The squad leader organized his thoughts and delivered a concise, clear explanation of the current combat situation. Oh, and one more thing, a small group of the little bastards slipped through the cliff ladder into the back mountain. We need to be extra careful. The scout casually added a crucial piece of information. Got it. I've got the gist. Here's the plan, our company will hold the rear mountain positions. The rest of the reinforcements will join you in hunting down the stragglers who slipped through. You've been engaged with the enemy all this time, so you should have a good idea of the stragglers' movements. Let's proceed with this plan for now. Notify me if there are any changes. Roger. Pink Singwen, Lao Yi now position, somewhere in the thickets of the rear mountain. The scout was observing the surrounding area. Before setting out, he had considered that if the main force moved collectively, the enemy wouldn't easily emerge. Therefore, they decided to split into groups to search for the enemy hiding in the rear mountains. Snap! A mountain breeze carrying the pungent scent of pine needles swept across the ridge. A faint crackling sound of branches snapped, its rhythm clumsier than that of mountain rats, the sound of Japanese soldiers' fur-lined boots. The scout and the player beside him exchanged a glance. They didn't want to alert the target prematurely, so they continued walking forward with casual indifference. Silently, the scout's left hand darted toward his sleeve. A gleaming bayonet slid out, its edge still bearing a trace of blood that hadn't been wiped clean. His right hand tightened around the hilt, knuckles turning white from the pressure. The footsteps behind them grew closer, even the Japanese soldiers breathing audible now. Judging by the sound, they had reached the optimal counterattack distance. The scout and the player beside him exchanged another glance before simultaneously spreading out to either side. Swish! The next instant, the whistling of a bayonet cut through the air, striking precisely where the scout had stood moments before. Seizing the moment, the scout spun violently, driving his left shoulder into the enemy's gun-wielding arm. With the momentum of his spin, his right bayonet plunged into the soft flesh between the Japanese soldier's ribs. Then, in a single explosive motion, he yanked the bayonet free and slashed viciously at the Japanese soldier's carotid artery, finishing him off with a clean, decisive strike. No hesitation, no mess. A gurgling sound forced its way from the Japanese soldier's throat as blood gushed out. His gleaming steel helmet rolled to the ground. He shot the scout a look of defiance before his life finally slipped away. Holy, is this a player? This must be an NPC. The fluidity of his movements is absurdly exaggerated, not a single flaw. I know this guy. We served in the same unit. He always loved messing around with knives and stuff. Back then, he was a scout too, and his physical fitness was top tier in our entire company. So he's a pro. No wonder he's so fierce. That puts my mind at ease. I was worried some people just had an epiphany while playing games. I saw it coming. He blew everyone away during the first round of the Chunhua Town battle. He was way cooler than the rest, and his gun skills were off the charts. Buddy, you're playing armchair strategist again? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Click. Just as the scout was finishing off the enemy, the crisp sound of a bolt being cycled echoed from 3 meters away. Bang! Splatter! The sound of bullets tearing through flesh echoed. 3 meters away, Little Days in the bushes stared blankly at his own chest, seemingly baffled by how he'd been exposed. That wasn't the only noise earlier. Your stealth skills are still too amateurish. The player beside the scout blew on the still smoking muzzle, muttering to himself. Actually, when the scout had signaled with his left hand earlier 2 quick horizontal swipes across his throat, it meant 2 enemies. That's why, after the first target went down, he kept his eyes glued to the spots where people could easily hide. Whatever. His mouth is his own, so whatever he says goes. Meanwhile, at the rear mountain position. Fire hard. Let these bastards think up their shady tricks day and night. Damn it, they actually dared to build a human ladder up the back mountain? Let's see if your human ladder is harder than my boxer bullets. The company commander cursed furiously as he pumped his pistol at the enemy scrambling up the cliff face. Rat-a-tat. Bang! The Czech light machine gun and Hanyang-made rifle spat out furious flames, unleashing a torrent of scorching bullets toward the enemy. Bullets struck the cliff face, sending shards of rock flying. Many of the enemy soldiers who had just climbed up plummeted back down instantly. But the enemy didn't give up, charging even more frantically toward the cliff's edge. Captain, this isn't sustainable. The enemy keeps pouring up the slope and our ammunition is limited. We can't afford to stall here for long.
The machine gunner ejected the empty magazine, gazing at the smoking, scorching barrel as he addressed the company commander.
Damn it!
If we run out of ammo, I'll send the fastest guys to call for backup. For now, forget everything else, just take those little bastards down.
Roger. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10.
Alright, it's time to wrap up this production competition. Fang Yu watched as the 687th and 685th regiments closed to within less than a kilometer of the old temple position.
He smiled. The final assault was imminent. When the difficulty's edge truly showed, it would be another huge boost to the emotional value. Chapter 114, The Encirclement.
Ping Singwen Pass, southern high ground along the Guan Gorge to Lao Yinyao Line, 685th Regiment position.
Thud. Dense footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached, kicking up dust along the road. Regimental commander, we were about a kilometer away when we suddenly received orders to reinforce elsewhere. I almost didn't react in time. Does that mean our 685th Regiment is abandoning the entire line from Guangzhou to Lao Yaomiao?
A flicker of confusion crossed the face of the 685th Regiment's 1st Battalion commander.
Haven't you noticed the Japanese vanguard has completely retreated? We just received a confidential message from the division commander. The Japanese reinforcements were repelled. Now they're desperate to seize Lao Yinyao, trying to hold on to their last tactical advantage. Do you think we should give them that chance?
The regiment commander shot him a glance and replied in a flat tone.
Give them a chance? I'm not some rare bird. How could I possibly give the little Japanese that chance? You're joking, Commander.
The battalion commander flashed a bright smile.
If I'm not mistaken, the 687th Regiment should be on its way too.
With 2 encircling forces closing in from front and rear, plus the 686th Regiment providing cover at Laoyi Temple, we'll have them trapped like fish in a barrel.
The commander explains things so clearly.
Though I'm illiterate and don't understand the words, it just feels so clear.
Put. A new player in the back row couldn't hold back a laugh. Seriously, the NPCs Fang Yu created are hilarious. They crack me up every single time. You think he's making all the new players laugh?
The first 2 rounds already showed signs of this. Every NPC feels so alive.
That's the difference in game quality.
But no matter how entertaining this NPC is, it still can't beat a certain natural talent. Just standing there, he's a show in himself.
Director Yu, what nonsense? What absolute nonsense?
I'll sue you for defamation.
I haven't even named names yet, and someone's already calling out themselves? I know you're eager, but hold your horses, ha! Ping Xingwen, Leoi Temple position.
Su Yuan frowned as Xiao Ri charged toward the position, screaming hysterically.
If we're fighting, then fight. What's with all the screaming? It's like he's got some kind of serious illness.
With a sharp click, she cocked the rifle, aimed at the mouth of a Japanese soldier screaming at the top of his lungs, and her right index finger pulled the trigger with force.
Bang!
A scorching bullet erupted from the barrel of the Hanyang-made rifle, whistling toward the Japanese soldier's lips.
Put!
The bullet exploded into a spray of blood the instant it entered the little Japanese soldier's lips. 7 or 8 jagged teeth, coated in blood and foam, fell from his already rotting mouth. Half of little Japan's face became a bloody mess as he lay unconscious on the ground. Witnessing this spectacular scene with its disturbingly realistic gore, Nan Muyuan beside him instantly felt a wave of nausea wash over him.
Holy crap, Goddess Su Yuan's marksmanship is getting more and more masterful.
No wonder she's the streamer with the strongest gaming talent.
She's strong, but seriously, did she really need to shoot Xiao Rizi in the mouth? All that blood, teeth, and mangled face. I won't be able to eat dinner tonight. It is kinda gross. Fang Yu, that damn detail-obsessed guy, loves making these details super clear. I'm seriously cracking up right now.
Little Day's been whining non-stop, time to ramp up the difficulty on them.
The noise is unbearable. Ouch. Su Yuan sucked in a sharp breath.
She'd fired a bit too hard, and a dull ache shot through her shoulder wound.
Su Yuan, you've lost your mind. Why shoot the little guy in the mouth? Teeth and blood are splattered everywhere on the floor, plus half a tongue. Doesn't that disgust you?
Nan Muyuan turned his head, his sharp, slanted eyes coldly sweeping over Su Yuan.
Ha! Director Nan, is your tolerance this low? Can't handle a bit of gore?
Your mental fortitude still needs work. You should play through the earlier campaigns more, especially the Battle of Guanghua Gate.
Maybe that'll desensitize you to these bloody scenes. Normal gore scenes are fine, but Su Wanghon, take a look at your masterpiece. Is that normal? Fang Yu too, why make these details so realistic?
When I get to Yushinking, I'll personally teach him how to handle game details. Nan Muyuan spat out the words with venom, a fierce glint of control flashing in her eyes.
Who else would be yelling like a ghost there every single day, huh? Wait a minute.
Director Nan, you're clearly not what you seem.
Why drag Fang Yu into this? Did he ever say he'd go to Yushinking with you?
I have my own thoughts and plans, no need for Su the internet celebrity to worry. Ping Singwen, high ground south of the line from Leoi Temple to Shuzhai Village, 686th Regiment ambush position.
The human ladder tactic on the rear mountain was exposed? Bunch of useless fools. What good are you? Miura Toshimasa glared at the reporting messenger, his eyes bulging with rage, then flung his military dagger aside. He had intended to exploit the steep terrain of the rear mountain, which couldn't be climbed directly, hoping the 86th Army might neglect it and attempt a surprise assault using a human ladder. But now it had failed outright. His fingers trembled slightly as he began to ponder whether there were any other ways to break the deadlock. Reporting, Major. Large numbers of the 86th Army have been spotted on the southern high ground along the Guangzhou to Laoyingyao line, advancing toward our positions at least 1,000 men. Reporting, Major. Large enemy forces have been spotted along the Kaijiayu, Shigo village, and Dongha South town line, likely the same 86th Army unit that ambushed Major Hideyoshi Rikifune. Their numbers exceed 1,000. Just as he pondered a solution, two deafening shouts interrupted his thoughts. What? When? Miura Toshikazu snapped his head up, eyes wide, his expression turning utterly flabbergasted. The human ladder tactic failure had already left him overwhelmed, and now reinforcements had arrived on both flanks of the 86th Army's positions. Miura Toshimasa's composure shattered instantly. Rage surged through him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Still thinking? We're here to take you down. With our forces now in position, we'll launch a full encirclement. Let the little bastard taste the double-layered dumpling skin, ha! Victory reports keep pouring in. Now tell me, advance, retreat, or just wait to die here? Or maybe you could show off your so-called samurai spirit, commit collective seppuku. At least die with some dignity and save us the ammo. This is hilarious. Your imagination is wild, collective seppuku? Seriously? I can't stop laughing every time I see your comments. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Alright, the final showdown is finally here. This time, I'm really enjoying the spectacle finally. It's not one of those endless, brutal battles. Is it finally over? I haven't even uploaded my game yet. I hope the judges and audience show some mercy in the last round. Sigh, after being blown away by Fang Yu's nearly flawless game, our third round scores are bound to drop a notch. No big deal. Losing to a monster like that isn't shameful. He'll probably end up representing Huaxia in the once-in-a-century Blue Star Creative Competition anyway. Chapter 115, Catching Turtles in the Pond. Ping Singwen, the high ground south of the line stretching from Leiwei Temple to Shuzhai Village, the ambush position of Regiment 686. How many troops did the 86th Army deploy on both flanks this time? Miura Toshikazu fell silent for a long moment before finally regaining his composure. He turned to the trembling scout beside him and spoke. Approximately 1,000 troops were deployed on the southern high ground along the Guan Gorge to Laoyingyao line. And the positions along the Kaijiayu, Shigo village, and Dongha South town line had even more. I didn't get a detailed count, but roughly 1,500 men. The scout cautiously spoke up, meeting Miura Toshiji's piercing glare. Withdraw the troops forming the human ladder on the rear hill. Flank around to the front of Laoyingyao and launch a full assault, every last man. Also, send another urgent telegram to General Itagaki. If reinforcements don't arrive soon, the 21st Brigade will be annihilated. After deep contemplation, Miura Toshimasa made his decision. He picked up the binoculars beside him and scanned the approaching 86th Army forces on both flanks. On the southern heights, soldiers of the 86th Army surged like a tidal wave, their blue-gray uniforms undulating across the ravines. The barrels of their Hanyang-type rifles and the machetes strapped to their backs glinting coldly in the sunlight. On the other flank, the same scene was playing out. Miura Toshimasa gazed at his command sword lying discarded on the ground, its blade reflecting the light. A quiet sorrow welled up within him. This time, there was truly no escaping their fate. Serves you right. You loved invading other nations' lands, and now you're scared? You deserve to be torn to pieces. Death is too good for you. He doesn't know he's wrong, he knows he's about to die. Only when death stares him in the face does this beast feel fear. Truly, he won't shed tears until he sees his own coffin. I think we could capture some of these little devils as prisoners. After taming them, they could serve us. What do you think? What do you mean, what do you think? I'd watch them get it while lying down. You're out of your mind. Do you really think these beasts can be tamed? I wouldn't even let them touch our weapons, they'd contaminate them. And they'd likely betray us at any moment. This has been tough. After 3 rounds of fighting, I finally see a glimmer of hope for victory. We must hold our ground. Ping Singwen, Leiwei Temple position, back mountain. Rat-a-tat. Bang bang. Dense machine gun and rifle fire formed an impenetrable barrage, bullets raining down on the enemy charging the cliff. Damn it, will this ever end? I'll see how many of you can keep this up. The company commander racked the bolt of his box mag pistol, firing at the advancing enemy while cursing under his breath. Boom! Several enemy soldiers suddenly scaled the left side human ladder. The nearby infantrymen quickly pulled out their scarce grenades and hurled them toward the cliff's edge. The hiss of the grenade's fuse being pulled pierced the smoke-filled air as it traced an arc through the sky. A deafening explosion erupted, sending 4 enemy soldiers flying through the air. Their shattered steel helmets plummeted back down, mingled with chunks of flesh, clattering onto the ground with a dull metallic thud. A thick, pungent smell of blood mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder wafted through the air. Bang! Luo Chuan watched as the last enemy soldier attempted to dive into the nearby bushes. He swiftly raised his Hanyang-made rifle and pulled the trigger. The bullet traced an arc through the air, instantly blooming into a crimson flower on the soldier's chest. "Captain, I'm running out of ammo." A nearby infantryman spoke up, seeing he had less than 10 rounds left. "Me too, Captain. Only a few rounds left. The Czech machine gun only has 2 clips left." Hearing the infantryman speak up, all the soldiers echoed his cry in unison. "Damn it! Send 2 guys with quick legs back for reinforcements. The rest of us hold the line. I reckon the 687th and 685th Regiments reinforcements should be here soon. By then, I'll see if these bastards still have the nerve to play their human shield tactics here." Less than 10 seconds after he finished speaking, the surrounding area suddenly grew quiet. "Something's wrong, Captain. Why did everything suddenly go quiet?" An infantryman beside him, having waited a long time without seeing any more bodies climbing up, spoke up with a puzzled look. "Ha? What's that bastard up to now? Everyone else stay put here. You sharp ones, come with me to check it out." The company commander also sensed the sudden stillness. He released the safety on his box magazine pistol and began assigning men to investigate the positions where the human ladders had been set up earlier. The cliff face to the left, battered by prolonged fire, had blackened edges. The ground was littered with debris, dust, and a dense pattern of bullet holes. Clatter! The sound of tumbling rocks echoed. The company commander cautiously peered over the edge and saw a large group of figures clad in earth-toned uniforms descending the cliff one by one. "Ha? Are they retreating?" A flicker of confusion crossed the company commander's face. "What's up, Captain? Is something wrong with the human ladder?" The machine gunner beside him stroked the scorching barrel of his Czech-made rifle, watching the company commander and his men retreating. "Those bastards are pulling out. No clue what's going on. Got it. Must be reinforcements from Regiments 687 and 685 arriving. Little Days is heading back to support them." The regiment commander suddenly held up one finger, his expression suddenly clear. "That classic expression reminds me of a certain movie, ha! The company commander's expression and movements are hilarious, I'm dying. Seriously, hurry back to the main front. The little Japanese are about to concentrate their fire on the front. Damn, what good is your God mode perspective? How would they know the little bastard's tactics? Oh no! Once reinforcements from Regiments 687 and 685 arrive, the Japanese will definitely abandon their human ladder tactic on the rear mountain and concentrate their firepower on the main front." Upon hearing that the human ladder formations had withdrawn from all 4 sides, Luo Chuan furrowed his brow. After pondering for a moment, he reached a conclusion. Front lines at Lao Yi Temple, at the foot of the mountain. Thud! A dense chorus of footsteps echoed as Miura Toshimasa led the remaining Japanese troops from the highway and those who had formed the human ladder on the rear mountain to converge at the old temple fortifications. "We have no retreat now. The Empire has nurtured you all these years, it's time to prove your worth. Capture the old temple position, and we still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we'll shatter like jade." Miura Toshimasa gripped his gleaming military dagger, bloodshot eyes fixed on the scattered survivors around him. At the same time, on the southern high ground along the line from Laoyimiao to Shuzhai village, at the ambush site of Regiment 686, the soldiers of the 687th Regiment dragged their weary bodies across the ravines when suddenly they caught sight of the red flag fluttering on the ridge ahead, the emblem of the 685th Regiment. "Our own men!" A hoarse shout rang out, only to be drowned by a louder response. Soldiers from both regiments quickened their pace toward each other, rifle butts tapping urgently against the ground. The commander of the 687th Regiment pointed toward the old temple position, his voice trembling with excitement. "The bastards are surrounded. Now is the time to prepare for the final showdown." Chapter 116, The Final Showdown. Pingsingwen, the high ground south of the line stretching from Laoyamiao to Shuzhai village, the ambush position of the 686th Regiment. "The bastards are surrounded. Now is the time to prepare for the final showdown." The commander of the 687th Regiment pointed toward the old temple position, his voice trembling with excitement. "Here it comes, here it comes. The final showdown is finally here. You bastards, are you ready? Ha! Dumplings galore. Now the little bastards can't escape even if they grew wings. They can choose a more dignified way to die. Wait, no, they don't deserve any dignity at all. Ha! I can't wait to see the victory screen. Thanks to Fang Yu, we've been stuck with nothing but high difficulty battles. I've never even seen what the win screen looks like. Damn, you reminded me I haven't won a single battle in the last 2 rounds. This sucks." Pingsingwen, frontline position at Laoi Temple. Thud! The dense clatter of footsteps mingled with the crunch of gravel, growing louder as vast numbers of figures clad in earth-toned uniforms surged toward the front lines of Lao Yi Temple. Su Yuan froze as the enemy numbers surged. How did so many suddenly appear out of nowhere? Nan Muyuan, what's going on? How did so many people appear out of nowhere? Su Yuan pulled the slightly rusty bolt of her Hanyang rifle and instinctively called out to Nan Muyuan. Su, internet celebrity, you're a veteran who's been through 2 campaigns. Asking me, a newbie? Do you really think that's appropriate? Nan Muyuan frowned at the sudden surge of enemy soldiers, a flicker of confusion crossing her icy expression. Enough with the questions. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Watching the small days surge forward like a mudslide, Nan Muyuan raised her Hanyang rifle and spoke calmly. Bang! The bullet pierced the barrel, emitting a sharp crack as it whistled toward the chest of the foremost enemy soldier. The earth-toned figure clutched his chest and collapsed, only to be crushed beyond recognition by the relentless tide of Japanese soldiers surging over him. Holy, they don't even care if their own men get hurt, just trample them to death. This is terrifying. Did Miura give them a death order? Damn it, they're like a swarm of locusts, trampling everything in their path. Probably because they saw reinforcements from the 685th and 687th regiments approaching. The little Japanese are panicking. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses, panicking won't help. Hope the main front holds out. Too many of those bastards are coming. Miura's thrown every last scrap of his forces into the main battle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Czech light machine guns and Maxim heavy machine guns spat furious tons of fire from their muzzles, their crossfire sweeping back and forth. Golden-hued spent casings kept ejecting from the sides of the guns. PSSST. PSSST. The sound of bullets tearing through flesh echoed through the air. Row after row of enemy soldiers collapsed before the position. But the following waves showed no hesitation, swiftly filling the gaps and forming an impenetrable wall of flesh. Cough cough. Commander, the heavy machine gun barrel is overheating. If we keep firing, it'll probably be ruined. At the front of the position, the machine gunner, his face streaked with gunpowder residue, spoke to the regiment commander while removing the empty magazine. Commander, we've no spare light machine gun barrels either. Fire must not cease. Even if the machine guns burn out, we keep firing. We absolutely cannot let the enemy seize the old temple heights. Hold on a little longer, our reinforcements should be here soon. The regiment commander stared at the barrel glowing red hot, a wince of pain flashing across his face. But he gritted his teeth and gave the order. Wait, machine guns can actually break? How is that even possible? I've never heard of such a thing. Firearms manufacturing back then was far from mature. Continuous machine gun fire would cause the barrel to overheat and fail. Back then, a machine gun was the lifeblood of an entire regiment. Its failure meant the whole unit's heart bled. To add, the Maxim's water cooling system couldn't handle the heat buildup from prolonged, intense fire. Especially without a steady water supply for cooling. How about that professional enough? Oomph. You call that professional? Let me add another detail. Besides the Maxim, they used another machine gun called the Czech-made ZB-26 light machine gun. Uses an air-cooled barrel. After about 200 rounds of continuous fire, the barrel needs replacing. If not changed promptly, the barrel could overheat and warp, leading to severe malfunctions like jamming or even barrel blowouts. Professional? You bastards are really something, bullying us like we know nothing. Cultural desert, huh? Get the hell out. Pink Singwon, rear mountain position behind Laoi Temple. Professor Luo, why are we suddenly turning back? Are we abandoning the rear hill positions? The scout beside him glanced over with a hint of curiosity. The enemy's sudden retreat likely means reinforcements from regiments 687 and 685 have arrived. They're shifting tactics to launch a frontal assault now. This is our last chance. Luo Chuan glanced at him and spoke. But what if it's the Japanese forces delaying tactic? If they flank us later, won't we be caught between two fires? We've left a detachment on the rear hill to monitor the enemy's movements. Rest assured, my judgment won't fail. They won't be returning. The scout, seeing Luo Chuan's confident expression, temporarily put his mind at ease. He hoped that if the judgment proved wrong, Luo Chuan wouldn't turn on him. Though many secretly relished the thought of seeing him lose his cool. Meanwhile, on the main front, thick smoke blanketed the entire hilltop, the relentless crackle of gunfire filling the air. Every soldier of the 86th Army focused intently on the enemy charging up their front lines, their index fingers tightening around the triggers. Rat-tat-tat. Commander, the machine guns jammed. After sustained firing for an extended period, the Czech light machine gun predictably malfunctioned. The machine gunner beside him watched anxiously as the weapon that had once been so reliable in his hands became useless, and he called out to the regiment commander. Switch to rifles. We can't afford to lose firepower for even a moment. We can't give the enemy any chance. Yes, sir. Commander, our battalion's running low on ammo. We're in the same boat, we've got single-digit rounds left. We're completely out of ammunition. The commander realized that nearly half the soldiers around him had ceased fire. They were raising their empty Hanyang rifles, drawing gleaming bayonets from their backs, preparing to fix them to the barrels. Out of bullets? Fix bayonets. Today, if we must die, we'll die alongside our comrades on the old temple battlefield. The commander tucked his box magazine pistol into his waistband, drew a machete with a red ribbon from his back, and declared with unwavering resolve. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from below the Lao Yimiao position, freezing every soldier in their tracks. Chapter 117, Fire from both fronts. Where do you run? Ping Xingwen, Lao Yaomil position, frontline battlefield. Some soldiers were preparing to fix bayonets onto their rifles, ready for a final showdown with the enemy. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a burst of rapid gunfire erupted from below the Lao Yimiao position, freezing every soldier in their tracks. Commander, that sound? It's the Hanyang-made rifle. Could it be? Listen closely, not just Hanyang-made rifles, but Czech-made ones too. And the sound of the Japanese Type 38 rifles. Reinforcements. They've finally arrived. Ha! Little Japs, let me see how well you can break through an encirclement. Let me see how many of you are left to break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, below the Lao Yimiao defensive position. Rat-a-tat. Bang! Dense rifle fire rained down on the Japanese troops as Miura Toshikatsu led the remnants of his infantry in a desperate struggle for survival. They now had to dodge fire from the 86th Army on both flanks. One wrong move and a dozen Hanyang-made bullets would pierce their bodies, displacing their internal organs. Fight! Fight hard! You bunch of bastards, running for your lives when death is upon you? Run your asses off! Useless scum! Better commit collective seppuku now and beg for mercy, we might spare you a whole corpse. Otherwise, your remains won't even be recognizable. Ha! You lot never disappoint, your mouths are like poisoned blades. This cracks me up. If Miura Toshikazu heard this, he'd probably leap right out of the screen. We finally have the upper hand, let them taste agony beyond endurance. These beasts deserve to die 100 times over to honor the spirits of our fallen comrades. Frontal fire from the Laoi temple position. Su Yuan gritted his teeth against the tearing pain of his wound and fired at the enemy soldier still charging toward the position. Bang! The bullet struck the tree trunk beside Zayarizi, sending splinters flying. Ouch! Her wound throbbed with increasing pain, already seeping blood that stained the white gauze crimson. Su Yuan, how are you holding up? Can you keep going? Nan Muyuan watched Su Yuan gasp in shock, set down the Hanyang-made rifle, and moved toward her. The next instant, a bullet from a Type 38 rifle whistled toward her chest. Thud! The sound of the bullet piercing flesh echoed. Nan Muyuan froze, staring at Su Yuan blocking the bullet in front of her, her mind going blank. My goddess Su Yuan. How could this happen? No! It's all Nan Muyuan's fault. Why did she have to come over? She owes me my goddess Su Yuan's life. You guys are wailing over here like it's the end of the world. Seriously, get a grip. Dying in a game where you can respawn isn't real death. Wait, this game has a 50% pain simulation rate. Try it yourself. This is ridiculous. Wasn't this her own choice? What does it have to do with me? Su Yuan, who gave you permission to take a bullet for me? You bastard, you think this will make me forgive you for eavesdropping? The next second, Nan Muyuan stared at the blood blossoming on Su Yuan's chest and spoke coldly. But she didn't even notice that her voice had already taken on a tremor of tears. Why are you bringing this up again? What time is it now? Seeing Nan Muyuan's reddened eyes, Su Yuan forced a smile and spoke with her last ounce of strength. What's one death? It's nothing. I died countless times during the Jinling defense and the Chunhua Town campaign. But look at the veterans around us back then, they truly only had one chance. Su Yuan's consciousness began to blur as a familiar sensation washed over her. Su Yuanyuan 19151937. Crimson characters appeared in her vision. Ping Xingwen, below the Lao Yimiao battlefield. Has General Itagaki not responded? Major Miura, the signalman has sent nearly 10 encrypted messages, still no word. Hearing this, Colonel Miura's bloodshot eyes dimmed. His fingers gripping the sword began to tremble, as if unwilling to believe what was unfolding before him. With thousands of 86th Army troops closing in behind us, we have no choice but to press forward, seize the Lao Yimiao position and seize our last chance. Now, the rest of you continue the assault on the Lao Yimiao position. 100 men, armed with the remaining grenades, hold off the main force of the 86th Army from behind. After a long silence, he issued his final order, his voice heavy with despair. Regimental Commander, all of Xiao Ri's forces have been committed to the Laoi Temple position. They're likely aiming to seize it and hold it defensively while awaiting reinforcements. But they've left only a handful behind. Do they really think they can stop us? The reconnaissance soldier from the 685th Regiment's 1st Battalion observed Zayarizi's movements and addressed the regiment commander. Capturing Lao Yimiao? That's a pipe dream. Have everyone prepare for reinforcements. Bring out all the remaining grenades and let them taste a hail of shrapnel. The regiment commander chuckled lightly, his voice calm. Tap. At the Old Master Temple position, the enemy began establishing a machine gun fire network, unleashing relentless suppressive fire on the temple's defenses. Seizing the moment when the enemy reloaded, the battalion commander raised his rifle and fired a precise shot, the bullet piercing through a machine gunner's steel helmet. Boom! Boom! Just then, reinforcements from Regiments 685 and 687 arrived. Hand grenades rained down from the sky like hailstones. Chicken-like grenades whistled sharply through the air, tracing arcs that blanketed half the sky. Disperse! Mayura Toshikazu bellowed at the surrounding soldiers. He had just assigned 100 men, but before they could throw grenades to hold back the main force, when suddenly the sky filled with a dense swarm of chicken-like grenades. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, turning the slope space into a sea of fire. The Japanese assault line instantly tore open, dragging grenades into the explosion with them. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Struggling to lift his head through the thick smoke, Miura Toshiji watched his soldiers fall like cut wheat in waves. Charred corpses, blown to pieces, lay scattered haphazardly below the old temple position. The newly mounted Type 92 heavy machine guns, unable to establish crossfire, were reduced to twisted scrap metal by a deluge of grenades. Sizzle! Sizzle! Before they could react, a second wave of grenades flew in, their deadly fuses crackling. This time, several oversized grenades appeared. Several veteran grenadiers nearby hurled bundles of cluster grenades toward the Japanese soldiers' densely packed positions. Boom! The shockwaves from the chain reaction echoed through the valley, completely sealing off the Japanese soldiers' retreat. The onrushing blast wave tore the Japanese soldiers apart, sending chunks of flesh flying skyward. A chaotic rain of blood and body parts fell from the sky, painting a hellish tableau of carnage. Sound the charge! Fix bayonets! Watching the few remaining Shaorizi clinging to life, the commanders of the 685th and 987th Regiments exchanged a knowing glance. With perfect coordination, they drew heavy machete-bladed machetes with crimson ribbons from their backs. Chapter 118, Blood Blade. Sound the charge! Fix bayonets! Watching the few remaining enemies clinging to life, the commanders of the 685th and 987th Regiments exchanged a knowing glance. With perfect coordination, they drew heavy machete-like blades adorned with crimson ribbons from their backs. It was rather unpleasant to watch these little bastards clinging to life. We'll show them mercy and send them on their way. The commander of the 685th Regiment ran his fingers along the razor-sharp edge of his machete, gripping the handle tightly with his right hand. Ha! Still the same old, you can't go a day without touching your big knife. The commander of the 687th Regiment mirrored his posture, replying with a smile. The bugler deftly drew the polished golden horn from his waist, took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and pressed the mouthpiece firmly to his lips. Ding-dong! The charge bugle sounded abruptly, its shrill brass notes exploding through the valley as bayonets traced cold arcs in the sunlight. Charge! Kill! The roar of the 86th Army soldiers from Regiments 685 and 987 thundered like a storm as they surged toward the main force of the Zairizi troops, sending gravel tumbling down the earthen slope. The Zairizi machine gunner closest to the 86th Army soldiers had barely turned his barrel when a gleaming bayonet pierced his throat. Blood spattered onto the gun barrel, sizzling as it cooled. Snap! The company commander swung his rifle, gripping it by the buttstock, and smashed the jaw of a Zairizi soldier attempting to provide support. The crisp crack of breaking bone was quickly drowned out by the battle cries. Put! A newly joined player stabbed fiercely at the Japanese soldier's chest, but due to lack of skill, the bayonet lodged in his ribs. Another enemy soldier, sensing trouble, lunged at him, and the two immediately grappled. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, the new player suddenly noticed the rock fragments scattered by the grenade explosion to his left. Thud! He grabbed the heavy stone with his backhand and swung it viciously at Shaori's head. Once, twice. Sticky white brain matter mixed with blood spilled across the ground, filling the air with a nauseating, bloody stench. Clang! The veteran squad leader clashed bayonets with a stocky Japanese sergeant, sparks flying blindingly. Put! The whistling of a bayonet cut through the air from the side. The sergeant major instantly alerted, twisting his body, but his reaction was half a beat too slow. Little Days swung his bayonet, piercing through the charcoal gray uniform. But as he slashed toward the shoulder, the old squad leader seized the blade with an iron grip. Blood trickled through the sergeant's fingers. Unflinching, he grinned at the young soldier as a dagger silently slid from his sleeve. Splatter! The sharp blade flashed coldly in the sunlight. Gripping the handle tightly, the veteran plunged the dagger into the young soldier's heart, twisting it violently. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, landing on his face, which still wore a smile. The bloodied Type 38 rifle clattered from Little Day's hands as he fell, eyes wide and staring. Thrilling! This is exactly the kind of bloody bayonet fight I crave. So intense. The 86th Army isn't just sharp with guns, their blades are no less formidable. So brutal. Close quarters combat is all about courage and skill, courage being paramount. Every swing of the blade demands the resolve to die by another's blade if you falter. Fang Yu incorporating bayonet combat into the final showdown was a brilliant move. It instantly ignited the battlefield atmosphere, utterly thrilling. I never saw the old squad leader's hidden knife coming. Before I could even process it, it slid out of his sleeve and plunged straight into the heart. Little Day died with his eyes wide open. Ha! Too bad the new players held us back a bit, but facing Xiaori head-on like that was still impressive. The bayonet charge raged like a bloody hurricane, severed limbs, shattered teeth, and flying buttons swirled in the dust. Meanwhile, at the frontline position of the old temple, Luo Chuan and the reconnaissance squad had already rushed from the rear mountain to the main battlefield at Leoi Temple. The moment they arrived, they heard earth-shattering explosions, accompanied by the flying debris of enemy corpses in steel helmets. Professor Luo, I swear I heard at least 100 grenades go off just now. Was that really real? Ha! So this is how you end up, you little bastards. A flash of excitement crossed the scout's face. The defeats in the first 2 rounds were still vivid in his mind, but now, finally seeing the last round heading toward victory, his spirits soared. Calm down. We haven't won yet. Forget the battle at Chunhua Town in the prologue? We were just an hour away from victory then. But we still lost in the end. That Fang Yu kid loves digging traps for us at the last minute. An experienced player who had participated in both previous battles shot the scout a look before speaking. But as his words trailed off, an eerie silence descended upon the surroundings. Every player who'd fought alongside him now glared at him with hostility. Seriously, what a buzzkill. When that kid comes out, I'm getting someone to take him down. You better make good on your words. Honestly, I can't take it either. When he comes out, we're hanging him from the highest floor of the China Game Expo Center. Damn it, you just brought back some bad memories. You owe me for making me listen to your nonsense. Sigh. I really hope Fang Yu doesn't cause trouble this time. I'm watching with my hopes pinned on this. What do you mean full of hope? I skipped my exam today. Pingsingwen, Leoi Temple position. Bayonet charge, damn it. Reinforcements are here now. The enemies suffered heavy losses. Whoever cuts off Miura's head gets 2 promotions. Hearing the bugle call, the commander of the 686th Regiment felt his fighting spirit ignite instantly. He drew his machete from his back and bellowed. As his roar faded, soldiers who had been poised for action leaped from their cover with furious shouts, surging like a tidal wave toward the enemy positions below the mountain. SSS-level. Bayonets traced cold arcs in the twilight, clashing violently against the Japanese Type 38 rifles. The dull thuds of bayonets piercing flesh echoed repeatedly through the mountain hollow. Company Commander E watched bayonets thrust toward him from both flanks. He sidestepped, the gleaming blade grazing his cheek with a stinging pain. Swish! The next instant, another bayonet suddenly appeared behind him, thrusting toward his midsection. Clang! At that critical moment, a heavy machete blocked the deadly thrust. Splatter! The battalion commander swung his gleaming machete, striking the head of the ambushing Japanese soldier. With a swift motion, blood spattered everywhere as the enemy's head rolled away with a dull thud. The machete, now bloodied, flashed wildly, instantly igniting the savage fury within the surrounding soldiers. All warriors forgot their fragile bodies, forgot their pain, forgot the enemy's firepower. Driven by a single purpose, to charge forward, honoring their fallen comrades with blood and sacrifice. Chapter 119, The Final Moment, The Scout's Bayonet. Pingsingwen, Lao Yaomio position. At this moment, nearly all remaining forces from Regiments 685, 686, and 687 were concentrated here. The lush slopes of the Leoi Temple position reeked of blood and gunpowder. The remnants of the 685th, 686th, and 687th regiments, like compressed springs, now assaulted the Japanese encircling positions with their very flesh and blood. Ha! In the Jinling campaign, we broke through the Little Japs' encirclement. Now, the tables have turned. Little Japs, we're eager to see your breakout skills. It's finally here. Could it be that today, our campaign will finally be won? Hopefully not a few bombers swooping in to obliterate the entire 86th Army. If that happens, Fang Yu, after the competition ends, if you can walk out of the studio door, you're lucky. If you manage to escape, we're lucky. Damn it, shut the hell up. If we lose, I don't know if Fang Yu can walk out of the studio, but your house door will definitely get torn off. Shut the up, all of you. I finally got to witness a victory. Can you stop setting up these flags here? Don't forget this is hell difficulty. Who knows what the hell will pop out next? Pingsingwen, Leoi Temple position. The sharp clang of bayonets clashing, the guttural groans of ruptured throats, and the dull thud of shattering bones intertwined into a cacophony. Mountain winds swept gunpowder smoke past the ruined temple eaves, scattering the glint of gleaming bayonets into pools of blood. Gravel crunched beneath his feet. The leg bindings of the 2nd Company political instructor of Regiment 686 were already soaked through with blood. A bullet had grazed his left wrist, the wound oozing steadily. He struggled to drag his battered body upright, but several coldly gleaming Type 38 bayonets appeared directly ahead. He bit through the grenade's pin, using his body's momentum to hurl it toward the edge of the Japanese ring-shaped breakout position. Boom! The blast's shockwave hurled earth and 3 Japanese corpses from the perimeter. Kill! The roars of the surrounding 86th Army soldiers still echoed. The stirring bugle call charged every soldier like adrenaline, driving them to voraciously devour the remaining Japanese soldiers. Put! A new player caught between two enemy soldiers plunged his bayonet into one's thigh, only to be pierced through the chest by another blade. Falling, he still clutched the enemy's trouser leg. The scout soldier gripped his sharp bayonet in reverse, sidestepping the Japanese soldier's thrust and countering with a backstab to the chest. Before he could wipe the blood from the blade, the whistling sound of a Type 38 rifle bayonet sliced through the air from his left. The scout soldier instinctively dove to the ground, evading the Japanese soldier's lethal strike. In the next instant, he gripped his dagger and plunged it into the thigh of the Japanese soldier who had attempted to ambush him from the side. A piercing scream erupted as the enemy soldier clutched his thigh and crouched down. Seizing the moment, the scout delivered a vicious flying knee strike to the enemy's jaw. Snap! The bone-crunching sound echoed, the screams abruptly halted, and the khaki-clad figure collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Damn, that was brutal. This kid's got bayonet skills and hand-to-hand combat down to a science, no telling how long he's been training. Didn't someone from his military class mention it before? This kid was in the army. He liked messing around with knives back then. His unit was Reconnaissance 2 top-tier physical fitness. Holy, that knee strike looks painful enough to kill someone instantly. That wasn't a knee strike, it was a flying knee. He used his legs to push off the ground for upward momentum, twisted his waist to drive his upper body forward, and concentrated his entire body's force into that knee. Way more damaging than a regular knee strike. Snap! Holy, that was loud. Bones must have shattered instantly. This guy's a pro at fighting. No wonder he joins every campaign, he's a pro. Speaking of which, it's been ages since Blue Star saw real war, yet these days you still get lunatics spouting war rhetoric. They should be forced to experience a battlefield with 100% pain simulation, no escape until they pass. Looking back at history, I realized peace was bought with the lives of our predecessors. Why can't we just cherish it? Pink Singwon, Leoi Temple position. Miura Toshimasa watched his encircling defensive positions dwindle. His military sword felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. So heavy he could barely lift it, let alone swing it. The arrogance with which they once trampled Chinese soil now turned to utter desperation. Major Miura, our numbers have dwindled drastically. We're down to fewer than 400 men. Should we continue the breakout? A scout beside him clutched his still bleeding arm as he addressed Miura. Miura Toshikatsu snapped back to reality, his gaze locking onto the deep, bone-exposing gash on the scout's arm. Has General Itagaki still not responded? His eyes lowered as he spoke with a tone laced with his last shred of hope. No. Even if they set out now. Be too late, right? Miura Toshimasa gave a self-deprecating chuckle, his eyes completely darkened. Clang! A row of soldiers slammed the butts of their Hanyang-made rifles hard against their steel helmets, producing a series of crisp metallic clangs. Put! The next instant, a sharp dagger flashed coldly, silently slicing through his nape. Blood spattered onto the pine needles like a crimson plum blossom bursting open in an instant. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless fluidity, without the slightest hesitation. Damn, he's got a steel plate. Let me see if you're tough enough. Seeing that a dagger-wielding expert on the enemy side had already taken out several squad leaders, the scout soldier gripped his bayonet tightly, determined to eliminate him first. Xiao Rizi, noticing the scout approaching, let out a cold chuckle as his Adam's apple bobbed. The cold gleam of his dagger shot toward the scout's heart at an unnatural angle. The scout dodged sideways, but Xiaorizi's icy dagger suddenly changed direction, stabbing toward his left arm. He wants to cripple my arm? The scout reacted, darting aside again to evade the strike. Splash! But his reflexes were a split second too slow. 3 bloody gashes ripped through his left sleeve. The next instant, the icy dagger pressed closer. Trying for the finishing blow? The little bastard wants to finish him off while he's down. The scout sneered coldly, pivoting on a tree stump with a flick of his toes. The gleaming bayonet spun a silver arc between his fingers, forcing the opponent to retreat half a step. Seizing the opening, the scout suddenly crouched low, sweeping his blade along the ground toward the enemy's ankle only to be dodged with a backflip. The next instant, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. The scout whipped his head away just as the blade sliced through his earlobe. Using the momentum of his forward lean, he crashed into the enemy's chest. His left hand locked the weapon-wielding wrist in a death grip, while his right sleeve slid silently, revealing another bayonet, its edge gleaming with lethal intent. Put! The bayonet pierced his lower abdomen, spraying a crimson line across the scout's face. He grinned. You're still too green to play with knives against me. Chapter 120, the battle draws to a close. Pink Singwon, Leoi Temple position. The sound of a bayonet piercing his lower abdomen echoed, a stream of blood splattering across the scout's face as he grinned. You're still too green to play with knives against me. Put! The scout licked his lips, watching the little bastard lying motionless beside him like a dead dog. He drew his dagger. Thought I'd met a pro, but turns out you've got nothing special. If you like invading others' territory, then be prepared to die without a burial place. As the scout rose, he tightened his grip on the bayonet. Feigning nonchalance, he took 2 steps forward, but inside his mind, he silently counted. 3, 2, 1. Clang!
The bloodied bayonet and gleaming dagger clashed at an unnatural angle, sparks flying in a blinding flash.
Swish! The next instant, the scout sidestepped the half-dead Japanese soldier's follow-up strike. With a flash of cold steel, the bloodied bayonet sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, plunging into the Japanese soldier's neck. This move wasn't about showmanship. You can hold your breath, but what about your pulse and heartbeat? The scout soldier withdrew the bloodied bayonet from the Japanese soldier's neck and spoke calmly. Fang Yu, your game is quite entertaining. Meanwhile, below the old temple formation, near the breakout zone of the little Japanese soldier. Splatter! Splatter! Clang! The sound of bayonets piercing flesh mingled with splattering blood and chunks of flesh, filling the entire position with a thick, pungent stench of blood. Commander, Xiaorizi has fewer than 300 men left and is still fighting desperately. In my opinion, we shouldn't waste any more time. Let's just suppress them with grenade fire. I don't believe they can hold out. The battalion commander of the 685th Regiment's 1st Battalion smiled at the sight of the Japanese force's desperate struggle before addressing the regiment commander. This battle must forge our morale. Bayonets and the blood of the little Japanese are the finest tools. Moreover, all of China is watching this fight. We must show our true skill. The regiment commander wiped the blood splattered across his face, gripped his heavy machete tightly, and surveyed the Japanese force's shrinking breakout perimeter. Indeed, winning a bayonet charge is the ultimate morale booster. Watching the little Japanese struggle for their lives under bayonets is inherently satisfying. From a military perspective, bayonet charges represent the bloodiest, most primitive form of combat, a test of individual courage and willpower. Soldiers engage face to face, breathing down each other's necks while clashing with cold steel, experiencing combat's most brutal reality. Victory here boosts morale immensely. Moreover, bayonet combat occurs at close quarters where everyone forces themselves to give their absolute all, pushing willpower to the brink. Victory in such circumstances triggers massive dopamine release in the brain, naturally delivering a massive morale boost. You guys make it sound so legit. Honestly, I just get a kick out of seeing those bastards get hacked to pieces. Screw all your talk. This is almost over. Just wipe out every last one of those bastards. Every extra shot fired or blow struck is a waste of bullets and energy. They don't deserve it. Put. An old squad leader from the 686th Regiment got caught off guard and had his left arm stabbed by a little Japanese soldier's bayonet. Snap! He rolled to dodge the follow-up attack, then stripped the bayonet from his Hanyang-type rifle. He drove it deep into the Japanese soldier's abdomen, twisting it violently. A piercing, agonized scream filled the air. The next second, 2 gleaming bayonets lunged toward his body. Bang! Bang! At the critical moment, 2 shots rang out from the Hanyang rifles. The bullets flew like lightning, freezing the Japanese soldier's bayonet thrusts mid-air. 2 bright red blossoms of blood appeared on their khaki uniforms. Their bodies fell stiff, eyes wide open. Who knew, Director Nan? Your marksmanship has really improved. Have you been practicing behind my back lately? Su Yuan exclaimed in admiration, turning to Nan Muyuan. It's just static aiming. Align the 3 points. What's so hard about that? Is Su the internet celebrity looking down on me? Nan Muyuan gave a light snort, a hint of a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth as he pulled the bolt of his Hanyang-made rifle. You say there are less than 200 of those little bastards left now. Do we even need to get involved? You plan to bayonet those little bastards? A flicker of astonishment crossed Nan Muyuan's face. Why not try? I used one during the Jinling defense. Back then, I didn't even have the courage to raise the bayonet. It wasn't until I saw our seniors falling one by one that I finally overcame my fear. Firearms are one thing, but in close quarters bayonet combat, we're no match for the little devils. We can't even match their strength. How do you plan to handle that? Nan Muyuan's face showed a hint of confusion. With skill, of course. We wouldn't rely on brute force. As long as we have courage, the rest isn't a problem. A sly smile touched Su Yuan's lips. Clang! The commander of the 685th Regiment swung his heavy machete, striking the Japanese soldier's steel helmet with a dull metallic clang. The force of the blow sent Xiaorizi reeling, his vision spinning. Put! A gleaming bayonet seized the moment to pierce Xiaorizi's back, blood spattering as it was withdrawn. Su Yuan smiled at the bloodstain on the blade. This underhanded method suited her perfectly. During the Jinling campaign, she rarely won in head-on bayonet fights with little Day. But this approach not only dealt with the injured Xiaorizi but also maximized her own safety, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Goddess Su Yuan is so clever. She truly is my favorite streamer. Her gaming talent is unmatched. Girls really don't have an advantage with cold weapons, so this method is necessary. But as long as it helps, that's what matters. TSK, here we go again. Killing a rookie and making such a fuss. Look around at the veterans, every single one of them has slaughtered hordes in head-on combat. Goddess Su Yuan has only participated in a few battles. And when you compare her to those veterans from years ago, you've already lost. Enough with the bickering. With a major enemy at our doorstep, arguing over credit and roles here, what's the point? Just get out there and fight. Why all the fuss? Look, the little days have less than 100 people left. This battle's probably over. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Honestly, it's rare to see Fang Yu's game emerge victorious. Finally, we can hold our heads high. Those previous defeats had my heart in my throat. Looks like this battle is nearly over. It's time for our creation to bare its fangs. Fangs? More like baby teeth. Just wait till he takes the stage and spouts a bunch of nonsense, letting the audience and judges see what it means to play dumb and steal the spotlight. If you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. This is called confidence in my own work. What do you know? There's a difference between confidence and arrogance. Which one do you think you are? Chapter 121, The Difficulty Back Then? Pink Singwon, Leoi Temple Position. The smoke of gunpowder had yet to dissipate, its acrid scent mingling with the heavy stench of blood to form a thick, almost viscous liquid that weighed heavily upon every living chest. Beneath the positions, a suffocating, deathly silence replaced the deafening shouts and clanging of metal. The ground at the old Master Temple position was unrecognizable, its original color obscured by soil saturated with warm blood, turning a dark, muddy brown. Corpses lay in heaps, frozen in the final, twisted, rigid poses of their dying struggles. Some soldiers of the 86th Army, having pinned down their enemies, were themselves pierced by another bayonet. Two men clutched each other's throats, eyes wide with fury, locked in a deadly embrace, their fingernails dug deep into each other's flesh. Others lay with gaping wounds in their bellies, entrails spilling out, faces frozen in defiant resignation. Severed limbs littered the ground, while bayonets blunted, chipped, or broken stood embedded in the soil or abandoned atop the corpses. Shreds of torn uniforms, blood-soaked bandages, scattered bullet casings, and splintered rifle stocks littered the entire valley, transforming it into a quagmire where flesh and steel mingled. The wind swept through the valley, whimpering over the blood-stained grass blades, bringing a faint yet futile chill. The Japanese flag, torn into rags, lay discarded in the mud. Several soldiers, bayonets fixed, worked together to plant the blue sky and white sun flag atop the old temple position. The flagpole stood crooked, the flag itself torn by shrapnel, yet unfurling in the howling mountain wind, it shone brighter than any brocade. The next moment, a deafening roar of triumph engulfed the old temple position. We won. We really won. Holy, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Ha! It was worth staying up all night to snag tickets for 3 straight rounds, ha! Worth every damn second. First win ever, damn it. Finally I've waited for this day. Players who participated in the battle, especially the veterans who had fought in the previous 2 rounds, erupted in profanity. They had no idea how long they'd been waiting for this moment. Success at last. Over on the 86th Army side, a short, dust-covered infantryman from the 685th Regiment suddenly flung his rifle to the ground. Pulled a crumpled red silk handkerchief from his chest, a good luck charm given by a villager before departure, and now held it high above his head, hopping in place like a joyful rabbit. In the 1st Battalion of the 686th Regiment, the company commander, his arm wounded, grinned widely, revealing a gap where a front tooth was missing. With his uninjured left hand, he slapped the new recruit beside him, making a thudding sound on the young soldier's back. Yet tears streamed down the blood-stained lines on his cheeks, mingling with sweat to form droplets at his chin. The commander of Regiment 687 wiped the blade of his machete, adorned with a red ribbon. The fresh blood from the little Japanese soldier had already dried into a dark brown crust on his face, but he paid it no mind. On the distant mountain ridge, the fading sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the group of young people covered in dust and blood in golden light. Their smiles outshone the setting sun. The next moment, the scene shifted. A young soldier, his face smeared with blood, dragged a heavy machete toward the final Japanese defensive perimeter. He severed the heads of the dead Japanese soldiers one by one. His body bore over a dozen bayonet wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. Blood soaked his blue-gray uniform, yet he paid it no mind. Upon severing the 100th head, he could hold on no longer. He lay calmly on the ground, slowly closing his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. Father, mother, did you see? I avenged you, and I avenged the village. I cut off the heads of those little Japanese. Captain, do you know? Without your protection, I might have died on that roadside long ago. You taught me the rules of the battlefield. Courage is the foundation for overcoming all obstacles. Memories flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. This moment was the happiest of his life. Teacher Luo, did we really win? Su Yuan pressed her lips together, tears of excitement spilling uncontrollably. Her flushed eyes, like watery peach blossoms, sparkled with intense anticipation. For as long as she could remember, every time she joined a battle, a seed called hope was planted deep within her heart. Yet, time and again, that seed failed to blossom or bear fruit. This time, would it bear fruit? Gazing at the scattered corpses of the enemy strewn across the old temple position, she murmured to herself. This time, it should be successful. Luo Chuan, unusually, made no effort to hide the excitement in his eyes. Staring at the field littered with enemy corpses at Pink Singwon, his lips trembled slightly as he waited for that heavenly sound signaling mission success. On the other side of the position, Yu Zishu clutched the wound on his arm, hissing in pain. During the fierce clash between the 686th Regiment's 1st Battalion, the 86th Army, and the Little Days, a Hanyang-made bayonet suddenly snapped. Whoosh! The broken bayonet spun back and lodged itself in his arm. The pain made him grimace as he clutched the wound, finally managing to stop the bleeding. But now, seeing the entire Little Days unit wiped out, he managed a strained smile. Holy, holy! My heart's pounding, my hands are shaking. Is it finally happening? I swear I can see the battlefield's final tally. Wait, what? I didn't see a thing. Are you pulling my leg? This is unacceptable. Damn it, 3 whole rounds. 3. If we don't win now, I'm going to have words with Fang Yu. Once his tournament ends, I'm going to confront him. Hopefully no last-minute airdrops or reinforcements show up. Fang Yu, I advise you to play fair. Trust me, victory's guaranteed. They're probably tallying the loot right now. Just hang tight. After a thorough sweep, all enemies have been eliminated. The return to battle function is now disabled. The Pink Singwin ambush is complete. Mission status, success. The cold system notification sounded, yet to all players, it was like heavenly music. The atmosphere erupted instantly. Players who participated in the battle embraced each other and began cheering. The stinging wounds inflicted by the Little Days during the simulated battle hadn't yet subsided, yet now they were soothed by the warmth of their comrades' embrace. 5 pairs of hands interlocked in mid-air, knuckles turning white from the grip. Congratulations, challengers, on completing the Hell difficulty trial. Fear is a biological instinct, but courage is humanity's anthem. You did well. Now, the hidden difficulty, the year, is unlocked. Pain simulation is reduced by 30%. Equipment and other items are provided according to the year difficulty requirements and must be obtained by capturing loot or securing strongholds. Additionally, death in this mode will result in permanent data deletion. No assistive aiming or friend-foe identification features are available, and resurrection is impossible. This hidden difficulty unlocks after clearing Hell mode. Clearing the year of origin grants the most precious memento, the smiles of our predecessors. The chilling system announcements silenced the cheering players and spectators instantly. The venue fell deathly quiet, the celebratory atmosphere abruptly extinguished. Chapter 122, The Collapsing Audience. This mode is a hidden difficulty, unlocked after clearing Hell difficulty. Clearing the year's difficulty will grant the most precious memento, the smiles of the veterans. The cold system notification jolted the players and spectators, who had been cheering moments ago, into stunned silence. The venue fell deathly quiet, the celebratory mood abruptly extinguished. Damn it, Fang Yu. Get your ass out here, I've got business with you. You know I rarely seek people out, but when I do, you know exactly what I'm capable of. Count me in, Fang Yu. Don't even think about leaving after the tournament ends. You never fail to surprise us. If what he says is true, then the Jinling campaign and the Chunhua Town campaign must have been just as difficult back then. They were hiding it so deep. We were just basking in the joy of victory, and now you've dumped cold water on us. Damn you, Fang Yu. Fang Yu, seriously, couldn't you just list the difficulty levels normally? Seriously. We just conquered the first Hell difficulty, and you go and dump Hell news on us. Fang Yu, you're human, right? We finally won once, and you make us lose so completely. I entered 3 rounds of the production competition just so Huaxia could win once. Now that dreams come true, but why am I so unhappy? Why didn't you bring out the year of the dragon difficulty sooner? Did you think we'd be scared? Let me tell you, no way. Ah, whatever. Just show the results screen already. I'm exhausted. I thought Hell was the absolute limit, but then you throw in the past? I'm speechless. All players who participated in the battle couldn't help but curse angrily as they watched the battlefield settlement screen spinning endlessly. Teacher Luo, even though we won this competition, why do I still feel so unhappy? Fang Yu, you ungrateful jerk. I'm done with you. Su Yuan wiped away her tears of frustration and gritted her teeth as she spoke. Ahem, this hidden mechanic is indeed hard to swallow, but I must admit, it's a stroke of genius from the Easter egg setup to the pain simulation. But Hell difficulty alone is enough to make people hesitate. Who knows when we'll ever conquer campaigns of that legendary difficulty? Luo Chuan rested on a green stone to the left of the old master temple position, his body heavy with exhaustion after the prolonged battle. Fang Yu really is something else. Not only does he make great games, but he also leaves such a perfect Easter egg. Sis is really starting to see great potential in you. Hope you shine just as brightly when you come to Yushinking. Oh, and Su Wanghon, you said you'd never speak to Fang Yu again? Well then, I'll just have to take him with me. Ha! Nan Muyuan's lips curved into a faint smile as she licked her sensual mouth, a flash of intense possessiveness crossing her face. What business is it of yours, Nan Muyuan? Whether I acknowledge him or not is my own affair, none of your concern. Su Yuan grew visibly flustered at Nan Muyuan's words and retorted immediately. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Emotion value plus 20. Emotion value 27. Emotion value 35. Emotion value 42. The hidden difficulty back then was truly a game changer. With over 100,000 emotion points coming in now, it's time to start thinking about how to allocate funds reasonably after the company is established. At that moment, system notifications kept popping up in Fang Yu's mind. He smiled faintly. Over 100,000 emotion points had poured in within just a minute. Meanwhile, at the Pink Singwin battlefield. As the Pink Singwin ambush concluded, the game's data statistics panel appeared. Pink Singwin ambush, leveraging the strategic terrain of Pink Singwin, ambushed Sakaguchi Saishiro's 21st Brigade. Coordinated with the main front to halt the Japanese advance and bolster Chinese morale in the War of Resistance. Mission status, success. Difficulty, hell. Mission duration, 5 days 10 hours. Japanese casualties, 2,232. Troop transport vehicles destroyed, 12. Captured supplies, over 1,000 rifles, more than 20 machine guns including light and heavy types, 3 artillery pieces, over 100 vehicles, along with Japanese military uniforms, rations, canned goods, medical supplies, and military maps. Our casualties including revives, 1,122. Enemy to allied casualty ratio, approximately 2 to 1. Overall rating, EST achievements. 1. Positive casualty ratio, achieved a favorable enemy to friendly casualty ratio seemingly simple, yet most challenging. 2. Master of terrain, perfectly exploited the Pink Singwin gorgeous topography to trap Japanese forces in unfavorable combat zones, enabling precise encirclement. 3. Igniter of hope, shattered the myth of Japanese invincibility, giving all Chinese citizens hope for victory and igniting the nation's resolve to resist Japan. 4. Rich spoils, secured massive supplies in a single operation, severing Japanese supply lines and severely crippling their subsequent operations. 5. Frontline synergy, masterfully coordinated with main battlefield operations, effectively alleviating pressure on the front lines and making a crucial contribution to overall strategic stability. 6. Unwavering resolve, with ammunition exhausted, engage the enemy in close combat using bayonets. 7. Buyer support network, the Leo Yimio position established a network of light and heavy machine guns, buying crucial time for the 686th Regiment's reinforcements. 8. No survivors, an ambush operation annihilated all enemy forces, leaving not a single one behind. 9. Hidden difficulty, unlock the hidden difficulty mode. China Game Expo Center, main stage. All players disconnected from the virtual link, rubbing their dizzy heads. The hard-won victory arrived abruptly, yet they didn't seem as joyful as one might expect. Still, their expressions were far brighter than after the Jinling campaign. To our esteemed judges and all gaming enthusiasts watching at home, contestant number 10 has just embarked us on a remarkable gaming journey with his passion-fueled creation. We believe that during the trial play, everyone has truly felt the ingenuity and sincerity hidden within this game. Perhaps it was a level design that made your eyes light up, a heartfelt narrative moment, or the perfectly balanced fluidity of its controls. Now it's time to score this creativity and effort. Please open your virtual electronic systems and assign a score based on your immediate impressions. The host, still wearing an excited smile, addressed the audience below the stage. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Finally over. Do we even need to check Fang Yu's score this round? I doubt it'll be any different from before. Not bad. I'm pretty confident in my work anyway, gotta keep that confidence up. No way it'll break the human limit and hit 10 points, that would be something. You've got a great sense of humor. There's no perfect score in the production contest, the highest is 99. I spotted our company people in the audience, probably here to poach talent. Ha! Chapter 123, 10 points? China Game Expo Center, main stage. Please open your virtual electronic systems and rate this game based on your immediate impressions. The moment the host finished speaking, all attendees activated their virtual electronic systems and silently began adjusting the sliders for quality, detail, and other scoring metrics. Ha! What's going on? This time the sliders can be maxed out. Holy crap, yeah, what's going on? Is the system glitching? Your score bar can max out too? I thought only mine could. Some audience members noticed the virtual scoring system could be maxed out to 10, sparking immediate questions and murmurs throughout the venue. Teacher Luo, this is weird. Is it a system glitch? My scoring system can also be pulled all the way to 10. Su Yuan also noticed that the virtual electronic scoring system in her hands seemed to have a problem and turned to Luo Chuan. It really is. Maybe they didn't fix something during the last system maintenance. A hint of confusion flashed across Yu Zishu's face. Everyone, please quiet down. We have an important announcement. The host raised a hand to silence the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the audience, holding their breath in anticipation. His voice carried just the right amount of tremor. For years, our cross-century gaming competition has upheld a maximum score of 99 points. This reserved 0.1 point represents both reverence for perfection and hope for future progress. But as the saying goes, rules are meant to be broken. Just now, the Supreme Judging Committee passed a resolution, approved by the China Gaming Supervision Bureau, to officially break this 99-point tradition. From this moment onward, a perfect score of 10 is now possible. This is not merely a rule-breaking move, but a recognition of every participant's utmost dedication. A vivid testament to the belief that there is no best, only better. Now, let us witness together who will claim this historic first perfect score. Before the host could finish speaking, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic cheers, witnessing the birth of a new rule. Only Luo Chuan remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the disruption of the scoring system. Holy crap, breaking the rules? What's going on? What just happened? Hard to guess? Someone must have blown past the scoring limits. Alright, I think I know who it is. That level of skill is inhuman. They just shattered the highest judging committee's decision. Hard to imagine a game director from a small company running rampant in the finals of the cross-century game tournament, slaughtering every competitor without mercy. This is the finals, for crying out loud. Besides that kid Fang Yu, I can't think of anyone else. Everyone else in the production contest is fighting tooth and nail for rankings, but he? Not only did he break the contest record, he shattered the entire scoring system. 97. 98. 99. 100. The blue digital numbers on the matrix screen kept changing, finally settling on a number that had never appeared before. Then the cumulative scores from the 3 rounds began to stack up, and the ranking numbers started to appear on the matrix screen. First place, Fang Yu, total score 298, Tuoyu Game Company. Second place, Nan Zhao, total score 165, Yushin King Game Company. Is this even a human achievable score? The highest score in history never even reached 27. This must be equivalent to 3 perfect rounds. Missing this finals was a huge loss. Fang Yu not only shattered an unprecedented record but also broke the scoring system of the competition. He's simply not human. If you told people he got 10 extra points, no one would believe it. Can't even imagine how famous Fang Yu will be after this competition ends. He's probably going to start his own studio. With this level of talent, he'd be wasted at any company. A rising star who's outshone all the top game studios in China with just 3 games. That's some serious clout. His game is blowing up online right now, though some still think it's overhyped. But overall, the buzz is overwhelmingly positive. Now that Fang Yu's presentation is complete, please welcome the remaining contestants to take the stage in order of their work completion to showcase their creations. The host's excited words made the audience and judges, who had just started to rise, pause abruptly. They nearly forgot that Fang Yu was the first to present. Excluding the contestant who withdrew in the second round, there were still 8 games left to be played and evaluated. Why, I don't want to play anymore. I feel so exhausted. Su Yuan murmured with a low whimper, a hint of resentment flickering at the corner of her mouth. Every time she played one of Fang Yu's games, it felt like she suffered from aftereffects, her head spinning and her vision blurring. Since we've taken on the role of judges for this competition, we absolutely must fulfill our responsibilities. I almost forgot there were still games left to evaluate. Luo Chuan gave a faint smile. All right, Professor Luo, I recall you mentioned at the start of the second round of the development competition that if Fang Yu could create the storyline following the prologue of Jinling Defense, you wouldn't mind recommending to the competition organizers to make an exception and award him full marks. This rule change, it wasn't orchestrated by you, was it? Yu Zishu had been pondering this sudden rule change in this production competition, and then recalled Luo Chuan's words before the second round began. No. I just had them try out the game Fang Yu made. I didn't ask for details after they played it. I never imagined they'd go ahead and change the rules outright. Luo Chuan chuckled as he addressed Yu Zishu. Really? Teacher Luo, doesn't that mean Fang Yu's game received high praise from the cross-generation game competition organizers? That's incredible. Su Yuan's almond-shaped eyes turned starry as she looked at Luo Chuan with excitement. There's no need to lie about something like this. Plus, when we submitted the rule changes to the China Games Supervision Bureau for approval, the process was incredibly fast, less than an hour. I'm starting to wonder if they submitted Fang Yu's game as an attachment. Wait, when our company, Burning Star Games, submits a new game for approval, it usually takes a full 2 weeks, sometimes even a month. This is blatant preferential treatment. Turns out, the gap between people really is enormous. Yu Zishu couldn't sit still upon hearing this and immediately launched into a rant. Does your Burning Star Games quality even compare to Fang Yu's, Director Yu? Not only are Fang Yu's games high quality, but also carry profound anti-war messages. They remind us how hard-won our current lives are. They absolutely deserve widespread promotion. Su Yuan watched Yu Zishu's indignant expression, a hint of mockery flashing across her face. It's about time. Let's test the remaining contestants' games. Chapter 124, Wen Li. China Game Expo Center, main stage. It's about time we test the remaining contestants' games. Watching Su Yuan launch into another round of mockery toward Yu Zishu, Luo Chuan sighed and interrupted. I'm not going to stoop to his level. Why does he always have to compare himself to Fang Yu? Doesn't he know the quality of his own game company's products? Su Yuan curled her lip and snorted lightly. Su Yuan, that's going too far. Everyone knows the caliber of our Burning Star Company. China's top game studio isn't messing around. Hearing Su Yuan imply their games were subpar, Yu Zishu instantly exploded. They'd fought hard to earn the title of China's top game company. How could he let Su Yuan slander them like that? Is that so? How does it compare to Fang Yu's game quality, then? Ahem, that's not fair, Su Yuan. How can you compare? Haven't you noticed that Fang Yu's games are released in phases? He never delivers a complete game. You really have some nerve, Director Yu. They only had 24 hours. You expect Fang Yu to make a complete game? Why don't you try it yourself? Shame on you. Su Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. Does this man have any sense of decency? Look at yourselves. Do you even resemble judges? Shut it. Seeing his attempts at mediation fall on deaf ears as the two argued more fiercely, even drawing sideways glances from the audience below, Luo Chuan quickly interrupted their exchange. Alright, everyone, thank you for watching. Contestant number 10 has just delivered an amazing presentation. Whether it was the unique game mechanics or the intricate scene modeling, we saw the creator's genuine passion for gaming. I'm sure you're all still savoring those eye-catching details, just like me. But the excitement doesn't stop there. Next, let's turn our eager eyes to the other contestants. What creative sparks will they ignite? Please welcome contestant number 1 to the stage with your applause. The host hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, his excited tone instantly capturing the entire audience's attention. The next second, a visibly exhausted Nan Zhao walked onto the stage, greeting the audience with a weak wave. Contestant number 1 is the top seed from Yushanking, China's second-ranked game company, the closest challenger to number 10 Fang Yu. You can definitely look forward to his work. Hearing the host's words, Nan Zhao flashed a professional fake smile at the audience before beginning to operate the AI system on stage. Looking half dead, he's such an embarrassment to Yushanking. Just wait until I get back, I'll deal with you. Nan Muyuan watched Nan Zhao, his dark circles and listless demeanor evident, a flash of disdain crossing his sharp, slanted eyes. Alright, now that contestant number 1's work has been uploaded, please have our live audience and judges put on their virtual reality headsets to see what surprises this contestant has in store for us. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Phew. Finally over. If there hadn't been breaks in between, even an Iron Man wouldn't have survived 3 rounds of this production competition. Fang Yu sat in the floating chair of the studio, smiling at the third round's perfect 10 score. Now that his reputation was established, it was time to put company formation on the agenda. As for those online critics claiming his games were forced through without proper effort, he paid them no mind. After all, you can't please everyone. He figured it just provided him with emotional fuel. Anger and jealousy counted as emotions too. The most crucial point was that others would speak for him in such matters. Beep. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Another visitor before the competition even ended? He had nothing better to do anyway, might as well hear their terms. Fang Yu rose from his floating chair and walked toward the door. Ding! The virtual security lock on the precision electronic door unlocked, revealing a soft, intelligent figure at the entrance. Her white blouse was casually rolled up to her forearms, revealing a delicate silver bracelet on her wrist. When she smiled, it resembled a crescent moon soaked in warm water, yet carried an added measure of steadiness beyond that of a young girl. Her black pencil skirt fell precisely 2 fingers above her knees, its hem tracing restrained arcs with each step. Pearl studs dangled from her earlobes, echoing the drape of her skirt. As she moved, they cast a delicate shimmer, like moonlight pinned to her ears. Hello? Is this Fang Yu's studio? A gentle voice sounded at the studio entrance, as natural and resonant as a stream flowing over pebbles. Fang Yu paused, staring at the intellectually poised woman with clear eyes standing at the entrance. He racked his brain, searching through the memories of his original self. It seemed unlikely, but that aura. Could it be his wife seeking him out? Hello, that's me. What can I do for you? After searching the original owner's memories to no avail, Fang Yu looked at her and spoke softly. I'm Wen Li, vice president of Feng Yun Gaming Company. As she spoke, she smoothly pulled a virtual electronic business card from her pocket and handed it to Fang Yu. Wind and Cloud Gaming Company? Fang Yu recognized the name. It was China's third-ranked game company. Though it still lagged behind Yushanking and Ranching, that gap only applied when compared to those two giants. Compared to other gaming companies in China, Feng Yun was still a towering peak, unreachable. But to Fang Yu, it was insignificant. After all, both Yushanking and Ranching had offered extremely generous terms. Compared to them, Feng Yun Games was a mere minor player. Not to mention the Huaxia Game Development Center and the Magic City Tech Game Development Academy. So, what brings you here? Can you come work for our company? Fang Yu's hand holding the coffee trembled, a giant question mark forming above his head. Wait, this direct? The vice president of Feng Yun Games looked mature and steady, yet he spoke so bluntly. But Fang Yu actually liked this kind of personality. It was the beating around the bush that gave him headaches. So, what are your company's terms? Fang Yu took a sip of coffee and addressed Wen Li calmly. The terms, she replied. Regarding game development and publishing, you'll have full decision-making authority. The company will provide funding to realize all your creative ideas and concepts, and will offer you equity shares. Wen Li glanced at the coffee cup on the table beside Fang Yu. She sat down on the floating chair next to him, knees together and slightly bent forward. Her pencil skirt accentuated the smooth curve of her waist and hips. Isn't game production and publishing handled by the company's game director? How could your company possibly not have one? If you're willing, tomorrow you'll be the new game director of Fang Yu Games. Wen-li suddenly picked up the coffee Fang Yu had placed on the table, took a light sip, and licked her rosy lips. Her eyes closed tightly, as if savoring the coffee's bitterness. Wait. I've already drunk this coffee. Chapter 125, The Overbearing Nanmu Yuan. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Wen-li suddenly picked up the coffee Fang Yu had placed on the table, took a light sip, licked her rosy lips, and closed her eyes tightly, as if savoring the coffee's bitterness. I've already had this coffee. Fang Yu stared at the cup bearing her lipstick mark, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. I don't mind. A soft, jade-like voice sounded as Wen-li opened her eyes, her lashes casting faint shadows beneath them. Is that so? Of course someone as shameless as you wouldn't mind. Wen-li, I never imagined you'd find Fang Yu so quickly. A cold, authoritative voice echoed from the studio doorway. Fang Yu, who had just heard the words I don't mind and was about to speak, was cut off by that icy voice. Did I forget to close the studio door earlier? He froze, staring at the graceful figure leaning against the doorway. Her legs, encased in black stockings, were crossed, and her well-tailored OL skirt traced curves that stirred the heart. But right now, she didn't look happy. Her eyebrows were furrowed, her gaze icy, and when her eyes swept over Fang Yu, they carried a strong sense of possessiveness. Nanmu Yuan? Wen-li looked toward the doorway with a hint of confusion. Time rewound 10 minutes earlier. Upon seeing Nan Zhao's half-dead state, Nanmu Yuan lost all interest in testing the game. She already knew the content of Nan Zhao's game after all. She and the other game editors had brainstormed the concept with Nan Zhao before the competition. Her top priority now was to secure Fang Yu. His demo had concluded, and she knew all sorts of unscrupulous people would be trying to poach him. With that thought, Nanmu Yuan could no longer sit still. But the moment she rushed to the door of Studio 10, she heard a soft, jade-like voice. If you're willing, you'll be Fang Yu Games' new game director tomorrow. That voice was all too familiar, the vice president of Fang Yu Games. She never expected that to move faster than her. The next second, she heard the explosive remark, I already drank this coffee. I don't mind. She felt that if she didn't go in immediately, Fang Yu would be completely devoured by this woman. Nanmu Yuan snorted derisively, striding toward Wen-li in her red-soled heels, the black stockings rustling softly with each step. She flicked a strand of hair from her ear, her diamond-encrusted watch glinting coldly under the lights. A game director trying to poach Fang Yu? Wen-li, you're really going backwards in your thinking. Are you trying to fool him like a fresh graduate intern, or do you think Fang Yu's talent is only worth this little? Wen-li placed her coffee cup back on the table with elegant precision, the base meeting the surface with a crisp clink. Eavesdropping isn't a good habit, Director Nan. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with you. Wen-li's soft voice rang out, her gaze fixed intently on Su Yuan without a trace of timidity. What kind of situation is this? Fang Yu suddenly felt the air grow thick and sticky. He instinctively leaned back into his chair. But the next second, Nanmu Yuan's gaze locked onto him with precision. Those icy eyes suddenly rippled with an unusual flicker before she strode toward him. Fang Yu, don't let that old maid fool you. Fang Yu Games is notorious for lying through their teeth, and their vice president Wen-li is famously ruthless. She'll devour you whole. If you join them, they'll probably sell off your game copyrights. Su Yuan drew close to Fang Yu, her breath fragrant with a faint hint of rosemary that tickled his nostrils. Director Nan, you have a wonderful sense of humor. While our Fang Yu Games may be slightly less powerful than your Yushinking, our reputation is rock solid. If you continue to make baseless accusations and spread rumors, we'll settle this in court. Wen-li's gentle gaze suddenly sharpened, her tone turning colder. So, President Wen, did I hit a nerve? Even if you're flustered, it won't help. Have you looked at your company's market share? Do you really think you can compete with Yushinking for talent? Fang Yu, let me make this clear, if you join our company, Yushinking will accept every single condition Fang Yu offers. We'll double the game development budget outright, and you can add any other conditions you desire. Nanmu twirled her high ponytail, her icy gaze sweeping over Wen-li. A deep confidence spread across her stunning face. Director Nan is really pulling out all the stops. But shouldn't this matter be decided by Fang Yu himself? What good are your offers if he doesn't want to come? Fang Yu, if you join Fang Yu Games, I will be your direct supervisor. Share any concerns with me, be it game development, personal life, or even emotional struggles. I'll help resolve them. Wen-li's previously icy tone suddenly softened. She picked up the coffee on the table and took a light sip, her flowing eyes gazing gently at Fang Yu, radiating the soft, mature charm unique to an intellectual woman. How shameless. You're drinking someone else's leftovers. Su Yuan's chest heaved with visible agitation, clearly fuming. Ha? Director Nan, you want some too? Sorry, but I only made one cup, can't share it with you. You. This is my studio, not a marketplace, nor your company's office. If you want to argue, take it outside. Just as Nan Muyuan was about to retort, a detached voice cut in from the side. She bit her lip lightly, a flicker of hurt crossing her exquisite face. Watching them bicker as if the world had ended, Fang Yu could no longer hold back. He tapped the table and spoke up. "What the hell do you all think this is?" The brown liquid in the coffee cup rippled in a half circle as he stood up, his gaze shifting between the two of them. His brows knitted into a frown. "What exactly do you want?" "Mr. Fang, we simply wish to extend a sincere invitation for you to join our Feng Yun gaming company. The terms are negotiable." Wenli was the first to soften her stance, sitting up straight and smoothing her skirt. She slid a virtual electronic contract toward the center of the table. Its Feng Yun Games logo blowing softly under the lights. Well, Ms. Wen certainly came prepared. But I'm afraid I also brought an electronic contract of my own. I wonder just how generous the terms in your contract are. Don't let Fang Yu laugh at us. Nan Muyuan instantly caught on to Wenli's move, pulling out her own virtual contract as her icy gaze locked onto Wenli. Beep. Fang Yu stared at the two contracts on the table, about to refuse, when a knock interrupted their exchange. Chapter 126, You've got quite the lineup. Beep. Fang Yu stared at the two contracts on the table, about to refuse, when a knock interrupted their conversation. I'll get it. Wenli smiled gently, rising gracefully from the floating chair and strolling slowly toward the studio door. TSK. Nan Muyuan watched her affectedly coy manner, a flicker of disgust crossing his face. Ding. The virtual security lock on the precision electronic door unlocked. Fang Yu shook his head. That sound had almost become his nightmare. Still, building connections now wasn't a bad idea. Two unfamiliar figures at the doorway caught Fang Yu's attention. The boy on the left wore a black windbreaker, with the sleeves revealing half of a white t-shirt printed with a pixelated dragon pattern. His ear-length haircut gave him a clean, sharp look. A metal badge pinned to his backpack side the Huaxia Game Production Center's emblem glinted coldly under the studio lights. The boy on the right appeared slightly older, dressed in light gray casual wear with curly hair. His tablet screen illuminated, reflecting scrolling code. He appeared unremarkable overall, yet the gold-embossed emblem of Magic City Tech Game Production Academy on his chest made Nan Muyuan and Wenli glance his way. The moment they spotted the Huaxia Game Production Center and Magic City Tech Game Production Academy insignia, their hearts sank instantly. This time, it seemed no one could outdo Fang Yu. Only Fang Yu remained utterly unfazed, his expression as still as a deep well. Pfft, your academy's vice dean and special mentor have already shown up. What's so surprising about two nobodies? Excuse me, we're looking for contestant number 10, Fang Yu. Oh, are you Fang Yu's partner? Bai Yi on the left froze upon seeing the person opening the door. After regaining his composure, he spoke up. The next second, he spotted Nan Muyuan sitting beside Fang Yu in the production room. He froze again. Isn't that senior Nan Muyuan? What's she doing here? Wenli rarely left the company and seldom appeared in public, so Bai Yi naturally didn't recognize her. But Nan Muyuan? She was an outstanding trainee at Huaxia Game Production Center and the director of the nation's second-ranked game company. He couldn't possibly not know her. His world felt like it was crumbling. The senior everyone at the production center had once idolized was now taken? And judging by the looks of it, he had a love rival too. Was this the power of a 3-round championship winner? Not only dominating the game development scene, but also the romantic one. Bai Yi glanced back and saw Zhang Zixin wearing the same stunned expression. Wenli's eyes widened, but she didn't speak up. Her pitiful gaze shifted to Fang Yu, seated in the hover chair. Partner? What a joke. Did a woman like her even deserve to be Fang Yu's partner? Nan Muyuan's icy voice cut through the studio. She shot a disgusted glance at the three by the door. Why did they always have to compete with her for the same guy? Is there something you need? Fang Yu said little, merely waving them inside. Bai Yi stepped forward half a pace, the zipper of his windbreaker rustling audibly in the quiet studio. Mr. Fang, I'm Bai Yi, a potential forecaster from Huaxia Game Production Center. He adjusted the shoulder strap of his backpack, the metal school badge swaying slightly with the motion. Your performance in the cross-century gaming competition revealed terrifying potential. You are hereby exempt from all procedures and granted direct admission to Huaxia Game Production Center. And if you achieve AB grade or higher in the creative ability test at the Huaxia Game Production Center, you can become an instructor directly. Bai Yi looked at Fang Yu with a hint of confident smile. Man, these terms are way too weak. Fang Yu, come to our Magic City Tech Game Production Academy. No need for any stupid creative ability tests. You'd start as an instructor right away, crushing the competition. And with outstanding performance, becoming a professor or even vice dean would be no problem. And you know our equipment at Magic City Tech Academy? It absolutely blows Huaxia's center out of the water. All they've got going for them is a longer history. Zhang Zixin watched Fang Yu sitting silently in the levitating chair, assuming he was considering the offer. He quickly interrupted Bai Yi's pitch and raised the stakes even higher. Fang Yu, you've got to think this through. Becoming a mentor at the institute is a lifelong commitment. Getting in is easy, but getting out? That's another story. Seeing the blank look in Fang Yu's eyes, Nan Muyuan couldn't fathom his thoughts either and could only try to dissuade him first. Director Nan's words were biased. The title of instructor at the production academy is for life. Not only are the compensation and prestige absolutely top tier, but it's also the pinnacle for all game creators in China. Countless people would break their necks to get in. Zhang Zixin waved the tablet in his hand, and a modeling animation suddenly popped up on the screen. Check this out, our academy's newly developed quantum rendering engine. Its real-time rendering speed is 37% faster than the top-tier editors currently on the market. But it's undeniable that the academy enforces strict rules and offers little freedom. And carving out a path within it is no easy feat. Fang Yu, you don't want to be a caged bird for life, do you? Wenli chuckled softly, her fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest of the floating chair. She lifted her gaze to meet Fang Yu's, the corners of her eyes glowing with a gentle radiance. Hearing the two defend each other, Bai Yi and Zhang Zixin sensed an odd atmosphere in the studio. What exactly was the relationship between Wenli, Nan Muyuan, and Fang Yu? They were clearly arguing just moments ago. Why are they suddenly united against outsiders now? Could Fang Yu really be dating two people? Was the earlier argument just jealousy? Bai Yi and Zhang Zixin exchanged another glance, their eyes flashing with disbelief. I've heard of Huaxia Game Production Center and Magic City Tech Game Production Academy, but I'm not interested in that kind of dead-end job at a production academy. If you two have other candidates you're interested in, why not ask them after the third round of the competition? After a long silence, Fang Yu finally spoke, his tone as flat as water, as if declining an ordinary job offer. Fang Yu, we're Huaxia's top-tier production academy, not just any random place. I hope you'll reconsider. Most game developers would kill to get in here. Seeing Fang Yu's outright refusal, Bai Yi stepped in to persuade him. I'm sorry, my mind is made up. You two should leave now. Do you really think we're begging you to join? Don't push it, Fang Yu. There are plenty of people lining up to get into our academy. We don't need you. Zhang Zixin suddenly lost his patience. When he'd revealed his identity earlier, every game developer had shown him respect. He never expected Fang Yu to be so ungrateful. When your Vice Dean Zhou Ziming invited me to join your academy, he was far more gracious than you. What gives you, a mere game potential predictor, the right to speak to me in that tone? Chapter 127, Major Companies Come Calling. When your Vice Dean Zhou Ziming invited me to join your academy, he was far more reasonable than you. What makes you, a mere game potential tester, think you can speak to me like that? Fang Yu stood up, his gaze turning icy as he stared at Zhang Zixin. Our Vice Dean came to invite you? Impossible. Fang Yu, you'd lie for the sake of saving face? Do you even know what kind of person our Vice Dean is? Brain Development Index at 30%, and S rank in the Creative Ability Test at Magic City Tech Game Development Academy. And those are just a fraction of his insignificant achievements. You should know better than to joke about this. Zhang Zixin appeared visibly agitated, as if the Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Game Development Academy had always held an unassailable status in his mind. Believe it or not. Don't waste my time. Goodbye. Fang Yu didn't even turn his head, leaving behind a cold, indifferent remark. Oomph. Don't regret what you just said. Zhang Zixin tucked away his tablet and headed toward the exit of the production studio. Bai Yi, sensing the awkward tension in the studio, abandoned any further attempts at persuasion. Fang Yu, did Zhou Ziming from Magic City Tech Game Academy really come looking for you? Watching the two leave, Nan Muyuan's curiosity instantly flared. Her sharp, almond-shaped eyes flashed with intrigue as she fixed her gaze on Fang Yu. Wenli, coffee in hand, kept edging closer to Fang Yu, her clear eyes brimming with intense gossip-fueled curiosity. Was there any need to lie? The scent of rosemary mingled with cologne wafted toward him. Fang Yu shifted slightly as the two approached from either side. Nan Muyuan's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop, her almond-shaped eyes curving into sly crescents. No wonder you never took our invitations seriously. Once you've tasted the ocean, no other water will do. Fang Yu, are you still set on starting your own company? Nan Muyuan suddenly leaned close to his earlobe, and Fang Yu could only feel the scent of rosemary growing stronger. To have earned the favor of the Vice Dean of Magic City Tech's Game Development Academy, your talent for game creation is truly terrifying. The terms offered by our Feng Yun Games Company this time are admittedly lacking, but if you're considering starting your own game company, Fang Yu, I suggest you first gain practical experience working at an established game studio. This will help you understand market preferences and personnel management. Ahem, I happen to have a suitable position available. It will allow you to grasp the current game market more quickly. Regarding personnel allocation, I will personally guide you through the relevant knowledge. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Wenli pushed her coffee cup toward Fang Yu. Steam blurred her long lashes as her gentle gaze met his. Is Yin Kingdom's territory that small? Wenli, you've got some nerve. A third-ranked company has the audacity to suggest Fang Yu should study the current gaming market? Do you even hold half our market share? Nan Muyuan instantly saw through Wenli's intent and bristled, a flash of scorn darting through her icy gaze. Fang Yu, joining Feng Yun Games is far less valuable than coming to Yishanking. I can personally teach you or arrange for someone to teach you everything about our company's personnel structure, market dynamics, and operational methods. Plus, I can have Nan Zhao assist you. In fact, it wasn't just the Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Academy by Yu, the special grade mentor from the China Game Production Center, has approached me too. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Not cool, guys. How come the final round was so lackluster? Alright, aside from Fang Yu's game, are you guys really the top players from major companies? Fang Yu's pressure in the first finals round was just too intense. Most of them burned out by the second round. Third round games were barely average at best. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to luxury. The other players' games are way too similar, it's just plain boring. You're just talking tough from the sidelines. These games are already top tier by market standards, okay? They just can't quite match up to Fang Yu's game. Just look at Judge Su Yuan, those furrowed brows. Any contestant who half-assed this round is in for a rough ride. Teacher Luo, can I request to step down from judging early? Su Yuan swung her legs, a hint of boredom flickering across her face. The final round of games felt utterly dull, nothing but variations on the same formula. Essentially just repackaging the same old formula. For someone who played tens of thousands of games, they held no interest. Only Fang Yu's game was truly engaging. Su Yuan, judging a game development competition is no child's play. Even though this is your first time participating in the judging process, you must adhere to the basic rules. Watching Su Yuan's disinterested demeanor, Luo Chuan shook his head. Still, he understood her feelings. The first game being too high quality would inevitably set unrealistic expectations for judges and audiences alike. And if subsequent games were subpar, it could easily dampen the mood for playtesting. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. One contestant has fallen. Sigh, since Fang Yu, hardly any game has scored high marks, it's just too tough. Didn't Nan Zhao get an 87? Why isn't that considered high? I almost forgot about him, but ever since seeing that perfect 10 score, I've lost interest in anything else. As if you could ever get a perfect 10. Better not get too ambitious. I never imagined Fang Yu would have a hidden ace up his sleeve while making the game. Yeah, hell difficulty was already insane enough, and then he throws in classic difficulty? He's literally treating the audience and players like they're Japanese. Speaking of which, I just saw a huge crowd swarming toward Fang Yu's studio entrance like zombies, utterly terrifying. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Actually, it wasn't just the Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Academy by Yu, the special grade mentor from the China Game Development Center, approached me too. But I turned them all down. Fang Yu's casual remark left Nan Muyuan and Wenli frozen once more, Wenli's grip on her coffee cup trembling. This is just too outrageous. The Vice Dean of Magic City Tech's Game Development Academy and the special grade mentor from the China Game Production Center, these heavyweight figures had actually sought out Fang Yu. And most crucially, he turned them all down. Aren't you afraid someone will hack you to bits tomorrow? Fang Yu, my cat can do backflips, wanna come see? Wenli's tone remained intellectually gentle, but her words made Fang Yu break out in a cold sweat. TSK, Wenli. Since company perks can't sway Fang Yu, now you're resorting to beauty tactics? Except your beauty tactics seem a bit lacking, don't you think? Nan Muyuan stood up, her stunning face wearing a mocking smile as she calmly looked at Wenli. Thump! At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the studio entrance. Chapter 128, The Struggle. Thump! Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the studio entrance. Nan Muyuan instinctively stood up at the sound of the rapid footsteps. A second later, she belatedly realized this wasn't the battlefield of a game, and a slight blush rose to her ears. Fang Yu, I'm Zhang Qiming from Star Ring Games. The first man to push through the door pressed his electronic business card onto the coffee-stained desk. His assistant immediately unfolded a holographic projection. Here are the design plans for your dedicated studio suite. 5 levels equipped with the latest brain-computer interfaces and neural feedback lobes. Plus the newest soundproofing and air circulation systems to ensure zero distractions while you work. The game director from Starring Games launched into a torrent of words, completely oblivious to the two figures beside Fang Yu. I'm Lin Wei, Vice President of Aurora Games. We just secured distribution rights for several top-tier games last week. If you're willing to entrust us with your Jinling defense, our writing team can bring in a Hugo Award winner to collaborate with you. We can negotiate the revenue split too. Another vice president from a top 10 Chinese game company stepped forward, a faint smile playing on her lips as she spoke. Vice President Lin, you're being too formal. Beside him, a man in gold-rimmed glasses slowly pulled out an electronic document. Fang Yu, I'm Wang Yuan from Tingyue Games. Our board has approved a resolution. If you agree, we'll immediately establish a studio named after you, granting you a 10% stake, and... He paused, glancing at the crowd that had fallen instantly silent. We can restore everything you've lost in the past. You know what I'm referring to. Would you like to see who I am? Nan Muyuan's temper flared instantly at the noisy little fish swarming around him. I won't even bother discussing the caliber of certain companies. Weigh your options carefully. Do you really crave such lofty ambitions? Calling you top 10 is us showing you face. Don't be ungrateful.
As a cold voice echoed from the production room, the surrounding area instantly fell silent.
That's right, forget about you Tianqing.
If you want to poach Fang Yu, you'll have to get past us, Fang Yun, first.
The gap between us is as vast as a chasm, yet you remain oblivious.
The terms you're offering are laughable. When Li shed her previous gentle demeanor, her gaze sweeping coldly over the crowd gathered at the doorway.
Nan Mu Yuan? One Li? A group of company representatives at the door gasped and turned to leave.
Some of their company's industries still depended on handouts from King and Fang Yun.
Coming here to poach their talent was tantamount to suicide. Oh, so you're aiming high? Just how high does your King reach? The next moment, a voice calm yet brimming with confidence echoed from the doorway. Fang Yu looked up.
A middle-aged man in a black suit entered his field of vision. His slicked-back hair and shrewd smile painted the picture of a quintessential businessman. The remaining company representatives at the entrance automatically parted to make way the moment they saw the middle-aged man.
Interesting. Only Ruanqing could make other game company reps step back. I wonder what intriguing conditions they'll offer this time.
Fang Yu glanced back at Nan Muyuan, only to find she had already risen and was striding toward the entrance.
Tap.
The crisp click of red-soled high heels echoed.
Oh, Ruanqing? You think we at King are afraid of you? We hold the dominant market share now.
Before long, your title as the top game company will change hands. Nan Muyuan showed not a trace of timidity, delivering a direct, in-your-face retort.
You're still too young, Director Nan. Our wrenching games didn't build our reputation on market share, it's all about game quality. For game companies today, reputation is paramount.
As long as our game quality remains top-notch, we can reclaim market share anytime. The middle-aged man at the door remained utterly expressionless as he spoke calmly. Your King games may flood the market with quantity, but their quality falls fundamentally short of our Burning Star standards. That's why you're so desperate to poach Fang Yu to leverage his development methods and elevate your company's game quality.
Nan Muyuan's expression shifted instantly. TSK Vice President Li, what a clever tactic to resort to such divisive tactics.
Our King has always adhered to the principle of prioritizing quality over quantity. Even if Fang Yu were to create games at average market standards while working for us, our terms and compensation for him would remain unchanged. Fang Yu's high-quality games stem from his own exceptional abilities. How did that become us exploiting his talents in your version?
But Vice President Li, the moment you walked in, you kept emphasizing the quality of your company's games. Hiring Fang Yu to elevate your game quality is your true objective, isn't it? Nan Muyuan paused to consider, then turned the tables.
No wonder she's Nan Yuan's daughter, she sure is sharp-tongued.
But do you really think Fang Yu would buy that?
An outstanding trainee at the Huaxia Game Development Center, the daughter of the president of China's second-ranked game company. A darling idolized by thousands at the Huaxia Game Development Center.
Would randomly connect with the game director of some small company with no background whatsoever?
The middle-aged man flashed a smile that reeked of old money and continued.
Deputy Director Li, are you trying to control who I associate with? Listen up.
Because every single person at Huaxia Game Development Center combined doesn't hold a candle to Fang Yu.
In character, ability, and every other aspect. Got it?
Nan Muyuan leaned back in her floating chair, her icy voice cutting through the air. Her sharp, almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on the middle-aged man at the door.
Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Player Lounge. Make some room. Let me hear this.
Why are you all crammed in like sardines? You're courting disaster.
Do you even know who's visiting Fang Yu's studio this time? And you dare eavesdrop. Gossip is human nature, got it?
And you're sitting right in the prime eavesdropping spot, how dare you say that?
If the sound amplifier's fixed, you lot can just listen here. The sound's already deafening, who needs an amplifier? What a joke.
I caught something crucial, sounds like Director Nan's voice.
No way, man.
Just look at the guy standing outside Fang Yu's door, he could take down 10 directors with a single slap.
Which company's director are you talking about? King's, who else?
That's why I said I caught the crucial part.
Nan Muyuan? No way. She's my idol.
I haven't even said what I heard. Why are you getting so worked up?
Oh, so what did you hear?
The entire Huaxia Game Production Center combined doesn't hold a candle to Fang Yu. Not just in character or ability, but in every single aspect.
Got it? Chapter 129, do you know me? Huaxia Game Exhibition Center, Studio 10. Deputy Director Li understands King better than I do, but what are your conditions?
Fang Yu suddenly tapped his fingers on the tabletop. The rippling patterns of coffee stains spread across the surface, trembling like the heartbeats of everyone present.
Hearing Fang Yu inquire about Ruanqing Company's terms, Nan Muyuan's face instantly paled.
Her heart ached as if something precious was slipping away. Her earlier overbearing aura vanished. Her high ponytail drooped, and a fleeting look of hurt flashed across her exquisite face.
This is the core engine license for Burning Star.
Fang Yu, if you're willing to lead the new project, the entire RD department's authority is yours to command.
Li Xing's fingers twitched. He suddenly turned to Fang Yu, palm open to reveal a chip-like object that glowed with a faint blue light in the workshop. Full access to the R&D department? That's quite the offer, Mr. Li. You've got me tempted. Fang Yu rose from the floating chair, his gaze sweeping over the crowd at the doorway without a flicker of emotion. You're worth it, Fang Yu. From now on, we're on the same side. If you need anything, just come straight to me. A confident smile flashed across Li Xing's face as he extended his hand toward Fang Yu. Representatives from other companies around them wore expressions of self-assuredness. After all, as China's premier gaming company, Fang Yu's choice to align with them was only natural. Yuan curled up in the floating seat behind Fang Yu, tears falling like beads from a broken string onto her collar, staining it with dark marks. When Li's usually clear eyes dimmed slightly, her gaze fixed on Fang Yu with a hint of resentment. Ranshin's offer is indeed generous, but did I ever say I wanted to join you? The next second, Fang Yu's calm voice boomed through the production studio. Ha! All the company producers at the studio entrance froze in confusion. What did that mean? Li Xing's outstretched right hand froze mid-air, his expression stiffening. Your company's offer is indeed generous, but I have no interest in joining your company. Yuan wiped away her tears and rose from the floating chair, her red high heels leaving faint marks on the floor. Tang Yu promised to help me reclaim what I lost. Ranjing vowed to give me the best engine. Yushin King offered me millions in R&D funding. But did any of you ever ask what I wanted to do? Fang Yu suddenly rose, gazing out at the floating neon lights beyond the window. His voice carried a hint of careless mockery. The air in the studio froze. Who among you ever asked what I wanted to do? The words exploded through the room, leaving everyone stunned. Isn't game development what you love most? Why else would you join the cross-century game development competition? I want to start my own game company and create what I truly love, not just games. Do you understand? Fang Yu's calm voice rang out once more. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Teacher Luo, how many contestants is this? Why is everyone taking so long? Su Yuan absent-mindedly twirled her hair, masking her inner anxiety. Earlier, she and Luo Chuan had tested contestant number 7's game. After finishing, they discovered that woman Yuan had vanished. She must have gone to find Fang Yu, that wicked woman. Su Yuan's lips twisted downward as she pinched the hem of her dress. Her watery peach blossom eyes flashed a hint of hurt. 3 more to go. Su Yuan, is something urgent up? If it's truly important, tell me, I'll help figure it out. Luo Chuan met Su Yuan's anxious gaze and asked with concern. Ahem, it's nothing important, Teacher Luo. Let's continue the evaluation. Su Yuan knew that if she admitted the important matter was to see Fang Yu, Luo Chuan would probably chop her up. You wouldn't be thinking of seeing Fang Yu, would you, Su the internet celebrity? After the second round of the production competition last time, you dashed straight to Fang Yu's studio. You were faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, Professor Luo, and I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. Yu Zishu looked at Su Yuan's anxious expression and seemed to realize something. Nonsense. I wasn't going to see Fang Yu. Last time, I just wanted to ask him about some game production issues. Don't slander me. Su Yuan, realizing her secret had been exposed, instantly grew flustered. She glared with her almond-shaped eyes and protested. I never said why I was seeing Fang Yu. Why are you so worked up? Yu Zishu and Luo Chuan exchanged a knowing glance. Ha! Gossip alert. Luo teacher, spill it already, I'm dying to know. No way, even gentlemen need protection? That's too much. Looks like gossip about our goddess Su Yuan. Why aren't you telling us? I'm gonna cause a scene. Hold up, bro. We're in the middle of a match. Who has time for gossip? Get your priorities straight. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Holy crap, this lineup is insane. The top 10 game companies in the country are all here. I can't even imagine how generous their offers are. Coward, what's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid to imagine. It's just the usual spiel about positions and our defunding, right? Old tricks. You guys should be thinking about how you'll get along with Fang Yu as your colleague. Whichever company he joins, their contestants are gonna be talked about forever. Ranchins here too wonder what they'll offer. When will they notice me? I'm talented too. Daydreaming in the middle of the night? Fang Yu's NPC quality alone puts you half a step behind. Holy crap, I think I just heard something huge. Fang Yu turned down Li Xing, the vice president of Ruanqing Games. No way. That's the top game company in the country. Joining them would be a powerhouse alliance. How could he turn them down? Fang Yu must have made a deal with Yu Tianqing beforehand. I knew it. No one can resist the charm of senior Yuan. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. I want to start my own game company and create what I love, not just games. Got it? As Fang Yu finished speaking, the group of holdouts at the door, likely having grasped his intentions, began to leave one by one. Only Yu Tianqing, Ranqing, and the Feng Yun Game Company representatives remained. Fang Yu, starting a company isn't simple. You currently lack connections and resources, and you're unclear about business operations. I suggest you join our company first to learn more about the market. Starting your own later won't be too late. Li Xing, with his undying ambition, began to persuade him. Who says Fang Yu lacks connections and resources? Yu Tianqing is his connection and resource. Fang Yu. If you want to start your own company, go for it. I speak for Yu Tianqing in fully supporting you. Nan Muyuan gazed at Fang Yu. Her once piercing almond eyes softened, seeming to hold something different. Chapter 130. The Cross-Century Game Development Competition draws to a close. China Game Expo Center, Studio 10. Who says Fang Yu lacks connections and resources? Yu Tianqing is his connection and resource. Fang Yu. If you want to start your own company, go for it. I, on behalf of Yushinking, fully support you. Nan Muyuan gazed at Fang Yu, her once sharp almond-shaped eyes softening, as if hiding something different. Hearing Nan Muyuan's words, Fang Yu glanced back at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yes, Fang Yu, if you truly want to start your own company, count me in. My connections and resources aren't half bad, and I'll invest as a shareholder. When Li, belatedly catching on, also addressed Fang Yu. Did you hear that? Vice President Li, don't waste everyone's time here. Your time isn't worth much, but Fang Yu's time is extremely valuable. Nan Muyuan's icy voice rang out. Fang Yu, you've thought this through, haven't you? Those two are ruthless sharks who'll devour you whole. And you're unfamiliar with the company's operations. Don't end up getting sold out while counting their money for them. Li Xing remained silent for a moment before attempting to persuade him once more. I have my own plans. No need for your concern, Mr. Li. Fang Yu spoke indifferently without turning his head. Did you hear that? Vice President Li, why are you still here? We're waiting to show you out. Sorry, but you're not even a guest. When Li seized the moment to deliver a parting jab, lifting the now cold coffee from the table for a sip. Li Xing glanced at the three in the production room, said nothing more, waved at Fang Yu, and left immediately. That eyesore is finally gone. What a pain. Nan Muyuan watched Li Xing's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with disgust. Fang Yu, what kind of game company are you planning to start? I have extensive experience in operations. When Li's clear eyes quietly met Fang Yu's, her gentle face radiating warmth like a spring breeze. Fang Yu's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop. His gaze swept over the brain-computer interface editor lying on the studio floor before he suddenly smiled. I want to build an entertainment company, not just games, but film, music, novels, everything. And one that won't be held hostage by revenue targets and KPIs. Fang Yu, I think you should start with a game company first. A mid-budget film easily costs tens of millions, if not more. While music operations require relatively less investment, building professional recording studios, signing promising artists, and handling production and promotion still demand substantial financial backing. Of course, you needn't worry about funding, we can handle that for you. But aside from game development, do you have experience in other areas? Without it, the company will struggle to grow. Why not leverage your strengths first? Use games to capture the market and accumulate your initial assets. Wen Li pondered for a moment before offering earnest advice. Indeed, film and television projects can take years from completion to release, and then to recoup costs and turn a profit. They're heavily influenced by market reception, scheduling competition, and other factors. Music works, meanwhile, require widespread dissemination and audience cultivation to generate revenue through digital platform royalties, concert ticket sales, and licensing agreements. Which also faces fierce competition and market uncertainty. Moreover, as an entertainment company, we must continuously invest in content innovation, technological upgrades, and talent development. I'm not afraid of financial losses, but I worry this might dampen your confidence in starting the company. Of course, if you're truly confident, I'll accompany you to register the company after the competition ends, and all necessary connections and funding will be fully secured from the outset. Nan Mu leaned against the studio window, gazing tenderly at Fang Yu. What are you thinking? I'll definitely focus on game development first and build a solid reputation before considering other ventures. I know you can't get fat overnight. What I just said was about the company's future direction. Fang Yu chuckled. Nan Mui raised an eyebrow, her almond-shaped eyes brightening. Interesting. Yushinking owns 3 top-tier engine labs. Once your company is established, I'll have them send you the latest development kit. Don't worry about distribution channels, I know the heads of 80% of domestic gaming platforms. You can pick any release slot you want. I just checked last month's gaming industry funding dropped 17% month over month, but the indie game segment actually grew against the trend. If you need seed funding, I can personally invest 10 million upfront for no more than a 15% stake. Decision-making authority must remain yours. Wen Li's clear eyes met Fang Yu's, framed by her signature intellectual smile. Alright, thank you both for your support. Should any difficulties arise in the future, feel free to reach out. I won't hesitate to assist within my capabilities. Fang Yu flashed a smile at Nan Muyuan and Wen Li. These two were among his earliest supporters when founding the company. If you truly wish to thank me, come find me at Yushinking sooner rather than later. My office is on the 9th floor. Beep. Just as Nan Muyuan was about to say something else, a virtual communication connection interrupted her. I'll head out now. Remember to come find me at Yushanking after the competition ends. Nan Muyuan accepted the virtual call and walked toward the production room exit. My office is on the 8th floor of Fang Yu Games. Come find me first. I'll show you something interesting then. A sharp gleam flashed in Wen Li's eyes as she handed the empty coffee cup to Fang Yu. China Game Expo Center, main stage. Alright, everyone. Over the past few days, we've witnessed dreams blossom and creativity collide. And felt the passion and perseverance behind every game creator. Now, as the final demo concludes, our grand competition draws to a perfect close. Though all competitions must end, the pixels dancing across screens, the inspiration flowing through code, and the passion for games in our hearts will never cease. Now, after rigorous and meticulous scoring by our judging panel, the winners of this game development competition have been finalized. We invite all contestants still in the production rooms to come to the stage and claim your glory. With the final game evaluation complete, the host begins delivering the closing remarks for the cross-century game competition. Upon hearing the competition's end, all remaining contestants in the studio emerged. It's finally over. This production contest was a total disaster. All that preparation, it feels like a joke. Has your company uncovered Fang Yu's background? His resume is clean and ordinary, even mediocre, you could say. But his performance in this competition was like a sudden epiphany. Terrifying. I reckon he'll be representing China in next year's world-class creative competition. That'll be something to see. Chapter 131, Champion. China Gaming Expo Center, holographic stage. A stirring background melody swelled as contestants bearing blue electronic IDs ascended the stage one by one. The holographic stage perfectly complements the scene, showering the stage with a cascade of golden virtual electronic rain. Teacher Luo, why aren't we getting a few hours rest after this trial run? Don't you know we're exhausted? Su Yuan pouted her little mouth in protest, looking rather annoyed. This is the top 3 awards ceremony, not a game test. You can just sit and watch. Tired? Or is there something else? Luo Chuan smiled at Su Yuan's anxious expression. Exactly. What's so tiring about this? Is Su the internet celebrity rushing off to meet someone? Yu Zishu casually added fuel to the fire. What nonsense are you two talking about? Like I'd be rushing to meet someone. Oomph. Just kidding. That look on your face doesn't seem fake, Sunet Celeb. Just come clean, Sunet Celeb. Professor Luo and I have seen it all in our half-century of life. Yu Zishu showed no mercy, pressing the issue relentlessly. Shut up. You can't even keep your mouth shut during an award ceremony. Who I meet and what I do is my own business, none of yours. Su Yuan snapped at Yu Zishu with venom. Wow, Fang Yu's on stage. He looks so sharp today. Holy cow. Luo Chuan feigned surprise as he stared at the holographic stage. Ha! Su Yuan whipped her head around at the comment, only to find no trace of Fang Yu on stage. Ha! Su Yuan, you're still so gullible. Professor Luo, you're too much, how could you come up with such a mean trick? Yu Zishu laughed until he was doubled over. You're all picking on me. Wah! Su Yuan belatedly realized she'd been tricked and her composure instantly shattered. Alright, enough joking around. The award ceremony is about to begin. Luo Chuan addressed the stage as Fang Yu finally made his appearance. First up is the third-place winner of this competition, Lu Yunzhou from Fang Yu Games. His highest-scoring work, titled Lonely Longing, which used minimalist pixel art to depict the inner world of someone with depression. With 23 interactive elements allowing every player to touch the faint glimmer in the darkness. He scored 195 points across the 3 final rounds, earning him the Bronze Award in this cross-century production competition. Let's give him a round of applause. The host's excited voice echoed across the holographic stage. Amidst the thunderous applause from the audience below, Lu Yunzhou stepped forward from among the contestants. He bowed to the audience and judges, then picked up the trophy symbolizing third place. Fang Yu Games Company is among China's top developers, though they still trail Rinching and Yushanking by a margin. Without Fang Yu this time, they would have taken second place. Their games have some pretty wild ideas, but they're lazy, always just slapping new skins on the same old crap. No choice games are way too homogenized these days. So many ideas are overused. They just have to make what the market wants. Next up was the runner-up of this tournament, Nan Zhao, the seeded player from Yushanking. An outstanding graduate of Magic City Tech's Game Development Academy and Yushanking's gold medal game creator. With solid production skills and unique game concepts, he scored 252 points across 3 final rounds. His signature work, Self-Shadow Theater, uses blank game scenes that morph based on each player's thoughts, transforming players from passive participants into protagonists of their chosen narratives. This earned him a high score of 90, earning him the Silver Award in this cross-century production competition. Let's give him a round of applause. The host's excited voice rang out again on stage, and the audience's cheers grew even louder. Nan Zhao yawned lazily as he walked toward the host, accepted the silver trophy, and didn't spare it another glance. Nanjiao seems off today. At least it's second place, the prize money must be close to 10 million. Why does he look so exhausted? Don't you get it? The Burning Stars didn't enter this competition. They were only here for the championship. Second place and other rankings mean absolutely nothing to them. Without Fang Yu, he would have been the champion for sure. What a pity. Truly, why was there a Zhuge Liang when there was already a Zhou Yu? His game quality is undeniable, but he just ran into a monster. Next up, the champion everyone's been waiting for. My palms are sweating just like everyone else's. His work isn't just a technical showdown, it's a dreamweaver's feast crafted with code. Whoosh! Before the host could finish speaking, every person in the audience and judges' seats rose to their feet. All eyes fixed on the expressionless young man who had just stepped onto the stage. Some spectators even wore a hint of reverence. His creation delivered near-perfect execution, redefining the possibilities of historical games. Now, let's all shout this name together: Cross-World Game Development Competition, Game Developer of the Year Fang Yu. Fang Yu. Fang Yu. Fang Yu. In the next instant, the audience below and even the judges on stage began chanting the name of this miracle maker. He stood at the pinnacle of this competition, the darkest horse of them all. Though hailing from an obscure game studio, his masterpiece Jinling Defense stood as an unparalleled peak, crushing all other competitors beneath its shadow. In the first 2 rounds of the competition, he consistently scored the maximum 99 points. And this score represented the maximum achievable by the virtual electronic scoring system, not his own limit. For the third and final round, the highest judging committee unanimously decided to break the 99-point convention, awarding him the sole perfect score of 10 points. Let's give him the warmest applause as he ascends to the highest podium. The host's voice trembled with overwhelming emotion, his expression reaching dramatic intensity. As the spotlight suddenly focused on him, the rousing music reached its climax. Fang Yu walked calmly onto the podium. As the heavy gold trophy was placed in his hands, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. Well deserved, no question about it. Fang Yu's game has pioneered a whole new genre, truly groundbreaking. Nothing to criticize, both the game quality and storyline are flawless, especially considering it was made in just 24 hours. After this competition, Fang Yu and his company are bound to go viral. I wonder if they can handle all this massive traffic. My guess is Fang Yu might not stay at his current company. Rumors online suggest he wasn't treated well there. And it seems someone even stole his work. What? Holy, this is eye-opening. Not treating a genius like this? That's like an old man hanging himself just asking for trouble. Who knows? Fang Yu's previous games weren't great, but competing in the cross-century game contest seems to have sparked a breakthrough. Let's give another round of applause to all the award winners. May their future game development careers, may they shine even brighter. Those trophies held high are not only a testament to their masterful skills, but also the ultimate testament to their unwavering passion for game creation. Every score embodies the contestants' sweat and ingenuity, and each trophy carries the affirmation of their gaming dreams. Chapter 132, Hotspot Hub, Undercurrent Stir. Huaxia, Imperial Capital News Media Headquarters. The cross-century game development competition has concluded perfectly. How's your hotspot coverage coming along? No surprise, Editor Lee will be strolling in with his vintage coffee mug any minute, asking for updates. No problem at all, haha. My connections are absolutely the best in the entire Imperial Capital News Media Headquarters. Ha? Where'd you get those connections? One of the finalists in this cross-century game tournament is someone I know personally. He can give me first-hand, hot-off-the-press tournament intel. Ah. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Sis, I'm actually your long-lost little sister. Don't you remember me? Nonsense. This is clearly my long-lost older sister. Sis, do you remember that big snowstorm years ago when I was? You guys are overreacting. We're just acquaintances, not exactly close. He just likes to chat with me about gossip. I don't buy it. Clearly. The cross-century game development competition has concluded perfectly. You all know what I'm about to say. A deep voice interrupted their conversation. The media editor, still holding a cup of black coffee without sugar, headed toward the office of the employee responsible for gathering hot topics. The surrounding staff exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the newsgatherer who claimed to know a contestant from the game development competition. I've got a killer scoop here. Feeling the eager stares around him, the employee rubbed his hands together excitedly and addressed the media editor. Cut the chatter, keep it concise. Feng Games vice president Wen Li actually drank coffee that Fang Yu had sipped from. Ahem. That's it? Where did you dig up this third-rate gossip? The editor-in-chief's hand holding the coffee cup twitched involuntarily, followed by a cough. Released by Yushin King. Ha? Are you sure? But whether this is true or not isn't the point. You know what I'm getting at. Alright, just kidding. For the third round of the production competition, Fang Yu created a new defense battle. No, it should be called an ambush battle. The Ping Sing Wen ambush. This was Fang Yu's only victory in the 3 rounds of the production competition. Not only did it introduce new troop types, but the storyline was even more thrilling. The audience and judges gave it a perfect 10, breaking his previous record of 99 points. A Hot Topic collector beside him was chattering away excitedly. Wait. Since the cross-century game development competition began, hasn't the highest score been 99? What's this 100 you're talking about? I don't have time for jokes right now. Forget about news timeliness? The media editor frowned, setting his coffee down on the table with a dull thud. Editor-in-chief, it really is 10 points. Reportedly, after the third round of competition, the highest judging committee of Huaxia Game Production Center passed a resolution, submitted it for approval to the Huaxia Game Supervision Administration, to officially break the 99-point convention. This is breaking news too, right? Another employee from the left workstation quickly chimed in to explain. Ahem, is that so? My apologies, I wrongly accused you. Continue. Any other hot topics? A flicker of embarrassment crossed the media editor-in-chief's face. According to other contestants, even before the third round concluded, China's top 10 game companies had already descended upon Studio 10 to poach talent. They're offering incredibly generous terms, but Yushin King and Fang Yu Games have blocked every attempt. Even Wanqing's vice president couldn't sway Fang Yu. Seems he's planning to start his own company. Right, that's definitely a bombshell. Feels like one person has monopolized all the buzz for this production competition. Truly rare. The media editor lifted his black coffee and took a sip. Actually, there's another bombshell. In Fang Yu's game, Hell difficulty isn't the hardest, there's also the Year of the Dragon difficulty. Headquarters of Huaxia's short video platform. How dare invaders defy heaven's might. Fang Yu's Ping Xingwen ambush battle, created for the third round finals of the cross-century game competition, earned perfect victories from both judges and players. This was the only victory among the 3 campaigns Fang Yu created since the finals began. Not only that, but this victory unlocked the hidden Year of the Past difficulty level, revealing that Hell difficulty wasn't the end. The true challenge lay in the Year of the Past. The screen displays the final bayonet charge of the Ping Xingwen ambush. Shredded uniforms, blood-soaked bandages, scattered bullet casings, shattered rifle stocks. Not a trace of fear on any warrior's face as they fought tooth and nail with cold bayonets and small arms. Total video views, 24 million. 6.3 million likes. 2.32 million comments. 3.51 million shares. What era is this? It feels like ancient history. Why are they still using cold weapons? If my school lessons weren't wasted, this must be the period from 1937. The footage looks just like what I learned in history class. It's a perfect recreation. No way, I gotta go play. What era is this? Still wielding outdated weapons? Looks totally boring. It doesn't seem that difficult, just one intercontinental missile and they'd be wiped out. Dude, what's this about ICBMs? Back then they couldn't even afford bullets, let alone missiles. Is this the third round championship entry? Doesn't look that great to me. Must be some under-the-table deal. And people are actually bragging that this game's quality is good enough for the Blue Star Creative Contest? Don't they have any self-awareness? Some forum. Fang Yu achieved the first perfect score in the cross-century game development competition with his Ping Xingwen ambush battle. He'll likely enter the Blue Star Creative Competition, competing alongside world-leading game companies like Heaven Game World, Snowfall Games, and Empire Microtech Games. A domestic Chinese game competition champion? That's laughable. And every participant in the Blue Star Creative Competition is an elite from major game development academies. Unbelievable. The cross-century game development competition, China's most prestigious event, means nothing to you. If you love foreign stuff so much, why not just emigrate and cancel your ID? You're acting like a dog. How pathetic, blowing up a domestic championship like this, only to show your true colors the moment you step onto the international stage. And this time, China's top game company, Wanqing, didn't even participate. It has absolutely zero credibility. You've got to be kidding me. Did you even watch the live stream? Just look at the quality of Fang Yu's final rounds. Even Wanqing would have been crushed if they'd entered. Your eyes must be broken if you think otherwise. Honestly, what insight could a director from a small company possibly have? They just happened to win a championship and got carried away. Yet this comments section is full of sycophants. China's game development is doomed. OP, you're just stirring the pot with this title. Are your parents still around? Chapter 133, I really can't afford your penalty fee. Huaxia, Imperial Capital News Media Headquarters. Have you arranged for reporters to cover the event? After the competition, players can choose to rest for a few days or leave immediately. I'm genuinely worried he'll just take off. The head of the news department was holding a virtual communication device, speaking rapidly into the phone. It shouldn't be over yet. We'll get there as soon as possible. Huaxia Gaming Expo Center, Studio 10. Finally over. Fang Yu murmured to himself as he looked at the brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves in the studio. Over a month had passed since his arrival, and sometimes it still felt like a dream. Fang Yu instinctively opened the system's creation module, and instantly a virtual interface glowing with blue electronic light appeared before his eyes. The staggering 1 million emotion points displayed in the upper right corner drew a smile from him. He marveled that his recent efforts had paid off. At least his emotion points were now more than sufficient. The game company wouldn't lack products in its early stages. Moreover, the more games he created, the faster his emotion points accumulated. This virtuous cycle lifted his spirits considerably. Immortal Cultivation Simulator, Historical Simulation, Future Sci-Fi, Cosmic Mystery Realm. Each major game category he clicked opened up a vast array of dazzling games and the blindingly high emotion point requirements listed below. Wouldn't focusing solely on historical simulation games be too boring? Fang Yu began to ponder. After all, the gaming market was vast and complex. Some craved FPS shooters, others preferred RPGs, and some even loved match 3 puzzles. For the company to win the market, its games must cover all genres. What if they adapted classic literary works like Romance of the Three Kingdoms or Journey to the West into games? A flicker of excitement crossed Fang Yu's face. This represented a massive market. The resulting games would undoubtedly be wildly popular. Right now he could access the deepest, unlocked modules of the virtual panel. Fang Yu slid his finger across the blue virtual panel, pulling it to the very bottom. The gray, locked module came into view. He tapped it with his finger, but it remained unresponsive. Collect 5 million emotion points to unlock additional creation modules. The gray text at the bottom made Fang Yu sigh. This was way too slow. When would he ever gather 5 million emotion points? Wait, why is a progress bar appearing below? Fang Yu casually glanced at the bottom of the gray interface, where a pale blue progress bar caught his eye. Slowly loading like a game loading screen, already past the 1/5 mark. Glancing at his 1 million emotion points, Fang Yu figured it out. Collecting emotion points must increase the progress bar. But why was the loading progress slightly over 1/5 instead of exactly 1/5? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. The next second, he realized, the 5 million emotion points required to unlock the module must also include the points he spent purchasing the game. In other words, no matter how he spent it, as long as he collected 5 million emotion points, it would count. With that calculation, factoring in the emotion points spent on purchasing Jinling Defense and the Pink Singwan Ambush, the progress bar made perfect sense. Beep. A soft knock sounded at the door. Fang Yu was studying the system interface on his floating chair when the knocking made his hand tremble, nearly causing him to buy the wrong game. Sigh, what's coming is coming, isn't it? Who could it be now? Never mind, I'm about to leave anyway. Might as well handle this quickly. Fang Yu casually closed the system display, muttering under his breath as he approached the studio door. Fang Yu, what do you mean it's all coming? Don't I deserve to come? You ungrateful jerk. And to think I gave you full marks in all 3 rounds of the competition. Su Yuan at the door heard his words. A flicker of hurt crossed her face as her shoulders shrugged slightly. She bit her lower lip lightly. Her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, leaving deep creases in the fitted chiffon. Thank you for your support, Judge Su Yuan. Is there something you need this time? Fang Yu watched Su Yuan at the doorway, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Hadn't the competition already ended? Besides, he'd already answered every historical question she'd asked him before. Fang Yu, did Nanmu Yuan come looking for you earlier? That's a personal matter I'd rather not discuss. What privacy? Are you joining their company? Su Yuan's lips turned down slightly as she began speaking in a soft, sweet tone. Judge Su Yuan, whether I join someone else's company is my personal choice. Their Yushin King is only strong in gaming. If you're considering joining a company, why not join our soft candy entertainment? We've got experience in the gaming industry too. You make the games, I'll stream and test them for promotion perfect. And if you ever get tired of making games, you can stream with me. We'll rack up millions of followers in no time. Su Yuan's almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Fang Yu's brow, a flicker of anticipation crossing her face. Soft candy entertainment? Fang Yu pondered based on the original host's memories. It was indeed one of China's top 3 entertainment companies. And its biggest star was Su Yuan, who had over 100 million fans across all platforms. Once the company was established, should he poach her for live streaming to boost popularity? But the next second, he dismissed the idea. First, whether Su Yuan would agree was one thing. But more importantly, poaching her would be like cutting off Soft Candy Entertainment's lifeline. Her agency's boss would surely hunt him down. He'd probably be hacked to pieces the moment he stepped outside tomorrow. There'll be plenty of opportunities later, no need to rush. Fang Yu tapped his forehead, forcing himself to calm down. Truthfully, I plan to establish my own company, starting by breaking into the market through gaming, then expanding into gaming, film, music, and related activities. Fang Yu held nothing back from Su Yuan. After all, starting a company was impossible to conceal. And he was genuinely grateful that Su Yuan had given him perfect scores in all 3 rounds of the production competition. Starting his own company? Su Yuan's almond-shaped eyes instantly turned into starry ones. So he wasn't joining Yushin King after all? And from the sound of it, Fang Yu's company seemed to lean toward entertainment too. So, is your company hiring? Especially for streamers who can hype up game popularity. I've got a great candidate right here. Su Yuan stared intently at Fang Yu, practically screaming, "I want her," right across her face. "Judge Su Yuan, I'd be thrilled to have you join our company, but honestly I couldn't possibly afford your breach of contract penalty." After a moment of calm reflection, Fang Yu concluded that the penalty for a streamer of Su Yuan's caliber was beyond his wildest imagination. Su Yuan's expression froze instantly upon hearing this. "When did I ever ask you to pay a penalty fee?" Su Yuan planted her hands on her hips, her voice brimming with indignation. "Well, I can't afford to hire a big shot like you right now either. Hello, we're from the Imperial Capital News Media headquarters. Where is Fang Yu's production studio?" Outside the studio, several people who looked like reporters were asking staff at the China Game Expo Center for Fang Yu's location. Chapter 134, You're Talking Too Much. China Game Expo Center, outside the contestants' production rooms. "Hello, we're from the Imperial Capital News Media headquarters. Where is Fang Yu's production studio?" Outside the production room, several reporter-like individuals were asking staff at the China Game Expo Center for Fang Yu's location. "Oh? Fang Yu's location? It's Studio 10, go straight from the entrance, and it's the farthest one inside." The staff member beside them offered a professional smile, though clearly unamused. Having been asked about Fang Yu's location countless times these past few days, his ears were practically calloused from hearing it. But his job required maintaining a professional demeanor. Otherwise, in a place like the Huaxia Game Expo Center, if you didn't do it, someone else would. "Can't I just pay the penalty myself? I've saved up quite a bit over the years." Su Yuan's cheeks puffed out like a hamster's as she glared at Fang Yu with her almond-shaped eyes. "Seriously, Judge Su Yuan, it's unnecessary. Setting aside how jumping ship right after judging the cross-century game production competition will impact your career. But let's be real, Soft Candy Entertainment would never let you go." Fang Yu rubbed his forehead. "Why wouldn't they let me go? You said it yourself, I can just pay the penalty clause in the contract. You're still too young. Soft Candy Entertainment invested significant time and resources to promote you. Not to mention all the sunk costs. Do you really think walking out now is realistic? Fang Yu, I see through you now. You never wanted me at your company, did you? You ungrateful jerk. What I mean is, couldn't you just ease me out? You know about the sky-high effect, right? No idea. When making demands, start with a larger, more difficult request. Then follow up with a smaller, easier-to-meet request. So they'll feel guilty for rejecting the first request and agree to the second one. So if you really want to leave your current company, take it step by step. If you just blurt out, "I'm tearing down your house," they'll definitely say no. But what if I just take one small piece of furniture? You might just agree. Fang Yu, I thought you were kinda innocent, but you're just a sly fox. How sneaky. What if you try to trick me again? I really don't have time to mess with you anymore. Do whatever you want. I'm outta here. Wait. Click, click. The moment Fang Yu stepped out of the workshop, a barrage of camera flashes blinded him. "Are you Fang Yu, the champion of the cross-world game development competition? We're from the Imperial Capital News Media headquarters. Would you be available for an interview now? We guarantee strict confidentiality regarding your privacy. Is it true that both Huaxia Game Development Center and Magic City Tech Game Academy have invited you to join their institutions as a mentor? Where did you draw inspiration and creative ideas from when developing Jinling Defense? How do you respond to the mixed reception of your games in the market, including accusations of falsifying Chinese history? Your entry seemed unremarkable during the preliminary rounds, yet you crushed the top 10 game companies in China to win the championship. Did you deliberately underplay your abilities?" Before Fang Yu could react, an extended microphone nearly shoved itself into his mouth. Put. Su Yuan, who had followed Fang Yu out, watched the scene unfold, laughing so hard she could barely stand. This scene was promptly spotted by the swarm of reporters behind them. It's Su Yuan, the top game streamer from Soft Candy Company. What was she doing in Fang Yu's studio? Streamer Su Yuan, what is your relationship with Fang Yu? Streamer Su Yuan, what are your thoughts on the quality of Fang Yu's entries in this 3-round production competition? Does he deserve the championship title? Su Yuan's smile instantly froze, her hands instinctively clenching the hem of her skirt. Though she'd been streaming for 2.5 years, she'd never been cornered by reporters this close before she could almost smell the faint scent of electronic components from the microphone. Please maintain distance when asking questions. Judge Su is here to discuss game design. We've just concluded a professional exchange. Fang Yu suddenly shifted to block her, gently nudging the reporter back half an inch with his elbow. Just moments ago, Miss Su Yuan was smiling at your interview. This doesn't seem like a purely professional relationship, does it? The female reporter at the front pressed relentlessly. You're talking too much. Hearing this, Fang Yu's gaze grew icy as he fixed the reporter with a cold stare and spoke in a flat tone. The reporter felt a pang in her heart under his gaze, her grip on the microphone unconsciously loosening. The surrounding flashbulbs paused for half a second. No one had expected the newly crowned game director to be so direct, completely lacking the awkwardness of a rookie facing the media. Fang Yu didn't look at her again. His gaze swept over the dense crowd before him, his voice low yet piercing. Every scene in the Battle of Nanjing has its historical counterpart documented in the archives of China. To those who accuse us of fabricating history, I suggest you first visit the Jinling Museum. Better yet, take a look at your own ID card. Are you truly a citizen of China? He paused, then tapped the male reporter who had asked the initial question. As for inspiration? It came from a bullet-scarred monument I saw last year beneath the Jinling city walls. Besides, I'm better at playing my cards openly than hiding them. What about the Su Yuan host incident? Another reporter at the back tried to press further, but Fang Yu raised his hand to cut him off. Judge Su Yuan is here to discuss professional matters. The rules of the Huaxia Game Expo don't prohibit judges from discussing game design with contestants, do they? He sidestepped half a step, walking through the crowd of reporters without another word. Su Yuan peered out, watching Fang Yu's straight-backed figure. The earlier frustration suddenly dissipated, replaced by an unusual warmth. Oomph. At least you have a shred of conscience, you big-tailed wolf. Some persistent reporters still chased after Fang Yu. Media friends, please make way. Mr. Fang Yu has other commitments. Do not disturb the champion of our cross-century game production competition. The next second, security personnel from the China Game Expo Center finally pushed through the crowd, shouting as they maintained order. The reporters were held back half a step, yet their persistent questions continued to echo. But they were ultimately blocked by the Huaxia Game Expo Center security. Ha! What a coincidence! Security showed up the moment he stepped out. A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. He instinctively looked up and spotted Luo Chuan's figure on the floor opposite the production studio. Luo Chuan caught Fang Yu's gaze, waved at him, and offered a faint smile. I knew it, there's no such thing as so many coincidences in the world. Fang Yu waved back at Luo Chuan in gratitude. Chapter 135, Little Sister? China Game Expo Center, Lounge. What are your plans going forward? Where do you intend to go? Your gaming talent is truly the highest I've seen in all these years, including the academy. Luo Chuan flashed an encouraging smile as he looked at Fang Yu. This young man before him held the seed of a miracle. Perhaps he could truly make it happen at next year's Blue Star brainstorming competition. China hasn't made a mark in the Blue Star creative competition for ages. No grand ambitions, just start my own company, develop things I love, keep it simple. Fang Yu pursed his lips slightly and voiced his thoughts. So you won't be participating in other Chinese competitions anymore? That's such a shame. By the way, did you know there's an international competition called the Blue Star Creative Contest coming up in a year? I know about it, but I'm not sure if I'll enter. We'll see when the time comes. Fang Yu didn't give Luo Chuan a definite answer as he met his expectant gaze. When the time comes, if you have any ideas, feel free to come find me. I may be an old-timer, but I can still help you secure a spot. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Luo Chuan felt a pang of disappointment, but it quickly faded. It's good for young people to have their own ambitions. Back when I was your age, I was single-minded about creating something worthy of gaming history. And what happened? I ended up trapped within the rigid confines of competitions, becoming just another old-timer who only knows how to nitpick. Luo Chuan waved his hand, his face softening into a gentle smile once more. Who knows? After being tempered by the market, Fang Yu might just create a game that blows everyone's minds. Watching Fang Yu's fingers trace the rim of his teacup, Luo Chuan said no more. Exchanged a simple farewell, and left the lounge. Huaxia, Old Province, Gusu City. The moment Fang Yu stepped off the plane, he sensed something different. Over the lotus pond in humble administrator's garden, the 9-turn bridge meandered like faint ink strokes. While the bluish-gray pavilions were half hidden behind banana leaves. Dewdrops fell from the beast-shaped ornaments on the eaves, startling the koi and sending ripples of silver across the water. The scenery was indeed beautiful. It would have been even better if it weren't generated by a holographic projection, though the effect and realism were indistinguishable. But now there was a crucial problem: he seemed to be lost. Fragments of memory about his original family were too sparse, leaving him utterly unsure of which way to go. After a moment of silence, he noticed the virtual communicator in his hand. How could I have forgotten this? Address right, it's on my ID card. This car is a bit over the top, isn't it? Fang Yu stared at the vehicle, which could not only automatically adjust its shape and size but also fly. He froze for a moment. Is this what life in the future looks like? It's incredibly convenient. Rainwater glistened on the blue stone slabs. Between the white walls and black-tiled roofs on either side, the sound of a 3-stringed instrument drifted from wooden lattice windows, carried by a pink-tan performer. Observing the surroundings outside the vehicle, Fang Yu began contemplating the matter of starting a company. Ding! The virtual security lock on the precision electronic door unlocked. With a hint of curiosity, Fang Yu surveyed the living space of his original body. First to catch his eye were the 360-degree holographic screen and virtual reality helmet alongside a game immersion pod, which appeared to be designed for both sitting and reclining. It seemed the original owner not only enjoyed creating games but was also a dedicated gamer. This setup wasn't cheap. As Fang Yu stepped inside, all the lights automatically illuminated. The whooshing sound of the automatic air circulation system at the edge of the living room filled the air. And the pungent odor in the room quickly dissipated. Beep! A familiar knock sounded at the door. Not even giving me a break after I got home? Fang Yu covered his ears, realizing it wasn't an illusion, this was really pushing it. A quick glance through the electronic peephole revealed an unfamiliar figure in his line of sight. Lately, his luck had been pretty bad. He figured he needed to get out and about. Fang Yu ignored it completely. Late at night, it couldn't be anything good. Ding! The next second, the door swung open. Wah, big bro, you're finally back. You didn't even give a heads up about your business trip. Do you know how long you've been gone? A voice tinged with faint tears sounded, making Fang Yu frown. He looked toward the doorway, where a girl who appeared to be around 16 entered his field of vision. Her fingers clenched the doorframe until they turned white, strands of hair still dripping water. A few strands clinging to her neck, trembling slightly with each gentle rise and fall of her chest. As she moved, the sound of fine droplets echoed. Like a string of silver bells swaying softly by his ear. She raised her hand to wipe the rain from her face but sneezed first. Her wet lashes drooped like butterfly wings dusted with morning dew, and in the lamplight, they glowed with an amber-like sheen. Was this the younger sister of the original body? Fang Yu pieced together fragments of memory, finding a faint clue she seemed to be adopted by the family earlier, named Fang Yen. You don't know how to connect via virtual communication? Fang Yu asked directly. Bro, you're senile. I don't have a virtual communicator. Beep. The next second, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Fang Yu, I told you, I'll accompany you to register the company after the tournament ends. A familiar, magnetic older sister voice rang out from the doorway. Nanmu? Fang Yu felt his head was about to explode. Before he could speak, the drenched girl beside him flung the door open. Fang Yu, I recently conducted market research back at Yushinking and discovered that most of the popular games on the market right now are. You? Nanmu had intended to share the latest trends in the gaming market with Fang Yu, hoping to help him secure a quick fortune after registering the company. But the moment she opened the door and saw him standing with a drenched girl, her expression shifted instantly. Her gaze swept over the girl's dripping hair and then over Fang Yu. The words on the tip of her tongue froze. Who are you? Her voice dropped 2 octaves from when she knocked, the trailing note tinged with barely perceptible irritation. You show up at my place late at night and question who I am? Fang Yen saw Nanmu annoyed expression and didn't hold back, firing back immediately. Isn't this Fang Yu's home? How did it become yours? Have you no shame? This is Fang Yu's home, and it's also my home. Is there a problem with that? Fang Yen fumed inwardly. Was this woman crazy? Even if she was pretty, she shouldn't be this unreasonable. Nanmu face drained of color. The words, this is Fang Yu's home and mine too, instantly drained her of all strength. So Fang Yu was already married? Nanmu knuckles turned white as she clutched the virtual research report. The light cast a cold, shimmering chill across her face like shattered ice. Her gaze fell upon the silver pendant around Fang Yen's neck, the same style as Fang Yu's, and her suspicions only deepened. What had all her efforts meant then? She stabbed herself in the heart with that thought. Enough already! Will you two ever stop? Chapter 136, Misunderstanding. Huaxia, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Then what about all the effort I've put in all this time? Nanmu sneered inwardly, a sharp pang of pain making her clench her fists. Seriously, will you two ever stop? Don't you see what time it is? Fang Yu covered his ears, watching the two people bickering at the door. It's clearly this woman who's being unreasonable. Showing up at our place late at night, accusing me of being someone else. I'm so scared. Fang Yan watched her brother, who had always doted on her, now demanding she stop. Her temper flared instantly. Where on earth did this woman at the door come from? But she couldn't be too aggressive now, she needed to retreat to advance. So she played her most effective card, feigning fragility. Her brother always fell for this act. Watching the girl flirting with Fang Yu, Nanmu felt her heart sink to the bottom. Coming here today was such bad luck. She glanced one last time at the virtual project test results in her hand, bit her lip, and prepared to leave through the doorway. Brother, I really feel like you've changed. You weren't like this before. Are you rejecting me? Fang Yen's fingers whitened as she gripped her shirt hem. Her eyelids drooped low, long lashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. Trembling like frightened butterfly wings. Her voice dripped with hurt. Brother? Nanmu movement toward the door halted abruptly. Had he misheard? Can you stop pretending? Fang Yen, listen to yourself, what kind of nonsense is this? As the fragments of memory reassembled, Fang Yu finally understood just how cunning his sister before him truly was. In front of outsiders, her speech always carried a timid, trailing tone that made people instinctively want to protect her. But only those who truly knew her understood how much intricate scheming lay hidden behind those seemingly innocent almond-shaped eyes. And the original owner fell for it hook, line, and sinker. No wonder he remained single his entire life. What's my brother talking about? I don't understand.
Fang Yan tapped her finger against her cheek, tilted her head, and feigned incomprehension.
Fang Yu, is this your sister? Why haven't I heard you mention her before?
Nan Muyuan, who had finally come to her senses, leaned against the doorway, watching Fang Yu with a hint of curiosity.
Aren't you going to change your clothes? You're sick and already acting like you're dying.
Fang Yu glanced at Fang Yan, whose eyes were practically glued to him.
Bro, who is she? You go on a business trip and come back with a girlfriend? Fang Yan remained completely unfazed, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Yu. None of your business. Mind your own affairs. I have important matters to discuss now. Oomph. You forget your little sister the moment someone else shows up.
Facing Fang Yu's unwavering gaze, Fang Yan muttered discontentedly, turning back every few steps as she made her way to her room.
How come one business trip and you bring back such a gorgeous woman? Has spring finally come for my brother? No, wait. Given his honest nature, he couldn't have been tricked, could he? That must be it. An honest guy like my brother wouldn't have such a beautiful woman seeking him out. She must be a con artist. And he's got a history. He'd been swindled out of several months' wages by a colleague playing the victim, then waved it off and told the other person not to worry about paying it back. Fang Yan pondered as she walked, eventually arriving at a firm conclusion: this woman is a con artist.
The thought of his brother being swindled out of his fortune by some wicked woman, leaving him to sleep on the streets, sent a shiver down Fang Yan's spine.
No way. I can't just hand over the money. I need to hear what they're talking about.
Fang Yu, I'm here to explain the preliminary preparations and precautions for launching an entertainment company. And of course, our Yushin King exclusive market heat in-game analysis. Nan Muyuan sat on a floating chair in the living room, her wasp-like waist curved lazily, long legs crossed. Her black satin blouse unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, a silver chain at her collarbone swaying lightly with each breath. Her eyes met Fang Yu's, pupils like black obsidian dipped in ice water. Thank you, Director Nan, for taking time out of your busy schedule to share your expertise. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Gratitude flickered in Fang Yu's eyes. A true ally had emerged on his entrepreneurial journey. First, regarding the company name and registered address, I recommend crafting a name that is distinctive, memorable, and aligned with the gaming industry's characteristics, while avoiding duplication or similarity with existing companies. Nan Mu's fingers tapped the armrest of the floating chair as she began explaining the relevant knowledge to Fang Yu. I already thought of the name during the competition. It'll be called Huanyu Entertainment Company. And will temporarily register the address in Gusu. Other locations are too far and inconvenient. Inconvenient? Then why not come to the capital? There's a vacant 20-story building right next to our Yushin King headquarters. Plus, if you move here, we can easily exchange game development insights daily. Nan Muyuan licked her lips, her sharp almond eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Fang Yu. Thud. Inside the bedroom, Fang Yan's knuckles tightened around the doorknob, emitting a dull thud. She'd hoped to hear what sweet talk this woman was using, only to discover she was trying to lure her brother into starting a company and moving to the capital city. And it was hard to imagine what awaited her brother in the capital. Would they even try to rip him off? Panic surged through Fang Yan. No way. Once this woman left, she'd drag her brother back no matter what. The capital? That's too far. I'd be completely unfamiliar with the place. It's just not practical. Worried about who'll look after your sister? Don't worry, just bring her along. I can arrange the best school for her. She's irrelevant. We'll deal with that after we're established. Right, once we decide on the company name, we'll need to register it. You know the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, right? Go there to file the registration. Plus, you'll need to define the company's scope of operations, equity structure, shareholder rights and obligations, corporate governance framework, profit distribution, and more. I have a template here you can review. Hearing Fang Yu's uncompromising tone, Nan Muyuan didn't press further and steered the conversation back to establishing the company. Phew. Hearing her brother reject that wicked woman's proposal, Fang Yan exhaled deeply. His brother wasn't as clueless as he'd imagined. Next came the various business licenses and permits, along with the company seal and such. Of course, if you come to the capital, I'll have all this ready for you in advance. You just need to focus on game development. Thud. Fang Yan's knuckles tightened around the doorknob once more. That wicked woman still hasn't given up. No, I have to get out of here. Fang Yu, is there something wrong with your bedroom door? It made a noise earlier, and now it's happening again. Nan Muyuan's willow brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Brother, don't let that wicked woman fool you. Chapter 137, Preparing to Register the Company. Huaxia Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Fang Yu, is there something wrong with your bedroom door? It just made a noise earlier, and now it's happening again. Nan Muyuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. Brother, don't let this wicked woman deceive you. Hearing Nan Muyuan, whose thieving heart refused to die, still urging her brother to go to the capital, Fang Yan became even more certain this woman was a fraud. Ignore her. Continue.
Fang Yu glanced at Fang Yan, paying her words no mind whatsoever. Brother, you can't go to the capital. Are you abandoning me? And you really need to be careful with a woman of dubious origin like this. Don't end up losing a kidney and counting her money for her. Fang Yan resumed her delicate act, nuzzling her cheek against Fang Yu's arm. Her hair brushed his wrist like a kitten kneading. Her lashes fluttered downward, yet her nose wrinkled slightly. Her voice trailed off in a sticky, drawn-out tone as her fingertips curled around his sleeve, unconsciously rubbing against the fabric. A woman of unknown origin? Nan Muyuan watched the girl nestled in Fang Yu's embrace, her willow brows furrowing fiercely. Fang Yu, didn't you tell her who I am? Oomph. Your identity is a fraud I saw through you long ago. Brother, don't believe her. A woman this beautiful is clearly beyond your grasp. A fraud? I'm the game director of Yushinking. Nan Muyuan couldn't hold back any longer, her voice icy as she spoke. What is Yushinking? I don't understand. Brother, say something. Fang Yan suddenly tiptoed and leaned against Fang Yu's shoulder, her hair brushing his jaw as she swayed gently. Her voice sweet to the point of cloying. Brother, don't believe her. Her breath brushed his neck as she spoke, mingled with the faint citrus scent of her hair. Go back to your room. Adults are talking. Children should keep quiet. Hearing such saccharine tones sent goosebumps crawling across Fang Yu's skin. He pushed the head off his shoulder, tapping her forehead with his knuckles. A crisp sound rang out. Fang Yan yelped, clutching her forehead. Her eyes instantly reddening like waterlogged cherries. Tears rolled 3 times along her lashes before plopping onto Fang Yu's hand. Bro! You actually scolded me for that woman. I have something important to do right now? Don't bother me. No! Fang Yan glared at Fang Yu through tear-filled almond eyes. If Director Fang can't even manage his own sister, personnel management and allocation at the company will surely become a nightmare. Nan Muyuan rose from the floating chair and stretched lazily. Then suddenly curved her lips at the farce unfolding before her. Her fingertips toyed with the silver fox pendant around her neck. The trailing note carried a hint of mockery. You should keep your mouth shut too. Fang Yu felt a headache coming on. Why was his sister so clingy at this age? Shouldn't she just treat him like a walking ATM? She might even block his contact info. Just telling it like it is. Nan Muyuan raised an eyebrow as she approached Fang Yu, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. She stopped before Fang Yan, bent down, and lifted the girl's chin with her fingertips. Yushinking is China's second-ranked gaming company now, wait, soon to be number 1. Seriously, you've never heard of it? A magnetic, sultry voice rang out. Fang Yan watched Nan Muyuan's teasing movements, her ears flushing a delicate pink as her face turned as red as an apple. I really didn't. Fang Yan began to stammer incoherently, casting a pleading glance toward Fang Yu. Let me put it this way, have you been playing Unicorn Love lately? Hearing Fang Yu mention her favorite dating sim, Fang Yan nodded like a chick pecking at grain. It can't be their company's product, can it? A flicker of hope crossed Fang Yan's eyes. Nope. The company behind Unicorn Love is just a small fry under our umbrella. Nan Muyuan's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible mockery. Ha? But why should I believe you? Just watch. Nan Muyuan couldn't be bothered with small talk. He pulled out his virtual communicator and typed Nan Muyuan into the search bar. Then shifted the camera to Fang Yan. Seeing the words outstanding trainee of Huaxia Game Production Center and game director of Yushinking, Huaxia's second-ranked game company. Fang Yan's Adam's apple twitched slightly and she fell silent. Never mind the game company, she'd at least heard of the prestigious Huaxia Game Production Center. Fang Yu seized the moment to push her toward the bedroom. Got it now? Just stay put. Got it. Be gentle. Fang Yan entered the bedroom with a look of hurt. Alright, let's get back to discussing company matters. As he spoke, Fang Yu silently resolved to find a way to change Fang Yan's temperament. You know what market research is, right? It's about gaining deep insights into the scale of the gaming market, its growth trends, competitive landscape, and so on. I know a bit about it. It involves using professional market reports, industry data platforms, and field research. Analyzing current popular game genres, target demographics, and their preferences. Not bad. Seems you've been studying lately. But you missed the most crucial part, conducting a comprehensive analysis of competing game products in the market. Comparing them across multiple dimensions like gameplay, graphics quality, user experience, and operational strategies. To identify our own strengths and points of differentiation. Nan Muyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. As expected of someone she'd taken notice of your learning ability is quite impressive. Anything else to add? Absolutely. Market research and business plans are just fluff. The most crucial step is building the core team. After all, plans and research are static, they can be adjusted in real time based on market feedback. Employees are the heart of any company. You should know how crucial reliable staff are to a business. Nan Muyuan chuckled. I know that well, I'm the game director, after all. I understand what truly matters. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. If you run into any roadblocks during company registration, feel free to reach out to me. Nan Muyuan rose from the floating chair, preparing to leave. Oh, and there's something I feel I should mention to you. Namu Yuan turned back abruptly at the doorway. What is it? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. Anything else? I know everything about your previous company. Do you need my help? The gentle expression in Nan Muyuan's almond-shaped eyes vanished, gradually turning cold. My former company? Fang Yu pondered briefly, piecing it together. Most likely, it involved the theft of the original owner's labor achievements. I'll handle this myself. I don't have time to deal with them right now. I knew you'd say that. I won't help you directly, but I'll definitely help you indirectly. I have all the financial irregularities and copyright disputes from Tuoyu Games over the years. But that's beside the point. Take this chip first, it'll surprise you. Nan Muyuan pulled a pale blue electronic chip from his pocket, seemingly unremarkable. Chapter 138 Encouragement Award? 1 Li. Huaxia, Sanzhou Province, Gusa City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. A chip? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face as he studied the pale blue electronic chip in Nan Muyuan's hand. Does it have any special functions? This chip is cutting-edge tech I had custom-made at Huaxia Game Development Center. Capable of perfectly identifying the source code, production date, and even the production location of any game. I originally intended to handle this matter directly for you. But considering your personality, I figured you'd refuse. So I'll just give you a simple tool instead. What you once lost, I'll help you reclaim. You're not allowed to refuse me. Nan Muyuan flashed Fang Yu a smile. How did you find out about my company? I wanted you to join our company before, so I pulled some strings and did a little digging. I completely forgot to tell you, please accept my apologies here. I'm truly sorry. But I promise I didn't investigate anything else about you, otherwise I wouldn't have known you have a sister. It's fine. After all, you've already helped me so much. Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Company matters were trivial. Alright, I'll head out now. Tomorrow. Oh, and could I borrow your virtual communicator? Contact info, you mean? Yeah, or jot down mine. Make sure to reach out tomorrow. Bro, spill the beans. How did you meet such an amazing sister? Did you pull some shady tricks? Fang Yan watched Nan Muyuan leave and couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. The moment Nan Muyuan stepped out the door, she dashed out of her bedroom. I'm the champion of this cross-century game development competition. Fang Yu stared at her expressionlessly. Ha? Game development competition? I don't buy it. Some no-name contest and you won first place? Fang Yan's face twisted in disbelief, her slightly narrowed almond eyes flashing a hint of mockery. Fang Yu glanced at the trophy displayed in the entryway, said nothing more, and turned toward his own bedroom. He really did win a trophy. It can't be a consolation prize, can it? Fang Yan muttered under her breath, her almond-shaped eyes flickering with confusion. As Fang Yu turned toward his bedroom, his waist buckled, nearly sending him tumbling to the floor. Fang Yan, I really don't have time to mess around with you. Go back to your own bedroom. Oomph. You cheapskate. It was just a joke, why get so mad? Put. Another knock interrupted Fang Yan and Fang Yu's exchange. Ha? Sis, did you forget something? Before Fang Yu could respond, Fang Yan skipped over to open the door. Ha? Who are you? The woman at the door, who looked to be around 30, startled Fang Yan. Fine lines at the corners of her eyes, like cotton threads softened by sunlight, added a touch of charm. Pearl studs dangled from her earlobes, catching the light with a delicate shimmer. Dressed in a beige cashmere sweater that made her appear like a faint ink wash landscape painting. Her clear eyes gazed at Fang Yan with a gentle, water-like tenderness that made her feel slightly uneasy. I'm 1 Li. Does Fang Yu live here? Fang Yan whipped her head around, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing menacingly at Fang Yu. The next second, Wen Li spotted Fang Yu inside the house. A signature gentle smile graced her intelligent, mature face. Fang Yan rushed over to Fang Yu in a most unladylike manner, leaning close to whisper in his ear. I mean, if you just asked that lady earlier, fine, she's pretty and classy, I wouldn't have said anything. But what's with this woman? I could tell at a glance she has that married woman vibe, you know, what they call online, that married woman aura? You didn't hook up with someone else's wife, did you? Bro, you're making me feel like a stranger. Now she's come knocking, let's see how you handle this. Fang Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Why did his sister have to be so dramatic? This is Wen Li, vice president of Fengyun Games, China's third-ranked game company. Stop guessing. Are you sure you're participating in a game development competition and not some other nonsense? Otherwise, how would you know so many rich and powerful women? You haven't fallen from grace, have you? Don't you know how prestigious this championship title is? Look it up online yourself. And the equipment to experience my game's quality is already set up, just try it out. Fang Yu felt like he must have committed some terrible sin in a past life to deserve a sister like this. But to Wen Li, this scene looked entirely different. She saw a high school-aged girl glaring angrily at Fang Yu, then the two began whispering and caressing each other. It seemed she'd arrived at the wrong moment. But after living 30 years, what kind of scene hadn't she seen? Wenli raised her hand to gently press the pearl stud in her earlobe, her smile still gentle. Seems I arrived at an awkward moment. Fang Yu, you have quite the eye. When did you start dating? The young lady is quite pretty. Girlfriend? Fang Yu frowned, turning to Wenli. That's my sister, Fang Yan. She's always so impulsive, don't mind her. Fang Yu frowned and addressed Wenli. What brings you here, Mr. Wen? Aren't you starting a company? After thinking it over these past days, I realized I could offer some advice and help, so I came. What? Not happy to see me? You didn't say that the other night. Wenli instinctively adopted a tearful expression, sending shivers down Fang Yu's spine. You beast. Shameless. Fang Yan hissed venomously into Fang Yu's ear. Ms. Wen, are you referring to the final round of the competition when many game companies came to propose terms? There were quite a few people there, and I didn't catch everything clearly. Next time, please be more specific. Fang Yu stared at Fang Yan expressionlessly. Fang Yan dared not meet his gaze and left in a huff. Wenli watched Fang Yan enter her bedroom, then began approaching Fang Yu. Her gaze casually swept over the trophy in the entryway, causing her footsteps to pause slightly. The crystal base reflected the light, casting a cold, sharp glow. The engraved words Grand Prize, Cross-Century Game Production Competition were clearly visible on the cup. The quality of this trophy is higher than I imagined. By the way, should we discuss company matters in detail in your bedroom? Wenli's gaze flowed over the pebbles like warm water, yet beneath its softness seemed to lurk a hint of something else. Let's just talk here. Actually, I know quite a bit about company matters myself. Did Nan Muyuan come looking for you earlier? Did you run into her? No, but your living room smells like her lavender perfume. Couldn't it be someone else wearing the same perfume? At this hour, I can't imagine anyone else coming to see you except her. It can't be such a coincidence. Mr. Wen is sharp as a tack. Director Nan did come by after all. I'm not very familiar with company registration procedures. When it comes to company registration, I know more than she does. Wenli suddenly leaned close to Fang Yu's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. Chapter 139, 2 people? 3 people. Huaxia, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. When it comes to company registration, I know more than she does. Wenli leaned close to Fang Yu's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. Well, it's just unfortunate timing, Ms. Wen. I've already made plans with Director Nan to register the company together tomorrow. I appreciate your offer, though. Having one more person won't make much difference, right? What do you think? After all, there are some aspects Nan Muyuan might not understand as well as I do. Or is it that Director Fang now President Fang fears she'll get upset if I tag along? Wenli remained unflappable, her gaze still gentle as she looked at Fang Yu. That's hardly the case. An extra pair of hands is always helpful, especially since you two truly know this field better. Alright then. Here's my virtual communicator contact information. Jot it down, I'll reach out to you when needed. Wenli took a pale blue virtual communicator from her pocket. The next day arrived. Bro, what kind of game is this? It's making me cry. Fang Yu was about to drift back to sleep when he was jolted awake by the sound of someone sobbing uncontrollably. After a moment, Fang Yan, her eyes red and swollen, looked up at Fang Yu as he emerged from the bedroom. I told you this won first place in the game development contest. Why didn't you believe me? Not so cocky now, huh? Fang Yu rubbed his sleepy brain and replied flatly. Did you cheat? I played your games before, none of them were this good. Fang Yan's almond-shaped eyes flashed with disbelief. You believe it now? Wait, why didn't you go to school today? It's the weekend. You're really losing your mind. Beep. Fang Yu, who had just finished washing up, heard the sound of his virtual communicator. Mr. Fang, I'm downstairs at your residence. Would you like me to bring you breakfast? A gentle, intelligent voice rang out. So fast. Hold on a moment. No need for breakfast, I usually skip it. But that won't do. Stomach issues are troublesome. I brought you some pan-fried dumplings. Alright, thank you, Ms. Wen. I'll be down after I get dressed. Brother, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Fang Yan's tone shifted instantly as she looked at Fang Yu with pitiful almond-shaped eyes. Why would you want to go to a company registration? Just stay home and study. Oomph. You cheapskate. Hearing Fang Yu's tone that brooked no argument, Fang Yan pouted. Oh well, she'd expected this outcome anyway. Perfect opportunity to test his latest creation. Mr. Fang, this outfit suits you well. You look much more handsome and mature. Wenli, carrying a small bag of pan-fried buns, glanced at Fang Yu in his suit and felt a flicker of admiration. Fang Yu's lean, straight frame paired with his clean-cut, sharply defined features made him the perfect fit for a suit. You flatter me, Ms. Wen. It's just an ordinary suit. Beep. The sound of a virtual communication connection interrupted their conversation. Director Nan? Have you arrived? I arrived quite early, but got lost for half an hour buying breakfast. But none of that matters. Fang Yu, first explain who that extra person beside you is. Ha? Fang Yu froze at the question, then spotted a figure about 100 meters ahead holding a virtual communicator. A high black ponytail hung over her shoulder. Her left ring finger curled around a greaseproof paper bag, while her right hand held the virtual communicator pressed to her ear. Her almond-shaped eyes blazed like tempered steel, cold porcelain-like gleaming as she fixed him with an unyielding stare, watching him draw nearer. Tap. 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 As she drew nearer, the sesame aroma of crab shell buns mingled with the sweet bean paste scent of plum blossom cakes drifted toward him. Explain this, Fang Yu. Why is Wenli here? Last night, you didn't mention an extra person would be coming. Nan Muyuan's icy gaze swept between Fang Yu and Wenli. Director Nan, if I recall correctly, this isn't a property owned by your Yushinking group. Why shouldn't I be here? Before Fang Yu could respond, Wenli cut Nan Muyuan off. TSK. That's putting it rather strongly, Ms. 1. While this place isn't owned by Yushinking, I do mind having an extra person around when I'm getting things done. Nan Muyuan, already possessing a strong personality, refused to back down now that someone important to her was present. One might think Director Nan was handling some private business, going to such lengths to avoid others. Alright, everyone calm down. It's just registering a company. More people mean more ideas, there's really no need for this. Shut up. Both spoke to Fang Yu at the same time. Oh, right, Fang Yu, you still haven't explained why Wenli is here. She came over after you left last night to discuss company matters with me. That's it? A hint of suspicion flashed across Nan Muyuan's face. Actually, we did everything we should and shouldn't have done last night. Wenli's lips curled into a sly smile, utterly unfazed by the growing flames. Wenli. You really have no shame, you'll say anything. You two really have to stop. How did you even find out my home address? I didn't even pursue it, and now this? Never ending? Ahem. Nan Muyuan and Wenli exchanged a bright smile, pretending not to hear Fang Yu's words. If we don't hurry, the company registration office will close. Fang Yu shot them a glance before turning and walking away. Nan Muyuan and Wenli exchanged a glance, neither willing to be left behind. They followed one after the other. Steam from the pan-fried buns wafted through the oil paper bag, mingling with the sweet scent of plum blossom cakes as it swirled in the morning breeze. Fang Yu, why don't you grab something to eat first? It'll get cold soon. Nan Muyuan quickened her pace, extending the breakfast she'd gone to great lengths to buy toward Fang Yu. Pan-fried dumplings are the breakfast staple, eat mine. Wenli wasn't about to be outdone. The plum blossom cake and pan-fried dumplings nearly touched Fang Yu's face. I'm not hungry this morning. Let's just get down to business first. Fang Yu hurried away, but the whispers of the two women behind him filled his ears. Mr. Wen, at your age, competing with me for someone is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Director Nan, haven't you heard the saying, marry a woman 3 years older and you'll have a gold brick? Fang Yu is a much better match for me. She's already more than 3 years older than you. Then it doesn't matter if she's a few years older. The robot guide in the registration hall had just finished scanning Fang Yu's identity information, when two electronic cards were thrust toward it almost simultaneously, blocking its lens. I optimized the company charter overnight, adding provisions for virtual asset rights confirmation. Wenli spoke first. I prepared 3 models for the equity distribution plan, complete with tax calculation sheets. Nan Muyuan immediately projected the data from her light brain. Fang Yu gazed at the floating electronic cards and suddenly noticed even the robotic guide's electronic eyes flickering, as if it were watching the spectacle. Chapter 140, Build Reputation First. Finally over. Seeing the company registration completion notice, Fang Yu exhaled deeply. TSK. Mr. Wen's equity distribution model still needs improvement. I actually found several loopholes. The moment the results were out, Nan Muyuan and Wenli were already trading barbs. Setting aside whether those loopholes were minor issues, didn't Director Nan's draft of the company bylaws also contain several errors? Minor issues? These loopholes will be a real headache to fix later. Director Nan, you're overreacting. Compared to these, the errors in the articles are the real headache. You wouldn't want Fang Yu to despise you for life after discovering these mistakes, would you? You two have been arguing this whole time, aren't you tired? Fang Yu watched the two of them, unable to stay quiet for even a minute, and spoke up calmly. President Fang has arrived. How did things go? Wenli flashed her signature gentle smile upon seeing Fang Yu emerge. Everything's registered. Now we're all set, just waiting for the right moment. I spent the entire night picking the address. Pretty good, right? Fang Yu, aren't you going to thank me? Thank you for your hard work, Director Nan. It is indeed excellent, especially since it's so close to my home. A flash of satisfaction flickered across Nan Muyuan's sharp, almond-shaped eyes. You know my eye for detail. By the way, Fang Yu, your new company urgently needs a game to build its reputation. You could leverage the game from the development competition, get media and streamers to hype it up. I can leverage Yushinking's resources to help promote it. As for streamers, though I'd rather not name names, she definitely generates the most buzz. You mean Su Yuan? Exactly, that little potato.
Hard as it is to admit, when it comes to buzz, Su Yuan is truly top tier.
How could President Fang forget about me? I worked overtime yesterday crafting that equity distribution model for you. Couldn't you show a little appreciation? A flicker of hurt crossed Wen Li's gentle, watery eyes as she adopted a pitifully vulnerable expression. TSK. How old are you, still playing the victim here? A trace of disdain flickered in Nan Muyuan's eyes. Ahem, Vice President Wen has worked hard too. What kind of acknowledgement would you like? How about I treat you all to lunch today?
Fang Yu trotted out the standard hospitality routine from his past life.
Dinner? How boring. Why not come over tonight to keep me company instead? Wen Li's gentle, water-like eyes took on a meaningful glint.
Wen Li, you're nearly 30 and still unmarried.
Now you've lost all dignity? How could you say such things? What's that? Director Nan's jealous? You can come too, I don't mind. You think everyone's as shameless as you.
Nan Muyuan retorted to Wen Li, her face flushing with embarrassment.
Though she possessed extraordinary talent in game development and company management,
she was completely inexperienced in matters of the heart, having never met someone who truly captured her heart.
TSK, Director Nan hasn't even been in love before? Why all the fuss? You think everyone's as loose as you are? Director Nan, that's a serious accusation. How could someone who's never even been married be so casual? It's just a natural reaction when you meet someone you like. Beep.
The sound of a virtual communicator interrupted Fang Yu just as he was about to speak.
Nan Muyuan and Wen Li also paused their argument upon hearing the sound. Fang Yu, you heartless jerk, you big-tailed wolf. How long has it been since the competition that you didn't even think to contact me?
A soft, slightly annoyed yet adorable voice came through the virtual communicator.
Fang Yu instinctively glanced at the date displayed on the virtual communicator. It's been less than 3 days. What's gotten into you? Besides, I don't even have your contact info.
Fang Yu felt his head spinning. As if the two bickering beside him weren't enough, now a third voice was coming through the virtual communicator.
What a nightmare. Why didn't you ask me for it right after the finals?
You heartless jerk. You're a judge at a major competition.
What would I need your contact info for? To have you rig the results? Besides, didn't you have my contact info? Do you have any idea how long it took me to track down your number? And you have the nerve to say that? Ugh. Alright, stop pretending to cry. What do you actually want? I just want to chat with you. Is that so hard? Su Yuan's voice sounded aggrieved. I'm busy with company matters right now. I've saved your contact info. Can I reach out when I have time later? Oomph. Got it. You go ahead and focus on work.
If you need any help, remember to reach out.
TSK. Talk about speaking of the devil. Who knew this little potato would fall for you too, Fang Yu? Your charm is truly irresistible. Nan Muyuan's jealous tone echoed behind Fang Yu. President Fang is so unreasonable. We're already here, yet he's still not satisfied? Still chasing after other women. Wen Li started adding fuel to the fire. Both of you, cut it out. My head's about to explode these past couple days.
You're the vice president of China's third largest gaming company.
And the director of China's second largest game company. Can't you two at least maintain your image? It's just a title, what's there to be mindful of?
It's all because President Fang is too outstanding. My heart races every time I see you.
Capital City, 16th floor, Soft Candy Entertainment. Oomph. That deadbeat Fang Yu, ungrateful jerk, forgot all about me the moment the tournament ended.
Su Yuan bit her lip, a hint of hurt flitting across her rosy cheeks as her watery almond eyes lingered on the virtual communicator she'd just hung up.
Su Bao, is tonight's 8 p.m. livestream still happening?
Watching Su Yuan's pouting face, the live stream assistant beside her trembled as she spoke.
This girl is Soft Candy Entertainment's live streaming star. Anyone who crosses her won't see tomorrow's sun. No broadcast. Oomph. I'm not feeling well today, taking a day off. Got it, I'll post the announcement immediately. Xing, can I ask you a question?
Chen Yuqing, who was about to send out an announcement, paused.
As Su Yuan's assistant, her daily workload was quite demanding. What is it, Su Bao? For some reason, she had a bad feeling about this. If I were to switch jobs, would you support me? Woo woo.
The moment Chen Yuqing heard the first half of that sentence, it felt like the sky was falling. She then covered Su Yuan's mouth faster than lightning.
Good heavens, do you realize what you're saying? Are you out of your mind? Let go of me first. It's just changing jobs, what's the big deal? Su Yuan stared at Chen Yuqing's exaggerated expression and retorted. It's just changing jobs? You've got some nerve saying that. Do you have any idea how much the company invested in training you?
And building a top-tier streamer like you requires perfect timing, favorable conditions, and the right people. Not a single element can be missing.
You just say you're leaving and that's it? Did someone slip you some kind of mind-altering potion?
Chen Yuqing stared at Su Yuan with a look of panic.
No, I just feel a bit bored. Chapter 141, a certain company's new product. No, I just feel a bit bored with it all. A bit tired of it? Shen Yuqing nearly choked on her own blood upon hearing those words. For heaven's sake, do you even realize how many years' worth of salary your daily earnings represent? Besides, you won't get such a high salary if you switch jobs. I don't care, I'm just feeling a bit jaded here. I want to go somewhere else. Lady, keep your mouth shut. If management hears this, they'll kill me. Shen Yuqing pressed her palms together in supplication towards Su Yuan, begging her to spare her. Loose Pak Province, a restaurant in Gusu City. So, Fang Yu, have you made up your mind? Launching a new game now could make us famous. Yeah, I happen to have the resources. Nan Muyuan held a glass of red wine, her gaze fixed on Fang Yu with a hint of anticipation. She seemed slightly tipsy, her fingers unconsciously curling around the stem of the glass. The crimson liquid spilled over the rim, staining her wrist with a small droplet. Her usually firm jawline softened, the corners of her eyes flushed with a rosy glow. Her words drawn out with a sticky, breathy quality that sounded almost like coaxing. Alright, then let's start with the opening battle at Chunhua Town and the bloody fight at Guanghua Gate. I'll rush the other battles once the company is established. Fang Yu gently steadied her swaying form. Your entry for the cross-century game development competition is now ready for copyright registration. We'll release it under your company's name and I'll handle the promotion. We've reserved a prime spot for you in the featured section of our Feng Yun Games website. Fang Yu, remember to contact me when you release the game. Wan Li gazed at Fang Yu with a gentle smile. Alright, after this meal, I'll submit the game to the review center first. Oh, and Ms. Wan, Director Nan seems a bit tipsy, please bear with him. Don't worry, I know the difference between jokes and serious matters. She's staying with me tonight. And I've already booked tomorrow's flight. Drunk? I'm not drunk. Fang Yu, you bastard, what are you talking about? China, Imperial Capital, Game Release Review Center. Seriously, dude? Releasing games this late? Hope it's not some pay-to-win garbage. Or don't blame me for holding you up for days, I'm already in a bad mood from overtime. The reviewer at his desk frowned at the unexpected late-night game submission. Huan Yu Entertainment Company? Damn it, did they submit this to the wrong place? An entertainment company should stick to film and music. Why are you meddling in games? Is this even the right place for you? What's up? Another weird game? Release it so we can have a laugh. Colleagues peered over from both sides. An entertainment company I've never even heard of is releasing a game? That's hilarious. And it shows the production time is less than 24 hours? Come on, you guys who've never had a taste of the good life, give it a shot. He casually tapped the game and a bold title caught his eye, Jinling Defense. Whoa, guys, this is a hidden gem. It's actually the champion title from the cross-century game development competition, the Defense of Jinling. Seriously impressive, huh? The next second, the first reviewer's face contorted into an exaggerated expression as he shouted in shock to those around him. This is hilarious, bro. You don't seriously think copying the champion's name will make your game go viral, do you? I hate these small companies riding on others' coattails. Instead of improving themselves, just pulling these cheap tricks to siphon black traffic. Honestly, let's just hold him back for a few days, give him time to reflect. Whatever, let's click it open. It's late and boring anyway, might as well get some laughs. What else is there to say? Strap on that virtual helmet and see how tonight's pig feed tastes. Our forebears paid with blood and lives for this land and its peace, yet so many have forgotten them now. If history were to repeat itself, what would you do? After watching the CG, the entire team of reviewers suddenly fell silent. The night air was deathly quiet. The blood-soaked CG video transported them back to that era, erasing all traces of their usual grins. This little company's work is pretty impressive, though it kinda feels similar to the champion's entry. Probably borrowed the opening sequence. Speaking of which, I've been working overtime lately and haven't had time to play the entries in the cross-century game creation contest. Who hasn't? I only caught a bit of the livestream. Once this busy period ends, I'll dive in properly. Gotta admit, the scene design is pretty impressive. Let's dive in and try it out. They actually have a hell difficulty option? I always play on hard mode, guys, pick hell. Boom. Pft, pft. Countless shells and bullets rain down like hailstones from afar, mercilessly shattering their bodies. Damn it, my arm's broken. It hurts so bad. This is 100% pain simulation, right? Did I just time travel? These shells, this ground shaking. I want to go home. I want to go home. I quit. I'm sorry, it hurts too much. Help me. I can't see. Save me. But there seemed to be no one around. All I could hear was my own breath growing shorter and shorter, my consciousness fading. A line of blood-red text appeared. 1U19171937. Lihao 191911937. Do you wish to rejoin the battle and return to that year's history? Huff. Cold sweat seeped through the virtual helmet. The blood-red text on the main display pulsed like fresh plasma, throbbing in the darkness. Nothing but the sound of breaths rising and falling filled the review office. Damn it, did they rip this sound effect from some old archive recording? Holy, I feel like I'm back in that year. Is this pain simulation really only 50%? My arm feels like it's actually broken.
The scene design and details are absolutely top-tier work.
I feel like it even surpasses Tianqing and Ranching. Could it be that the top 2 production academies in China are out here fishing for talent?
The 3 who disconnected their virtual helmets snapped back to reality, their expressions incredibly complex. This time, it seemed they truly hit a brick wall.
You guys, is it possible that the game we're testing right now is the champion entry from the cross-century game development competition? Capital City, Soft Candy Entertainment Company, 16th floor. Damn Fang Yu, what happened to contacting me?
I've been waiting here the whole time, you heartless jerk. Su Yuan stared at the silent virtual communicator, her pout stretching into a long line. Su Bao, there's a new game coming to the livestream tomorrow.
Want to play?
Word is it's a double recommended product from King and Feng Yun Games.
It must be super fun. No thanks. I'm not in the mood right now. Probably won't be tomorrow either. Chapter 142, Zhang Yue. Imperial Capital, 16th floor of Soft Candy Entertainment.
This is a double recommended work by King and Feng Yun Games.
They've even shelled out a hefty sum for promotion. Su Bao, you really should give it a try. Otherwise, the boss might get upset.
Offending 2 top-tier game development companies at once could really cause trouble. Shen Yuqing pleaded with a hint of desperation in her voice. As an assistant, the pressure from both sides was pushing him to his limit.
I never said I wouldn't play it.
I'm just feeling under the weather these past couple of days. Tell them to wait a bit longer. Su Yuan's temper flared, and she refused to acknowledge anyone, stubbornly sticking to her refusal.
Oh. Who's upset our Miss Su now?
Tell your big sister, and I'll take care of it for you.
A woman in a black trench coat and knee-high boots slowly entered from the office doorway.
Her leather belt cinched a slender waist, the metal buckle gleaming coldly under the lights. The crisp clack of her boot heels against the floor echoed like a pendulum, even the air around her carrying a touch of icy, commanding presence.
Sis Weiwei, you're finally here. Please help me reason with Su Bao, she's been acting terribly off lately.
Seeing that poised, commanding figure at the doorway, Shen Yuqing instantly felt reborn.
Whenever Su Yuan got upset, this big sister always found ways to cheer her up. This time should be no different. What's wrong, Miss Su? Don't you even want to talk to your big sister?
Zhang Yue slid her black-rimmed sunglasses off her nose and flashed Su Yuan a smile. Her smile wasn't soft like spring breeze, but rather like winter sun piercing through clouds, carrying a hint of careless sharpness. Su Yuan glanced up at her, tilted her head, and refused to look back.
What's going on, Assistant Chen? Did something happen during Su Yuan's participation in the cross-century gaming tournament? Zhang Yue's gaze gradually turned icy.
As the chief gaming operations officer of Soft Candy Entertainment,
Su Yuan held a position within her department that was no less significant than the company's finance department.
That Su Bao has been in constant contact with someone named Fang Yu lately. She's been tracking that person's contact details these past few days. And now she's even refusing to promote the game jointly recommended by King and Feng Yun Games.
Shen Yuqing leaned close to Zhang Yue's ear and began whispering. Is that so? Looks like someone's been brainwashed. Look into Fang Yu's background for me. I'd love to see which company's contestant is tired of living to dare set their sights on Su Yuan. Zhang Yue spoke with an unwavering tone. Why does the name Fang Yu sound so familiar?
Shen Yuqing felt she'd heard it somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it.
Wait.
Suddenly it hit her, the recent trending topics had all revolved around someone named Fang Yu, the champion of the cross-century game development competition finals. A sharp gasp interrupted Zhang Yue as she was trying to calm Su Yuan.
Could you keep it down? Can't you see I'm busy? Acting all startled like that, what kind of example are you setting? After all this time with Su Yuan, you still look like you've never seen the world. But wait, this Fang Yu guy, he's not ordinary. What's so extraordinary about him? I'm not afraid of anyone, even if they're from the 2 top game development academies. Zhang Yue frowned, staring at Shen Yuqing's stunned expression. He's apparently the overall champion of this cross-century game development competition. And he broke the competition record, especially in the 3 final rounds, scoring perfect marks every single time. The buzz online is about to explode. Champion?
He does have some skill, but if he tries to undermine our Soft Candies Foundation, I'll never agree to it.
Oh, and he doesn't seem to have much backing.
He's just a game director at some small company called Tuoyu Games.
Tuoyu, a subsidiary of Ranching? Nope, just a small company with the same name. Not exactly a big deal.
That makes it even more impossible for him to touch Su Yuan.
Go dig up some dirt on Tuoyu and leak it out there. Let them enjoy a few days of peace before they start making games again.
If they want to shake the foundations of our soft candy, they'll get a lesson first. Zhang Yue leaned in, her hair brushing Shen Yuqing's earlobe. The trailing syllable of her voice curled into a tiny loop, as if a fingertip had pinched the end of a thread. Startled by Zhang Yue's sudden whisper, Shen Yuqing flushed and nodded uncertainly.
Miss Su, why would you suddenly want to throw yourself away after being a judge? Don't you want your sister anymore? After settling matters, Jiang Yue returned to Su Yuan's side. She swept her hand behind her ear, loosening the half-tied ponytail. A cascade of loose strands slid over her shoulder. She twirled her index finger halfway around her temple, wrapping a few strands that fell to her collarbone around her fingertip. Su Yuan twisted the hem of her skirt between her fingers, a faint blush spreading across her ears. Who's going to send themselves away? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it carried an unprecedented stubbornness. He's different from all those others who used to surround me. Different? He's different from the others, is he? I understand you, sis. Could you tell me what makes him different? Is it his looks, his talent, or some aspect of his personality that captivates you? Jiang Yue paused in the motion of gathering her hair, her pearly teeth lightly biting her red lips. The heel of her long boot left a faint mark on the carpet. As the shifting clouds beyond the glass curtain wall cast shadows across her pale, cold profile. All those things you mentioned, he has them. And the games he creates are completely different from anyone else's. Games are different? Miss Su, do you even know how many games you've played over the years? And the ones you found fresh? Ahem. What I mean is, most games are just repackaged versions of the same formula. He might have tweaked the plot and settings to make them seem novel, you just didn't notice. No, Fang Yu's games are genuinely different. They have a special feel to them. Su Yuan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars, her fingertips twisting the hem of her skirt tighter. Fine then. Tonight, this big sister will try out the game he made. Let's see what kind of special game could have our Miss Su so utterly captivated. Jiang Yue suppressed the bitter taste in her throat and offered Su Yuan a smile. China, Imperial Capital, Game Release Review Center. Supervisor, look at this game last night, it scared the hell out of all three of us. It's terrifying. It feels just like being there. Yes, it's quality rivals games from Yushin King and Ranching. After dying once in it, I couldn't bring myself to put the virtual helmet back on. The realism of death was too intense. 3 game reviewers were ranting nonstop in front of their direct supervisor. You lot are useless. After all this time as reviewers. And you get scared by just any game. Can't you act like you've seen it all? The supervisor watching their pathetic display couldn't contain his anger. Just let me see what's so great about the game you've been bragging about all this time. If it's just some trashy reskin game, just wait till I deal with you. Chapter 143, The Champions Game. Just let me see what's so great about this game you've been hyping up for so long. If it's some trashy reskin game, just wait till I deal with you. Just try it and see. If it's some trashy reskin game, we'll quit on the spot. The 3 reviewers spoke in unison. Half an hour later. This ING thing is the grand prize winner of the cross-century game development competition. What the hell kind of demo is this? You guys really love to screw with me. The review supervisor yanked off his virtual reality headset and glared at his 3 subordinates. Next if. Ah. We didn't know. Thought it was some old stuff from a game dev school resurfacing. We've been working our asses off overtime this month. Who has time to keep tabs on the cross-century game development competition? Wait, boss, how do you even know this is the Grand Century Game Development Competition winner? Could it be a game with the same name? I was in the audience at that competition, how else would I know? Oh, so that's what you meant by business trip earlier. You guys are trying to get me to spill the beans? Didn't you just spill it yourself? What are we trying to get out of you? Yeah, didn't you just say it yourself? Ha! Cut the crap and approve it already. This is such a waste of time. Meanwhile, in the capital city, on the 12th floor of Soft Candy Entertainment, in the game experience room. Zhangwei 191911937. Jiang Yue stared at the crimson death notification that had appeared in her field of view for what felt like the 100th time. In a fit of despair, she yanked off her virtual reality headset. Strands of her usually meticulously styled long hair fell loose, obscuring the reddened corners of her eyes. Her gaze fixed intently on the words "Rejoin Battle" in the center of her view, her fingers unconsciously twisting the metal buckle of her trench coat. Time rewound to the day before. When Su Yuan raved about how incredibly special Fang Yu's game was, Jiang Yue had scoffed dismissively. China's game development standards weren't exactly mediocre, but they were only slightly above average. She'd heard too many games touted as special in the market, only to discover after playing them that they were merely reskin games with tweaked settings and scenery. So Jiang Yue was utterly disillusioned with this money-grabbing game market. Which was precisely why Soft Candy Entertainment had consistently prioritized live streaming. Gazing at the long dusty virtual reality headset in the game experience room, a strange curiosity stirred within her. Could there truly be a game out there that would feel special to her now? The champion entry of the cross-century game development competition, Don't Let Me Down. Jinling Defense? A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Yue's face. Historical simulation games weren't exactly common on the market. Mainly because they demand such authenticity and immersive atmosphere, and players would scrutinize every detail with a magnifying glass. That Fang Yu won the cross-century game development competition with this title proves he truly has some skill. 1937, Jinling. The moment Zhang Yue strapped on the virtual helmet, something felt off. It was too real. This game, every NPC's expression, every detail, ambient lighting, and bloodstains felt utterly immersive. And this was merely the prologue video before the game even began, yet it was already breathtaking. Boom! Boom! The deafening roar of the silent cannon made Zhang Yue instinctively cover her ears. The sound effects were top-notch too, no complaints there. Seeing victims ranging from children as young as 12 or 13 to elderly people around 50. She clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. When she saw the 3 difficulty levels, easy, hard, and hell, she chose hell without hesitation. Perhaps his game could show me the hope for China's gaming market. With a long-forgotten sense of anticipation, Zhang Yue finally entered the game. Bang! Boom! The moment she entered the game, the ear-splitting roar of artillery shells and the whizzing of bullets tearing through the air exploded in her ears. Instantly, an instinctive fear of hot weapons engulfed her. Is this what the battlefield was like back then? She murmured to herself. The weight of the rust-stained Hanyang-made rifle in her hands, combined with the roars of her comrades around her, made her feel this wasn't a game at all, but that she had truly returned to the battlefield of years past. Bang! Just as Zhang Yue was still immersed in the game's realistic environment, a burst of fire from a Type 38 rifle roared toward her. Put! The sound of the bullet-piercing flesh echoed out. Instantly, her arm burned with heat. After a moment, excruciating pain surged through her. The rust-stained Hanyang-made rifle clattered to the ground. Zhang Yue gasped in pain, cold sweat trickling down her temples. Staggering, she leaned against the crumbling wall. Blood gushed from the gaping wound in her arm, staining her tattered military uniform crimson. Newbie, listen up. Don't just stand there on the battlefield, you'll be a sitting duck. A veteran covered in soot snarled beside her, yanking her behind cover. Thud. The veteran's words had barely left his mouth when a stray bullet struck him squarely between the eyes. No! Zhang Yue's expression shattered as she tried to rush over to check on the veteran. But in the next instant, more bullets struck the veteran's staggering body. The enemy seemed to have intensified their fire. One by one, the surrounding soldiers fell, yet their resolute faces showed not a trace of fear. The machine gunner who had fought fiercely moments ago now lay with shrapnel embedded in his chest, his eyes wide open staring at the sky. Not far away, a signalman tried to set up the radio, only to have his throat pierced by a bullet. Blood splattered onto the transmitter, and the steady ticking of electrical current, mingled with muffled whimpers, abruptly ceased. What should I do? What should I do? Zhang Yue watched the young soldier beside her, his thigh blown off by a grenade, wailing in agony. She began to move toward him. Boom! But the next second, a shell landed nearby, its blast sending dust flying everywhere. Rocks clattered against her helmet as the blast wave knocked her to the ground, choking her with dust. The wounded soldier had long been torn beyond recognition by the shelling. Blood and fragments of flesh littered the trench. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the scent of blood wafted through the air. Go for it! Gazing at the boy's corpse, Zhang Yue mustered every ounce of strength to grasp the Hanyang-type rifle with her uninjured left hand. But as she rose from the trench, a bullet whistled through the air and pierced her throat. The next second, an inexplicable pang of dread washed over her. Her breath grew shallow, her vision blurred. Jiang Ui 1910137. Rejoin the battle? Confront the history of that year. Huff. Zhang Yue removed the virtual helmet and drew a sharp breath. She had to admit, the winning entry of this cross-century game development competition was truly extraordinary, a work that made her eyes light up. Continue? She murmured to herself. The sticky sensation of blood splattered on the lens seemed to still cling to her retinas, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The pioneers of that era had paid with their blood and lives for the land's peace and security, yet today, many had forgotten them. If history were to repeat itself, what would you do? Zhang Yue suddenly recalled those opening lines. The next moment, she picked up the virtual reality headset once more. Chapter 144, Anxious Zhang Yue. Imperial Capital, Soft Candy Entertainment Company, 12th floor, Game Experience Room. Zhang Yue stared at the prompt indicating she had died countless times, then set down the virtual reality headset. The prolonged battle had left her physically and mentally exhausted, cold sweat trickling down her forehead and neck. Scenes of her death replaying like a film reel in her mind. Zhang Yue rose to pour herself a glass of cold water. The coolness of the glass against her fingertips finally began to quell the restlessness in her heart. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling night scene of the capital city below. Yet her mind was filled with scenes from the game, mud-caked military boots stained with blood. The raspy gasps of NPCs, even the faint sparks when bullets grazed steel helmets, all made the back of her neck tense. This game truly deserved the title of China's pride. It was extraordinary. Zhang Yue murmured to herself as she recalled the game's intricate details. The NPC's facial expressions, the weapon sound effects, the weight of the rifle, the smell of gunpowder and blood, all rendered with lifelike realism. No chaotic background music or flashy weapons cluttered the experience, not even a payment interface appeared. It felt like stepping back onto the battlefield of years past. No wonder Su Yuan said his game was exceptional, it truly had quality. And someone capable of creating such quality was likely a top-tier game genius from one of the 2 major game development academies. But from what Su Yuan implied, Fang Yu seems to be just a game director at a small company. And someone with his skills should have landed a job at Yushinking or Ranching long ago. Why would he settle for being a director at a small company? Jiang Yue felt a flicker of curiosity about Fang Yu's true identity. Fang Yu, you really are fascinating. Wait a minute. Jiang Yue suddenly recalled yesterday's incident where she had Chen Yuqing spread negative rumors about Tuoyu Games. She whipped around, her fingers tightening around the glass cup with a sudden surge of pressure. The icy moisture seeped through her fingertips into her palms, yet it couldn't douse the panic rising in her heart. She strode to her desk in her tall boots, fingers trembling as she grabbed the virtual communicator. Hoping the news hadn't broken yet. Huaxia, Bolt Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Bro, is there any way to actually win this game you made? I've been playing it these past few days and I'm about to die here. Wah! Fang Yan stared at the death notification that had appeared countless times in the center of the screen, letting out a frustrated whimper. Removed the virtual helmet from her head and sat panting slightly in the floating chair. Suck at it? Just practice more. A voice drifted through the bedroom, not loud, but piercingly sharp. You bastard, dare to mock me? I'll fight you. Fang Yan, already on the verge of losing his mind from the game, couldn't sit still upon hearing those words. He leaped up and charged toward Fang Yu's room like a wild boar. I'm busy right now, no time to play games with you. Without even lifting his head, Fang Yu shifted half an inch to the side. Fang Yan's knee slammed hard against the edge of the desk, making her wince in pain. Look at those online records, people die hundreds of times. And you can't handle dying a few dozen times? Fang Yu grabbed Fang Yan by her slender neck like a little chicken and tossed her toward the door. Wha, you bastard, Fang Yu. Fang Yan clutched her knee, her fingertips repeatedly rubbing the red mark on her skin. Tears falling in a steady drip. A look of hurt flashed across her face. Her brother truly seemed like a different person now, no longer doting on her at all. And he'd even gone out and found several other women. That bastard, prioritizing women over his own sister. Seeing that Fang Yu still didn't come out despite her loud sobs, Fang Yan sniffled and stood up, letting out a soft snort. This trick actually didn't work. Before, whenever I cried, he'd agree to all my demands. Beep. The beep of her virtual communicator cut through her muttering. Fang Yu, how's the game release going? When Li and I have secured a spot for you in the company's hot section. And we've already made a double recommendation to Su Yuan Soft Candy Entertainment for early buzz. My review got stuck for over 24 hours, but it just finally passed. Fang Yu stared at the interface that had finally cleared after such a long wait, shaking his head. This review speed is truly heartwarming. They actually dared to hold up the winning entry of the cross-century game development competition? I think I know why. They probably suspected someone was plagiarizing your work, so they checked the records and only then realized it was you. Ha! On the other end of the virtual communicator, Nanmu Yuan laughed heartily. Fang Yan, standing at the doorway, heard Nanmu Yuan's magnetic laughter and pursed his lips. What a vixen! That Nanmu Yuan was irresistible, both in voice and looks. But Big Brother couldn't forget his little sister just because he had a woman now. And with all that prize money from winning the championship, he didn't even buy me a single thing. Oomph. Fang Yan stamped her foot, clenching her tiny fist at the doorway. Capital City, 16th floor of Soft Candy Entertainment. Subao, please, just try out the demo for the game Yushinking and Fengyun Games recommended today. It's been 2 days with no response. The liaison just called asking about the status. I fought them off, but we can't keep doing this every time we did take their money. Oomph. So what? The profits I brought Soft Candy over the years are worth 1,000 times more than this. I'm in a bad mood these days and feeling under the weather, I can't stream. Subao, if not for the company, at least think about your fans. Lots of die-hard fans have been asking where you've gone since you appeared on that cross-world game development competition show. Fine, I'll think about it. Su Yuan hesitated, thinking of the fans who'd always supported her. Beep. Chen Yuqing, who had just noticed Su Yuan's hesitation and was about to press her further, was abruptly interrupted by her virtual communicator. She frowned. What is it? I'm busy right now. Well, not exactly busy, Sister Weiwei. Just tell me what you need. Chen Yuqing's lips curled up in a scolding sneer, only to drop instantly. How far along are you with gathering dirt on Tuoyu Games from yesterday? The urgent voice on the other end of the virtual communicator pressed. Ha? Top Universe Games? Oh, right. Sister Weiwei, don't worry, the job's been handled perfectly. All the dirt's been uploaded. Top U Games is gonna shut down for restructuring this month. Oomph. They dare to poach talent from our Soft Candy Entertainment? We won't let them off the hook. Chen Yuqing paused briefly before speaking with unmistakable authority. You mean it's already been leaked?
A moment of silence hung over the virtual communicator before a voice emerged, sounding utterly drained of strength. Of course. Anything Sister Weiwei arranges, I'll get it done at top speed.
Ha? Sister Weiwei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing Jiang Yue's weak voice, Shen Yuqing's expression flickered with confusion. I'm perfectly fine. Chapter 145. You never said you were promoting Fang Yu's game.
Capital City, 16th floor of Soft Candy Entertainment.
Can those smear campaigns be retracted?
Jiang Yue's anxious voice rang out, and Shen Yuqing instantly felt like her brain had shrunk.
Wait, what's going on? Sis Weiwei, you're not joking with me, right? No, answer my question. No way, Sister Weiwei. Retracting it now won't fly with netizens or regulators. Why suddenly retract it? What happened? Shen Yuqing's face flashed with deep confusion. Never mind, it's nothing.
Hearing Shen Yuqing's reply, Jiang Yue instantly felt her heart turn to ashes. But there was no other way now. Even if she revealed her hidden identity, daughter of Jiang Yu, vice president of Huaxia Game Production Center, it wouldn't work. Su Yuan, standing nearby, paid little attention to the exchange between Shen Yuqing and Jiang Yue. Her peripheral vision casually scanned Shen Yuqing's streaming schedule on the virtual panel. The words Jinling Defense Battle glowed with a faint virtual blue halo under the light.
Ha! Su Yuan instantly perked up, swiftly grabbing the streaming plan from the table. Co-recommended by Yushinking and Fengyun Gaming Company. Title: The Battle for Jinling. Copyright holder: Huan Yu Entertainment Company. The next second, Su Yuan felt like the sky had fallen.
She had been talking about helping Fang Yu all along, yet now that his game needed her recommendation, she had completely ignored him for 2 whole days. Her fingers clenched the edge of the electronic board holding the promotion plan, her fingertips icy cold as her gaze fixed on the words Huan Yu Entertainment.
Huan Yu Entertainment? Was this the company Fang Yu founded? Su Yuan murmured to herself.
Just to be sure, he checked the database for recently established companies.
Sure enough, there was one called Huan Yu. The prominent name Fang Yu made her delicate brows furrow. Su Bao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Yuqing's voice pierced the frozen air like a needle.
Su Yuan snapped her head up, meeting the other's puzzled gaze, only then realizing her breathing had long since become as ragged as a bellows.
Cancel all plans tonight. Move up the livestream and extend the broadcast time indefinitely.
Her voice tightened as her fingers pounded heavily on the virtual panel.
Contact Tech immediately replaced the stream preview with the Jinling Defense Battle promo. Wait, what?
Shen Yuqing had just thought she was experiencing cerebellar atrophy, but now she felt like her entire brain was shrinking.
How could Su Yuan and Jiang Yue suddenly seem like completely different people?
Jiang Yue was originally planning to leak dirt on Tuoyu Games, but now she's asking if she can retract it. Su Yuan is even more of a heavyweight. She's been refusing to stream these past few days, yet suddenly she's full of energy and wants to extend her broadcast time.
Wait a minute.
Shen Yuqing suddenly realized Su Yuan had just reviewed that streaming plan, and Jiang Yue had played Fang Yu's game last night. Both of their changes seem connected to Fang Yu.
Qingqing, aren't you going to notify them? Su Yuan urged Shen Yuqing, who was standing in place as punishment.
Forget it, I'll handle the notification myself. You've been exhausted these past few days, you should rest. Thinking about how she treated Shen Yuqing these past days because of Fang Yu, a flicker of shame crossed Su Yuan's face. She really had been too selfish. Beep beep. The busy tone felt like a dull knife slicing through her nerves. Su Yuan stared at the endless stream of car lights beyond the glass wall, her throat tightening.
Hello, Soft Candy Tech Department. This is Su Yuan.
Immediately switch the live stream announcement and trending information to Jinling Defense Battle. Yes, the championship entry from this cross-century game development competition.
Extend the broadcast time indefinitely. Roger. Capital City, Soft Candy Entertainment Company, Level 1. Guys, no need to hold your breath. Su the influencer has finally agreed to stream. And it's extended indefinitely. This month's bonus is maxed out. You must be hallucinating from eating too much. Unlimited streaming time? Did you even laugh at that line yourself? Exactly.
If Su the influencer does us the favor of streaming for 2 hours, we'd be over the moon.
Stop daydreaming. Why would I lie?
Seriously, hurry up and change the livestream banner to the Battle of Jinling.
Yeah, that's the championship entry from this cross-century game development contest. Then post an announcement on the official site to hype it up. No way, dude, you're serious? We treat you like family, don't screw us over. Cut the crap. I don't have time for jokes right now. Beep.
Another beep from the virtual communicator cut off their conversation.
Tech department is swamped right now. If you need anything, come back later. Ahem. Sis Weiwei, it's actually fine. We still have some capacity left. It's not like we're swamped. What? The matter of spreading negative rumors?
The tech department head stared at the public sentiment monitoring on the virtual screen. And the negative mentions about Tuoyu Games were still growing at a rate of 100 per minute.
Don't worry, Sister Weiwei. I'll just say you orchestrated this. The negative posts are spreading rapidly now. I feel the intensity isn't enough yet, I'll ramp it up immediately. A flash of intense satisfaction crossed the tech department head's face. Promotion and a raise were within reach now.
Others might only know Jiang Yue as the chief operations officer of Soft Candy Games. But few realize she's also the daughter of Jiang Yu, vice president of Huaxia Game Production Center.
What? Withdraw?
Director Jiang, the public sentiment has already passed the critical window.
If you insist on retraction, we should counter with a new hot topic. But let me add this, Top Universe Games truly has an abundance of talent.
The president's assistant constantly exploits their game director, Fang Yu, even stealing his work to sell to other companies. While the president acts like a robot, completely ignoring it. Now Fang Yu has made a stunning debut by winning the grand championship at the cross-century game production competition.
They've got nowhere to cry about it now. But that's not all, things got even more absurd.
They fired Fang Yu during the competition for prolonged unauthorized absence. I say this ungrateful company should just go out of business. The technical department head clicked his tongue, his tone tinged with caution.
You mean Fang Yu was exploited daily at his former company only to have his achievements stolen? Jiang Yue fell silent for a moment after hearing the tech department head's words before concluding. Exactly, no doubt about it. We dug up this information through sheer determination.
Much of it came from former colleagues who work with Fang Yu. We have evidence to back it up. The crucial point is they quit 6 months ago because they couldn't stand the company environment anymore, no reason to lie.
Got it. Keep spreading the dirt on Tuoyu Games. I'll remember your outstanding performance, get ready for that raise. Jiang Yue finally let out a sigh of relief. She never imagined she'd accidentally helped avenge Fang Yu.
A faint smile flickered across her face. Meanwhile, at Huaxia News Media, recent frequent conflicts between nations threatened to shatter the 400-year peace on Blue Star. Influenced by the international situation, nations including Huaxia are now vigorously promoting anti-war ideology.
This represents humanity's survival wisdom forged through blood and fire.
The ultimate defense of life's dignity and profound concern for civilization's survival. Due to the international situation, the Blue Star brainstorming contest theme has shifted to anti-war, with a high probability of launching ahead of schedule.
Chapter 146, Anti-War Hot Topic. China News Media.
Due to international circumstances, the Blue Star brainstorming contest theme has shifted to anti-war, with a high probability of early launch.
Wow! This is exciting. The Blue Star Creative Contest is launching early? That hasn't happened in ages. Haven't you heard about the constant international conflicts lately?
Plus, the Blue Star brainstorming contest changed its theme. Something about anti-war, probably to promote the importance of peace.
Anti-war? Sounds intriguing.
I wonder what surprises this Blue Star Creative Contest has in store for us this time. Just as the domestic cross-century game development contest wrapped up, news of the Blue Star brainstorming contest launching early hit. What a coincidence, the two competitions are so close together for the first time. And rumor has it the venue is in China. Wonder if that's true. I'm guessing it's probably the Eagle Nation. They've been on a roll these past few years. Huaxia, a short video platform. Due to international circumstances, the Blue Star Creative Contest theme has shifted to anti-war and may launch early.
A media report is going viral. Dude, the cross-century game development contest just wrapped up. Why is the brainstorming contest suddenly popping up now?
I heard the international situation has taken a turn for the worse lately, with tensions escalating between certain nations. This has impacted many citizens, making it urgent to promote anti-war sentiments.
Doesn't that mean anti-war movies, games, and novels are about to blow up?
Some folks have probably already cashed in big time.
Didn't you hear?
The winning entry in the cross-century game development competition was apparently an anti-war piece. Set in the pre-founding era of China, with incredibly vivid and immersive simulation.
The quality is top-notch. You mean the Battle of Nanjing?
I know that one. I even participated in the second round's bloody fight at Guanghua Gate.
And it was exceptionally well made. Though the difficulty was brutal.
It made us realize how tough things were for our predecessors back then. They literally traded lives for every inch of land. I watched the short video clips too. It's genuinely impressive.
Who would have thought a historical simulation could win the cross-century game development competition?
That's some serious talent.
Those so-called big game studios in China should take notes.
Stop churning out those reskin pay-to-win trash games day in and day out. Make more anti-war titles.
Yushin King Games, 9th floor. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic tapping of high heels echoed across the floor.
Nan Muyuan paused beside her desk and stretched lazily. Due to international circumstances, the Blue Star Creative Contest theme has shifted to anti-war and may launch earlier than planned.
A bold headline on the virtual screen caught her attention. Anti-war? Blue Star Creative Contest launching early?
Nan Muyuan murmured to herself, her thoughts instinctively drifting to Fang Yu and their entry in the cross-century game development competition. A wave of anti-war sentiment was highly likely to sweep across Blue Star soon.
Imperial Capital, 16th floor, Soft Candy Entertainment. Su Yuan's live stream studio. Hey, babies! I'm going live early tonight. Did you miss me? Su Yuan flashed a sweet smile at the live stream camera. Today she changed into a pale yellow puff sleeve dress, with a bow tied at the neckline, with delicate daisies embroidered on the skirt. White knee-high socks gathered just below her knees, revealing slender ankles encased in brown leather shoes. Fluffy flaxen curls cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her almond-shaped eyes that glistened with moisture, their outer corners gently upturned. Long live Goddess Su Yuan. It's been forever since your last livestream. We've missed you so much. Thanks for squeezing in time to visit us lonely fans amidst your busy schedule. I'd have turned into a mummy if you hadn't. How could the host vanish for so long after judging the cross-century game development competition? Did you abandon us? Wah! What game are you streaming tonight, Su Bao? I bet it's one of those cross-century game development contest entries. Seriously, if you don't need those eyes, just donate them. Didn't you see the huge preview for Jinling Defense War? That's the Grand Century Game Development Competition Champion entry, right? I remember it. The competition just wrapped up recently, and it's trending hot. Speaking of hot topics, have you guys seen tonight's bombshell news? Apparently due to international circumstances, the Blue Star Brainstorming Contest will likely launch early, and the theme has been changed to anti-war. Guys, we've already previewed tonight's game content. Yep. It's the championship title from the cross-century game development competition, Jinling Defense. I'll take you back to the era before the founding of China, to witness how our forebears defended our homeland with their very lives. Su Yuan's sweet smile vanished as she donned the virtual reality headset. What a coincidence! I've been playing this game these past few days. Absolutely top-notch quality, truly worthy of its championship title. Really? My friends have been raving about it non-stop lately, but I haven't played it yet. What genre is it? Genre? It's a historical simulation. Give it a try. The graphics and details are flawless, no complaints there. The real standout is the NPC design. Even in games like Burning Star and Skyguard, I've never seen such vividly fleshed out NPCs. You've got me hooked. Let's watch the streamer's gameplay first. If you guys want to play the same game, search for Jinling Defense in the game store. It's the grand prize winner of this cross-century game development competition. And it's completely free with no in-game monetization whatsoever. Log in now and we can play together. Tonight's stream is going to be extra long. Su Yuan genuinely started streaming. This is the first time I've seen Goddess Su Yuan promote a game with such genuine enthusiasm. Her expressions don't seem staged at all. I'm downloading it right now. Just try this game and you'll see its quality. No need for further explanation. It perfectly aligns with the recent push for anti-war awareness. This game is bound to go viral. Not only is it high quality, but I feel it has a powerful anti-war message. Just die a few times in the game and you'll understand how painful war is. Honestly, I get injured constantly in there. The pain feels so real. And this is just some old war with outdated weapons. Modern warfare would be utterly devastating. Forget everything else. Nuclear fusion alone could turn the earth upside down. Viewers in the livestream, please put on your virtual VR goggles. Join the streamer for an immersive historical simulation of that era. December 13, 1937. Nanjing. Game begins. First to catch the eyes of all players and viewers are several blood-red characters. The next second, the crimson text vanishes, replaced by a piercing roar. Countless bombers screech overhead, and with successive explosions, Nanjing's buildings are instantly reduced to rubble. The next moment, brutal scenes unfolded before all viewers: machine gun fire, bayonet stabbings, live burials, burnings, beheadings, and disembowelments. Children as young as 12 or 13 and elders around 50 perished, their blood staining the Yangtze River crimson. Su Yuan's livestream fell silent for a minute. The next second, a torrent of abuse poured in for Xia Rizi, with comment overlays piling up dozens of layers deep. Chapter 147, Livestream, Blue Star Brainstorming Contest. Him. That bastard Little Days is a beast among beasts. Don't insult animals, at least they obey commands. These people are nothing but sewer maggots. Look at these children, look at these elderly. How could they bring themselves to do this? The wails of the 300,000 innocent souls in Jinling City. They should carry that burden to their graves, you subhuman scum. War criminals with blood-soaked hands. Every scorched inch of Chinese soil remembers their atrocities. They are the shame of humanity. These bastards, trampled by thousands and spat upon by 10,000, should have been buried alongside their predecessors. The next second, the difficulty selection entered the view of all viewers in the livestream. Coward, simulated pain reduced by 100%, advanced gear, infinite ammo, built-in aim assist and friend-foe identification. You can deceive yourself, but you can't deceive history. Hell, it must be hell. The suffering of those days must not be borne by our forebears alone. If you win, our predecessors will rejoice. They'll finally witness the growth of China's younger generation. If you lose, don't lose heart, because our predecessors fought this battle for you long ago. Brothers, our only direction now is forward. Left or right? What about retreat? Behind us lie the millions of homes and lights of over a billion Chinese people. Charge! In the livestream, countless viewers, fueled by rage against the Japanese invaders, donned their virtual helmets. Prologue: The stalemate at Manhwa town, early morning of December 6, 1937. Mission: utilize the surrounding hills of Manhwa town to construct makeshift trenches and machine gun emplacements. Halt the enemy's eastern advance for 48 hours to secure the ground for the recapture of Nanjing. Why is this the prologue? I want to fight in Jinling City. What's so hard about this small town prologue? Exactly. The scene we're seeing is the battle inside Jinling City, right? How did it turn into a prologue when we entered? What kind of equipment is this? It looks like a fire poker. Don't tell me our predecessors fought against the Japanese planes and artillery with this junk. Everyone, calm down. Though this is just the prologue to the Jinling campaign, the difficulty is no joke. The Japanese have fully equipped forces. Use this prologue to build combat experience, so you can perform better in the real battle at Guanghua Gate later. Su Yuan watched the newly joined fans discussing the game content with confused expressions and began offering advice. Su Bao's right. When the first round of the production contest ended, a few friends and I tried this prologue campaign at Manhwa town. Don't underestimate the prologue, it packs a serious punch. Winning is incredibly tough. Everyone check your ammo, Shaori could lay down fire on our trenches at any moment. Hit the deck the moment you hear the ground rumble. I learned that the hard way. A player who'd run Manhwa town a few times chimed in with seasoned advice. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than a deep, rumbling roar filled the air, growing louder as it approached. Everyone down! The Japs' heavy artillery is starting their barrage. The NPC squad leader and the player who'd experienced the Manhwa town battle bellowed. Though the new players harbored a desire to resist the Japanese forces, they lacked the strength to do so. The Japanese shells flew like hailstones from afar, arriving in an instant. There was no time to dodge. Boom! Dust around the trenches stained crimson with blood, while acrid smoke mixed with the smell of burning choked the air. The sandbags at the top were blown away by the blast, exposing the bare yellow earth behind them. In the distance, the Japanese Type 92 heavy machine guns began test firing. Bullets whizzed overhead, leaving streaks of white marks around the trenches. Cough! Su Yuan instinctively hit the ground the moment she felt the earth tremble. Yet the dust kicked up by the shell explosion still stung her eyes shut. My arm is broken. I can't see. It hurts so much. Am I dying? My limbs have no feeling. Kill me. The next second, agonized cries erupted around the trench. First-time players finally understood the suffering endured by their predecessors. And their pain simulation was only at 50%, half the intensity their predecessors endured. Third squad, anyone still able to move, raise your hand. Amid the roar of heavy artillery, the NPC squad leader bellowed a roll call, met only by scattered muffled groans. Third squad happened to be where most new players were concentrated. Nearly half were dead or wounded. Survive this barrage, then seize opportunities during the brief lulls between each round of bombardment. Surveying the chaos around her, Su Yuan recalled Luo Chuan's earlier strategy, guerrilla tactics. See that heavy machine gun? Cover me later, I'm taking it out. The squad leader twisted open the grenade's pin, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the Type 92 heavy machine gun, taunting them from afar. Su Yuan and the machine gunner beside him immediately understood. With a sharp click, they racked the bolts of their Zhongjing rifles, ready to spring into action at any moment. Rat-a-tat-tat. About a minute later, the Japanese Type 92 heavy machine gun's fire gradually subsided, likely reloading. Seizing the moment, the squad leader darted from cover, aimed at the enemy's machine gun position, and hurled the grenade. The hiss of the white fuse unfurling filled the air. As the grenade arced through the air from his hand, the Japanese Type 92 heavy machine gun, now reloaded, had already swung its barrel. Rat-a-tat. Bullets skimmed the ground just above his boots, kicking up a trail of dust. Boom! The grenade, its trajectory accelerating from distant to near, roared into the machine gun position. The blast's shockwave sent the heavy machine gun tumbling over, while the machine gunner beside him was blown to pieces, his blood seeping into the muddy ground. Holy! Squad leader's a badass, just wiped out the enemy firepoint. Is this the power of a veteran? No complaints here, right? Guys, I hate to be a downer, but I gotta say, this is just the beginning. The real white-hot phase is still far off. China, Luz Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Due to international circumstances, the Blue Star brainstorming contest theme has shifted to anti-war, likely launching ahead of schedule. Fang Yu stared at the trending anti-war news on his virtual communicator, his mind drifting back to that ridiculously expensive game he'd spotted on the system interface, World War II. This global conflict between the Allies and the Axis powers engulfed over 80% of the world's population at the time. If this game were to be featured in the world-class Blue Star brainstorming creation contest, it's hard to imagine the spectacle it would create. But he had too much on his plate now, no spare time for some Blue Star brainstorming contest. Moreover, just the most iconic battle of World War II, the Normandy landing, would require 1 million emotion points. And though I've been steadily accumulating emotion points these past few days, But combined with my previous reserves, I only have 1.2 million points, far too precious to squander. Emotional energy, 10. Emotional energy, 8. Emotion points, 12. Just then, a series of rapid system alerts sounded. Chapter 148, Emotion points explode. Emotion value 10. Emotion value 8. Emotion value 12. Just then, a series of rapid system alerts sounded. Fang Yu froze for a moment before realizing that the recommendations from Yu Tiancheng and Feng Yun Game Company must have taken effect. No, that couldn't have happened this quickly? Such explosive growth in emotion values had only ever been seen at the cross-century game development competition finals. What scenario could possibly draw an audience comparable to the cross-world game competition? Live streaming. After pondering for a moment, Fang Yu blurted out his guess. Nanmu Yuan must have handed over her approved Jinling defense battle to Su Yuan, who then rode the wave of hype. Watching the emotion value climb exponentially, a smile flashed across Fang Yu's face. His mind instinctively drifted to the Blue Star Creative Contest. If he could actually create an anti-war World War II theme at a world-class competition, perhaps the unlocked modules on the system would become accessible soon. Should he enter? Capital City, 16th floor of Soft Candy Entertainment, Su Yuan's livestream studio. Chen Yuqing watched as the livestream audience swelled to several times its usual size, clicking her tongue in surprise. Not only had the numbers surged, but many viewers who were just watching the stream had directly joined the Jinling defense battle. Su Bao, this livestream is insane today, look at the numbers. Chen Yuqing watched as Su Yuan disconnected her virtual helmet, her voice tinged with excitement. Ha! Su Yuan glanced at the numbers, several times higher than usual, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Her total followers across all platforms exceeded 100 million. While her current streaming platform only had tens of millions. Previously, each stream drew around 1 million viewers. But today it had surged past several million and was still climbing. More and more viewers were flooding into the stream. Oh, Su Bao, did you see the big news that broke tonight? What? Su Yuan rubbed her aching lower back, stood up, and poured herself a glass of water. The pain from the bullet hitting her forehead earlier was still vivid in her memory. Hey, Su Bao, I can handle this. You've been streaming for 2 hours today, you must be exhausted. It's fine. Tell me about that news first. Tonight, the Huaxia News Media Department released a report stating that frequent conflicts and tensions among nations could shatter the 400-year peace on Blue Star. So now every country, including Huaxia, is strongly promoting anti-war ideology. Plus, the Blue Star Creative Contest theme has been changed to anti-war, and it's highly likely to start early. Is that so? Now I understand why the livestream audience exploded tonight. It must be due to the news. And Fang Yu's game just happens to simulate that bloody period before Huaxia's founding. Perfect timing to ride this wave of interest. Su Yuan's fingertips brushed against the transparent glass, its icy chill bringing her back to her senses. Su Bao, you're way too clever. I never would have thought of that. Huaxia, Lu's Province, Gusa City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Bro, check this out. I just stumbled upon a streamer playing your game. The chat's packed with millions of viewers. Fang Yan's excited voice interrupted Fang Yu's thoughts. What's the big deal? You've played my game yourself. Fang Yu rubbed his forehead. He'd been agonizing over whether to enter the Blue Star brainstorming competition. Qualification wasn't an issue, absolutely no problem. After all, his performance at the Cross-World Game Development Competition had been nothing short of astonishing. Plus, he'd checked the rules for past Blue Star brainstorming competitions. Apparently there was a recommendation system, and top domestic companies like Yushinking had recommendation slots. This streamer is seriously impressive. She's a girl too, looks about my age. But she transforms completely on the battlefield. Taking down enemies is like slicing through butter. Fang Yan's eyes were practically sparkling with admiration. I told you before, if you're weak, just practice more. A faint voice drifted out from Fang Yu's bedroom. I'll fight you. Beep. The virtual communicator's alert cut off Fang Yan's movement. Fang Yu stared at the 3 characters Nanmu Yuan on the virtual screen and pressed to answer. Fang Yu, did you see that trending news story? A magnetic, mature voice came through the virtual communicator. You mean the Blue Star brainstorming competition news? Exactly. With Blue Star pushing anti-war propaganda lately, your Jinling defense battle is bound to go viral. Feeling pleased? Saying I'm not thrilled would be a lie. Just wonder how long this buzz will last. By the way, about the Blue Star Creative Contest, you know the theme changed to anti-war, so I won't elaborate. But did you know the Blue Star brainstorming contest has been moved up? What do you mean? My inside info says it'll kick off in under a month. Want to enter? Fang Yu's fingers tightened slightly around the virtual communicator as moonlight outside cast mottled shadows across the floor. Less than a month? He murmured the words under his breath, his fingertips tapping the desk unconsciously. Though his emotion value had skyrocketed these past 2 days, it still hovered below 2 million. A full World War II scenario requires tens of millions. Can he reach that before the tournament? No worries, Fang Yu. I won't force you to participate. But few game companies in China specialize in anti-war themes. Our Yushin King aims for high volume and acceptable quality in game production, while we occasionally develop quality titles. Within the given timeframe, no one could match the quality of the Jinling defense game. Nan Mu spoke with a tone of resignation. I'm considering it. For an international competition, Jinling defense might not be sufficient, it's not their history. So we need a world-class battle to make them feel immersed. World-class wars? Are you referring to the 2 world wars? Nan Muyuan's voice cracked with shock. This level of difficulty is no joke. Setting aside the quality for now, recreating all the scenes, architecture, and structures from World War II would require a top-tier game company to polish for ages, and that's not even counting lighting, materials, and other details. If they also wanted to make the NPCs more realistic, Nan Muyuan couldn't even begin to imagine how much time that would take. That's right, World War II. Fang Yu, don't put yourself through this. We all know your capabilities, but trying to apply the game quality of the Jinling defense battle to World War II? The difficulty is too high. Setting aside other factors, the timeline simply won't allow it. The Blue Star Creative Contest and the Cross-Century Game Competition have different rules. They don't have preliminary rounds or finals, just one shot. Plus, they conduct professional reviews and use chip detection to verify development time, to prevent game companies from preparing entries in advance. And do you know why they call it the Brainstorm Competition? It's to test participants' potential under the most demanding conditions. The production time is 12 hours, just half of the cross-century game development competition's limit. Hence the saying, forget quality, just go for the wildest ideas. Chapter 149, Rules of the Blue Star Brainstorming Competition. Designed to test participants' potential under the most demanding conditions, the production time is 12 hours, just half that of the cross-century game development competition. Hence the saying, forget quality, just look at the creativity. Forget quality, just look at the creativity? What's the point of a game with no quality, no matter how creative it is? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. He found it utterly baffling. Perhaps I didn't express myself clearly enough. Since the participants in the Blue Star Brainstorming Competition are all top-tier geniuses, with highly developed cognitive abilities, consequently, game quality tends to be comparable across the board. In such circumstances, it boils down to whose innovation stands out the most. Nan Muyuan hesitated briefly before offering a calm explanation. That explanation made much more sense. But I have a question. If a game emerges that crushes all competitors in detail and quality, would it receive significantly higher scores in the final evaluation? Fang Yu, don't be impulsive. The Blue Star Creative Competition has always prioritized quality over innovation. If we prioritize quality above all else, we might not even get the games made. I hope you won't take such an extreme approach. Hearing Fang Yu's question, assumed he intended to create a game matching the quality of the Jinling defense battle for the Blue Star Creative Contest and began to dissuade him. It's fine, Director Nan. I'm just checking the competition rules. If your game's quality only slightly surpasses others, creativity still carries the most weight in scoring. But if your game's quality far exceeds the competition, that's a huge plus. Oh, and there's one more thing, the game can't be formulaic or cliched. So it needs both creativity and quality? Fang Yu summarized simply. Exactly, both creativity and quality. Achieving that shows your brain's development far surpasses others. And you can meticulously refine every detail in a short time without delaying game production. I've never seen such a monster yet. The Blue Star Creative Contest still prioritizes originality above all else. Cases where both are balanced are practically non-existent. Long ago, some contestants tried it, but their incomplete work suffered from massive quality gaps between concepts and execution, landing them at the bottom of the rankings. So take my advice, Fang Yu, if you're determined to enter the Blue Star Creative Concept Contest, just focus on meeting the quality standards. The core value lies in the originality of gameplay and storyline. Capital City, Soft Candy Entertainment, 16th floor, Jinling defense game. I'm out of bullets. What do I do? The allocated ammunition was barely enough for a dozen or 20 rounds to begin with, no way around it. I've got 2 left here, take 1. Prepare for close combat. It's not just us, many NPCs are out of ammo too. Captain, we're completely out of ammo. No bullets? Then I'll fix bayonets. Let's see how tough those little Japs really are. The NPC company commander's hoarse voice rang out as the bayonet on his Type 96 rifle glinted coldly in the darkness. Click, click. The sharp clicks of bayonets being fixed echoed distinctly through the silent night. Are we going into bayonet charge? A newly joined player's voice trembled beside me. It's fine, don't be scared. Take a deep breath and steady your nerves. Tell yourself it's just a game. Think of the veterans back in the day, they were fighting for their lives. Right, push past the nerves. This situation demands a mental shift. You might not survive fighting the little days, but cowering on the battlefield guarantees death. It's okay, feeling nervous at first is normal. Just stick with the main group, we can watch each other's backs. Holy crap, this looks so intense. I really regret missing the cross-world game development competition. Now I can only catch up through Subao's livestream, but this bayonet charge has my heart in my throat. Do you think we can win this battle? Seeing the Japanese planes and artillery against our makeshift gear makes me not want to watch anymore. It's pure gear. Back in the day, our gear was even worse than this, often we couldn't even field enough guns. Just watch it unfold. The odds of winning this battle are slim. Clang! The sharp clang of bayonets pierced the night sky. The company commander charged ahead, bayonet gleaming, bursting from the trenches. Most of the players behind him followed suit. Thud! The company commander sidestepped a lunge, then drove his bayonet deep into the chest of an enemy soldier charging toward him. Snap! A new player had just finished attaching his bayonet when the soldier's ferocious face flashed before his eyes. As the gleaming bayonet thrust toward his chest, his mind went blank, sweat-soaked palms making the rifle stock slippery. Closing his eyes, he could only grip the Zhongjing rifles but stock tightly and thrust forward with all his might. Thud! The cold metal tip first struck his sternum, a dull ache like a rock crashing into cotton. Before he could cry out, the force suddenly crushed forward, the sharp crack of torn skin mingling with the rip of fabric piercing his ears. The new player instinctively opened his eyes, only to see a gleaming bayonet piercing his chest. The next second, his breath halted instantly. A warm, metallic sweet flow surged up his throat as his vision began to blur. The uniform across his chest rapidly soaked through with a dark red, clinging viscously to his skin. Breaths grew shorter and shorter. The blurred vision gradually turned pitch black, and an instinctive fear of death enveloped him. Wang Yu 19181937. Should he rejoin the campaign, continuing to confront the history of that year? Similar scenes, how many had appeared around him? No, I can't bear to watch. It's too gruesome, so many had their entrails torn apart by bayonets. It's genuinely physically unsettling. Back then it was far worse than this. Many men lay with intestines spilling out, yet still fought with their last ounce of strength. And this is just the prologue, brothers. Wait until the bloody battle at Guanghua Gate, you'll see there's no limit to how brutal it gets. Truly worthy of a champion's work, the immersion is overwhelming. Aren't they promoting anti-war messages lately? This game fits the theme perfectly. I agree. A game of this caliber could easily enter the Blue Star Creative Contest. I recall the Blue Star Brainstorming Contest changed its theme to anti-war. Bro, the Blue Star Creative Contest doesn't prioritize quality times too tight. It's all about wild ideas. 3 men on the left. Fix bayonets to your chests. The NPC company commander's hoarse roar echoed across the battlefield. Players snapped into action, forming triangular formations with nearby NPC soldiers and thrusting their bayonets forward. Put! Put! The sound of bayonets piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, their cold gleam leaving a deadly net in the night. Not bad. This formation not only deals massive damage but also allows rapid support for comrades on either flank. But what if the little Japanese bastards laid down suppressive fire? How could such a coincidence even be possible? Chapter 150, The Disaster at Tuoyu Games. Tuoyu Games, 3rd floor. The bright moonlight had already climbed up the office building's curtain wall, but the office area of Tuoyu Game Company was still shrouded in a low-pressure atmosphere. As the server alarm blared incessantly due to the surge of player refund requests. The relentless stream of scandals over the past few days had sent Tuoyu's stock plummeting like a cliff, while its games were drowning in negative reviews. Panic now gripped the entire company. The sound of the marketing director slamming his door shattered the silence. His knuckles were white as he gripped his virtual communicator. News about Top Universe's data fabrication, game plagiarism, tax evasion, and employee exploitation was exploding in online buzz. In stark contrast to their company's stock price. What the hell is the PR department doing? I don't believe other game companies don't have this kind of dirt. How come they can suppress it? Inside the conference room, a more intense argument was unfolding. CEO Yang Yu, unable to sit still any longer as he watched the stock price plummet like a cliff. Abandoning his usual temperament as he began assigning blame level by level. The others in the room fell silent, too afraid to utter a word. The PR manager's face was ashen as he flipped through documents. The latest sentiment report revealed. Player-led boycott campaigns had spread across major social platforms, and even partner live-streaming platforms had sent notices to suspend cooperation. Outside the HR department cubicles, a long line had formed. The promised project bonuses were delayed for half a year, and now this scandal about exploiting interns has surfaced. I can't stay here any longer. A veteran marketing employee held up their resignation letter, speaking in an icy tone. Indeed, this company is going down. Word is the scandals aren't dying down, they're multiplying. Who knows which game company they've offended? They really don't know when to quit. In operations, specialists apologized repeatedly over the phone. The virtual communication system had been overwhelmed by angry players, and the operators' voices were trembling with emotion. The legal department was holding an emergency meeting. The investors' legal notice had just arrived, demanding the suspension of the new funding round. While the tax investigation notice from regulators is plastered on the bulletin board, its red seal glaring like a sore thumb. Why? Why had a perfectly good company fallen into this state? Wang Xin, the president's assistant, was on the verge of collapse from the relentless pressure these past few days. The arrogance that once colored his face had completely vanished. Most crucially, Top Universe hadn't provoked any game companies or offended any heavyweight figures recently. A flicker of confusion crossed Wang Xin's weary face. The only thing they'd done recently was fire their game director, Fang Yu. Wait. Could it be because of Fang Yu? But the next second, he burst out laughing. The pressure lately had gotten to him. How could he even entertain such a thought? An obscure game director whose work was merely adequate at best, with a simple network of connections. His connections were even more limited. His only family member was an adopted younger sister. Wang Xin's fingers tapped the tabletop absent-mindedly. If Fang Yu had the power to bring down Tuoyu, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that his recent stress had made him overly sensitive. Capital City, Soft Candy Entertainment, 16th floor, within the Jinling defense battle game. Not bad. This formation not only packs a punch but also allows for rapid support to comrades on both flanks. But I'm worried about the Japanese force's long-range firepower. How could such a coincidence even happen? Nice talk, but save it for next time. Boom. Boom. The next second, the familiar rumble of the ground shook as countless shells rained down like hail from the enemy positions. Above the Chunhua town position, the shrill explosions of bombers echoed overhead. Take cover. Find shelter now. The company commander's hoarse shout was drowned out by the shell explosions. Beside him, a veteran who'd seen battle had just dragged a captured Type 38 rifle into the trench. Was knocked off balance by the blast wave, his helmet tumbling away. Dirt mixed with shrapnel pelted down like a torrential rain. He curled into the trench, clinging desperately, his ears ringing so loudly he could hear nothing else. Bombers swooped like diving falcons, skimming treetops as they dropped strings of bombs. Sandbag fortifications at the front lines were blown to shreds, exposing the charred earth beneath. What's this about words becoming law? How accurate is that? That's the classic flag effect, like when you're super chill today, say work's not busy, and the next second something happens. What a weird effect, I really don't get it. No big deal, probably just routine fire support. Next time you spout that kind of crap, don't blame me for forgetting our comradeship. Just look at how many NPC soldiers got wiped out. Like I have that kind of illness? How the hell is that my fault? No sooner did I say it than the little days unleashed a barrage of artillery. Talk about bad luck. Some things just shouldn't be said the moment you utter them, they come true like some damn curse. Enough. The little days are charging again. Get ready to fight. Just captured a batch of Type 38 rifles. We can hold out a while longer. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The crackle of Type 38 rifles mingled with machine gun bursts pierced the smoke-filled air. The rifleman on the southern flank wiped mud from his face, aimed at the enemy charging at the front, and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced precisely through the gap in the enemy's steel helmet, and the khaki figure collapsed with a thud. The machine gunner on the left was hit. A cry for help echoed from the other end of the trench. The newly deployed NPC recruit clutched his Czech light machine gun, a grazing bullet leaving a bloody trail on his shoulder. The scorching barrel hissed white smoke in the mud. Reinforcements. The company commander's hoarse voice rang out. Players nearby watched the smoke billowing from the small artillery shells as they provided support to the northern positions. Su Yuan aimed her Zhongjing rifle at the earth-toned figures at the front of the position. With each crack of her bullet, another figure collapsed. Goddess Su Yuan is seriously accurate. Her aim is on par with NPCs. She's a veteran player after all, plenty of experience. Plus, Goddess Su Yuan mentioned in her recent post that the Jinling defense battle is her favorite game so far. She must have practiced countless times in private. Who made this game? To produce something this polished in just 24 hours, could it be some genius from a game dev academy? You're way off on that one. The developer, Fang Yu, is just a game director at a small company, something called Tuoyu Games, I think. Damn, with skills like that, it's a shame he's not at Wanqing or Yushinking. What's hilarious is that Fang Yu got fired from Tuoyu for unexcused absences during the cross-century game development competition. Talk about absurd. This is hilarious. How dare a small company like theirs take on such a challenge? They've really set themselves up for a fall. Exactly. They don't need Fang Yu, plenty of others do. They really think they're the world's top game company. By the way, the Blue Star Creative Contest got moved up. Any bros know the exact date? We're not insiders, so let's wait for official announcements from Huaxia Media. Chapter 151, Date Set, Mysterious Communication Link. China, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Emotional value, 10. Emotional value 12. Emotion value 15. Watching the emotion value surge wildly toward nearly 3 million, Fang Yu's eyes flashed with astonishment. This growth rate was simply too fast. No wonder Su Yuan was the undisputed queen of online popularity. Her live streams made emotion values surge like a torrential downpour. As he watched the progress bar at the bottom of the system interface fill up past the halfway mark, a flicker of anticipation crossed Fang Yu's face. What exactly was the new module unlocked at 5 million emotion points? Beep. The virtual communicator's tone interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Fang, how have you been lately? Wan Li's mature, intelligent voice came through the virtual communicator. Pretty much the same as the past couple of days. I've been busy setting up the company. It's definitely not as easy as I imagined. I'm calling to share some news you should know about the Blue Star Creative Contest. Are you suggesting I participate, President 1? When it comes to domestic anti-war games, I haven't seen anyone stronger than you so far, especially games made within such tight deadlines. I've been considering it, but I'm swamped lately planning the company's growth and staffing. Fang Yu, if you achieve results for Huaxia at the Blue Star Creative Contest, your company will receive official support. And your fame would absolutely surpass even the top domestic studio, Burning Star. The Blue Star Creative Competition has a very short timeline. Since only top-tier game companies from various countries participate. 12 hours to create, one round decides the winner. Alright, but the key issue is that the exact competition date hasn't been announced yet. If we really want to participate, we'll need at least some preparation time. Fang Yu studied the emotion value metrics, contemplating how to adapt his World War II concept for the competition. It's coming soon, expected early next month. Nanmu Yuan should have told you already. You can start brainstorming ideas now. China hasn't achieved any notable results in the Blue Star brainstorming competition for ages. I wonder how much emotion points we could earn if we participate this time. Fang Yu murmured to himself. Bro, what's up? You've been so gloomy these past few days. Did someone upset you? Fang Yan watched Fang Yu, who'd been lost in thought with a blank expression these past few days, a hint of curiosity flashing across her little face. Fang Yu snapped back to reality, noticing the concern on Fang Yan's face. He reached out and ruffled her hair. No one's bothering me. Just thinking about work. Fang Yan pouted and moved closer to him. Seriously, you won the championship, the prize money's already in your account, why can't you just enjoy yourself for once? You're like a workaholic day in and day out. Where's the brother I used to know? Hearing her words, Fang Yu's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't know what to say. He could only gently stroke her top knot. I have been a bit busy lately. If there's anything you want, just tell me and I'll get it for you. Really? Fang Yan's eyes lit up instantly as she rubbed against his arm. Never mind, I don't really want anything. Starting a company requires so much money, you should save it. I can buy what I want anytime. Just don't forget about your little sister when you make it big. The gentle, girlish voice rang in Fang Yu's ears, and the fatigue of the past few days seemed to vanish instantly. Imperial Capital, Soft Candy Entertainment Company, 16th floor, within the Jinling defense battle game. Su Yuan stared with bloodshot eyes at the trenches piled high with fallen soldiers. Had they failed after all? The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the scent of blood filled her nostrils. Surveying the battered battlefield around her, Su Yuan let out a bitter laugh. Warning! Warning! All personnel killed. Return to battle function disabled. 10. 9. 8. Prologue mission, construct makeshift trenches and machine gun emplacements utilizing the hills surrounding Chunhua town. Halt Zairiz's eastern advance for 48 hours to complete the Jinling recapture position mission. Mission status, failed. Difficulty, hell. Seriously, this difficulty is insane. We were so close. Did Fang Yu deliberately screw us over? Early on it was manageable, we could hold out using the trenches. But later, the bombing raids and artillery barrages just got relentless. Ugh. It's just too tough to defend. Guys, do you think this prologue campaign is connected to the main Jinling defense later on? What do you mean? If we hold the prologue campaign, would it make the blood battle at Guanghua Gate mission easier? Like, maybe get more ammo or something? Honestly, it's possible. But I'd say it'd be like a drop in the bucket, not much help. True. It's not like winning the Chunhua town battle would suddenly spawn a bunch of planes and cannons in the bloody battle at Guanghua Gate. That'd be ridiculous. Hey guys, today's stream was 7 hours long. If you enjoyed the Jinling defense battle, spread the word. Love you all. Su Yuan yawned and rose from her hover chair. A wave of heart emojis flooded the chat. Su Yuan rubbed her sore eyes and smiled, swiping her finger across the virtual screen to end the broadcast. The moment she removed the virtual helmet, cold sweat trickled down her spine and into her collar. 7 hours of streaming today, utterly exhausting. But at least I helped Fang Yu. Su Yuan picked up the half-empty glass of ice water on the table and took a sip. The cool liquid slid down her throat, finally cooling her flushed cheeks. She opened the data interface for the Chunhua Town campaign. The failure rate was a staggering 100%. Yet the average player session duration exceeded 10 hours. The chat was flooded with frustrated comments demanding retries. Miss Su, I know you're driven, but you can't stream like this, your body can't handle it. Jiang Yue stepped slowly into the office wearing knee-high boots, her words directed at Su Yuan's slightly pale face. It's fine, Sister Weiwei. This is a one-time thing. I won't do it again. Do you think I believe you? I'll admit Fang Yu's game is truly unique. But Miss Su, you must watch your streaming hours. Ruining your health would be a huge loss. Got it. Huaxia, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Beep. The sound of a virtual communicator rang out. Seeing the unknown location displayed, Fang Yu didn't think twice and hung up immediately. But less than a minute later, the virtual communicator chimed again. Scam calls exist in this world too? Fang Yu frowned. Hello? What is it? Fang Yu's impatient voice rang out. Wasting time on such trivial matters irritated him. Hello, is this Fang Yu? Get to the point. We're from the Huaxia Cultural Administration headquarters. Are you interested in participating in the Blue Star brainstorming competition? Chapter 152, Secretly Entering the Brainstorming Contest? Huaxia Cultural Administration headquarters? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face before he recalled his previous memories. This department oversees the comprehensive management of social and cultural affairs, encompassing but not limited to various cultural industries such as film, television, music, and gaming. It also formulates plans, policies, and management measures for related cultural industries. In short, it was the ultimate authority overseeing the cultural sector. For any entertainment company seeking stable growth, cultivating a good relationship with this department was essential. Is this the Blue Star Creative Contest reported by Huaxia News Media? Exactly. How can you prove you're not scammers? Just to be safe, Fang Yu asked one more question. Ha! On the other end of the communicator, laughter erupted as if someone had heard a hilarious joke. It's been ages since I've heard something this amusing. As the champion of the cross-century game development competition, you actually don't know the contact number for the Cultural Administration headquarters? No worries, you can look it up on the official website of the Huaxia Cultural Administration headquarters. As a game director at a small company, why would I casually look up the China Cultural Administration headquarters communication code? That'd be a bit crazy. Fang Yu silently complained to himself. Why did they find me? Because of my skills, of course. Can a production competition really gauge my overall capabilities? No one understands the value of the cross-century game production competition better than us. Of course. Besides the cross-century game development competition, the organizations recommending you are also quite heavyweight. Setting aside the endorsements from Yushin King and Ranqing, but dual endorsements from Huaxia Game Center and Magic City Tech Production Academy are exceptionally rare. I'm genuinely curious about your potential. I'm entering this competition. Could you send me the detailed schedule and rules? Fang Yu glanced at his nearly 4 million emotion points and gritted his teeth. After all, it's just one submission. Spending 1 million points to unlock the Normandy landing battle isn't out of the question. And who knows how much emotion points this world-class production competition might add. With the system helping refine game details and NPC quality, who could possibly match his work quality within the 12-hour production window? Alright, I've sent you the competition schedule and rules via confidential internal communication. Remember, everything discussed in this call including all content must remain confidential until the competition begins. You can't tell anyone. What do you mean? I can't even tell people if I'm participating in this competition? Yes, complete confidentiality. You are now our nation's secret weapon. We cannot reveal your involvement prematurely. You might not know this, but that youngest vice dean at Magic City Tech Game Development Academy. Yes, the one who scored an S grade in the brain development test with a 30% development rate. And received an S grade in the creative ability test, holds you in very high regard. And the Huaxia Game Production Center feels the same way. Put everything else on hold for now and focus solely on preparing for the competition. Company matters will be handled for you. Is this even possible? Fang Yu had been overwhelmed by all the rules and regulations set up for the company's establishment these past few days. And hearing this news instantly made him feel rejuvenated. But then he thought, how could the Huaxia Cultural Administration headquarters possibly handle his company affairs? He's probably looking for some reliable game companies to help him out. Beep. The sound of his virtual communicator interrupted his thoughts. Another unknown connection. Hello, is this Fang Yu? A warm, steady male voice came through the line, carrying a hint of professional competence. Hello, what can I do for you? I'm from a subsidiary unit of the Huaxia Cultural Administration headquarters. We've been entrusted by the HQ to assist you with company affairs. Subordinate unit? Fang Yu pondered for a moment, his fingers tightening slightly around the communicator. Probably an official agency, he thought. Pretty efficient. But his company was still in its infancy. If pressed, aside from future planning proposals, there wasn't much else they could offer assistance with. And the planning blueprint couldn't be entrusted to others to draft. Additionally, we've prepared a temporary workspace for you, equipped with top-tier rendering servers and motion capture equipment. The address has been sent to your communicator. Would you like us to arrange a dedicated vehicle to take you there now? Seeing Fang Yu's prolonged silence, the other party added. Hold on. Fang Yu didn't rush to reply. He opened the confidential email from the Huaxia Cultural Administration headquarters. The competition date is the 10th of next month. Fang Yu glanced at the date on his virtual communicator. Meaning there were only 7 days left. The competition rules were similar to what Nanmu Yuan had mentioned. Each country would recommend their top creator, with victory determined by a single game completed within 12 hours. Why did the schedule feel so rushed? Shouldn't this kind of competition have 3 rounds? Fang Yu pondered with a trace of doubt. Well, probably because there are too many participants. Striving for perfection makes sense. A single round is actually advantageous for him. This time they've switched to an anti-war theme. And he was confident no one could surpass his quality with the D-Day campaign. With that thought, Fang Yu picked up his virtual communicator. No need for help with that. I'll be at home these next few days thinking about the game I want to make. I'll head over 2 days before the competition starts. Got it. Just contact me using this number when the time comes. Hanging up the virtual communicator, Fang Yu instantly felt the pressure mount. Entering secretly, his identity unknown. And having just made a name for himself at the cross-century game development competition, if he failed to deliver results, online backlash would likely tear him apart. Stay calm. Even if I don't win, gaining emotional points is still a positive outcome. Don't pile pressure on yourself, just do what you know is right. Fang Yu took a deep breath to steady himself. Beep. The virtual communication connection tone sounded again. Fang Yu, what's your decision? That competition, are you going? Nanmu Yuan's magnetic, mature voice rang out with a hint of anticipation. Forget it. There are so many geniuses at Huaxia's production academies, they don't need me. Let them go instead. Recalling the confidentiality agreement, Fang Yu replied flatly, devoid of emotion. Ha? Are you absolutely sure? If you're worried about company matters getting in the way, I can handle it. Don't you trust my abilities? This competition is perfect for you. And the buzz your company gets from winning will absolutely outshine both Burning Star and our own Yushin King. Nanmu Yuan's voice carried a hint of urgency. The last competition was exhausting. I just want to rest. Fang Yu's weary tone dimmed Nanmu Yuan's hopeful gaze. Right, how could she force her own will upon someone else? Though Huaxia hadn't achieved results in the Blue Star creative competition for ages. But we can't make Fang Yu shoulder it alone. If we don't achieve the expected results, he'll be caught in a massive whirlwind of public opinion. Besides, he'd been swamped with company matters these past few days, probably completely drained. It's fine, Fang Yu. I was being presumptuous. You should rest properly these days. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. Chapter 153, An Actor's Self-Cultivation. It's fine, Fang Yu. I was too abrupt. Take it easy these next few days. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. Yeah, Director Nan, you've been working hard on company matters these past few days too. Hearing Nanmu Yuan's slightly disappointed tone, Fang Yu showed no sign of fluster, responding in his usual calm manner. Remember this, no matter what happens, Yushin King will always be your rock. Got it? Nanmu Yuan masked his inner disappointment with a reassuring tone. Ha, got it. Thanks for your constant support, Director Nan. Reach out anytime if you need anything. Imperial Capital, Yushin King Gaming Corporation, 9th floor. Contact me if you need anything? Oomph. I hope I can actually reach you when the time comes. Nanmu Yuan sipped her coffee while organizing Yushin King's first quarter game data. The rich, roasted aroma of the coffee relaxed her nerves as she leaned back in her floating chair. Yet today, the tasks she usually handled effortlessly felt strangely irritating. Fang Yu, I truly had high hopes for you. Nanmu Yuan murmured to herself, her tone tinged with an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Huaxia, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Bro, what's going on? You were gloomy yesterday, and today you look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Fang Yan touched Fang Yu's forehead, a look of concern flashing across her face. You don't even have a fever. Are you faking it to get my attention? Great, now you're playing these games. Nothing. Probably just haven't rested well these past few days. You should go do whatever you need to do. Fang Yu instinctively tilted his head away from his sister's warm hand, his Adam's apple rolling slightly before he spoke. His voice was even deeper and huskier than when he'd spoken to Nanmu Yuan on the phone, the trailing notes carrying a barely perceptible weariness. Oomph. Taking kindness for granted. Can't even show gratitude when someone cares about you. Fang Yan stood with her hands on her hips, her little face flushed with hurt, but all she got in response was silence. Sunlight filtered through the gauze window, casting dappled patterns across the floor. Fang Yan watched Fang Yu's tightly pursed lips. Her heart softened. Suddenly, she reached out and gently patted his hand. Brother, whatever you're going through, don't carry it alone. Didn't Mom and Dad say before they left that we siblings should look out for each other? Fang Yan paused, softening her voice. I'm really fine. Fang Yu rose from the floating chair, his previous weariness vanishing. He reached up to ruffle Fang Yan's hair.
Sunlight streaming through the window fell precisely on his face, hiding the deep red veins beneath his eyes within the play of light and shadow. Beep! The chime of a virtual communicator interrupted their exchange. Mr. Fang, the Blue Star Creative Contest is about to begin. Have you decided whether to participate? Wen Li's gentle, intelligent voice chimed in. Fang Yan beside them snorted, rolled her eyes, and left Fang Yu's bedroom. I've been swamped with company matters lately. No time for the Blue Star Creative Contest. Ha? Really? President Fang, you should have said so earlier. If you're too busy with company matters, I can send people to help you out. The Blue Star Creative Competition is a once-in-a-century heavyweight event. Achieving success in an international event like this would guarantee your company's future growth. The buzz would easily surpass Yushin King in Ranching. Plus, this year's theme is anti-war, right up your alley. You've got the perfect timing, location, and support. It'd be such a waste if you didn't enter. I've already made up my mind. I've been swamped these past few days and simply don't have the energy to compete. Is that so? It's fine, Fang Yu. Geniuses from the 2 major production academies will definitely enter this competition. If you're tired, just rest up. Fang Yu's weary voice echoed as Wen Li, on the other end of the communicator, remained silent for a moment before speaking. Fengyun Game Company, first floor conference room. Having just hung up the virtual communicator, Wen Li sighed softly. After witnessing Fang Yu's performance at the cross-century game production competition, and then receiving news about the Blue Star brainstorming contest changing its theme, she had believed China would finally make a name for itself in this global competition. But reality seemed to slap her hard in the face. Still, it was understandable. Fang Yu was human after all, and fatigue was inevitable. Looks like we'll have to pin our hopes on the next brainstorming contest. Beep. The virtual communicator I just hung up on started ringing again. Hey, you big-tailed wolf. Why haven't you contacted me these past few days? Your conscience must have been snatched by the dogs. After several hours of rest, Su Yuan finally regained her energy. But the thought of how she'd worked her ass off yesterday streaming to promote Fang Yu's game. And not even a single word of thanks, no, not even a single word at all. Fang Yu pinched the bridge of his nose and moved the virtual communicator half an inch away from his ear. Su Yuan's crisp, angry voice nearly pierced through the device. I streamed until 3 a.m. yesterday to promote your Jinling defense game, and you didn't even send a single message. My fans were wondering if you kidnapped me, humph. Ungrateful jerk. Sorry, I've been swamped with company business these past few days. I'll make up for the missing gifts next time. Fang Yu's voice was hoarse as his fingertips unconsciously traced the patterns on the armrest. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting a weary shadow across his profile. Humph. Who needs your gifts anyway? I'm a game streamer with over 100 million followers across platforms. I don't lack for anything. Fine, forget it. If you really care, just give me a jerk. I'm never talking to you again, and I'm never promoting your game again. Su Yuan's furious shout nearly shattered Fang Yu's eardrums, followed by the persistent busy tone of the virtual communicator. Fang Yu's fingers tightened slightly around the communicator as he rose from the floating chair. Thud. Turning, he knocked over the coffee cup on the corner of the desk. The dark brown liquid quickly coalesced into droplets on the smart tabletop before sliding down, leaving a dark stain on the floor. Phew. Finally over. This confidentiality agreement is such a hassle. Acting it out was exhausting. Blue Star brainstorming contest? Don't let me down. Fang Yu bent down to wipe the coffee stain from the floor, his fingertips suddenly halting upon touching the cool liquid. Su Yuan's furious voice, Nan Muyuan's disappointed sigh, and Wen Li's regretful tone intertwined in his ears, ultimately transforming into a blinking cursor on the screen. Fang Yu's earlier exhaustion vanished as he stared at the system displaying nearly 4.5 million emotion points. Believe in yourself, I can do this. Chapter 154, Pre-Match Warm-Up. The Blue Star Creative Ideation Competition will officially commence on April 10, 3049. This premier global gaming event will gather boundless creativity and passion, reigniting our love for games. Numerous heavyweight companies have actively joined this competition, including world-leading game developers like Heaven Game World, Snowfall Games, and Empire Microtech Games. Over the years, gaming companies worldwide have leveraged their deep technical expertise and unique understanding of games, have consistently driven innovation. This competition is bound to showcase eye-catching works that will continue the legacy of gaming excellence. Due to the early launch of this event, the competition rules have undergone adjustments. Specific regulations will be announced in official notifications. Who will emerge victorious in this clash of creativity and technology? And claim the championship trophy? Let's anticipate together and witness this pinnacle showdown in the gaming world. 3 days later, the teaser short film produced by Huaxia Cultural Administration Headquarters exploded in popularity upon release. It's finally here, the long-awaited Blue Star brainstorming competition. This is the true pinnacle of gaming. I wonder which prodigy from the big three will rise to the top this time. I've tried every game from past Blue Star brainstorming competitions. Their creativity is undeniable. But the overall game quality?
Honestly, it's not the best, just above average. Dude, it's a 12-hour challenge. What level of detail and polish do you expect? Just get it over the quality bar. It's all about the wild ideas. Exactly, it's all about creativity. If they gave us more time, everyone would just polish the quality. After all these years, hasn't a single contestant managed to balance both creativity and quality? Yes, bro, yes. There was a contestant whose game was so focused on quality. Ended up not finishing the game content and got disqualified. Guess you really can't have your cake and eat it too. Hope Huaxia delivers this time. Hope is good, but don't get your hopes up too high. Making the top 10 would be a miracle. Not again, bro, you're daydreaming. Last time at the Blue Star Creative Contest, we didn't even make the top 20. Guess what, will they even make the top 10 this time? Aren't we supposed to be the world's top in overall strength? How come our gaming industry feels so weak? You'd have to ask those parents who love reporting games. They can't even manage their own kids, yet they blame everything on games. All day long, they're reporting this and reporting that, without ever considering if the problem might actually be theirs. China, a patchwork of provinces, Suzhou City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Fang Yu had just woken up when a trending short story caught his eye. Looks like they're hyping up the pre-tournament buzz, but he already knew the rules this time around. The main changes were the sharp drop in participants and the altered competition theme. Otherwise, it seemed unchanged. According to the rules, Huaxia should have 2 contestants this time, himself and the other, though the Huaxia Cultural Administration hadn't disclosed. It was easy to guess. It was undoubtedly Zhou Ziming. As the youngest vice dean at Magic City Tech Game Development Academy, plus a stack of other brainpower buffs, Fang Yu couldn't imagine anyone else taking his place. He only hoped this time he wouldn't end up as Zhou Ziming's backdrop. Fang Yu massaged his throbbing temples, his fingertips lightly tracing the virtual communicator. Just by participating in this cross-century game development competition, he'd been bombarded by countless people touting Zhou Ziming's prowess. And though he sensed the man was a bit unhinged, his talent was undeniable. In the TV dramas he'd worked on in his previous life, characters with that touch of madness were never easy to deal with. Short video platform. Blue Star Brainstorming Creation Competition officially launches April 10, 3049. Views, 72 million. 12 million likes. Comments, 10 million. Shared 9 million times. A short story from the Blue Star Brainstorming Creation Contest also surged to the top of trending topics within mere hours. Barely a month after the cross-century game development contest concluded, they're already launching this boss-level competition. I wonder if the contestants are even ready. Bro, you think the folks who entered the cross-century game development contest are the same ones competing in the Blue Star Brainstorming Contest? Aren't the participants in the cross-century game development competition all top-tier producers from China's top 10 game companies? You clearly don't know much about game competitions. Go check out the participants from the latest Blue Star Brainstorming Contest. They're all top-tier geniuses from the 2 major game development academies. This time won't be any different. I think the theme for this Blue Star Brainstorming Contest is anti-war. And I recall the winning entry in the cross-century game development competition was also anti-war themed. Isn't he participating? Here's the real kicker. You don't seriously think the cross-century game development competition and the Blue Star Creative Ideation Contest are comparable, do you? Exactly. That domestic competition champion is so full of himself, bragging non-stop. And I'm not convinced about this year's winning entry either. It feels like it was pre-made. I have no idea how the China Game Expo Center vetted it. I suspect his work deliberately slanders Huaxia's history. Sure, we might not be the strongest in gaming right now, but when it comes to overall national strength, who dares argue we're number 1? How could they possibly use such outdated weapons, not even having enough bullets? Some forum. Blue Star Brainstorming Contest officially launches April 10, 3049. Hard to take seriously. These contests usually have nothing to do with China anyway. Every time they get sewer-level results, I can't even be bothered to comment. Typical. The moment someone mentions an area where China isn't strong, they start bashing us and praising others. If you love your foreign dad so much, why not just leave China? Getting defensive already? Can't handle the truth? When has China ever made a mark in the Blue Star Creative Contest? Are you even Chinese? Can't you see the big picture? Why not boast about China's world-leading comprehensive national strength? Why waste time on someone who treats every meal as a family reunion? I recall the winning game from the cross-century game development competition was a war-themed title. I wonder if they'll be recommended for this competition. Seriously, don't you have any idea about the quality of domestic competitions? You want China to come in last, huh? No need to guess. Zhou Ziming from Shanghai Tech Game Development Academy is definitely in the running. He's the most insane genius we've seen in years. The other one will probably be selected from Huaxia Game Development Center. But speculating now is pointless. We'll know for sure once the official roster drops in a couple days. Chapter 155, Temporary Creation Base. 2 days later, Huaxia, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City, Xingyuan Residential Complex. Beep. Fang Yu stared at his nearly 4.9 million emotion points, pondering whether unlockable modules might be selectable. When the virtual communicator's alert cut through his thoughts. Hello, Mr. Fang. Would you like us to arrange a dedicated vehicle to take you there now? Our game production area, equipped with top-tier rendering servers and motion capture equipment, has been vacant for quite some time. A warm, steady male voice came through the virtual communicator. Fang Yu instinctively glanced at the virtual communicator's display, April 7th. With only 2 days left until the Blue Star brainstorming competition began, it wouldn't hurt to go familiarize himself with the equipment now. Alright, I'm at Unit 25, Xingyuan Residential Complex in Gusa City. Just come straight over. Fang Yu didn't say much more, simply agreeing. He ended the call and lightly swiped his fingertips across the virtual panel, watching the emotion value approaching 5 million. A faint smile touched his lips. His emotional growth had been remarkably rapid lately, all thanks to Su Yuan. Once the Blue Star Creative Contest wraps up, I'll have to properly thank her. Outside the window, Gusa City was shrouded in April's thin mist. Petals drifted through the air, settling on the cobblestone paths of Xingyuan Residential Complex. Fang Yu turned and walked into the bedroom, grabbing a few essentials. Bro, where are you going? Seeing Fang Yu packing, Fang Yan set down his virtual helmet, his voice tinged with urgency. I've got something to take care of out of town for a few days. I'll contact you when I'm done. The virtual communicator I bought for you is by the front door, remember to activate it. What's so urgent that you have to rush off like this? Don't ask questions. You'll find out when the time comes. It's important. The roar of an engine cut through their conversation. Fang Yu hurried downstairs, where a silver-gray magnetic levitation sedan sat quietly parked at the building entrance. The door opened automatically, and the intelligent navigation system in the driver's seat lit up. Good morning, Mr. Fang. The estimated travel time is 23 minutes. The cabin temperature has been adjusted to 24 degrees for your comfort. The vehicle smoothly merged onto the main thoroughfare as Fang Yu leaned against the window, watching the street scenes rush by. Holographic billboards cycled through clips of past brainwave contest-winning entries. Beep. Seeing the name Nan Muyuan on the caller ID, Fang Yu pressed the answer button. Fang Yu, how have you been? Still busy? The familiar, magnetic voice of a mature woman came through the virtual communicator. Is there something you need, Director Nan? Isn't the Blue Star Creative Contest about to start? I wanted to invite you to check it out. Maybe China will score a great ranking this time. Sorry, I'm out of town for a few days and swamped. The calm, detached voice rang out. Nan Muyuan's hand holding the virtual communicator by her ear suddenly relaxed. The curve of her lips froze mid-stretch as her fingertips unconsciously twisted the hair at her temple. She managed to feint him, the trailing syllable muffled by the dryness in her throat. Could you tell me what it is? The question came out light and insubstantial, even to her own ears. Just some personal matters. Nothing to elaborate on. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line before Nan Muyuan suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Her fingers loosened the strand of hair she'd been twisting. Alright, I won't bother you then. Remember to take care of yourself. The busy tone from the virtual communicator hung up like fine needles, pricking Nan Muyuan's eardrums one by one. Her fingertips traced the cool edge of the screen, only then noticing the newly purchased pearl brooch still pinned to the collar of the carefully chosen dress. An evening breeze slipped through the half-open window. Nan Muyuan slowly curled her knees, burying her face in her arms. The air still held traces of the freshly sprayed lavender perfume, yet now only a faint, bitter aftertaste lingered. Beep. Another notification from her virtual communicator sounded. Mr. Wen, what is it? President Fang should be wrapping up his business by now. I have a proposal I'd like to discuss with you. If it's about joining the Blue Star brainstorming contest together, I'm afraid I don't have the time. On the other end of the virtual communicator, Wenli visibly paused, a hint of surprise creeping into his usually steady voice. President Fang, do you have more important commitments? This competition is a once-in-a-century event. Let's observe and learn together. You could invite Director Nan too, the two of us could accompany you. This kind of privilege is something others can only dream of. I'm sorry, Mr. Wen, but I truly have personal matters to attend to these days. I'm afraid I can't accept your invitation. Fang Yu gazed at the holographic projections streaking past the window, his fingertips tapping lightly on his knee. As the magnetic levitation car smoothly turned onto the streets along the ancient canal, where buildings still retained Suzhou's distinctive upturned eaves. Holographic peach blossoms dotted the blue tiles and white walls, creating a uniquely charming blend of reality and illusion. I was being presumptuous. It's fine, Fang Yu. At your age, career should be your priority. It seems I'll have to attend this competition alone. Wenli's fingers gripping the coffee cup paused imperceptibly for half a second, the rim tapping the tabletop with an almost inaudible crisp sound. Her lashes lowered, concealing a fleeting shadow of disappointment in her eyes. She lifted her hand to tuck stray strands of hair behind her ear, the silver earrings catching the warm light and casting a delicate halo. Then go ahead and focus on your work. I'll invite you another time when you're free. Her voice lifted slightly at the end, hiding the unspoken disappointment within the steaming haze of coffee.
A modern glass curtain building appeared outside the car window, its entrance adorned with the holographic words "Creative Base." As soon as Fang Yu stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man in a white shirt approached him. "Mr. Fang, hello. I'm Lin Zhou, the base manager." The man extended his hand warmly.
"All equipment has been calibrated.
The rendering servers are now integrated with the latest quantum computing modules, achieving nanometer-level precision in motion capture."
Fang Yu followed him into the main building, walking through the clean, orderly corridor before suddenly halting. "Was this base in Gusa City before? I don't recall it."
"No, this was built temporarily based on the participants' locations." Lin Zhou smiled as he stepped aside to lead the way, to ensure creative efficiency during the competition.
"We rapidly deployed these temporary bases in the regions where contestants are located.
Besides this one, there's another base, but it's located in the capital."
"What a grand gesture."
Fang Yu surveyed the production room, 12 sets of circular motion capture cameras suspended mid-air, the central optical capture platform gleaming with a cold silver light, while the quantum server array in the corner emitted a faint hum. The remaining brain-computer interface editors and neural feedback loops, no need to check those, they're all the latest models.
China has pulled out all the stops for this production competition.
And as the champion of this cross-century game development competition, you deserve this level of treatment.
I won't disturb you further. On the eve of the competition, I'll escort you to the competition venue.
Chapter 156, Pre-Competition Preparations, The Mysterious Contestant.
Huaxia, Sanjiang Province, Gusu City, Temporary Creative Base.
It's hard to imagine an editor faster than the cross-century game development competition's rendering studio.
Fang Yu tested the rendering speed of the temporary base's equipment using neural feedback loops and a brain-computer interface editor,
only to discover it rendered faster than the equipment in the cross-century game development competition studio.
Truly befitting a world-class competition.
Beep. Fang Yu removed the neural feedback loops, his fingertips still retaining the faint warmth from the device's high-speed operation.
At this hour, besides Su Yuan, there probably wouldn't be anyone else. "Fang Yu, did you know the Blue Star Creative Writing Contest is about to start? I've generously forgiven you for that earlier incident, humph.
I've been busy these past few days, but I can still squeeze in some time. If you want to go, I'll reluctantly make an exception." A touch of pride tinged the voice on the other end of the virtual communicator as Su Yuan's ponytail swayed slightly with the tilt of her head.
"No way. I'm swamped these days too."
Fang Yu removed his neural feedback gloves, his fingertips still carrying the faint warmth from the device's high-speed operation. His voice was calm.
"Ha? Oh right, I've got a few live streams scheduled these days. Even if you wanted to go, I wouldn't have time to accompany you."
Su Yuan flung the warm virtual communicator across the room with a flicker of irritation, her chest heaving with frustration.
"Damn Fang Yu, you cut me off before I could finish. Fine, forget it. I'll go alone, at least I'll have my freedom." "Ha? Miss Su's upset again? Did someone upset you?"
Jiang Yue stepped into Su Yuan's dressing room in her knee-high boots, observing the young woman muttering to herself.
"Who could it be?" she asked, half joking. "Besides that wooden-headed guy, who else could it be?"
I kindly asked him if he wanted to check out the Blue Star brainstorming contest, and he refused without even thinking, as if I was begging him. Su Yuan shot Jiang Yue a glance, crossed her arms, and plopped down on the sofa, her twin ponytails sweeping over her shoulders with the movement.
"Fang Yu?"
Jiang Yue closed the door and walked over to her, bending down to pick up the communicator. Her fingertip tapped lightly on the holographic screen.
"How dare he mess with the star of our soft candy entertainment? That's outrageous. Don't worry, Su Bao. I'll get revenge for you. His company just started, right?
I'll throw some obstacles his way,"
Jiang Yue declared, feigning intense anger. No, absolutely not."
Su Yuan sprang up from the sofa, her cheeks flushed crimson.
"Oh, weren't you furious just now? Su Bao, why are you suddenly against me avenging you?"
Jiang Yue raised an eyebrow as she sat down beside Su Yuan, the heels of her boots tapping lightly against the floor.
That's different." Su Yuan paced back and forth, clutching the hem of her shirt as her ponytail swung wildly in the air. "I want to take revenge myself."
She stopped abruptly, her voice dropping.
"Avenge it yourself? More like you're just itching to get yourself into trouble." Jiang Yue undid her hair tie, transforming her cascading black locks into a sleek single ponytail. Heat flushed Su Yuan's cheeks.
She turned and flopped onto the sofa, burying her face in a pillow.
"Sis Weiwei, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm ignoring you."
The fluffy twin ponytails on her head angrily swept against the sofa cover.
"Ha, Su Bao, you're so adorable. Just admit it already. Have you fallen for Fang Yu? Don't worry, it's just the two of us here now. Heaven knows, earth knows, but no one else will." Jiang Yue stroked Su Yuan's twin ponytails with a faint smile. "No way. Who would like a block of wood?" Yuan lifted her flushed face from the pillow, her ponytails trembling slightly with each rapid breath. "Just the two of us, and you're still playing dumb. Huaxia, Loose Province, Gusu City, temporary creative base.
Fang Yu tapped open the system panel in front of the mirror. The mirror displayed nothing but a blank screen.
Just as I expected, no one else can see the system panel. Only I can see it.
Fang Yu's fingertip glided across the pale blue system panel, effortlessly locating the historical simulation feature. As his finger scrolled down, the weighty characters World War II came into view. Several notable battles also came into view. The Battle of Stalingrad, the Battle of Kursk, the Battle of Shanghai, the Battle of Moscow, the Battle of Normandy. Any one of these battles could be pulled out and would reveal staggering casualties, forming some of the bloodiest chapters in military history. If we were to recreate the Battle of Shanghai, I doubt those foreigners would feel much immersion. And crucially, they wouldn't deserve it. Let's go straight to the Normandy landings. This time, it's for the honor of China. Let them see what a masterpiece looks like when every detail is perfected and creativity runs wild. Douyin short video platform. The list of participants for the Blue Star Creative Competition has been announced. First up is Zhou Ziming, the youngest vice dean of Magic City Tech Game Development Academy, with a brain development score of 30. With an S-rated creativity assessment, a familiar face who needs no introduction. Now for the big reveal, the second entrant is under strict confidentiality. Officially dubbed the secret weapon of this competition. And is jointly recommended by both the vice dean of Magic City Tech Game Production Academy and the chief mentor of Huaxia Game Production Center. As the Blue Star brainstorming competition approaches, a short story is surging in popularity. Seriously, guys? The competition's almost here and they're still being so mysterious? Come on. Guess who it is? My hunch is someone from Huaxia Game Production Center. Whoever it is, as long as they've got the skills, I'm all for it. Getting dual recommendations from the vice dean of Magic City Tech Game Development Academy and the top mentor at Huaxia Game Development Center? That's impressive. Enough already. This kind of event won't work no matter who shows up. Keeping it this mysterious, if they don't deliver results, they'll get slammed. The organizers are just playing games to manage our expectations, so we won't start complaining if the rankings turn out bad. But if the rankings suck, they'll still get slammed. What difference does it make? Maybe the criticism will be a bit milder? You sound like you've got that big problem. This definitely isn't just a gimmick. I bet they've actually uncovered some genius talent. Are there really undiscovered geniuses out there? Of course there are. Didn't the dark horse of the cross-century game development competition just pop up out of nowhere? No way, bro. Is this even the same level of competition? You've got to be kidding me. Huaxia, Loose Packages Province, Gusu City, temporary creative base. Seeing the emotional value of the Normandy landing battle hitting 1 million on the virtual screen, Fang Yu's face flashed a look of pain. Never mind. This Blue Star brainstorming contest will probably make up for it. The next second, he made up his mind and clicked the exchange button on the virtual screen. Ding! World War II side campaign, D-Day landing operation, exchange successful. Chapter 157, The Normandy Landings. China, Zhanjiang Province, Gusu City, temporary creative base. With the successful exchange of the Normandy landings, related historical materials popped up on the virtual screen. The Normandy landings were a strategic amphibious assault launched by Allied forces against German defenses in the Normandy region during June-July 1944. First, 170,000 Allied paratroopers were transported by 1,200 transport aircraft to conduct parachute drops, seizing strategic strongholds. Simultaneously, the amphibious fleet arrived in the Bay of Sena. After air and naval bombardment commenced at dawn on the 6th, landing forces stormed ashore across 5 beachheads, largely securing German coastal defenses by 9 a.m. This amphibious assault alone saw the Allies commit 45 divisions, 130,000 aircraft of various types, and approximately 5,000 vessels. With casualties reaching 1.22 million, a truly devastating toll. The largest amphibious assault in history was no joke. After obtaining the relevant materials, Fang Yu began to form a rough outline of the Normandy landings in his mind. In the next instant, a series of images automatically generated by the system began playing in his mind. A vast fleet of thousands of ships spread across the horizon, their cannons roaring in unison, shattering the dawn silence. Shells streaked across the water with orange-red trails, crashing into the concrete fortifications built by the German forces. The bow doors of the landing craft slammed open, and icy seawater instantly engulfed the soldiers up to their knees. The deafening roar of German MG-42 machine guns tore through the air, bullets skimming the surface and sending up dense sprays of water. Soldiers who had just leaped from the landing craft fell in droves, their blood staining the waves near the shore crimson. The soldiers pushed forward under fire, some dragging wounded comrades, others crawling along the beach seeking cover. Steel helmets rolled in the blast waves. On the sea surface, landing craft were continuously hit and burst into flames, their burning oil slicks spreading across the water. In the sky, Allied fighter planes swept low overhead, their wing-mounted cannons unleashing a torrent of fire upon the ground. Corpses and wrecked equipment piled up like mountains on the beach. Surviving soldiers charged over their fallen comrades, their battle cries, explosions, and the moans of the wounded blending into a brutal symphony of war.
Perfect. The immersion is absolutely maxed out. Now, let's familiarize ourselves with the production process. Watching the system-generated visuals, Fang Yu felt supremely confident. Quality-wise, he was unbeatable. And his creative vision felt just as strong as anyone else's, especially with an anti-war theme. After pondering for a moment, Fang Yu began rendering game textures using the brain-computer interface editor based on the images in his mind. The 3 rounds of the cross-century production competition had significantly honed his game development skills. Best of all, he didn't have to handle the finer details himself, the system perfected them automatically. The setting sun sank inch by inch into the western horizon, staining the sky like a flowing oil painting, while the studio's outlines softened in the twilight, as if veiled by a sheer gauze. Phew! Finally done! After half a day of hard work, Fang Yu had finally completed the basic framework for Normandy. Though he wasn't entirely satisfied with the remaining scene materials. But he simply didn't have the energy left to make further adjustments. Fang Yu rose and walked toward the coffee machine on the left side of the studio, the rich aroma easing his weary mind. I feel like my personality has changed. Fang Yu murmured to himself as he sipped his coffee. If he still had the personality he had when he first arrived, he definitely wouldn't have entered the Blue Star Creative Contest. After all, in his previous life, his dream was to become a renowned film editor and director. But now it seemed different. When had this shift begun? Was it after Luo Chuan's conversation following the 3rd round of the production contest? Or the NPC veteran who felt like a return to reality during the Jinling defense battle? Or the hopeful gazes and quiet support from Nanhwa, Wen Li, and others? Or his own burning passion for the China he remembered? He didn't know. Drops of condensation slid through his fingers from the coffee cup, spreading into a dark stain on the tabletop. Fang Yu stood up, the studio light stretching his shadow long and thin. It's fine. Follow your heart and live without regret. Imperial Capital, Yushin King Games Company, 9th floor. Outside the window, the sky faded from orange-red to indigo blue, finally sinking into the thick darkness of night. Nanhwa sat in the floating chair, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cool edge of the virtual communicator. The pale blue screen flickered on and off, yet the familiar name never appeared. The coffee on the coffee table was already on its 3rd cup. The ice cubes long since melted into water, much like the hope cooling bit by bit within her heart. Fang Yu, your heart is like ice, utterly impossible to warm. Nanhwa murmured to herself in disappointment. Since the competition ended, Fang Yu had never once reached out to her. All his efforts seemed utterly invisible to him. Even a small request like watching the Blue Star brainstorming contest together had been refused. She had pinned great hopes on Fang Yu for this Blue Star creative contest. The theme was anti-war, perfectly aligned with his field. It seemed like everything was in his favor. But reality slapped her in the face. Unconsciously recalling Fang Yu's cold tone when he refused her, Nanhwa's fingers trembled slightly as she held her coffee cup. A chill crept up from her heart, prompting her to pull her coat tighter around herself. She let out a soft sigh and buried her face in her knees. Shanghai, Fang Yu Games Company, 7th floor. Watching the steadily rising news coverage of the Blue Star brainstorming competition, Wen Li sighed softly. Late nights had become an outlet for her emotions, exhausted yet unable to sleep. As a Chinese national, especially as the vice president of a gaming company, she shared Nanhwa's fervent hope. Dreamed of seeing China excel in international competitions. But the Blue Star Creative Contest was overflowing with geniuses. Gold will always shine, but the Blue Star Creative Competition was ablaze with brilliance everywhere. Genius is merely the entry ticket to the competition. Especially the 3 dominant companies that exert the most pressure. Whose trained competitors consistently cast a subtle, suffocating shadow over athletes from other nations whenever they appear in major tournaments. Wen Li's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop. Those corporate competitors are like precision instruments, from concept selection to technical execution, they leave no room for criticism. But this year's cross-century game development competition gave her hope. An unstoppable dark horse that stormed the competition with an overwhelming 298 points. With top-tier game quality and terrifying production speed. Outsiders might not grasp its true value. But game companies and development academies certainly understood. Wen Li suddenly recalled Fang Yu's weary refusal, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Missing this opportunity, who knew when Huaxia would achieve success in international competitions? China, Zhanjiang Province, Gusu City, temporary creative base. This material looks incredibly realistic, we'll go with it. Fang Yu set down his still warm coffee cup, finalizing the last set of scene materials for the Normandy landing battle. Tomorrow, they should be able to test it in-game. Chapter 158, the match is about to begin. China, Zhanjiang Province, Gusu City, temporary creative base. Having finalized the game materials, Fang Yu sat in his levitating chair and began contemplating the difficulty level for this campaign. Easy mode, pain simulation reduced by 90%, advanced equipment, unlimited ammunition replenishment. With fully automated navigation and hazard alerts. You can familiarize yourself with the rules in your comfort zone, but growth always comes from pushing boundaries. Hard, 70% pain reduction simulation, advanced gear, on-demand ammo resupply, basic navigation retained. You've taken a brave step, but it's not enough. Hell, 50% reduced pain simulation, equipment mimics the era, ammunition entirely dependent on environmental scavenging. No auxiliary functions. Randomly triggered environmental traps. Every second of survival is a gamble with probability. Only extreme observational skills can carve out a path to life. This time, no half measures. Straight to simple, hard, hell. The old days? Forget it, they never deserved it. Oh, and tomorrow we're heading to the competition venue. The location choice is quite interesting. It's actually the venue of the previous cross-century game development competition, the Huaxia Game Exhibition Center. But considering China's current status as the world's top comprehensive power, the location makes perfect sense. Best to test the advanced game setup now and see what needs tweaking. Fang Yu yawned, deftly removing the brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. Then donning the virtual helmet on the left side of the brain-computer interface. Ready to dive in. A hoarse, heavy English growl echoed, instantly jolting Fang Yu awake. Cold seawater seeped through the landing craft's cracks, soaking his combat boots. His stomach churned violently with the landing craft's violent rocking. The salty, fishy sea breeze mixed with the stench of diesel fuel poured into his throat, making him retch uncontrollably. The hazy horizon ahead was being torn apart by artillery fire. German coastal guns boomed like muffled thunder. Shells exploding in the water like white tombstones. This is insane. This feeling, no wonder it's a million emotion point game. Let's see who can match my quality this time. Fang Yu instinctively tightened the sling on his M1 Garand rifle, the cold metal magazine digging painfully into his ribs. The landing craft's bow ramp suddenly dropped. Blinding sunlight instantly illuminated the beach. Barbed wire coiled around wooden stakes, bunkers spat flames. And the sandy ground was pockmarked with bomb craters. Whoosh! Bullets whizzed past his ears as Fang Yu followed the main force leaping into waist-deep seawater, the icy cold instantly soaking through his uniform. Put! The bearded soldier beside Fang Yu had just lifted his head when a bullet pierced his skull. Blood mixed with seawater bloomed before his eyes. Click! The next second, the black muzzle was aimed at Fang Yu. He instinctively dove forward. Instantly, sand poured into his barrel and mouth, salty and bitter with the taste of rust. Over the breakwater, someone yelled. Fang Yu crawled across the sand on all fours, his knees lacerated by sharp shells. The MG-42 machine gun in the bunker roared like death itself, bullets plowing white lines into the sand. The medic on the right had just crouched to tend to a wounded soldier when he was cut down at the waist. His Red Cross armband instantly stained a deep crimson. By the time he finally rolled over the breakwater, his back was soaked through with cold sweat. Looking up, he saw the burning wreckage of landing craft floating on the sea. The water along the beach stained reddish-brown. While surviving soldiers rose one by one from the waves, continuing their assault on the life-devouring sand. Boom! Just as Fang Yu relaxed, a shell exploded beside him. The blast's shockwave instantly dislocated his internal organs, and excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave. Each breath felt like invisible hands crushing his insides to pulp. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and his vision slowly darkened. Removing his virtual helmet, Fang Yu's face turned pale. This pain design seemed to have gone a bit too far. No problem. Since it's an anti-war theme, they absolutely must experience the immersive sensation of participating in war firsthand. Only the agony of flesh torn apart by bullets and artillery could truly instill an aversion to war in their hearts. The next second, Fang Yu realized. A little extra pain wouldn't hurt. Since it's an anti-war theme, let them taste the agony of war properly. Hopefully the audience won't execute me on the spot afterward. Imperial Capital, Soft Candy Entertainment, 16th floor. Su Bao, I hear you're heading to the Super Blue Star Creative Contest soon? Chen Yuqing poured a cup of coffee and walked toward Su Yuan, a flicker of excitement crossing her face. What's this Ultra Blue Star Creative Contest? Xingxing, you're just making up names again. Su Yuan shook her twin ponytails, her almond-shaped eyes carrying an inexplicable sadness. Her tone laced with careless indifference. It's because Fang Yu isn't participating. Obviously it can't be called the Superb Blue Star Creative Contest, right? Miss Su. Su Yuan rolled around on the sofa. Hearing Jiang Yue's voice, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. When did she enter the live stream room? What's up, Miss Su? Aren't you going to get up for the stream? It's almost time for the preview. Oomph. I'm taking a day off. I have zero motivation today. Ha? Let me give you some motivation, Miss Su. Do you remember where your virtual communicator is? I left it on the floor yesterday and haven't touched it. What does that have to do with anything? Your virtual communicator is with me. If you don't get up now, I'll use your account to message Fang Yu saying you like him and can't sleep at night. Thud. Su Yuan shot up from the couch like a spring, her twin ponytails tracing frantic arcs through the air. Jiang Yue, you're crazy. Who would like that block of wood? Give me back my virtual communicator. Barefoot on the carpet, Su Yuan lunged toward the silver communicator in Zhang Yue's hand. Her watery peach blossom eyes flashing with panic. Watching Su Yuan and Zhang Yue chase each other around the livestream studio, Shen Yuqing stood by holding her coffee, utterly flustered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Now you're panicking? Who was it just now saying they had no motivation to stream? Zhang Yue sidestepped, her fingertips tapping the communicator screen a few times. Su Yuan's ears flushed pink. At her height, snatching things from Zhang Yue's hands was still too difficult. What the hell do you want? Hurry up and go live. We've got a rare wave of anti-war buzz these days. And the game we just got recommended is also anti-war themed. Why not seize this chance? Oomph. Oh, and Miss Su, weren't you planning to attend the Blue Star brainstorming competition? After today's stream, you can take leave until the contest ends. Oomph. Chapter 159, Departure. April 9, 3049. Gusu City, Sanjiang Province, Huaxia. Temporary Creative Base. How have these past few days been, Mr. Fong? The Blue Star brainstorming competition officially begins tomorrow, and we're departing today. Lin Zhou, head of the temporary base, approached Fang Yu's workshop early in the morning and spoke up. No problem. Fang Yu briefly reviewed the production framework for the Normandy landing campaign. After days of working tirelessly, he was confident he could create the D-Day landing battle within 10 hours at the competition venue. First-class tickets are already booked on our end. Departure is at 11 a.m., so we'll head out promptly at 10 a.m. Lin Zhou gave a faint smile as he informed Fang Yu of their departure time. So you woke me up this early just to tell me we're leaving at 10? Don't you know how crucial adequate sleep is for competitors? Fang Yu silently complained in his mind. Beep. An unfamiliar virtual communication number appeared on Fang Yu's screen. Could it be someone from the cultural and political department? A flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face as he pressed the answer button. Bro! Where the hell have you been these past few days? Why have you been acting like this lately, disappearing without a trace at the drop of a hat? Fang Yin's voice, tinged with a hint of tears, came through the virtual communicator. Fang Yu's fingers tightened around the device. The halo at the edge of the virtual screen shattered into ripples beneath his gaze. He realized he hadn't contacted anyone in days, consumed by efforts to accelerate production of the Normandy landing campaign. Cough. I've been busy with company matters these past few days. I'll be back in a month at most. Listening to Fang Yan's tearful voice, Fang Yu's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the cold edge of the communicator. Then you won't contact me? Is it because you've become famous now that you want to move out and abandon me? The uniquely aggrieved voice of a young girl came through the other end of the communicator. Hearing Fang Yu's somewhat dismissive reply, Fang Yan suddenly panicked inside, as if something precious was slipping away from her. Fang Yu felt as if his heart had been pricked by 1,000 needles. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't speak. A fragmented memory surfaced in his mind the day his parents died unexpectedly 3 years ago. 13-year-old Fang Yan clutched the hem of his shirt, tears glistening on her lashes as she asked, "Brother, what will we do now?" Her voice had trembled then too, like a dandelion seedling swaying precariously in the wind. Don't worry. When have I ever lied to you? Just wait at home, and I'll give you a surprise. A gentle voice, unfamiliar to Fang Yan, came through the intercom, calming her slightly. Right, how could my brother ever lie to me? From childhood to now, he's always been the one who cares for me the most. Fang Yan murmured to herself, her heart gradually settling. After a few seconds of silence, the communicator crackled with the sound of fabric rustling, followed by muffled sniffles. Then go ahead and get busy. But that surprise you bring back better satisfy me. Absolutely. Mr. Fong, would you like me to arrange someone to look after your sister? Don't worry. Our team is professional. We'll make sure she believes every word you say. Lin Zhou spoke with seasoned confidence. He had intended to leave the studio, but realized he'd forgotten to prepare breakfast for Fang Yu. So he turned back, absolutely not eavesdropping on purpose. No need. She can take care of herself. I trust her. Fang Yu's tone carried an air of finality. Well then, Mr. Fong, would you like me to prepare breakfast for you? Lin Zhou's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. I don't have the habit of eating breakfast. Imperial Capital, China Gaming Expo Center. A colossal bronze-cast gate-frame, inspired by ancient Taotai motifs, stood majestically, its surface shimmering with a liquid metallic sheen. Atop the frame, the dynamic seal script characters for China Game Expo Center hovered. Each stroke composed of countless microscopic light particles, every detail showcasing the perfect fusion of Eastern aesthetics and cutting-edge technology. Game developers from around the world, pulling suitcases emblazoned with their signature logos. Following signs toward the competition venue. The air hummed with the faint buzz of electronic devices and the low murmur of multilingual conversations. The startup chimes of devices intertwined with exclamations in English, French, and Spanish, forming a distinctive pre-competition prelude. The voices of the 3 leaders, 2 men and 1 woman, grew louder as they approached. The logos on their clothing sparked a flicker of apprehension in the eyes of other competitors nearby. For these unassuming logos represented Blue Star's current gaming industry titans: Paradise Gaming World, Snowfall Gaming Corporation, and Empire Microtech Gaming. The female competitor leading the group had flaxen hair flowing like melted honey, with naturally curled ends and a few strands casually falling across her forehead, outlining its full curve. Most striking were her icy blue eyes, clear and luminous like a Nordic lake, framed by long, thick lashes that fluttered like butterfly wings with every blink. Fluttering like butterfly wings with each blink. This year's competition theme had unexpectedly shifted to anti-war. And designing everything from the world building to the core gameplay within 12 hours for this type of game was quite a challenge. She tapped the virtual screen casually, skimmed the competition rules, and paused. Is it really that hard? For you, it should be a piece of cake. As the genius game producer of Snowfall games, everyone here knows your name, Jelena. A tall Caucasian man beside her flashed Jelena a sunny smile. Kathy, that's a bit harsh. You're a genius with over 35% brain development. With countless international championship titles under your belt, aren't you just mocking me now? Jelena glanced at Casey beside her, narrowing her blue eyes slightly. Alright, relax, my friend. It's just a game. A voice interrupted their conversation. Jelena turned her head to see the smallest-looking competitor on the far left speaking in halting English. Player Watanabe seems pretty relaxed. You're feeling confident? Jelena glanced at Watanabe Hayato on the far left, a flicker of unease crossing her face. As the only one of the big three hailing from Little Days Corporation, Paradise Game World's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Confidence? Not really. I just find the competition venue a bit odd. Imperial Capital Temporary Base, 2nd level. Still gotta practice. Haven't made a dedicated game in ages, my skills are rusty. Joe Zimming set down the brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. Since becoming vice dean of Magic City Tech's Game Development Academy, he'd barely touched game creation. Only these days of intense practice had helped him regain his touch. But at least his talent remained intact. That was what truly mattered. Anti-war campaigns need to emphasize the importance of peace, but their primary goal is still to show audiences the bloody reality of war. And Fang Yu had excelled in this aspect. Oh right, today seemed to be the day for the on-site visit. Chapter 160, Posturing? Capital City, China Game Expo Center. Fang Yu walked through the main entrance of the China Game Expo Center with extremely minimal luggage. His clothes bore no logos from any game company or development academy. As if he hadn't come to compete, but rather as a tourist exploring the venue. Joe Zimming, who had been waiting at the entrance for some time, glanced up at Fang Yu. He seemed to want to say something but held his tongue. Vice Dean Joe, long time no see. How's game development going lately? Fang Yu spotted Joe Zimming at the entrance and walked over to exchange a brief greeting. His assistant Liang Yu instantly pressed his palms together in prayer, hoping the Vice Dean wouldn't lose his temper. After so long away from game development, his skills would be as rusty as a demon king slinging noodles. Fang Yu's mouth twitched. This guy seemed a bit off. Assistant Liang Yu instinctively took half a step back, staring at the floor of the China Game Expo Center. This floor is truly a floor. Deputy Dean Joe, you're joking. I know you're the top genius at Magic City Tech Game Academy. Why put yourself down? Fang Yu tentatively flattered him to gauge his reaction. Though my brain development score is 30 and my creativity test scored S, I haven't touched game development in years. Yet through relentless effort these past few days, I've somehow rediscovered that old feeling. Fang Yu, the future may belong to you, but the present is still mine. Hearing Joe Zimming's words, Fang Yu silently distanced himself. He feared that if he continued talking with Joe Zimming, he might lose control and lash out. Assistant Liang Yu looked up at the sky. These clouds are truly something else. Ahem, Vice Dean Joe, shouldn't we head inside to prepare for the competition? Fang Yu listened as Joe Zimming continued his torrent of words, his brow furrowing. This Vice Dean's personality seems a bit off. It's not about confidence, I just find the competition venue a bit odd. As soon as Fang Yu and Joe Zimming entered the inner area of the Game Exhibition Center, their attention was drawn by a stilted English voice. The competition venue is strange? Fang Yu and Joe Zimming both looked up to see the same chattering, slight figure standing by the studio entrance. The contestant from Sakura Country. A country ranked below 20 in a game development competition. What right did they have to demand the competition be held in their country? Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the exhibition hall, instantly silencing the surrounding area. The Japanese contestant clutched his cheek, staring at Joe Zimming in disbelief. How dare you lay a hand on me? On Chinese soil, you must abide by Chinese rules. Where should the game development competition be held? Who do you think you are, bossing everyone around? If you don't want to participate, just get lost. Don't come here and pollute our eyes. Joe Zimming's previously lazy expression instantly turned icy. Surrounding contestants gathered around, some pulling out virtual communicators to film, others murmuring in hushed tones. Several members bearing the Paradise Game World logo immediately rushed forward, shielding their comrade behind them. This is a game competition. What kind of skill is resorting to violence? In past Blue Star Creative Contest years, your Chinese participants couldn't even crack the top 20, utterly useless. But the Japanese contestant refused to back down. Clutching his flushed cheeks, shaking off their companion's grasp to hurl insults in broken Chinese. Before Zhou Ziming could speak, Fang Yu stepped in first. Putting on such an act? How about this, let's make a bet. If you guys rank behind us in this Blue Star Creative Contest, every single one of you will kneel at the China Martyrs Cemetery for 1949 hours. And you'll never set foot in China again. Dare to take that bet? His voice wasn't loud, yet it boomed like thunder across the exhibition hall. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Ziming's eyes. How could Fang Yu be so confident? What if you lose? The Japanese contestant wiped the redness from his slapped cheek, his voice boiling with rage. The punishment is the same. Do you dare accept it? Fang Yu's eyes were calm and indifferent, his voice devoid of any emotion. Hearing this, the surrounding area erupted instantly. Members of the Heavenly Paradise gaming world began whispering among themselves. This was the perfect chance to strike down China's arrogance. They'd been running rampant, relying on their world-leading comprehensive national strength to speak without restraint. It was time to teach them a lesson. Rest assured, I not only recorded that entire conversation on video, but also stored it in the secure vault, permanently preserved, impossible to delete. Well done, Yamamoto-kun. After this tournament, you'll get a promotion and raise. Remember to upload the video to major global media platforms afterward, let them lose all face. Who'd have thought this competition would bring such unexpected rewards? So, have you made up your mind? If you're scared, just say so. After all, your courage and height hasn't changed a bit since the old days. Fang Yu's mocking tone made the surrounding members of the Cherry Blossom Nation grimace, yet they couldn't retort. Their delegation this time truly lacked any tall individuals. What kind of skill is it to just talk big? We, the Heavenly Game World, accept this wager. Hope you're still this cocky when you lose. My name is Watanabe Hayato, remember it. When the match ends, it'll be your turn to kneel at the Martyrs Cemetery. The Sakura Nation contestant still seemed resentful, addressing Fang Yu with a trace of bitterness in his tone. I'll return that sentiment to you in kind. After all, this isn't the first time you've acted like jerks on foreign soil, we remember it well. Liang Yu quietly tugged at Zhou Ziming's sleeve and whispered, Weistein, isn't this wager a bit too much? If they dare insult China, they must face the consequences. The wager is fine, I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Zhou Ziming's gaze sharpened like a blade. If need be, he'd manually overclock his brain development and fight to the death to make these little bastards pay. China Game Expo Roundup, Studio 1. You've got guts, kid. But Heaven Games isn't a pushover. Are you really sure? Zhou Ziming shed his previous nonchalance, speaking with a hint of seriousness. What's this? Has Weistein Zhou gotten cold feet? Fang Yu smiled faintly, not losing his composure in the slightest. Nonsense. Would I be afraid of something like this? Even if I manually overclock my brain development, there's no way they'll win. As expected of Weistein Zhou, he's ruthless with himself. Based on the original host's memories and the materials he'd reviewed over the past month, Fang Yu knew that overclocking brain development was a unique technique of the top 2 production academy, capable of boosting a person's brain development by several tiers in a short time. But the side effects are severe. Mild cases result in days of unconsciousness followed by a permanent cap on brain development potential, to becoming a vegetable in severe cases. Thus, despite its existence, this method remains rarely used. Chapter 161, Heat and Pressure. Imperial Capital, China Game Expo Center, Player Studio. So, Fang Yu, how does it feel to be back here? Does it feel familiar? It certainly brings back memories. The location here is actually quite good, at least it won't be too nerve-wracking. Fang Yu ran his fingers over the brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves in the studio, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Several months had passed since his arrival in this world, and he had gradually adapted to it. Yet he still found himself unexpectedly missing his former home, Blue Star. It was that game development competition that revealed your talent. Conservative estimates say you're definitely no weaker than me. Online amateurs might not grasp what it means to create a game like Jinling Defense in just 24 hours. But professionals instantly grasp its significance. As they say, amateurs see the spectacle while experts see the craftsmanship. It's truly a shame you didn't attend the Game Design Academy. Seeing Fang Yu seeming to reminisce about the old studio environment, Zhou Ziming deliberately lowered his voice. I'm someone who values freedom. I don't care for the rigid rules of the academy. My apologies, Weistein Zhou. Everyone has the right to choose their own path. No need to apologize to me over this. But if we lose this production competition, you'll owe me an apology. We'll settle that separately. Zhou Ziming's tone suddenly turned stern. Cough. Weistein Zhou, rest assured. If we lose, I'll jump straight off the tallest building at your Magic City Tech Production Academy. How's that? Pa. Bad luck. Ha. Huaxia, a short video platform. If you guys rank behind us in this Blue Star brainstorming competition, every single one of you will kneel at the China Martyrs Cemetery for 1,949 hours. And you'll never set foot in Huaxia again. Dare to take that bet? A single video sent the already trending Blue Star brainstorming contest into another viral frenzy. Seriously, who is this guy? How arrogant. But man, it feels so satisfying to watch. Little Day entered a contest and got picked on. The only regret is that Vice Dean Zhou didn't slap him to death. You don't get it, he's picking gravesites for their families. China won't tolerate Little Japan's corpse. It's only natural they'd find the location odd. Wait, that guy spouting threats, he looks so familiar. Isn't that Fang Yu, the champion of the cross-century game development competition? Holy, it really is him. What's he doing here? Remember that mysterious contestant from that viral short story? No way, that guy was recommended by both the China Game Development Center and the Shanghai Tech Game Development Academy. What makes Fang Yu so special? Dude, you're saying the cross-century game development championship means nothing to you? Didn't we hear rumors that China Game Development Center and Magic City Tech Game Academy approached him for the cross-century game development competition? Turns out it was true. But if he makes such bold claims, what happens if he loses? Kneel at the Martyrs Cemetery in Little Japan? We'll become the laughingstock of every nation on Blue Star. He must have his reasons for saying that. I believe in him. Holy crap, Heaven Game World has consistently ranked in the top 3 at every Blue Star creative competition. How could we possibly surpass that? Unless we win the championship. We're done for. This is truly the end of the road. Why couldn't he stay calm? He had to show off his sharp tongue. Losing would disgrace all of China. If he hadn't stepped up, we'd still be disgraced. People like you only see the bad and ignore the good. Some forum. If your Blue Star creative contest ranking falls behind ours this time, every single one of you will kneel at the China Martyrs Cemetery for 1949 hours. And you'll never set foot in China again. Dare to bet on it? This equally explosive post set off a frenzy of comments. This is too much to handle, a classic case of acting on impulse without thinking. You're up against the big 3 game companies, let's see how you handle this. Winning some watered-down domestic competition has made you forget your own name. The pressure fell on Zhou Ziming, making this youngest genius Vice Dean kneel at Zairizhi Cemetery. I can't even imagine the scene. Don't push Vice Dean Zhou to activate his hidden backup power. Of course. Who could endure kneeling? Vice Dean Zhou will definitely have to manually overclock. But even overclocking might not hold up. Fang Yu is truly the greatest villain China has seen in centuries. How will the world view us now? Wait, aren't you all Chinese? While others are rubbing salt in our wounds, you're still making snide remarks to your own countrymen? Honestly, this whole group has some serious issues. I support Fang Yu. I've tried every entry in the cross-century game development contest. And in terms of quality, they absolutely surpassed any entries from past Blue Star creative contests. Hold on, buddy, you've got it all wrong. This contest isn't about quality. It's only 12 hours long, it's all about creativity and gameplay. Wasn't the Cross-World Finals also only 24 hours? What are you even talking about? 24 hours? With this level of quality, they might as well have made it on the spot. Daydreaming again? This competition is way tougher than domestic events, they won't give you any chance to prepare in advance. Imperial Capital, a detached villa. Steam from the bathroom fogged the frosted glass. Nan Muyuan lifted her hand to brush damp hair from her neck. Her fingertips inadvertently brushing against her flushed earlobe. A towel draped loosely around her waist, outlining her smooth curves. She emerged from the bathroom with deliberate slowness, casually glancing at her virtual communicator. A figure in a trending news story caught her attention. Fang Yu? What was he doing at the China Gaming Expo Center? Nan Muyuan's long lashes, usually softly lowered, froze mid-air, revealing her pupils suddenly contracting. Her red lips parted slightly, yet no sound escaped. The silver necklace around her neck glinted faintly under the lights. So he had never given up on participating in the Blue Star Creative Contest after all. Recalling the short stories previously distributed by the China Cultural Administration headquarters, Nan Muyuan suddenly had an epiphany. Fang Yu must have signed some confidentiality agreement with the headquarters. Which is why he told her he couldn't watch the competition with her due to personal matters. How foolish of her not to have considered this. Watching Zhou Ziming, the vice dean of Magic City Tech Academy, slap a contestant beside him. And Fang Yu seemed to be arguing about something too, she instinctively turned up the volume. Hearing the threat, if your Blue Star Creative Contest ranking falls behind ours this time, every single one of you will kneel at the China Martyrs Cemetery for 1949 hours. And you'll never set foot in China again. You dare take that bet? Nan Muyuan abruptly covered her mouth. Her fingers tightened slightly around the table, knuckles turning white. The virtual communicator in her hand reflected the turbulent storm churning in her eyes. Chapter 162, Aftermath. Imperial Capital, a detached villa. If your team finishes behind ours in this Blue Star Creative Contest, every single one of you will kneel at the China Martyrs Cemetery for 1949 hours. And you'll never set foot in China again. You dare take that bet? Fang Yu's words sent shockwaves through Nan Muyuan's heart. The weight of those words was more than any single person could bear, yet he dared to utter them. Heaven Games was one of the world's top 3 gaming companies. Did Fang Yu truly have the confidence to win? Beyond the shock, a deep sense of unease settled in Nan Muyuan's heart. No, I must arrive early for this competition. Shanghai, Windstorm Games Company, 1st floor. When Li finished processing the last document and stretched lazily. Picking up the now cold latte beside her, she glanced at the time displayed on her virtual communicator and sighed softly. These past few days, she'd been so preoccupied with attending the Blue Star Creative Contest in person that she kept losing track of time whenever she got busy. Ding! A real-time hot topic alert suddenly caught her attention. Chinese contestants and Japanese contestants from the Paradise Game world engage in verbal and physical altercation. What? She tapped on it out of habit, only to have an unexpected figure catch her eye. Fang Yu? What was she doing here? Had she come to watch the tournament? Fang Yu's luggage was minimalist this time, he didn't even have a suitcase. And when Li instinctively assumed he was there to watch the competition. If your rankings in this Blue Star Creative Contest fall behind ours, every single one of you will kneel at the China Martyrs Cemetery for 1949 hours. And you'll never set foot in China again. You up for the bet? But the next second, her breath caught. The composure and sharpness vanished from her face, her pupils suddenly constricting. Her coffee cup trembling slightly in her palm. Contestant? Why would Fang Yu be a contestant? Didn't he say he was too busy with company matters to even enter? Stunned, when Li murmured to herself, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. He suddenly recalled that viral short story The Tournament's Secret Weapon. The person jointly recommended by the Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Game Development Academy and the top mentor of Huaxia Game Development Center. Wasn't that Fang Yu? When Fang Yu was participating in the final round of the competition, Zhou Ziming from Magic City Tech Game Production Academy and Bai Yu from Huaxia Game Production Center had sought him out. He never imagined that after all these years of being so shrewd, he'd be deceived by a game director from a small company. Mainly, his interactions over this period had given her the impression that he wasn't the type to lie, so being deceived was understandable. A relieved smile flashed across Wen Li's mature, intelligent face, but the next second, her expression froze. She suddenly recalled the company Fang Yu had threatened, Paradise Game World. They consistently ranked in the top 3 at every brainstorm competition. What now? This is Heaven Game World? Fang Yu, are you truly confident you can beat them? Wen Li's usually steady voice vanished, replaced by a hoarse, disbelieving tone. If you lose after making such a bold claim, you'll be reviled by all of China. No way, I need to change my flight and rush over. Capital City, Soft Candy Entertainment, 16th floor. Alright, my darlings, that's all for today's livestream. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you all, starting tomorrow, I'm heading to the Blue Star Creative Contest. I've taken a week off, wait, no, a month, no. Until the competition wraps up. Hope you guys understand. Love you all. Su Yuan removed her virtual reality headset, picked up the iced water beside her, and downed it in one gulp. Phew, finally over. Oomph. You heartless jerk. If you won't go, I'll go myself. Su Yuan clenched her tiny fist, tugged at her shirt hem, and huffed indignantly. Just as she picked up her virtual communicator to open it, a breaking news alert caught her eye. Chinese contestants and Japanese contestants from the Paradise Game world engage in verbal and physical altercation. Oomph. Damn Japan. If you don't want to participate, just don't come. Who's going to put up with you anyway? Su Yuan blurted out instinctively. Knowing the history of the Jinling defense battle left her with nothing but pure hatred for that country, not a shred of other emotion. Ha? Why is Fang Yu here? Didn't he say he didn't have time to watch the competition? You big-tailed wolf. You lying bastard. You heartless scoundrel. You just didn't want to go with me. Clicking on the trending video, Su Yuan instantly bristled at the sight of that familiar figure, her tone laced with hurt over being deceived. If your team ranks behind ours in this Blue Star Creative Contest, every single one of you will kneel at the China Martyrs Cemetery for 1949 hours. And you'll never set foot in China again. You dare take that bet? Fang Yu's words froze Su Yuan in place. She instinctively took half a step back, her body gently bumping against the floating chair with a soft thud. Her cherry lips pressed together, forming a trembling curve, her eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. Fang Yu, weren't you just going to watch the competition? How did you become a contestant? The loser has to kneel at the Martyrs Cemetery for 1949 hours? And the opponent is the Heavenly Game World. What on earth are we supposed to do? Su Yuan muttered in shock, unable to suppress the panic welling inside her. She had confidence in Fang Yu, but this opponent was simply too daunting to feel at ease. The mere thought of Fang Yu losing the match made Su Yuan's heart ache as if pierced by needles. What should I do? Wait, Sister Weiwei. As if suddenly finding a lifeline, Su Yuan's trembling fingers tapped open the virtual communicator's interface. Soft Candy Entertainment Company, 10th floor. Zhang Yuwei watched the Blue Star brainstorming contest's popularity continue to soar, furrowing her brow. Sigh, it's always like this. The Blue Star Creative Contest is practically becoming a curse for China.
Logically, with China's world-leading comprehensive national strength, it shouldn't lag so far behind in game development.
But reality never plays by the rules.
Just think of all those skin swap, pay-to-win games dominating the market today. And those parents who never look inward, instead blaming games for every misstep their children take. Zhang Yuwei couldn't help but feel China's gaming industry still has a long way to go before it can truly thrive.
She instinctively thought of Fang Yu's Jinling defense battle, and her furrowed brows slowly relaxed. At least some game developers were still striving to salvage China's gaming market. But it was a shame Fang Yu hadn't entered this Blue Star brainstorming contest. With the quality and creativity of a game like Jinling Defense, would have easily placed in the top 5 at the Blue Star Creative Contest if not first. Beep.
The sound of her virtual communicator interrupted her thoughts. Seeing the two characters Su Yuan displayed on the virtual screen, she suddenly had a bad feeling.
So late at night, could something have gone wrong with the livestream? Chapter 163, Why are you all here? Capital City, Soft Candy Entertainment Company, 10th floor.
Seeing the two characters Su Yuan displayed on the virtual screen, she suddenly had a bad feeling.
So late at night, could there have been an accident during the livestream? Hey, Miss Su, what's going on? If I remember correctly, the livestream should have ended by now. Sis Weiwei, something happened to Fang Yu. Can you help him?
Su Yuan's voice, tinged with a hint of tears, came through the virtual communicator.
What happened? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Yuwei's face. What could possibly happen to Fang Yu? He's been busy with company matters lately, right? Could the company have hit some snag? Miss Su, rest assured. If anything happens with Fang Yu's company, just tell me directly. I'll handle it immediately. With that thought, Zhang Yuwei's tone softened as she offered reassurance. Sis Weiwei, it's not about the company. If it were, I could handle it. It's about the Blue Star Creative Writing Contest. Alright, Su Bao, no need to rush.
Just explain it slowly and summarize the key issues simply. Hearing Su Yuan's anxious, tearful tone, Zhang Yuwei's voice softened further.
Sis Weiwei, I'll send you a link to check out. You'll understand once you see it. Fang Yu, should I commend your courage or call you reckless?
After piecing together the entire incident, Zhang Yuwei murmured to herself. This is truly a case of good news and bad news coexisting.
The good news is that Fang Yu really did enter the Blue Star brainstorming competition.
As long as he maintains the level and quality of the Jinling defense battle, he'll likely place in the top 3 or 5.
After all these years of waiting, China can finally make a name for itself. But the bad news is suffocatingly bad. He made a high-stakes wager with Paradise Gaming World.
And this company's power speaks for itself. Unless Fang Yu is confident he'll win the championship, even second or third place carries the risk of losing. Fang Yu must have come up with some groundbreaking idea before the competition, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a bold claim. Zhang Yuwei murmured to herself, trying to reassure herself.
Fang Yu must have his own plan. He didn't seem like the impulsive type.
But thinking one thing and feeling another were two different matters. Though Zhang Yuwei had faith in Fang Yu, she still felt her heart racing.
After all, such competitions were fraught with uncertainty.
And with only 12 hours to produce the game compared to the 24 hours he had at the cross-platform game development competition before.
That's half the time.
She hoped Fang Yu could truly deliver a devastating blow to Sakura country, properly dampening their arrogant spirit.
Beep. Su Yuan's virtual communication interrupted Zhang Yuwei's thoughts. Sis Weiwei, what's the situation? Any ideas?
Su Bao, calm down first. Listen to me carefully, don't act impulsively. If Fang Yu dared make such a statement at the China Gaming Expo, he must have his reasons. You've experienced his game countless times, no need for me to elaborate, you know his caliber. While the Blue Star Creative Concept Contest emphasizes originality, many including the judges know full well
it can't be helped. 12 hours simply isn't enough to achieve both quality and originality. But do you remember?
During the third round of finals, Fang Yu created the Pink Penguin campaign, a game that perfectly balanced originality and quality in just 4 hours.
So give him a little more confidence, believe he can pull it off. Sis Weiwei, I get what you mean, but I just can't shake this unease. Ugh.
Just thinking about Fang Yu losing and having to kneel for 1949 hours in Sakura country makes my heart ache like it's being carved out. Su Yuan understood Zhang Yuwei's words, but she just couldn't shake her unease.
Alright, I understand how you feel. Here's what we'll do.
Sis will accompany you to the Game Expo Center to gather materials for Fang Yu.
We'll leave tonight.
Hearing Su Yuan's tearful whining, Zhang Yuwei sighed helplessly.
Really? Sister Weiwei, we're heading out tonight? When have I ever lied to you, Su Bao? Pack your things now. And surprise Fang Yu.
He'll be so touched. This is your chance to really build your relationship.
Sis Weiwei, you're talking nonsense again. Fang Yu and I aren't what you think we are. What do I think? I never said it was romantic or platonic. Capital City, China Game Expo Center.
A black sedan emitted a deep, muffled growl as it rolled over the speed bump in front of the China Game Expo Center. The matte paint gleamed coldly under the lights. The door swung open from the inside. A pair of black pointed toe-high heels first touched the ground at the exhibition center entrance. The crisp click of heels against the pavement tracing a sharp rhythm. Nan Muyuan lifted her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a pair of geometric platinum earrings.
Fang Yu, you never fail to surprise and startle me.
Her voice carried a deliberately maintained calm, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the distance. At the same time, a black business van bearing the Soft Candy Entertainment logo slowly approached from the other side. The faint sound of tires on the pavement growing louder as it approached.
Nan Muyuan instinctively glanced back.
A woman in a black trench coat stepped out of the vehicle, her knee-high boots clicking against the pavement. Accompanied by a figure she recognized all too well.
Su Yuan? Jiang Yue? Nan Muyuan's pupils contracted slightly. Why would these two be here at this hour? Director Nan, I didn't expect you to arrive before me.
A gentle voice, characteristic of an intelligent mature woman, rang out like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, shattering the surface calm.
Wan Li? What are you doing here?
Nan Muyuan glanced at the figure waiting by the left entrance of the game exhibition center, his expression flickering with unease as his gaze held a hint of scrutiny.
What? Is this Huaxia Game Expo Center run by Director Nan's family? Am I not allowed to come? Wan Li adjusted the hem of her black wool coat, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips.
Her gaze carrying a barely perceptible sharpness. The familiar sarcastic tone made Nan Muyuan frown slightly.
Director Nan, Vice President 1? Jiang Yue and Su Yuan, standing nearby, also spotted the two women.
Their steps, poised to move forward, froze in place. Jiang Yue's smile froze instantly, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Time seemed to pause for a second, the air thick with an intense awkwardness. Even the security guards at the entrance of the game exhibition center slowed their pace, casting curious glances. But under the fierce glare of Jiang Yue and Nan Muyuan, they quickly dispersed, leaving only the silent awkwardness lingering in the air.
You're both here for Fang Yu, right? Let's cut to the chase.
Nan Muyuan instinctively tightened her grip on the virtual communicator in her hand, breaking the suffocating silence first. Indeed, I believe you've all seen that news report.
Fang Yu needs support and encouragement now. There's no need to make things this awkward. Wan Li followed suit, her gentle eyes flickering with concern as her gaze swept across each face.
Her gaze sweeping over each face in turn as if easing the tension, yet also emphasizing her own stance.
Then let's go find him first. What's the point of all of us standing here?
Jiang Yue narrowed her eyes, casting a faint, sweeping glance around at the heavyweights of the gaming world. Her gaze lingered briefly on each face before finally settling on the entrance ahead.
Fang Yu's charisma was somewhat unexpected to her.
And Su Yuan still had a long, arduous road ahead if she hoped to succeed.
Chapter 164, the competition begins. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1.
All systems go, just waiting for the final push.
Little days, tomorrow I'll see what your game's really made of.
Fang Yu practiced the production process for the Normandy landing battle a little longer,
and found he could now complete the entire framework within 9 hours, instantly brimming with confidence.
Beep. The familiar knock on the door instantly transported Fang Yu back to the days of the cross-century game development competition. The knocking was practically a non-stop relay, no time for rest. The only difference this time was that it wasn't Studio 10.
This is never-ending. Could it be Zhou Ziming again?
Fang Yu muttered under his breath as he headed toward the familiar studio door.
Ding!
The moment the precision electronic lock opened, Fang Yu glanced briefly at the doorway only to freeze in place the next second. For a distinct sense of perfume filled his nostrils, instantly saturating the doorway with a palpable tension.
Nan Muyuan, Wan Li, Su Yuan, and who was the fourth?
The unfamiliar woman on the far left wore knee-high boots and a black trench coat that accentuated her sharp, efficient curves. Her eyes sharp and piercing, exuding an overwhelmingly dominant aura. She must be the type to match Nan Muyuan's personality.
Fang Yu, how long do you plan to keep us standing here? Nan Muyuan's high heels tapped out a rhythm on the floor, breaking the awkward silence.
Her magnetic, commanding voice paired with her stunning features causing passing contestants to turn their heads.
Ahem, come in. What brings you here?
Fang Yu pulled out 4 coffee cups, heading toward the machine as he asked.
TSK. Fang Yu, you've got some nerve asking. Who was the one insisting over the virtual communicator that they had to handle company business? Now you ask why we came.
If we hadn't, someone might have ended up kneeling for 1949 hours in the land of cherry blossoms. Nan Muyuan's sharp almond eyes swept over Fang Yu as he poured coffee, her magnetic, mature voice tinged with mockery.
Ha? She said that to you too?
You ungrateful jerk, Fang Yu.
Tricking us into joining the competition is bad enough, but making such a huge bet with little day? Are you trying to worry me to death?
Su Yuan instantly bristled at Nan Muyuan's words, clenching her fists and waving them angrily.
Ahem, well, the confidentiality agreement stipulates we can't disclose anything. Deceiving you was unavoidable. It's fine, Fang Yu.
They're all sharp-tongued but soft-hearted.
Don't take what they say to heart.
Wenli, standing nearby, flashed a gentle smile and walked over to the coffee machine to pour Fang Yu a cup.
TSK. Wenli, you're something else. Showing off your hospitality the moment you arrive. Could it be that Fang Yu deceived all of us except you? Watching Wenli's green tea antics, Nan Muyuan felt a surge of inexplicable anger. That shameless wolf. All he does is chase after women day and night. Su Yuan's lips twisted downward as she spoke with a hint of hurt in her voice. Wenli's hand holding the coffee cup paused slightly before she turned around, her expression shifting to one of hurt. Director Nan, you're so mean. How could you say that about Fang Yu? Fang Yu actually lied to me too, saying he was busy with personal matters. But it's okay, lies are lies. Fang Yu must have his reasons for doing this.
A sly gleam flashed in Wenli's gentle, watery eyes, and her soft, intelligent features twisted into a pout.
Fang Yu felt his head was about to explode. Wenli was truly relishing the drama. Saying this now was like lighting the fuse on a powder keg. I never knew Vice President Wen had this talent before. Why don't you stop pouring coffee and switch to green tea instead? Coffee just isn't your thing.
Nan Muyuan let out a cold laugh, her gaze gradually turning icy as she stared straight at Wenli while speaking.
This woman has no shame. Su Yuan murmured softly beside Nan Muyuan. Have you two forgotten why we're here today?
Just as Nan Muyuan and Wenli were about to continue their verbal sparring, a cold voice cut through the tension. Jiang Yue rose from her floating chair and produced an electronic card glowing with blue virtual light.
What did we just agree upon at the entrance of the game exhibition center? Have you both forgotten everything the moment you saw Fang Yu? Jiang Yue's sharp gaze swept over Wenli and Nan Muyuan. Ahem. Is this your friend? Seeing someone finally step in to smooth things over, Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief.
She's Jiang Yue, our game operations director at Soft Candy Entertainment.
And she and her family are incredibly influential. Su Yuan finally heard a question she knew well and immediately jumped in. Soft Candy Entertainment's head of game operations? Oh, Su Yuan's company. Fang Yu realized. But why would Candy Entertainment's head of game operations be here? He shot Jiang Yue a curious glance. The next second, Nan Muyuan and Wenli, who had been watching him intently, caught his gaze. Fang Yu, you don't have any feelings for her, do you? Fang Yu, aren't you satisfied with us already?
Nan Muyuan and Wenli, who had just calmed down, were instantly worked up again.
What nonsense are you talking about? Can't I ask a stranger who walks into the studio a few questions?
Look at the way you're staring, you're practically glued to her face.
Exactly.
You heartless jerk, falling for every girl you meet.
The Blue Star brainstorming contest starts tomorrow.
Not only did you come here late at night without helping me, but you're also adding to my frustration.
Get out, all of you. Fang Yu finally snapped. What kind of scene is this, a bunch of people arguing in his studio late at night?
This contains all the entries from past Blue Star brainstorming competitions and the judging panel's preferences,
which should help guide your creative direction.
Jiang Yue extended the electronic card glowing with blue virtual light, her gaze fixed on Fang Yu's brow as she spoke calmly.
Is this the creator behind the Jinling defense battle? So young. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yue's mind.
After all, most people instinctively assume such works steeped in historical atmosphere are created by older individuals.
Fang Yu, this represents the ideas and creativity distilled from years of market research by our company, Yushinking.
The sections highlighted in red were co-produced with renowned mentors from the Huaxia Game Production Center,
which should provide you with some direction.
Nan Muyuan also pulled out an electronic chip and quickly slipped it into Fang Yu's hand. Sigh, the preparations you've made truly make me feel inadequate. Well then, I'll reluctantly stay in the production studio and take care of Fang Yu's daily needs during the competition. Wenli began making up the large bed in Fang Yu's studio.
You're dreaming. You wicked woman. You actually believe that? Fang Yu.
These are our ideas and concepts for the game market at Feng Yun Games.
They might not be as polished as Yushinking's, but they can still broaden your perspective. April 10, 3049, Huaxia Game Expo Center. Fang Yu's eyes snapped open. Today marks the official start of the Blue Star brainstorming competition. Chapter 165, Brief Introduction. April 10, 3049, Huaxia Game Exhibition Center. Fang Yu's eyes snapped open.
Today marks the official start of the Blue Star Creative Contest. Hopefully something interesting will come along. Zhou Ziming stood at the entrance of Fang Yu's studio, his expression tinged with a barely perceptible tension. The closer the competition drew, the more inexplicable anxiety he felt. His nightmares were filled with being exiled to the land of cherry blossoms to kneel for 1,949 hours. And the very culprit responsible for all this hadn't even gotten up yet, even as the tournament was about to begin.
Fang Yu, I really want to stab you. Zhou Ziming muttered under his breath. Ding! The sound of a precision electronic door opening interrupted his thoughts. Deputy Dean Zhou, up so early? Fang Yu glanced at Zhou Ziming standing in the doorway and offered a brief greeting.
If you'd slept another 20 minutes, you'd have set the first late arrival record in the Blue Star brainstorming competition.
Zhou Ziming glanced up at Fang Yu and remarked indifferently. Ha! That would definitely make me famous.
Fang Yu glanced around the seemingly deserted contestant workshop and chuckled.
Still messing around?
Hurry up and get to the competition venue. Let me tell you, if there hadn't been any movement at your door in the last 5 minutes, I would have had the staff tear it down. Zhou Ziming was already in a foul mood, and hearing Fang Yu's lighthearted banter only made him more irritated.
Fine, let's go.
But Vice Dean Zhou, I'd still advise you to keep your cool. Getting angry all the time isn't good for your health.
My health is perfectly fine. Huaxia Gaming Expo Center, holographic stage.
Four matrix screens above the stage pulsed with cascading multicolored code, while the audience below steadily filled the venue, waving virtual glow sticks and display boards.
Most contestants had already taken their places. To accommodate international attendees, 2 hosts were assigned, one for Chinese and one for English.
Esteemed judges, game developers, and all attendees both here and watching online in the digital age's tide. Games have long transcended mere entertainment. They are now canvases for creativity, testing grounds for technology, and connectors for human emotion. From the flash of inspiration in an indie developer to the meticulous refinement of a team effort, behind every game lies the countless efforts and sweat of its creators. Today, we witness a cohort of top creators stepping onto this stage with their exceptional talents. As a competition that has been running for centuries, you should all be familiar with it. Let's shout the name of the competition at the top of our lungs. Blue Star Creative Competition. Instantly, a sea of dazzling lights, mingled with thunderous applause and cheers, engulfed the entire game exhibition center. Alright, now let's introduce the judging panel and contestants from different countries. First, the judging panel, 2 globally renowned game streamers ranked among the top 3 in popularity. Alongside 3 game company directors from Paradise Gaming World, Snowfall Games, and Empire Microtech Games. They've also served as judges for game creation competitions worldwide, bringing extensive judging experience.
Finally, it's begun.
I've been anticipating this production competition for so long, hope it brings some surprises. Previous competitions claiming to be heavyweight were pure jokes. This production contest is the real heavyweight.
Truly witnessing history. I never imagined I'd see a competition like this in my lifetime.
Rumor has it that tensions between nations sparked an anti-war movement. And that's why the Blue Star Creative Competition changed its theme.
Why haven't I seen any Chinese contestants take the stage yet? Aren't they here? China Game Expo Center, front row of the audience. Sis Weiwei, why isn't Fang Yu here yet? Did he oversleep? Oomph. Big lazy pig.
Su Yuan's watery peach blossom eyes brimmed with anticipation as she stared fixedly at the stage, yet the figure she longed to see remained absent. Su Bao, calm down.
Contestants and judges have designated order of appearance. Fang Yu will be here soon. Jiang Yue comforted Su Yuan, who was clearly anxious. But wait, I see so many other contestants here. Could he? What won't he? Scared to show up? I never said that.
Su Yuan tugged at her hem, her tone softening.
Has Vice President Wen finished his business? He actually has time to watch the competition? Your first quarter financial report showed a significant year-on-year decline.
Nan Muyuan glanced at Wenli sitting beside her, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable.
That's none of Director Nan's concern. Our company has its own operational methods. But Director Nan, your first quarter financials didn't change much year over year either, did they?
Wenli heard the slight sarcasm in Nan Muyuan's voice but paid it no mind, responding calmly.
At least they didn't decline, right?
Director Nan, instead of worrying about our Feng Yun games, you should focus on salvaging your overseas market.
I hear you've lost quite a few core players in your overseas gaming market. I've never cared about overseas markets. China is Yushinking's primary focus. We're here to watch the competition, not argue. Could you tone down your overbearing attitude, Director Nan?
A flicker of impatience crossed Wenli's gentle, water-like eyes.
Stop swiping, you'll spark the screen if you keep it up.
Jiang Yue watched Su Yuan frantically swiping through the virtual screen's player absence notifications, feeling somewhat helpless.
Oomph. Ungrateful jerk. After waiting this long, if you don't show up, I'll never speak to you again. Look over there.
Jiang Yue suddenly grabbed her wrist, her gaze darting toward the stage entrance. Fang Yu and Zhou Ziming strode swiftly through the aisle toward the stage. The moment she spotted the figure she'd been longing for, Su Yuan fell silent, her watery peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Fang Yu.
Fang Yu halted at the foot of the stage. His crisp white shirt collar was slightly open, bearing a hint of crease. His left sleeve rolled up to his forearm, revealing a sleek, defined wrist. Zhou Ziming followed closely behind, his black casual attire and slightly hurried pace giving him an air of flustered haste. Fang Yu's gaze casually swept over the front row of the audience, meeting Su Yuan's eyes directly. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily averted her gaze, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Next to take the stage were China's top game developers, Fang Yu and Zhou Ziming. One possessed a staggering 30% brain development rate. and the Vice Dean of Magic City Tech Game Development Academy, who earned an S grade in the Creative Ability Assessment. The other is Fang Yu, who dominated the China Cross-World Game Development Competition with scores far surpassing all competitors, achieving near-perfect scores in all 3 final rounds to claim the championship. Please welcome them with a round of applause. As the bilingual hosts on stage introduced the final contestants, Fang Yu and Zhou Ziming strode confidently onto the platform. This competition has truly begun. Chapter 166, Production begins. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Fang Yu scanned the 7 judges below the stage, mentally matching their identities. The 3 seated in the center were likely the main judges for this competition. Game directors from Heaven Game World, Snowfall Games, and Empire Microtech Games. The 1 seated dead center from Empire Microtech likely represented the strongest contender. Fang Yu observed the figure in the center, a judge in his late 40s with fair skin, with a pixel art game character pin on his lapel, with slightly curled blonde hair and piercing blue eyes behind silver-rimmed glasses that always held a scrutinizing sharpness. To the left of Empire Microtech sat the director from Snowfall Games. Caramel-colored curls cascading over the shoulders of her velvet suit, ends naturally highlighted with golden-brown streaks. Her earrings swaying lightly with each downward glance. Her high, straight nose bridge was sharp and defined, with delicate, petite nostrils. Her pupils were deep as gilded amber, the outer corners of her eyes slightly upturned, exuding distinctly Western aesthetics. To her right sat the director of Paradise Games from Sakura Nation, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit. The watch chain peeking from his cuff occasionally flashed a cold gleam in the projection's peripheral light. The dead man's face bore not a trace of expression, giving off an eerie, gloomy feeling that was deeply unsettling to behold. As for the other judges, they were likely just there to fill the seats, as evident from the fawning expressions they wore while gazing at the 3 central figures. After all, when it comes to game expertise, the people from top-tier game companies know best. What a bummer. Fang Yu accidentally locked eyes with Judge Littlelife and cursed silently under his breath. After the host introduced the judges and contestants, a familiar blue electronic number appeared on each contestant's chest, though this time there were far more numbers than before. Next, let me explain the core rules of this competition in detail, so every participant can stay focused and create with full dedication. The time constraint is one of the most critical elements of this competition. All participants will have a full 12 hours for production, starting from the official launch of the competition and ending precisely 12 hours later. If you're exceptionally talented, you may submit your work early. Next is the theme requirement. The core theme of this competition is anti-war. This must be the core essence of all entries. Participants may interpret this theme from multiple angles, choosing to create any type of game, be it role-playing, simulation, or others based on their strengths and creative vision. Finally, all entries must be independently created by the entrant. Plagiarism or the unauthorized use of others' creative ideas or work elements is strictly prohibited, including but not limited to art assets, music sound effects, or code logic. Now, I declare the Blue Star Creative Contest officially open. The countdown will automatically begin the moment all participants return to their studios. Strict adherence to competition rules is required. Violators will be permanently disqualified. That guy next to Zhou Ziming is really Fang Yu. Damn it, why him? Logically, it should be the genius from Huaxia Game Development Center. Wasn't he the one who made that wager with Sakura Nation? I knew right then that he'd be the other contestant. Just a champion of a cross-century game development competition. How did he get dual recommendations from both Magic City Tech Game Development Academy and Huaxia Game Development Center? Does this kid have some kind of background? What do you mean, just the champion of the cross-century game development competition? He scored perfect marks in every round of the finals. What does that even mean? And the most crucial point is that his game was made within the stipulated time, and the themes all revolved around anti-war elements. I'm seriously doubting he made that game himself. With that level of skill, why would he be working as a director at a small company? He should be at one of China's top 10 game companies by now. True. And even if he did make it himself, I feel it's still far below the caliber of geniuses from game development academies. He hasn't even undergone brain development or creative ability assessments. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Fang Yu took a deep breath and began rapidly organizing the framework materials for the Normandy landing campaign, determined to create this largest-scale landing operation as swiftly as possible. The brain-computer interface editor began generating environments in real time based on his thoughts, while the neural feedback loops gradually heated up as they tested lighting and material effects. Within the holographic projection, the waves crashing upon the Normandy shore took on increasingly realistic textures, while various structures and scenes on the beach began to take shape. Wait, I missed something. The bullet trajectories of the German MG-42 machine guns need to match the real physics engine. Fang Yu muttered under his breath as he began adjusting the firearm parameters. Time ticked by second by second. Both the live audience and those watching the livestream outside the venue fixed their eyes on the contestants in the Game Exhibition Center's production studio. This was a competition that would determine the overall game production capabilities of China. The top 3 prizes weren't just honor and massive cash rewards, but could also propel China's game development ranking up several tiers. Yet in all previous Blue Star creative competition history, no one had ever achieved this feat, with the best ranking stopping at 23rd place. Sis Weiwei, I'm so nervous. Do you really think Fang Yu can pull this off? Beads of sweat glistened on Su Yuan's temples. Her fingers, clenched tightly around the hem of her shirt, turned white, her toes scraping the floor with a faint rustle. Her voice trembled at the end of her sentences, her eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. Su Bao, take a deep breath. Don't be nervous. Don't you remember the scene at the cross-century game development competition? That confident stride when you outpace the other contestants. Trust yourself. You can overcome this challenge and elevate Huaxia's game development capabilities to new heights. Seeing Su Yuan's lips trembling, Zhang Yue gently stroked her head and spoke in a soothing tone. Truthfully, she had no idea what results Fang Yu could achieve in this competition. After all, this wasn't the cross-century game development competition, with its tight deadlines and field of true geniuses from around the world. As netizens put it, this is the ultimate showdown. The pressure on the contestants is off the charts. Really? You're not lying to me, right, Sister Weiwei? Hearing Zhang Yue's words, Su Yuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally eased a little. Yet gazing at the 3 judges' icy, piercing stares on stage, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Su Bao, you know the quality of Jinling Defense Battle's gameplay. It's absolutely top tier. But this time, every contestant seems incredibly strong. And the judges look so fierce. Aren't they going to target Fang Yu? Su Bao, don't worry. This global production competition is being watched by many renowned game companies and production academies. And since this competition is being held in our country, the China Game Supervision Bureau won't let them get away with any favoritism or cheating. Ha! Why is Fang Yu standing up? Could he have finished his project already? Chapter 167, A Feint. China Game Exhibition Center, Studio 1. Fang Yu set down the brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. Rising from the levitating chair, he rubbed his slightly weary temples and walked toward the coffee machine by the studio entrance. He'd been a bit careless this time. Even he felt nervous in such a high-pressure environment. And the equipment here couldn't compare to what we had at the temporary production base. Fang Yu muttered to himself, allowing his mind to go blank for a moment. The prolonged game development and intense pressure left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Seriously? I'm standing here and this is what you show me? I thought it was finished, but it turns out he just ran out of ideas. Exactly. I saw him take off the brain-computer interface editor and the neural feedback gloves, and now he's just pulling our leg. This feels like it's over. The competition only has 12 hours left. And Fang Yu actually dares to take a break. Doesn't he fear running out of time for his entry? I'm speechless. Who knows what tricks he pulled to win the cross-century game development competition. Now he's gone off the deep end, throwing down challenges and putting on airs in the studio. He really thinks he's invincible. Look at Dean Zhou Ziming, he's been deep in thought and hard at work since the competition started. Don't pin your hopes on Fang Yu. Dean Zhou was always China's trump card. Why are you all so fixated on Fang Yu? China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Spotlights focused as the host watched Fang Yu remove his brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. Walking toward the studio entrance, her eyes crinkled with anticipation, revealing an exaggeratedly wide smile. It seemed the first contestant to finish their work had already emerged, which was unheard of in previous Blue Star brainstorming competitions. Finished in just 4 hours. This competition truly has hidden talents. Let's begin the countdown and see what our contestant number 1 has in store for us. The next second, the host's smile froze mid-air, her hand holding the virtual microphone suspended before her chest, while the audience's screens abruptly fell silent. All Fang Yu from Studio 1 did was walk to the doorway, pour himself a cup of coffee, and glance out the window at the scenery beyond the studio, showing no intention of heading to the stage to submit his work. Hey buddy, you owe me my voice. Do you have any idea how much courage it takes for someone with social anxiety to yell in front of all these people? Fine, you wanna play games? Fang Yu, I'll remember this. Walking the high-voltage wire wasn't enough, now you're doing acrobatics on it. This guy's just here to show off, making me get all worked up for nothing. Huaxia Game Expo Center, front row of the audience. Fang Yu. You dare play me for a fool? Bastard. Su Yuan's heart had leapt into her throat when she saw Fang Yu remove his brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. And her fingers were still trembling uncontrollably. But then Fang Yu just stood up to rest. Alright, Su Bao, calm down. Fang Yu might just be tired. Don't get so worked up. Didn't you see him go get coffee? Zhang Yue was also startled when she saw Fang Yu rise from the floating chair and head toward the workshop door. But she managed to stay relatively composed. Unlike Su Yuan, who had jumped up screaming. It wasn't just Su Yuan. Many Chinese viewers also roared and raised their glow sticks and signs when Fang Yu stood up, most of whom were former attendees of China's cross-century game development competition. The crowd realized Fang Yu was merely standing to rest and instantly quieted down. He hadn't taken a break midway through producing the cross-century game development competition before. Could something be wrong this time? Su Yuan's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her face still etched with worry. Alright, Su Bao, fretting here won't help. Listen to your sister, sit quietly and trust his abilities. Alright. Fang Yu. You've really given me something to be happy about. Nan Muyuan's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Her usually slightly raised chin was now held rigidly straight. As she spoke, her sharp phoenix eyes swept across the virtual screen displaying Studio 1. Her voice dipping dangerously low, though the faint tightness in her throat remained undeniable. That bastard Fang Yu nearly gave her a heart attack. How could Director Nan be so impatient? Was she afraid of entering menopause early? When Li watched Nan Muyuan's flustered state, her gentle eyes blinking softly. You're 30 years old, comparing menopause with a 26-year-old? Is Deputy Director Wen's memory failing her in her old age? Nan Muyuan was already in a foul mood, and this remark set her off instantly. Her sharp, slanted eyes fixed on Wenli with piercing intensity. Ha! Don't get so worked up, Director Nan. Anger's bad for your health. And it'll be even worse if you hit menopause before me, a 30-year-old. Wenli's mature, intelligent face still bore a gentle smile, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. Forget it. I won't stoop to arguing with someone who's going through menopause before me. Just as Nan Muyuan was about to retort, she suddenly realized her temperament had indeed been off lately. Flaring up at the slightest provocation, quick to anger. The next moment, she silently swallowed the words she'd been about to say. The only ones remaining calm were the three judges on the main panel. Their faces utterly expressionless, seemingly indifferent to everything unfolding around them. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. The materials had been selected during practice sessions, eliminating any need to agonize over better options. The main framework was halfway done, with only the mid to late game meat grinder scenes remaining. No need to rush the finishing touches. Take another careful look at all the game's storylines and workflows. Fang Yu downed the last of his coffee, mentally organizing his next steps. Reattaching the brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. The plan was now clear, time to pick up the pace. Fang Yu glanced at the countdown timer in the studio. Less than 8 hours remained. China Game Expo Center, Studio 2. Zhou Ziming was frantically building game architecture and NPC models with his brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. His speed was mind-boggling, occasionally pausing for half a second before swiftly resuming his previous state. Man, if this isn't genius speed, I don't know what is. Check out Weighty Zhou. Holy crap, I swear this neural feedback glove is about to spark. You think that 30% brain development and creative ability test S-score was a joke? Weighty Zhou is easily the top genius of the new generation. I told you guys to pin your hopes on Vice President Zhou, but you wouldn't listen. Insisted on chasing some overhyped cross-century game development championship winner. With such a tight production schedule, he actually had time to rest? Treating the competition like child's play. Chapter 168, Racing Against Time, Epilogue. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Ahem. This competition has been incredibly stressful. Contestants really should find ways to release pressure and adjust their state promptly, so they can focus more effectively on game development later. The host glanced at the roaring audience in the stands, flashing a slightly awkward smile before speaking. Holy crap, look at those jerks in Studios 3, 4, and 5, they're moving faster than Weighty Zhou. That's insane. No kidding, those are the three giants of Blue Star Gaming, Paradise Game World, Exposure Snow Games, and Empire Microtech Games. Their game producers typically scout children with naturally high brain development from a young age. Then pick the absolute best from those geniuses for further training, specifically for competitions. Take that tall white guy in Studio 4, he started game development at 5. With a terrifying brain development score of 35. Don't be fooled by the mere 5-point gap over Weighty Zhou. Once brain development reaches this level, every 0-1 unit makes a world of difference. I know his name is Casey, I think. I saw him in a special interview on the gaming channel before. He's competed in game development tournaments worldwide with an undefeated record. His skills are truly terrifying. The one in Studio 3 isn't someone to be underestimated either. Don't let her gender fool you, her skills are equally terrifying. She's Snowfall Games' top prospect, second only to Casey in skill. I recall several competitions where she teamed up with Casey. Though they lost more than they won, their scores were always neck and neck. Who doesn't know Blizzard's gaming goddess, Jelena? Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she's also exceptionally talented. Her overseas popularity is off the charts. She practically sweeps the championships in international game development competitions. Does anyone know the details about that kid from Studio 5 who bet against Fang Yu? Watanabe Hayato? Just some useless 2B leader. Never looked up his info, but I just want to trash talk him. Seriously though, this kid isn't half bad. He rose through the ranks of Heaven Games' talent pool. But apparently his mindset is unstable, and his skills fall short of Casey and Yelena. Still, he's got something. Damn, these overseas prodigies are freaking insane. They're more talented than you and work harder. What's the point of even playing? Damn right. It feels like they could build nuclear bombs with their bare hands. What kind of hand speed is that? China Gaming Expo Center, Player Studio Number 1. In the unnoticed production room, Fang Yu's editing speed accelerated relentlessly. Watching familiar scenes emerge one after another within the brain-computer interface editor. Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The peak state he'd experienced during practice had returned. The Normandy landings differed from the earlier Defense of Nanjing. The environment was larger and more complex, involving struggles between multiple nations and an overwhelming number of participants, making its production far more challenging and time-consuming. But Fang Yu still stood by his earlier stance. He wouldn't need to handle NPCs or details, as the system would automatically refine them. He focused solely on the core framework and storyline, which saved him a significant amount of time. Fang Yu glanced at the game's progress bar, showing 1/3 remaining, and rubbed his weary eyes. The studio's countdown clock showed 8 hours had already passed, leaving only 4 hours remaining. Director Nan, feeling sleepy? If you're tired, take a nap. I'll call you when Fang Yu finishes the game. Wenli observed Nan Muyuan's slightly weary expression and smiled. Wenli, would you really be that kind? A flicker of suspicion crossed Nan Muyuan's face. Ever since she'd seen Fang Yu in Little Day's bed agreement, she'd been distracted, and had been suffering from insomnia these past few nights. She was genuinely struggling to hold on now. Relax, Director Nan. I know how to separate jokes from serious matters. Forget it. I can push through. It's less than 4 hours anyway. Nan Muyuan grabbed the strong instant coffee she'd prepared earlier and gulped it down. The bitter liquid sliding down her throat gave her a slight jolt of alertness. Her gaze pierced through the virtual screen, landing on Studio 1. Fang Yu's neural feedback gloves danced across the screen with astonishing speed. How did his speed become so fast? Nan Muyuan suddenly spoke, her magnetic, mature voice tinged with unmistakable fatigue and hoarseness. HM? You mean Fang Yu? Wenli turned her head, her gentle, watery eyes meeting hers. Yes, I remember his speed wasn't this fast at the beginning. Did he make any last-minute changes? You mean he originally aimed for both quality and creativity, but when he realized time was running out, so he sacrificed quality? Nan Muyuan glanced at Wenli but said nothing more. But a flicker of visible panic flickered in his weary eyes. That can't be right. Maybe Fang Yu just found a new approach. Wenli forced herself to stay calm, but her slightly trembling voice gave her away. Sis Weiwei, Fang Yu's speed suddenly seems to have sped up. Great. That heartless jerk finally came to his senses. If he wins this championship, I'll be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. Oomph. Seeing Fang Yu's crafting speed increase, a smile finally appeared on Su Yuan's previously anxious face. He really is much faster now. Su Bao, you're quite observant. If he loses the competition, it'll reflect badly on our Chinese team. Of course I'm paying extra attention to him. As Su Yuan's ears flushed a faint pink and she began to defend herself, Zhang Yue said no more. Instead, she pondered the reasons behind Fang Yu's accelerated development pace. Judging by his entries in the cross-century game development competition, his style has always prioritized both quality and gameplay. This sudden increase in speed likely means he's sacrificed some aspect of his style and most likely, its quality. After all, polishing quality is the most time-consuming task. This isn't good news. If judges notice inconsistent quality throughout your game, and your score won't be high even if your creative concept is brilliant. And since the audience can't participate in scoring this time, trying to pull a fast one on uninformed viewers won't work either. As time ticked away, many contestants' projects in the studio were nearing completion. Look, many of the foreign contestants have already started wrapping up their work. That's way too fast. When there are still 2 hours left. 2 hours won't help. There's not enough time to polish everything to quality standards. And polishing just one part will make your work look messy and disjointed. As for the game's concept and content, they usually plan that out before the competition. And they won't change much now. Besides, you don't have enough time to make changes anyway. That's the Blue Star brainstorming contest style. Speed is everything. No regard for quality, only for creativity. It's not that they don't care, it's that they don't have time to polish the quality. Chapter 169, the first contestant to finish. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Studio. The holographic projection emitted a series of urgent beeps as the virtual scene abruptly froze. As the game's various effects and particle halos slowly dissipated, all signs pointed to the production process of this competition gradually drawing to a close. A mechanical buzz emanated from Studio 4. Casey removed the neural feedback gloves from her hands, her blonde hair damp with sweat clinging to her temples. Before her, the brain-computer interface editor performed the final scene render. A relieved smile spread across his face as he watched the nearly finished interface. Ever since learning game development, the Blue Star brainstorming contest had been his lifelong goal. And this time, he was determined to claim first place. As Casey removed his neural feedback gloves, Jelena from Snowfall Games in Studio 3 and Studio 5's Watanabe Hayato from Heaven Game World Company also set down their equipment. They began final checks on their projects, particularly focusing on the narrative frameworks. China Game Expo Center Holographic Stage. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience and friends watching online, the Blue Star Creative Challenge has reached its climax. After 10 hours of intense creation, the game development segment has less than 2 hours remaining. But that's not the main point. We now have an exciting announcement to make. The first contestant to complete their entry has emerged. Let's give a huge round of applause to Frank from Magic Domain Games. Magic Domain Games? Never heard of them. Just check their profile, seems like a game company from the US. They're decent. But compared to the top tier, they're just a small player. Probably using the competition for publicity. I doubt he even checked his game content. Sure, they finished development first, but the game quality is probably nothing to write home about. They probably know their game won't make waves based on quality alone, so they're resorting to this tactic to generate buzz. Amid sparse applause and the host's excited tone, a man with the number 20 on his chest and distinctly Western features quickly walked onto the stage. After brief interactions with the host, judges, and audience, he began uploading his work. The three expressionless main judges sat up straight, glancing at the brain-computer interface editor beside them. After about 10 minutes, the contestant from Magic Domain Games finished uploading his work and gave a brief wave to the judges and audience below. Alright, contestant number 20 has finished uploading his work. We're eager to see what surprises this contestant has in store for us. The two hosts on stage seized the moment to quickly amp up the atmosphere. No sooner had they finished speaking than waves of screams erupted from beneath the holographic stage. The 5 judges also donned their virtual reality headsets. A futuristic war? How boring. Nan Muyuan glanced at the virtual screen display on stage and instantly lost interest. A hint of drowsiness flickered across her weary face. The first contestant's theme simply failed to spark her interest. On Blue Star today, games with future war themes had flooded the market beyond count. Not just the judges, but even ordinary gamers have grown tired of this kind of thing. Sure enough, just as she had imagined, the 3 main judges frowned after briefly glancing at the game content. And the audience's screams grew noticeably quieter. Admittedly, the theme was rather ordinary, but it remained to be seen how imaginative the concept would be. Such themes naturally lowered the judges' expectations, and if the subsequent quality wasn't high, it would basically be at the bottom. Wen Li yawned at the sight of the futuristic war theme. She'd seen this type of concept countless times before, and it held no interest for her whatsoever. The game depicted a once peaceful, technologically advanced world suddenly overrun by terrorists, who rampage through cities, terrorizing citizens and disrupting peace. Players take on the role of peacekeeping forces to hunt down the terrorists and liberate villages and towns. Seriously, guys, why does this feel so generic? Is this the quality of Blue Star's creative contest? Everyone says this guy's clearly just here to ride the hype train, and you still don't believe it? The game's plot is passable, but passable quality just won't cut it. This is the Blue Star brainstorming contest. And this first contestant is already marked for elimination. True, it was made in just 12 hours. This level of quality is already impressive. Many companies with dozens of people combined couldn't make a game like this in 12 hours. But at the Blue Star brainstorming contest, this probably won't even pass the minimum score. The concept is pretty average, but at least it fits the anti-war theme. Probably just scraping by with an average score. Average score? Do you know how strict the Blue Star creative contest standards are? This trash might not even get 4 points. After roughly half an hour of playtesting, Edward the judge in his 40s seated center was the first to disconnect his virtual helmet. After about 40 minutes, Alice, director of Snowfall Games, and Zazekawa, director of Paradise Games, also disconnected their virtual reality headsets. Disappointing. I can't fathom why such outdated, bizarre creations still surface in today's gaming market. Edward adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses with a hint of disappointment and delivered a shocking score. 3. Alice and Nishizawa, observing Edward's disappointed expression from the side, said nothing further. Simply giving the same score. The entire audience erupted in an uproar. Sis Weiwei, is the maximum score 5 points this time? Su Yuan saw the judges award a 3 and a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Though the game was cliché, its content was fairly complete, barely passing at the cross-century game development competition. 100. Didn't you read the rules? The maximum score is 100. What? Then why did this game only get 3 points? Su Bao, this is a once-in-a-century competition full of geniuses. I'm seriously questioning how this piece even got recommended for the competition. 3 points is generous. Su Yuan glanced at the first contestant's final score, then looked back at Fang Yu, who was still furiously scribbling in the studio. Her fingers trembled slightly as an inexplicable dread enveloped her. Could Fang Yu truly stand out in the Blue Star Creative Competition this time? China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Almost done, just a few final scenes and plot points left. Fang Yu muttered to himself, wearing his brain-computer interface editor and neural feedback gloves. It was almost time for the final touches. The countdown display in the studio showed less than an hour remaining. While in the adjacent studio, Zhou Ziming had already risen to conduct final checks. As the game's various special effects and particle halos slowly faded away. Chapter 170, Jelena. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. The audience erupted in shock when the first contestant scored a mere 3 points. While the game wasn't outstanding, its quality was still decent. Yet the judges awarded a mere 3 points out of a possible 100. It was clear the judging criteria for this competition were exceptionally strict. The judges' scores read like a precise growth report, serving as the foundation to fortify your castle in the future. So don't be discouraged, and as the first contestant to take the stage, your courage is something we all admire. Let's give another round of applause to this brave presenter. Seeing the first contestant score a mere 3 points, the host quickly approached him, breaking the brief silence with words of encouragement. Don't waste time. What's a cannon fodder doing taking up so much time? Exactly. There's a lineup of powerhouse contestants waiting behind him. The first contestant only got 3 points, so the host definitely needs to lift the mood. Alright, let's welcome the second contestant to showcase their finished piece. Half an hour later, the crowd saw a massive 5 on the judges' electronic scoreboard. And all applause and cheers abruptly ceased. Is there something wrong with this competition's judging panel? The second contestant's game felt way more fun than the first one. I agree. They're being way too strict, and the judging is way too fast. It couldn't have been even half an hour. The story probably wasn't even finished. I heard about this Blue Star brainstorming contest. If the judges can predict what's coming next in your game and the gameplay isn't particularly impressive, they'll give you a low score outright unless your game is truly high quality. But this format doesn't even let you focus on quality. The time is way too short. Oi, forget about those cannon fodder contestants. The third one up seems to be from one of the big 3 companies. This should be interesting. Gamers in the venue and watching at home, the next contestant is someone you're all familiar with. She redefined the weight of gaming genius, leading her team to 3 international game awards over the past decade. Her independently developed Alice's Dream set a record with over 1 million concurrent players. She is Jelena, the genius game producer from Snowfall Studios, hailed by the industry as a magician who weaves dreams with code. As the second contestant walked off stage with a disappointed expression, a wave of electrifying excitement rippled across the holographic stage, while the audience below erupted in a series of sharp, explosive cheers. Even the 3 main judges on stage turned their heads slightly, their spirits lifting. Sis Weiwei, who's next? Su Bao, haven't you heard of Jelena from Snowfall Games? You loved the game she made last year. Last year, in August, didn't you forget about Alice's Dream, the game that won the International Game Award? You were practically dying to say you wanted to date the female lead back then. Enough already, Sister Weiwei. That was ages ago. Su Yuan flushed, reaching to cover Jiang Yue's mouth only to realize she wasn't tall enough. She had to stand up to cover it. Alright, I'll shut up. Our Miss Su Yuan actually knows how to blush. Jiang Yue casually brushed away Su Yuan's small hand, and a citrusy fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Never winter. Does this have anything to do with the anti-war theme? Seeing the title of Jelena's displayed work, a flicker of confusion crossed Nan Muyuan's face. You can't guess the creator's wild ideas just by looking at the titles. Let's look at the content. They usually focus on fundamental concepts. I think it's about war's impact on the environment. Wenli glanced at Nan Muyuan's puzzled expression beside her and offered a gentle explanation. As Jelena finished uploading the game, the main judging panel on stage donned virtual reality headsets, with a hint of anticipation even flickering across some judges' faces. In 3099, after 4 decades of industrial-scale warfare between 2 military superpowers, the ecological environment lay devastated. Unchecked technological progress has only accelerated the world's collapse. Is this the background story, Sister Weiwei? Su Yuan murmured as rows of text gradually appeared on the virtual screen. Right, the game's mechanics and settings seem decent enough. But this wild concept needs truly realistic visuals to pull it off. The next second, a scene flooded everyone's vision. Acid rain washed over rusted mecha wreckage, corroding the ground into pitted craters. The sky was perpetually shrouded in leaden-gray haze, occasionally pierced by the explosion of an out-of-control drone engine, blasting brief flashes of orange-red fire through the clouds. Scavengers must crawl through the shadows of mech wreckage, each step risking the crushing of pressurized containers holding toxic gases, or awaken the mechanically enhanced creatures lurking deep within the ruins, feeding on rotting flesh. Wait! Sister Weiwei, how much time is left before the 12-hour production deadline? Su Yuan suddenly remembered something crucial. Let me check, less than half an hour, I think. What's up? Why hasn't Fang Yu come out yet? Su Yuan's curious gaze toward the new creation vanished instantly, and fixed her gaze on Fang Yu, who was still buried in work in Studio 1. It should be almost done. He was the last one to finish during the Jinling defense battle. Don't worry, Su Bao. Hearing Jiang Yue's reassuring words, Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged as she continued to stare intently at Studio 1. This imagination, truly worthy of a seed genius from Snowfall Games. Following the perspective of the three-judge panel, Wenli gradually immersed herself in Jelina's narrative, a hint of awe flickering in her eyes. The quality isn't bad either. It can't compare to games that have been polished for ages, but it's still decent. Nanmu Yuan chimed in with a weary voice. Wait. Where's Fang Yu? Why hasn't he come out yet? Seeing Gialina's work, Nanmu Yuan suddenly thought of Fang Yu. The weariness on her face vanished almost instantly. The sharpness in her almond-shaped eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of anxiety and worry. This isn't right. There's less than half an hour left before the deadline. What's going on? Wenli heard Nanmu Yuan's words and instantly turned her head, gazing toward contestant number 1's workshop. A flicker of anxiety crossing her gentle, watery eyes. This competition is truly fascinating, even featuring a time management expert. A country that's never ranked higher than 20th. What's the point of struggling? Might as well wrap this up early and head home to rest. It's just a waste of time, pointless. And you dare bet against me? Better start practicing your knees now, you might not be able to kneel for that long later. Contestants queuing below the stage to prepare their displays occasionally glanced toward Studio 1. Their faces dripping with scorn that seemed to spill right off the screen. Chapter 171, The Last Second, The Big Threes Game. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. The timer began beeping, signaling less than 10 minutes remained. Fang Yu calmly performed a final check on the storyline, showing not a hint of panic. Oh no, Fang Yu's become the clown. He's still working with the deadline almost up, he's definitely screwed. Seriously, bro? Just give up if it's hopeless. What's the point of struggling? It's pointless. This is ridiculous. Even if he finishes, it'll probably be an incomplete game. Totally wasted. I don't get why they let someone with such inconsistent skills join the competition. Wouldn't it be better to have the failed mentor from Huaxia Game Development Center instead? And he still likes to bet with others? Can he figure out his own place? What a joke. Less than 10 minutes left, can it really be finished? Nanmu Yuan felt as if an invisible giant hand had clenched her heart. And waves of suffocating pressure washed over her brain. The cost of failing this competition was too great. So immense that no one could bear it. It's okay. Trust Fang Yu. He turned the tide at the cross-century game development competition, he can do it again this time. Wenli murmured to herself, though the tremor at her lips betrayed her uncontrollable anxiety. Fang Yu. You heartless bastard. If we get disqualified for exceeding the time limit, I'll never help you promote your games again. Su Yuan's fingers clenched the hem of her skirt so tightly that a crease appeared on the once neat and tidy dress. The judges on stage were still intently experiencing Jelina's game, completely oblivious to the situation outside. As the seconds ticked by, the countdown timer for the Blue Star Creative Contest grew increasingly prominent. The foreign contestants waiting for their game tests wore increasingly mocking expressions. Ha! The first contestant ever to be disqualified for timeout in the Blue Star Creative Competition is about to emerge. No real talent but loves to gamble? I can't wait to see how stubborn you'll be when you're on your knees. You can't say that. What if someone polishes an unprecedented game? Then I'll kneel before them right then and there. Ha! Ding! 1 second before the Blue Star brainstorming contest submission deadline ended, Fang Yu rose from his hover chair and brushed dust from his coat hem. Damn it, he was the last one to finish, yet he still put on airs. That was his final wave, no act, no chance. Did he get up at the last second to grab everyone's attention? Hacky Fang, you bastard. I can already see the result, just hope he doesn't stubbornly deny it when he sees that single-digit score. Fang Yu stood up, took a sip of his now cold coffee, and walked toward the studio exit. You heartless bastard, you still have the nerve to show your face. Su Yuan's tense shoulders suddenly slumped. She heard her own stifled gasp. Her hand rubbing her eyes with increasing force. See? Su Bao, I knew Fang Yu would be fine. Look how scared you got. Jiang Yue also breathed a sigh of relief when Fang Yu made it just in time, though she wasn't entirely reassured. A last-minute submission usually means the quality won't meet expectations, but at least it's not late. Fang Yu, you never cease to surprise me. Nanmu Yuan buried her face in his chest, her heart finally settling back into place after hanging in mid-air. Her tense jawline gradually softened, her furrowed brow smoothed out, and even her fingertips relaxed. She really should have trusted him after all, he'd pulled this off at the cross-century game development competition too. The tension vanished from Wenli's gentle, water-like eyes, replaced by her signature warm smile. Didn't that game experience leave everyone wanting more? Watching the creator's heartfelt works unfold on screen. Every polished detail revealing the creator's ingenuity and passion, all judges have now completed testing Jelina's work. And we've reached the most nerve-wracking yet crucial moment, the scoring phase. Next, we ask each judge to provide a comprehensive score based on the game's core gameplay design, artistic style presentation, and more. After approximately 3 hours, Jelina's demo concludes. The host begins energizing the atmosphere with exaggerated enthusiasm. With the Big Three's testing complete, the audience and contestants below the stage fix their eyes intently on the virtual screen above. After about 3 minutes of deliberation by the main judging panel, the score on the virtual screen began to change gradually, finally settling at 81 points. Immediate applause erupted from the audience. Several of Jelina's fans in the front rows waved their glow sticks vigorously, while younger spectators in the back rows clapped softly to the rhythm, their eyes flashing with surprise. Wait, what? She got 81? Previous scores were single digits. How did she pull that off? There's gotta be something fishy. Bull. Jelina's creative vision and game quality are clearly leagues above the previous contestants. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Question, how do they handle different scores from judges? It's in the rules. They average all the scores together. That's how it's always been done in past competitions to prevent intentional lowballing. One judge is the director of Baoshue Company. Could she be intentionally inflating scores? Relax, all scores are publicly disclosed after competitions. Deliberately inflating scores would backfire and damage their company's reputation. Alright, after the intense scoring phase, the Blue Star brainstorming contest has also witnessed an astonishing score breakthrough. Jelina truly lives up to her reputation as a top seed among the Big Three. The next contestant also hails from the Big Three and is Jelina's longtime rival. Let's welcome Casey from Empire Microtech Gaming to showcase his creation. The moment the host finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers instantly filled the entire game exhibition center. Kathy, dressed in a custom silver gray suit, strode steadily to center stage, with 2 light taps on the virtual console, and began uploading his creation. The judges on stage exchanged expectant glances, murmuring among themselves about this competitor who had remained virtually undefeated since his debut. After about 10 minutes, the virtual screen displayed the name of Casey's game. War Machine. The moment the title appeared, the entire audience erupted in a roar of astonishment, as the name seemed to encourage nations to wage war. Yet the gameplay that followed changed their minds. Simply put, players assumed a godlike perspective, surveying the entire Earth and witnessing the progression of brutal conflicts. With limited resources, players meticulously strategized, striving for global unification to prevent war from erupting. Throughout, players must balance military operations with ecological preservation to prevent environmental catastrophe from nuclear weapon misuse. Additionally, the game features a diplomatic system where players can influence other factions through negotiation, alliances, and deterrence. The concept is brilliant at space. Fang Yu offered a brief critique of the game. The flaw with this kind of simulation game is that it can't truly let players experience the brutality of war. It falls far short of combat-focused games, though I understand with only 12 hours of development time. Chapter 172, Your historical simulation doesn't hold a candle to mine. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. All spectators and contestants stared intently at the virtual screen. The main judge on stage, wearing a virtual reality helmet, struggled to maintain the unstable international situation. As the smoke-filled symbols on the screen vanished one by one, the entire audience erupted in cheers. I noticed something. Why are there hardly any NPCs in this game? Even if there are, it's just a handful. The key with NPCs is quality over quantity. How many do you expect to polish in just 12 hours? And spending more time on NPCs would inevitably lower the game's overall quality. Better to invest that time in story design. Then how does Fang Yu's Jinling Defense War manage to have so many fully fleshed out NPCs? Setting aside production time, that game's quality clearly shows extensive polishing. Didn't you notice his production techniques were still quite rough back then? He must have pre-prepared them. How could the cross-century game development contest's review rules possibly have such loopholes? You guys are so abstract. I have no idea about that. But I just can't buy that some unknown game director had an epiphany at the cross-century game development competition. Especially when his preliminary game was barely passable. Let's see how he performs in this Blue Star Creative Contest. If he makes the top 10, I'll apologize. About 4 hours later, the judges successfully completed testing Casey's game. Edward, the director of Empire Microtech, flashed a confident smile. Their company's top prize was practically in the bag. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought his favorite champagne on this trip to China. Otherwise, he could have savored a glass during the break. As Casey's game presentation concluded, the stage spotlight abruptly narrowed, casting a bright halo at its center. The audience's applause ebbed like a receding tide, leaving lingering gasps of awe in the air. The host stepped to center stage, raised a hand to signal quiet. A virtual microphone swayed slightly in his hand, after 4 hours of immersive experience. The veil of mystery surrounding War Machine has been fully lifted. Its revolutionary vision has captivated everyone present, showcasing Casey's astonishing creativity. Now, it's time for our thrilling scoring segment. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 5 solemn-faced professional judges below the stage. Please activate the scoring system, judges, and award your points to Casey from Empire Microtech. In the next instant, all contestants and spectators fixed their gaze on the whispering judges. After about 5 minutes of deliberation, every judge opened their scoring system and began assigning points. The numbers on the virtual screen began to shift, finally settling at 87 points. Instantly, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted below the stage. The judges' expressionless faces softened, and a faint smile spread across their faces as they looked upon this epoch-making genius. Barring any surprises, this contestant would be crowned champion of the Blue Star Creative Competition. Wait, how is this possible? He just threw everything together and got such a high score. Seriously. Modern game effects are so flashy they rival the creation of the universe. Simulation games like this are actually more popular. Most importantly, this white-skinned pig's creative concept really has something special. Letting you witness war's brutality from a god's eye view before empowering you to change it packs a powerful anti-war message. But it still feels kinda hollow to me. How can you truly grasp war's brutality without actually participating? You're absolutely right, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. But let's be real, time's tight. Do you think you could prepare something like this in advance? This contest is all about creativity. Kathy glanced at her score without losing her composure. She merely smiled faintly, then simply greeted the main judging panel before stepping down. TSK, so fake. Look at that smug grin on Casey's face, her lips are practically curled to the sky. Nanhwa glanced at Casey's expression on stage, frowned, and began to complain. Honestly, she was probably bursting with joy inside, but still trying to maintain her image, though her expression had already given her away. Wonli stretched lazily and chimed in. Alright, everyone. 2 of the big 3 have made their appearances. And the third can't be far behind. Next, please welcome the final piece of our big 3 puzzle. A contestant from the Heaven game world to showcase his creation. As Casey's presentation concluded, the host excitedly introduced the next contestant. But this time, the cheers from the audience below the stage were much quieter, coming mostly from foreign spectators. Hearing his name called, Watanabe Jun shot Fang Yu a defiant glance and strode briskly toward the stage. Seeing his own contestant take the stage, Paradise Games director Nishizawa's expression shifted slightly, a faint glimmer of anticipation flickering across his usually impassive face. Little Day's contestant is up. Wonder how many points he'll score. The top 3 usually score around 70 or 80 points, it shouldn't be too different. Damn, I'm freaking out. Fang Yu, why did you have to bet with this guy? Like a dog biting you and you taking it personally, now you've got rabies. Damn it, if we lose, it'll be a disgrace to all of China. I have no idea what he was thinking. Watanabe Hayato took the stage with a textbook 90-degree bow, then proceeded to greet each member of the main judging panel one by one, his face practically dripping with sycophantic flattery. Ugh. Disgusting. Su Yuan felt instantly repulsed by Watanabe Hayato's expression, her watery peach blossom eyes flashing with deep disgust. Su Bao, if you don't like watching, just look away. Jiang Yue saw Su Yuan's furrowed brows and quickly covered her eyes. Nuclear war? Fang Yu glanced at the title displayed on the virtual screen, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Is Little Life planning to show the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki by atomic bombs? The next second, the virtual screen flickered, a blinding white light ripped through the sky, instantly engulfing the city. After the devastating flash, a mushroom-shaped black cloud rose from the ground, staining the sky a suffocating gray-black. Under the immense shockwave, wooden houses were torn apart like paper. Reinforced concrete structures twisted and collapsed under immense force, while shards of glass flew like razor blades. Survivors struggled amidst the rubble, some with clothing ignited by intense heat. Rolling on the ground in agony, others were buried beneath collapsed structures, only their desperate, outstretched arms visible. Looks like I was right, Little Days is also diving into historical simulation. But compared to mine, still falls short. Fang Yu observed Watanabe Hayato's work and remarked indifferently. Chapter 173, Zhou Ziming takes the stage. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. Witnessing the scenes of Hiroshima and Nagasaki devastated by atomic bombs, the director of the Paradise Game world instantly paled. The culprits behind that incident were the other 2 nations serving as main judges alongside Eagle-san. Wasn't this deliberately meant to embarrass the main judges? Sure enough, a flicker of awkwardness crossed the faces of the game director from Empire Microtech and the game director from Snowfall Games beside him, as the disgraceful history of their nations was laid bare on stage for all to see, leaving them somewhat at a loss. But as professional game judges, they quickly regained their composure. Holy crap, Xiaori has truly lost his mind exposing such family shame like this? They've thrown all dignity to the wind for a few points. You can say that again. Digging up that atomic bomb incident just for points? Now look. Both sides are awkward now. The 2 judges beside them are American. Isn't this just deliberately embarrassing people? Ha, look at the audience's expressions now. This kid clearly has ulterior motives, probably trying to exploit the judge's historical guilt for a higher score. Doubt this tactic will work. This is a once-in-a-century creative competition. If they gave high scores based on personal feelings, what's the point of holding it at all? True. Look, the judge's expressions have already adjusted. Having players repair environmental damage from nuclear war? Sounds pretty interesting. Kathy turned to Jelenika beside her with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. At first I thought they'd make players guinea pigs in a nuclear war, turns out I was overthinking it. Jelena turned at the sound. Her long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids, trembling slightly with each blink. My thoughts are pretty much the same as yours, but it seems Watanabe's imagination is still a step ahead. Never mind him for now. Let me first congratulate you on clinching another top-tier tournament championship. Jelena's ice blue eyes lit up, her voice taking on a cheerful tone. A trace of her distinctive foreign accent lingering in the trailing syllables. The match isn't over yet, anything can happen. Better keep praying for divine favor. Kathy's face broke into a radiant smile at Yelena's words. Oh, and I heard Watanabe made a bet with some player from China before the match. Jelena tapped her chin lightly with her index finger, her brows and eyes relaxing as if recalling something. That's right, it was a game developer named Fang Yu. His resume was unremarkable. His biggest achievement was winning the championship at the recent cross-century game production competition hosted by Huaxia. Kathy pulled out her virtual communicator to check the records, her face expressionless as she spoke. Is that so? These competitions they host domestically aren't particularly noteworthy, so their prestige is naturally questionable. He probably made that bet with Watanabe because it was his first time winning a game development championship. And now he thinks he's a genius. Jelena glanced at Fang Yu's profile and quickly lost interest. Her icy blue eyes calm and detached, her tone utterly unconcerned. No problem. This competition will show him the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. And toughen up his mentality. Ha! Kathy chuckled in agreement beside her. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. After roughly 3 hours of gameplay trials, the judging panel removed their brain-computer interface editors and began whispering among themselves. Alright, we've just witnessed the spectacular unveiling of the final piece of the Big Three's puzzle. From creative concept to gameplay demonstration, from visual presentation to interactive design. They've unveiled an entirely new vision of the gaming world. Now, let's welcome our panel of expert judges. To score the game Nuclear War. The host's excited voice echoed across the stage once more. After about 3 minutes of deliberation, the judges opened the scoring system and began assigning points. The numbers on the virtual screen began to shift, finally settling at 74 points. Damn, how can a tearjerker like Little Life score so high? That's a bit much. Enough already, we're not the judges. All this talk is useless. Let's hope Weighty Zhou can turn the tide. The real issue is that Xiaori is betting against Fang Yu. Even if Weighty Zhou saves the day, it won't matter. Who cares about that? Just take down Little Day first. On stage, Watanabe Hayato flashed a look of disappointment upon seeing his score. The judges' scores seemed lower than he'd anticipated. But the next second, he quickly hid the disappointment from his face. And began bowing to every judge on the panel. Though 74 points wasn't an ideal score, it would certainly suffice against Huaxia, who had never even cracked the top 20 in previous Blue Star creative contests. With this thought, he stepped off the stage with a confident smile. This competition was just too intense. Nanhwa sighed. After the three giants' performances, few of the remaining contestants' works would even reach 60 points. And he still didn't know how complete Fang Yu's work was. Xiao Zi's score wasn't out of reach. If Fang Yu could deliver the caliber of work seen at the cross-century game development competition, victory was assured. When Li's gentle gaze fixed on Fang Yu, still waiting at the back of the contestant line, a hint of anticipation flickering across her face. Alright, the next contestant, though not employed by any game company. His capabilities absolutely rival those of contestants from top-tier game companies. Please welcome Zhou Ziming, Vice Dean of Magic City Tech's Game Development Academy. As the host's excited voice echoed across the stage, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Woo, the pride of China has finally arrived. Vice Dean Zhou is forever legendary. Wait, non-game company folks can compete too? Doesn't that mean regular people can join? No way, bro, think this is child's play? People outside the gaming industry wouldn't even know how to use brain-computer interface editors or neural feedback gloves. Are they just here to be doorstops? All our hopes rest on Vice President Zhou. He absolutely must defeat Little Life. Vice Dean Zhou is the most gifted genius China has seen in decades. He's guaranteed to win. Zhou Ziming walked onto the holographic stage with a carefree expression. His gray casual attire glowed softly under the holographic lights, standing out starkly from the other contestants' styles. His calm gaze swept over the roaring crowd below, and the once boisterous holographic stage gradually fell silent. Oh crap, how do I upload the game again? Zhou Ziming muttered under his breath. It had been too long since he'd competed. Had the equipment become this complicated? But the principles behind this gear are the same. It shouldn't be too different from the old equipment. After a few simple adjustments, he located the game upload interface. This time, he was betting his very life. Chapter 174, The Grand Finale. China Gaming Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Zhou Ziming watched the steadily rising progress bar on the virtual screen and took a deep breath. This competition centered on an anti-war theme, and he could borrow Fang Yu's approach, simulating a historical battle to let the judges experience the brutality of war. Other contestants would likely think of this too. But time is a major issue. Setting aside how many NPCs need to be created, polishing the scene architecture and lighting details alone cannot be accomplished in 12 hours. Moreover, if time constraints lead to inconsistent quality throughout the game, the consequences would be severe. The risk-reward ratio is unbalanced, making it a losing proposition. So he opted for a time-efficient alternative, using memory reconstruction technology to access fragments of wartime experiences from past generations. The game draws inspiration from conflicts across different historical periods, such as the trenches of World War I, the Soviet-German front lines of World War II, and localized conflicts during the Cold War. Players do not participate as combatants, but as observers, searching for clues within memory scenes to piece together complete war narratives, gaining insight into the individual struggles, sacrifices, and hopes within war. They uncover the complex political, economic, and social factors behind conflict and the profound devastation war inflicts upon humanity. Ding! The sound signaling the game's upload completion interrupted his thoughts. Zhou Ziming rose and gave a brief nod to the main judging panel below the stage. War memories? Fang Yu glanced at the game title displayed on the virtual screen, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. Could it be another historical simulation like his? That would be interesting. War memories sounds intriguing. Could it be about traveling back to fight in different war eras? Vice Dean Zhou is human, not a god. Time traveling to fight in different war periods? Do you have any idea how long it takes to build a single large-scale battle scene? Don't just spout nonsense. I think it's more about traveling back to witness the brutality of war and collect certain items. Exactly. This is probably about gathering clues based on war content. The gameplay is pretty solid. Vice Dean Zhou's concept is solid. Collecting clues to unlock the full war story, letting players gradually understand the brutality of war through exploration. Jiang Yue stared at the war scenes unfolding on the virtual screen, pondering the creativity of Zhou Ziming's game. Sis Weiwei, this war memory concept is pretty interesting. Collecting clues is totally my specialty. Su Yuan's watery peach blossom eyes flashed with curiosity. After all, he's a genius from the Magic City Tech Game Development Academy. His games are bound to be fascinating. Su Bao, if you like it, how about I get you an early copy of the game after the competition ends? Yes. Yes. Su Yuan's slightly pursed lips curled upward involuntarily, but the next second, as if struck by a thought, the curve of her lips slowly fell. The light in her eyes flickered out like a candle extinguished by the wind, and even the charm on her clothes hung limp, no longer swaying. No, I still want to play Fang Yu's game. He's bound to surprise me at this competition. Let's give a huge round of applause to contestant number 2. Over the past few hours, we've witnessed his creative vision and innovative ideas. Now, this labor of love is about to undergo professional scrutiny. Next, we turn the floor over to our live panel of judges. After about 2 hours, the judges below the stage removed their virtual reality headsets, and the host swiftly delivered the opening lines, capturing the audience's full attention. The 5 judges below the stage deftly began entering scores into the evaluation system. The numbers on the virtual screen gradually shifted, finally settling at 73. The next second, the entire venue plunged into an eerie silence before erupting in an instant. Front row spectators leapt from their seats, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Whispers surged like a tidal wave, the once enthusiastic atmosphere instantly overshadowed by intense skepticism. Upon seeing the 73 score, Nishizawa, the director of Paradise Game World, let out an almost imperceptible cold smile. Damn it, Vice Dean Zhou got set up by the investors. No way. How is this possible? This game's quality and gameplay are clearly superior to Little Day's entry. How could it score 1 point lower than Little Day's contestant? Damn it, this is rigged. That Little Day's judge's expression was clearly off. I'm reporting this. They can't stand seeing a genius emerge from our nation. They're just stirring up trouble. Weren't they supposed to judge objectively? Now they're pulling this crap. Little Day's really has me. Little Day's is so shady. They definitely underrated it on purpose to drag down the average score. And scoring is inherently subjective anyway. As long as it's not wildly off, there's nothing you can do even if it's exposed later. After thousands of years, don't you know their true colors? They're born to be sword graves. Objectively speaking, Vice Dean Zhou's game quality deserves at least 75 points. Its creative vision is visibly a tier above Little Day's game quality. Giving it 73 points is downright shameless. When Nanmu Yuan saw Zhou Ziming's score, the sharpness in her almond-shaped eyes instantly shifted from anticipation to icy coldness. With a little Japan insider on the main judging panel this time, do you really think he'd pass up such an opportunity? When Lee maintained her composure, watching as Japanese judge Nishizawa calmly spoke from the stage. Joe Zimming saw the score displayed on stage and heard the audience's gasps below.
His expression remained utterly unchanged.
He calmly glanced at Nishizawa.
And upon meeting Joe Zimming's gaze, Nishizawa retracted his cold smile, his pupils flickering with a trace of mockery.
How amusing.
You enjoy playing these games. When the time comes, you won't get a single second less on your knees.
Don't forget you're also part of the Paradise game world. Fang Yu smiled at Nishizawa's mocking expression. Some people just love to be despicable, best break their arrogant bones first. After Joe Zimming's performance, the game judging seemed to hit fast forward. Within just 1 hour, at least 5 contestants scored in the single digits. Every judge on stage wore an expression of impatience.
Low-quality games truly affected one's mindset, especially when masterpieces had been showcased earlier. As time ticked by, the number of contestants on stage dwindled. And virtually none of the later entrants managed to break the 10-point mark. Most had failed to prepare adequately, or miscalculated their time, resulting in rushed game development and plot collapses. Dear viewers, players in attendance, and everyone watching this competition on screen.
Next up is our final contestant, Fang Yu,
who dominated last month's cross-century game development competition with perfect scores across all 3 final rounds.
What surprises will he bring us today? Hold your breath.
Let's welcome Fang Yu to the stage with thunderous applause and cheers as he showcases his masterpiece.
Chapter 175, The Normandy Landings. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage.
Hold your breath. With the loudest applause and cheers, let's welcome Fang Yu to the stage to showcase his work. The moment the host finished speaking, a piercing roar erupted from below the stage.
Fang Yu! Fang Yu!
Many players shouted Fang Yu's name, most of them being audiences who had played the Jinling defense battle. Filled with anticipation for his performance.
No clue what they're cheering for. Think this is some cross-century game dev contest? What score could he possibly get? Look at those studio-backed contestants, has any of them even scored over 10 points? Aren't you guys being way too harsh?
Not only are there people who don't support Huaxia, but now you're mocking him too.
We only mock the incompetent and arrogant. What level is Fang Yu that he dares to compete? Are you introducing yourself?
At least others won the cross-century game development competition.
What about you? Sis Weiwei, it's Fang Yu's turn, right? I can't bear to watch. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly as the host announced Fang Yu's name.
She covered her eyes with both hands, peeking through a narrow slit.
Su Bao, relax. It's not like you're competing. Stay calm.
Jiang Yue saw Su Yuan's nervousness and gently touched her forehead to comfort her.
But I noticed the contestants who left the studio last all seem to have poor results. Fang Yu should be different from them, right? Relax. During the cross-century game development competition, Fang Yu was the last one to present, and he still pulled off an amazing comeback to win the championship, didn't he?
I know all that, but I'm still so worried.
Wah! Fang Yu, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Don't let me down.
Nan Muyuan stared intently at Fang Yu as he approached the stage, clenching her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white.
Relax, the closing act is still number 1. There's no way it could go wrong. Wen Li smiled as she looked at the blue electronic number on Fang Yu's chest.
She vaguely recalled that last month, when Fang Yu participated in the cross-century game development competition, he was assigned the bottom-ranked number 10 due to his obscurity.
Now he's evolved into the hope of China. Contestant Watanabe, your bet opponent seems to be about to take the stage. Feeling nervous? Kathy patted her shoulder and addressed Watanabe Hayato beside her. A country that's never ranked higher than 20th in any previous creation competition? Me, scared? Come on, Casey, don't be ridiculous. Watanabe's face twisted into a sneer, utterly unconcerned.
But this time they have a formidable competitor whose scores rival yours.
Kathy smiled faintly, bringing up Joe Zimming. Just a fluke. But that's where it ends. This is the genius they've been touting for decades in China, and he still fell at my feet. The mocking expression on Watanabe Hayato's face grew even more pronounced. Yelena, do you disagree? Kathy didn't engage further with Watanabe Hayato.
Instead turning to Jelena, who was checking the real-time rankings of the Blue Star brainstorming contest on her virtual communicator.
It's nothing, Casey. Since when did you start taking an interest in these unknown contestants? Don't you think it's a waste of time?
We should be planning where to celebrate after winning. Jelena heard Casey's words, lazily lifting her eyes and raising an eyebrow. A faint, half-smile playing at the corners of her mouth as her fingertips idly tapped the blue electronic screen of the virtual communicator.
Anyway, there's nothing else to do right now. Might as well check out this last contestant's work, it could be quite interesting. Kathy met Jelena's icy blue gaze and relaxed, indifferent expression, smiling as she spoke. Fine, I'll give you the courtesy. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage.
Fang Yu strode toward the center of the stage. The familiar sensation of the cross-century game production competition surged through him, invigorating his spirit. He approached the AI system at the stage's center and skillfully uploaded Normandy Landing. "I'd like to extend my congratulations in advance to Empire Microtech for winning this competition. Director Edward, you've done an outstanding job." Zeisquin glanced at Edward beside him, his professional smile in place as he spoke. "Ah, everyone worked hard. Your Heaven Gaming World contestants weren't half bad either. Great game concepts and gameplay." A hint of pride flashed across Edward's face, but he responded with modest words. "This time, we at Snowfall fell just short. Congratulations in advance to Empire Microtech." Alice also flashed a smile as she addressed Edward. Her caramel-colored curls cascaded over the shoulders of her velvet suit, the ends naturally highlighted with golden brown streaks. Her entire appearance perfectly aligning with Western aesthetics. Ding! The sound of the game uploading completed interrupted their conversation. And all the judges instantly snapped back to reality. The competition wasn't over yet. Zeisquin shot Fang Yu a mocking glance. "A last-ditch effort, what's the point?" The other judges beside him also dropped their smiles and donned their virtual reality headsets. June 6, 1944. Omaha Beach, Normandy, northwestern France. The crimson text that appeared in the main view instantly silenced all the judges. The gray morning mist had yet to dissipate, but the waves of the English Channel were already stained crimson by artillery fire. The metal hulls of the landing craft shook violently under the deafening bombardment. The shrill screams, the whistling of shells, and the clatter of hulls being pierced echoed out. In the next instant, every judge's perspective shifted abruptly. As the bow ramp slammed open, bullets poured down like a torrential rain. The MG-42 machine gun's roar ripped through the air, bullets skimming the water's surface in a dense spray of droplets. Soldiers who had just leaped from the landing craft fell in droves, their blood staining the coastal waves crimson. OMG, God help us. Edward, the game director at Imperial Microtech, watched the scene unfold with such realism that his fingers began to tremble. Had he not seen the other members of the judging panel beside him equally stunned? He might have doubted whether he had truly traveled through time. His palms gripping the M1 Garand rifle were soaked with sweat as the stench of death assaulted his senses. The next second, the judge's view went black again, and rows of blood-red characters appeared one by one. In 1943, the global anti-fascist war reached a pivotal turning point. On the Eastern Front, after a series of grueling battles including the Battle of Stalingrad, gradually seized strategic initiative. On the Pacific Front, the U.S. military, through battles like the Battle of Midway, dealt a crushing blow to the Japanese Navy and gradually turned the tide of war. After occupying France, Germany constructed the so-called Atlantic Wall along the Atlantic coast, attempting to use this defensive line to block potential Allied landings. Our story begins here. Fang Yu. Fang Yu. As the iconic opening lines and format appeared on the virtual screen, the audience who had participated in the cross-century game development competition erupted in screams. Chapter 176, A Fleeting Moment? China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. The familiar high-quality scene instantly ignited the crowd of attendees who had participated in the cross-century game development competition. Glow sticks and electronic display boards converged into dazzling streaks of light, while thunderous applause and cheers engulfed the entire stage. Holy! They recreated the Normandy landings? Are you kidding me? This is the largest amphibious assault of World War II. 2.88 million troops involved. Can you even wrap your head around that? One spit per person could drown you. Forget everything else. How did they even build tens of thousands of planes and thousands of ships? And that massive map. Other contestants, Fang Yu's got this in the bag, right? This is insane. Did he seriously pull this off in 12 hours? Don't get too excited yet. How did he pull off this level of quality in just 12 hours? Did his brain reach 100% capacity? The opening quality doesn't guarantee the rest will be like this. Let's see how it unfolds. I doubt he can maintain this level throughout, but it doesn't matter. This opening already proves Fang Yu's skill. It won't matter. These production contests always prioritize originality and plot coherence. If the quality and plot don't match the opening standard later on, he's done for. Woo! Fang Yu, I knew it. You can do it, you absolutely can. Su Yuan pressed her hands to her flushed cheeks, her breath trembling between her fingers. Her eyes suddenly stinging. Laughter turned to tears as droplets splashed onto her hand, spreading into a small, warm wet patch. Nearly a week of heart-pounding anxiety, countless sleepless nights, and a seemingly hopeless competition. Her heart finally settled. I told you so, Su Bao. I told you not to worry, to trust Fang Yu's abilities. See? Big Sis didn't lie to you. Zhang Yue exhaled deeply, her voice trembling with emotion. But as calm returned, something seemed to occur to her. Her fingers clenched the hem of her shirt as her gaze pierced through the crowd, settling on that figure silhouetted against the light. This couldn't be a fleeting moment, no, absolutely not. Ha! Truly worthy of my highest regard, Fang Yu. This time, I'll reward you handsomely.
Nan Muyuan let out a faint gasp, raising a hand to press against her burning earlobe, her fingertips trembling slightly. As she watched the unassuming figure below the stage, her lips curved upward uncontrollably. Yet her eyes unexpectedly welled with tears, which she swiftly blinked away. Stay calm, Director Nan. This is only the beginning. Surprisingly, Wen Li didn't lose her composure in excitement. Instead, she furrowed her brows. Fang Yu's opening sequence was of such exceptional quality that it sparked a flicker of concern within her. What mattered now was the completeness of the storyline. If flaws emerged, even the finest production quality would be meaningless. I've seen this kind of scene too many times at the cross-century game development competition. I believe him. Though Nan Muyuan said this aloud, a flicker of worry stirred within her at Wen Li's words, a feeling she forced herself to suppress. Please select your difficulty level. Easy, pain simulation reduced by 90%. Advanced gear, unlimited ammo replenishment. With fully automated navigation and hazard alerts. You can familiarize yourself with the rules in your comfort zone, but growth always comes from pushing boundaries. Hard, 70% reduced simulated pain, advanced gear, on-demand ammo resupply, basic navigation retained. You've taken a brave step, but it's not enough. Hell, 50% pain reduction simulation. Vintage equipment. Ammo entirely dependent on environmental scavenging. No auxiliary functions. Randomly triggered environmental traps. Every second of survival is a gamble with probability. Only extreme observational skills can carve out a path to life. Recalling the meat grinder of the battlefield, the 5 jury members chose hell without hesitation. Everyone's vision darkened once more as crimson text and the surrounding scene slowly materialized. June 6, 1944, dawn. English Channel. D-Day. M1 steel helmets gleamed coldly in the dim light, their brims framing tense yet resolute faces. M1911 pistols holstered at their waists, ammunition belts crisscrossed diagonally across their chests. The weighty M1 Garand rifles were gripped firmly, their wooden buttstocks gleaming with sweat from clammy palms. Some clutched crucifix necklaces tightly, others gazed at the French coast shrouded in mist, their eyes cold and numb. The 5 jury members, portraying U.S. infantrymen, prepared for the upcoming landing operation. Today, alongside our allies, we will participate in an unparalleled mission on the beaches of Normandy. This is not only the finest opportunity in our lifetimes to become heroes, but it will also leave an indelible mark in the annals of history. No, gentlemen, it will be an unparalleled glory. The virtual screen's perspective shifts once more, revealing a U.S. Army colonel with a faintly graying beard. Dressed in a crisp olive drab wool uniform, delivering a pre-departure pep talk. The golden oak leaf insignia on his collar gleamed with a steady sheen in the sunlight, while the dark peaked cap revealed short, light brown hair tinged with gunpowder smoke. And neatly arranged on his left breast were several slightly weathered metal ribbons, testaments to past battle honors. Advance! A hoarse voice rang out. The next instant, the steel gangway of the landing craft screeched with the grinding of metal against metal. The engines roared to a sudden crescendo as soldiers gripped the side rails. Rifle butts bumping lightly against ammunition belts strapped to their chests. Several engineers leaned demolition charges against the hull, their copper rings glinting in the swaying light. The 5 members of the review panel gripped their Garand rifles tightly, feeling the English Channel's waves pound the hull as their uneasy hearts began to race. The salty sea breeze mingled with the stench of diesel fuel, filling their throats. 3 evaluators couldn't help but retch as they surveyed the war scene around them, seemingly recreated in perfect detail. The palpable scent of death made them tremble with every passing second. Hey, look at my wife. The NPC aboard the landing craft scribbled something on a letterhead bearing a blonde woman's portrait, while waving to Edward and the others. Damn, you're truly blessed by the gods. I wish I had such a beautiful girl waiting for me at home. Before Edward could speak, another NPC beside him chimed in with an envious look. Ha, no worries, once we take Paris, we'll have one. That's way too far, ha. Once ashore, skip digging cover and attack immediately. When the landing craft approaches the beach, remember to duck and don't crowd together. A veteran's raspy voice cut through their chatter, his stern expression emphasizing the landing operation's critical details. Godspeed. Chapter 177, Quality Control. June 6, 1944, early morning, English Channel D-Day. Edward watched the NPCs around the landing craft converse with remarkable naturalness, their facial expressions devoid of any affectation or exaggeration, as if their predecessors from years past had come back to life. His fingers tightened around the Garand rifle, his jaw clenched. His lips trembled slightly, and a look of profound disbelief flashed across his face. If a commercially released game, polished over years, achieved this level of detail, he might simply admire it without much surprise. But for someone to achieve this level of detail within 12 hours? That was terrifyingly human-like. If this level of quality could be maintained all the way to the game's conclusion, his brain development level would conservatively exceed an astonishing 50%. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze shifted slightly to observe the other members of the judging panel. He found their expressions mirrored his own exactly. their faces brimming with shock and disbelief. Except for Judge Zayarizi on the far left, his face was so dark it could practically drip with gloom. Boom! The shrill roar of the bomber cut through the air, snapping the 5 judges out of their thoughts. Instinctively ducking for cover. Only to find the surrounding NPCs showing not a flicker of emotion, not even a flinch. Hey, buddy, relax. That's our bomber just following the training plan. Seeing the panel's nervous expressions, the veteran NPC beside them chuckled. Ha! They're probably marveling at how high quality this game is. They've totally forgotten the plane is ours. This is hilarious. Fang Yu's NPCs are seriously top-notch, even the taunts are subtly clever. This battle was always meant for the bombers to lead the way. B-17 flying fortresses and British Lancasters would conduct concentrated bombing runs on German coastal defenses and rail hubs, disrupting their logistics and reinforcement routes before the amphibious assault began. Holy, this is getting intense. I'm genuinely curious if these foreigners will flinch at the pain simulation of the 50mm. Damn, at least their landing operation had bombers clearing the way, plus ample weapons and ammo. What about our Jinling defense? Holy, this isn't even the same era or country. What the hell are you talking about? Kid, straighten your helmet. Trust me. The beaches of Normandy have been leveled to the ground. God bless us, we always come back safe. As the landing craft drew closer to Omaha Beach, the shrill roar of bombers and the crackle of gunfire seemed to electrify the soldiers around them, beginning final preparations for battle. Months of meticulous planning culminated in this thunderous assault. You lot look a bit scared, rookies. The veteran NPC beside them patted Edward and the others on the shoulder, his fingertips brushing the worn edge of his helmet. Fear is normal. When the landing craft approaches the beach, remember to duck your heads and don't crowd together. Keep my words in mind. Hey, buddy, got a light? A young-looking NPC beside him fished a crumpled cigarette from his breast pocket, grinned at Edward, and pointed to his mouth. Edward fumbled in his pocket and pulled out an old-fashioned lighter. Click! The crackle of the old-fashioned kerosene lighter echoed as he leaned closer to the NPC beside him. Whoosh! Just as the flame was about to touch the cigarette, a piercing whistling sound suddenly approached. MG-34 machine gun bullets whistled toward the head of the youthful-looking NPC beside him. Put! Red and white brain matter mixed with blood sprayed violently onto Edward's uniform, trickling down the collar. Everywhere he looked was crimson. The stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of brain matter invaded his nostrils. Clang! Edward froze instantly, the old-fashioned lighter in his hand clattering onto the landing craft with a sharp metallic clang. The blue flame flickered twice before dying out. The NPC recruit beside him collapsed limply, his body slumping onto Edward's leg. The unlit cigarette slipped from his fingers and fell into the bottomless sea. Alice, the game director at Snowfall Studios, stared in terror, her pupils dilating. Her fingers dug into the edge of the landing craft, her knuckles turning pale and white. The fingertips of Paradise Game World's game director, Zizekawa, trembled uncontrollably. The wind whistling through the beach pierced his body, mingling with the faint rattle of machine gun fire that made him feel like he'd be riddled with bullets from a black muzzle any second. The other 2 globally renowned game streamers, ranked among the top 3 in popularity, had long since trembled and covered their eyes. Holy, Fang Yu's kicking things off this intense? The judges' reactions are a bit over the top, aren't they? Bro, if you can afford it, get some virtual goggles to watch the stream, you'll see it's not exaggerated. Anyone who played in the Jinling defense battle knows. Fang Yu's game simulation is fundamentally different from anything on the market, it's truly immersive. Damn, I was wondering what the point of that cigarette lighting scene was, then he pulls this out of nowhere. This quality is insane. Hope it holds out till the landing battle ends, that'd be the ultimate showstopper. Sigh. Let's hope so. Feels like the storyline's nearing its end. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Watanabe Koen, this Chinese player's skills seem even tougher than his mouth. Feeling nervous? Kathy watched Fang Yu's high-quality gameplay details and the judge's stunned expressions, then flashed Watanabe Hayato a playful smile. Heh, what are you laughing at? You know this level of quality won't last more than a few shots. Seeing this opening actually puts my mind at ease. If the rest can't match this quality, it'll just be a flash in the pan. I have to admit the kid's got some skill, but he's got no brains. Watanabe Hayato chuckled, a trace of mockery flickering across his face. Jelena, how long do you think it'll take before his work shows its flaws? Kathy glanced at Yelena, who was intently focused on the screen beside her, her gentle smile fading slightly. Oh, Casey? What did you say? Jelena snapped out of the scene she'd been watching, meeting Casey's gaze, the smile now completely gone. How long do you think it'll take for this work to show its flaws? I don't know, but the level of detail in this game is the highest I've seen so far. Jelena's fingertips tapped lightly on the lounge table, her gaze still fixed on the crimson landing craft on the screen. As if utterly absorbed by the game's narrative. A flicker of unease crossed Casey's face, but he quickly masked it. With this level of quality, I'll be damned if I can keep up. Just a clown trying to grab attention. June 6, 1944, early morning, near Omaha Beach. Everyone, get down. The NPC veteran's roar echoed out. Edward snapped out of his daze and crouched down on the landing craft with the other new recruits around him, using the craft as cover against the overwhelming German fire. But the next second, a howitzer shell screeched toward his landing craft. Chapter 178, Total Annihilation. Early morning, June 6, 1944, near Omaha Beach. A dense crossfire began blanketing the landing craft approaching Omaha Beach. Whoosh! Bullets whizzed past Edward, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Boom! The next instant, a howitzer shell screeched toward his landing craft. The blast's shockwave sent the entire landing craft reeling violently. Everyone gripped their rifle slings tightly. Boom! Another shell screeched through the air, slamming the entire craft upward before slamming it back down, sending spray flying everywhere. Every member of the jury felt their insides shift out of place. Splash! On the left, Nishizawa failed to grip the landing craft's railing. The next instant, he plunged into the churning black waves, his steel helmet flying off to reveal eyes wide with terror. Help! Ice-cold seawater instantly flooded his mouth and nose, drowning his cries for help. The salty, bitter taste felt like countless needles piercing his throat. Nishizawa struggled desperately to rise, but his heavy gear dragged him down like chains. The icy water seeped into every pore with a deathly chill. The sensation of suffocation washed over him as the surface darkened before his eyes, swallowed by the icy darkness. Should he rejoin the fight? Ha! Nice work! First, we'll teach that little punk a lesson. Then we'll demand answers from Vice Dean Zhou. Like stirring trouble? Got what you deserved serves you right. He fell before even reaching the shore? Hilarious. Little guy, go practice at home, don't embarrass yourself out here. Still screaming for help? Let's force feed him 10 pounds of water first. Forget about little Day for now. Doesn't this game's quality seem way over the top? Even more absurd than the Jinling defense this kid's evolved. Now stepping onto the stage is the grand champion of the cross-century game development competition. The Dark Horse champion of Blue Star's creative brainstorming contest, the game director of a small company with an utterly unremarkable resume. I still prefer your previous rebellious attitude. Not the same crew, those opportunistic losers vanished long ago. Near Omaha Beach. We should flank them from the side. No, stick to the original plan, deploy at the target location. I can't see the landmarks. We're definitely off course. As German fire swept over them, the soldiers aboard the landing craft began murmuring in confusion. The review panel watched the NPC soldiers, not daring to utter a word, heads bowed as they waited silently for the landing craft to dock. Boom! Edward watched as the landing craft to their left was struck by an artillery shell. As orange-red flames burst wildly from the hull's cracks, the vessel tilted violently in the explosion. Flames flickered and struggled amidst the waves before being gradually swallowed by the surging sea, leaving only a burning oil slick on the surface, sizzling and crackling. God help us! The landing craft's steel hull shook violently under the impact of German shells and the MG-42 machine gun barrage. Salty sea air mingled with gunpowder smoke poured into the cabin as Omaha Beach loomed within reach. Edward kept making the sign of the cross over his chest. Lower the ramp! The next second, a roar cut through his muttered prayers. There's no cover here, Lieutenant. This is an order, get down. Tap. The landing craft's ramp had barely lowered. A burst of MG-42 machine gun fire swept across the deck. Soldiers preparing to leap from the landing craft were instantly knocked down into waist-deep seawater. A crimson mist of blood swiftly spreading across the azure waves. The soldiers following behind charged through the bone-chilling sea, their heavy gear making their progress through the waves laborious. The sharp clang of helmets struck by stray bullets mingled with the agonized screams of their comrades. Edward gripped his M1 Garand rifle tightly, his fingertips digging deep into the rough wooden stock, his stomach churning like lead weights tossed by relentless waves. He forced himself forward against the sea's relentless pull. The next instant, the crackle of MG-42 machine guns flicked like a serpent's tongue across his earlobes. An instinctive dread of death froze him in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Bullets whistled past him, sending up dense sprays of water. The jury members had already scattered, and who knew how many were dead? Charging forward offered a sliver of hope, staying put meant certain death. The NPC lieutenant beside him watched Edward still trembling in place, and tugged at his dark green uniform, pulling him toward the nearby cover. Edward took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and shouldered his rifle. Charging forward through the icy seawater, each step sending up waves speckled with blood. Keep up! The lieutenant's roar echoed in his ears. Boom! The moment he reached the shore, a mortar shell screeched toward his position. A blinding flash erupted before his eyes. Warm liquid splashed across Edward's face. He instinctively wiped his eyes, only to find his palm covered in sticky flesh and blood. Edward's eyes snapped open, only to see half a military boot dangling from the barbed wire of a nearby roadblock. Scarlet entrails mingled with sand swirling in the water. The next second, excruciating pain ripped through his right arm. He looked down at his own sleeve, now a mangled, dark green military fabric. Half his arm lying charred behind the sand dunes. The agony sent convulsions through his body, causing him to fall backward uncontrollably. The next instant, a hail of MG-42 machine gun bullets swept toward him. His consciousness plunged into the depths of the ocean, dark and blurred, where he could only hear his own breaths growing shorter and shorter. Should he rejoin the fight? Huff. Edward removed his virtual helmet, took a deep breath, and scanned his surroundings. Only to find the other judges in the same state as him. Even after disconnecting from the virtual helmets, the fear in their eyes remained. And it seemed none of the judges had chosen to rejoin the battle after their deaths. A heavy silence spread across the stage, not a single voice breaking the quiet. Ha, a bunch of mutes, not a single one dares speak. I still prefer your rebellious spirit, bring it back. Now, whose turn is it to speak? Do you even understand the value of the grand finale? Where are all those loudmouths from earlier? Come out. A bunch of useless idiots who know nothing but cause trouble, all they can do is bang on keyboards. Now you expect them to step up? You might as well expect a sow to climb a tree. Let's see how low Xiaori's scores are this time. And see how many Chinese fans are waiting for you at the Game Expo Center after the tournament ends. Calm down, bro. The game demos aren't over yet, don't pop champagne at halftime. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. Kathy clenched her fists as she watched the judges' reactions on stage. Chapter 179, Nishizawa's Nightmare. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Kathy clenched her fists as she watched the judges' reactions on stage. Fang Yu's performance had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Beside her, Yelena's ice blue eyes seemed spellbound. Staring unblinkingly at the flowing images on the screen, her long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids. As the judges fell silent, her golden hair slid down her shoulders. Her breathing gradually slowed, and her lips parted slightly without her realizing it. Watanabe Hayato's knuckles trembled slightly. Fine beads of cold sweat forming on his temples and trickling down his temples. His gaze was fixed on the floor of the lounge. He was truly terrified. Fang Yu's footage had been flawless so far. The narrative flowed seamlessly, and the judge's reactions had his heart in his throat. Watching Watanabe Hayato's reaction beside him, Casey sneered coldly. What a useless piece of trash. Fang Yu's demo isn't even over yet, and he's already scared out of his wits. Yet he had the nerve to make bold claims backstage earlier. Yelena, it seems you're quite satisfied with Fang Yu's game? Ignoring Watanabe Hayato, who was still trembling beside him, Casey turned to Yelena with a gentle smile. HM? Jelena snapped out of the Normandy landing scene and rubbed her sore eyes. This game truly surpasses my expectations. I'm talking about its quality, Casey. Do you know what I mean? If nothing goes wrong, the world's true gaming genius has arrived. Yelena leaned forward, her ice blue eyes sparkling. Her fingers tapped the table unconsciously, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly with excitement. Better than my game concept? The gentle smile faded from Casey's face, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Kathy, up until now, I've never seen anyone create a game of comparable quality in just 12 hours. Not even half that quality. In terms of creativity, I feel that immersing players in the brutal reality of war. Immersing players in the brutality of war has a far greater anti-war impact. Yelena's gaze returned to the virtual screen, not sparing Casey another glance. Yes, his quality is the highest I've seen in all my years of competing. I just hope he can maintain this level of quality until the very end. Kathy flashed a bright smile and clenched his fist. He knew full well the caliber of Fang Yu's game. But his pride wouldn't let him bow to Fang Yu. From childhood onward, he'd always been the champion in every competition he entered. No one had ever surpassed him in game quality. Fang Yu was the first. Right, the competition isn't over yet. His game quality might not hold up until the very end. Beside him, Watanabe Hayato caught Casey's words, his sullen expression easing slightly as he fixed his gaze on the virtual screen. Sis Weiwei, look at those judges' expressions, hilarious. Fang Yu's gameplay is just too ahead of its time. Oomph. Big Tail Wolf, I forgive you for what happened before. Su Yuan's eyelashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, and gentle ripples spread across her previously clear eyes. The starlight within her eyes swayed gently with her tone, carrying a cautious joy. Oh my, your eyes are practically glued to Fang Yu. Su Bao, I never imagined your peach blossom eyes could turn into starry eyes. Zhang Yue nudged Su Yuan's arm with her elbow from the side. Su Yuan stiffened like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her cheeks flushing crimson. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yuan's voice trembled slightly as she waved her hands frantically, avoiding Zhang Yue's gaze. Now you're trying to wriggle out of it? Too late, I already snapped a pic of your expression with my virtual communicator. I'll let Fang Yu enjoy it later. Delete it. Su Yuan stamped her foot, her ears red as if they might bleed. She nearly leapt from her seat, drawing stares from the surrounding audience. Alright, just kidding. Look at your reaction and you say it didn't happen. Anyway, it didn't happen. Don't make stuff up. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. The judges exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and resolutely donned the virtual reality headsets. The familiar scene reappeared. This time, everyone was prepared. Remember your training, clear the beachhead, destroy the fire point, and advance forward. Good luck, boys. The lieutenant's familiar words rang out once more, though this time they carried a slight difference. Lower the shields. Edward recognized the voice and focused intently on the battlefield situation, waiting for the German crossfire to weaken before tumbling over the landing craft's side. The other members of the evaluation team followed his lead and jumped down. The seawater was bone-chilling cold, instantly soaking through their combat boots. Waist-deep waves dragged at their heavy gear, each step demanding every ounce of strength. Boom! A piercing screech ripped through the air overhead, followed by a violent explosion as a German shell detonated nearby. Muddy seawater mixed with sand and bone fragments splashed across Edward's face. Run! Run! Don't stop! The lieutenant's shouts echoed as the 5 members of the review panel struggled forward with the main force. Each step resisted like wading through thick mud. PSSST. PSSST. MG-42 machine gun bullets rained down on them like hail, the sound of bullets tearing into flesh echoing constantly. Alice brought up the rear when a piercing scream erupted from her right. Her peripheral vision caught an NPC's arm being shattered by a bullet before the next wave knocked him down, never to rise again. God help us! An instinctive fear of death made her repeatedly cross herself over her chest. Hang on, we're almost there. The lieutenant's shouts continued. Edward, walking in the middle of the column, watched Omaha Beach draw nearer and began calculating the approximate distance. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Success! His excited voice rang out. Boom! The next second, the familiar explosion erupted from the side. Standing to Edward's left, Shizukawa bore the brunt of it first. His left arm bent backward at an unnatural angle, his right leg snapped clean off at the thigh. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, leaving a vivid trail of crimson across the sand. Ah! Nishizawa's piercing scream echoed across Omaha Beach, only to be drowned out by the roar of artillery and the crackle of gunfire. The lieutenant nearby wanted to rush to his aid, but more shells flew in from the main battlefield, forcing him to remain behind cover until the barrage ended. Zeisquin dragged his gravely wounded body toward the nearby cover, but the slightest movement. The bone-piercing agony felt like countless red-hot branding irons tearing at his flesh simultaneously. As he gazed at the shelter just inches away, the last glimmer of light in his eyes slowly extinguished in the spreading pool of blood. Chapter 180, The Meat Grinder. Ha! Serves you right, you bastards. All that score padding and personal agendas, this is your karma. So tragic. Give us more, I love it. Just love seeing little days get slaughtered. Don't piss off the judges, or they'll give you a 0. Funny thing is, some of those little Japanese fans down below the stage are already freaking out. Ha! Weren't you thrilled when Vice Dean Joe gave 73 points earlier? Why aren't they smiling now? Are they just naturally unamused? Let them fret themselves to death. Getting worked up over some crappy competition? That's the best little days can muster a bunch of losers. Look at Zizekuan's expression, so stiff it looks like he's dead. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. When Zizekuan removed his helmet, cold sweat drenched his back. The deafening roar of death and crimson-hued vision still echoed in his ears. He had to admit Fang Yu's game surpassed his expectations. The instant he was caught in the cannon blast shockwave, the suffocating agony and the icy detachment of consciousness made him feel like he'd truly perished on the battlefield. Curled up in the evaluation chair, the image of his own mangled limbs writhing pitifully on the sandy beach made him. His fingers instantly dug into the armrests. He stared silently at the virtual helmet beside him, his fingertips twitching uncontrollably. He even considered quitting the judging panel. June 6, 1944. Omaha Beach. Watching Nishizawa's lifeless body collapse onto the shore, all the judges gasped in horror. His gruesome demise snatching their hearts back from the relief they'd briefly felt after the successful landing. Boom! Just as Edward rose from behind cover, an NPC soldier beside him was blown to pieces by a mortar shell, splattering him with blood and flesh. The pungent stench of blood mingled with the briny smell of seawater. On the other side, Alice watched the soldiers around her being riddled with bullets, her face turning pale, clutching her Garand rifle tightly, lacking even the courage to peek outside. The remaining 2 streamers, Carl and Andre, had adapted to the game's rhythm after surviving the first wave of deaths. Now staring at the crimson mission prompt above their heads. Clear roadblocks and establish 5 inland passages, requiring wading through dense artillery fire and minefields while coordinating naval and air support to suppress German defenses. The current objective is to clear the barbed wire attach the detonators. The lieutenant's voice echoed from across the battlefield. But his shout was instantly drowned out by another wave of explosions. The beach was littered with the bodies of fallen comrades and burning wreckage. And the barbed wire defenses stretched like a giant serpent ahead, glinting with deadly coldness. Andre, see those shell craters? Carl's voice rang out. Andre glanced at him, clenched the demolition charge tightly, and began creeping step by step toward the barbed wire line using the shell craters created by the howitzer fire as cover. Rat-a-tat. The machine gun from the right side bunker suddenly swiveled, unleashing a hail of bullets toward him. Thud! Carl threw him to the ground. Bullets plowed fine furrows into the sand. Just as Andre started to climb up, a mortar shell exploded nearby. Splinters of shrapnel instantly stained his vision red. He forced himself to stand, only to be torn apart by MG-42 bullets the next second. Carl watched Andre's fallen form, gritted his teeth, crawled under the barbed wire, assembled the demolition charge, aiming at the cold metal spikes overhead. Boom! The blast shockwave threw Carl to the ground, his ears ringing. As the thick smoke cleared, a gap appeared in the barbed wire. The opening was there. Charge! Charge! Carl drew his Garand rifle, firing wildly at the bunker's gun ports. Scorching shell casings landed on the back of his hand, leaving red marks. Alice watched Carl blast through the barbed wire barrier, gritted her teeth, and charged out from behind cover, rifle clutched in her arms. Her helmet was askew, her combat uniform clinging to her body, soaked stiff by seawater. And blood seeped from the wound on her knee with each stride. German machine guns instantly swiveled toward her, bullets splattering sand at her feet. She threw herself into a shell crater, the Garand rifle slipping from her grasp. "Are you okay?" Edward and Carl turned back, pulling her up from the crater and moving toward another nearby bunker, while landing craft continued ferrying fresh infantry ashore behind the beach. Boom! An 88mm shell struck the landing craft with pinpoint accuracy. The blast shockwave hurled over a dozen soldiers into the air before slamming them into the sea. The once cobalt sea turned murky reddish-brown, the stench of blood carried by the sea breeze across the entire beach. Damn, this is a real meat grinder battlefield. It's insane. Human lives feel like nothing but cold, hard numbers. Every war is like this, whether it's the Battle of Nanjing, whether it was the Battle of Shanghai or the Normandy landings, no war is without casualties or brutality. That's precisely why we need anti-war propaganda to prevent people from romanticizing war. Fang Yu excels at using the most direct methods to show us the horrors of war. I just don't get why so many people still bash him every day. Probably because Fang Yu dug up their family graves without telling them. Those who love to bow down to other countries are like this, they always look down on domestic games. Not everyone deserves to be called human, some are beasts in human skin, forever convinced other countries' moons are rounder than ours. June 6, 1944, morning. Omaha Beach. The bunkers along the shore erupted in flames, the rat-tat-tat of MG-42 machine guns echoing like death's maniacal laughter. Omaha Beach transformed into a colossal meat grinder, where severed limbs and steel helmets flew everywhere. Barbed wire and minefields on the sand became death traps, each step forward costing lives. Soldiers who lucked out crossing the sea were mowed down by crossfire the moment they touched the sand. Waves relentlessly washed corpses ashore, piling them atop the landing troops, while helmets, rifles, and mangled bodies floated in the murky sea. Honestly, I've never witnessed such brutal scenes in a game before. What method did he use to create a game of this quality in just 12 hours? Carl glanced at Alice and tightened his grip on the Garand rifle in his hands. This probably isn't about methods, it's about brain development. To produce this level of quality in 12 hours, just how advanced must his brain development be? A flicker of unease crossed Alice's face. She'd never seen a game of this caliber in a timed competition either. A conservative estimate would be 50, but I suspect it's far higher. A true genius of this century has emerged. Boom! Before Alice could respond, the sky erupted with the roar of engines. Hundreds of bombers screamed overhead. Bombs rained down from beneath their wings onto the German defensive lines. Explosions echoed in rapid succession, instantly silencing the firing ports of several bunkers. Chapter 181, Why isn't the game quality dropping yet? June 6, 1944, Omaha Beach. The roar of engines filled the sky as hundreds of fighter planes dove like birds of prey. Bombs screeched through the air beneath their wings. German machine gunners in the bunkers sensed the impending danger too late. One after another, bombs struck the bunker roofs with piercing precision. Concrete fragments and timber flew in all directions, the bunker's firing ports instantly engulfed in thick smoke. Before the remaining Germans could react, the second wave of bombing followed, reducing the death-spewing bunker to a pile of rubble. Holy, did we need any more proof after the Battle of Nanjing? Blown to bits so badly they wouldn't even recognize their own damn lives. Damn it, forget the planes. Even more bullets wouldn't have saved so many of our veterans. Equipment couldn't keep up, ammo supply couldn't keep up. How were we supposed to fight? Back then China had no choice. Our national strength truly couldn't keep up. But now we've improved, haven't we? That bloody history is here to remind us, lagging behind means getting beaten. So why is Fang Yu so biased? When making games for foreign countries, the gear is top-notch. While we get such crappy gear and barely enough ammo? Holy crap, this isn't acting, are you even human? Back then, I told you to go to school, but you insisted on herding cattle. Omaha Beach. Bomber support greatly eased the pressure on the landing infantry. But the undestroyed bunkers still hung over their heads like the sword of Damocles. Charge! The lieutenant's hoarse voice continued to ring out. Now that much of the German crossfire had been destroyed by the bombers, this was the best opportunity. The moment Karl emerged from cover, a burst of bullets whistled past his ear, sparking a blinding flash on his steel helmet. He instinctively hit the ground, but the MG-42 machine gun continued its frenzied barrage, bullets carving white trails across the sand. No, he had to find a way into the German trenches. Karl followed the NPC, searching for an opening. When the MG-42 paused briefly to reload, he leaped out from cover. Bullets whizzed past his helmet, kicking up sand columns behind him. Seizing the moment, he charged toward the trench behind the barbed wire. Bang! Bang! The M1 Garand rifle's muzzle flashes roared toward the remaining German soldiers in the trench. Two vivid splashes of blood instantly appeared on the soldiers' olive-drab uniforms. Clink! The next second, the sound of a grenade pin hitting the ground echoed. Karl instinctively dropped to the ground to take cover. But it was still a split second too late. Boom! The grenade detonated about 5 meters ahead of him. The blast's shockwave hurled him 2 meters into the air before slamming him back down onto the ground. Cough! The sensation of his lungs being blown apart washed over him, a ringing filled his ears, and his breathing grew increasingly ragged. No, I can't fall. Karl forced himself to stand despite the pain and continued advancing. German shells rained down near the trenches. Chaos reigned within the trenches, filled with flashes of explosions and thick smoke. Hold the advance for now. Destroy the remaining German bunkers first. The NPC lieutenant nearby began organizing the soldiers who had landed to destroy the remaining German bunkers. Take out that machine gun first. Karl aimed at the MG-42 on the right, spitting orange flames. Shifting his gaze slightly, he spotted a section of the breakwater blown apart 3 meters to his right. He immediately crouched and rolled toward it. His steel helmet thudding against the rocks. The fire spewing from the bunker's embrasures plowed scorched furrows into the sand, instantly felling 2 charging NPC soldiers in pools of blood. Be patient. Sis Weiwei, this game feels so interesting, but their gear is way too good. Su Yuan watched as the judging panel reached the beachhead, yet the game's quality remained flawless. Finally at ease. And began discussing the game's content with Jiang Yue. Su Bao, this is 1944, and they're playing as American soldiers. So naturally their gear is top-notch. You should know this history too. Jiang Yue ruffled Su Yuan's hair as she spoke. Has the little life judge given up on entering the game? How did someone with such timidity become a game judge for the Blue Star Creative Contest? Nan Muyuan watched Suzekawa on stage, still clutching his head and refusing to put on the virtual reality headset, a trace of scorn flashing across his face. Everything else is fine, but I'm afraid he'll start causing trouble again. But Fang Yu's game quality speaks for itself. He wouldn't dare give it a low score. Wen Li turned to glance at Nan Muyuan and spoke up. By the way, where's Fang Yu? Nan Muyuan turned around but couldn't find that familiar figure below the stage. Ha! He must have gone to the production room to rest. He was just here a moment ago. Wen Li scanned the area but couldn't spot Fang Yu either. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Damn it, why hasn't the quality of his game dropped? Could he really have built an entire campaign with this level of quality? Watanabe Hayato's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the game on the virtual screen, his fingertips trembling slightly. Fang Yu's game showed no signs of declining quality from the landing ship to the Omaha Beach segment. Watanabe Hayato could no longer maintain his composure. The thought of his entire team kneeling at the Martyrs' Cemetery for 1949 hours sent a cold sweat down his spine. Running away seemed the optimal solution, but their paradise game world would forever bear the reputation of a promise kept. What to do? Watanabe Hayato lost all inclination for light-hearted banter. Pressing his hands to his temples, he began to ponder solutions. Yelena, have you decided where you want to celebrate after this competition? Kathy watched Yelena still staring intently at the virtual screen, forcing herself to shift the topic despite her discomfort. Celebrate? Casey, I think your championship is slipping away. Better start thinking about how to handle the media interviews. Jelena's nonchalant tone felt like a punch to Casey's gut. The concept of a championship changing hands had never appeared in his life's dictionary. Since he could remember, titles like Genius and Rising Star had always followed him. He would never allow anyone to step over him to rise to the top. Yet as Fang Yu's game narrative unfolded, his once confident expression gradually twisted into frustration. 12 hours of near-perfect gameplay delivered a harsh lesson to the self-proclaimed genius. Even Jelena was captivated by the quality of his gameplay. Fang Yu, you deserve to die. Kathy clenched her fists as she watched the game unfold on the virtual screen. Omaha Beach. Seizing the moment when the machine gun inside the bunker reloaded, Karl darted toward its flank like an arrow released from its string. The firing ports in the concrete wall still spewed death, the heat wave burning his cheeks. As he neared the base of the bunker, he spotted a 1.5-meter gap in the firing blind spot left by the Germans to reinforce their defenses. Sweat blurred his vision as Karl bit off the grenade's pin, clenching it in his palm for 2 seconds before shoving it into the gap. This game is hands down the most fun I've ever had playing a game. Chapter 182, Yelena's Visit. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Judge Shiza, aren't you going to put on your virtual helmet? Game streamer Andre, watching Shizakawa still clutching his head in agony, spoke up. Me. Shiza Chuan glanced at Andre's excited expression. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. Was this kid a masochist? How could he be so excited after dying? What's up? Andre met Shizakawa's puzzled gaze. Pausing midway to put on the virtual reality headset, he spoke casually. Don't you find the death feedback in this game painful? Painful? Hell no. This game's death feedback is the most realistic I've ever seen. Then why are you so eager to play it? This game makes me feel like I'm back in the day, fighting side by side with my seniors. It's painful, but incredibly satisfying. Judge Shiza, don't you have any seniors? Ahem. Nishikawakawa was choked into silence by Andre's words, watching him put on the virtual reality headset. Little Days was speechless. Their predecessors all died on our soil. What the hell sense of immersion could he possibly have? You reminded me, when are they going to kneel and apologize to their predecessors at the Martyrs' Cemetery? Ha, probably after the tournament ends. Fang Yu's game will absolutely crush their so-called Big Three. Just wait and see where they'll hide their heavenly game world faces after they lose. How many years has it been since China last made a mark at the Blue Star Creative Competition? This time we finally have two, and both are top tier. Fang Yu is the real deal. Go check out his game Defense of Nanjing. You won't be disappointed. It's the most immersive game I've played in years. Hope he keeps this momentum going and crushes everything. Ha, Little Day's expression is so satisfying, Sister Weiwei. By the way, I want to go ask Fang Yu about his game development, is that okay? Su Yuan clenched her little fist as she watched Xiao Ri's expression on stage. Do you know where he is? I can't see him anywhere. Didn't he go to the studio to rest? You really need to get some glasses, Sister Weiwei. TSK, unlike you, I'm not so obsessed stalking Fang Yu all day long. You probably weren't even paying attention to the game storyline earlier. Once you were satisfied with the game's quality, you could relax and focus on Fang Yu, right? Ha! Jiang Yuwei turned and shot Su Yuan a knowing look, then chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting, Sister Weiwei? That's slander. I'll mobilize my fans to troll you online. Su Yuan's cheeks flushed as she reached to tickle Jiang Yuwei's waist, only to be dodged by her sidestepping. Su Bao, you've really grown some nerve cyberbullying your sister over some outsider, and you claim you're not even interested in him. Jiang Yuwei feigned a tearful expression. I was just joking. Alright, I was just joking. Go on now. You haven't seen your beloved since before the competition. After waiting so long, you must be itching to see them. June 6, 1944, noon. Omaha Beach. Boom. Concrete shards and timber flew everywhere. A smile touched Ayel's lips as another German bunker reduced to rubble. Hey, Carl, I'm back. What's the situation now? Andre, having reattached his helmet, greeted Carl. Thanks to the bomber support, many bunkers were obliterated outright. Now we just need to blow up the remaining bunkers and keep pushing forward. Damn it. They're bringing in reinforcements again. Carl clenched his fist and cursed under his breath as he watched the large numbers of German troops reappearing on the Normandy beachhead. Where's Edward, the lead evaluator? And Alice? The landing chaos scattered us earlier. But it's no big deal, just keep advancing according to the mission prompt. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. What's wrong with Shizakawa? He's already losing his cool? With that kind of mental fortitude, he really shouldn't be a judge, it's a waste of time. Fang Yu watched the judge on stage with a sneer, then stood up to pour himself a cup of coffee. Even with the system's assistance, the high-intensity game development was still taxing his brain. Seems like I need to step up my training. Lately, I've been feeling physically drained. Beep. A familiar knock interrupted his mutterings. Ha! That familiar feeling. Fang Yu took a sip of coffee and rose from his floating chair. The inevitable part of every game development competition was here. Ha! Isn't that the contestant from Snowfall Games, one of the big three? What does he want with me? Glancing at the electronic peephole of the workshop, a flicker of confusion crossed Fang Yu's face. He couldn't say he had a favorable impression of this person. Recalling Jelina's cold stare and her dismissive attitude toward the Chinese contestants during their previous exchange. 10 minutes earlier, in the contestant lounge. Jelina, are you heading back to the production studio? Watching Jelina silently avert her gaze from the virtual screen, Casey's eyes flickered with confusion. The production studio? Right, wasn't Fang Yu in Studio 1? Jelina gave Casey a faint glance. Why are you going to see him? The gentle smile on Casey's face froze instantly. Asking about game production matters, Casey, you're asking too many questions. Jelina's icy blue eyes flickered slightly, her tone devoid of emotion. The number on his chest is 1. He's in Studio 1. I'll go with you. A final streak of stubbornness crept into Casey's voice. No need. I just wanted to ask a few simple questions about game development. If you want to see him, you can wait until I get back before going, otherwise it's just rude. Alright then. Watching Yelena's figure gradually fade into the distance, Casey clenched her fists. Oomph. First she was all about celebrating the championship early and claiming no interest in some unknown player. Now she's changed her tune faster than you can flip a book. It's disgusting. Kathy cursed inwardly, then fixed her gaze back on the virtual screen, refusing to believe Fang Yu could maintain such quality throughout the entire game. Meanwhile, Watanabe Hayato had long since lost heart. 10 minutes ago, he'd buried his head in his hands, no longer paying attention to the virtual screen. Ding! The virtual studio door swung open. Fang Yu stared silently at Jelena standing in the doorway. Her voluminous golden hair cascaded in waves over her shoulders, with a few stray strands gently brushing her collarbone in the breeze. Her sea blue eyes shimmered like jewels submerged in water, the outer corners slightly upturned beneath thick, long lashes, casting delicate shadows with each blink. The silk fabric of her white gown traced her graceful waistline in full curves. White boots elongated her legs, making them appear even straighter and more slender, with delicate silver chains tied at her ankles. Her fingertips, painted with vintage red polish, tapped the doorframe absently, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Hello? Chapter 183, I still prefer your rebellious ways. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Hello? The slightly Western-accented, youthful Chinese flowed from Jelena's rosy lips. Jelena? What is it? Fang Yu didn't say much as he looked at the graceful figure standing at the doorway. I'd like to consult you about your experience in game creation. Is that okay? Jelena's sea blue eyes fixed intently on his brow as a smile curved her lips. My background is all online. Feel free to look it up if you need it. Fang Yu met Jelena's expectant gaze with a faint reply before preparing to close the studio door. Do you dislike me that much? Jelena stepped into the studio first, leaning against the doorframe. Her sea blue eyes held a hint of hurt. As the genius producer of Snowfall Games and champion of multiple global game development competitions, she had never been treated this way. If she posted a message on her social media accounts expressing a desire to exchange game development experiences, countless talented producers would flock to her. Yet Fang Yu seemed utterly disinterested. I'm genuinely interested in the games you create. I've participated in these timed development competitions too. But no game has ever achieved your level of quality in such a short time frame. Jelena stepped over to Fang Yu in her white boots, the silk hem of her dress brushing against the neural feedback gloves on the table. How do you know the quality won't collapse later? Do you know me that well? Fang Yu picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, not even glancing at Jelena. I trust you. If you could make such an astonishing wager with Watanabe Hayato from Heaven Games, you must have your reasons. Jelena drew closer to Fang Yu, the faint smile at the corner of her lips growing more pronounced. You didn't speak this way before, Miss Jelena. An unknown player like me who wastes your time shouldn't hold you back any longer. Recalling Jelena's earlier words beneath the stage, delivered with utter disregard for his presence, Fang Yu abandoned pleasantries and went straight for the kill. Jelena's smile vanished instantly, two crimson flushes rising across her cheeks. Her sea blue eyes rippled like a disturbed lake, sending out tiny waves. She instinctively clutched the hem of her silk dress, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her earlier confidence was replaced by sudden embarrassment, as if she'd recalled her earlier words. What happened before was my fault. I apologize to you. That day in the audience, I truly said some very rude things. She took a deep breath, her voice lowering with an almost imperceptible tremor. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, as if gathering courage. Apology? Fang Yu looked into Yelena's guilt-ridden eyes, feeling nothing. I still prefer your former defiant self. Get back to that. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. I think I know where Fang Yu is. Nanmu watched Su Yuan dash excitedly toward the production studio and spoke calmly. How did you suddenly figure it out? Where is he? When Li's gentle, water-like eyes glanced at her. He should be resting in the production room. Every time I looked for him before, he was usually there. Then how about we go reward him? He really made Huaxia Games proud this time. The gentle expression vanished from Wen Li's face, replaced by a perfectly timed mischievous grin. Someone beat us to it. Maybe next time. Watching Su Yuan stride away without a second glance, Nanmu Yuan's sharp, almond-shaped eyes flickered with weariness. What do you know? This is the fun part. As the final contestant, he made his grand entrance at the last possible moment. He must be utterly exhausted now. Wouldn't it be better if we went together to soothe his nerves? Could it be our director Nan has changed his mind, unwilling to reward our great contributor? Wen Li didn't budge an inch, her smile only growing wider. Wen Li, you're really something, everything you say gets twisted. Nanmu Yuan rubbed his eyes, his slanted eyes fixed intently on Wen Li. Hurry up. Haven't you seen Su Yuan beat us to it? Just wait, soon you'll be stuck playing the helpless wife at the door. Wen Li wore an expression that seemed to relish the drama. Wen Li, I genuinely doubt your face is thicker than the studio floor, you'll say anything. June 6, 1944, noon. Omaha Beach. Oh no, we can't lose the entire force, otherwise we'll have to start over. Carl addressed the other members of the judging panel around him. Here's what we'll do. Before each operation, we should ensure at least one person survives. Even if others are sacrificed, at least the game progress remains intact. Edward pondered for a moment before speaking. Oh, where is Judge Saizawa? Why hasn't he come in yet? Alice glanced around, noticing one person missing, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. He's still pondering the meaning of life up on the judge's platform. Probably won't be here for a while. Andre spoke with a hint of disdain. Ahem, I'm here. My apologies, everyone. I had a bit of a mental breakdown earlier, but I've got it under control now. Zazekawa beamed as he rejoined the fray. Alright, everyone's here. Let's go. Adapt as you go. Better slow and steady than reckless. Keep an eye on your teammates' movements at all times. Carl addressed the surrounding judging panel. As one of the world's top 3 most popular game streamers, his gaming experience was extensive. Moreover, every member of the judging panel except Zazekawa had real-world experience with weapons, so adapting to the battlefield's weapon rhythms wouldn't be slow. Let's go! Nishizawa gripped his Garen rifle tightly, tentatively peering out from behind cover to assess the battlefield. The bunkers on the left had suffered heavier damage from the bombers. After careful consideration, he advanced toward the left flank. Boom! The moment Zizekuan stepped out from cover, a piercing whistle erupted overhead, followed by a deafening explosion. Shattered limbs and steel helmets of nearby NPCs flew into the air mixed with mud and sand. His left arm was slashed by flying shrapnel, leaving a deep gash down to the bone. Bang! Just as Nishizawa prepared to duck for cover during the barrage, a precision rifle bullet blew away half his skull. Blood mixed with brain matter trickled down the beach as his breaths grew shallower and his consciousness began to fade. Should we rejoin the siege? China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Fang Yu, I apologize for my previous arrogance and prejudice toward you. Jelena took a small step forward, her white boots making a faint sound on the floor. As she bowed her head slightly, her tone carrying an unprecedented solemnity. Can you give me a chance to make amends? I truly want to understand the story behind your creations. After speaking, she nervously pressed her rosy lips together, waiting for the other's response. Chapter 184, a bit crowded. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Can you give me a chance to make things right? I truly want to understand the story behind your creations. Jelena nervously pressed her rosy lips together, waiting for the other person's reply. Make amends for what? Our game development styles are fundamentally different, and frankly, I have little interest in Western games. Fang Yu's calm, detached gaze fixed on Jelena as his fingertips traced the cool rim of his coffee cup. The liquid inside rippling with fine, delicate waves. Fang Yu lifted his gaze to meet Jelena's. Her sea blue eyes still held traces of lingering blush. Her silk skirt clutched into pronounced creases. This genius producer, always poised and confident on the international stage, now resembled a child who'd done something wrong. Your brain development rate must be over 50% by now. Jelena voiced the question burning most intensely in her mind. What's the point of asking these abstract questions now? I've reviewed the Normandy invasion reports. And every NPC's name and backstory has a real-life counterpart in the historical archives. Fang Yu, you're not making a game, you're reconstructing a forgotten memory. The level of detail in this memory surpasses any game I've ever seen. And the most astonishing part? It was created in just 12 hours. Your brain's capacity is definitely over 50%. Jelena's eyelashes fluttered, and the studio fell into a brief silence. Beep. A knock on the door shattered the room's atmosphere. Su Yuan stood at the doorway, her gaze fixed on the studio entrance with palpable anticipation. Her fingers clutching the hem of her skirt trembled slightly, her shoe tips scraping the floor, producing a faint, crackling sound like ripples of a heartbeat exploding through the air. Her fingertips twirled her hair repeatedly, and her fluffy bangs were constantly swept behind her ears, revealing flushed earlobes. That familiar feeling. Fang Yu rose from his floating chair and walked toward the doorway. Ding! Su Yuan stood at the doorway, her fingers releasing the hem of her shirt as the door opened. The moment the door swung open, an unfamiliar scent of cedarwood perfume mingled with coffee wafted through the air, its sharpness stinging her nostrils. Seeing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in the studio, Su Yuan's smile froze on her face. Her feet felt nailed to the spot. The neck she'd craned to peer inside slowly slumped back down. The warmth that had just been burning her earlobes vanished instantly. Her fingers, twirling a strand of hair, snapped loose. Her hair fell forward, obscuring her reddened eyes. She heard the sound of her heartbeat sinking. Fang Yu, why would she come to your studio? Su Yuan's voice trembled with hurt, laced with the edge of tears. Her watery peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Jelena's dazzling golden hair, as if observing some intruder. Who are you? Before Fang Yu could speak, a flicker of wariness crossed Jelena's face. Rising from her floating chair as the silk skirt flowed with her movement, her sea blue eyes brimming with scrutiny. Fang Yu, are you just going to let this foreign cow bully me? Su Yuan didn't answer Jelena's question. Her watery peach blossom eyes locked onto Fang Yu. Her tightly clenched shirt hem nearly pierced by her nails, her flushed eyes misting over. Foreign cow? What do you mean by that? Jelena followed Su Yuan's gaze to her own voluptuous curves, suddenly understanding. Miss Jelena, I explicitly stated I have no intention of discussing game development with you. Is that not clear? Fang Yu opened the studio door and spoke without a trace of emotion. TSK. Looks like we're here at the wrong time. The next moment, a voice carrying a distinct shrill echoed through the corridor outside the studio, where two figures radiating powerful auras appeared. Nanmu Yuan, Wen Li? Fang Yu shook his head. This situation was getting more and more complicated. Nanmu Yuan walked straight up to Fang Yu in her high heels and casually hooked her arm through his. Is this foreign friend here to ask for advice? Didn't you look pretty cocky watching your operation on the holographic stage just now? Her sharp, almond-shaped eyes locked onto Yelena as she spoke coldly. Just heard someone sneering at our Chinese entries on the holographic stage. Now they're showing up in person? Wen Li leaned against the doorframe, a mocking smile playing on her lips. My previous prejudice against your country's game development was my own fault. But this visit is purely for normal game development exchange. Jelena didn't lose her composure at Wen Li and Nanmu Yuan's sarcasm. Instead, she rose gracefully to apologize. Exchange? I bet you have ulterior motives. Fang Yu reeks of your cedarwood perfume. And during our earlier discussion, you were practically glued to him. Su Yuan stared into Jelena's sea blue eyes, her voice tinged with hurt. And when we first came in, Fang Yu clearly told you to leave. Why are you still hanging around here? Wen Li delivered the final blow at just the right moment. You too. Jelena was rendered speechless, her chest heaving violently. I was merely seeking creative input. There's no need to be so aggressive. Is this your studio? Calling us aggressive? But where was that protest when you were mocking us backstage? Nanmu Yuan watched Jelena's flustered, embarrassed expression, a trace of mockery flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. I'm leaving now. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Jelena, facing the three advancing figures, realized further argument was futile. She exchanged a brief nod with Fang Yu before striding away in her tall boots. That foreign cow is finally gone. What a pain in the ass. As the door slammed shut, Su Yuan muttered under her breath. Fang Yu, where do you think you're going? It's our turn to settle the score now. Nanmu Yuan watched as Fang Yu prepared to activate his brain-computer interface editor, immediately interrupting the spell. First, you tricked us into joining the Blue Star brainstorming contest. Didn't you say you were busy with company matters? Yeah, you claimed you were swamped with personal matters and had no time to participate, lying without even blinking. Su Yuan crossed her arms, her voice brimming with indignation. But not only did you enter, you made such a huge bet with little days. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Wen Li finished the last cut, then slowly approached Fang Yu alongside Su Yuan and Nanmu Yuan. Ahem, I can explain all this. Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively, flashing a bright smile. Explain? Fine. Now that the game's over, we've got all the time in the world to listen to your excuses. About entering the competition, I signed a confidentiality agreement. You should all know that. So what? You think we're just mouthpieces who can't keep secrets? Exactly. We laid our hearts bare for you, and you didn't trust us? Fang Yu, you're heartless. You ungrateful jerk, you big-tailed wolf. I won't accept that explanation. Chapter 185, Heat. China Gaming Expo Center, holographic stage. Zeisquin stared at the virtual reality headsets displayed on the judges' table, unable to muster the courage to pick one up. His eyes were bloodshot the moment he closed them. The scene of a bullet shattering half his skull, blood mingling with brain matter trickling down his temple, flooded his mind. Why was he afraid? Zeisquin muttered to himself, clutching his head as his lips trembled uncontrollably. The death simulation in this game was unlike anything he'd ever encountered in any other game. And the pain, rendered with extreme realism, triggered an instinctive aversion to Fang Yu's creation. Huaxia, a short video platform. As the Blue Star Creative Contest kicked off, trending topics began popping up non-stop. With one trending topic getting pushed off the charts by another within half an hour. Shocking. The first contestant on stage at the Blue Star Creative Contest only scored 4 points. Holy, are they that strict? I thought his game was decent quality, at least give him a passing 6. Dude, didn't you read the rules? This contest uses a 100-point scale. 6 points is practically nothing, it makes zero difference. Ha? A 100-point scale? And they only gave 4 points for a game of this quality? Did the judges have some beef with him or something? Feud? Do you even know who the judges are for this competition? Imperial Microtech, Snowfall, and Paradise Gaming World. The first guy who took the stage? His game company is a nobody in the industry. They don't even have the standing to clash with the judges. Didn't you watch the live stream? The judges said his game had zero creativity. Not everyone has time to watch live streams, okay? Working like a dog all day long, no time to stop. Just squeezing in short videos to slack off. Oh crap, does that mean we're screwed in this competition? Hope Einstein Joe can pull through. Fang Yu won 3 consecutive rounds at the cross-century game development competition with his defense game. He must be a pro at making anti-war games too. Don't be ridiculous. Do you even know the prestige of the Blue Star Creative Contest? Compared to that, the cross-century game development competition is practically overflowing with water. True. Best pin our hopes on Weighty Joe. Breaking news, Snow Game's top contender, Jelena, slashes through Eternal Winter with an 81-point score, currently leading the pack. Wait, you're telling me the first contestant got 4 points? The second contestant got 5 points, and the third one just got 81? Did she ride a rocket to the top? You don't know Jelena?
She's one of the 3 geniuses at Snow Game Company.
Her previous team has won 3 international game awards over the past decade.
And her independently developed Alice's Dream set a record with 1 million concurrent players.
It'd be weird if she didn't score that high, okay? Exactly.
Snowfall's genius game producer. The industry calls her a magician who weaves dreams with code, no joke.
That 81-point score is well deserved. The dominance of the big 3 is truly terrifying, especially Casey and Yelena.
Whenever they enter a game competition, other contestants can only fight for third place. Sigh, I heard China didn't even make the top 20 in the last game development competition.
Wonder how they'll fare this time?
With Weighty Joe here, a top 10 finish is a sure thing, trust me.
Fang Yu's probably just here to polish his resume before leaving. Breaking news. Less than an hour left in the competition. All other contestants have finished, only Fang Yu remains in the studio. Damn it, I knew it.
That kid's entry for the cross-century game development competition was fishy from the start.
Who the hell creates a game with perfect story and quality in just 24 hours? Now he's finally been exposed. Did he miscalculate the time and wasted polishing the quality? Damn, what a talent.
With all those past competition videos out there,
didn't he realize the Blue Star brainstorming contest prioritizes creativity? What the hell are you polishing for in 12 hours? Enough, don't waste time on him. Let's see how Weighty Joe performs. Damn it, if he scored low because he's not skilled, I wouldn't say anything. But he just loves to show off, aiming way too high.
And he's gone and picked a fight with Little Japan's Paradise Game World.
That's one of the big 3. Who does he think he is, daring to compare himself to them? Where'd he get the nerve? Exactly. If he loses, he'll have to go grovel at Little Day's feet.
What a disgrace to Huaxia. The Blue Star Creative Contest record has been shattered once more. Empire Microtech's Casey scored an impressive 87 points with his War Machine,
temporarily claiming the top spot in this competition.
Paradise Game World's Suzekawa scored 74 points. The top 3 spots in the Blue Star brainstorming competition are now firmly held by the big 3 game companies.
Holy, what kind of monster is this? I thought Jelena's 81 was already outrageous. But there's someone even better? Who the hell is this Casey? A genius player from Empire Microtech, the world's top gaming company.
This kid was recruited for training at age 5 due to his innate talent for game development. Not only that, he blazed a trail through the Prodigy training base, achieving a terrifying 35% brain development rate.
A genius among geniuses, a true championship seed. What the hell are we even playing for?
These 3 giants all scout kids with naturally high brain development rates from a young age, then selecting the absolute best among these geniuses for further specialized training to compete professionally.
How could they possibly win?
I think the player facing Little Day still has a chance. It all depends on Weighty Joe's performance. Indeed, don't forget Weighty Joe's brain development level is also 30.
Narrow defeat.
Joe Zimming from Magic City Tech Game Academy scored 73 points in the Blue Star Creative Ideation competition,
falling just 1 point short of the Paradise Gaming World contestant. Seriously, this is rigged by the capitalists. Just 1 point behind Xiao Rizi's contestant?
I'll have to study the livestream replay when I get a chance.
Man, such a shame. How could it be just 1 point? Did Little Day's judges deliberately give him a low score?
I think so too. Only Little Days would pull such a shameless stunt.
Sigh, Weighty Joe lost. No hope now. I'm truly amazed. What's Fang Yu pretending all day long? Now he's even dragging Weighty Joe down with him. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, did Fang Yu go overtime in the competition? If he did, what's the point of continuing? Might as well pack up and go home. No way. If he did, the news would have exploded by now.
After all, no contestant in the history of the Blue Star Creative Competition has ever gone overtime.
Just wait, probably no hope left anyway.
Chapter 186, Genius is merely the threshold to seeing him.
China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. Kathy, stop looking. Yelena's been gone for over half an hour.
John, a contestant from Art Game Company, spoke up beside her.
Their company focuses on both network technology and gaming.
Oh, and check if Fang Yu's resume has been encrypted. The quality of his games is beyond exaggeration. Kathy frowned as she addressed John beside her, a look of profound astonishment flashing in her eyes.
I know what you're wondering. I already checked earlier, his resume is genuine.
I used the latest AI full disk scanning technology and found nothing hidden.
There's not even related information on the dark web. John tapped open the blue virtual panel in his hand and gave Casey a reassuring smile. Impossible. A talent like this should have been snatched up by their so-called development academies for specialized training at birth. 2.88 million personnel, several thousand warships, tens of thousands of combat aircraft. Could this be produced in just 12 hours? And I haven't even factored in the workload for material and lighting realism. Even if our Empire Microtech mobilized every game developer at full force, just creating the scene maps and various weaponry would take at least half a month. Before he could finish, Casey's emotions spiraled out of control. His pupils suddenly contracted, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his breath. Her fingers curled unconsciously, fingertips turning white as her body froze in place. Calm down, Casey. Perhaps his brain development level has surpassed 70%. You know well that game development speed correlates with brain development level. And the higher you go, the harder it gets. Plus, once you hit 20%, it's not about effort anymore, it's all about talent. John patted Casey's shoulder reassuringly. But his consolation did nothing to help. Instead, it only made Casey's emotional breakdown worse. What did a score over 70 even mean? His own brain development level was 35. Fang Yu's was a full twofold higher. But after reaching 30, each additional point represented a quantum leap. He dared not imagine how many times greater Fang Yu's development capabilities truly were. His long-held title as the world's foremost game development prodigy would likely be swept away in an instant during this epic-spanning game development competition. Because no one remembers second place. Wait. If his brain development was over 70, he should have shown extraordinary game development talent since childhood. Why did he blend into the crowd, only showing signs now in his 20s? Kathy frantically scoured Fang Yu's game development history and his early works, finding nothing remarkable. In fact, they seemed quite ordinary, no different from run-of-the-mill games on the market, some even below average. The turning point came at the cross-century game development competition. He entered the competition as the game director of an obscure small company. Even his preliminary entry was unremarkable, but in the finals, he seemed like a different person. In the first round of finals, he unveiled a game called Jinling Defense, achieving in 24 hours what other game studios struggled to accomplish over months. Here, the first signs of his potential emerged. His scores were light years ahead of every other competitor, including geniuses who'd trained at top game development academies. The second and third rounds followed suit. He steamrolled through, maintaining a commanding lead. Even when the rules changed in the third round finals, he was the only contestant to score perfect marks. Fang Yu, what exactly is your identity? Huaxia, a short video platform. Breaking news, Fang Yu takes the stage as the closing act at the Blue Star Creative Competition with his entry titled D-Day Landing. Judges were stunned by the game's quality. Judge Suzekawa from Zayarizi even refused to wear the virtual helmet due to excessive deaths. What the heck is the Normandy Landing? Never heard of it. You don't know the largest amphibious assault in history? Codenamed Operation Overlord at the time. The Allies committed 45 divisions, 130,000 aircraft of various types, and approximately 5,000 vessels, suffering 1.22 million casualties. While the Germans fielded 15 divisions, roughly 500 aircraft of various types, and over 500 vessels, suffering 1.14 million casualties and prisoners. Seriously, dude, these numbers are insane. You're telling me this was done in just 12 hours? I told you the Blue Star brainstorming contest doesn't care about quality, just wild ideas. Why won't you listen? Probably just slapped together with half-assed quality, but the gameplay concept is pretty novel. The judges were so scared they wouldn't even wear their VR headsets. And you tell me it was just thrown together? I told you Fang Yu's anti-war games are in a league of their own. You guys didn't believe me, but then you went around spouting nonsense about my mom flying in the sky. Bro, the Earth's cycle is circular, it's come full circle now. Anyone who played Jinling Defense knows what Fang Yu's game quality is like. You blind fools just won't listen. Hold up, the score isn't even out yet, and you're already daydreaming. No matter how great the gameplay or quality, the final rating is what counts. First you say the game sucks, then you say it's good, and now you're complaining about the score? Did you guys run out of things to say? China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Fang Yu, just tell us what's your real identity? Can't find a single thing online. Your security clearance must be sky high. Yeah, you heartless bastard. You've been deceiving us this whole time without a single honest word. Exactly. Fang Yu, you've deceived us for so long, it's time to reveal your identity now, right? It won't hurt anyone. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes fixed on Fang Yu, cornered and demanding answers to their long-held questions. I used to be the director at Toyo Games. Now I run my own company, just an ordinary person. Fang Yu glanced at their puzzled expressions and smiled as he spoke. Still playing dumb? I advise you not to push your luck, Fang Yu. Yuan's sharp, almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on his brow. Fang Yu, you're nothing but a big-tailed wolf, full of lies. Su Yuan stamped her foot, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Do you really think we're 3-year-olds? Do you believe you can fool us forever? Actually, I have a system. It handles all the games for me, I just coast to victory. Fang Yu observed the puzzled expressions on their faces and declared with deadpan seriousness. Your top priority right now is to uninstall the novel app from your virtual communicator. You really think we're that gullible, huh? Trying to pull this on us? Ha! System, Fang Yu, make me a game with that system right now, and I'll believe you. Su Yuan burst out laughing upon hearing this, hands on her hips, cheeks flushed with excitement. Chapter 187, Nishizawa River Cosplayer Thinker. Noon, June 6, 1944, near Omaha Beach. Follow me. The NPC lieutenant bellowed for what felt like the 100th time. The roar of the German MG-42 machine gun plowed white trails into the sand. Alice the judge had already died over 10 times. With a cooldown period, she couldn't immediately rejoin the battlefield. Andre called out to Carl beside him. Carl glanced back. The concrete firing ports outside the bunker spat tongues of flame, while the machine gun's bullets wove a deadly web across the sand dunes. Row after row of NPCs fell, their bodies piling up like mountains. Carl, I don't think we should try again. This difficulty is beyond what a few of us can handle. This level 1 is a real monster. Andre spoke, surveying the grim scene unfolding before them. The Germans have few bunkers left. Hold out a little longer. Carl's eyes were bloodshot. Watching the NPCs fall layer by layer around him, he felt his heart bleeding. These were their own predecessors from years past. How did Fang Yu make the scenes and NPCs so lifelike? The Germans in that bunker on the left are reloading. And it just got blown open by a bomber, now's our chance. Carl fixed his gaze on the left bunker, preparing to launch a surprise attack with Andre. No, they're exposed to crossfire from the right. Charge! The sergeant beside him tossed a smoke grenade toward the right bunker and charged toward the damaged bunker on the left. Watching the sergeant major lead the charge, Thompson's submachine gun blazing, Carl and Andre scrambled up and darted between the craters like moles. Bang bang! Sudden fire erupted from the bunker's flanking position. Bullets whizzed past Carl's ear, sparking off the back of Andre's helmet. The fire was too intense. Andre ducked behind cover. Carl rolled behind a pile of shattered concrete, yanked the pin from a fragmentation grenade, and hurled it toward the bunker. The explosion reverberated painfully in his eardrums. Taking advantage of the billowing smoke, Carl and Andre scrambled and crawled to the base of the bunker wall. The concrete surface was scorching hot, with wisps of smoke still rising from bullet holes. The sergeant leading the advance had already perished in the bunker ambush moments earlier. Holy, this American streamer's got skills, he didn't even die in counterattack. You know, he's one of the top 3 most popular game streamers globally. They've played every genre imaginable. Most game companies can't even get them to promote their titles. But I can tell he genuinely loves Fang Yu's game. Eagle Squad grew up with firearms, they pick things up way faster than us. Stop just watching the streamer, check out the smoke grenade details and explosion effects. And you'll see just how amazing Fang Yu's game quality is. How did they pull off this level of quality in just 12 hours? Is this cheating? If they get caught, they're done for. Some idiot actually thought they could cheat in the Blue Star brainstorming contest? The entire game production area was scanned with the latest equipment before the competition even started. Plus the blue ID tags on contestants hide the latest virtual anti-cheat chips. Anyone caught cheating gets reported on the spot. I feel like Fang Yu has evolved again. During the preliminary rounds of the cross-century game development competition, he seemed unremarkable. But he had a breakthrough in the finals. Now he can create a game even larger in scale than before within 12 hours. With no drop in quality whatsoever. I feel like the title of world's greatest game genius is about to change hands. Noon, June 6, 1944. Near Omaha Beach. Carl, it's your turn. Andre stood on the NPC's shoulders and addressed Carl. They were preparing to use a human ladder tactic to destroy the German bunker. Carl braced his left hand against a blast hole while his right hand gripped the demolition charge handed to him by a comrade. Climbing upward on the human ladder beneath his feet. German soldiers atop the bunker unleashed a hail of bullets, whizzing past his ears. Cough cough. Dust from the bunker's roof choked Carl into a coughing fit. Tap. 2 Germans spotted him and charged forward, MP-40s raised. Put. Carl rolled to dodge the hail of bullets, then swiftly drew his bayonet and plunged it into the abdomen of the nearest German soldier. Blood splattered across Carl's face, sending his adrenaline surging. The other soldier, seeing his comrade fall, instantly swung his weapon toward Carl. But Carl was faster. He lunged forward, slamming his shoulder hard into the remaining soldier's chest. Both men lost their balance and tumbled into a pile of rubble atop the bunker, wrestling fiercely. The edge of the German's steel helmet struck Carl's forehead with a heavy thud. The searing pain shot through his nerves like an electric current, leaving only a deafening roar in his ears. But the instinct to survive made him clamp down on the soldier's gun-wielding wrist, sinking his teeth into the rough sleeve. The German soldier groaned in pain, his fingers suddenly slackening. Carl seized the submachine gun with all his strength. The cold metal brought him back to his senses. The next instant, he drove his knee into the remaining soldier's midsection, pressing the muzzle firmly against the German's chest. Tap. The gunshot echoed through the bunker, the recoil sending a numbing shock through Carl's arm. The remaining soldier's body tensed violently before collapsing limp, warm blood splattering onto Carl's face. Huff, huff. Carl lay on the ground, gasping for breath, droplets of blood mingled with cold sweat dripping onto the scorching barrel. Holy, this kid's got skills he must have trained. Check his background, he really was a soldier before. His physical conditioning is top-notch. Who cares about that? Just wrap up the testing and announce the winner already. This is taking forever. Exactly. How long have these judges been testing him? They're obsessed with the game. The little guy's still sitting there on the judges panel, propped up like some kind of thinker statue. Bro thinks he's the thinker statue, sigh. Can't help it, cowards are just like that. With that kind of attitude, what's he doing judging? He should just go home and enjoy the volcanic eruption. China Gaming Expo Center, Player Lounge. I have no other credentials, my resume is exactly what you'd find online. Fang Yu sat in the floating chair, looking utterly helpless. Alright, we believe you. Take a break first. Wen Li's gentle, watery eyes glanced at him once more before she stopped questioning. She reached for the half-finished coffee cup on the table. Just then, a hand painted with red nail polish suddenly reached out, its fingertips snapping precisely around the cup's rim. Wen Li's movement froze abruptly as she watched helplessly while the hand deftly withdrew the coffee. Director Wen, still playing those games? How tacky. Nan Muyuan's icy voice cut through the air. Her almond-shaped eyes flicked a disdainful glance at Wen Li before handing the coffee cup to Fang Yu. Ha? What are you two talking about? Su Yuan watched the two of them scrambling over the coffee cup on the table, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Chapter 188, Flamethrower. Ha? What are you two talking about? Su Yuan watched the two of them scrambling for the coffee cup on the table, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. You'd have to ask our Vice President Wen, whose face is thicker than floor tiles. Nan Muyuan's lips curled in a mocking sneer, his tone icy. It's just a cup of coffee. Why is Director Nan still holding a grudge? Could it be jealousy? Wen Li's gentle, water-like eyes showed no ripple as she calmly watched Nan Muyuan's sharp, phoenix-like eyes spewing anger. Wen Li. Don't assume everyone thinks like you. You drink coffee from cups others have sipped from? Shame on you. Don't you understand basic etiquette between people? Do I really have to teach you this? Nan Muyuan's defenses shattered instantly at those words. She slammed her hand on the table. Taking a half-step forward, the rage in her slanted eyes nearly scorching Wen Li's face. Su Yuan watched in stunned silence, the hairband she'd just removed nearly slipping from her head. Drinking coffee Fang Yu had sipped? Drinking coffee Fang Yu had sipped. That phrase now filled Su Yuan's mind entirely. What exactly happened back in the studio during the cross-century game development competition? It was just a cup of coffee. Was it really worth Director Nan losing his temper so badly? And now he was lecturing me about basic etiquette? Drinking coffee from someone you like, isn't that perfectly normal? Wen Li maintained her faint smile, her fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the table. Clunk! Su Yuan's hair tie finally fell to the floor, her small almond-shaped eyes brimming with utter bewilderment. She hadn't even processed the earlier remark about drinking Fang Yu's coffee. When she was suddenly slapped in the face by the statement, isn't it perfectly normal to drink the coffee of someone you like? The person you like? Did Director Wen ask his permission when drinking someone else's coffee? Are you treating him like your personal property? Nan Muyuan laughed as if hearing the most absurd joke, her laughter laced with icy coldness. Director Nan was far too concerned with others' private affairs. Fang Yu didn't refuse me drinking his coffee. But you? You're the one constantly meddling between us. What's the point? Wen Li finally dropped her smile, a shadow flickering in her eyes. Heh, then let's ask the person involved. Fang Yu, say something. Nan Muyuan whipped her head around, fixing her gaze on Fang Yu, who stood by the studio window pretending to admire the view. All I can say is, you two really have chemistry, the kind where you'd die if you didn't argue for a day. Can I get a break? I've been pushing myself for 12 straight hours making this game, it's exhausting, okay? Fang Yu frowned, watching the two people standing tense and ready to pounce beside the desk in the studio. Every time these two are around, the air just can't stay still. Maybe we should step outside for now? Fang Yu suggested, clearly exhausted. Let him get some rest. Su Yuan's soft voice echoed at the studio entrance. Her mind was in turmoil. And listening to Nan Muyuan and Wen Li's conversation felt like the sky was falling. Oomph. Nan Muyuan's rage was doused like a bucket of cold water. She shot Wen Li a fierce glare. Wen Li, however, acted as if nothing had happened. She bent down to pick up the hairband Su Yuan had dropped, her fingertips brushing the pearl ornament as she gave it a gentle half-twist. Su Yuan's hairband is so adorable, it really suits your style. As she handed it over, her peripheral vision caught Su Yuan's watery peach blossom eyes. Su Yuan's fingers burned as she took the hairband, her palm clenching the plastic ring until fine beads of sweat formed. Hurriedly muttered a thank you before preparing to leave the workshop. What's the matter, Director Nan? Still lingering here, planning to tend to Fang Yu's every need? watching Nan Yuen rhythmically tap her high heels on the floor. When Lee's steps, which had been about to follow Su Yuan out, halted. TSK. It's not like I can't handle it. Director Nan probably can't even take care of herself, how could she look after others? Remember last time I ate your cooking? Enough. If you're leaving, just go. Stop talking nonsense. Nan Yuen's footsteps abruptly halted, cutting off Wen Li's words. As she exited the studio, she bit her lower lip, her fingernails digging deeply into her palm. June 6, 1944, noon. Near Omaha Beach. Carl, how much have you been hiding from me? I always thought we were just regular game streamers. How the hell did you turn into some kind of superhero? Andre watched Carl flip off the top of the bunker, utterly stunned. Carl had single-handedly destroyed the entire fortification. I used to serve in the SEALs. Carl's seemingly casual remark made Andre's eyes widen again. Are you kidding me? Alright, cut the crap. Let's keep pushing forward with the mission objectives. Boom! A piercing roar split the sky as another wave of bomber support arrived. The bomb bay doors beneath the wing slowly opened, sights locked onto the remaining German concrete bunkers. Black bombs screeched as they dove downward, exploding in fiery bursts between the sandy beach and the cliffs. The shockwaves ripped away the camouflage netting atop the bunkers, while the thick reinforced concrete walls cracked and crumbled under the relentless bombardment. Excellent, Carl. The Germans have barely any bunkers left now. Seize the chance, take out the remaining bunkers and pillboxes. Carl spoke as he examined a peculiar weapon dropped by an NPC. 2 black oil bottles flanked a compressed gas cylinder, complete with a nozzle, handle, and hose. Its brass nozzle glinting coldly in the sunlight. After a quick scan, Carl identified it, an M2 flamethrower, a portable, backpack-mounted flamethrower. This weapon would be a godsend for destroying bunkers. Follow me. Carl and Andre approached the nearest bunker, eager to test the flamethrower's power. Rat-a-tat-tat. Machine guns in the bunker's firing ports suddenly swiveled, unleashing a barrage of fire snakes. Carl rolled several times on the ground to dodge the barrage, while Andre was a split second too slow. A stray bullet grazed his steel helmet, sparking sparks. Boom! Hiding behind cover, Carl tossed a grenade toward the bunker. Then rolled to the side of the bunker during the explosion's pause. Aiming at the firing ports, he pressed the fuel valve. The compressed air tank emitted a shrill hiss as an orange-red flame, like a raging serpent, shot out over 3 meters long, squealing as it burrowed into the concrete cracks. From within came the German soldiers' heart-wrenching screams, mingled with the crackling of ammunition detonating. The bunker's iron doors suddenly blew open. A figure engulfed in flames burst out screaming, collapsing onto the sand after just a few steps. Damn useful. But the fuel's still too limited. Carl's gloves were scorched by the intense heat. He bit open the latch of the spare canister and replaced the fuel. This thing's pretty interesting. Where did Fang Yu find the flamethrower model? From the corner of the front row in the audience section, Luo Chuan watched the virtual screen with a hint of puzzlement. Chapter 189, Unbroken Lead. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. This thing is pretty cool. Where did Fang Yu even find a flamethrower model? From the corner of the front row in the audience, Luo Chuan watched the incredibly realistic flamethrower on the virtual screen with a hint of puzzlement. After the cross-century game development competition concluded, Luo Chuan suggested to Fang Yu that he could try entering the Blue Star brainstorming creation contest. But Fang Yu hadn't given a direct answer, saying he wanted to start a game company and would consider it later. Luo Chuan had long given up hope, but seeing Fang Yu's presence at this competition stirred his excitement. It carried the same essence as the Jinling defense campaign, quality undiminished. And it was made in just 12 hours. Fang Yu, what exactly is your true identity? Luo Chuan murmured to himself, examining the vastly more intricate game scenes and content compared to Jinling defense. When he saw the China Cultural Administration headquarters announce a secret contestant, he suspected it might be Fang Yu, but wasn't certain. However, the figure who appeared during the conflict with little days later confirmed the secret contestant's identity for Luo Chuan. And now, seeing that familiar figure in classic high-quality work, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Noon, June 6, 1944. Omaha Beach Bunker Complex. Boom! The blast of a fragmentation grenade shattered the German soldiers inside the bunker with its shockwave. The acrid smoke mingled with the stench of blood filled the bunker as Carl leaned against the cold concrete wall, gasping for breath. The barrel of his M1 Garand rifle still burned hot, and the ringing in his ears from the explosion hadn't subsided yet. The floor was littered with NPC corpses. The left machine gun nest was cleared. Estimated losses over 100 men. Damn! But at least it's quiet now. Andre kicked a German corpse at his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, and spoke. Hey, where are Director Edward and Director Alice? Andre turned to Carl with a look of confusion. Do you know how many people were involved in this battle? Millions. There are too many random respawn points to track them down, but that doesn't hinder the battle. They can fight alongside the NPCs. The game's NPCs have decent offensive coordination. Carl's voice was hoarse, his body utterly drained from continuous combat. Wait, Andre, did you check inside that door on the right? Carl paused briefly, shifting his gaze to the door on the right side of the bunker. Should be clear by now. If anyone was there, they'd have come out by now with all the fire we've laid down. Carl stared at the door, saying nothing. He silently picked up the Garand rifle lying on the ground. As someone who had served in special forces, he knew better than anyone the importance of caution. Alright, I'll check it out. You rest first. Just as Carl raised his hand to wipe the dust from his face, preparing to inspect the inner iron door of the bunker, Andre reached out to twist the rusted doorknob. A shrill metallic screech echoed as a dark figure suddenly lunged through the door's crack. Watch out! Carl's warning barely left his lips when a cold gleam flashed. Andre let out a scream and staggered backward, his left hand clutching his abdomen as blood gushed through his fingers. A German bayonet had plunged deep into his lower abdomen, instantly incapacitating him. The German soldier in olive drab uniform, seeing Andre fall, lunged at Carl, bloodied bayonet clenched in his fist. Carl instinctively raised his Garand rifle to block the attack. The rifle but collided with the bayonet, producing a shrill metallic clang. The German soldier snarled and forced downward, his boot slipping on the shell-strewn ground. Holy, Fang Yu even set up elite enemies. No, elite soldiers. That German who ambushed us earlier was clearly different from regular NPCs. Guys who use cold weapons are usually pros, especially with daggers and bayonets. They strike clean and fast. This Carl guy claims he was in SEAL Team 6? I don't buy it. That's one of the top 3 special forces in the world. When you're out there, everyone claims whatever identity they want. Who knows? Why not just check his background? Information's all public and transparent these days, no need to guess. He really is SEALs. I just checked the records. But his service time was short. You can tell he's no ordinary soldier from his textbook shooting form and decision-making under pressure. June 6, 1944, noon. Omaha Beach bunkers. Just as the bayonet was about to pierce Carl's face, he timed his move perfectly, rolling sharply to the right to disengage the pressure. Clang! The bayonet plunged into the bunker floor, sending a blinding shower of sparks flying. Whoosh! The next second, the German soldier before him continued charging forward, knife still raised. The two wrestled in the cramped bunker. Thud! In the struggle, the German's steel helmet struck Carl's forehead, and his vision instantly darkened. The German seized the moment to lunge at him, the cold gleam of his bayonet flashing as it aimed straight for Carl's heart. Carl clamped his right hand tightly around the soldier's arm while his left hand frantically searched the surrounding area for something usable. In the chaos, he felt a cold, round object on the ground, the steel helmet dropped by his fallen comrade. Gripping the helmet tightly in his left hand, Carl summoned every ounce of strength and smashed it viciously into the enemy's temple. Clang! A dull thud echoed, and the German soldier's movements froze abruptly. The savage glint in his eyes quickly faded. Carl didn't let his guard down. Seizing the moment, he rose and raised his steel helmet, swinging it repeatedly against the soldier's head. Blood and brain matter spattered as the soldier collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his bayonet clattering to the ground. Whoosh! Carl kicked the corpse aside, panting heavily. After a brief rest, then moved to Andre's side, pressing down on his wound as he prepared to drag him toward the medical evacuation center. The roar of guns and cannons outside the bunker continued unabated. China Game Expo Center, Player Lounge. Kathy, you'd better accept defeat this time. The championship title is likely changing hands. Who knew China had been hiding such depth all these years? John from Art Games shook his head at Casey as he spoke. Impossible. His game must have flaws. How could a game director from an ordinary little company suddenly become a genius? They must have cheated. After a series of blows, Casey could no longer maintain his composure. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the virtual screen and spat out. Snap out of it, Casey. Anti-cheat systems for competitions of this scale are developed jointly by the organizers and relevant authorities from other countries before the event, including our own country. Spouting nonsense like this only damages your reputation. John shook his head at Casey's breakdown. This Blue Star creative competition had hit him hard. But there was truly no other way. Fang Yu's game development skills were in a league of their own, far surpassing everyone else. China had been hiding its capabilities too deeply this time. Chapter 190, Doubt. China Game Expo Center, Contestant Lounge. A game of this caliber couldn't possibly be made in 12 hours, even with 100% brain development. They must have used some special method to bypass the anti-piracy screening. Kathy's face twisted as she spoke with a hint of agitation. Kathy, calm down. Failure isn't shameful, but baseless accusations are. John sighed, watching Casey's contorted expression. Don't forget, China is now the world's most powerful nation in terms of comprehensive strength. Their technological capabilities could easily produce anti-screening chips. Yeah, I'm sure they cheated too. Otherwise, how could they have dared to make such a huge bet with me before the competition even started? Watanabe, who had been slumped in defeat, perked up instantly at Casey's words and chimed in. Don't you understand what I'm saying? You need evidence for these accusations, otherwise, you're maliciously slandering both the athletes and the nation's reputation. John watched the two men, now completely deranged, and a flicker of unease crossed his face. He hadn't realized it before, but the personalities of these three top players were truly fragile. Evidence? Completing a game of this caliber within 12 hours is the best proof. I once thought he was a genius, but after reviewing the data, something feels increasingly off. What kind of genius could finish in 12 hours what other companies take months or even half a year to complete? Not to mention scene construction and lighting details. Polishing millions of NPCs isn't something you finish in 12 hours either. Kathy's face contorted completely, her voice growing louder. Indeed, how could someone who was previously unknown suddenly achieve such a breakthrough? China must have used some form of cheating. Judging by their past contestants, the other person must be a mentor or vice dean from the China Game Development Center. This sudden replacement is definitely suspicious. Watanabe Jr. spoke with absolute certainty. Kathy, you're really making me feel like a stranger. A cool, detached voice interrupted Casey's furious outburst at the conference room door. Jelena stepped inside in her white boots, her golden hair gleaming coldly under the lights. Jelena? You're just in time, calm him down. John waved at Yelena helplessly. Kathy, I always thought you were level-headed, but now I see how naive I was back then. We're here to compete in the production contest, not to make fools of ourselves. Jelena's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Hearing Jelena's voice, Casey clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. Even Yelena is siding with the Chinese contestants now. We may be here to compete, but we can't let other countries cheat their way to first place. It's illogical for a game of this quality to be developed in just 12 hours. Moreover, this year's Chinese contestants are different from previous Blue Star Creative Competition participants. Previously, their contestants were all high-ranking members of the Academy of Creation. Why has this competition suddenly changed? Kathy paused to think, then addressed Jelena by the doorway. Exactly. We reviewed Fang Yu's previous games, they're just average market-level quality. It's impossible for someone who created a game of this caliber like the Normandy landing in just 12 hours. Watanabe Hayato chimed in from the side, fanning the flames. So you dismiss someone's hard work with just the word impossible? When questioning a competitor, present evidence of cheating, otherwise, you just look petty. Watanabe Hayato tried to interject, but Yelena's piercing glare silenced him. Fine, I'll file a cheating review request right now. I simply refuse to believe an unknown player could outshine everyone at the Blue Star Creative Competition. If he had that kind of talent, he'd have made a name for himself in international competitions long ago. Noon, June 6, 1944. Omaha Beach Bunker Complex. Shrapnel whistled past the bunkers near Omaha Beach. Carl gritted his teeth, dragging Andre across a scorched dune. Scorching sand piercing through his worn combat boots into the soles of his feet. Andre clutched his abdomen, his body contorted unnaturally. With each drag, a stifled groan of pain escaped his throat, blood trailing a winding crimson path across the sand. Carl, put me down. There are too many firing positions around here. Carrying me is just dead weight. Watching the German MG-42 machine guns spew fire all around. And bullets plowing fine dust into the sand, Andre snarled at Carl. But Carl seemed oblivious to his words, persisting in dragging his mangled body toward the makeshift medical station 20 meters away. Clink! Carl pulled the last smoke grenade from his belt, his fingers trembling slightly as he knocked the pin off against Andre's steel helmet. Hold your breath! Carl growled as he hurled the grenade to the left. The grayish-white smoke rapidly billowed out, temporarily obscuring the German soldier's vision. Seizing this fleeting cover, he half-knelt, hoisted Andre onto his shoulders. Drawing his M1911 pistol from his waist, a rifle was utterly useless in this situation. Tap tap. Two German soldiers suddenly burst from the edge of the smoke, their dark green uniforms starkly visible against the sandy ground. Carl jerked Andre behind him, firing 3 shots with his pistol in one hand under the smoke grenade's cover. The bullets pierced the Iron Cross insignia on the soldiers' chests, and both men collapsed instantly. More German figures shifted outside the smoke. He dragged Andre into the makeshift medical center's shelter. His back slamming hard against the sandbags as he watched the dark green figures steadily closing in. Rat-a-tat-tat. The NPC soldier at the makeshift medical center drew his Garand rifle and fired wildly at the advancing Germans, halting their advance. Save him! Carl could clearly feel Andre's breath growing weaker. Dragging his heavy body, he bellowed toward the temporary medical center. Hold his shoulders! The medic's voice rang out clearly amidst the explosions. Carl clamped down on Andre's convulsing body. As the morphine syringe pierced his muscle, Andre's rigid body finally relaxed. And Miller's heart sank a little less with the faint breath. Leave him to us. You go handle other tasks, time is critical. Just as Carl prepared to examine Andre's injuries, the medic waved him off. How wonderful that their temporary casualty center still has morphine for pain relief and so many professional facilities. Back then, we didn't even have enough gauze. This only proves how valuable our defensive battles were back then, doesn't it? Our predecessors, despite outdated equipment and and inadequate medical facilities, they still drove the enemy out of China.
Watching the Normandy landings really hit home how tough life was for our forebears back then. Fighting with nothing but their lives and sheer willpower. That's why the Blue Star Creative Contest now mandates an anti-war theme to prevent people from romanticizing war.
Chapter 191, New System Module Unlocked. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage.
Zizekuan stared at the few remaining bunkers in the game, hesitated for a moment, then put on the virtual helmet.
Zizekuan finally put on the virtual helmet. What's the point of your entering the game now that the German forces have lost nearly all their advantages?
He's just a useless loser who only shows up after his team dies. His comrades are nearly finished with the landing battle, and only now does he dare enter the game.
Does someone like this even have the qualifications to be a judge?
Cut him some slack, maybe he just got bad news from home and is feeling down.
This bastard isn't just waiting to deliberately give Fang Yu a low score later, is he? He better not.
We've already reported Vice Dean Zhou's actions to the main judging panel. And if he dares give low scores now, he's disgracing the entire Paradise gaming world.
Huaxia Game Expo Center, audience seating. Hello? What is it?
Seeing the urgent call connection on her virtual communicator, Zhang Yuwei quickly pressed the answer button. Sis Weiwei, it's bad news, one of our veteran composers at Soft Candy Entertainment just vanished. A frantic voice rang out from the other end of the virtual communicator.
You guys are useless. If he ran off, just find another one. Are music producers the only ones? Is this minor issue worth an emergency call?
Besides, I'm only serving as acting music agency director, my main role is head of game operations.
Contact the music division general manager for any issues.
Zhang Yuwei's delicate brows instantly furrowed as her tone turned icy.
Sis Weiwei, the music division general manager is on leave right now. That's why I had to reach out to you. Plus, the top-tier singer we're collaborating with has extremely demanding requirements.
And he's completely dissatisfied with the arrangements our other music producers have submitted. He's even threatened that if we can't deliver a track he approves of, he'll expose our incompetence across all news media platforms. Zhang Yuwei pressed her temples against the back of her auditorium seat, the blue glow from the virtual screen making her face look pale. Arrangers going AWOL isn't exactly unheard of in this industry. But this happened at the worst possible moment. Next month is the deadline for Golden Melody Awards submissions. And the lead track for that top-tier singer's new album was still stuck in the arrangement phase. Her fingers drummed a frantic rhythm on the armrest of her seat.
If this wasn't handled properly, Soft Candy's reputation would suffer greatly. What kind of arrangement does he need?
Zhang Yuwei pressed her forehead to steady her thoughts, searching for solutions.
Haven't anti-war sentiments been surging across Blue Star lately? He wants to ride that wave.
Something tied to heroic tales of resistance and unwavering loyalty from the anti-Japanese war era. An anxious voice came through the virtual communication link. Arrangements for this kind of theme are indeed tricky to compose.
If anything goes wrong, it'll definitely be met with nationwide condemnation. Soft Candy Entertainment had very few composers skilled in this genre, and none of them were particularly adept at it. What's the singer's name? Wasn't there a contingency plan in the contract? Zhang Yuwei took a deep breath and opened the company intranet.
The list of personnel in the music division scrolled before her eyes. The name of that veteran arranger who'd gone rogue still bore the gold medal producer tag.
Lin Yi. His team just sent a cease and desist letter, threatening to terminate the contract in 3 days if we don't deliver.
And that our submitted arrangements were too commercial, lacking the metamorphosis concept.
But we've tried every producer the company could muster.
A voice tinged with tears rang out, causing a flicker of irritation to cross Zhang Yuwei's face. Lin Ye's name was all too familiar to her. He excelled at storytelling through arrangements, last year's chart-topping ancient style track.
Took months just to fine-tune all the intricate details. Can you calm down? Getting so flustered over a minor issue. Do you really think this kind of attitude is suitable for working at Soft Candy? Zhang Yuwei's icy voice cut through the air, and the virtual communicator fell instantly silent. Sis Weiwei, what's going on?
Su Yuan saw the gloomy expression on Zhang Yuwei's face, and a flicker of concern crossed her watery peach blossom eyes.
Cough. Nothing. Su Bao, just focus on the match.
Zhang Yuwei silently closed the virtual communication link and began strategizing how to break through this stubborn impasse.
China Gaming Expo Center, Player Studio 1. Fang Yu's fingers glided across the familiar blue virtual panel, scrolling to the very bottom.
The pale blue progress bar had already surpassed 5 million, reaching 6.5 million.
New modules unlockable. The previously gray, locked modules had turned blue, indicating new modules could be unlocked. What could it be?
A flicker of excitement shot through Fang Yu's mind.
Movies? Music? Or other entertainment options? Fang Yu took a deep breath, his fingertips hovering slightly trembling above the blue module.
The virtual panel suddenly rippled, pale blue light particles gathering like fireflies, coalescing before his eyes into a translucent holographic projection.
Ding! Cross-domain content generation module activated. Unlocked module, music. The familiar cold electronic voice echoed in Fang Yu's mind, though this time the mechanical tone carried a hint of electronic tremor. As a menu slowly unfolded within the projection. Music? Why music? What use is that? Fang Yu had expected film production tools, only to hear that the unlocked module was for music. His disappointment was palpable. He had little interest in music, though it might come in handy when adding background music to his future game projects. Fang Yu's fingertips slid across the virtual screen, revealing various music genres before his eyes. Classical, pop, electronic, rock, metal, everything imaginable, so many he couldn't even take it all in. He randomly tapped a genre, and a dazzling array of song titles flooded his vision, including even classic tunes from his former life on Blue Star. Fang Yu casually tapped a piece. And within 3 seconds, the system generated 3 arrangements: piano, strings, and electronic. It even labeled suitable scenes, plots, and emotions. Pretty convenient. Looks like the system wants me to branch out into all genres. Fang Yu's pupils contracted slightly as he studied the music interface, his fingers gliding across the virtual panel. And beneath the music categories, he discovered sub-options. Opening the ambient sound effects section, revealing a vast array of sounds: wind, rain, thunder, city bustle, interstellar engines, and more. Each effect featured adjustable parameter sliders. Once he unlocked the film and television module, these sound effects would likely prove incredibly useful. Fang Yu felt as though he'd opened a gateway to the entire realm of content creation. With the 5 million emotion points module unlocked, the next gray module appeared, requiring 10 million emotion points to unlock. The next module must be film and television. Unlocking that module is going to be so tough. Fang Yu muttered to himself, no longer paying attention to the grayed out, unlocked modules. He casually swiped through the content of the music module. Chapter 192, Arranging Music? I know a bit about that too. China Game Expo Center, Judges' Seats. Alice, what do you think of the final contestants' game quality? Both Edward, game director of Empire Microtech, and Alice, director of Snowfall Games, had already died over 10 times. Unable to immediately join the battlefield, they turned to discussing Fang Yu's game quality from the judges' seats. No need for further words. I was fortunate enough to witness a genius contestant emerge at the Blue Star brainstorming competition. The title of World's Greatest Game Creator is about to change hands. What do you think, Director Edward? Alice leaned forward slightly, her fingertips tapping the tabletop unconsciously. Her voice carrying the mature, magnetic calm of a seasoned woman, yet unable to mask the excitement in her tone. Casey's personality certainly needs refinement. Smooth sailing to success can easily lead to losing oneself. This Blue Star creative contest is the perfect opportunity to temper his character. Edward chuckled at Alice's words, responding with a calm tone, though a fleeting, unmistakable shadow of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Fang Yu's production skills and speed make me believe his brain development is currently the highest in the world. He's undoubtedly the dark horse of this competition. Alice's wavy golden hair fell over her shoulders, strands swaying slightly with her focused movements. Her emerald eyes fixed intently on the virtual screen as she held her breath unconsciously. Her fingertips paused mid-air, lashes fluttering with each blink. Her eyes sparkling with excitement in the screen's glow, as if beholding a perfect work of art. Seems Director Alice has taken a liking to this contestant? According to his online resume, he seemed to work at a very small game company. Acquiring him would be easier than imagined. Though Andrew verbally encouraged Alice to secure Fang Yu, a flicker of caution passed through his eyes beneath the silver-rimmed glasses. Such a prodigious talent should be harnessed at their Empire Microtech to maximize his potential. Director Edward, however, was adept at going with the flow. But when I make my offer, don't you dare poach him from us at Empire Microtech. Alice chuckled softly at this, her fingertips finally tapping lightly on the tabletop. I wouldn't dream of poaching talent, but ultimately, the choice rests with the contestant herself, doesn't it? If Fang Yu chooses our Empire Microtech in the end, there's really nothing we can do about it. We can only hope Director Alice can bear to part with him. Edward, hearing Alice's words, pushed his glasses up his nose and countered. Director Edward's words were quite intriguing, ostensibly supporting Fang Yu's move to our Snowfall. Yet he's clearly playing both sides behind the scenes. Do you find that amusing? Alice's smile froze instantly. A flash of sharpness flickered in her emerald eyes. Her fingertips slammed down on the tabletop as her voice turned icy cold, the sharpness cutting through her usually steady, magnetic tone. Director Alice, such words are unbecoming. Edward spoke deliberately, his tone still calm yet tinged with unquestionable cunning. A talent this rare comes along once in a millennium. Every company has the right to compete for them. I'm merely respecting the candidate's wishes. Surely you wouldn't deprive our Empire Microtech of this opportunity. Deprive us at Empire Microtech of our opportunity? The silver-rimmed glasses reflected the faint glow of the virtual screen, obscuring the deep-seated possessiveness toward genius in his eyes. You claim to respect the player's choice, but you've already cooked up some disgusting scheme, haven't you? After all, last time Empire Microtech used underhanded tactics to poach that genius player from our game company. Alice trembled with rage, her wavy golden hair swaying over her shoulders. Her gaze fixed on Edward, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. Business thrives on fair competition. Given the right conditions, players will naturally make the right choice. As for who will have the last laugh, that remains to be seen. Edward chuckled softly, making no denial of Empire Microtech's actions. Instead delivering a barrage of cutting remarks laden with hidden meaning. Like a sharp thorn piercing Alice's heart. It only fueled her anger. Yet unable to find a rebuttal. She bit her lower lip, her eyes blazing with resentment and fury. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Perhaps background music should be incorporated into future game development. The right music can capture players' hearts at crucial moments. But games like Defense Battle shouldn't have random background music that would be putting the cart before the horse. Still, playing the stirring Yellow River cantata from my past life at the game's conclusion. Guaranteed to send emotional levels soaring. Fang Yu muttered to himself. Though he wasn't particularly fond of the music section. Using it to earn emotion points was still a brilliant strategy. Fang Yu instinctively opened the system interface, scrolling to the bottom where a pale blue progress bar was slowly approaching 10 million. He needed to figure out how to leverage the music section effectively. He could use his entertainment company to develop music. But the main issue now was that his company's gaming division wasn't running smoothly yet. Forcing the music division to operate would be too taxing. Ideally, he could leverage another company or platform to unlock the music section's potential. And with his current connections, the only company that could effectively leverage the music section's potential seemed to be Su Yuan's Soft Candy Entertainment. Fang Yu pondered for a while before making a decision. Though whether Soft Candy Entertainment would need his composing and arranging skills was uncertain. Established entertainment companies like that have well-established systems and their own core music producers. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. Time to get out and walk around. Being cooped up in the studio for so long is suffocating. After poring over the system's music section for nearly 2 hours, Fang Yu felt drowsy. He stepped out of the studio and headed toward the holographic stage. China Game Expo Center, front row of the audience seats. Su Bao, you watch the competition first. I've got something to take care of outside. Ha? What's up, Sister Weiwei? Why the rush? Company stuff, just a minor issue. I'll be back soon. With the arrangement constantly on her mind, Jiang Yuwei found the cheers from the surrounding audience during the game event growing increasingly jarring. She slowly rose, the hem of her black trenchcoat brushing against the front row seats. Her knee-high boots clicking as she hurried toward the emergency exit at the rear of the venue. The cold fluorescent lights in the passageway cast a stark light on her tense profile as her fingers flew across the communication device. Hey, Teacher Chen, have you got any free time lately? Oh, you're on vacation? Never mind then. Hey, Zhang Dana, do you have any top-tier arrangements ready? Soft Candy Entertainment hit a snag. And they're demanding new arrangements. Could you help out? Price isn't an issue. The singer is Lin Yi. Ha? What's up? Are you arranging for other singers? Alright, sorry to bother you. After disconnecting the virtual call, Jiang Yuwei slumped weakly against the wall. The virtual communicator slipped from her hand, landing with a soft thud on the floor. The corridor echoed only with the hum of cold fluorescent lights. She stared at her own pale fingertips. Arranging? Actually, I know a little bit about it. Want to give it a try? A familiar voice echoed, making Jiang Yuwei, who was leaning against the wall, whiten her eyes. Chapter 193, just kidding, I can do arranging, composing, and lyric writing. Near the holographic stage outside the China Game Expo Center. Arranging? Actually, I know a little bit too. Want to give it a shot? A familiar voice echoed, causing Jiang Yuwei, leaning against the wall, to widen her eyes. Time rewound 3 minutes earlier. Fang Yu stood outside the holographic stage, pondering how to effectively utilize the system's music module. When he caught a familiar voice outside the venue. Paired with the classic look of a black trenchcoat and knee-high boots. Fang Yu identified her as Jiang Yuwei, the Chief Game Operations Officer of Soft Candy Games. Then he heard the usually poised and commanding figure speaking in a timid, hesitant tone. Instantly piquing his curiosity. Soon after, phrases like Teacher Chen, Zhang Dana, and Arranger entered his ears. Turns out she was calling the Arranger and seemed to have been rejected. Wait. What a great opportunity. He'd been fretting about how to utilize the music section of his system. This was too perfect. Fang Yu resolved to use his songwriting skills to connect with Soft Candy Company. The quality of his system's output was beyond question. Not only offering vast quantities across every genre, but also providing full-service composition, arrangement, and lyric writing. Once you connect with Jiang Yuwei through composing, the system's music section will function exceptionally well. Emotional values become effortless to acquire, and progress in the next section accelerates significantly. Fang Yu? Jiang Yuwei's body froze as if paused, then jerked upright the next second. Her fingers tightened around the virtual communicator, knuckles turning white. Her meticulously styled ponytail swayed, a few stray strands falling across her cheek, disrupting her usual sharp aura. She instinctively tucked the communicator behind her back, her toes nervously scraping the floor as her voice rose half a pitch. Why are you here? When did you arrive? Watching the usually poised and commanding chief operations officer of soft candy games now resemble a child caught red-handed stealing candy, her eyes darting nervously. Fang Yu felt as if he'd done something wrong. Ahem, I just happened to be passing by. Heard voices and came to check. Are you looking for an arranger, Manager Jiang? Fang Yu deliberately slowed his tone, his gaze glancing over the communicator she had behind her back without calling out her awkwardness. Yeah, there's been a little issue with the company's music division. It's fine, I can handle it myself. Jiang Yue met Fang Yu's concerned gaze, a flicker of unease crossing her face. What she didn't know was that Fang Yu wasn't concerned about her at all, he was solely focused on how to connect with her to aggressively harvest emotion points. Judging by Manager John's tone earlier, she seems to have run into some trouble? If you don't mind, perhaps I could lend a hand. Noticing Jiang Yue's defiant gaze, Fang Yu smiled at her and spoke up. Fang Yu, arranging music isn't something to joke about. You might be a genius at game development. You've never formally studied music composition, you wouldn't even understand the notation. Focus your energy on game development instead. I can handle company issues myself. I appreciate your offer, though. Jiang Yue froze at his words, sizing him up from head to toe. Her grip on the communicator loosened slightly. Even though he said he could help, composing music wasn't like game development, it required entirely different skills. In your mind, I'm only good at game development? Well, isn't that true? Or do you have connections to top-tier arrangers? Actually, I can do everything: arranging, composing, and writing lyrics. Fang Yu, I'm not in the mood for jokes. Here's what we'll do, tell me the style of the song you need arranged, and I'll give you a demo tomorrow. You'll hear it for yourself. Fang Yu ignored Jiang Yue's skeptical gaze and simply dropped that line. You really know how to arrange music? Jiang Yue still hesitated. After all, arranging music wasn't trivial. If something went wrong, and the singer wasn't satisfied, it could seriously damage Soft Candy's reputation. I told you, arranging, composing, and lyric writing, I can handle it all. Just give me the song style and theme. I'll have a complete song ready for you tomorrow. I want a theme related to heroic stories of resistance and unwavering loyalty during the War of Resistance against Japan. Style is open. Alright, come to my studio tomorrow to pick up the demo. With that, Fang Yu walked away without looking back. Could he really arrange, compose, and write lyrics? A look of utter disbelief flashed across Jiang Yue's face. Fang Yu's expression just now didn't seem like he was joking. Could he really be a jack of all trades? I need a theme related to heroic stories of resistance and unwavering loyalty during the War of Resistance against Japan. Style is unrestricted. Back in the studio, Fang Yu muttered to himself. The theme itself wasn't difficult, but choosing a song that could evoke a wide range of emotional depth was the real challenge. Staring at the vast array of songs displayed on the system's virtual panel, Fang Yu found himself paralyzed by choice. Wait! In his past life on Blue Star, there was a song perfect for this theme. Called Red Ling? Yes. That's it, Red Ling. Created against the backdrop of the actor Pei Yenji sacrificing his life for the nation. It celebrated the heroic tales of humble individuals rising up in resistance and remaining steadfastly loyal during the War of Resistance against Japan. A flash of inspiration struck Fang Yu, and a song burst forth. He hurriedly searched the system's virtual panel and found the information on Qi Ling in the next second. On July 7, 1937, the Japanese encircled on Yuen County, threatening the theater to perform for them. Specifically demanding the renowned male role actor Pei Yenji perform the Peach Blossom Fan. Refusal would result in the burning of both the theater and the county town. Pei Yenji had no choice but to agree. During the performance, the drum beats suddenly grew urgent and the singing turned bitter and angry. Pei Yenji roared, set it ablaze, and the entire theater instantly became a sea of flames. The character in the song's title signifies red, while refers to opera performers. This song perfectly resonates with the theme of heroic resistance and unwavering loyalty during the War of Resistance against Japan. And more importantly, what sets this piece apart from others in captivating its audience is its rich theatrical resonance, truly the essence of our national treasure. Given its immense popularity in his previous life, this song would undoubtedly remain a powerhouse even in this world. A flicker of excitement crossed Fang Yu's face. Red Singer would undoubtedly generate a massive surge of emotional energy. And given how quickly music spreads, gaining emotion points would be far faster than in the game. With that thought, Fang Yu clicked the exchange button without hesitation. Ding! Song Qi Ling successfully redeemed, including all materials such as composition and lyrics. The familiar cold electronic tone rang in Fang Yu's mind. The next second, his virtual communicator buzzed with a notification. Fang Yu briefly scanned the notification and found that all materials for Scarlet Ling had been sent to his virtual communicator. Now he had something to work with. Chapter 194, The Normandy Landings enter their final phase. Huaxia Game Expo Center, audience seats. The cheers from the stage faintly carried the tremors of electronic sound. Sis Weiwei. Sis Weiwei. What happened? Tell me. If it comes to it, I'll contact that old stick in the mud, he's bound to have a solution.
Su Yuan watched Jiang Yue stroll leisurely from offstage, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with concern.
It's nothing, Su Bao. Just a minor hiccup. Don't bother the president. I can handle this myself. Don't you trust your sister? Hearing Su Yuan's words, Jiang Yue's furrowed brows slowly relaxed.
A soft smile tugging at her lips, even the weariness in her eyes fading slightly.
Really? Sister Weiwei, if you can't handle it, you must tell me, okay? Even if I can't help much, I'll figure out a way.
Watching Su Yuan pout and pump her little fist, Jiang Yue sighed softly inside. Her throat felt dry.
Help? Su Yuan was currently a streamer in the gaming section.
The music department's arrangement crisis was worlds apart from her field, mentioning it would only make her anxious.
I told you I handle arranging, composing, and lyric writing, just give me the song style and theme. I can deliver a complete song tomorrow.
In a daze, a face suddenly flashed through Jiang Yue's mind, sending ripples through her heavy heart. Her taut nerves briefly relaxed. But the next second, she lowered her eyes again, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the hem of her trench coat.
Does Fang Yu really know music production?
Jiang Yue murmured to herself, her lips curling in self-mockery. She was truly grasping at straws in desperation.
Asking a gaming genius to compose music for her? No matter how talented he was just a game developer. Game development and song arrangement were completely different fields. How could he possibly understand this? Sis Weiwei, what's wrong? Feeling unwell?
A clear voice snapped her back to reality.
Su Yuan saw her head bowed.
Her face devoid of any expression. She waved her small hand gently in front of Jiang Yue's eyes.
Nothing.
I was just thinking how our Su Bao has really grown up, she can even help her big sister now. Jiang Yue snapped back to reality, raising her hand to gently touch Su Yuan's forehead, her fingertips brushing against the girl's soft bangs.
Oomph. Don't you know who I am? Seriously, the jury's been testing all night, how come it's not over yet? Aren't they tired? Who knows? Probably got hooked on Fang Yu's game. Who told them to arrogantly pick hell difficulty?
The little day's judge died twice and just gave up. I didn't dare enter the game until the German bunkers were nearly destroyed. The other judges except for those two streamers Carl and Andre had all died over 10 times and still hadn't cleared the level. Hell difficulty is no joke, I saw it coming during the Jinling defense campaign. Forget the firepower disparity, the death and pain simulation alone is absurd. The online rumors back then claimed you couldn't create such realistic simulations without experiencing real death. That alone shows Fang Yu Game's true value. The gear they had in this battle was way better than ours, they even had air and naval support. Back in our day, we were literally dirt poor, couldn't even scrape together basic firearms and ammunition.
June 6, 1944, afternoon. Temporary Medical Aid Center, Omaha Beach. A large caliber GPF cannon in front of the farmhouse was pounding the landing craft on the beach. Let's take it out together. As Carl watched the medic finish bandaging Andre's wounds, a voice called out. Grab your ammo and grenades. Move it. Seeing NPC soldiers gathering around, Carl gripped his Garand rifle tightly. Andre, you stay here and rest up. I'm taking these guys to take out that GPF cannon. Before leaving, Carl glanced at Andre lying on the ground and said, Carl, there'll be German defenses around that gun. Be careful. Andre's voice was hoarse from blood loss, his words cut short by the roar of incoming shells. Don't worry. Carl grinned back at him, revealing teeth dusted with dirt. Then followed the NPC soldier into the nearby trench. Water pooled up to their ankles inside. Muddy water mixed with the scent of blood splashed onto his trouser legs. The metal barrel of the Garand rifle gleamed coldly in the setting sun. Cross the dirt road and we'll reach the farmhouse. Stay alert and cover each other. The NPC lieutenant leading the way suddenly raised his hand, signaling a halt, and pointed toward the farmhouse ahead. Carl squinted toward the farmhouse. Below its red brick walls, a GPF cannon spewed orange-red flames. Its muzzle still steaming from the recent blast as several German soldiers hurriedly loaded shells. Beside the bunker, two MG-42 machine guns were trained toward the beach, their barrels occasionally erupting in bursts of rapid fire. Clear out the infantry inside the farmhouse first. NPC lieutenant pulled 2 smoke grenades from his backpack and tossed them to Carl. Carl understood immediately. Gripped his Garand rifle tightly and crept along the dirt road toward the farmhouse. And abruptly pulled the pins on the smoke grenades. 2 plumes of white smoke instantly billowed near the farmhouse. The German soldiers in front of the farmhouse panicked, and the MG-42's fire became chaotic. Charge! The lieutenant roared, leading the charge into the smoke-filled farmhouse, with Carl and the other NPCs close behind. Carl timed his move perfectly, circling around to the side of the farmhouse. Peering through a window to see the wooden door of the first farmhouse ajar. 2 German soldiers were firing their rifles toward the smoke. Bang! Bang! Carl swiftly raised his rifle, braced the stock against his shoulder. 2 bullets pierced the Germans' backs with precision, their bodies crashing heavily onto the wooden floor inside. Whoosh! After clearing the first room, Carl flung himself through a side window. The next instant, the whistling of a bayonet sliced through the air behind him. Carl sidestepped the blade, swinging his rifle horizontally to smash the butt against the enemy's temple, simultaneously drawing a grenade from his waist with his left hand. He pulled the pin and slipped it into the German's belt before vaulting back out the window. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion. Boom! The explosion sent shards of the farmhouse's wooden wall flying. German soldiers in the second farmhouse had already detected the commotion. An MG-42 machine gun swiveled its barrel and opened fire on them, sparks flying as bullets struck the gravel. Carl and the other NPC soldiers used the cover of smoke grenades to bypass the machine gun emplacement, preparing to launch a flanking assault. Huaxia Game Expo Center, audience seating. I should go see for myself, to dispel this fantasy of mine. Jiang Yue's throat felt slightly dry as she murmured to herself. Issues with the music section had robbed her of sleep last night, leaving her distracted while watching Fang Yu's game today. Glancing at Su Yuan, who was immersed in the game's storyline, Jiang Yue quickly left the audience area. Chapter 195, You Really Know How? China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. This song is genuinely great, no wonder it was so popular in my past life. Fang Yu sat in his floating chair, sipping coffee while listening to Chilling. Lyrics steeped in traditional Chinese charm spread like ink warmed by hot water, slowly unfurling in his ears. The more he listened, the more certain he became that this song would absolutely explode the market upon release. Fang Yu could almost see the overflowing emotion points beckoning him. And since he'd only spent 10,000 emotion points to unlock all the song's materials, the return would likely multiply many times over. Beep. A rhythmic knock interrupted Fang Yu's thoughts. He glanced toward the door, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. John operations arrived surprisingly early and at just the right moment. Fang Yu rose nimbly from the floating chair and walked briskly toward the door. Outside the production room, Jiang Yue clutched the hem of her trench coat, her fingertips tingling with the chill. The corridor light cast a glow on the door. She took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock once more. Ding! The studio door swung open. Jiang, you're right on time. I was just about to reach out to you about the song production. Fang Yu wore a relaxed smile, his eyes brimming with confidence. Jiang Yue stepped into the studio. Her gaze first fell upon the empty desk, no virtual sheet music, no audio files, not even any virtual instruments. A chill spread from her fingertips to her palms, shattering the last shred of hope in her heart. Thankfully, she had braced herself for this outcome. After all, expecting a game developer to compose music was unrealistic from the start. With that thought, Jiang Yue suppressed her disappointment. Her grip on the hem of her coat tightened slightly as she forced a gentle tone. Fang Yu, you truly are a genius when it comes to game development. But arranging music requires systematic training. How could anyone pull it off in a single night? It's fine. I can still reach out to other composers. You worked hard last night. Before she could finish, Fang Yu abruptly turned, pulled a pale blue virtual storage card from beneath his workbench, and handed it to her. Jiang operations, are you trying to comfort me? Last night I stayed up until 3 in the morning. To polish out the track. It's called Scarlet Ling. Guaranteed to match the theme you wanted, a heroic tale of resistance and unwavering loyalty during the War of Resistance. You really finished it? Jiang Yue froze, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Her speech faltered for a moment as she stared at the pale blue virtual storage card, as if examining some utterly astonishing object. Someone with no formal training in composition could produce a piece meeting these requirements in just one night? Fang Yu nodded with a smile, slipping the virtual storage card into her hand. I just listened to it myself. And it turned out even better than I expected. It contains not only the complete audio but also organized lyrics and arrangement notes. You'll understand once you listen. Jiang Yue clutched the cool, pale blue virtual storage card, her fingertips gradually growing numb. The words of reassurance she'd prepared choked in her throat. But could Fang Yu's overnight work truly achieve the effect Lin Yi demanded? Never mind. Better to listen first. Jiang Yue gazed at the transparent holographic playback panel and lightly tapped it with her finger. The next instant, melodious opera vocals accompanied by crisp pipa strums suddenly flowed forth, like an invisible hand instantly pulling one into an ancient-style opera stage. This was. Jiang Yue whipped her head toward Fang Yu, her pupils widening slightly. The chill at her fingertips instantly gave way to shock. The opening notes of the Jinghu violin wailed like a lament, like wind piercing through the smoke of battle. Immediately after, the drumbeat fell heavy, as if cannon fire roared in the distance. As the scene shifted, sleeves billowed with every movement, singing of joy and sorrow, parting and reunion, until the unfamiliar voice of a stranger suddenly rang out. Jiang Yue's eyes instantly reddened. It wasn't a deliberately forced falsetto, but a metallic-tinged blend that carried both the rich resonance of Peking opera and the penetrating power of pop music. Like a gentle blade, softly piercing the heart. For the chorus, Fang Yu specifically had the system enhance the music's clarity. where crystalline vocals intertwine with passionate opera melodies, like a younger generation's reverent gaze upon their forebears. Though lowly, I dare not forget my country's woes. All say actors are heartless, yet who knows actors have hearts too? Jiang Yue suddenly recalled the artists who sacrificed their families to alleviate hardship in the archives, her throat tightening instantly. As time ticked by, the music gradually faded. The studio fell so silent you could hear breathing. Jiang Yue raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eye, only to realize tears had fallen. She turned to Fang Yu, her voice trembling. How could you possibly understand this? Oh, back in college I was interested in music production. I picked up a little bit. How does it sound, Manager Jiang? Does it meet your expectations? What do you mean, interested in arranging? Learned a little? Is this the kind of arrangement someone who learned a little could create? Jiang Yue felt her intelligence insulted, silently ranting in her mind. Her grip on the virtual storage card tightened, the card's edge digging into her palm until it stung slightly. Yet it only made her more acutely aware that the awe before her eyes was no illusion. Jiang Yue drew a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil churning in her chest, yet her fingertips still trembled slightly beyond her control. Met expectations? Fang Yu, this is far beyond meeting expectations. Do you even realize? Your Scarlet Dancer has brought the tragic grandeur and sincere devotion of that historical period to life. Whether it's the lyrical melodies of the Jinghu, the powerful resonance of the opera vocals, or the profound sense of national duty hidden within the lyrics, it's all like a perfect work of art. This is absolutely a song that will explode onto the market. The tremor in Jiang Yue's voice hadn't fully subsided yet. She looked at Fang Yu as if he were a treasure trove. She drew a deep breath, trying to suppress the surging emotions, but the disbelief in her eyes remained unhidden. Fang Yu, did you really compose this piece yourself? The words felt abrupt as they left her mouth, and she hastily added. It's not that I don't believe you, but how can someone be so mind-blowing at game design? And also possess such extraordinary talent in arranging music? You practically have the word genius welded onto your body. Is Jiang Operations doubting me? Check the virtual storage card, it has the full audio, lyrics, and arrangement analysis. Everything's there. If you still don't believe me, go dig through China's music scene and see if you can find even half a song that matches the melody of Red Dancer. Fang Yu watched Jiang Yue's eyes, brimming with urgency and inquiry, as his fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop, the smile in his eyes deepening. His words instantly silenced Jiang Yue. She pondered carefully for a moment, finding his reasoning increasingly plausible. Fang Yu had absolutely no reason to deceive her about such a thing. And given the caliber of Red Dancer, any similar work would have spread like wildfire by now. She had a premonition, beyond being a genius game producer, Fang Yu would soon earn the title of genius music producer too. A thought suddenly surged into Jiang Yue's mind, growing more urgent by the second. She must recruit Fang Yu to their soft candy entertainment. Clutching the memory card tightly, her tone carried unprecedented gravity. Fang Yu, would you be interested in joining soft candy games? We can negotiate any terms you desire. Her eyes burned with urgency, as if she feared that a single second's delay would let this treasure slip through her fingers. Chapter 196, Desperate to Poach Talent. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Fang Yu, would you be interested in joining soft candy games? We can discuss any terms. Jiang Yue's eyes brimmed with urgency, as if she feared that a single second's delay would let this treasure slip through her fingers. Fang Yu paused, his finger tapping, the amusement in his eyes fading slightly, replaced by a softer curve. Leaning against the floating chair, his fingers lightly traced the studio desk as he spoke in measured tones. His voice steady and measured. I appreciate your offer, Manager Jiang, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Jiang Yue's grip on the storage card tightened sharply. As if her heart had been gently squeezed, her breath catching for half a beat. Is it about the terms? Rest assured, you know soft candy's resources in the industry. If you're willing to join, I can persuade the boss to offer you the highest tier creative contract. Her speech quickened unconsciously, the urgency in her eyes nearly spilling over, even her fingertips growing slightly warm. What's going on? Why is everyone trying to poach me every single day? Fang Yu silently complained to himself. His company wasn't even off the ground yet, and now other companies were trying to poach his talent daily. What kind of situation is this? Seems Su Yuan didn't tell you it's not about the pay. I've started my own entertainment company, called Huan Yu Entertainment. Though it's just getting started, it's my own creation. There's no reason to abandon it for somewhere else. Fang Yu watched her flushed ears and sparkling eyes, forcing a smile. You have your own company? Jiang Yue felt all her strength drain away. She stumbled back half a step, her back gently pressing against the cold doorframe. The pale blue memory card pressed into a faint indentation in her palm. The excitement and anticipation she'd felt moments ago now dissolved into an indescribable sense of loss, even stinging her eyes. Wait. Jiang Yue suddenly recalled instructing a subordinate department to gather dirt on Tuoyu Games earlier due to the Su Yuan incident. The technical department head had contacted her, mentioning that Fang Yu had been fired by Tuoyu Games for unauthorized absence. But he hadn't mentioned that Fang Yu had started his own company. Gazing at the figure before her like a mysterious treasure trove, she couldn't bear to give up so easily. Jiang Yue bit her lower lip, took half a step forward, and shed her usual icy, domineering demeanor. Her voice softening to a gentle whisper tinged with barely perceptible coaxing. Fang Yu, couldn't you reconsider? Running your own company is exhausting. And there's bound to be a lot of growing pains with a new venture. Soft candy could save you so much hassle. I'd also love to discuss game creation with you. Why not join Soft Candy? Her final words were whispered so softly, the trailing note carrying an almost imperceptible tremor, like a feather gently brushing against the tip of his heart. Fang Yu's fingertips paused slightly. When he lifted his gaze, it met hers, her eyes wet with emotion. Filled with disappointment, reluctance, and a hint of unhidden hope. China Game Expo Center, audience seating. Ha! Where's Sister Wei Wei gone? Suddenly snapping out of her immersion in the Normandy invasion storyline, Su Yuan realized someone was missing beside her. Muttering to herself in confusion. She actually left me behind? Just you wait until I find you. Near the farmhouse on Omaha Beach, June 6, 1944, afternoon. Carl gripped the wooden stock of his Garand rifle, following three comrades under the cover of smoke grenades. Crouching low as they edged toward the MG-42 machine gun emplacement, spitting fire. But the next second, the covering smoke began to dissipate, like cotton torn by the wind, thinning rapidly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The MG-42's metallic roar grew piercingly sharp as bullets whizzed past his scalp. Take cover. Aim the demolition charge at the machine gun position. The lieutenant's roar barely faded before he threw himself into a shell crater behind the earthen embankment. Sand poured down his collar as he pressed himself flat against the farmhouse's brick wall, its rough surface grinding painfully against his forearms. Carl instinctively pressed himself against the brick wall of the farmhouse, the rough plaster scraping his forearm raw. He glanced up to see the machine gun port beneath the farmhouse eaves spitting flames. German growls mingled with the mechanical rattle of fire, piercingly shrill. Taste this. Carl rolled sideways with a jerk, yanking a grenade from his waist with his right hand. His thumb slammed against the pin and wrenched it free. Boom! The grenade exploded near the machine gun position, sending a cloud of dust flying. Carl took advantage of the German's obstructed line of sight, swiftly pulling out the assembled demolition charge and aiming it at the MG-42 machine gun's position. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion echoed. The demolition charge's ammunition struck the machine gun emplacement with pinpoint accuracy. The thunderous blast sent tremors rippling through the ground. The MG-42's roar abruptly ceased, leaving only the muffled groans of German soldiers behind the bunker. Charge! Seeing the machine gun position destroyed, the lieutenant leapt from the shell crater, his boots crunching on shattered shell casings. Carl and three other NPCs kicked open the farmhouse's back door. And the moment the door shattered, Garand rifle fire erupted inside. The recoil sent a jolt through Carl's shoulder, and splinters flew into his face as bullets tore through the wooden wall. Two German soldiers had just risen from behind the table when their chests bloomed with blood. Crashing face first onto the floor as their weapons clattered to the ground. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed around the staircase corner, grazing Carl's helmet and leaving a shallow scratch. He instinctively dove forward, his back slamming into a wooden crate as he rolled, sending its contents scattering across the floor. Bang! The next second, an NPC soldier nearby reacted, raising his gun toward the corner. The Garand's crackling fire formed a continuous chain. The German soldier at the staircase corner grunted and collapsed at the landing, blood trickling down the steps. After clearing the enemies inside the house, Carl and the remaining NPCs rushed straight to the cannon in the backyard. Where three German soldiers were frantically loading shells, the barrel once again trained on the beach. Rat-a-tat. Garand rifle bullets halted the Germans reloading. As Carl and the other NPCs prepared to approach the cannon. When a German soldier concealed near the cannon lunged with a knife. As Carl sidestepped the attack. His left arm was slashed open by the blade's edge, hot blood instantly seeping into his uniform. Without waiting for a counterattack, he gripped the rifle butt and slammed it hard into the enemy's abdomen. The German soldier doubled over in pain, a muffled groan escaping his throat. An NPC nearby seized the moment to rip off the thermite safety pin, firmly pressing it against the junction between the barrel and the gun mount. The silver-white compound ignited upon contact with air, erupting into blinding orange-red flames that stung the eyes. The intense heat swiftly engulfed the barrel, steel hissing as white smoke rose, gradually glowing red-hot. The German soldier's screams were soon drowned out by the sound of melting metal. The barrel first bent slightly. Then with a thunderous crash, the softened barrel snapped clean in two, sending molten metal fragments crashing to the ground. The thermite's lingering flames continued to burn on the gun carriage. The cannon that had threatened the beach was now nothing but a twisted heap of scrap metal. Chapter 197, The Normandy Landing approaches its conclusion. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Fang Yu, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Jiang Yue gazed at his silent profile, a faint prick of pain piercing her heart. Finally stepping forward, her fingertips brushed his sleeve before instinctively curling back, her knuckles flushing a pale pink. She lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes reddened at the corners, her voice softening further. Fang Yu, if you're worried about the new company, Soft Candy could collaborate with Huan Yu too. I'll handle the negotiations personally. Just tell me what you need. As her words trailed off, she quietly rose onto her tiptoes, drawing even closer. A faint scent of gardenias drifted through the air, enveloping the space beside Fang Yu. Her fingers slid half an inch up his sleeve, nearly brushing his wrist. Even if you don't want to collaborate, we could still grab coffee occasionally and chat about game development. I won't bother you too much. Jiang Yue's fingertips advanced another half inch, brushing against Fang Yu's wrist. She paused as if stung. Yet she didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she gently encircled that slender, cool wrist bone. The usually decisive operations director now seemed cautious, even her eyelashes trembling with care. Fang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as a flicker of unease crossed his face. He sighed helplessly. Ms. Zhang, we can discuss the partnership gradually, but joining Soft Candy is out of the question. I can't abandon Huan Yu now that it's just getting started, okay? Before Fang Yu could finish, Jiang Yue suddenly lifted her head. A strand of hair from her temple brushed against his forearm, tickling his fingertips until they tingled. She reached up to brush the fluff from his shoulder, her fingertips barely touching the fabric. She halted abruptly, instead resting her hand lightly on his arm and sliding it half an inch down his sleeve. It's fine. Whether it's gaming or composing, as long as we get the chance to collaborate. Her fingertips brushed his wrist bone with a barely perceptible touch, like a spring breeze carrying feathers across the tip of his heart. Fang Yu lowered his gaze, seeing the soft, lustrous sheen on her hair under the light. Those eyes, usually sharp as an eagle's, now veiled in a thin mist, resembling a rain-kissed crabapple tree, soft and vibrant. He stepped back imperceptibly, the fabric slipping from her fingers, revealing the faint tremor in the curve of her lashes. Yet this entire scene was witnessed by the girl standing in the doorway. What are you two doing? A crisp, angry voice burst in. Su Yuan clenched her small fists. Her watery peach blossom eyes flushed crimson, tears gathering at her lashes. Her tone brimmed with the unique grievance of youth, mixed with a stubborn defiance born of betrayal. Fang Yu froze, instinctively glancing at the slightly ajar door, its hinges still trembling faintly. Wait, wasn't the studio door open just now? This place is an accident waiting to happen. Su Yuan's mind was buzzing now. The scene she'd witnessed outside the door was painfully vivid. Jiang Yue's arms wrapped around his wrist, her body pressed so close, especially that line. It'd be nice to grab coffee and chat about game development sometime. I won't take up too much of your time. Pierced her ears like needles. She couldn't hold back any longer. A tear plopped onto the tip of her shoe, spreading into a small wet stain. Her voice choked with sobs, urgent and hurt. Sis Weiwei, didn't you say you'd help me win Fang Yu over? It was all a lie. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Jiang Yue's heart skipped a beat. She clenched the hem of her shirt tightly, her ears flushing crimson. Hurriedly stepping forward, her voice trembling, Su Bao, listen to me. It's not what you think. Not what? Su Yuan took a step back. Her little fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white, the pink nail polish almost digging into her palms. I saw everything. You held Fang Yu's hand. And said you'd go for coffee together. You've been lying to me all along. You like Fang Yu too, don't you? Cough, cough. Su Yuan, you've really misunderstood. Fang Yu quickly interjected, trying to ease the tension. Your Soft Candy Entertainment's music division has been having some issues lately. John Operations is acting as interim director for the music division, right? We were just discussing music division matters. I don't believe you. Su Yuan's voice shot up, tears streaming down her face even harder. I asked Sister Weiwei several times before if something was wrong with Soft Candy. She wouldn't tell me at all. Was she secretly contacting Fang Yu? No, we were just discussing some details about music production. You've completely misunderstood. Jiang Yue's voice trembled with urgency as she reached out to pull Su Yuan closer, only to be dodged. Fang Yu makes video games, right? How could he possibly know anything about music production? Su Yuan bit her lower lip until it turned pale. You two teamed up to deceive me. Su Yuan's tears fell even harder. Biting her lower lip, she turned and ran toward the door. Her skirt brushed against the doorframe as a defiant sob hung in the air. I'll never trust you again. Jiang Yue watched her retreating figure, her own eyes reddening with urgency. Her feet instinctively took 2 steps forward before abruptly halting in place. Fingers clenched tightly around the sleeve, knuckles turning white, voice trembling. The words "it wasn't like that" choked in his throat, impossible to utter. June 6, 1944, evening. Omaha Beach. Waves lapped at the bullet-riddled seawall, carrying pale red seawater. The line of defense once hailed by the Germans as the Atlantic Wall was now riddled with holes. Blackened earth littered with broken barbed wire, twisted tank wreckage, and rifles still stuck in the sand. Where the tide had receded, several American soldiers helped each other to their feet. Their khaki uniforms caked with mud and blood, steel helmets askew on their heads. Their eyes heavy with exhaustion yet gleaming with the light of survivors. A young soldier bent down to retrieve a first aid kit floating on the surface of the sea. The bandages inside had long been soaked through by seawater. He gently wrung out the excess water and turned to hand it to his comrade behind him, whose leg bone was shattered. Not far away, a medic knelt in a sandpit, using a bayonet to slit open the trouser leg of a wounded soldier. As forceps extracted shrapnel from the muscle, the wounded soldier clenched his teeth without uttering a sound. His gaze fixed on the sun gradually rising in the distance. On the sea, dozens of landing craft unloaded supplies in orderly fashion. Jeeps and howitzers rolled onto the beach via ramps. Tracks crushed shell casings on the sand with sharp clangs. Occasionally, P-51 fighter planes streaked overhead, their allied insignia gleaming vividly beneath the sun. No longer tasked with bombing runs, but circled low, providing cover for the ground forces. "Carl, is it over? Andre, finished?" Carl reached out and patted Andre's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the sea, gradually calming in the distance. "For now, buddy. Look, we've taken this beach." The sea breeze carried the lingering scent of gunpowder into their nostrils, yet it didn't sting. The shouts of soldiers hauling supplies echoed nearby. Carl helped Andre rise slowly. Chapter 198, Highest Praise. China Game Expo Center Holographic Stage. As the Normandy landing concluded, all judges removed their virtual reality headsets. Good heavens, Fang Yu has achieved this level of battlefield realism and interactivity. Carl and Andre rose almost simultaneously, their palms meeting with a clap so forceful their knuckles trembled. Their eyes flashing with intense delight, clearly delighted with Fang Yu's game. Beside them, Zizekawa remained seated, his fingers clenched around the helmet strap, trembling slightly, knuckles turning white. As if he could still feel the suffocating sensation of being shot in the chest. His face paler than the cold light of the stage backdrop. This immersive experience of multiple deaths had left him deeply scarred. Edward and Alice exchanged a glance, both seeing the hostility in each other's eyes. As the top two directors among the industry's three giants, the animosity in their eyes nearly overflowed. Both knew that securing Fang Yu would mean securing the championship titles of every major game development competition worldwide. Finally over. Wonder how many points Fang Yu scored this time? Judging by the judges' expressions, it won't be low. Xiaori's been tormented by Fang Yu's game until he's lost his temper. He'll probably take revenge through the scoring. He'd better not. If he dares give this game a low score, we'll all report him. And see if their Paradise Game World has the guts to keep that smug look. Edward and Alice are practically glaring at each other. This is ridiculous. What, trying to poach talent? They're dreaming. Those two streamers are having a blast. Bet they'll hype up Fang Yu after the tournament ends. The host's voice boomed through the speakers, brimming with unchecked excitement. Thank you, contestant Fang Yu, for delivering this grand finale, a true feast for both the eyes and gameplay. From its ingeniously crafted world building to its fluid, intricate interaction design, to the core gameplay innovations that truly resonate, I believe everyone here, or the professional judging panel, deeply moved by this work poured with passion and dedication. This is not merely a showcase of game creation, but a brilliant interpretation of gaming's value by young creators. He gestured toward the virtual scoreboard beside the stage, his voice rising with excitement. Now, the thrilling scoring segment officially begins. First, we kindly ask the live audience to wait a moment while our judging panel conducts a professional and rigorous comprehensive evaluation and scoring. Each score represents recognition for the creator's tireless refinement, and a testament to our hopes for the future of game creation. After a brief pause, the host smiled and engaged the audience. Oh, and one more thing. In that final masterpiece we just saw, which design element left the deepest impression on you? Was it the unique narrative direction or the innovative gameplay mechanics? Feel free to discuss quietly among yourselves. And shortly we'll invite a few audience members to share their thoughts. Let's all look forward to the judges' professional evaluations, and once again, a round of applause for Fang Yu for delivering such a spectacular finale to this competition. As the judges opened their virtual scoring system, the host began engaging with the audience. From a professional perspective, this game has achieved top-tier standards in world building, interaction design, and core gameplay mechanics. Fang Yu not only demonstrated exceptional creative talent, but also used his work to demonstrate that games transcend mere entertainment, allowing us to see how games can serve as vehicles for conveying history and sparking reflection, perfectly aligning with the anti-war theme. Such a masterpiece deserves to be called a miracle of the new era. Edward adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and offered his commentary with an exaggerated expression. As someone in the gaming industry, I've seen countless works chasing visual spectacle. But Fang Yu's game achieves a perfect balance between visuals and gameplay. The grand scale of the Normandy landings is breathtaking, while its innovative gameplay design infuses that awe with soul. Players no longer merely complete missions, they actively participate in the war's progression, influencing the narrative's course. This gameplay innovation has paved a new path for war-themed games. Alice picked up the microphone, her voice brimming with admiration. Though the game's death mechanics left a deep impression on me, It was precisely this realism that made me feel the brutality of war and the courage of soldiers. Fang Yu avoids romanticizing war, instead conveying reverence for history through intricate settings and narratives. Conveying a reverence for history, a depth lacking in many wargames, and the aspect of this work that moved me most. The pallor had faded from Ziesquin's face, replaced by genuine recognition of the work's merit. I must say, this is the finest wargame I've ever played. Fang Yu's recreation of the Normandy landings has completely shattered my expectations for war-themed games. Every detail of the battlefield is meticulously recreated. From bullet marks on soldiers' armor to the smoke billowing after artillery blasts. Even the rhythmic breathing of charging soldiers feels utterly authentic. This level of historical accuracy is unmatched. Carl instantly became Fang Yu's ardent fan, acting as if he'd been paid off in advance, his excitement beyond measure. I couldn't agree more with Carl. In previous wargames, players were often mere spectators. But in this game, every shot fired, every time you cover your comrades, delivers an intense sense of immersion. A flash of astonishment crossed Andre's eyes as he agreed. Director Nan, how many points do you think Fang Yu will score this time? Below the stage, Wen Li's gaze was fixed on the virtual scoreboard as she addressed Nan Muyuan. Need I say more? Over 90, with no ceiling. You know his game quality, no need for me to elaborate further. Nan Muyuan's almond-shaped eyes remained sharp as she swept her gaze across the judges' expressions on stage, her tone carrying a hint of assured confidence. Her fingers paused as she ran them through her hair before speaking. In all the years since the Blue Star Creative Contest began, not a single entry has ever reached the 90-point threshold. Wen Li blinked her gentle, watery eyes, a hint of tentative amusement in her tone. Are you so certain, Director Nan? Wen Li blinked her gentle, watery eyes and smiled as she spoke. The scoring should be quick, we'll see soon enough. Nan Muyuan said no more, his gaze fixed intently on the virtual screen displaying the scoring system. As the judges' comments concluded, the scores on the virtual screen began to change gradually. 98. 96. 92. The numbers on the virtual scoreboard kept flickering, and the entire venue seemed to hold its breath. Holy crap, this is nerve-wracking. No idea what the final score will be. Depends on the situation, but it's definitely over 90. From what I've researched, no one has ever scored above 90 in the Blue Star Creative Contest. Does that mean Fang Yu just broke another competition record? Let's wait for the final score, no need to rush. Chapter 199, Champion. China Gaming Expo Center, holographic stage. Ziesquin regained his composure, his fingers slipping from the helmet strap as his gaze locked onto the constantly shifting scores on the screen. Carl and Andre stood side by side, their hands unconsciously clenched into fists, even their breathing growing quieter. Edward and Alice's gazes remained filled with hostility, showing no sign of backing down despite the shifting scores. Their aura grew so icy that other judges instinctively stepped back. In the contestants' lounge, Kathy's nails dug into her palms, her bloodshot eyes festering with jealousy and venom like rampant vines. As she stared fixedly at the constantly shifting scores, Watanabe Hayato felt his heart sink when the first judge awarded 98 points. Plopping down onto the floating chair as if all his strength had been drained. 94, 95, 96. The digits on the virtual screen flickered for nearly 30 seconds under the spotlight. Finally settling firmly at 96. The host let out a gasp first, 96 points. My goodness, it's 96 points. The cry ignited the crowd like a spark in gasoline. Audience members who had been murmuring quietly leapt to their feet, cheers piercing the roof. Some waved their support signs wildly, while others embraced and leaped into the air. We're number one. The first person ever to break 90 points in the Blue Star Creative Contest. Fang Yu is the bomb. He's showing these foreigners what genius really means. Just getting to meet him is a privilege. Even among geniuses, there's a chasm. This is the gap between genius and peerless genius. Now stepping forward is the grand champion of the cross-century game creation competition, the record holder of the cross-century game creation competition. The 7th Blue Star Creative Contest champion, and the only contestant to score over 90 points in the Blue Star Creative Contest. Fang Yu. Trolls, go ahead and keep shouting. Let's see who the real clowns are. I can't wait to see that little punk kneel for 1949 hours at our martyrs' cemetery. The live chat outside the stage erupted in chaos, bullet comments flooding like a tidal wave, nearly obscuring the entire screen. Below the stage, Wen Li's eyes instantly lit up. Instinctively grabbing Nan Muyuan's arm, her voice trembling with uncontrollable excitement. It really is 96 points. This must be the highest score in the Blue Star Brainstorming Festival's history. A confident smile curved Nan Muyuan's lips, her sharp almond eyes brimming with excitement. She patted Wen Li's hand gently. Her tone unwaveringly assured, what did I tell you? 90 points was the baseline, no ceiling beyond that. The host's hand trembled slightly as he held the microphone. Taking a deep breath, he shouted with all his might. Let's congratulate Fang Yu. With an extraordinary score of 96 points. He has shattered the highest record since the Blue Star Creative Contest began, claiming first place in this competition. The moment the words left his mouth, celebratory cannons erupted on both sides of the stage, showering the area with golden confetti. Edward and Alice's faces still bore traces of hostility. They exchanged a glance and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. No matter what, we must take down Fang Yu. Wait, where is Fang Yu? The whole place is in an uproar, yet he's nowhere to be seen. Wenli stood on tiptoe, scanning the area. Finding the stage area completely empty, a look of confusion flashed across her face. The most arrogant champion of the Blue Star brainstorming contest was about to make an appearance. Ha! Nanmu Yuan's almond-shaped eyes scanned the crowd. But she didn't find Fang Yu anywhere. Not that she cared, she just chuckled and teased. TSK. Fang Yu has completely let himself go. But where are Zhang Yuwei and Su Yuan? Wenli's gaze fell upon the front row seats. The spots originally reserved for the two of them were empty, deepening her confusion. Nanmu Yuan raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when she suddenly froze. Su Yuan was running toward them, tears streaming down her face. The wind ruffled her skirt. Her eyes red as water-soaked cherries, even her usually meticulously styled ponytail had a few stray strands escaping. What on earth was wrong with that girl, Su Yuan? A flicker of confusion crossed Nanmu Yuan's face. I don't know. Zhang Yuwei and Su Yuan were always inseparable. Did they have a falling out? Wenli spoke as she intercepted Su Yuan, who was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. What's wrong, Su Yuan? Did something happen to soft candy? Spotting a familiar face, Su Yuan instantly threw herself into Wenli's arms. Tears soaked through Wenli's coat as, choking on her words, she could only stammer out the phrase Sister Weiwei lied over and over. Nanmu Yuan hurried over, pulling tissues from her bag to offer. Whispering soothingly, don't cry. Tell me slowly. What happened? Whatever it is, we can solve it. It's no big deal. Su Yuan's hand clutching the tissue trembled uncontrollably. After finally calming her breathing somewhat, she finally managed to recount the scene she witnessed outside the studio and Zhang Yuwei's earlier promise in broken sentences. Her eyes welling up again by the end, she clearly said she'd help me pursue Fang Yu. But then she was holding his hand and saying they were going for coffee together. What? Nanmu Yuan's fingers clenched the armrest with sudden force. The cold metal seeped through her palms, and her almond-shaped eyes instantly hardened with icy disbelief. Someone actually snuck off? And those two are still alone in the studio right now. Wenli patted Su Yuan's back gently, soothing her trembling shoulders, yet her own gaze turned icy. Who would have guessed Zhang Yunyang also fancies Fang Yu and moves so fast? Nanmu Yuan's voice grew deeper as she reached out to steady Su Yuan's arm, her grip tinged with urgency. If we don't go now, who knows what they'll get up to? Wenli stood nearby, her usually gentle eyes devoid of warmth as her fingers unconsciously rubbed the strap of her bag. And now, let's welcome the champion of this competition to deliver their acceptance speech. Ha! Where are they? On the holographic stage, golden streamers still drifted slowly through the air. The host scanned the empty stage below, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. His hand holding the microphone froze in place, the smile on his face gradually stiffening. Whispers erupted among the audience below. Some stood on tiptoe, scanning the area. Others held up fan signs and shouted Fang Yu's name. As if they were in a recording studio. Some sharp-eyed audience members began shouting. Beads of sweat formed on the host's forehead as his grip on the microphone tightened. Forcing a calm smile, he tried to smooth things over. Looks like our champion is still saying his final goodbyes to his work. Why don't we send our delegation to the studio to invite him out? We'll go after all, Fang Yu and I go way back. Before the words had even finished echoing, Nanmu Yuan had already led Wenli and Su Yuan through the crowded crowd and strode up onto the holographic stage. She gave the host a nod, her face bearing a polite smile, though her eyes betrayed deep anxiety. The host, noticing this, promptly nodded. Perfect. Thank you all for coming. The atmosphere in the venue had been unbearably awkward moments ago. Thankfully, he'd kept his cool. Wow, it's actually Yu Tianxing, the game director and the vice president of Fengyun Games. Fang Yu sure knows how to make an entrance. And the goddess Su Yuan. I hadn't even noticed before. This lineup is unbeatable. Fang Yu, you're so lucky. How did you pull this off? Because he's the champion of the Blue Star Creative Contest. Chapter 200, The Pre-Match Bet. China Game Expo Center, Studio 1. Aren't you going to explain to Su Yuan? Fang Yu spoke calmly, gazing at the figure seated in the hover chair. She won't listen to anything I say right now. I'll find another chance to explain it to her properly. Beep. A series of urgent knocks interrupted their conversation. Nanmu Yuan hurried down the corridor outside in high heels. The sharp clicks of her heels on the floor radiating an unmistakable urgency. Wenli supported Su Yuan, who was still sniffling, as they followed behind. Though her tears had gradually subsided, her eyes remained fiercely red. Her fingers white as she clutched Wenli's sleeve, clearly not yet fully recovered from the emotional turmoil. Why are you here? Fang Yu's eyes flickered with confusion at the sight of the three figures at the door. Our President Fang seems quite busy. His work won first prize, yet he's gone into hiding. Was he so engrossed in business talks he lost track of time, or trapped in the clutches of a lover? Nan Muyuan took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Her gaze sweeping between Fang Yu and Zhang Yuwei. A trace of scorn flickered at the corner of her mouth. The chill in his eyes hadn't fully dissipated. All the audience and judges outside are waiting for your acceptance speech. Yet here you are, playing hide and seek. And you're actually holed up in a production room with Zhang Yuwei. This job must be incredibly important. When Li deliberately emphasized the words work and important, a flash of coldness darting through her gentle, water-like eyes. Already over? I wasn't paying attention to the progress earlier. I thought the judging panel would drag it out for another half hour. Fang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. TSK, President Fang really is swamped. He even forgot to check the competition progress. Nan Muyuan's gaze grew even colder as she fixed her eyes on Zhang Yuwei and Fang Yu. You deceitful bastard. Heartless scoundrel. Su Yuan overheard Fang Yu say he hadn't noticed the competition's progress and began imagining him and Zhang Yuwei whispering sweet nothings together. Her nose stung again, and her grip on Wen Li's sleeve tightened. Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought back the urge to let them fall. Wen Li sensed her emotional turmoil, gently patting her hand and silently urging her to stay calm. Zhang Yuwei watched Su Yuan's reddened eyes, her faint smile instantly freezing. She knew exactly why Su Yuan felt hurt but dared not speak it outright. Instead, she approached with quiet steps, her voice softening. Su Bao, don't overthink it. Actually, just now we. Don't waste your time here. Nan Muyuan abruptly cut her off, suppressing the rising anger in her heart. Outside, the hosts were already digging up 10-year-old game topics. If we don't leave now, reporters and fans will soon swarm the studio entrance. Fang Yu, come with us now. Watching Fang Yu's retreating figure, Su Yuan said nothing, merely nodding gently. Wen Li supported her as she followed. Following behind Fang Yu and Nan Muyuan, Zhang Yuwei silently trailed after them. The group walked down the corridor toward the stage, the atmosphere heavy and stifling all the way. With only the echoing click of high heels on the floor breaking the silence. The holographic stage host frantically tried to divert the audience's attention with other topics. But upon seeing Fang Yu and his group return, he visibly relaxed. Rushing over to greet them, Fang Yu, you're finally back. The audience can hardly wait. Hurry up and prepare your victory speech. More of these formalistic rituals. Fang Yu straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked toward the stage. Below the stage, the cheers remained deafening. As Fang Yu appeared, waving their support cards and chanting his name, golden streamers drifted slowly through the air, enveloping the entire stage in a festive atmosphere. Fang Yu walked to the center of the stage, took the microphone handed to him by the host. He surveyed the densely packed audience below and the approving glances from the judges' table, and paused for a moment. My original intention in creating this game set against the backdrop of the Normandy landings. My original intention was not merely to present a war scene, but more importantly, to let everyone feel the brutality of war and cherish the peaceful life we have today. The suffering war inflicts upon people is unimaginable. Every soldier who sacrificed their life in battle deserves our remembrance. Conversely, those who invade others' territories must pay the corresponding price. Do you recall the War of 1937? Back then, our Chinese nation fought for a full 8 years, sacrificing countless lives to achieve victory. To grasp the full horror, you can study that period of history. Or try playing the Battle of Nanjing to understand. Right. At this point, Fang Yu paused briefly, his expression turning serious. Don't forget the agreement you made with me before the tournament, Watanabe Hayato. Every single one of you at Heaven Games must kneel for 1,949 hours at the China Martyrs Cemetery. As Fang Yu's words fell, the holographic stage plunged into a momentary silence. Even the sound of golden streamers drifting down became audible. The next second, the entire venue erupted in a frenzy. Cheers and applause shook the roof. Chinese spectators leapt to their feet, waving support signs and chanting. Yes. You're right. At the judges' table, Nishizawa's face instantly turned ashen. His hands clenched the edge of the table so tightly, knuckles turning white. He instinctively glanced toward the contestants' lounge, fully aware that if this wager were carried out, Heaven Games would be utterly humiliated. Carl and Andre, however, made no attempt to hide their excitement, clapping vigorously, their eyes brimming with admiration for this bold declaration. Edward adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, a meaningful smile curling his lips, while Alice gave a slight nod, clearly agreeing with Fang Yu's stance on history. Inside the contestant lounge, Watanabe Hayato abruptly sprang from his floating chair, his face as pale as paper. His fists clenched so tightly his fingernails dug into his palms. He never imagined Fang Yu would publicly mention that bet, and publicly bring up the wager that had stripped him of all dignity. Holy crap! Fang Yu's got some nerve. Watanabe Hayato's expression must be absolutely priceless. If you ask me, these bastards don't deserve to enter our cemetery at all. But kneeling for 1949 hours, that's barely enough to make amends to our martyrs. Consider it washing away the shame for our predecessors. Paradise Game World has lost face big time this time. Let's see how they can still call themselves one of the big three. He almost made me forget about this. Look at Nishizawa's face. He's not even trying to act anymore. The host hurried forward, smiling as he smoothed things over. Fang Yu's speech was not only heartfelt but powerful. It reminds us that great games aren't just entertainment, they're vessels for conveying values. Let's give Fang Yu another round of thunderous applause. And congratulate him on winning the championship of this Blue Star Creative Contest. Chapter 201, Casey's Report. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. The moment the host's words echoed, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Louder than before, with applause echoing like waves throughout the holographic venue. Audience members waved their support cards excitedly, chanting Fang Yu's name. This guy, despite his womanizing ways, was still a force to be reckoned with. Nanmu stood nearby, the icy expression on her face softening considerably. A faint, involuntary curve lifted the corners of her mouth. This wager might stir some controversy, but I've always believed history shouldn't be forgotten. And the martyrs who sacrificed for peace must never be betrayed. With one final calm remark, Fang Yu prepared to leave the stage. The virtual translation system on stage activated instantly, rendering his words verbatim into English. I'm reporting this. Fang Yu used illegal methods to compete. I demand an inspection of his production studio. No sooner had Fang Yu finished speaking than the cheers from the holographic stage had barely died down. A shrill voice pierced the festive atmosphere, like a cold blade slicing through the celebratory curtain. Kathy and Watanabe Hayato burst onto the stage from below, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot. Their voices trembling with agitation yet carrying an unquestionable resolve. As they strode toward the judges' table, their hurried, chaotic footsteps drawing the entire audience's attention. The once boiling venue fell instantly silent, cheers abruptly halted, leaving only Casey's voice echoing through the hall. Below the stage, smiles froze on the audience's faces as they exchanged puzzled glances. Exchanging puzzled glances as the fervent atmosphere was instantly clouded by doubt. Front row spectators rose to their feet, craning their necks toward the judges' table to see what was happening. What was going on? Had Casey lost her mind? How could Fang Yu possibly do such a thing? Could it be that she's jealous of his high score and trying to sabotage him? Speak with evidence. Whispers of discontent began to ripple through the audience, growing louder and louder. The once orderly venue descended into chaos. Some waved their fists angrily, accusing Casey of malicious reporting, while others adopted a wait-and-see attitude, awaiting the judge's response. The live chat exploded with comments, a dense stream of text scrolling by. Supporters and skeptics each clamored for their own version of the truth, arguing endlessly. At the judges' table, the expressions of several judges instantly turned serious. Edward adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, his previously amused gaze sharpening instantly as his brow furrowed. In a deep voice, he said, "Kathy, please calm down and explain the situation in detail. If the allegations are true, we will handle it with the utmost seriousness. However, if this is a malicious accusation, you will bear the corresponding consequences." Sasekawa's previously ashen face eased slightly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam flashing in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his tone tinged with urgency. "Director Edward, I also agree to inspect Fang Yu's production studio. Contestant number 1's work quality is indeed unusually high. It doesn't seem like something produced in just 12 hours. If violations are confirmed, the competition results must be recalculated. Fang Yu's score must be nullified, and he should be permanently barred from participating in any production competitions." Carl and Andre looked utterly shocked, unable to believe Fang Yu would cheat. Carl abruptly stood up, shouting, "Impossible! Casey, you must be mistaken. And how dare you report it based on mere words? Where's the evidence?" Andre nodded in agreement, his tone firm. "Every detail of Fang Yu's game is meticulously crafted, and it aligns with historical facts. I only see talent and hard work. Casey, if you're going to report him, you need to present evidence." Alice frowned, silent, seemingly pondering the possibility of creating a game of this quality in just 12 hours. Evidence? Forget about the Blue Star brainstorming competition. Not a single contestant across all its editions has ever achieved both quality and originality like this. Just consider this, creating millions of NPCs, thousands of warships, and tens of thousands of aircraft within 12 hours. Does that sound normal to you? Kathy's eyes were bloodshot, her voice thick with bitter resentment. "Yes, I too strongly suspect Fang Yu cheated unless he did cheat. First off, how could a small company like his dare to bet me 1,949 hours kneeling at the Martyrs Cemetery before the competition? We at Heaven Gaming World are at least ranked among the top 3 companies globally. What gives him the right? Second, as Casey said, his game quality is flawless. There's no way he could have perfected every single detail in just 12 hours. Watanabe Hayato clenched his fists in agreement, his gaze toward Fang Yu laced with venom. Su Yuan stood below the stage, her fingers digging into her skirt hem. Her earlier anger had dissolved into deep concern. She watched Casey's frantic behavior, then glanced at the composed Fang Yu on stage. Her heart raced with both urgency and frustration. She wanted to rush forward to defend Fang Yu. But Nan Muyuan pulled her back abruptly. Shaking her head softly, Nan Muyuan whispered, "Now is not the time for impulsive actions. After all, we are not the jury's monitors. Trust that Fang Yu can prove himself." When Li nodded beside her, her gaze unwavering. "Rest assured, the jury's monitors will see justice done for Fang Yu." The tension in the venue thickened, the air seemingly frozen solid. All eyes fixed on the center of the holographic stage, awaiting Fang Yu's response. Fang Yu stood at the center of the stage, his fingertips lightly touching the microphone. His face showed no trace of panic, even carrying a hint of faint mockery. He lifted his eyes to meet Casey and Watanabe Hayato's gaze. His voice was low, yet it carried clearly to every corner. "You say I broke the rules, that I couldn't finish the piece in 12 hours. But in the end, isn't it just that you can't do it yourselves, so you assume others can't either?" The next second, his tone turned icy. The Blue Star brainstorming contest has never seen a work that combines top-tier quality with groundbreaking ideas. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. If you can't create millions of NPCs and warships in 12 hours, is your own shortcoming. Don't use your own incompetence as the standard to measure others. If you're weak, practice more. The next moment, he turned to Watanabe Hayato, his gaze icy. "As for your question of on what grounds? On the grounds that I respect history. It's because I'm willing to give my all to recreate the stories of our forebears. It's because I'm not like you, who only derive superiority from corporate rankings yet lack even basic reverence." The virtual translators on stage activated instantly, rendering Fang Yu's words verbatim into English and Japanese. As the cold, synthetic electronic voice echoed, Casey and Watanabe Hayato's faces instantly turned beet red. Their mouths opened to protest, yet no words came out. Kathy and Watanabe Hayato's faces instantly turned ashen, wanting to retort but unable to utter a single word. The audience fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. Fang Yu was right. Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. The shouts echoed in waves, even drawing applause from Carl in the judge's booth. Chapter 202, Cheating Detection. Seeing Fang Yu's game quality surpass his own, someone's getting desperate. If you can't handle losing, don't enter the competition. Don't you feel ashamed? Exactly. How dare they call themselves contestants from one of the big three companies? Shameless. I think we should add a condition. If it turns out Fang Yu didn't cheat, they should be banned from game development competitions for life. Agreed. Otherwise, it's easy to spread rumors with just your mouth, but debunking them will wear you out running around. It's truly disgusting. The Little Days team is clearly afraid this wager will embarrass their Paradise Gaming world. They're just bluffing here. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. As Fang Yu finished speaking, a white light suddenly illuminated the passageway beside the holographic stage. 3 inspectors clad in silver-gray uniforms strode swiftly into the venue. The Blue Star Creative Competition Supervision Department insignia on their chests stood out vividly under the lights. The lead inspector held a portable detection terminal, flanked by the other 2 on either side. "We have received reports of cheating and are now preparing to conduct a comprehensive inspection of contestant number 1 Fang Yu's production equipment and creative data. The inspection process will be synchronized in real time to the holographic screen, ensuring full transparency throughout." Wait, what? Just because some Casey reported it, they're inspecting without evidence? That's so disrespectful to the contestants. Exactly. How shameless. Why can they just demand an inspection? Where's the evidence for the cheating accusation? Forget it. Fang Yu's got real talent anyway. Let them inspect all they want. Don't they know the accuser bears the burden of proof? This is disgusting. The audience below the stage began murmuring in discontent, deeply dissatisfied with the inspector's actions. If they find I haven't cheated, they must be banned from future production competitions. Fang Yu fixed his gaze on the supervisor beside him, his tone icy. Rest assured, if malicious reporting is detected, all accusers will be banned from future competitions. The lead supervisor's voice echoed through the venue over the PA system, instantly silencing the previously noisy murmurs. Huaxia Game Expo Center, Studio 1. All eyes focused on the holographic projection at the center of the stage. Watching as the lead supervisor connected the inspection terminal to the studio's virtual interface editor. The terminal screen erupted with dense data codes as the supervisor's fingers swiftly swiped across the interface, meticulously verifying each entry. Creation timestamps, materials, chips. How interesting. Fang Yu watched the inspector bent over the screen, working diligently, and a faint smile touched his lips. Everything generated by the system could be found recorded in the brain-computer interface editor. Because he had uploaded all the game data immediately after completing the Normandy landing. Only a fool would leave such a gaping hole for themselves. Time ticked by second by second. Below the stage, Casey stared intently at the virtual screen. Her hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. Watanabe Hayato paced back and forth, his eyes filled with anxiety. Glancing up at the data panel every so often, hoping to find a trace of any violation. Nan Muyuan stared at the rapidly shifting code on the monitoring terminal, her fingers unconsciously tightening. They wouldn't actually find anything, would they? Fang Yu. Su Yuan gripped the hem of her shirt as she edged closer to Nan Muyuan, her voice trembling. Before she could finish, Wen Li interrupted, pressing Su Yuan's hand down. Her tone steady, don't panic. The data is still being verified. Fang Yu knows his limits. Don't be afraid, Su Bao. Trust Fang Yu's abilities. Zhang Yue looked at Su Yuan and spoke gently. Hearing Wen Li and Zhang Yue's words, Su Yuan bit her lip and nodded, yet couldn't tear her gaze away from the screen. The four stood shoulder to shoulder, their breathing quickening in sync with the data refresh rate. After an agonizing wait, the lead inspector disconnected the testing terminal from the virtual interface editor. It's over. I'm a bit nervous, hope they didn't actually find any issues. You guys are worrying needlessly. Look at Fang Yu's calm expression, there's no way there's a problem. Damn it, these foreigners are just asking for trouble. They should never come to China for competitions again. If Fang Yu passes this inspection, they won't even be allowed to compete in the future. China Gaming Expo Center, holographic stage. All eyes were fixed on the lead inspector in the silver-gray uniform. Test complete. Initial device connection time normal. No external storage devices detected. No pre-stored models or code found in creative assets. Every NPC's animation module, warship structural design, and aircraft performance parameters. All bear explicit real-time generation timestamps matching the competition duration precisely. In summary, contestant number 1 Fang Yu's production equipment shows no unauthorized modifications. All creative data is authentic and valid, with no evidence of any violations. The lead inspector's calm, detached voice echoed through the venue. A few seconds of silence followed, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Even more fervent than before. Spectators waved their support cards, chanting Fang Yu's name at the top of their lungs. While several spectators in the front rows even rose to their feet in applause. At the judges' table, Edward pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses, his frown gradually smoothing. The urgency vanished from Nishizawa's face, replaced by a trace of awkwardness. As he quietly sat up straight, avoiding the glances of the surrounding judges. Carl and Andre exchanged a knowing smile. Andre murmured. I knew Fang Yu would be fine. These data points prove his capabilities. Alice finally relaxed her furrowed brow and confidently prepared the blue electronic contract in her hand. Kathy and Watanabe Jun's faces turned ashen, slumping where they stood like deflated balloons. Kathy opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word, her earlier arrogance completely vanishing. While Watanabe Jun lowered his head, unable to meet the scornful stares around him. The lead inspector stowed the testing terminal and turned his gaze to the ashen-faced Casey and Watanabe. His voice as cold and firm as ever. According to tournament regulations, those who file malicious reports without any evidence will be permanently barred from participating in the Blue Star brainstorming competition and all related derivative events. This violation will be recorded in their personal integrity files and notified to all collaborating game companies. The words struck like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through Casey's body. He snapped his head up, eyes wide with disbelief. No! This can't be. There must be a glitch in the system you're covering for him. I was born a genius for game creation. How could I lose to some obscure game director? He lunged to grab the inspector's arm, only to be held back by his colleagues. Watanabe Heya completely collapsed into his chair, hands covering his face, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The anxiety that had filled his eyes moments ago was now replaced by utter despair. Fang Yu stood at center stage, maintaining his composed demeanor. His gaze sweeping toward the judges' table as he spoke slowly. I believe that those who respect history and give their all will ultimately receive fair treatment. Chapter 203, Explosive Hotspot. China Gaming Expo Center, holographic stage. The moment the supervisor announced the results, Su Yuan's tense body suddenly relaxed. The hem of her shirt, clenched white in her grasp, crumpled unconsciously beneath her fingers. The next second, tears fell unexpectedly onto her skirt. Yet she didn't bother to wipe them away. Her voice trembled with joy. Fang Yu is fine. He's truly okay. I told you to trust him. See? He never disappoints us. Wen Li lifted her gaze toward Fang Yu at center stage, her eyes brimming with unmistakable pride. The figure who had meticulously polished every detail and repeatedly adjusted parameters in the production studio had finally earned everyone's recognition through sheer talent. Not far away, Nan Muyuan slowly unclenched her tightly balled fist. Red marks still visible on her knuckles. She drew a deep breath, her tense shoulders gradually relaxing. Her furrowed brow completely smoothed out. The worry in her eyes gave way to relief. And as the forced composure of moments before dissolved, a barely perceptible smile crept onto her lips. Wen Li stood nearby, her face still serene, though the glint in her eyes betrayed her emotions. She raised a hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Then turned to look at Nan Muyuan beside her and the embracing Su Yuan and Zhang Yue. Her tone was calm yet powerful. I told you, strength never lies and neither does Fang Yu. As the competition results were finalized, the internet instantly erupted with this controversy. Across major social media platforms, the topic Fang Yu's game development competition integrity skyrocketed like a rocket, rapidly surpassing hundreds of millions of views within hours, with related discussions remaining fiercely heated. On Weibo, updates about the competition were shared frantically, with netizens flooding the comments sections with their reactions. Stand with Fang Yu and condemn malicious accusers. Fang Yu is absolutely incredible, showing those clowns what real skill looks like. This is what a true gaming genius looks like. He's undoubtedly the future leader of the gaming industry. A gaming blogger passionately published a lengthy article meticulously analyzing the innovative aspects of Fang Yu's game, along with the profound impact of this competition on the industry. The article quickly garnered over 10,000 likes upon release. On a certain forum, related posts sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Players initiated polls asking for opinions on the malicious reporting incident at the Blue Star Creative Competition. Within just half an hour, over 100,000 people participated in the poll, with the majority of players opting for severe punishment of the malicious reporters to purify the competitive gaming environment, while lambasting Casey and Watanabe's actions in the comments section, arguing their actions not only undermined the fairness of the competition but also tarnished the entire game development industry. Kathy and Watanabe Hayato have really gone too far. Anyone better than them must be cheating? What a joke! Is this the caliber of the top-seeded players? I've seen it all now. The hardest part to stomach is how those dong bro types were berating Fang Yu when he was fighting for his reputation before the match. Now they're happily hiding. Some people are just like that, you know? All talk, no action. Everyone needs to practice. Remember when people said Fang Yu's cross-century game development championship title was worthless? Well, does the Blue Star Brainstorming Contest Championship hold any value? News outlets are all focusing on this. Game Times ran a deep report titled Blue Star Creative Contest Controversy Settled. Fang Yu defends dignity with skill, covering the entire incident. Fang Yu defends his dignity through skill, providing an in-depth report on the entire incident. From Fang Yu's game concept and outstanding performance in the competition, to the outbreak of malicious reporting and the final investigation results. The article also interviewed multiple gaming industry experts, who unanimously stated that Fang Yu's work represents a new pinnacle in contemporary game development, while condemning the malicious accusers' actions as severely reprehensible. The organizers were urged to strengthen oversight to prevent such incidents from recurring. Seated among the judges, Edward gave a slight nod, his gaze settling on Casey below the stage, her spirit nearly shattered. A fleeting, unmistakable disappointment flickering in his eyes, as if lamenting the fall of a promising talent. Carl, however, smiled and patted Andre on the shoulder, his tone brimming with admiration. Now no one can question Fang Yu's strength, right? He's absolutely the biggest dark horse of this competition. No, he is a powerhouse who truly deserves his title. At the center of the stage, Fang Yu paused slightly when the result was announced, then slowly raised his head. His gaze swept over the cheering crowd below. The waving light boards and the names being shouted felt like a warm current flowing into his heart. A relieved smile touched his lips as he gave a slight nod toward the audience, then made his way toward the front row of the audience seats. When Lee stepped forward first, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Yu, her eyes brimming with even greater pride than when she'd been in the audience. I knew you could do it. As the champion of the cross-century game development competition, your talent speaks for itself. She paused, her tone growing firmer. Those malicious reports never deserved your talent from the start. Nanhwa stood nearby, her almond-shaped eyes sweeping the scene. The frown that had etched her brow dissolved completely. She stepped forward, a barely perceptible ease in her voice. When I saw Casey's vehement accusations of cheating against you, I genuinely worried they might resort to other underhanded tactics. Now I can rest assured they're nothing but a bunch of clowns. Su Yuan rushed over, her eyes reddened, clutching his arm tightly, her fingertips still trembling. Fang Yu, you have no idea how anxious I was just now. Before she could finish, she seemed to recall what had happened earlier in the studio. Su Yuan puffed out her cheeks and turned away, pouting. All right, still mad? I didn't get a chance to explain earlier, but I'll tell you everything now. Ha! At the word explanation, Nanhwa and Wenli instantly perked up their ears, their footsteps unconsciously drawing closer to Fang Yu. Even Jiang Yue paused, her hair tending, her gaze settling on Fang Yu. Fang Yu concisely recounted the events surrounding the music production incident. The surrounding area fell silent for 3 seconds. You're definitely skilled at game development. But music production? Are you kidding me? That's a completely different field. You expect to cross over and become a music guru? Nanhwa snorted coldly beside him, her sharp almond eyes flashing with deep skepticism, dismissing Fang Yu's claim of musical expertise with utter contempt. You heartless bastard, lying to me again. Su Yuan nodded in agreement, her small hands clutching her skirt tightly as her eyes reddened further, her voice thick with hurt. Contestant Fang Yu, congratulations on winning first place in the Blue Star Creative Concept competition. Here is our company's letter of intent for collaboration. hoping to collaborate with you to create even more outstanding game works. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted their conversation. Chapter 204, Invitations from All Sides. China Game Expo Center, holographic stage. As the voice faded, all eyes followed the sound. Alice strode forward holding a blue electronic contract, followed by several staff members in black suits, each holding an elegant document folder. Clearly well prepared. With an enthusiastic smile on her face. Presenting the contract to Fang Yu, contestant Fang Yu. Baoshui Games is prepared to provide you with a top-tier production team and substantial financial backing. And should you agree to collaborate, we will establish a dedicated independent studio for you, granting you full creative control over all aspects of the project. Her words were cut short by another voice. Fang Yu, don't rush into a decision. You should know that even among the big three, there are disparities in strength. While Snowfall Games is one of the giants, but they rank second in strength. Our Empire Microtech boasts over 50 distribution channels worldwide, enabling your game to reach over 200 countries and regions. Moreover, we'll assign you the industry's top technical consultants to help you overcome any production challenges. Edward pushed his silver-rimmed glasses up his nose as he spoke, while gesturing for his assistant to hand over a gold-embossed collaboration proposal. The words "exclusive partnership plan" stood out prominently on the proposal's cover. As soon as Edward finished speaking, Alice's expression darkened instantly. She stepped forward, glaring at Edward with a hint of resentment in her voice. "Director Edward, you can't say that. While Snowfall Games may be slightly behind in distribution channels, we absolutely do not fall short of anyone in the depth of our game content production. Player Fang Yu's work emphasizes immersive experiences, but our team's expertise in scene rendering and narrative refinement is precisely what gives him the edge." As she spoke, Alice pulled another supplemental agreement from her briefcase and handed it to Fang Yu. "See? We're also committing to invest no less than 100 million yuan annually in R&D funding for your studio, dedicated to exploring new technologies like deep optimization of brain-computer interfaces, an area even Empire Microtech wouldn't necessarily be willing to invest heavily in." Thud. Amidst a clatter of footsteps, a group of journalists who had rushed over upon hearing the news could no longer contain themselves, jostling to the front to ask questions. A reporter from the Imperial Capital News Media headquarters raised his microphone and called out, "Contestant Fang Yu, given these generous partnership offers, which direction are you currently leaning toward? Do you have any preliminary selection criteria?" Another reporter from an overseas gaming outlet pointed his microphone at Edward. "Director Edward, will Empire Microtech propose even more attractive partnership terms to secure Fang Yu?" Edward pushed his glasses up and replied confidently, "Our exclusive partnership program also includes overseas IP collaborations, such as partnering with globally renowned film and television companies to adapting Fang Yu's games into films to achieve cross-industry dissemination. This is something other companies find difficult to achieve." Alice immediately countered, "We also have film and television partnerships, and we prioritize refining the game's core quality. We won't dilute our focus for cross-industry ventures, ensuring the purity of our game." Fang Yu observed the two women locked in a tense standoff, his expression showing no sign of fluster, instead wearing a composed smile. He slowly raised his hand, signaling for silence. And the room instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. "First, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Snowfall Games and Empire Microtech for your recognition and trust in me. And the terms of your proposed collaboration are indeed highly attractive." Fang Yu's voice echoed throughout the exhibition hall via the holographic stage's sound system. "But I regret to inform you that I cannot accept your offer, as I already own my own game company and cannot join another firm." The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Alice nearly dropped the supplementary agreement from her grasp, while Edward's hand froze mid-air as he adjusted his glasses, his confident expression instantly freezing. Reporters erupted in a frenzy, camera shutters clicking incessantly as a torrent of questions flooded toward Fang Yu. "Mr. Fang Yu, when did you establish your company? Why has there been no prior mention of it? What is its current scale? Does it possess the capability to independently develop large-scale games?" "It's just a small company established right after the cross-century game development competition ended. We entered the Blue Star brainstorming competition before even finalizing the framework. We're still in the early stages." No sooner had Fang Yu finished speaking than a sharp gleam flashed in Edward's silver-rimmed glasses. "A fledgling startup? Mr. Fang Yu, you must be aware that developing large-scale games requires a mature system to support it. An immature team is unlikely to handle complex technical challenges and market pressures. Perhaps reconsider Empire Microtech. We could save your team 5 years of detours." Alice swiftly adjusted her tone, her voice tinged with persuasion. "Startups are most resource-constrained. Baoshui Games can provide capital investment while preserving your majority ownership, while sharing our production workflows and intellectual property library. This arrangement offers you nothing but benefits. No need for the directors to worry all the issues you mentioned, Yushin King can resolve them."
A magnetic, authoritative voice cut through their exchange.
Nan Muyuan stepped forward to shield Fang Yu, turning to address Edward and Alice.
Indeed, Fengyun Games will spare no effort to help Fang Yu overcome the challenges of establishing his company.
Upon hearing Nan Muyuan and Wen Li's words, Edward first raised an eyebrow, then let out a soft chuckle.
His gaze swept over Nan Muyuan, tinged with disdain.
Yushin King? A game company not even ranked in the global top 10. Dares to claim it can resolve all of Fang Yu's problems?
Empire Microtech has cultivated over 50 global distribution channels for years.
Can Yushin King get Fang Yu's game into 200 countries and regions within 3 months? Alice chimed in immediately, her gaze sharpening toward Wen Li. Fengyun Games? Never heard of it.
Over the past 5 years, Snowfall Games has produced immersive titles that have won over 20 awards. And their scene rendering team alone has 120 members.
Does Fengyun Games have such a mature production team?
We're willing to share our copyright library, which contains thousands of market-proven premium IPs.
Can Fengyun Games offer resources of comparable scale? Fang Yu stepped forward, gently patting Nan Muyuan and Wen Li's shoulders to signal them to calm down.
The strength you both mention may simply be the inherent advantages of industry giants, but it's not necessarily what I need most right now. Empire Microtech's global distribution channels are indeed formidable, but for a startup company,
requires precise market cultivation rather than hasty expansion across 200 countries and regions. And most crucially, do you really think someone with my talent in game development needs to join any company? Chapter 205, The Curtain Falls. China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. Do you really think someone with my game development talent needs to join any company?
Fang Yu's words rang out with force, like a pebble tossed into calm waters,
instantly stirring up a storm of shockwaves across the holographic stage.
The scorn on Edward's face froze, his fingers unconsciously tracing the gilded edges of the partnership proposal. Alice's hand tightened slightly around the supplementary agreement,
her eyes brimming with disbelief. Fang Yu, as someone who's been there, let me give you some advice. Without a mature team and resources to back you up, even if you create an outstanding game, you won't survive the fierce market competition.
Edward rubbed the frame of his glasses, trying to maintain his composure.
That's because their talent isn't enough, just like Casey and Watanabe Hayato. Fang Yu responded in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. Fang Yu is awesome.
He's going head-to-head with the directors of the 3 major game companies, so ruthless. Fang Yu's words were so uplifting.
That's not enough talent, hit Edward's sore spot. So what if they're the big 3?
They're powerless against true talent.
This is the confidence of a genius. After all these years, China has finally stepped up. Awesome. By the way, where's Dean Zhou Zimming? He's gone completely invisible. There he is, backstage. Looks like he's not too happy about it. Man, this is brutal. Look at Vice Dean Zhou.
Once the shining star of China in the Blue Star Creative Contest, but now that Fang Yu's results are out, he's instantly overshadowed. I think I spotted Professor Luo Chuan too. No way, that was my imagination.
I think I spotted him too. Professor Luo looks thrilled, his mustache is practically standing on end.
Seriously, why are your priorities so weird?
Meanwhile, online discussions were completely boiling over. On a certain platform's real-time trending list, Fang Yu rejects the big 3 shot straight to the top, racking up over 10 million views in mere minutes. You guys get it.
The sheer prestige of outright rejecting 3 top-tier game companies. Honestly, anyone facing an opponent like Fang Yu would be stunned. Vice Dean Zhou, who was originally the top contender, has now become a mere backdrop.
So tragic. Fang Yu's actually quite handsome. Just look at his brow, so striking, hee. TSK, look at the women surrounding him, not a single one is simple. How could anyone compete? When Fang Yu mentioned Casey and Watanabe Jun earlier, did the camera cut to them?
I bet their faces turned green.
Not talented enough yet resorting to malicious reporting? Serves them right to be nailed to the industry's pillar of shame. Anyone in the know? Since Fang Yu started his own company, will he go head-to-head with the big 3?
I'm already hyped for their new game.
Certain forum? Well, that settles it, some folks better hide now.
They were yelling before the match even started, driving everyone nuts.
Now that Fang Yu took first place, why aren't they yelling anymore? Are they just bad at talking? Classic. Everyone plays dead at moments like this. What are you pretending to be, a bull demon? Hard to judge. Some people can't even be called human anymore. Comparing Casey Watanabe's D-Day to Fang Yu's, the gap isn't just a little, it's downright terrifying. Even though Fang Yu is super popular right now, starting a company isn't just about hype. Game development requires massive funding, especially since he's pursuing a premium quality route. The investment will only be greater.
I browsed overseas gaming forums and found most international netizens praising Fang Yu's talent, calling the big 3 bullies. Some even criticize Casey and Watanabe for embarrassing the international gaming community. Though a few sourpusses are already calling Fang Yu arrogant and predicting his downfall. The diversity of opinions is truly something.
China Game Expo Center, Holographic Stage. The host strode onto the stage, breaking the tense standoff. Microphone in hand. His face lit with an enthusiastic smile. Ladies and gentlemen, contestants, the thrilling moment has arrived. After fierce competition and rigorous evaluation, the Blue Star Creative Contest is finally drawing to a close. Before announcing the award recipients, an important announcement must be made regarding the outcome of the malicious reports filed against Casey and Watanabe Hayato. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Eyes that had been fixed on Fang Yu turned toward the side of the stage, where two monitors reappeared on stage, holding an electronic notice projected onto the holographic screen. The lead monitor's voice was cold and stern, following deliberation by the competition organizing committee. Kathy and Watanabe Hayato maliciously accused contestant number 1, Fang Yu, of cheating without any evidence, seriously disrupting the competition order and violating the principle of fair play. In addition to being permanently banned from participating in the Blue Star brainstorming competition and all related derivative events, 2 additional penalties are imposed. First, their misconduct will be reported to all global gaming industry associations and partner enterprises, placing them on the industry blacklist. Second, their technical certifications within the gaming industry will be frozen, and all past industry awards will be revoked. Their personal integrity records will be permanently flagged for severe dishonesty. The announcement sent shockwaves through the venue. Cheers erupted from the audience. Well deserved. They should pay the price. This should have been done long ago, otherwise anyone would dare to make malicious accusations. Kathy had tried to maintain her composure, but upon hearing the words permanently blacklisted and severe dishonesty, her body went limp, nearly collapsing to the floor. Staff members beside her caught her. Watanabe Jun, head bowed, clutched the hem of his shirt with trembling hands, shoulders shaking uncontrollably, his face etched with utter despair. After the announcement concluded, the host picked up the microphone again, his tone regaining its enthusiasm. Alright, next, let us proudly announce the winners of this competition. The first place winner of the Blue Star Creative Concept Competition is contestant number 1, Fang Yu. His work, The Normandy Landings, captivated all judges and audience members with its unique creativity, meticulous production, and profound historical depth, conquering all judges and audiences alike, a well-deserved victory. As the words fell, upbeat music instantly filled the air. Dazzling holographic fireworks burst across the stage ceiling. 2 attendants, holding a golden trophy and certificate of honor, slowly approached Fang Yu. The cheers from the audience erupted once more, even more fervent than before. Fang Yu accepted the trophy and certificate, raising the trophy to acknowledge the entire audience. From champion of the cross-century game production competition to now topping the Blue Star Creative Contest, how time flies. Fang Yu gazed at the trophy representing the highest honor in global game development competitions, murmuring to himself, Mr. Fang Yu, now that you have your own company, would you consider collaborating with other companies in the future, rather than joining them? The host briefly engaged in an interaction. Fang Yu replied with a smile, absolutely. I look forward to collaborating with outstanding companies in the industry to advance the development of the gaming sector, provided we maintain our company's independence and creative autonomy.